Qin Kailan never anticipated that while tidying up an old house, he would meet his demise at the hands of a decrepit tripod cauldron. Nor did he expect that the very cauldron that ended his life would accompany him into another realm. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself not in the underworld, but rather in the quaint yet perilous streets of Gotham City. Almost immediately, he was confronted by thugs blocking his path, their menacing presence offering a most unwelcome greeting, and he was on the brink of becoming yet another victim. Fortunately, the latent power of all things forged into cauldrons awakened within him just in time. Bricks, daggers, and even the shadows lurking by the roadside could be transformed. Everything could be melted down, and everything could be cast anew. Thus, the DC universe gained an unusual warrior adorned in armor. Chapter 1. The Old House's Legacy and Gotham's Welcome. Qin Kailan stood at the threshold of his childhood home, a sense of emptiness enveloping him. Following the untimely death of his parents, he was left to sort through the remnants of their lives, the last task being the organization of this Housia vessel of cherished memories now lost to time. The air was thick with the musty scent of aged wood mingled with layers of dust, enveloping the silence in a disquieting shroud. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside. Sunlight trickled through the dilapidated window panes, illuminating the motes of dust that danced in the air. "Father, Mother, I will take good care of your belongings," he murmured softly, as if making a solemn vow or bidding farewell. The process of cleaning was mechanical and dreary, dominated by the presence of antiquated items that bore witness to the passage of time, yet were now shrouded in dust. He exerted significant effort to shift a heavy camphor-wood chest from his parents' bedroom. As he lifted the lid, he discovered several neatly folded garments, now out of fashion, exuding a faint scent of mothballs. At the bottom of the chest, an object caught his eye. It was a small bronze cauldron, palm-sized, with 3 feet and 2 ears. Its design was archaic and somewhat crude, covered in a thick layer of verdigris, adorned with indistinct, twisted patterns that hinted at an ancient and mysterious past, starkly contrasting with the mundane items surrounding it. "What is this?" Qin Kailan inquired, curiosity piqued as he picked it up. The weight was unexpectedly heavy, and the cold touch of the verdigris steadied his restless heart, perhaps a relic of his parents' collection unknown to him. Instinctively, he attempted to wipe away the grime with his sleeve for a closer inspection. However, as he leaned down, lost in the intricate designs, he stumbled, tripped by an unseen object, and suddenly lost his balance. "Ouch!" he gasped, pitching forward, the heavy bronze cauldron slipping from his grasp, soaring through the air in a chaotic arc illuminated by the sunlight streaming through the window, and striking down towards his exposed forehead with a dreadful finality. Thud! The sound resonated painfully. Qin Kailan barely registered the pain, only feeling a chill spread across his forehead, as if something had violently shattered his consciousness, plunging him into darkness, where all sensation ebbed away like a receding tide. His last thought was a quiet acceptance. Perhaps he would finally reunite with his parents. Time became an indistinct blur. Perhaps it was a fleeting moment, or perhaps it stretched into eternity. A cold, damp sensation, coupled with an indescribable stench that could rouse anyone from the deepest slumber, yanked Qin Kailan back from the void of nothingness. "Ugh!" he groaned, struggling to open his heavy eyelids, a fierce headache threatening to overwhelm him. Darkness enveloped him. Not complete darkness, for in the distance, a dim flickering light barely outlined the narrow, filthy alleyway. Towering brick walls loomed on either side, plastered with twisted, deranged graffiti. Beneath him lay a sticky layer of grime, accumulated over countless years. Chilly raindrops fell incessantly, soaking into his thin t-shirt and shorts, sending tremors through his body. A dull ache throbbed at his forehead, and as he instinctively reached up, he found no wound or blood, only a faint, dull pain beneath the skin, a reminder of that unfathomable strike. "Where's this place?" Qin Kailan struggled to rise, his body aching and weak, his head buzzing with discomfort, worse than days of sleepless nights. "Wasn't I at the old house struck by that dreadful cauldron? Is this the underworld? It doesn't seem like it." He scanned his surroundings, his heart racing. This grim, oppressive, and dilapidated environment, filled with an aura of danger, was unlike any place he had known. The countryside surrounding his childhood home, though remote, was not this suffocating and despairing. A cacophony of rough, gravelly voices reached his ears from the alleyway entrance, speaking in English. Qin Kailan realized he could barely understand them, accompanied by the sounds of heavy blows striking flesh and a pained groan. Startled, Qin Kailan instinctively ducked behind a large, foul-smelling trash bin, holding his breath, cautiously peeking out. At the alley's mouth stood 3 disheveled, tattooed Caucasian men, surrounding a cowering homeless man, mercilessly kicking and punching him. One bald man brandished a rusty iron pipe, the threat evident in his every movement. "Money. Hand over all your cash," the bald man shouted, as the pipe slammed against the wall beside the homeless man, sending sparks flying. The homeless man emitted a sound of despair. Qin Kailan's heart raced, nearly bursting from his chest. This was no film, this was real-life violence unfolding right before his eyes. He quickly recoiled, pressing his back against the cold, slippery wall, a cold sweat soaking through his already thin clothing. Fear gripped his heart. What should he do? What could he do? Before he could devise a plan, heavy footsteps accompanied by mocking laughter echoed down the alley toward his hiding spot. "TSK, what a poor wretch, not even enough for a pack of cigarettes. Let's check inside, maybe there's a drunkard passed out in there, we might find something to take." Good idea. Panic surged through Qin Kailan as he felt the hairs on his neck stand on end. They were coming closer. He darted his eyes around wildly, searching for any means of concealment or escape. But this alley was a dead end. Aside from the enormous trash bin, there was nowhere to hide. It was over. Just as he had narrowly escaped the fate of being crushed by the cauldron, was he now destined to meet an untimely end at the hands of these foreign thugs? The footsteps drew nearer, and the beam of a flashlight began to sweep erratically through the alley. "Hey, look over there. Behind the trash bin, there seems to be a lost little lamb," one voice exclaimed, excitement evident in their tone. The light abruptly focused on the trash bin where Qin Kailan was hiding, exposing him completely. His mind went blank, and instinct kicked in. He bolted from behind the bin, attempting to slip through the gap between the three burly men. "Think you can escape?" The bald thug reacted swiftly, a cruel grin spreading across his face as he effortlessly seized Qin Kailan's frail arm, gripping it like a vice. "Look at this guy, what a pitiful sight. Where did you crawl out from?" Another thug jeered, rummaging through his pockets with no regard, only to find nothing. "Ugh, what a broke loser." The bald man spat, evidently frustrated at the waste of time. The thug rifling through his pockets seized his shirt, scrutinizing Qin Kailan's bewildered expression and the stark contrast of his demeanor in this place, scoffing. "You dare wander around not even knowing where you are? Country bumpkin, listen well, welcome to Gotham. This is your first lesson." Gotham? Qin Kailan felt as though struck by lightning, suddenly raising his head. He vaguely recognized the name might belong to that city of crime from the comic. He couldn't believe it. The bald man clearly had no intention of letting him off easily. His gaze turned ominous. "It seems there's no profit in you, so I'll leave you with a little souvenir to remember this moment." The third thug brandished his dagger, a cruel smile spreading across his face as the cold blade pressed against Qin Kailan's waist. The sharp pain and the terror of death seized his breath in an instant. He would die. He was truly going to die. The overwhelming fear and the despair of impending death poured over him like icy water, leaving him completely paralyzed. Yet, deep within this visceral dread, an exceedingly faint but familiar heaviness and chill surged forth from the depths of his consciousness. It was that ding, the sensation of the bronze ding that had crushed him. It felt as if it resided within his very body. Ding. A vague thought, entirely foreign to him, flickered through his mind. Just as the blade was about to press harder. Vrum. A deep, resonant hum, seemingly able to penetrate the soul, suddenly radiated outward from Qin Kailan, enveloping him in its wake. Time appeared to freeze in that moment. The bald man gripping him, the thug with the dagger, and the onlookers all halted, their faces revealing confusion and a hint of unnoticeable dread, as though they had drawn the attention of some ancient beast. Qin Kailan's pupils dilated in shock. His consciousness was forcibly thrust into an indescribable realm. The surroundings transformed from the filthy alley to an endless chaos. A colossal, archaic bronze cauldron floated serenely at the center of this chaos, a grander version of the ding from the old house. The indistinct patterns on the cauldron became vividly clear, shimmering with ethereal light, incomprehensibly profound. Within the cauldron, chaotic energy swirled, as if it could devour, deconstruct, and evolve all things. All things. Forge ding. Another stream of unfamiliar information flooded into his mind, instantly revealing the name and fundamental function of this giant cauldron. It served as the core, harnessed by intent to refine all matter and forge armor. All of this transpired in an instant, appearing but a fleeting moment to the onlookers. The three thugs shook their heads, seemingly dismissing the strange occurrence as mere illusion. "What the hell? Did I just feel dizzy?" The thug with the dagger cursed, raising his weapon once more. "Whatever, let's give this kid a taste of pain." Before he could finish, an unexpected change occurred. Instinctively, Qin Kailan projected a powerful thought. "Block it. Protect me. Use Everything here. He directed his intent toward the bald man gripping him, the dagger, the broken bricks beneath his feet, and the adjacent wall. Vrum. The forge ding within his consciousness emitted a soft chime, subtly rotating. In the next moment, a spectacle unfolded that left everyone, including Qin Kailan himself, utterly astounded. The bald man suddenly felt an emptiness in his palm. The fibers of the gloves on the hand gripping Qin Kailan's arm disintegrated and vanished in a manner defying the laws of physics. The dagger, its cold metal blade, melted away like snow under the blazing sun, transforming into minuscule metallic particles. Simultaneously, fragments of broken bricks on the alley floor, crumbling concrete from the wall, even a piece of iron from the trash can all seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, morphing into a myriad of colorful, minute streams of light, rushing toward Qin Kailan. What the hell? The three thugs, now terrified, leapt back as if they had seen a ghost, staring in horror at Qin Kailan, encased in countless shimmering streams. Upon contact with Qin Kailan's body, these materials appeared to be manipulated by an unseen hand, undergoing unimaginable disintegration, reassembly, and forging. The process was astonishingly swift. Almost in the blink of an eye, the radiant streams dissipated. An armor piece, akin to abstract art, enveloped Qin Kailan's right arm and half of his chest. The materials comprising this armored gauntlet were grotesque. Brick-red debris formed a rough base, rusty iron barely shaped into a few unrecognizable plates, mixed with black and gray cement particles, creating a jumbled, patched-together appearance. Even at the joints of the plates, remnants of the gloves could still be seen. Ugly, rudimentary, meager. Rather than armor, it resembled a hodgepodge of refuse forcibly attached to his arm. However, clang. The thug who had previously wielded the dagger, in a fit of sheer terror, instinctively hurled the now handleless weapon at the amalgam of bricks and iron plates. A dull thud resounded. The arm armor remained unyielding, only shedding a few fragments. The thug, in recoil, felt his wrist go numb, and instinctively, Qin Kailan retaliated, striking the thug, who gasped in shock, eyes bulging, mouth agape yet silent, clearly succumbing to a single blow. The remaining two thugs' eyes widened in disbelief, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Qin Kailan, too, stood in astonishment, gazing at the bizarre yet undeniably substantial weight and sense of protection emanating from the unsightly gauntlet on his right arm. A profound exhilaration surged within him, an indescribable joy and shock stemming from the very essence of life. Superpowers. That ding. Monster. Demon. After a brief silence, the air erupted with more piercing screams. The normally bully-like thugs had never encountered such an eerie, supernatural phenomenon. One of their own had been killed with a single punch, and the remaining two fled in terror, scrambling away. In the deadened alley, Qin Kailan stood alone, the only survivor. The cold rain poured down upon his face, yet he felt no chill, only overwhelming shock and confusion. The word Gotham echoed repeatedly in his mind. He raised his right arm, awkwardly moving the gauntlet composed of bricks, iron, and cement debris, feeling the raw, tangible strength it provided. The exhaustion of surviving a near-death experience mixed with the thrill of newfound supernatural powers, combined with a palpable fear of this city named Gotham, caused his body to tremble slightly. He had survived. With the aid of this mysterious ancient ding, he had lived through his first night in this city, whose very name sent shivers down one's spine. He inhaled deeply, drawing in the cold, tainted air of Gotham's night, striving to calm his racing heart. His gaze fell once more upon that astonishingly grotesque gauntlet, and a powerful thought, tinged with self-mockery and disbelief, surged within him. So, this thing is the ragged survival armor prototype made from garbage? Gotham truly does welcome me. However, before he could fully grasp this explosive revelation, pitter-patter, pitter-patter, a series of soft, distinct footsteps echoed from the alleyway's entrance. These were not the frantic retreat of the thugs. This sound was lighter, steadier, imbued with a peculiar rhythm and feline grace. Qin Kailan snapped his gaze upward, alert to the source of the sound. In the dim, flickering glow of the street lamp at the alley's mouth, a lithe, agile silhouette clad in a tight-fitting suit, accentuating breathtaking curves, stood quietly. She appeared to have just arrived, yet it seemed she had been observing for quite some time. The silhouette in the shadows was unmistakably defined, with two sharp contours resembling feline ears atop its head. She remained silent, standing still as if her gaze pierced through the darkness, curiously surveying the depths of the alley, particularly fixating on the boy whose right arm had been reduced to a heap of rags, freshly subjected to Gotham's welcoming ceremony, his expression a mixture of shock and bewilderment. Qin Kailan's heart leapt to his throat. Just as he had sent off a pack of wolves, now a cat had appeared. Chapter 2. The Enigma of the Cat's Shadow and the Path to Survival. The figure at the alley's entrance stood quietly, merging seamlessly with the darkness, her iconic feline ear silhouette and slender form casting a heart-stopping profile against the dim light. Qin Kailan's heart raced furiously in his chest, threatening to leap out. Having just dealt with a pack of ravenous wolves, he now found himself face to face with a seemingly formidable cat. Was Gotham's welcoming ceremony a tad too extravagant? The makeshift survival armor on his right arm, a hodgepodge of bricks, metal sheets, and cement debris, now appeared even more ludicrous and fragile. Against the three thugs, it might have been intimidating, but before this extraordinary woman, he felt utterly unprepared. Escape? She blocked the sole exit. Fight? With what? Could he hurl this heap of scrap at her? As Qin Kailan's mind swirled in chaos, contemplating whether to feign death or plead for mercy, the shadow moved. She did not attack nor retreat. Instead, she approached him with a unique, feline grace, her steps slow and deliberate. The clicking of her high heels or something reminiscent of high heels echoed on the damp ground, each sound resonating like a heartbeat within Qin Kailan's chest. As she drew closer, he could discern more details. The black bodysuit clung perfectly to her athletic and alluring figure, outlining breathtaking curves. She appeared to wear a mask, revealing only the elegantly contoured lower half of her face, where a hint of playful amusement lingered at her lips. Most striking were the two playful, yet vigilant cat ears adorning her head. This appearance seemed oddly familiar, yet Qin Kailan could not quite place it. His knowledge of foreign superheroes or comic characters was limited to a few renowned figures. As for the specifics of Gotham City, aside from knowing about Batman and its alarmingly high crime rates, he was virtually ignorant, especially regarding the woman before him. Hey, relax, boy, a slightly husky yet magnetic female voice broke the silence, spoken in English but with a casual tone. If I wanted to harm you, I had ample opportunity while you were playing games with those three fools. She halted about 5 steps away from Qin Kailan, arms crossed, leisurely assessing him, her gaze lingering particularly on his peculiar stone arm, her curiosity almost spilling over. I must say, she tilted her head, her tone laced with teasing, your fashion sense is truly unique. Is retro wasteland industrial style in vogue now? At her words, embarrassment washed over Qin Kailan, though the darkness of the alley concealed his crimson cheeks. He was acutely aware of how ridiculous his ensemble was, yet being critiqued so directly was mortifying. At the same time, he felt a slight relief. She seemed to harbor no immediate malice. Who are you? Qin Kailan stammered, his voice dry with anxiety, his English thickly accented. What do you want? Me? The woman chuckled lightly, as if she had heard an amusing question. You can call me Catwoman. As for what I want. She leaned forward slightly, as if observing a rare creature. I'm merely curious about that little magic show you just performed. Particularly, how you made Hans's gloves and dagger him disappear. And was that stone arm crafted on site? Panic surged through Qin Kailan. She had seen it. She had witnessed that bizarre moment. The secret within him was his greatest asset, the only thing keeping him alive in this hellhole. He could not allow anyone to discover it. I don't know what you're talking about. He instinctively tried to hide the heavy stone arm behind him, but the gesture only drew more attention. What disappearance? They just scared themselves away. Oh, is that so? Catwoman elongated her words, clearly disbelieving, but I distinctly saw those bricks and metal sheets fly to your hand as if magnetized, and then bang. They transformed into this. She pointed with her gloved finger at his armor. This isn't ordinary street magic, boy. It's almost like magic, or some technology I've never encountered before. Qin Kailan's scalp prickled, his mind racing for excuses, yet it was a blank canvas. He was not adept at lying, especially under such pressure before a woman as astute as her. Seeing his flustered demeanor only seemed to amuse Catwoman further. She ceased her advance, casually leaning against the wall beside her. Relax, she said in a nonchalant tone. I'm not with the GCPD, nor am I a meddlesome vigilante. I'm not particularly interested in your little secret, as long as it doesn't cause me trouble. She paused before adding, at least for now, you've merely dealt with a few noisy stray dogs, and I ought to thank you for quieting this alley a bit. Hearing this, Qin Kailan's tense nerves began to ease slightly. It appeared she was not here to enact justice. However, Catwoman's tone shifted, her gaze sharpening. You seem unfamiliar. And with that appearance of yours, TSK, it looks like you just sprinted out of some greenhouse, unaware that this is Gotham. Qin Kailan managed a wry smile. There was no denying it. I had just arrived here, he mumbled. Clearly, Catwoman's gaze swept over his thin t-shirt and shorts, as well as his incongruous stone arm. "Welcome to Gotham. I hope you enjoy the thrilling nightlife here." Her words dripped with evident sarcasm. "Listen, boy," her tone grew slightly more serious. "Regardless of how you got here or what's happened to you, here's some advice. In Gotham, conspicuous and unique newcomers like you, especially those with such eye-catching tricks, typically don't last more than 3 days." Qin Kailan's heart sank once more. Either they're devoured by greater villains or singled out by the Bat, tossed into Blackgate Prison or Arkham Asylum. Catwoman shrugged. "That place is far worse than you can imagine." The Bat? Was she referring to Batman? Qin Kailan recalled the name the thugs had shouted as they fled. He was indeed in this world. Noticing the unmistakable fear flash across Qin Kailan's face, Catwoman seemed pleased. So, she stepped forward again, slowly circling him as if appraising an item for sale. "You need to learn to conceal yourself or become strong enough that no one dares to mess with you." Her gaze fell once more on the armor, and that little trick of yours, while it seems rather shabby, appears to have some utility. Hans certainly didn't hold back earlier. Qin Kailan remained silent, unsure of how to respond. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts: Gotham, Batman, the Catwoman before him, and the giant cauldron within him. The influx of information was overwhelming. He needed time to process it all. Catwoman circled back to him and suddenly extended her finger, gently tapping a piece of rusted metal on his armored gauntlet. Ding ding. The crisp sound echoed through the alleyway. "The hardness is acceptable, but it is quite unsightly, and it appears rather inflexible," she critiqued, resembling a fastidious artisan. "Can you only transform into a hand? Can't you form a complete body? Or perhaps something else? For instance, a little gadget that can pick locks?" Qin Kailan was taken aback. Something else? A complete form? He had only considered defense before and had never attempted such transformations. Moreover, her criticism of his appearance struck a nerve. Who wouldn't wish for their abilities to be both formidable and aesthetically pleasing? It seemed that Catwoman's words sparked a flicker of inspiration within him, perhaps driven by the pressure of survival and a faint desire to appear more presentable. He instinctively concentrated, attempting to send a vague thought to the cauldron within him. Transform, become more agile, cover more, improve. Buzz. A subtle hum emanated from the cauldron in the depths of his consciousness, a sensation only he could perceive. This time, he distinctly felt the intricate patterns on the cauldron shimmer momentarily. In the next instant, under Catwoman's astonished gaze, the heap of industrial waste covering Qin Kailan's right arm and half of his chest began to move with newfound order. No longer merely a haphazard pile, the bricks, metal scraps, and cement fragments seemed to be intricately manipulated by an unseen force. They swiftly receded from his arm, flowing like a living metallic liquid across his body, instantaneously enveloping his left arm, shoulder, and entire chest and back. Though the materials remained tattered, their form underwent a remarkable transformation. No longer a disjointed assemblage, they coalesced into broader, seamlessly interconnected, and even faintly streamlined plates of armor. The coverage was more extensive, crucial areas were reinforced, and due to the redistribution of materials and structural optimization, the flexibility at the joints improved, no longer rigid and clumsy as before. The entire transformation unfolded in mere seconds. This alteration was less peculiar and more technologically advanced. Qin Kailan was left astonished. He had merely contemplated, and the cauldron had genuinely understood and executed more complex commands. It appeared capable of utilizing and reshaping the materials more efficiently based on his intent. While it still fell far short of being handsome, at the very least, it had transformed from a pile of rubbish into a rough, yet more powerful piece of armor. Catwoman's eyes, concealed behind her mask, sparkled with newfound excitement, brimming with the thrill of discovering a new toy. While she whistled, her tone ignited with interest. Real-time optimization and transformation? Adaptive structural reorganization? This is even more intriguing than I had imagined. This thing has considerable potential. She leaned in closer, nearly pressing against Qin Kailan, scrutinizing the now fluid and stabilized armor, particularly the joints and overall shape, even reaching out to touch the materials that seemed to have become more orderly. Qin Kailan's heart raced at her sudden proximity and her remark about potential. He instinctively stepped back, feeling both uncomfortable with such closeness to a woman and stirred by the possibilities her words hinted at. Potential? Could this heap of scrap hold more promise? Catwoman paused, lifted her gaze, and noticed his face flush with tension, shyness, and a hint of exhilaration, which prompted her to burst into laughter. "Ha ha. Relax, little boy. I have no interest in your hard, rocky skin," she chuckled merrily. "However, you, and your transforming rock skin, are far more interesting than I had anticipated." After a fit of laughter, She gradually composed herself, yet her eyes retained their keen interest. "Hey," she suddenly said, her tone becoming somewhat enigmatic. "Given your appearance, freshly arrived, penniless, and possessing such talent, would you be interested in taking on some work? It would earn you a bit of money for sustenance and allow you to test the quality of your new attire. Perhaps you might even find better materials to make it less unconventional." Better materials? To enhance the armor's strength and appearance. Qin Kailan's head jerked up, looking at her. Her words pierced through to his innermost desires. He had grown weary of this heap of scrap. He yearned for a stronger, more reliable force to survive in this city. Work? In Gotham? With this enigmatic Catwoman? A wave of intense unease gripped him, yet simultaneously, a yearning for power and resources, along with a thrill for unknown adventures, began to blossom within his heart. What kind of work could she possibly mean? Chapter 3. The Cat's Invitation and the Cauldron's Hunger. The words of the Catwoman struck Qin Kailan's heart like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring ripples of intrigue. Work to be done? Superior materials? These two phrases held an irresistible allure in light of his present circumstances. Penniless and ravenous, he was virtually ignorant of this world, relying solely on the enigmatic cauldron of creation within him and the tattered armor he had managed to cobble together. Should he acquire greater power and more reliable protection, his chances of surviving in this treacherous city known as Gotham would undoubtedly increase. But what cost? The woman before him was shrouded in mystery and danger, exuding a playful mockery akin to a cat toying with its prey. The tasks she spoke of were surely not of a legitimate nature. Theft? Robbery? Or something even worse? Qin Kailan's silence and the turmoil etched upon his face seemed to be anticipated by the Catwoman. She did not rush him. Instead, she regarded his hesitation with keen interest, as though watching an engaging performance unfold. What is the matter? She tilted her head slightly, her feline ears swaying gently in the shadows. Are you afraid? What happened to the fierceness you displayed against those three just now? Or do you prefer to linger in this foul alley, awaiting the next welcoming committee? Or perhaps waiting for that great bat to come knocking? The name Batman sent a shiver through Qin Kailan once more. From his exceedingly limited understanding, he knew him to be a staunch vigilante opposed to killing. He had just taken a life, albeit in self-defense. God only knew how that dark night would regard him. Being cast in a prison or mental institution. That would be far worse than death. No longer could he remain passive. He needed information, resources, and a swifter comprehension of this world to bolster himself. Drawing a deep breath of the cold air and suppressing his unease, Qin Kailan raised his head, striving to make his voice sound more composed. What kind of work? Is it dangerous? What is the reward? A smile of approval graced the Catwoman's face, clearly pleased with his response. Rest assured, it's not a grand scene of violence. At least not this time, she replied with a casual tone, though the substance of her words bore gravity. It is merely a simple transfer of supplies. I require someone to draw a bit of attention to create a brief diversion. For you, it serves as a perfect opportunity to test the durability and agility of your shape-shifting stone skin. She paused, her gaze sweeping over his still rough, improvised armor. Then added, as for the reward, that will depend on your performance. At the very least, it will suffice for a few hearty meals and a place to shelter from the elements for a night. If you excel, she elongated her words, her tone dripping with temptation. I know of an abandoned industrial warehouse that may harbor some intriguing scraps, far superior to the bricks and tiles you currently possess. Scraps. Superior materials. Qin Kailan felt the cauldron of creation within him tremble slightly, conveying a vague sense of desire. Could it be that this cauldron had its own inclinations? This revelation stirred his ambition further. Strengthening his abilities was the foremost priority at this moment. Was it merely to attract attention? Qin Kailan confirmed, not wishing to plunge too deeply into crime from the outset. The Catwoman smiled slyly, leaving her words vague. What do you say? Deal? Or do you prefer to ponder the meaning of life here? She allowed him little time for hesitation. In Gotham's night, time equates to opportunity and peril. Qin Kailan glanced at the armor he wore, which barely qualified as such. It was heavy. Standing still earlier hadn't made much of an impact, but now, as he contemplated moving in it, a realization struck him. With his reclusive physique, would he be able to manage? However, just as this thought arose, he distinctly felt a faint warmth emanating from the giant cauldron within him. This warmth differed from the explosive energy of forging. Rather, it was a sustained, subtle infusion permeating his limbs, particularly his muscles and bones. An indescribable sense of strength and endurance was gradually and firmly taking root, as if his body were being imperceptibly transformed and fortified by this enigmatic cauldron, adapting to the additional burden and the exertion to come. Indeed, if this cauldron could forge armor externally, it must also enhance his body internally. Otherwise, what use would it be to encase him in immovable iron? This revelation bolstered Qin Kailan's confidence. He no longer hesitated and nodded resolutely. All right, I'm in. But let it be clear, it's just to attract attention. Wise choice. Boy, Catwoman nodded approvingly. Follow me, and I'll brief you on the simple script along the way. She turned, her silhouette darting like a nimble cat into the alley, moving at a controlled pace, evidently waiting for him. Qin Kailan took a deep breath and stepped forward to keep up. Initially, the weight felt substantial, but soon, the warmth from within the cauldron seemed to quicken its flow, effectively supporting his body and alleviating much of the burden. His steps transitioned from slightly heavy to stable and powerful. Although he was far from light on his feet, keeping pace with Catwoman was no longer a challenge. The sensation of his body continuously adapting brought him a sense of calm. Catwoman was astonishingly familiar with the terrain, deftly avoiding the glow of main roads and the occasional patrol car. Along the way, she succinctly outlined their task. The target was the ATM booth adjacent to the 24-hour convenience store around the corner. Security personnel conducted routine patrols every hour, with intervals of approximately 15 minutes. We need to ensure that machine remains undisturbed until their next round, she instructed. What you need to do is quite simple. She pointed to the small, brightly lit booth at the convenience store's entrance. Stand nearby. Yes, right in the brightest spot. Just create a commotion. Perhaps tap on the glass with your stone arm, or perform a series of calisthenics. The goal is to draw the attention of the store staff and any passersby to you, the peculiar figure. About 3 minutes should suffice. Is it really that easy? Qin Kailan asked, slightly incredulous. Otherwise, what will be the point? Catwoman cast him a sidelong glance. Do you think I expect you to rob a bank vault? A novice must possess the awareness befitting their status. Remember, do not truly vandalize public property unless you wish to attract unwanted attention. It's merely about drawing eyes, understand? I understand, Qin Kailan nodded. It indeed sounded manageable, albeit somewhat embarrassing. Performing a piece of conceptual art under a streetlight? Splendid. Catwoman paused in the shadows, gesturing towards a brightly lit street corner several dozen meters away. That's the spot. Go on, boy. The stage is yours. The timer begins now. With that, her figure receded like a wraith, melding into the wall's shadow as though she had never existed. Taking a deep breath, Qin Kailan felt the warm current surging within him and the chill of his armor against his skin. Bolstered by this sensation, he stepped out of the shadows towards the illuminated protective booth. The confidence instilled by his body enhancement steadied him more than before. The streets were sparsely populated at night. Though the convenience store remained aglow, its interior occupied by a yawning clerk. Qin Kailan's appearance immediately attracted attention. The ensemble of brick dust, rusted metal, and concrete that adorned him was a striking sight, even in a city like Gotham, accustomed to the bizarre. The clerk eyed him warily as he approached the protective booth. He hesitated momentarily, recalling Catwoman's admonition against damaging public property. Ultimately, he refrained from striking it with his fists, instead lifting his arm, covered in rough armor plates, to begin rhythmically tapping on the metallic frame of the booth. Clang, clang, clang. The sound was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the stillness of the night. He endeavored to present himself as a deranged street performance artist or a drunken eccentric. Simultaneously, he felt the invigorating warmth of his enhanced physique surging, sustaining him through this rather absurd endeavor. The convenience store clerk frowned, seemingly communicating through the intercom. Occasionally, passing vehicles slowed, their occupants casting curious and cautious glances in his direction. Qin Kailan's heart raced. This sensation was more unsettling than engaging in a physical confrontation. He felt foolish, yet he endured for the sake of the reward and potential materials. As he continued to tap, he nervously scanned his surroundings, particularly the direction from which Catwoman had vanished. Uncertain of her progress, time ticked away, and after approximately 2 minutes, suddenly, a shrill alarm erupted from within the ATM, shattering the tranquility of the night. Startled, Qin Kailan halted his tapping immediately. The clerk sprang up, his expression shifting dramatically as he reached for the phone, seemingly ready to call the authorities. Wasn't he, it said, not to damage public property? What was the meaning of this alarm? The plan had gone awry. Panic seized Qin Kailan, and instinctively, he considered fleeing. Just then, a shadow darted like lightning from the darkness behind the ATM, swiftly traversing the street before landing deftly beside him. It was Catwoman. In her hand, she seemed to grasp a petite silver toolbox. Plans had shifted. The wind howled. Her tone lost its playful edge, and her speech quickened significantly, clearly indicating that the situation had taken her by surprise. She seized the wrist of the still-dazed Qin Kailan. His touch met with the cold and rough texture of armor, and hissed, "Don't dawdle. Run." With that, she pulled him along and darted into a darker alley nearby. Almost instinctively, Qin Kailan surged forward after her. The clanking of his armor echoed around him. Yet at that moment, the continuous enhancement within him was unmistakably apparent. His legs felt as if they were infused with extra strength. Although his breath was rapid, it remained steady, and he bore the burden of his heavy armor with remarkable resilience, managing to keep pace with the feline figure's agile and swift movements. This was not the stamina of an ordinary homebody. Behind them, the shrill sound of alarm bells, the shouts of convenience store employees, and even the faint echo of police sirens, perhaps a mere illusion, intertwined, spurring them onward. The Catwoman moved with astonishing speed and remarkable dexterity, weaving effortlessly through various obstacles. Qin Kailan exerted himself to the utmost to keep up, his movements far from her elegance, even somewhat clumsy, yet he managed to stay in the race. He felt like a clattering heap of scrap metal, the noise he made potentially waking half the street, yet the surging power within propelled him to persist. Just as they were about to plunge deeper into the alley, Qin Kailan suddenly sensed a strong resonance emanating from a heap of discarded industrial debris to his right, a profound desire, an allure radiating from a rusted, severed steel beam buried within the refuse. His steps involuntarily slowed for a moment, his gaze fixated upon the beam. The yearning of the furnace within him even rendered his throat parched. "Move! What are you staring at?" the Catwoman urged, tugging at him forcefully. Yet in that fleeting instant, as they brushed past, Qin Kailan instinctively extended his armored right hand, grasping the exposed cold steel beam with sudden fervor. A deep hum erupted from within him, more intense than ever before, accompanied by a fervent longing. A powerful suction emanated from his palm. Under the astonished gaze of the Catwoman, that thick, heavy severed steel beam began to soften, disintegrate, and transform into a surging silver metallic torrent, rushing fervently into Qin Kailan's arm and subsequently being absorbed into the great furnace within him. This process unfolded several times faster than the absorption of bricks or sheets of metal, completing in almost an instant. Only remnants of dull, rusted debris remained in place. Furthermore, the armor on Qin Kailan's right arm visibly transformed. The previously rough brick-red and rust-colored surface was swiftly enveloped by a layer of muted, yet solid silver gray. The shape of the armor plates becoming more refined and robust, with even a hint of a cold, metallic sheen emerging along the edges. Though the overall appearance remains somewhat rudimentary, it exudes a rugged beauty distinct from the previous wasteland aesthetic, embodying the raw power of industrial might. To his astonishment, as he inhaled the high-quality metal, a vigorous warmth surged forth from the cauldron, invigorating his body. The fatigue from his earlier exertions dissipated swiftly, the soreness in his muscles eased, and even his senses seemed to sharpen slightly. This cauldron indeed possesses the ability to enhance its host through the absorption of materials. "You!" The Catwoman gazed in disbelief, momentarily forgetting the blaring sirens behind her. "You can consume this too. And it seems you're running even faster now." She keenly observed the transformation in Qin Kailan's state. Qin Kailan himself was taken aback and elated, yet he had no time to explain. "Run." This time, it was Qin Kailan who called out, pulling the still-dazed Catwoman along. The newfound strength propelled him forward, allowing him to drag his heavier, yet more protective, body with even greater speed as he plunged deeper into the encroaching darkness. Behind them, the wailing sirens drew ever closer, while his body, nourished by the cauldron, adapted remarkably to the frantic flight through Gotham. Chapter 4. Healing in the shadows and silent gunpowder. Qin Kailan grasped the wrist of the Catwoman, Selina, as they raced through the labyrinthine alleys of Gotham. The cauldron within him continued to operate, and the invigorating warmth from the newly absorbed steel sustained his legs. allowing him to unleash astonishing power and speed despite the heavier armor he bore. His strides were heavy yet forceful, each footfall resonating with an imperceptible tremor that revealed his extraordinary capacity for burden. Selina, like an agile shadow, followed closely behind. She did not rely solely on Qin Kailan's pull. Rather, her exceptional agility and balance enabled her to keep pace effortlessly, continuously surveying their rear and selecting optimal paths even as they ran. The wound on her left arm, however, inevitably tugged and caused her to occasionally furrow her brow. Left turn, over those boxes. She occasionally whispered guidance, her voice slightly breathless from the exertion. One was a powerhouse, charging forward, while the other moved with the grace of a cat, skilled in stealth, creating a peculiar complement in their escape. Qin Kailan provided the raw force for powerful straight-line dashes and breaking through obstacles, while Selina navigated and avoided the most apparent traps. The clattering of heavy armor echoed in the silent alley, but there was no time to dwell on such matters. Evading their pursuers was of utmost priority. At last, under Selina's guidance, they traversed several complex turns and surmounted obstacles, the sirens behind them gradually fading into obscurity as distance and the convoluted alleys swallowed the sound. This way, inside, Selina deftly broke free from Qin Kailan's grip. Not through force, but with a nimble twist, she slipped into a concealed nook formed by discarded wooden crates and heavy tarpaulins. Qin Kailan followed closely, his formidable frame filling the narrow space, nearly occupying half of it. Once again, they found themselves pressed together in this cramped refuge, their bodies inevitably close. Qin Kailan could distinctly perceive the faint scent of her perspiration, a subtle yet unique fragrance, mingling with the increasingly pronounced metallic odor of blood. The frigid armor contrasted sharply with her soft, warm body, inducing a sense of discomfort within him, prompting an instinctive urge to retreat. Though the confines of their surroundings constrained him, Selina appeared utterly unfazed by their physical proximity. After a brief moment of listening intently, she confirmed their temporary safety, exhaling in relief as she leaned slightly against the wooden crate behind her, drawing in a breath of cool air. The wound on her left arm was evidently protesting against the recent vigorous exertion. "Looks like I've temporarily shaken it off," she gasped, tiny beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her pallor accentuated by the dim light. Lowering her gaze to inspect the injury, she noticed the dark fabric of her fitted attire had absorbed blood, deepening its hue. "You've sustained an injury?" Qin Kailan inquired upon observing her condition. Although her wound was a result of her own miscalculation, and despite his successful completion of the task, a basic level of concern for a fellow companion was only natural. "It's just a minor injury. That wretched machine had a hidden trap with a fuse. I was careless," Selina replied, a hint of annoyance at her own blunder lacing her tone, though she bore no ill will towards him. She fished out a makeshift bandage and a small bottle of antiseptic from a pouch at her waist, attempting to tend to the wound with one hand. Yet her movements were evidently hindered. "Allow me to assist you," Qin Kailan suggested hesitantly. His offer stemmed not from guilt, but from a sense of camaraderie and the inherent duty to help a wounded companion. Selina shot him a glance, her expression a mixture of surprise and scrutiny. She did not respond immediately, but instead observed his right hand, encased in rough, silver-gray armor. "Can you handle that iron claw of yours with a bit more delicacy? I would prefer not to exacerbate my injury." "I'll give it a try," Qin Kailan replied. Somewhat awkwardly, he focused intently, attempting to manipulate the armor on his right arm. The immense vessel of consciousness within him stirred slightly, prompting the steel covering his hand to emit a series of faint clicks as it gradually retracted and reshaped itself, ultimately revealing his original hand and fingers. However, a thin layer of metallic sheen remained on the back of his hand, resembling a unique metallic half-glove. This newfound ability had emerged after he absorbed a segment of steel beam, enhancing his precision in controlling the armor. Witnessing this transformation, Selina's eyes sparkled with renewed astonishment, and she nodded, handing him the antiseptic and bandage. "All right, be nimble, boy." Qin Kailan accepted the items, approaching with utmost caution. He carefully tore away the fabric surrounding her left arm's wound, unveiling a shallow, yet bleeding gash. He meticulously cleaned the injury with antiseptic, his movements somewhat clumsy but deliberately gentle. In the process, they were drawn close together, and he could even sense the warmth of her body and the slight tremors that rippled through her from the pain. The atmosphere grew subtly charged, with only their soft breaths and the sound of the antiseptic swabs breaking the silence in their secluded refuge. "What was that alarm you set off earlier?" Qin Kailan inquired softly, seeking to dispel the lingering awkwardness. "I simply made a mistake," she replied. Selina pouted slightly, seemingly displeased, as the security company had recently upgraded their systems, concealing a hidden pressure sensor that I failed to detect. However, it mattered little, for the target had already been secured. She patted the silver toolbox that lay discarded nearby. "What's inside?" inquired Qin Kailan, curious. "Just a small chip. Someone is offering a handsome price for it." Selina replied vaguely, clearly unwilling to elaborate further. Instead, she redirected the conversation back to him, asking, "What was that about earlier? Did you consume that steel beam? What exactly is your ability?" Her gaze was intense, brimming with inquisitiveness. Qin Kailan paused momentarily in his actions, aware that this question would inevitably arise. Faced with Selina's direct stare, he hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose some truths. It seemed impossible to conceal everything, as that would hinder the trust he sought. Yet revealing all could prove perilous. "I can decompose certain materials." He opted for a relatively vague explanation, meticulously wrapping bandages around her arm before crafting protective armor from them. "Just like you see here." He gestured to the armor adorning his body and hands. "Decompose and manufacture," Selina repeated, her eyes glimmering. "Is it akin to alchemy? Or some form of molecular recombination? Do you need to make contact to achieve this?" "Something like that. Contact is necessary, and it seems I have a particular affinity for metals," Qin Kailan vaguely acknowledged, omitting the core secret of the immense cauldron within him. "Incredible," Selina murmured, watching as Qin Kailan clumsily yet earnestly secured the bandages, a smile suddenly flickering across her lips. "You know, if certain individuals were to discover your abilities, like the group's technical director Lucius, or worse, that bald lunatic, they would stop at nothing to capture you and dissect you for research." Qin Kailan's hand trembled. "The group? Those names sound somewhat familiar, but I lack specific knowledge. However, the notion of being dissected sent chills down my spine. "I won't allow them to succeed," he whispered, his tone betraying a hint of barely perceptible panic. "Fear not, little one." Selina observed his pale face and, unexpectedly, extended her uninjured right hand to gently pat his metallic-tinged hand, the coolness of her touch mingling with its warmth. "I have no intention of revealing this for the time being. Your human-like, self-propelled scrap recycling capabilities are quite useful, especially since you possess a hearty appetite." Her tone carried the familiar, teasing lilt, yet there was an elusive undertone that suggested something more profound. For now, she regarded him as a somewhat enigmatic, valuable ally, though not overtly threatening, perhaps even harboring a faint trace of trust. At that moment, the myriad treasures within Qin Kailan began to tremble anew, this time transmitting not a craving for materials, but a subtle, directional warning sensation. It was as if an exceedingly dangerous entity was rapidly approaching. Almost simultaneously, a faint yet razor-sharp sound sliced through the air from above. A shadow, akin to a lethal serpent, darted with precision toward Selina's freshly bandaged left arm. The speed was astonishing, nearly exceeding the limits of human perception. Qin Kailan's mind barely had time to process the situation. Instead, the enhanced neural reflexes and instincts bestowed by the giant cauldron reacted instinctively. His right hand, covered with a thin layer of steel, shot forward with remarkable swiftness. A sharp crack echoed as he firmly grasped an object in his palm. The item trembled slightly at its tail, delivering a powerful impact that sent a tingle through his hand, causing the thin steel to emit a faint hum. Both Qin Kailan and Selina cast their gazes downward. Clutched tightly in his grip was a bat-shaped black dart. The chilling metallic texture, the razor-sharp edges, and its distinctive silhouette unmistakably revealed its origin. Selina's complexion instantly darkened, and she murmured, "Damn it, he is here." Qin Kailan's heart skipped a beat. A wave of icy dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Batman. He had truly arrived, and with such a fierce and precise strike. He abruptly lifted his gaze. Not far above, on the back of a Gothic building's gargoyle, a colossal black silhouette seemed to meld into the very fabric of the night, quietly lurking. It remained motionless, Yet the cold eyes beneath the mask stared down at the two hidden below with an emotionless intensity, as if it had already discerned everything. An invisible, suffocating pressure enveloped them like a tangible force. Qin Kailan clutched the cold bat dart tightly, the pain in his palm intertwining with the fear emanating from the dark figure. Just moments ago, they had evaded the police, and now they found themselves within the gaze of Gotham's dark night. This desperate journey was far from over, and this adversary was a true nightmare. Chapter 5. The dark night and the steel of the newbie village. The night breeze of Gotham seemed to stagnate with the arrival of this uninvited guest. Qin Kailan's pupils constricted slightly, his muscles tensing instantaneously. His extraordinary mental acuity allowed him to keenly feel the immense pressure emanating from the black figure before him. It was not merely a physical advantage, but a chilling aura, honed through darkness and tempered by countless trials, as though he were a part of Gotham's very shadows. Instinctively, he positioned Selina a bit farther behind him, an action driven partly by the remnants of his gentlemanly instincts from before his crossing and partly by the stark reality. They were now two peas in a pod, and if this cat-eared maiden were captured, his escape would be equally futile. Wow! Selina gasped softly behind him, a sound mingling pain with awe. She struggled to rise, but the injury to her ankle forced her to inhale sharply and sit back down. Batman's gaze swept across the scene like a palpable force. The shattered walls, scattered bricks, and twisted remnants of steel beams echoed with the piercing sound of alarms. A wounded Catwoman lay in the midst of it all, alongside a stranger clad in shimmering, silvery gray armor that enveloped his right arm and part of his torso. At last, his gaze fixed upon the bat-shaped shuriken firmly gripped in Qin Kailan's right hand, which he had caught barehanded. The new face spoke in a deep, gravelly voice, as if it had been uniquely modulated, carrying a tone of undeniable interrogation and intent. Qin Kailan's mind raced. To confront him head-on? That would be folly. After all, this was Batman, and challenging a master straight out of novice territory was akin to courting death. To concede? That seemed equally unfeasible. To flee? Evading Batman with an injured companion in tow was an insurmountable task. What if I were to claim that we are Gotham's late-night environmental volunteers, tasked with recycling scrap metal and perhaps silencing this clattering machine? Would you believe me? Qin Kailan endeavored to infuse a note of levity into his tone. Clearly, Batman did not appreciate his sense of humor. In response, Batman surged forward like a shadow, swift enough to leave behind only a dark afterimage. His steps were silent, yet imbued with lethal precision. Qin Kailan barely registered the opponent's movements. A chilling gust swept toward him, and an overwhelming sense of impending danger sent his adrenaline soaring. Almost instinctively, he crossed his armored right arm in a defensive stance before him. A dull yet resonant thud echoed as Batman's assault struck. His attack was not one of brute force, but rather a masterful blend of speed, timing, and technique. A sidekick, as swift as a bullet, landed precisely at the moment Qin Kailan's center of gravity tilted forward, targeting the most theoretically unstable junction between his arm and shoulder armor. The force penetrated through the armor, delivering a resonant shock and a clever leverage effect. Qin Kailan felt a sharp impact seeping through the seams of his armor, causing his arm to go numb as his body uncontrollably staggered backward. The soles of his boots screeching against the ground as he slid back 2 to 3 meters before barely regaining his balance. A distinct shoe print indented the spot on his arm guard where he had been kicked, yet it remained intact. The internal flow of his energy surged tumultuously from the impact's finesse. Damn, this technique is formidable, Qin Kailan thought in astonishment. Had it not been for the recent absorption of steel beams that reinforced both his body and armor, the penetrating force of that kick would have surely dislocated his joints. Batman's brow, concealed beneath his mask, seemed to twitch imperceptibly. The hardness and integrity of his opponent's armor exceeded his expectations. His powerful kick had merely sent Qin Kailan sliding back without causing him to lose balance. Yet he did not relent. With relentless precision, Batman's assault continued, each strike, fist, finger, elbow, knee, executed with remarkable accuracy, targeting the body's most vulnerable joints, nerve clusters, and the weak points in the armor's defense. His combat prowess surpassed any thug Qin Kailan had ever encountered. It was an art of slaughter forged through the essence of countless martial disciplines, honed to perfection. Qin Kailan possessed immense strength and newly acquired armor, yet found himself utterly overwhelmed in the realm of combat skills. He resembled a novice soldier wielding a cumbersome shield, utterly clueless on how to defend, relying solely on his enhanced reflexes and the formidable sturdiness of his armor, appearing exceedingly clumsy. The clashing of metal and the sound of flesh meeting flesh resonated incessantly. Qin Kailan was incessantly struck, although most attacks were absorbed by his armor. The shockwaves and penetration from precise strikes rendered him acutely uncomfortable. A few blows managed to breach his armor's defenses and landed upon his body, inflicting pain that pierced through him, akin to being struck at vital points. A swift hand strike slipped past his arm guards, accurately targeting the nerve cluster in his shoulder, eliciting a muffled groan as searing pain and numbness coursed through him, nearly causing half of his body to give way. "Armor kit," Selina exclaimed anxiously. Batman, seemingly with eyes in the back of his head, dispatched a small, miniature electric throwing dart that silently landed before her, exploding into a small arc of blue electricity, laden with warning. "Damn this technical freak," Qin Kailan mentally raged. This is akin to a high-level player tormenting a novice village. Yet amidst this passive onslaught, the universal forging cauldron within him operated at an unprecedented speed. It not only digested and absorbed the analytical data from the bat dart he had just caught, but also recorded and analyzed Batman's inhumanly terrifying attack patterns, force application methods, and even some characteristics exhibited by his dark suit. Batman, increasingly alarmed, noted the astonishing defensive capabilities of this young man. The simplicity of his armor surpassed all expectations. Moreover, the opponent's learning speed was eerily rapid, initially relying almost entirely on instinct to block. He began to exhibit semblances of predicting and evading some of Batman's combos after just a few exchanges. Although still immature, such adaptability and evolutionary speed were far from ordinary. It cannot be prolonged. Batman resolved to swiftly conclude the battle. Utilizing a feint, he expertly lured Qin Kailan into shifting his center of gravity, unleashing his true lethal move, a high-voltage electric bat dart aimed directly at his opponent's face. This strike was both swift and devious. Qin Kailan, exhausted from his previous efforts, yet lacking new strength, found himself on the brink of being struck. In a moment of dire urgency, Qin Kailan's intuition surged. His tightly clenched right hand suddenly opened, launching the initially caught bat dart, now preliminarily analyzed by the universal forging cauldron as a flying knife. Clang! The two bat darts collided mid-air with precise accuracy, erupting into a small burst of sparks, both ricocheting off. In that instant, even Batman's movements paused momentarily. Clearly, he had not anticipated that his dart would not only be caught, but also so precisely intercepted amidst such fierce combat. Now was the moment. Qin Kailan seized the fleeting surprise of mere milliseconds. Without hesitation, he swung his right arm, clad in armor, with all the reinforced strength and weight of his armor, delivering a devastating punch against the nearby support pillar. Boom! Bricks and stones erupted. The entire roof trembled violently. This punch embodied the entirety of his enhanced power and the formidable weight of his armor, unleashing extraordinary destructive force. In order to maintain equilibrium, Batman was compelled to take a slight step back. "Catwoman, move!" Qin Kailan bellowed, pivoting sharply to lunge at Selina. His intention was not to attack. Rather, in that fleeting moment, he seized her around the waist with fervor. Concurrently, his mind raced. The ancient cauldron within him rumbled. The residual materials absorbed from the discarded steel beams, combined with the preliminary analysis of the bat-shaped shuriken, revealed vague characteristics of shock absorption and resilience. Alongside the inherent qualities of the aged structure beneath his feet, comprised of brick and concrete, these elements were fervently extracted, fused, and forged. No longer confined to his right arm, a rudimentary suit of armor sprang forth, encompassing a larger surface area, yet markedly thinner and coarser, radiating a blend of gray and silver luminescence as it enveloped his torso and legs. The armor's design was archaic, even somewhat cumbersome, with faint brick patterns and a metallic sheen adorning its surface. The weight surged dramatically, causing the rooftop beneath him to fracture instantly. "You," Selina, cradled in his arms in a princess hold, was so taken aback that she momentarily forgot the pain in her feet, her eyes widening beneath her mask. With no time to elucidate, Qin Kailan clutched Catwoman and charged towards the edge of the rooftop, which he had previously compromised with a powerful blow. Seeking to escape? Batman's icy voice drew near, his black cape billowing like a dark deity. Yet, Qin Kailan flashed a grin in his direction, though the expression was somewhat distorted by pain and exhaustion. Batman, let me share a secret. I am actually your long-lost fan. Before his words could fully resonate, he leapt into the air, not towards the adjacent rooftop, but directly into the fragile side wall of the dilapidated building beneath him. With a resounding crash, in Batman's momentary astonishment, Qin Kailan, clad in the newly forged armor, possessing both brick-like shock absorption and the strength of steel, barreled through the wall like a cannonball. Disappearing into the cloud of dust that erupted from the structure, Batman rushed to the edge, peering down to see only the gaping hole and the swirling dust, accompanied by the sounds of debris crashing and heavy objects hitting the ground, quickly fading into the distance. His multifunctional visor swiftly switched to thermal imaging mode, but the interference from dust and structural elements severely compromised visibility, allowing him to discern only two indistinct heat sources rapidly descending within the building. He stood still, his dark silhouette resembling a statue against Gotham's crimson skyline. The night breeze rustled his cape. He did not pursue immediately. The young man's astonishing method of donning armor and his reckless escape tactics were beyond his expectations. The mysteries surrounding that young man were too numerous. He slowly bent down, retrieving the latest model of bat-shaped shuriken that Qin Kailan had discarded, now slightly warped and deformed. Upon the shuriken, several faint fingerprints were discernible, evidence of the force exerted when it was caught barehanded. Glancing once more at the damaged wall and the peculiar fragments of mingled materials, a fusion of brick dust and metallic particles, remaining at its edge, Batman's expression remained inscrutable beneath his mask. A muted voice, barely audible, inquired, "Material transformation? Energy manifestation? Who exactly are you?" Meanwhile, within the lower levels of the building, Qin Kailan was violently coughing, his hastily crafted brick and mortar armor fracturing upon impact and dispersing into brilliant motes of energy, returning to the ancient cauldron within him. Slumped amidst a heap of discarded boxes and construction debris, he felt as though his bones were about to crumble, the places struck by Batman still throbbing with pain. Selina, cradled in his arms, was not faring much better. Her face was smeared with dust, her cat ears drooping, yet despite the grimace on Qin Kailan's face, a peculiar glimmer of intrigue flickered in her wide, startled eyes. "Hey," her voice rasped. "Were you serious about that fan thing?" Gasping for breath, Qin Kailan rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Of course not. That was just a ruse. How else could I have tricked him for that fleeting moment? Who in their right mind would be a fan of that shadowy sadist?" Selina's expression shifted, but just as Qin Kailan attempted to rise and ponder his next hiding place, a faint tremor coursed through the cauldron of all things within him, an influx of lucid information flooding his mind. It was the feedback from the bat-shaped projectile that had just been completely analyzed. Beyond its basic material composition, it had unveiled an exceedingly faint yet uniquely distinct energy signature, a highly condensed, fear-imbued dark energy. This energy seemed to resonate intriguingly with the shadow energy he had unconsciously absorbed the night he first arrived in Gotham. Qin Kailan's movements abruptly ceased. Chapter 6. Dark echoes and the graceful distance of cats, a cold, weighty resonance rippled through him, akin to a stone cast into a deep well, creating a circle of ripples in the depths of his heart's lake, only to vanish into obscurity. This was not mere sound, but feedback from the cauldron of all things, the bat projectile, thoroughly analyzed, revealed not only intricate alloy components and exquisite structural blueprints, but also a faint yet remarkably unique energy signature. This energy was of the same origin as the shadow energy that permeated the city when he first arrived in Gotham, yet it was profoundly different. Gotham's energy was diffuse, murky, an unconscious background radiation. In contrast, the energy within this bat projectile seemed to be a mark acquired through prolonged immersion in such an environment, resonating, battling, and entangling with the city's deepest darkness countless times, thus manifesting a more concentrated, personalized imprint, imbued with a chilling willpower and an ineffable sense of oppression. Was Batman's connection to this city truly so profound? Qin Kailan felt a surge of astonishment. This level of binding resembled a fateful entanglement. Daydreaming was not a prudent habit. especially after attracting such significant trouble. Selena's voice jolted him back to reality. She managed to stand on one leg, leaning against the adjacent wall. Though her posture was somewhat awkward, her gaze had regained the languid and discerning quality reminiscent of a cat. Perhaps savoring the taste of dancing with bats, or contemplating how to compensate for the damage done to my clothing. She gently tugged at the tear in her coat, a result of her hasty escape and collision. Qin Kailan snapped back to reality, grinning through gritted teeth as he stood up, his body protesting. I certainly do not have a habit of dancing with bats. I merely discovered that I may have unintentionally shared a glimpse of Batman's private collection, and I believe my compensation had already been prepaid, such as serving as your human shield and emergency escape pod. A private collection? He did not seem like the sort who would share with others. He typically evaluated alone and accompanied it with a complimentary orthopedic package. Selena let out a soft, gravelly yet magnetic laugh, adding that what he had just provided could only be considered a down payment, with the interest still quite steep. Can we walk now? Human escape pod? This is hardly a suitable venue for prolonged conversation. Reluctantly, he gestured for her to guide him, the navigator cat. Qin Kailan extended his hand for her to lean on, perhaps due to their shared experience of a frantic escape. He found himself less tense than at the outset and felt a flicker of trust between them. Selena did not hesitate, resting her arm on his shoulder while maintaining just the right distance, enough to lend support, yet not fully leaning on him. To the left, the waste passage of the old textile factory, though the odor was less than pleasant, it was sufficiently safe. The two traversed the darkness in silence, accompanied only by the sound of their footsteps and the distant wail of alarms. After a considerable time, Selena finally spoke again, her tone casual as if commenting on the weather rather than probing a remarkable secret. Speaking of which, your ready-to-wear ensemble is rather convenient. Much quicker than tailor battle gear. She did not directly inquire how he accomplished it, but instead employed an artful, teasing metaphor, indicating her awareness of the unusual aspect while providing Qin Kailan with an exceptionally relaxed segue that he could easily navigate with a light-hearted quip. Qin Kailan sensed this elegant distance and inwardly relaxed. Dealing with intelligent individuals is far more straightforward. Exclusive supply chain, zero inventory, instant customization support. The after-sales service, however, can be a hassle, prone to disassembly. He followed her metaphor, tacitly acknowledging the existence of such abilities without divulging any substantive details. Sounds like a poor cost-performance ratio, Selena remarked, seemingly losing interest in the topic, shifting her focus to a narrow exit. Here we are. Welcome to Gotham's back alley salon, offering complimentary dust, and oh, it appears the previous tenants left behind half a bottle of vintage. They crawled out through a vent into a filthy alley. Selena retrieved her compact, waterproof first aid kit from an exceedingly concealed corner. Turning away, she produced antiseptic, her tone leaving no room for argument. Unless you wish for Batman's signature to become inflamed and festering, that scent is unworthy of my new investment. She cleverly framed the act of tending to his wounds as maintenance of her own investment rather than an act of pure goodwill. Qin Kailan chuckled, complying as he turned around and removed his tattered shirt. Selena's handling of the situation was swift and professional, devoid of any superfluous touches or words. Thank you, he said. You're welcome. The bill will be sent to you. She tidied her belongings with graceful efficiency. So what are your plans, burden artisan? Will you continue to ascend the spotlight of Batman's watch list? Qin Kailan rubbed his aching shoulder and replied earnestly, I need to upgrade my supply chain. He employed her metaphor. Oh, do you require a procurement guide? Selena arched an eyebrow. For instance, where might one procure, say, specialized steel? Her intelligence network and acumen were on display, as she almost instantly grasped the subtext of his need for materials and proactively offered direction. Qin Kailan felt a flicker of intrigue. Do you have connections? Cats always know which kitchen's back window is left ajar, she replied with a sly smile, casting a tempting bait. I've heard that Black Mask is particularly interested in a shipment of seafood arriving soon, which seems to contain some exceptionally tough items. He has even dispatched considerable manpower to receive it. The risks were immense. Yet, the opportunity presented by snatching food from Black Mask's mouth was equally monumental. As Qin Kailan weighed his options, an innate sensation from within, the universal forge, seemed to resonate with his intense desire to acquire superior materials, along with the energy from the recently absorbed bat-throwing star imprint and the shadows of Gotham. Suddenly, it began to operate spontaneously, albeit faintly. The forge trembled lightly, attempting to meld those two distinct yet similar energies. In the next moment, a series of exceedingly vague, fragmented images, as if plagued by intense interference, surged into Qin Kailan's mind. Cold, murky seawater enveloped in thick fog, a massive, indistinct silhouette of a ship, a non-human, deeply unsettling low growl, and a chilling, ravenous sense of being watched. Ugh! Qin Kailan abruptly clutched his head, the visions vanishing as quickly as they appeared, leaving behind an indescribable feeling of nausea and dread. This unexpected reaction instantly alerted Selina. She took a half-step back, instinctively adopting a defensive posture, her previously languid gaze now sharpened with concern. "What is wrong with you?" Gasping for breath and paling, Qin Kailan raised his head, his gaze piercing as he looked at Selina, his voice tense. "What exactly was on that ship you just mentioned?" Selina, taken aback by his vehement response and ashen complexion, hesitated momentarily before recalling. "I'm not entirely certain, just that there are rumors among the lower decks. They say that ship has been behaving oddly lately, with fog on its route that seems abnormal, and strange noises are often heard." Qin Kailan's heart sank. Was the image just relayed by the Universal Forge a reflection of that cargo, or was it something attached to it? It seemed Black Mask's acquisition was far more complex than mere hard goods. Chapter 7. Names, Cat Lairs. And deep-sea bait, the putrid air of the alley seemed to freeze for several seconds, thickened by Qin Kailan's intense reaction and pallid visage. Selina Kyle maintained a defensive retreat, her feline eyes sharply scrutinizing him in the dim light, the earlier hints of languor and jest having vanished without a trace. "What's going on with you?" Her voice dropped, laced with palpable vigilance. "Don't tell me you've suddenly developed a seafood allergy." Qin Kailan vigorously shook his head, attempting to dispel the unsettling, cold remnants and the sensation of being observed that lingered in his mind. He inhaled several breaths of the musty air, feeling the rising nausea subside slightly. "If your information is accurate," his voice emerged somewhat hoarse as his gaze refocused, a glimmer of mingled trepidation illuminating his eyes. "That batch of goods is likely more extraordinary than we anticipated. Extraordinary enough to make me uneasy, yet also extraordinarily intriguing." He licked his parched, cracked lips, his expression resembling that of a prospector who had discovered a rare vein of, or rather than a prophet of impending doom. Selina furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Qin Kailan as if assessing the veracity of his words. Yet, the physiological reaction he had displayed moments ago, coupled with her instinct for the unusual, hinted that this matter was anything but simple. After a brief silence, she gradually relaxed her guarded stance. For something to pique the interest of a person who just faced off against Batman, without flinching, she elongated her tone, a mischievous glint returning to her gaze. "Its value must be considerable. That lunatic in the black mask certainly knows how to select collectibles." She paused, making a decision. This was not the time to discuss potential worth. "Follow me." This time, she refrained from mentioning the safety house being off-limits. Clearly, the information that Qin Kailan had divulged, along with the value he himself exuded, compelled her to elevate the stakes of this investment. Under Selina's guidance, the two resumed their movement, ultimately halting behind an old apartment building. They entered through a concealed door camouflaged as a wall, leading to a narrow, ascending metal staircase. "Welcome to the Cat's Cradle." Selina sidestepped to let Qin Kailan ascend first, her tone tinged with a hint of pride. "It's relatively quiet for now." The so-called safe house was a small attic on the top floor, ingeniously transformed. A large skylight and a hidden floor-to-ceiling window offered a view of the rooftops of the city. The furnishings were simple yet stylish, suffused with a subtle, unique fragrance that belonged to Selina. "Find yourself a place to sit. There's water in the fridge." Selina busied herself at the workbench, tending to the slightly loose bandage around her ankle. Qin Kailan surveyed the cozy enclave, his taut nerves beginning to relax. He retrieved 2 bottles of water, offering one to Selina before seating himself on a cushion opposite her, taking long gulps. Silence enveloped the attic, yet was not particularly awkward. After a while, almost simultaneously, they both lifted their heads to regard one another. So, they began in unison, then halted abruptly. Selina tilted her head, gesturing for him to continue. Qin Kailan cleared his throat. "Qin Kailan." He enunciated his name clearly in Mandarin. "You may call me Qin." Selina's enchanting green eyes sparkled momentarily, as if savoring the exotic name on her tongue. Qin attempted to pronounce it, slightly awkward, Selina Kyle. However, I surmise that the moniker Catwoman might resonate more melodiously with you. She mischievously blinked. Catwoman. Qin Kailan nodded, truly befitting. This simple exchange of names felt akin to an intangible pact, subtly advancing their makeshift alliance a step forward. So, Qin, Selina drawled, her tone languid. Now that you have procured the medicine, what precise plans do you harbor regarding the intriguing goods that caught your interest? Merely to take a glance? Or perhaps something more? Qin Kailan offered a faint smile, tinged with resignation, yet predominantly resolute. In China, we have a saying, since one has come, one cannot return empty-handed. If these peculiar entities ought not to exist in this world, they should be utilized to their fullest, rather than fall into the hands of those lunatics in the black masks. Quite reasonable. Selina seemed to admire this unabashed sense of purpose. I like it. Tomorrow night, or the early hours of the day after, at Dock 3 of the old shipyard, the territory of the black masks, heavily fortified. Should you wish to stir some chaos in your master's collection room, I would gladly act as your guide and distributor. She proposed a profit-sharing arrangement. Deal. Qin Kailan acquiesced promptly. Once the task is accomplished, the materials will be mine, and the other valuables will belong to you. Thus, their collaborative intent, based purely on the exchange of interests, was firmly established. In the following moments, they briefly discussed their preliminary plan. Selina would be responsible for gathering more detailed defense schematics and vessel information, while Qin Kailan needed to quickly recuperate his strength. Their deliberation concluded, fatigue washed over him. Without hesitation, Qin flung himself onto the inviting couch. Good night, partner. May your interests bring us fortune, rather than yet another order for a Batman-themed orthopedic package. Selina yawned, dimming most of the lights. Qin Kailan closed his eyes, listening to the soft, rhythmic sound of Selina's breathing nearby. Just as he was on the verge of drifting into slumber, a faint vibration emanated from within, a reverberation of the universal crucible. This time, there were no blurred images. Only a brief yet decidedly clearer fragment of sound resonated deep within his mind. Thud, 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 slow and heavy, as if some colossal heart was pulsating in the depths of the ocean. Following, there was a sound that seemed capable of freezing one's soul, filled with primal hunger and chilling cold. Qin Kailan abruptly opened his eyes, fully awake. Did that sound originate from the crucible? Was it echoing based on the energy it had absorbed previously? Or had that entity drawn near enough for the ancient vessel to directly perceive its frequency? Silently, he sat up and gazed toward the direction of Gotham Harbor. The night was thickening, a tumultuous blend of intense yearning and profound unease intertwined within him. Yet ultimately, the fervor for the unknown material eclipsed all else. He had to go, for he understood that the world of American comics was rife with irrational dangers, and he must strengthen himself before peril approached. Chapter 8. Shadows of the Dock and Whispers of the Deep. The nights in Gotham are never devoid of flavor. A cocktail composed of refuse, rust, and an indefinable, lingering stench of decay belonging to sin. The old shipyard district intensifies this concoction to an even more potent degree. Qin Kailan crouched in the shadow of an abandoned gantry crane, feeling the briny sea breeze attempting to invade his nostrils. He was clad in a makeshift armor of brick and concrete camouflage, fashioned from discarded bricks and concrete debris scavenged along the way. This armor provided minimal protection. Its primary function was to blend seamlessly with the surrounding dereliction, offering basic thermal concealment, a small trick he acquired from analyzing the Batarang and shadow energy through the Universal Forge. While it was not true invisibility, it sufficed to make him difficult to detect by ordinary individuals and low-level sensors in a static state. Are we really out here in the dead of night, braving the sea breeze just to indulge your peculiar hobby? A voice, slightly husky yet irresistibly magnetic, reached Qin Kailan's ears through a miniature earpiece, laced with her characteristic feline-like languor. Selina Kyle was just below him in another shadowy spot, nearly indistinguishable from the environment, with only her goggles reflecting a hint of light when she turned. Let me clarify, Selina, it is in our mutual interest, Qin Kailan murmured, his gaze scanning the dimly lit Pier 3 below. There a few seemingly half-dead freighters lay anchored, while several men in black suits, evidently not dock workers, patrolled, their waistbands conspicuously bulging. You seek jewels and other valuables, while I pursue, well, unique scrap. A fair exchange for our respective needs. Easy for you to say. What could possibly spark your interest other than mere scrap metal? Catwoman's voice held a note of caution. It was laced with the thrill of engaging in a high-stakes game. With your knack for conjuring things out of thin air, do you sense something particularly special this time? She opted for a more ambiguous inquiry, clearly recalling Qin Kailan's previous evasive explanation about his decomposition and creation, wisely refraining from delving deeper into its underlying principles. Qin Kailan turned his attention inward, reflecting upon the universal forge that floated quietly within him. Ever since he merged with the unique energy imprint from Batman and Gotham's inherent shadow energy, the forge seemed to have grown more attuned to certain anomalies. At this moment, it emitted a deep, prolonged hum, akin to the heartbeat of a slumbering behemoth, emanating from the depths of the dock, specifically the most poorly maintained cargo ship, the Leviathan. Simultaneously, a clearer, fragmented perception intertwined with the hum, a cold, slick sensation, an inhuman, low growl, as if frozen in the bleakest of winters for millennia. A deep green, pulsating light resembling some living organ. An insatiable hunger, endless hunger. This sensation was anything but welcoming. Qin Kailan furrowed his brow. Yet the vessel itself conveyed more than just a warning. It exuded an almost insatiable desire, as if it harbored exquisite delights within. The sensation grew increasingly unsettling. Qin Kailan spoke candidly, omitting certain details. The sea demon, akin to a refrigerator housing a ticking time bomb, was both frigid and perilous. Nevertheless, an instinct whispered to him that what lay within was far from ordinary. "Oh, it seems this adventure is worth the price of admission," Selina chuckled lightly, noting the patrol shift lasted 3 minutes and 12 seconds. There's a visual blind spot to the left, a narrow path through the container yard. "Shall I proceed first while you provide cover, as per our usual arrangement? You go ahead. I'll bring up the rear. If anything arises, I can create a diversion to draw fire." Qin Kailan flexed his wrist, the sound of his brick-like armor scraping lightly against itself. His body, reinforced by steel beams, instilled him with newfound confidence in this stealth operation. "Ah, truly a noble man," Selina teased, her tone tinged with mischief. "No, merely my intuition warns me that a reckless approach could yield more trouble than profit," Qin Kailan retorted, his expression impassive. "And if you were to fall here, from whom would I claim my payment?" "TSK, such a pragmatic fellow," Selina remarked. Almost simultaneously, a nearly invisible shadow slipped into the darkened expanse of the container area, moving with an astonishing grace. Qin Kailan inhaled the icy air deeply, centering his focus. The hum of the vessel gradually transformed into a unique perceptive ability that radiated outward from him. He observed Selina, agile as a phantom, weaving between obstructions, perfectly evading the gaze of the patrollers. He could hear the guards' mundane chatter, predominantly complaints about the weather and their boss, the Black Mask. He even faintly sensed several powerful life forms resonating within the sea demon, alongside a number of eerily cold, silent objects exuding ominous vibrations. This newfound ability proved quite useful. Was it due to the energy imprint left by that Batman fellow? That man seemed to roam the shadows of Gotham incessantly, transforming into its very own human radar. 3 minutes and 10 seconds later, Qin Kailan descended from the Dragon Gate, landing soundlessly and swiftly following the path Selina had forged. His enhanced physical coordination allowed him to execute movements he had once deemed impossible. The two of them, like intertwining shadows, rapidly approached the sea demon. The freighter lay languidly at the dock, reminiscent of a deceased whale, emanating a potent scent of fish and oil. The guards were primarily stationed at the hatch and the forward deck. "The cargo hold is below," Selina's voice murmured again, low and measured. "There's a ventilation shaft we can use to descend, though it's quite narrow. And the stench down there is even more pungent, mixed with the scent of disinfectant. Quite odd." Selina's tone reflected a hint of distaste. "I'll clear the way," Qin Kailan asserted without hesitation, stepping towards the vent, placing his right hand upon the rusted iron mesh. As a thought crossed his mind, the universal forge trembled slightly, and the iron mesh disintegrated in an instant, transforming into the most fundamental materials that were stored away without a sound. "Every time I witness this disassembly, it seems remarkably efficient," commented Selina. "It's a basic operation, Qin Kailan replied, as he first ventured into the ventilation duct. The inner walls of the duct were icy and coated with grease, yet he remained unperturbed, clad in his rough brick-and-mortar armor. The Forge's perception was sharper in the enclosed space. He could discern the layout of the cargo hold below, which was cluttered with wooden crates and metal containers, with several energy reactions concentrated in one corner. At the end of the duct lay another vent, leading directly to the expansive cargo hold. The two descended silently, concealing themselves behind a pile of wooden crates. Indeed, the air within the cargo hold was even colder, the scent of disinfectant mingling with an indescribable, almost tomb-like staleness that was nauseating. The lighting was dim, with only a few emergency lights casting a faint glow. Their objective was clear. At the center of the cargo hold stood several distinctly different metal containers, secured by special brackets, interconnected with thick cables leading to several low-functioning refrigeration units. An abstract black skull logo adorned the exterior of the containers, a trademark of the enigmatic Black Mask. To their surprise, two individuals stood beside those containers. One was clad in a white lab coat, reminiscent of a scientist, engrossed in recording data on a tablet while muttering incessantly. The other, a towering figure in a black tactical vest, cradled an oversized rifle, unmistakably a high-ranking guard. The activity remains stable. The low temperature effectively suppresses energy dissipation, a marvel of biological and mechanical integration. The scientist's voice intermittently echoed. "Enough chatter, Doctor. Finish your recording and let us get out of this hellish cold," the guard impatiently urged, his gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Qin Kailan exchanged a glance with Selena. "There's a dedicated guard. This complicates matters." Selena gestured with her hands, implying that she could create a diversion to draw the guard away, allowing Qin Kailan to seize the opportunity to control the scientist and access the containers. However, Qin Kailan shook his head. His gaze remained fixated on the containers, his internal forge unusually active, driven by a primal urge to consume and assimilate what lay within. Yet, simultaneously, the foreboding warnings from the forge reached a zenith, the icy sensation of danger becoming almost palpable, sending shivers down his spine. Extremely dangerous, yet exceedingly tempting. Just as he weighed the risks of a bold attack against waiting for a more opportune moment, a sudden disturbance occurred. A dull thud reverberated from within one of the containers, as if something had collided heavily against the metallic wall. Both the scientist and the guard jumped in surprise. "What was that?" The guard immediately aimed his weapon at the container. I don't know." The scientist appeared flustered. "The readings show no anomalies. Could it be an internal structure?" Before he could finish his sentence, a series of even louder and more frantic thuds echoed through the hold. The thick metallic walls of the box visibly bulged. "Good heavens! Is there something alive inside?" The guard's expression changed dramatically as he instinctively took a step back, the barrel of his gun trembling slightly. The scientist nearly dropped his tablet in shock. Impossible. They cannot be alive in a cryogenic state. Suddenly, a chilling sound of metal tearing echoed through the air as the bulging wall of the container was forcefully split open from within. An extremely cold, foul-smelling white mist surged forth. Following this, a massive claw, shrouded in a dark blue hue resembling decayed skin, erupted from the fissure, frantically clawing at the air. The structure of that claw was unlike any known terrestrial creature. "Fire! Fire now!" the guard shouted in terror, pulling the trigger. The deafening gunfire shattered the eerie silence of the cargo hold. High-caliber bullets struck the container, creating a shower of sparks and a series of dents. Yet they seemed incapable of truly harming the creature within, only serving to further provoke it. More tearing sounds erupted, the fissure widening relentlessly. A monstrous roar, filled with insatiable rage and hunger, exploded from the container, reverberating throughout the cargo bay. The scientist screamed, scrambling backward in panic. The guard emptied his magazine, frantically reloading while glancing in fear at the increasingly visible, emotionless, cruel eyes glowing with a ghostly green light from a crack. "Good heavens, what is that thing?" Selena's voice trembled slightly, instinctively drawing closer to Qin Kailan. She had witnessed the madness of Gotham, but this entity before her emanated a pure malevolence from another realm. Qin Kailan's heart raced, not from fear, but from an almost boiling restlessness within him. The premonition and desire reached a fever pitch. He caught a glimpse of part of the creature's dark blue, decayed skin, its humanoid form grotesque like that of a demon. Fragmented memories flashed through his mind, perhaps from a popular superhero ensemble film. There seemed to be similar hordes called. What was it? Class demons? Yes, that sounded right. In the film, they were bioweapon soldiers from Apocalypse, yet this one appeared colder, more primal, and utterly repulsive. What the cauldron craved madly was the frigid, inhuman energy radiating from that monster, along with the peculiar metals and biological materials contained within its body. A change of plans. Qin Kailan's voice was remarkably calm as he abruptly stood up, his brick-and-mortar armor disassembling and retracting into his body. He needed greater defense and strength. "What are you doing?" Selina exclaimed. "Trouble has arrived. Naturally, it must be dealt with first." Qin Kailan's gaze sharpened, locking onto the creature that was about to break free from its confinement. He certainly wouldn't mention that this was merely a warm-up before the feast. As thoughts raced, the steel materials stored within the cauldron were swiftly extracted and forged into shape. A flash of brilliance revealed a set of silver-gray heavy gauntlets and chest armor, meticulously designed for both defense and strength, enveloping his right arm and the vital areas of his upper body. This was the result of enhancements derived from absorbed steel beams, characterized by robust lines and a cold, metallic sheen. Simultaneously, his left arm was adorned with a lightweight reconnaissance gauntlet, crafted from the previously analyzed bat dart data, infused with certain shadow energy properties, featuring guiding grooves and an adhesive structure in a deep gray hue. "Hey, big fellow!" Qin Kailan shouted at the monster and the paralyzed guard, successfully capturing everyone's attention. Unwrapping isn't done this way. Just as the monstrous creature tore open the container with a deafening roar, poised to pounce on the near scientist, Qin Kailan sprang into action. With a powerful thrust of his reinforced legs, he surged forward with astonishing speed, his silver-gray steel right arm shielding him like a small tank, charging directly at the malevolent beast exuding frigid malice. His intent was clear: to halt it, eliminate it, and then consume it. However, in that fleeting moment of his charge, his peripheral vision caught sight of the scientist, frozen in fear, positioned directly in the path of the creature's lethal claws. Without a moment's hesitation, driven solely by instinct, Qin Kailan subtly altered his trajectory. This slight adjustment allowed him to use his shoulder to propel the incapacitated scientist toward a relatively safe pile of debris, avoiding a collision with the monstrous entity. "Get out of the way. Don't be a hindrance," he barked impatiently, as if merely annoyed by the obstruction. In the next instant, the terrifying 3-meter-tall aberration, having fully freed itself from its restraints, swung its claw capable of rending steel, unleashing a shriek that sliced through the air as it aimed a devastating blow toward Qin Kailan's head. The chill of impending death washed over him. Qin Kailan's pupils constricted as he braced his silver-gray steel right arm defiantly. Clang! The piercing sound of metal clashing resonated throughout the cargo hold. A tremendous force surged through his arm, causing the metallic floor beneath him to dent slightly. He felt the weight of this brute strength pressing down on him. What a formidable force! He gritted his teeth, sensing the violent vibrations from his gauntlet and the bone-chilling cold emanating from the creature's claws. The monster's emotionless, emerald-green eyes bored down on Qin Kailan, and its other claw lifted once more. Meanwhile, within the other special containers in the cargo hold, a series of ominous crashing sounds and roars began to echo. More monsters were about to be unleashed. "Qin!" Selina's startled voice rang out from behind. As Qin Kailan held the creature's claw, feeling the insatiable hunger emanating from the cauldron due to their close proximity, he flashed a grin that mingled excitement with grim determination. "Looks like it's going to be a long night." Chapter 9. The Ice Skeleton Demon and the Sorceress. Clang! The thunderous clang of metal reverberated within the frigid cargo hold. Qin Kailan braced against the violent tremor of the ice skeletal beast's claw striking his right arm, a chilling aura attempting to invade his gauntlet at the point of contact. As if raw strength were not enough, it also possessed a frigid effect. Quite disappointing. Qin Kailan gritted his teeth in frustration, exerting force from his waist to momentarily push the creature's claw aside, swiftly retreating on his nimble feet. The ice skeletal beast let out a roar, its eerie green eyes fixated on Qin Kailan, entirely oblivious to the guard nearby, paralyzed with fear. "Thinking of fleeing? Did you consult me first?" Qin Kailan shot a fierce glance, his left hand's deep gray reconnaissance gauntlet aimed at a rolling metal fragment on the ground. Universal forging ability activated. Decompose. Absorb. Whoosh. A sharply pointed spear materialized in an instant, hurled forth with lightning speed. It struck the door ahead of the fleeing guard with a resounding thud, the spear's tail quivering violently. The guard collapsed with a cry. Stay put. Move again, and I'll aim for your backside. Qin Kailan shouted without glancing back. Roar. The ice skeletal beast lunged again. Relentless. Qin Kailan cursed under his breath, employing agility and perception to dodge, weaving through the stacks of cargo. Qin Kailan, to your left. Selena's voice echoed from above. Another container is about to burst. No sooner had she spoken than a nearby container door groaned. Another frost-laden claw emerging. Qin Kailan's heart raced. A swift resolution is imperative. He rolled to evade the attack, his right hand pressing against the ground, targeting a thick, broken coolant delivery pipe. Decompose. Absorb. The icy special alloy pipe vanished in an instant, greedily devoured by universal forging. The frigid, high-efficiency energy conduction properties were rapidly analyzed and integrated. The ice skeletal beast lunged before him once more. Qin Kailan advanced rather than retreated, his mind racing. Forge. Based on steel, merging the coolant pipe's characteristics. Cold iron armored gauntlet. Buzz. His right gauntlet glimmered with light, its form transforming. The lines became smoother and sharper, adorned with icy crystal patterns, the color shifting to a profound metallic blue, emanating an astonishing chill. Receive my blow, frozen fist. The newly enhanced steel right fist struck with ferocity, crashing toward the claw. Bang! Crack! The ice skeletal beast's claw, rendered frail by the intensified cold, shattered under the tremendous force. Ack! The ice skeletal beast howled in agony, retreating in terror. Oh, it seems you are not so resistant to the cold after all. Qin Kailan's eyes sparkled as he stepped forward. The cold iron-armored gauntlet, launching a fierce assault with an icy gale. Well executed. Selena cheered from above, then cautioned. Beware of the second one. Clang. The second ice skeletal beast burst forth, charging at Qin Kailan. Your opponent is me. You big oaf. Selena chided, launching a high-frequency sonic detonator that struck the second ice skeletal beast's head. Buzz. A piercing noise erupted, successfully drawing its ire. Qin Kailan felt a moment of relief. Focusing on the injured ice skeletal beast, the effects of cold iron-armored gauntlet, proving exceptional as he quickly subdued it. Seizing the opportunity, he deftly sidestepped the assault, delivering a powerful uppercut with his ironclad right fist that struck the chin of the ice skeletal demon with a resounding crack. The sound of bones fracturing echoed as the demon recoiled, its defenses wide open. Qin Kailan swiftly pressed the reconnaissance gauntlet of his left arm against its chest. Decompose. Devour it for me. He summoned all his strength into the universal forge. The frigid and ferocious energy, a blend of exotic biological material and metallic components, was voraciously consumed and refined by the forge, as if a myriad of rivers merged into the ocean. The ice skeletal demon's body shriveled, withered, and crumbled into the purest reserves of material and energy, entirely absorbed by the forge, leaving not a trace behind. All that remained was a peculiar metallic fragment, seemingly its energy core emanating a faint, deep green glow. The universal forge vibrated with immense satisfaction and pleasure, inundating him with a wealth of material data and energy characteristics concerning this ice skeletal demon, further fortifying his physique and significantly enhancing his resistance to and control over the icy attributes of energy. The discordant, frigid will contained within the fragment was effortlessly disregarded by the forge, before absolute power. That impurity was akin to dust swept away in a torrent, swiftly washed away, decomposed, and restored to its most basic nutrients, becoming a part of Qin Kailan's strength. A tremendous boon. Qin Kailan felt invigorated, his gaze fervently directed towards the second ice skeletal demon and the nearby containers from which the sounds of crashing continued to emanate. These were exquisite ingredients. He bent down to retrieve the fragment. Its touch was cold, while the internal energy and structure were irresistibly tempting. The forge conveyed an even stronger craving, urging him to absorb this final essence immediately. Dear friend, if I were you, I wouldn't dare touch that thing right now. Suddenly, a crisp, melodious voice, laced with a hint of theatrical flair, resonated within the cargo hold. Qin Kailan and Selina both startled, turning toward the source of the voice. In the shadows at the entrance of the hold stood a tall, graceful lady. She wore a high-crown top hat and a tailored black tailcoat, complemented by a white shirt and bow tie, holding a cane that resembled a theatrical prop. Her attire was a stark contrast to the cold chaos of the cargo hold. Most strikingly, she wore an exquisite black lace mask that obscured the upper half of her face, revealing a delicate nose, lips painted in vibrant red, and an elegantly contoured chin, all accompanied by a hint of an enigmatic smile. "Good evening, gentlemen, and to you, enchanting feline lady," she said, curtsying gracefully, her voice imbued with a peculiar rhythm. "It seems I have arrived at quite a frosty gathering." Qin Kailan instantly grew cautious, aiming the reconnaissance gauntlet of his left arm at the newcomer, while the chilling aura of his right arm, clad in cold iron armor, intensified. "Who are you? A magician?" he retorted, his mind racing with surprise. "When did this woman appear?" The female magician chuckled lightly, tapping her cane gently against the ground. "Just a passing, enthusiastic spectator. A word of caution, that little candy in your hand might attract unnecessary trouble if consumed." She paused momentarily, her gaze beneath the lace, a mask seemingly capable of piercing through the superficial, landing upon the shards held in Qin Kailan's hand. They bore the remnants of an ancient Dark Covenant's magic, intertwined with an unsettling mark of technological modification. While it might be delectable to you, it serves as a meticulously crafted beacon. By absorbing it now, you're essentially announcing to its master, "I am here. Come and seize me." Dashing armored gentleman, I presume you prefer not to contend simultaneously with an ancient dimensional sorcerer and a deranged interstellar scientist, correct? Qin Kailan's brow furrowed slightly. A beacon? A dimensional sorcerer? An interstellar scientist? The influx of information was rather overwhelming. Yet, this woman appeared devoid of hostility, and her reasoning seemed sound. His Omni Furnace could refine all materials, rendering him unafraid of any tracking or contamination. However, being immediately targeted contradicted his current principle of low-profile development. The furnace craved only the essence of the material itself, unperturbed by such extraneous troubles. Selina too ceased her movements, her intrigue piqued by the sudden shift in the lady's demeanor. "Wow, tonight's guest lineup is truly vibrant. Darling, your performance attire is splendid, but this is hardly the Imperial Theater." The enchantress playfully winked in Selina's direction, despite the eye mask obscuring her view. "Thank you for the compliment, dear. Life is but a stage, is it not?" Her gaze returned to Qin Kailan. "My advice is to discard it immediately." Just as her words lingered in the air, a low hum erupted. The deep green metallic fragment in Qin Kailan's grasp began to tremble violently, emitting a piercing buzz. An uncontrollable surge of deep green light erupted forth, perhaps due to its departure from its host, the Ice Corpse demon, and being stimulated by Qin Kailan's energy, a certain preset mechanism within it was inadvertently activated. A beam of light shot forth from the fragment, striking the ceiling of the cargo hold above. Almost simultaneously, another shard, left by the second Ice Corpse demon, resonated, releasing a beam of its own. The two beams converged, instantly expanding into a twisted, spiraling vortex of deep green energy. A chilling will, far more potent and terrifying than that of the Ice Corpse demon, mingled with an ancient, greedy whisper, surged forth from the vortex like a tide, enveloping the entire cargo hold in an instant. "Oh, what an impolite creature. Can it not wait to take the stage?" The enchantress clicked her tongue, seemingly displeased. Yet her graceful demeanor remained unchanged, her grip on the staff tightening slightly. Selina leaped down from the pile of cargo, her complexion paling as she approached Qin Kailan. "What is this?" That will was cold, vast, filled with indifference towards the life star and an insatiable desire for transformation. It swept over everyone present, ultimately resting upon the shard vibrating violently in Qin Kailan's hand, where the Omni Furnace accelerated autonomously in response to the high-intensity energy source, emanating an exceedingly faint yet fundamentally high-frequency oscillation from him. A nebulous and distorted thought, seemingly forged from the friction of countless cold metals and ancient incantations, attempted to crash into his mind. Beacon activated, high-purity unknown energy reaction locked, coordinates parsed, capture executed. Chapter 10. Magic, Technology, and the Gatling Bodhisattva, this terrifying will. A blend of frigid technology and ancient sorcery crashed upon him like a tangible tsunami, nearly suffocating him. A chilling skin swept across his skin, ultimately fastening onto Qin Kailan, or more precisely, onto the deep green fragment in his hand, pulsating violently like a heartbeat. Harsh structural energy source, lock, execute capture. The twisted thought once again endeavored to penetrate his mind, imbued with an undeniable sense of command. Capture your grandfather, Qin Kailan roared, not out of fear, but from extreme displeasure. The sensation of being scanned and locked onto like an object was utterly abhorrent. Instinctively, he yearned to activate the All Things Forge, to smelt this accursed fragment along with the will behind it. Don't resist. The voice of the sorceress Zatanna resonated in a timely manner, laced with gravity. She had stepped forward, her magic staff tracing a complex symbol glowing faintly in the air. Reverse that impact. An invisible force, gentle yet resilient, enveloped Qin Kailan in an instant, causing the cold thought attempting to invade his mind to collide with a highly elastic wall. Though it did not dissipate entirely, its direct impact was significantly diminished, leaving only an irritating background noise. Qin Kailan felt his mind clear, casting a surprised glance at Zatanna. This sorceress possessed some remarkable skills. "Thank you," he said succinctly, and without hesitation, hurled the scorching deep green fragment towards an empty corner in the distance. If absorbing it would invite trouble, it was better to discard it first. The fragment traced a parabolic arc. However, just as it flew a few meters, a deep green energy chain shot out from the vortex above, precisely ensnaring the fragment and attempting to draw it back into the whirlpool. "Hey, that's my candy," Qin Kailan instinctively exclaimed, his tone filled with anguish. That was high-grade material recognized by the cauldron. "Is this really the time to worry about that?" Selena's incredulous voice interjected. She had adeptly hidden behind a stack of crates, which looked far from benign. Indeed, as the energy vortex sought to reclaim the fragment, its center began to churn violently, coalescing an exceedingly dangerous aura, as if something was about to be projected down. "It's trying to summon something," Zatanna swiftly stated, her staff swinging once more, directed at the energy chain. "Break that chain." A silver magical energy sliced through the green chain like a blade. The chain flickered violently, appearing increasingly unstable, yet it did not sever immediately. Zatanna furrowed her brow slightly. The binding of the contract is deeper than anticipated. "Then forget the chain. Attack that opening." With a thunderous roar, Qin Kailan's mind became clear. If the problem could not be resolved, then he would eliminate the source of the issue. The chill emanating from his cold iron-armored gauntlet surged violently as he smashed his fist into the ground. Boom! A half-man-high metallic fragment, shattered in the previous battle, was sent soaring towards the energy vortex above. However, just as the metal piece approached the vortex, it was effortlessly deflected by the surrounding distorted energy field, crashing futilely against the ceiling. "Ordinary physical attacks are ineffective," Selena shouted, simultaneously using her grappling hook gun to disrupt the reforming light chains. "Physical assault, not viable? Then something extraordinary must be employed." Qin Kailan's gaze hardened as his universal forging cauldron began to operate at an unprecedented speed within him. The immense energy and material data previously absorbed from the ice undead and cooling pipes surged and boiled within the cauldron, reassembling and evolving. Based on the instantaneous analysis of the ice undead's biological structure, the ice energy, and the peculiar metallic and energy characteristics emitted by the fragment, he combined it with his overwhelming firepower to tear apart the rift. The cauldron radiated brilliance, as countless intricate energy patterns flickered across his surface. Forge, merging the attributes of the ice undead, fragmentary gold-cold iron, and shadow energy. Storm Ripper, accompanied by the roar of his will, radiant light converged above his arms. No longer a mere gauntlet, it instantaneously extended, combined, and transformed. In the next moment, a creation embodying the aesthetic of violent power manifested upon his right shoulder. It was an exceptionally rugged, heavy weapon with an otherworldly design. The base firmly secured to his shoulder armor, seamlessly integrating with his cold, iron-armored gauntlet. 6 barrels, shimmering with a ghostly blue chill and deep green energy patterns, formed a terrifying rotating gun array. The The gun body appeared as if composed of frozen skeletal remains. Yet within it resided a roar of energy seemingly from the abyss. The entire weapon exuded an astonishing coldness and a desire for destruction that tore through all. What the hell? Even Qin Kailan himself was taken aback by this formidable creation. He had merely wished for increased firepower, and this cauldron had conjured a shoulder-mounted Gatling gun for him. A frost-laden version of magical technology. This contraption was precisely to his liking. With no time for astonishment, a colossal, menacing silhouette began to materialize at the center of the energy vortex. No matter what kind of fiend it was, it should return whence it came. Qin Kailan laughed maniacally, pouring the surging power within him into the Storm Ripper. The cold, iron-armored gauntlet provided a stable base and energy transmission, while the reconnaissance gauntlet on his left arm rapidly calculated the trajectory and the vortex's weak points. Buzzing. The 6 spinning barrels began to rev up, the ghostly blue and deep green light swirling rapidly, emitting a spine-tingling hum of energy, channeling power to the right. Locking onto the target, Zatanna seemed to have discerned Qin Kailan's intentions as she deftly waved her staff once more. 2 precise streams of enhanced magic cascaded onto the Storm Ripper and Qin Kailan's right arm. The magical energy instantaneously soothed the tumultuous energy flows within the weapon, which had been hastily forged, significantly enhancing its stability and energy accumulation rate. Simultaneously, a simple magical targeting aid was layered upon Qin Kailan's visual perception. He pulled the trigger of his mind. Boom, 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 boom. This was not the roar of gunpowder weapons, but a deeper, more ferocious energy roar. 6 gun barrels spun at an astonishing speed, each rotation unleashing a barrage of condensed azure ice explosive projectiles, their outer edges entwined with tearing deep green energy flows. The ice projectiles, resembling a tempest of metal, were instantly hurled towards the energy vortex above. Upon striking the energy field surrounding the vortex, they did not simply rebound. Instead, they erupted violently. An extreme chill spread like wildfire, attempting to freeze and impede the distorted energy. Following closely, the deep green, tearing energy flailed like countless greedy tendrils, wildly ripping apart the structure of the energy field. Boom, 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 boom. The relentless explosions engulfed the entire cargo hold. Ice shards mixed with dissipating green energy splattered everywhere, leaving the ceiling pockmarked. The energy vortex became visibly unstable, flickering between light and dark, and the massive silhouette that was about to descend grew increasingly indistinct. It's working, Selena exclaimed in delight. Keep it up. Don't stop. Zatanna maintained her enhancement magic, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Clearly, sustaining such a level of support was taxing for her. Qin Kailan gritted his teeth, feeling the energy within him surge forth like an unleashed flood. The All Things Crucible frantically refined the energy it had just absorbed, converting it into ammunition for the Storm Ripper. This device was powerful, yet it was an insatiable consumer of energy. The energy vortex twisted violently, seemingly unable to endure this crude yet remarkably effective energy counteraction and structural dismantling. A flicker of anger surged from within that icy will. Finally, crack, boom. The sound of shattering glass resonated as the entire energy vortex, unable to bear the burden, collapsed inwardly, followed by a violent explosion. A blinding light flashed and vanished. The enormous shockwave forcefully propelled debris around the cargo hold, sending Qin Kailan staggering backward, while the Storm Ripper on his shoulder disintegrated due to the energy overload, transforming into motes of light that receded into his body. Zatanna grounded her staff, conjuring a brief magical shield to deflect the impact. Selena nimbly crouched behind a crate. After the explosion, the ceiling was left with a charred mark, and the vortex, along with that terrifying will, disappeared without a trace. The fragment entwined in the light chain lost its support, clattering to the ground, its deep green luminescence fading entirely, rendering it akin to an ordinary piece of rusted metal. Within the cargo hold, an eerie silence momentarily enveloped the space, broken only by the desultory hum of the refrigeration unit and the increasingly frantic sounds of collisions and roars emanating from the surrounding containers. Clearly, the earlier commotion had thoroughly provoked all the contents within. Is it over? Selina cautiously peered from behind a crate, her heart still racing. Temporarily, Zatanna replied. Her breath slightly labored as she stowed her staff, casting a complex glance at Qin Kailan. Your weapon, though hastily crafted, proved effective. Qin Kailan shook his slightly numb right arm, striving to maintain a nonchalant tone, though his heart was already overwhelmed by the extraordinary creativity and power of the Universal Forge. Indeed, the Gatling Bodhisattva could alleviate all forms of suffering. He approached the dull shard lying before him, bending to retrieve it. At that moment, the fragment exhibited no unusual fluctuations. Its energy and structure seemed to have succumbed to a profound stillness due to the remote activation and abrupt interruption. The Universal Forge emanated a steady yearning, indicating that it could now be safely utilized. However, he refrained from immediate absorption, choosing instead to hold it in his hand and direct his gaze towards Zatanna. Thank you, Miss Magician. Had it not been for you, just now he paused. Though averse to being in anyone's debt, he acknowledged the truth of the matter. It could indeed pose a bit of a predicament. How did you come to be here? And how do you know the particulars of this matter? Zatanna gracefully adjusted her unruffled bow tie and smiled. As I mentioned, merely a concerned bystander. As for my knowledge, she gestured to her eyes, despite being obscured by a mask. It is the instinct of a magician. Combined with a few whispers, I happened to overhear regarding the Apocalypse Star on certain dealings with dark sorcerers. The Apocalypse Star deals with dark sorcerers? Qin Kailan mentally noted these key phrases. So, concerned bystander, what insights do you offer next? Selina approached. Her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized Zatanna. The party has not yet concluded, she remarked, gesturing towards the containers that were now echoing with increasingly loud noises. Just as Zatanna was about to respond, her gaze suddenly sharpened towards the entrance of the cargo hold. Almost concurrently, Qin Kailan's reconnaissance gauntlet and Selina's acute hearing detected a significant number of rapid, synchronized footsteps approaching swiftly, encircling them, accompanied by the sounds of vehicle engines and the ominous clicks of weapons being readied. It seems the host of the party has finally remembered to return and check on his cargo, Zatanna remarked with a hint of sarcasm. It's the man in the black mask. Selina's expression shifted dramatically. By the sound of it, at least 3 vehicles are arriving, with heavy weaponry. The sole exit from the cargo hold was completely obstructed, with more icebound demons about to burst forth and the elite armed forces of the black-masked figure closing in from behind. They found themselves truly trapped. Qin Kailan glanced at the silent shard in his hand, then surveyed the trembling containers around him, finally resting his gaze on Zatanna and Selina. He cracked a grin. In his eyes, rather than fear, a more fervent flame ignited. Insights? It is quite simple. He twisted his neck, producing a cracking sound, and the cold sheen of his cold iron armor glimmered once more. The guiding grooves on his left arm's reconnaissance gauntlet shimmered subtly as it rapidly scanned and analyzed all available materials around him, including the containers themselves. First, dismantle these infernal refrigerators for ammunition. Then charge out. Chapter 11. Dismantling, Breaking Out, and the Descent from Above. First, dismantle these infernal refrigerators for ammunition. Then charge out. Qin Kailan's voice resonated through the chaotic cargo hold, imbued with a near-mad determination. Before he finished speaking, he surged towards the nearest violently shaking special container, like an arrow released from a bow. Hey, are you mad? Selina's exclamation was drowned out by the more frenzied sounds of crashing and roaring emanating from within the container. Trust me, Qin Kailan shouted back without looking, his left arm's reconnaissance gauntlet flashing blue as it swiftly scanned for structural weaknesses in the container and the restless, potent energy source within. But do you have a better idea? Zatanna inhaled deeply, a hint of intrigue curling the corners of her mouth beneath her high-top hat. An intriguing choice. Catwoman, it seems your friend plays by his own rules. She lightly tapped her cane on the ground. And let us buy him some time. She turned to face the entrance of the cargo hold, where heavy footsteps and the sound of gun bolts being pulled back grew increasingly audible. Elegantly, she raised her hands and began to chant a more complex and lengthy incantation, as an arcane wave permeated the air, seemingly brewing a spell of considerable magnitude. Selina glanced at the container on the verge of being breached, then at Zatanna preparing her spell and the encroaching enemies. Her cat ears twitched slightly in tension. Damn it, she muttered, ultimately choosing to trust Qin Kailan's seemingly reckless plan. With a flick of her wrist, several small yet potent smoke bombs and stun grenades slid into her palm. Miss Magician, the entrance is yours. Armored lunatic, you'd better hurry. At that moment, Qin Kailan had reached the target container. The thick metal walls had bulged inward from the violent impacts within, cracks spreading as cold white vapor hissed outward. Now, disassemble. Open for me. Without a moment's hesitation, he spread the fingers of his right hand, clad in cold iron arm armor, and pressed forcefully against the weakest point on the box's wall. Where the energy response was most concentrated, the power of all things forged surged forth. Unlike his previous disassembly of lifeless objects or dead ice skeletal monsters, this time he was dismantling the cage, confining a living creature. Moreover, he was doing so along with the cage and its contents. An unprecedented resistance surged against him. The ice skeletal monster seemed to sense the imminent threat, emitting a desperate and frenzied roar as it crashed violently against the container's walls, striving to thwart the power that threatened its very existence. The container's specially reinforced metal and cooling runes also exhibited a degree of resistance. Qin Kailan grunted, feeling a sudden surge in the consumption of his mental energy and power. Yet his gaze was fierce. Not only did he not cower, but he also fervently urged the cauldron to action. No material could hope to escape. The cauldron within him emitted a resonant hum, as the power of the rules that transcended all things was fully manifested. The metal of the container, the cooling runes, the chilling air within, and even the icy revenant itself, regardless of its form or struggles, were forcibly redefined as mere materials before this overwhelming force. Decomposition, refinement, crackle hum. Amidst a cacophony of excruciating distortion and the buzzing sound of energy being forcibly extracted, the immense, specially fortified container, capable of withstanding heavy firepower, along with the icy revenant poised to break free, vanished before the astonished eyes of Selena and Zatanna, who had just completed her first spell, as if erased by an invisible eraser, leaving behind only a vast void and the lingering chill of energy that had been instantaneously siphoned away. The all things Forge Cauldron operated frantically, greedily absorbing and refining this enormous amalgamation of energy and material properties. The pure energy that was fed back immediately replenished the expenditure, even causing Qin Kailan's aura to surge rather than diminish. Selena's mouth fell agape, her eyes wide with disbelief behind her goggles. She understood that Qin Kailan could decompose and create, but witnessing such a colossal entity containing a terrifying monster vanish in an instant was an unparalleled visual and psychological shock. It was truly remarkable. Even the seasoned Zatanna, with her lace mask, raised an eyebrow in surprise. She sensed that this was not mere spatial transportation, but rather a fundamental annihilation and absorption. This ability was beyond her previous knowledge. 1. Qin Kailan exhaled a breath tinged with coldness. Feeling the surging power within him and the newly acquired stock in the cauldron, his gaze fervently shifted to the next loudest container. The next. Simultaneously, a thunderous bang resounded from the cargo door, seemingly blown open by explosives from the outside. They were coming in, Selena shouted, unhesitatingly tossing all her smoke bombs and stun grenades towards the door. Reversing the flow of time, Zatanna's incantation coincidentally concluded as she pointed her staff at the entrance. It was not true time reversal, but rather a powerful area-wide slowing spell. Dense smoke and piercing noise enveloped the entrance in an instant, while the first wave of black-masked gunmen rushed in, only to find their movement slowed as if caught in a film played in slow motion. Every step, every lift of their weapons became laborious, and their thoughts seemed to lag. This caused tremendous chaos and congestion among the enemies at the narrow entrance. Well done. Qin Kailan laughed heartily, already sprinting toward the second container, replicating his previous method. Decomposition. Another container, along with its icy revenant, vanished in an instant. The energy reserves within the cauldron swelled even further. He could even sense that his understanding of the icy revenant's material properties had reached a new pinnacle, deepening his comprehension of its energy characteristics and structural weaknesses. 2. Without pausing, he lunged toward the third. Outside, the commander in the black mask shouted frantically through the communicator, instructing his subordinates to refrain from crowding, to clear the way using stun grenades and tear gas, and to mobilize heavy weaponry. However, the narrow entrance and Zatanna's peculiar, lethargic spells severely impeded their advance. Within the cargo hold, Qin Kailan transformed into the most efficient unboxer. With each press of his palm, a precious item in the eyes of the Black Mask, along with its container, vanished completely, converting into sustenance for him and the mysterious ancient cauldron within him. As he absorbed the eighth and final special container, an eerie silence enveloped the cargo hold, interrupted only by the hum of the cooling unit and the distant, delayed sounds of gunfire and curses from the entrance. Standing still, Qin Kailan emanated an astonishing wave of energy, a sign of having consumed an excess of high-energy materials without fully digesting them. His gaze was strikingly bright, as if every cell in his body was infused with power. The sensation of having feasted to satiety accompanied a wealth of new material data and newly unlocked blueprint information, including the potential for new armor based on the complete structure of the ice skeleton magical creature. All set, he glanced at the two ladies and grinned. Ammunition was now plentiful. Selina looked at the vast emptiness of the cargo hold and swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the Black Mask. Zatanna furrowed her brow slightly, observing Qin Kailan. How do you feel? She could faintly sense the explosive energy within him, an anomaly indeed. Better than ever. Qin Kailan rolled his neck, the sound of cracking bones echoing. He raised his hands, his mind racing. Based on the immense properties of the ice skeleton magic he had just absorbed, combined with the reinforced metal and abundant ice energy, fueled by a fierce will to break free. Forge, an all-encompassing winter assault battle armor. Buzz, a brilliant ice blue light instantly enveloped him, a grotesque suit of armor, imbued with an otherworldly essence, rapidly covered every inch of his body. The primary hue of the armor was a dark blue, with sharp protrusions extending from the joints resembling the claws of the ice skeleton magic. Its surface was layered, resembling frozen scales, with deep green energy coursing through the gaps. The helmet resembled that of a demon, with eyes gleaming with a chilling azure light. The shoulder plates were robust and spiked, exuding a palpable aura of dread and oppressive ferocity. The moment the armor formed, the temperature in the cargo hold plummeted. Selina instinctively stepped back, slightly intimidated by the aura radiating from the armor. An astonishing transformation. Zatanna's assessment carried a hint of caution. Now, Qin Kailan's voice resonated through the helmet, deep and metallic. It was our turn to counterattack. He abruptly turned to face the cargo hold entrance, still shrouded in smoke, noise, and sluggish spells. As the right arm was raised, the gauntlet of the Winter Raider, armor swiftly transformed and assembled, drawing from the blueprint of the Storm Ripper, a smaller yet more agile rapid-fire cannon, composed of icy energy, instantly took shape. Clear the way. However, just as he was about to fire, and the three were prepared to charge through the encirclement, a thunderous roar erupted from above, far exceeding any previous explosion. It was not the ceiling of the cargo hold, but something much higher in the sky. The very earth seemed to tremble. Following this, a series of violent explosions and the anguished wails of twisted metal ensued, reminiscent of a cataclysmic blast at an old shipyard's dock or warehouse. The masked armed men at the cargo hold entrance stirred restlessly, their communicators filled with chaotic and terrified cries. What is happening? Where has the explosion occurred? It is not our people. Look to the sky. Even Zatanna's sluggish spell wavered due to this sudden upheaval, its effectiveness significantly diminished. Qin Kailan, Selina, and Zatanna were momentarily stunned, instinctively looking up, though they could only see the ceiling of the cargo hold. Is your new weapon causing such a commotion? Selina gazed incredulously at Qin Kailan. It's not me, Qin Kailan denied, asserting that his Winter Raider had yet to fire. Zatanna listened intently, her expression shifting subtly beneath her lace mask. The nature of the explosive energy was peculiar, infused with searing light and some form of biological energy. Moreover, it was alarmingly close. Boom! Another violent explosion reverberated, seemingly closer this time. The shockwave swept across the sea monster cargo ship, causing the hull to tremble slightly. The masked armed men at the cargo hold entrance appeared to receive some command, retreating in a panic, even trampling one another, as if something far more terrifying than themselves had emerged outside. The sounds of screams, intense energy discharges, and a high-pitched cry resembling that of an enraged phoenix faintly echoed from afar. An opportunity. Though Qin Kailan was unaware of the specifics outside, the enemy's turmoil presented the perfect moment. Seizing the chance, they charged forth. His shoulder-mounted rapid-fire cannon was the first to unleash a barrage of ice-explosive projectiles, sweeping towards the remaining foes at the entrance. Selina and Zatanna immediately followed suit. The trio swiftly broke through the demoralized defenses of the masked men, bursting forth from the cargo hold. Upon reaching the deck, the sight before them left them all astounded. Not far away, the night sky was ablaze with a fierce fire, illuminating the area as if it were day. A sequence of explosions had erupted at a section of the old shipyard, seemingly Pier 4. The massive roof of a warehouse lifted away amidst billowing clouds of smoke. Amidst the soaring flames and billowing smoke, a lithe figure radiating a searing orange glow darted through the air like a meteor, skillfully maneuvering and rolling as she unleashed torrents of blistering energy beams from her hands. She engaged in a fierce firefight with dozens of soldiers clad in identical black armor, wielding energy weapons. The soldiers' firepower was ferocious, energy beams raining down like droplets. Yet most were deftly evaded by the luminous figure. Occasionally, when a beam found its mark, it seemed to be absorbed or deflected by her surrounding aura of intense heat. Driven by anger or some other emotion, her attacks grew increasingly frenzied, each blast capable of creating a massive crater in the ground, vaporizing both the black-armored soldiers and their cover. What is that? Selina stared in astonishment at the surreal scene, feeling as though her worldview had been irrevocably altered. Alien technology? Moreover, of a remarkably advanced kind. Zatanna's tone was imbued with an unprecedented gravity. She sensed that the energies exchanged in the conflict were entirely unlike those of earthly technology or magic, imbued with the essence of interstellar civilization. Qin Kailan squinted, his pupils narrowing beneath his visor. Though the figure in the sky was shrouded in fire and smoke, her silhouette, her flame-like hair billowing in battle, her powerful and graceful form, and the signature energy blasts evoked a vague memory from a long-buried animated series. Could it be, before he could utter the name, a scorching energy beam, perhaps a stray shot or perhaps deliberately guided by the beleaguered luminous figure, hurtled towards the deck of the Siren, aimed directly at Qin Kailan, Selina, and Zatanna, who had just emerged from a fray. Watch out! Chapter 12. Starfire, Stray Shots, and Batman's warning. The rogue energy beam, akin to the crimson fingertip of death, tore through the night sky with a bone-chilling shriek, hurtling towards the trio, who had barely steadied themselves after breaking free from the chaos. The speed was overwhelming, the area too vast to evade. Deploy a shield. Zatanna reacted swiftly, instinctively chanting as she thrust her magic staff forward, conjuring a translucent magical barrier that materialized in front of them. However, this hastily formed shield was evidently insufficient to fully withstand the onslaught of the alien energy's astonishing destructive force. There was no escape. Selina's cat-like pupils contracted to pinpoints, her body instinctively recoiling, yet she understood that this was merely a psychological comfort. In that critical moment, a deep, thunderous growl resonated through the visor of the winter assault armor. Rather than retreating, Qin Kailan stepped forward with fierce determination, his heavily armored shoulders, resembling the scales of an ice demon, abruptly closed in, with his arms crossing protectively before him. The deep green energy patterns on his armors shone brilliantly. The battle armor erupted with an astonishing chill, rapidly coalescing into a formidable, ethereal blue tower shield adorned with sharp ice spikes. This manifestation was a result of extensively absorbing the characteristics of the ice demon, showcasing a high-intensity convergence of icy energy. He was not intending to withstand the blow. Rather, he aimed to deflect it. Bang! The crimson energy beam struck fiercely against the ice spike shield. There was no explosion, only an excruciatingly piercing sound of energy clashing into oblivion. The searing heat and extreme cold energies fervently eroded each other, counterbalancing their forces. The ice shield visibly dissolved at an alarming rate, vaporizing and emitting a cacophony of sizzling sounds, enveloping the area in copious white steam. However, the energy beam was significantly weakened and its trajectory diverted by the extreme cold. Ultimately, the residual, severely diminished beam grazed past Qin Kailan's armor. melting a fiery hole through a lifting base on the deck behind him before vanishing into the night sky. Sizzle. Two distinct molten traces were left on the crossed armors of Qin Kailan, even glowing faintly red, radiating heat. The chilling aura of the winter assault battle armor was swiftly cooling the damaged areas. Heaving a sigh, Qin Kailan gradually lowered his arms, his breath slightly heavier beneath the visor. The expenditure to block that strike was considerable, primarily due to the intense mental focus and the meticulous manipulation of icy energy. Yet, his internal reserves of all things forged were abundant, allowing him to replenish the loss in an instant. "Are you all right?" Selena rushed to his side, her tone laced with an urgency she herself had not realized, her gaze fixating on the scars on his armor. "I'm fine. Just a minor injury." Qin Kailan flexed his arm, the molten marks rapidly fading under the restorative effects of the cold and furnace energy. That stray shot had quite the power. Zatanna also let out a sigh of relief, dissipating the thinning magical shield, her eyes now reflecting curiosity and astonishment towards Qin Kailan. She had been prepared to cast a more energy-draining defensive spell, yet she was taken aback that this man had managed to deflect the attack in such a raw manner. His remarkable defensive capabilities and energy control were indeed impressive. "Your armor is even more extraordinary than I had anticipated." Her gaze shifted towards the distant dock, resembling a battlefield, her brows slightly furrowed. However, the current focus seems to be on those uninvited guests. Without her prompting, the attention of the three had already returned to the chaotic battleground. They observed a figure in the sky, radiating an orange-red glow, momentarily pausing due to the earlier misfire. Casting a glance in their direction, though it was difficult to discern her expression from afar, only to be immediately suppressed by the more ferocious ground fire. The soldiers clad in black armor were evidently well-trained, exhibiting seamless coordination, unleashing an array of energy weapons and capture nets towards the sky, attempting to restrict her movement. The luminous figure, whom Qin Kailan was almost certain was Starfire, unleashed an indignant shout, her hands sweeping vigorously as scorching beams lashed towards the ground like whips. Each assault triggered violent explosions, compelling the soldiers to incessantly seek cover. For a moment, it appeared that neither side could gain the upper hand. However, it was evident that Starfire found herself in a besieged position, and she seemed somewhat agitated. "Those soldiers are not Earthlings," Zatanna asserted confidently. "Their equipment's energy is remarkably unique, bearing the essence of Tamarin." She seemed to hesitantly add the name of a planet. "Tamarin?" Selena queried, her expression one of bewilderment. "What is that? A new arms dealer?" A spark ignited in Qin Kailan's mind. Tamarin Starfire is indeed the one. It was unmistakably a princess from an extraterrestrial realm, though the specifics eluded him. The name resonated with fragments of his hazy memories. "Whatever the star, it matters not," Qin Kailan exclaimed, shaking off the remnants of his previous ordeal. He surveyed the battlefield, his gaze flickering with intensity, not out of a noble desire to rescue, but because the all things forge was fervently transmitting its yearning. A yearning for the armor of those dark alien soldiers, a craving for the energy weapons they wielded, and an insatiable desire for the pure biological and light energy radiating from the figure above, continuously emitting scorching energy. To him, this was not a battlefield at all, but rather a lavish buffet brimming with top-tier rare materials. "Our troubles are far from over," Selena suddenly whispered, gesturing to their surroundings. Although most of the black-masked henchmen had been frightened away by the distant interstellar skirmish and Qin Kailan's earlier breakout, a dozen or so audacious or perhaps loyal gunmen cautiously encircled them, utilizing the cover of the deck, their guns trained on the trio. Clearly, they had not forgotten their mission to eliminate these troublesome individuals. With alien soldiers attacking Starfire in front, remnants of the Black Mass behind, and a vast interstellar battlefield potentially erupting to the side, Qin Kailan sighed in exasperation. What an endless cycle. These black-masked lackeys, in comparison to the interstellar delicacies he had just encountered, seemed as tasteless as chewing wax. He contemplated swiftly dispatching these nuisances before pondering how to forage for sustenance in the restaurant. Suddenly, a blaring siren approached, growing increasingly distinct. A multitude of red and blue lights flickered at the entrance of the old shipyard, rapidly drawing near. The Gotham police are finally making their grand entrance at the climax of the night. Yes, A panicked black-masked gunman shouted, "Retreat! Quick retreat!" The remaining gunmen were instantly thrown into a frenzy, abandoning their focus on Qin Kailan and his companions, leaping from the cargo ship like frightened animals, racing towards the vehicles shrouded in the shadows of the dock, desperate to escape before the police could encircle them. The deck was instantly vacated. The arrival of the police temporarily alleviated their immediate troubles, but introduced a greater uncertainty. It appears that our soiree must come to an untimely conclusion. Zatanna gracefully adjusted her hat, seemingly disinclined to engage with the authorities. It has been a pleasure to share this splendid evening with you both. Perhaps there will be another opportunity for collaboration in the future. She offered a slight nod to Qin Kailan and Selina, as a shimmering aura of magical luminescence began to ripple around her, indicating her imminent departure. "Hey, wait, Miss Magician," Selina exclaimed hurriedly. "You haven't revealed your identity yet." "And what about those?" But Zatanna merely bestowed upon her a mysterious smile, her form swiftly fading until she seemed to merge seamlessly with the air, leaving behind only an echoing remark. "Perhaps when we meet again, we can properly exchange names. I wish you good fortune in facing the forthcoming inquiries." Almost simultaneously with Zatanna's disappearance, a low, ominous wind swept through, casting a vast, nightmare-like shadow above them, enveloping the Dragon Gate. Qin Kailan and Selina instinctively looked up. There, upon the steel beam, stood a formidable figure draped in a black cloak and adorned with a pointed helmet, resembling a statue that had merged into the night. His cold, white lenses surveyed the two below with an emotionless gaze, fixated on the distant, tumultuous interstellar skirmish. Batman. He has indeed arrived, and it seems he has been observing for quite some time. Selina's body tensed instantaneously, instinctively adopting a defensive posture and even slightly retreating behind Qin Kailan. She harbored an innate trepidation towards Gotham's dark night. Qin Kailan also raised his gaze, the stare beneath his winter assault armor unflinchingly meeting the white lenses. He sensed that Batman's scrutiny was primarily directed at him, laced with examination, caution, and a subtle hint of inquiry. Neither party spoke immediately, and the atmosphere thickened with tension. The distant sounds of explosions from the battle between Starfire and alien soldiers, coupled with the approaching wail of police sirens, formed a dramatic backdrop to this moment. At last, Batman's voice, deep and gravelly, altered by a voice modulator, shattered the silence. He forewent pleasantries, presenting a choice, or perhaps a warning. Leave here. Now, his gaze swept over Qin Kailan's clearly extraterrestrial armor, exuding an aura of chill and ferocity. Or stay and elucidate everything. Your identity, your abilities, your connection to that thing above, and those alien soldiers. The vehicle will arrive in 2 minutes. Make your choice. Chapter 13, The Choice Retreat. And the cat's gratitude, Batman's somber pronouncement fell like a cold stone into the still waters of Qin Kailan and Selina's minds, sending ripples of contemplation. The white lenses betrayed no emotion, yet the invisible weight of pressure was nearly suffocating. To depart, or to remain and explain? The wailing of sirens grew increasingly closer, and the red and blue flashing lights began to faintly illuminate the hull of the siren. In the distance, the skirmish between the Starfire and the extraterrestrial soldiers not only showed no signs of abating, but seemed to be encroaching toward the cargo ship. A searing beam narrowly missed, striking the vessel once more. To stay behind? To explain to Batman what? To elucidate the presence of a cauldron within him that could refine all things? To clarify the dismantled cargo belonging to the Black Mask? To assert that the glowing woman in the sky had no connection to him? Qin Kailan instantly dismissed this option. Trouble, insurmountable trouble. His cauldron of all things could never be revealed. Yet he understood that Batman would never allow them to depart without impediment. The choice presented by this dark night felt more like a test and a pressure tactic. Just as Qin Kailan's mind raced, weighing the risks of a forced escape against the pretense of cooperation, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted from Dock 4, more violent than before. This time, the source of the blast did not seem to originate from the Starfire, but rather from the destruction of some heavy equipment possessed by the extraterrestrial soldiers. A massive fireball ascended, momentarily overshadowing the brilliance of the Starfire. The shockwave caused the siren to lurch violently. Almost simultaneously, Batman, a slightly hurried, Electronically processed voice emanated from Batman's communicator, faint yet discernible to Qin Kailan's enhanced hearing, which caught the critical keywords. Energy readings spiking. Suspected mothership level fluctuations. Priority level altered. Batman's helmet subtly tilted toward Doc 4 for an instant, and the white lenses flickered as they processed more urgent streams of information. In this brief moment of distraction, Qin Kailan seized the opportunity. Time was of the essence. Instead of attacking or fleeing directly, he executed an unexpected maneuver. He hurled the dull, deep green metallic fragment he had been gripping tightly toward the tumultuous battlefield at Dock 4. The shard traced a faint arc, disappearing into the chaos of fire and smoke. This seemingly nonsensical action was, in fact, laden with strategy. 1. Diverting calamity. This fragment served as a beacon, regardless of whether it lay dormant. Casting it into a more chaotic interstellar battlefield might attract the attention of the unknown entity, alleviating his own burden. 2. Creating chaos. Who could say whether this object would reactivate or be struck by an attack, yielding unforeseen consequences that would further muddle the situation? 3. Distracting attention. Both Batman and the combatants could not help but react to the sudden projectile. Indeed, at the moment the fragment was thrown, Batman's focus was momentarily diverted. Meanwhile, it seemed that the skirmish at Dock 4 experienced an extremely brief pause in firepower due to the unexpected projectile. Now was the time. Catwoman, hold on tight. Qin Kailan growled as the armor plates of his winter assault suit burst open behind him. He did not choose to dash towards the sea's surface. Instead, he made a bolder decision to charge towards the higher structures of the sea demon. Boom! Shadow Frost Eject activated. He clasped Selina's waist, and the two of them shot towards the shadow of the bridge like a cannonball. You! Selina exclaimed again, utterly unable to keep pace with his thoughts. To the highest point, the shortest route, Qin Kailan succinctly explained. His objective was to leverage the very height of the ship and its shadows to execute a long-distance leap, directly escaping the dock area and landing in the intricate alleys of the distant old city. This was swifter and far more unexpected than traversing the sea. Batman reacted almost the instant Qin Kailan took off. A batarang whistled towards their landing spot. Yet, it seemed as though Qin Kailan had eyes in the back of his head. His left arm's reconnaissance gauntlet swiftly fired a frigid ray, precisely striking the batarang mid-air. Simultaneously, he mused inwardly. As expected, they're not letting us leave so easily. Crack! The batarang froze and ricocheted away. Seizing this brief moment of reprieve, Batman's communicator blared once more, the tone increasingly urgent. The Tamarinian pursuit ship's main energy cannon is charging. The target is suspected to be Gotham City Center. Intentions unclear. Immediate intervention required. Batman's figure suddenly halted. He glanced at Qin Kailan and Selina, who were about to leap to the bridge's apex, and then sharply turned to look at the small alien warship at Dock 4, now partially revealed amidst the flames, its prow indeed beginning to coalesce with dreadful energy. On one side were two unidentified individuals, possessing dangerous abilities yet not currently demonstrating direct destructive threats. On the other was an alien warship's main cannon charging, potentially capable of inflicting catastrophic casualties upon the entire city. The priority became instantly clear. Without a moment's hesitation, Batman hurled his grappling gun, his form shooting towards Doc for like a bolt of black lightning, leaving behind a chilling message conveyed through some directional amplification device to Qin Kailan and Selina, who had just landed atop the bridge. We shall meet again. Gotham under my watch. A warning, as well as a declaration. Qin Kailan cast a glance back at the resolute figure racing towards the interstellar battlefield, pondering. This old bat certainly has it tough in some respects. Yet, he had no time for reflection. Jump! He commanded, reigniting the jets. The energy had partially recovered after a brief cool down. Tightening his grip on Selina as they leaped from the highest point of the sea demon towards the pitch-black old city, far from the dock area. A powerful sensation of weightlessness enveloped them, the wind howling in their ears. Selina clung tightly to him, gazing down at the rapidly approaching labyrinthine rooftops and narrow alleys. Unable to contain herself. You madman. If we fall. Shut up. Hold on. Qin Kailan exerted full control over their descent. While the legs of the winter assault armor began to adjust for cushioning. Splash. Crash. They ultimately did not crash directly to the ground, but instead, they plunged precisely into a heavily polluted river at the edge of the old town, creating a tremendous splash. This was Qin Kailan's calculated buffer plan. The icy, foul-smelling river water enveloped them once more. Minutes later, the two emerged, drenched and covered in dubious stains, from a drainage outlet several kilometers downstream. "I truly regret jumping down with you," Selina retched, disdainfully slapping the grime off her body. "This stench is more repugnant than the heart of the Black Mask." Qin Kailan also shed his odorous armor, his complexion turning a shade of green. "Less chatter. If we can shake off the old bat and the police, that's a success." He gasped, feeling the exhaustion of his body and the drain on his spirit. It had indeed been a taxing night. They slumped down on the filthy riverbank, gazing at the distant flickering flames at the dock, faint sounds of explosions, and the increasingly frenetic wail of police sirens, all evoking a surreal sense of survival after calamity. After a prolonged silence, Selina suddenly turned her head, observing Qin Kailan's disheveled and fatigued profile. She recalled his precise judgment and decisive action in those final moments, albeit executed in a rather madcap manner, and the fact that he had successfully facilitated her escape. With a deep sigh and a tone of mixed emotions, she said, "Though the experience was utterly dreadful, thank you for not leaving me behind." Qin Kailan cast her a sidelong glance and retorted, "Mainly afraid you'd get caught by Batman and spill all my intel for a reduced sentence." Instead of being offended, Selina chuckled, inching closer despite her unpleasant odor. "Oh, is that how you perceive me? Is there any other way?" Qin Kailan recoiled slightly. "You reek." "Likewise." Selina rolled her eyes at him, but did not genuinely distance herself. With a thoughtful tilt of her head, her gaze became mischievous once more. "However, I have mentioned that I dislike being in debt to anyone, particularly since you proved somewhat useful tonight." She stood up, stretching languidly, her beautiful figure momentarily overshadowing her filth. "I know a place nearby that is exceedingly safe. Absolutely no one, not even that bat, could find us." Lowering her head, she extended her hand toward Qin Kailan, wearing a complex smile that mingled allure, jest, and a hint of sincerity. "So, what do you say, fallen armored knight? Do you need a cat to show you the way? I can provide hot water and lodging, of course. As for the payment, we can negotiate gradually." Qin Kailan regarded the slender, elegant hand extended towards him, even amidst the grime, then lifted his gaze to meet Selina's bright, feline eyes, which shone vividly against the Gotham night. He paused for several seconds in silence, ultimately clicking his tongue and seizing her hand, using it to rise. "Lead the way, but let it be known, if the price is too steep, I cannot afford it." Selina beamed, pulling him along as they ventured deeper into the shadows. "Rest assured, dear sister, I shall offer you a discount." Shortly after their departure, a diminutive mechanical bat, nearly indistinguishable from the shadows, silently descended to the spot they had just vacated, its multifaceted eyes glimmering with a faint red light. Chapter 14. The safe house, hot cocoa, and the cat's compensation. The bone-chilling night breeze was kept at bay within the dilapidated interior of an abandoned factory building in Gotham's old district, suffused with dust, rust, and a whisper of catnip. Selina Kyle, our feline femme fatale, gracefully alighted upon a rust-streaked metal platform, making scarcely a sound. She cast a sidelong glance at Qin Kailan, her eyes still bright in the darkness, holding a hint of playful mockery. "Stay close, rookie. If you fall, I shan't rescue you. You're burdened by that heavy armor." Qin Kailan glanced down at the remnants of the winter assault, armor that had been removed, but still retained a chilling metallic sheen and a subtle coldness. With a resigned shrug, the joints of his armor emitted a soft rustle. "First of all, this is not just heavy metal. It is advanced nanocomposite technology. In a sense, it might be considered cumbersome. Secondly, given that I just crashed into a wall, jetted through the air, and caught a bat-shaped projectile barehanded, I doubt I will tumble down these stairs. Confidence is commendable," she thought, as she leapt forward, grasping a dangling chain to swing toward the higher corridor. Yet, let it not veer into arrogance. That is a common fatal flaw among Gotham's villains. "Lesson learned," feline mentor Qin Kailan murmured, feeling that all things forged within him pulse slightly. The steel beam's properties he had absorbed rendered his body both light and powerful, allowing him to keep pace with her effortlessly. The energy within him thrummed like a satisfied behemoth after a hearty feast. a testament to the substantial nourishment provided by the 8 containers and assorted materials, along with the ice wraiths. Following the Catwoman, Qin Kailan eventually halted before an unremarkable, peeling iron door. Selina's fingers traced the doorframe, and with a soft click, the door slid open inward. "Welcome to cat climbing frame number 2, she said, stepping aside to allow Qin Kailan to enter, a note of pride evident in her tone. The space within was far more spacious and comfortable than Qin Kailan had anticipated. Rather than a mere safe house, it resembled a luxurious apartment imbued with an industrial aesthetic and feline traits. The lofty ceiling was adorned with warm yellow pendant lights. The walls were exposed red brick, yet adorned with abstract art and dartboards. At the center, a massive, seemingly plush velvet sofa commanded attention, flanked by a few bean bags and cushions. In one corner, a small bar displayed an array of liquor bottles. Most remarkably, platforms for perching were scattered throughout the room. On the tops of bookshelves, beams, and even a specially constructed intricate wooden structure, perfectly catering to all the climbing whims of a cat. A gentle aroma of essential oils wafted through the air, masking the mustiness from outside. "Wow," Qin Kailan exclaimed genuinely. "This place is far more luxurious than your previous cat climbing frame number 1. It seems Gotham's affluent patrons have generously sponsored your interior decor." Selina removed her stained gloves and threw Qin Kailan a knowing glance. "Resource sharing is one of Gotham's traditional virtues. Stop standing there like a fool. Rein in that chill of yours. I'll fetch you some drinks. You appear to need something to warm your bones," she remarked as she made her way to the small bar. Taking advantage of the moment, Qin Kailan began to shed the remnants of his armor. The silver-gray metal, interwoven with icy blue veins, flowed and decomposed like a living entity, swiftly retracting into his body to be absorbed and stored by the essence of all things. A slight weariness washed over him, yet it was eclipsed by an exhilarating surge of energy. His physique had indeed strengthened through repeated forging and nurturing. The relentless high-intensity battles and escapes had merely left him somewhat fatigued, far from his breaking point. Qin Kailan approached the large sofa, hesitating for a moment at the thought of soiling it with the grime from his combat attire, but ultimately chose to collapse into its embrace. The soft velvet enveloped him instantly, providing a comfort so profound it nearly elicited a groan. No wonder villains often sought to stir trouble. Such a cozy sofa undeniably serves as a catalyst for ambition, though this line of thought felt perilous. Meanwhile, Selina had already heated milk on a small induction stove, deftly tearing open a packet of cocoa powder. She even managed to find 2 mugs adorned with cartoon cats. With her back turned to Qin Kailan, her voice accompanied the gentle clinking of utensils. "Are you satisfied with tonight's haul, Mr. Decomposition and Manufacturing? You seemed quite engrossed in unpacking those boxes. Call me Qin Kailan, or simply Qin. Decomposition and manufacturing sounds rather like a subpar assembly line." He corrected her, yet his attention was swiftly captured by her inquiry, his eyes brightening with excitement. "Satisfaction? It's nothing short of a bountiful harvest. High-quality steel, special alloys, and the unknown metallic energy reactions beneath the Antarctic ice are all quite promising. Most importantly, those ice block monsters." He instinctively raised his right hand, a flicker of thought causing a wisp of frigid white mist to spiral from his fingertips, instantly lowering the temperature around him by several degrees. Its properties were remarkably unique. Low temperature control, affinity for dark biological energy, and even a hint of primal, savage technological imprint. I could almost sing with joy. Indeed, the resonance from the furnace carried a cheerful rhythm. Selina turned, balancing 2 steaming mugs of cocoa as she approached, handing one to Qin Kailan. Observing the lingering cold mist, she raised an eyebrow. "It seems your interest in those materials far outweighs any fascination with the sorceress who casts spells and speaks in reverse, or the blonde beauty who descends from the heavens to engage in fierce battles with extraterrestrial soldiers." Qin Kailan accepted the mug, the warm sensation immediately dispelling the chill from his fingertips. He took a deep breath and savored a generous sip, the rich, sweet flavor melting in his mouth, greatly soothing his nerves. "Delicious. Thank you." Only then did he respond to her question. "Our interests diverge. Miss Zatanna's magic is indeed wondrous, but my abilities currently seem ill-suited for the direct analysis of pure magical energy. It feels more like recording its effects rather than replicating its essence." As for that extraterrestrial princess, he recalled the searing energy beams and cascading orange-red hair. She certainly seemed quite fiery. What I mean is that the energy reactions are exceedingly intense and unstable. At this stage, the risks outweigh the rewards. I find solace in the cold, tangible metals, and the remains of monsters. He paused, adding that, of course, I took note of the fact that she nearly hit me with stray bullets. Next time I have the chance, I ought to seek compensation from her. Qin Kailan's brutally straightforward remarks left Selena momentarily stunned, before she burst into laughter, her mirth causing her to nearly spill her cocoa. Huh, risks outweigh rewards? Compensation? Qin Kailan, you are indeed an odd fellow. While others might see a beautiful heroine or an alien princess and ponder how to flirt or ask for an autograph, you are busy conducting energy assessments and risk analysis reports in your mind. Why not? Qin Kailan replied with conviction, meeting her gaze. Survival is paramount for future development, and ample resources are fundamental to enhancing my existence. That's the most basic logic. He took another sip of cocoa and murmured, and you're far more delightful when you smile than when you are calculating, cat-eared girl. Selena's smile dimmed slightly, a flicker of complex emotion flashing in her eyes, soon replaced by playful banter. Why the sudden sweetness? Are you eyeing something from the materials in my safe house? Just so you know, the furniture and alcohol here are off limits. Rest assured, I have no interest in your cat tree, Qin Kailan replied, surveying the surroundings. Unless there's vibranium embedded within these brick walls. Unfortunately, this isn't Marvel, Selena teased, clearly having seen that renowned superhero comic. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, the atmosphere surprisingly relaxed. As the hot cocoa dwindled, fatigue washed over Qin Kailan once more. Leaning back into the sofa, he delved inward, sifting through the feedback from Omni Forging. A plethora of new blueprints emerged, primarily based on the core attributes of Ice Wraith. Deep Cold Stalker Blueprint, focused on concealment and silent movement in extreme environments, accompanied by potent freezing control effects. Winter Barrier Blueprint, a heavy defensive armor capable of generating extensive ice shields, which can convert absorbed energy into freezing jets. The blueprint for Storm Ripper was also optimized, enhancing sustained fire mode and energy conversion efficiency. There were even some obscure blueprints, seemingly born from a fusion of Batman's energy sigils and Gotham's shadow energy, hinting at themes of darkness and fear, yet exhibiting extreme instability. This revelation ignited a fervor within Qin Kailan, compelling him to seek out Batman for an equipment exchange, hoping to acquire more dark energy. Just then, from the corner of his eye, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow, smaller than a sparrow, racing past the night sky and disappearing into the shadows of the opposite building. Swift and silent, had his dynamic vision not been enhanced, he would have thought it a mere illusion. There were no energy absorption prompts from the forge. It was not an attack. It was surveillance. Batmanis Mechanikalba. He had indeed not relinquished his watchful gaze entirely. Qin Kailan maintained his composure, continuing to sip the now tepid cocoa, as if oblivious to the presence outside. Now, breaking the silence seems utterly pointless and may only serve to alert the serpent in the grass. Selena appears to have sensed his momentary distraction, yet she refrains from inquiring further and simply rises. Well, you've enjoyed your compensation, she states. The bathroom is over there, equipped with fresh towels and some men's clothing I borrowed. The size should be comparable. I believe you ought to take a thorough shower to rid yourself of the fishy scent from the docks and the icy remnants of that creature. She gestures toward the side door and then lazily stretches, her perfect curves accentuated beneath her fitted attire. I too must attend to my own matters. Tonight has indeed been exhilarating. Qin Kailan sets down his cup and sincerely expresses his gratitude. Thank you, Selena. Without you, I might have had to spend the night in Gotham's sewers. Remember, you owe me one, or perhaps more than one, breakdown hero. She winks at him, turning towards another door, her steps as light as a genuine feline. By the way, welcome to my world. As he observes her close the door, the relaxed expression on Qin Kailan's face gradually fades. He strides to the window and gazes through the grimy glass outside. Gotham's night sky remains fragmented by neon lights and searchlights, with distant sirens occasionally piercing the air. The docks seem to have regained their tranquility. He wonders about Starfire and her pursuer, as well as the whereabouts of Zatanna. Unknown materials, formidable foes, enigmatic allies, potential threats. And a dark knight who never relinquishes hope in the shadows. The All Things Cauldron hums quietly within him, its newly conceived blueprints shimmering alluringly. His journey has only just begun, and this cat-eared maiden's safe haven appears to be the first, and perhaps the only, refuge in this turbulent odyssey. This sensation is not unpleasant. Qin Kailan pivots and heads towards the bathroom. The grime and chill that cling to him indeed warrant cleansing. Yet, unbeknownst to him, in the shadow of the opposite building, a mechanical compound quietly illuminates with a faint red dot. Chapter 15. The deep cold lurker and the interstellar visitor. Warm water cascades over his body, washing away the grime of battle and the lingering chill. Qin Kailan stands beneath the shower, eyes closed, yet his consciousness delves inward, scrutinizing the transformations within the All Things Cauldron. The space within the cauldron is vast. The newly absorbed materials have been thoroughly decomposed and refined, no longer retaining their original forms. The frigid core of the ice wraith, dark biological energy, that thread of primordial apocalyptic star technology seamlessly meld with high-quality steel and specialized alloys, forging a brand new base material that glimmers with an ethereal blue light. The existing blueprints, such as cold iron armored, winter assault, have been overwritten and optimized, while more potent new blueprints glisten like stars. Deep cold lurker, winter barrier, each imbued with a heart-stopping power. Absolute decomposition, absolute refinement. Qin Kailan murmurs to himself, feeling the unimpeded sense of control emanating from the cauldron. As long as he successfully absorbs it, there remains no residue, no repulsion. Everything transforms into the purest materials and characteristics at his beck and call. The sole limitation lies in his own physical and mental endurance to withstand the considerable demands of forging and wielding these armors. After taking a shower, he donned a fitted black casual outfit lent by Selena, crafted from exquisite fabric, clearly belonging to someone of wealth and status. As he emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, he noticed Selena had also changed into a luxurious silk robe, languidly curled up on the grand velvet sofa, swirling a glass of red wine and gazing thoughtfully at the nightscape of Gotham outside. Feeling revitalized? She inquired without turning her head, her voice tinged with a hint of languid raspiness. Indeed. Thank you. This attire, Qin Kailan paused, opting not to inquire about its origins, fits perfectly. My judgment has always been impeccable. She finally turned to him, her gaze sweeping over him, a subtle, enigmatic smile playing at the corners of her lips, suggesting allure. Both in attire and in person. Qin Kailan settled down on the opposite end of the sofa, consciously avoiding the slightly ambiguous topic. His thoughts were more absorbed in the burgeoning blueprints within him, an insatiable urge to experiment lingering persistently. Selena, do you have a spacious and somewhat soundproof area here? I wish to try something new. Selena raised an eyebrow, restless so soon after a shower. Something new? What scheme are you concocting now? Merely validating the performance of my new armor. Qin Kailan's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Rest assured, it's just a test. I want to dismantle your cat tree. Selena scrutinized him for a few seconds, seemingly weighing the risks, before finally shrugging. There's an abandoned warehouse downstairs, previously used for textile machinery. It's spacious and sufficiently secluded. However, she added, keep the movement subtle. Understood. The abandoned warehouse was cavernous and dim, illuminated only by a few emergency lights casting a feeble glow. The air was thick with the scent of machine oil and dust. Standing in the center, Qin Kailan inhaled deeply, focusing his thoughts. Forge, deep frost lurker. There was no grand spectacle. Instead, an ethereal, wave-like shadow enveloped him instantaneously. A sleek and lightweight armor materialized silently. Its predominant hue was a deep, near-black blue, with subtle patterns resembling cracks in polar ice, occasionally shimmering with hints of icy blue energy. The helmet exhibited smooth curves, its visor resembling a compound eye, while the fingertips were sharp, akin to ice claws. The moment the armor was complete, Qin Kailan felt an exhilarating lightness, as though his weight had diminished, resonating with the chill of the surrounding air. With a mere thought, his form began to blur, as if merging with the shadows, his presence nearly vanishing. This effect was a fusion of the Ice Wraith's concealment properties and Gotham's shadow energy. Applying a slight force beneath his feet, he propelled himself forward, moving so swiftly that only a faint blue afterimage and a few drifting ice crystals remained in his wake. His movements were silent, akin to a specter. Impressive speed and sound dampening. Qin Kailan mused to himself. He raised his hand, reaching out towards a distant, abandoned iron cabinet. A sudden surge of frigid air erupted, embodying not merely a simple drop in temperature, but rather a quality of solidity and stillness. The surface of the iron cabinet rapidly became enveloped in a thick layer of ice, not white, but imbued with a haunting, azure darkness, thoroughly sealing it in an icy embrace. Immediately, he shifted his stance, subtly adjusting the armor components on his arm, and unleashed a concentrated jet of shadow-cold air, exhibiting both strength and precision far superior to the crude application employed during his flight, striking a wall and instantly encasing its surface in ice, the cold penetrating deep into the concrete. He relentlessly experimented with the myriad capabilities of the deep cold stealth, including extreme concealment, silent movement, ice manipulation, and short-range explosive bursts. As all things forge steadily channeled energy to sustain the operation of the armor, while a sense of fatigue lingered. It was remarkably lighter than during the forging of the winter assault, a testament to the enhancement of his physical attributes and the efficient utilization of the new material's properties. Just as he became engrossed in his trials, an exceedingly faint yet distinctly different energy fluctuation was suddenly detected by all things forge. This disturbance did not emanate from Gotham itself, but carried a fervent, explosive, and somewhat chaotic interstellar essence. The source of the fluctuation was alarmingly close, right in the vicinity. Almost simultaneously, the robust brick wall on the eastern side of the warehouse violently imploded. With a thunderous roar, debris erupted like shrapnel, filling the air with dust. A figure, engulfed in a blaze of orange-red energy, stumbled through the breach and crashed heavily onto the dust-laden ground, rolling several times before coming to a halt. It was a stunning blonde woman clad in a purple star-patterned uniform, her beauty marred by an appearance of weakness, a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth. Her eyes aflame with indomitable rage and a hint of exhaustion. The orange-red energy swirling around her flickered erratically, evidently a result of immense exhaustion. Starfire. Corianders. She struggled to rise, her gaze warily directed toward the gaping hole in the wall. Amidst the swirling dust, two alien soldiers clad in heavy black interstellar armor, brandishing energy rifles, stepped into view. Their armor bore the unmistakable insignia of Tamarin, and the muzzles of their weapons glowed with a perilous energy, aimed squarely at the fallen Starfire. "Princess, your escapade ends here," one soldier intoned in a deep, chilling alien tongue, his tone frigid. "Return with us, and perhaps your suffering will be lessened." Starfire gritted her teeth, bracing herself against the ground in an attempt to gather energy. Yet her injuries and the extensive depletion of her power rendered her efforts futile. At that moment, both the soldiers and Starfire abruptly sensed an unusual presence, a chilling, obscure aura filled with an oppressive weight that materialized without warning from the depths of the warehouse. Their gazes were instantly drawn toward it. In the dim light, a figure clad in dark azure-black armor, seemingly woven from shadows and ice, stood silently. The compound eye structure on the faceplate glimmered with an icy luminescence, observing them silently, akin to a predator lurking within the depths of a frozen abyss. Beneath the faceplate of the deep cold stealth, Qin Kailan furrowed his brow. The test was interrupted. His gaze swept over the flickering embers before finally resting upon the two Tamarin soldiers, or more precisely, upon their interstellar armor and energy weapons. His eyes sparkled with a newfound brilliance, akin to discovering a rare and radiant material. He murmured to himself, his voice resonating through his visor with a chilling timbre, as if a new delivery had arrived. The two Tamarin soldiers were evidently unprepared to encounter a third party in this location, and the aura emanating from him was distinctly ominous and perilous. Instantly, they pivoted their weapons, aiming directly at Qin Kailan. Starfire gazed in astonishment at this unexpected figure clad in cold armor, her eyes brimming with confusion and wariness. The atmosphere within the warehouse grew tense. On the brink of combat, Qin Kailan slowly raised his hand, his fingertips enveloped in a soul-chilling frost. Chapter 16. Absolute Zero and Blazing Meteor inside the warehouse. While the dust had yet to settle, two starkly contrasting energies, cold and heat, collided violently. The combat proficiency of the two Tamarin soldiers was remarkably high. They remained composed despite their surprise. Confronted with the eerie presence of the deep cold infiltrator, they simultaneously pulled their triggers, Two searing orange-red energy beams sliced through the air, radiating enough heat to melt steel, precisely aimed at Qin Kailan. The characteristics of energy attacks were commendable. Beneath his visor, Qin Kailan's expression remained unfazed, even betraying a hint of analytical appraisal. He neither flinched nor dodged, merely raised his right hand. The palm of his hand illuminated with an ethereal blue, crackling frost. This was not a mere ice shield, but rather the advanced application of the deep cold infiltrator. Derived from the properties of the Icebone Demon Core and absolute decomposition, the stasis force field, Buzz, a visible, light-bending field of extreme cold unfurled instantaneously, as if an invisible net woven from absolute zero had spread before him. The moment the two searing energy beams struck the field, their velocity plummeted exponentially. The particles constituting the energy seemed shackled by an invisible restraint, their brilliance dimming rapidly, dissipating entirely, and ultimately vanishing less than half a meter from Qin Kailan's palm, leaving no trace, as if they had never existed. What? The pupils of the two Tamarin soldiers constricted in disbelief. Their standard energy rifles had proven ineffective? This exceeded their comprehension. Starfire, who lay on the ground, stared wide-eyed in shock. She was acutely aware of the potency of her fellow soldiers' energy weapons, capable of effortlessly tearing through conventional armor on Earth. Yet they had been so effortlessly neutralized. Who, exactly, was this icy blue armored figure? The attack mode was singular. And while the energy conversion efficiency was decent, there seemed to be room for structural optimization. Qin Kailan even found time to analyze the strengths and weaknesses of the opposing weapons through the All Things Forge during that brief moment of absorption. Alas, the energy was too dispersed to fully assimilate the properties. He could only neutralize it. And, just as he assessed, the two soldiers reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly altering their tactics. They roared, and from the armor on their left arms, a melee combat blade shimmering with high-frequency energy waves erupted forth. With a powerful thrust of their legs, they lunged forward, one to the left and one to the right, exhibiting a ferociousness characteristic of the Tamarin warriors. Close combat? Qin Kailan finally made his move. One of the attributes of the deep cold stalker surged forth, an ethereal speed that was almost ghostly. His figure transformed into a blue specter gliding just above the ground, advancing rather than retreating, directly confronting the soldier on the right. The soldier barely had time to register a blur before his target vanished. Immediately, an intense chill that could freeze the very soul assailed him from the side. He had no time to turn, as a hand enveloped in ghostly blue ice armor, with fingers as sharp as claws, delicately pressed against the joint of his armored arm. Disintegration. Rather than an earth-shattering explosion, there was merely a faint, almost imperceptible sizzle. The absolute disintegration property of All Things Forged activated instantaneously through the armor. The sturdy material of the Tamarin interstellar armor, capable of withstanding small energy cannon fire, met its nemesis. Starting from the point of contact, it abruptly lost all structural integrity, transforming into the most primitive metallic powder and dispersed energy particles, cascading down like sand. Moreover, the disintegration trend spread rapidly, and in an instant, the entire armor of the arm, along with the combat blade within, vanished without a trace. The soldier let out a horrifying scream of agony. His exposed arm instantly turned a sickly purple from the lingering extreme cold, thoroughly necrotized. Only then did the attack from another soldier arrive, the energy blade whistling as it struck toward the back of Qin Kailan's neck. Qin Kailan did not even glance back. The armor on the shoulder blades of Deep Cold Stalker slightly opened, and two streams of meticulously condensed shadow-cold air erupted forth like venomous serpents, preemptively striking with precision against the soldier's wrist and energy blade. Crack! The energy blade froze instantly, shattering into fragments. The soldier's wrist, along with his armor, was directly encased in ice, the cold air invading, rendering his entire arm instantly numb. The battle unfolded swiftly and concluded even more rapidly. From the moment the shots were fired to the close combat being rendered ineffective, the entire sequence lasted no more than 10 seconds. The two previously menacing Tamarin elite soldiers, one now wailing with a severed arm and the other with a frozen, incapacitated limb, lay on the ground, utterly devoid of combat capability. Their eyes were filled with fear and disbelief, as if they had encountered some terrifying entity from the depths of the cosmos. Qin Kailan stood still, the ice-blue glow of the mask of deep cold stalker, coldly sweeping over the two soldiers stripped of their threat, akin to gazing upon mere heaps of scrap metal. The material properties of their armor were adequate, and the energy core held some intrigue, but alas, the humans were too feeble to realize their true potential. He raised his hand, aiming at the two soldiers and their shattered equipment. Absorb. The power of all things forged enveloped them silently. Absolute disintegration, absolute refinement. In an instant, two Tamaran soldiers, along with all of their equipment, whether intact or damaged, were transformed into pure streams of matter and energy ruthlessly absorbed into Qin Kailan's body, leaving no trace of their existence, as if they had been completely erased from this universe. The vessel trembled slightly, bringing forth new feedback. Blueprints for the Tamaran starship, optimized. Blueprints for a small energy core, deficient, requiring more samples, and traces of biological energy conversion auxiliary enzymes. Minimal, useful for analyzing Tamaran physiology. The harvest was modest, yet preferable to nothing. Qin Kailan assessed the situation with a detached demeanor, as if he had merely discarded 2 bags of refuse. He released the deep cold lurker armor, the ethereal blue ice armor retreating like a tide into his body, revealing his true visage and the black casual attire he wore. The warehouse fell into silence, save for the slightly hurried breaths of Starfire in the corner. She had witnessed the brief, efficient, and heart-stopping combat firsthand. The manner in which the man dealt with the 2 elite Tamaran soldiers was as effortless as swatting 2 mosquitoes. Particularly chilling was his method of utterly erasing the enemies along with their equipment, which sent a shiver of dread through her. Qin Kailan turned to face Starfire, who remained in a vigilant stance. Her condition appeared dire. Her energy fluctuations were chaotic, and her injuries were severe, yet her gaze remained defiant, reminiscent of a beautiful beast trapped. Thus, Qin Kailan spoke, his tone calm, imbued with his distinctive pragmatic straightforwardness. Tamaran's princess, Coriandar? Or do you prefer the codename Starfire? Starfire struggled to her feet, leaning against a pillar, her hands slightly raised as orange-red energy began to coalesce once more, albeit weakly. Who are you? Are you one of them? Her English bore a peculiar accent, yet was sufficiently clear. Me? Just a passing materials gatherer, Qin Kailan replied, spreading his hands. As for being one of them, do I appear to be? I merely eliminated a source of noise when your pursuers interrupted my testing of new equipment. He gestured toward the nearly invisible fine ice crystal remnants left on the ground, the only traces that the vessel could not entirely erase following absorption, interacting with the environment. Now, the noises ceased. Starfire regarded him warily, glancing at the 2 faint marks, the gathered energy slightly diminishing but not entirely dissipating. This man was perilous, enigmatic. It seems you find yourself in a predicament, princess. Qin Kailan stepped forward a couple of paces, maintaining a safe distance, his gaze sweeping over her tattered uniform and the blood at the corner of her mouth. Moreover, it appears your troubles extend beyond just those 2. Are there more sources of noise on their way? Starfire pressed her lips together, offering no response, but the worry evident in her eyes confirmed his suspicions. How about we strike a deal? Qin Kailan suggested, his tone as casual as if discussing an ordinary transaction. I can provide temporary refuge, and perhaps assist you in dealing with the subsequent noise. In return, I am intrigued by that unique stellar energy conversion method of yours. Certainly, along with the equipment brought by your pursuers. His gaze was candid to the point of ruthlessness, unabashedly revealing his intentions. His interest in her as an individual was minimal. He placed far greater value on the energetic properties she embodied and the potential influx of extraterrestrial materials she could provide. Starfire was taken aback. She had envisioned numerous scenarios, combat, interrogation, even death, but never anticipated that he would propose such a transaction, one so purely based on the exchange of interests, blunt to the point of absurdity. At that moment, a faint tremor emanated from the universal forge within Qin Kailan. This time, it was not the icy chill of the apocalypse star, but rather a far grander sensation, imbued with unparalleled power and will, as if it were probing from the depths of the cosmos, firmly fixating on Gotham, on this very warehouse. Almost simultaneously, both Qin Kailan and Starfire sensed the urge to look up at the night sky revealed through the gaping hole in the warehouse ceiling. An intangible, Suffocating pressure was slowly descending. Chapter 17. Hounds and negotiations. The probing sensation from the starry expanse felt as if it were a tangible weight, rendering the already thin air within the warehouse nearly stagnant. This was not a malicious intent aimed at individuals, but rather a cold, efficient, large-scale scanning and locking mechanism emanating from a colossal entity stationed in a distant orbit. It was the broad-spectrum life and energy scanning of a Hunter-class light assault ship. Starfire's voice trembled imperceptibly. Her unease stemmed not solely from fear, but also from the exhaustion and injury she had sustained. They had located this area. The recent disappearance of soldiers had triggered an alarm. She cast a glance at Qin Kailan, her beautiful eyes brimming with complex emotions, wariness towards the unknown power, despair over her own predicament, and a flicker of absurd hope ignited by the straightforward terms of their transaction. The Tamaranian interstellar warriors were not like the lower-tier soldiers he had just dispatched. Among them were specialized units known as Hound Squads, designed for pursuit and capture, more elite, better equipped. If an entire squad was on its way, her words trailed off, but the implication was clear. They were in deep trouble. Qin Kailan gazed up at the breach in the ceiling, as if he could see the warship amidst the myriad obstructions. There was no trace of fear on his face. Instead, he stroked his chin thoughtfully, contemplating Hound Squad. That sounds considerably more advantageous than the heaps of scrap metal I just dealt with. You. Starfire was nearly driven to the brink of losing control over her energy by his reaction. A sharp pain surged through her wound. You have no idea how terrifying they are. I am well aware that they are quite noisy, and they intend to seize my materials, Qin Kailan interjected, redirecting his calm, infuriating gaze back to her. Thus, Your Highness, my offer remains on the table. You provide intelligence regarding the hounds and that vessel, and allow me to study your energy operation, non-destructively, afterward. In return, I will rid you of these interstellar nuisances that disturb your rest. Quite fair, wouldn't you agree? His words retained that quintessential Qin Kailan pragmatism, reducing a perilous interstellar pursuit to a mere dispute over noise and material ownership. Starfire stared at him intently, as if searching for signs of conspiracy or deceit etched upon his serene visage. Yet, all she perceived was an almost pure desire for accumulation and an unwavering confidence in her own abilities. This peculiar candor proved far more persuasive than any flowery rhetoric. Moreover, she found herself with no alternative. In her severely injured state, she could not possibly contend alone against a complete squad of hounds. I require healing and energy replenishment. Ultimately, she acquiesced, her voice dry. My stellar energy conversion necessitates sunlight or high-purity energy. Very well, to be provided later. Qin Kailan readily agreed, as though high-purity energy were as readily available as tap water. Now, tell me about the hounds and that vessel. What is the quickest method they will employ to descend? Just as Xingho prepared to speak, a series of sharp, piercing sounds sliced through the air from a distance outside the warehouse. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was neither missiles nor energy cannons, but rather the distinctive whistling of high-speed single-person vehicles piercing the atmosphere. They had arrived. Xingho's expression changed. It was a Piercer single-person insertion pod, a direct and brutal airdrop. No more than 3 minutes. What impatient couriers, Qin Kailan muttered, yet his gaze sharpened. Stay here and do not move. Before he finished speaking, his figure retreated, vanishing once again into the deeper shadows of the warehouse. Xingho leaned anxiously against a pillar, striving to gather the residual energy within her. An orange-red glow flickered around her as she vigilantly observed the warehouse's entrance and the enormous gash in the wall. The howling sound rapidly approached, becoming deafening. Then came the thunderous impacts, boom, 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 boom. For violent collisions resonated almost simultaneously from different directions outside the warehouse. The ground trembled, and dust billowed once more. Clearly, the adversary had employed standard tactical airdrop procedures, infiltrating from multiple directions to encircle them. The heavy walls of the warehouse were forcibly breached, creating more openings. For approximately 3 meter high, grotesque piercer pods crashed through the walls, standing amidst the swirling dust, their hatches opening swiftly. Each hydraulic hiss of the opening hatch struck at Xingho's heart. It was over. The standard formation of the Hound Squad consisted of 4 members. Yet, Just as the hatch of the first insertion pod fully opened, and a warrior clad in armor significantly bulkier and more aerodynamic than the previous soldiers, marked with the Hound helmet insignia, took a step forward, an abrupt change occurred. A shadow, nearly as dark as the abyss of hell, surged forth without warning from the shadows above the Hound warrior. Its speed exceeded the limits of visual capture. Deep Cold Stalker, full power activation. Qin Kailan did not wait for the enemy to fully assemble. He aimed to strike one by one, catching them at their most vulnerable moment. First, a chilling voice emanated from his helmet. The Hound warrior reacted with remarkable swiftness, instantly raising his arm, the muzzle of the rapid-fire energy gun on his gauntlet igniting. But it was too slow. Qin Kailan's right hand, enveloped in an intensely condensed field of absolute zero, did not reach for the armor. Rather, it pressed directly against the energy interface of the intruder pod, which had not yet fully closed. Decompose and absorb. A resonant hum echoed as the absolute power of the forging of all things was unleashed. The menacing intruder pod, along with the still, smoldering propulsion energy within, was devoured as if by an invisible maw, disintegrating into liquid and vapor, transforming into pure streams of matter and energy, which were frantically drawn into Qin Kailan's body. Simultaneously, the energy transmission lines connecting the armor of the hunter warrior, who had just taken a half step forward, were forcibly severed and absorbed. The immense backlash of energy and the instantaneous structural collapse elicited a muffled groan from him as his movements became entirely distorted. In that fleeting moment of rigidity, Qin Kailan's left arm darted forth like a viper, the icy claw striking precisely at the gap in the neck armor, momentarily stripped of its protection by the energy backlash. Crack! The frigid intrusion, even the advanced alloy, akin to liquid metal, could not fully withstand this dual assault of decomposition and freezing that originated from the realm of rules. The neck armor instantaneously became brittle and shattered. A look of disbelief flashed in the hunter warrior's eyes as his body was swiftly encased in ice, consciousness plunging into darkness. Collect. Without hesitation, Qin Kailan summoned the power of the forge once more. The second elite Tamarin hunter, along with his single-man intruder pod, vanished in an instant, transformed into new blueprints and reserve energy within the forge. Hunter assault armor blueprint, optimized. Intruder pod structure and energy core blueprint. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. It was only at this moment that the doors of the other 3 intruder pods fully opened. As the remaining 3 hunter warriors charged out, they beheld a teammate and his intruder pod erased from existence, leaving only a figure clad in chilling azure armor radiating a terrifying cold. Enemy attack. Highest alert. The lead hunter squad leader's furious roar echoed in an alien tongue. The 3 swiftly formed a battle formation, energy weapons igniting on their arms, and more potent energy waves began to coalesce. Their reactions, equipment, and energy levels were indeed far superior to those of the preceding foot soldiers. The heart of Xingho rose to his throat. Yet, after achieving his strike, Qin Kailan's figure did not pause for a moment, seamlessly melding into the complex shadows of the warehouse, as if he had never been there at all. All that remained was a layer of icy frost on the ground and 3 hunter warriors, tense and alert, unable to locate their target. The stealth capabilities of the Deep Cold Stalker, enhanced by the absorption of Gotham's shadow energy and the attributes of ice corpses, reached their zenith in such a convoluted environment. Scatter, scan, find him. The squad leader bellowed his command, but his orders were once again interrupted. From the shadows of the warehouse ceiling, several silent, yet lightning-fast shadow-cold jets accurately struck the energy cores of the 2 remaining intruder pods that had yet to be absorbed. Boom! Boom! 2 muffled explosions reverberated as black smoke billowed from the breach pod, rendering it utterly defunct and severing the enemy's retreat and potential reinforcements. Almost immediately, the hauntingly ethereal azure figure materialized behind the 3rd Hound warrior like a flicker, its icy claws reaching with chilling precision towards the energy core at his back. The hunt had commenced. The roles of hunter and prey had irrevocably inverted in the face of Qin Kailan's overwhelming strength and enigmatic abilities. Starfire leaned against a pillar, her gaze fixated on the elusive azure apparition that flitted through the shadows, each appearance inevitably heralding the disappearance of an elite Hound warrior, leaving her utterly astounded. This man was not merely engaged in battle. He was collecting deliveries, his demeanor exuding impatience, eager merely to finalize the transaction. The stark proposal he had made echoed in her mind. Perhaps accepting this deal was not the worst option after all. Chapter 18. Orbital disassembly and the hospitality of Gotham. The warehouse was permeated with the acrid scent of high-energy weapons, evaporating metal, and organic matter, mingled with an almost absolute sense of void, a peculiar vacuum left behind by the all things forge as it decomposed and absorbed all traces. Qin Kailan removed the deep cold infiltrator helmet, revealing a face that bore a hint of fatigue but was predominantly illuminated by excitement and satisfaction. His gaze fell upon Starfire, who leaned against the container wall, pale from shock and blood loss. He felt a sense of accomplishment from the efficiency of his previous actions, akin to completing a thorough spring cleaning. "How do you find it, Your Highness?" His voice shattered the silence, imbued with a relaxed tone that followed physical exertion. "My offer is quite reasonable. It includes food, lodging, and security. All I require is your cooperation in conducting some harmless energy assessments. Of course, if you prefer to engage in conversation with the commander of that imposing vessel outside on the orbital track, I respect your choice. Though the consultation fee would be separate, perhaps you could offset it with your down little spacecraft." He gestured towards the gaping hole in the warehouse ceiling, caused by the breach pod's intrusion. Above, the star belonging to the Tamarin pursuit craft continued to emit an ominous glow. Starfire's emerald eyes flickered with intense emotional turbulence. Astonished by the terrifying power that had instantaneously decimated the elite Hound squad and the breach pod, wary of the unheard-of ability that could reduce all to nothing, and experiencing a flicker of bewildered hope amidst despair. She inhaled deeply, the movement aggravating the wound in her abdomen, causing her to frown slightly. "Who are you?" Her voice, laced with a Tamarin accent, was resolute. "Your power does not belong to any cosmic civilization or energy system I am familiar with." "Qin Kailan," he replied nonchalantly, a well-meaning citizen passing through with a penchant for collecting rare materials. He shrugged, his tone casual. "As for my power, you may interpret it as efficient waste sorting and resource recycling. This is not the time for an academic symposium, Your Highness. The taxi above is still waiting. Will you renew my protection package or leave a 5-star review to summon it for your pickup?" He habitually communicated in a straightforward, even slightly teasing manner, believing that such an approach would mitigate the barriers of cross-cultural interaction, despite the fact that he had just confiscated both the compatriot and the vehicle of his counterpart. A hurdle that was evidently considerable. Xingho's lips barely managed to form a curve, uncertain whether it was a bitter smile or a reaction to the absurdity of the other's description. She glanced at the last remnants of energy swiftly vanishing from the warehouse floor, then sensed the chilling lock-on of the warship in orbit. The choice did not seem particularly arduous. "I accept your proposition, Mr. Qin," she stated, striving to imbue her voice with strength. "I will provide you with the information you desire regarding the Hounds and stellar energy, but you must ensure my safety, and your research must not be harmful." "Agreed. I relish conducting business with forthright individuals, even if they are extraterrestrial." Qin Kailan snapped his fingers. "Now let us first eliminate that bothersome fly above, lest it disrupt our forthcoming academic discourse." He lifted his gaze, piercing through the roof's breach, locking onto that distant star. The essence of all things forged roared silently within him, as the recently absorbed Tamaranian starship alloy blueprint, Hound assault armor energy core data, and piercer insertion pod propulsion and weapon systems information surged forth like a boiling torrent, swiftly integrating, deducing, and optimizing. A profound yearning for uncharted premium materials surged within his heart. "What do you intend to do?" Xingho sensed the almost tangible aura of desire emanating from Qin Kailan, along with an invisible wave that sent a shiver through her stellar energy. "Nothing much, merely presenting a Gotham-style welcome package to our distant guest." Qin Kailan replied with a grin that revealed a set of gleaming white teeth. "Typically, it includes, but is not limited to, techniques for physical amnesia, enforced slumber, and a one-stop scrap recycling service." No sooner had he spoken than his arms spread wide, palms facing upwards, as the immense energy within surged forth, mingled with the freshly absorbed characteristics of Tamaranian technology. A resonant hum filled the air as brilliant silver-blue energy coalesced before him, taking shape. Intricate alien runes and geometric structures flickered in the interplay of light and shadow, swiftly forming a complex device base, standing half a person's height, exuding a sense of advanced technology. 3 elongated acceleration rails extended forward in a triangular formation, with a highly condensed energy core at the center, radiating an exhilarating tremor. Orbital class sniper cannon, Tamaranian technology modified version. This device, embodying a violent aesthetic, resembled less of a cannon and more of an artistic instrument designed for interstellar demolition. Xing Ho stood in astonishment, gazing at the cannon that had materialized out of thin air, exuding an aura of pure annihilation. What is this? Fear not. It is an eco-friendly weapon, dismantled post-use, leaving no space debris. Qin Kailan adeptly aimed with his mind, having already locked onto the target through the cauldron. Although the commotion might be considerable, he hoped the citizens of Gotham had grown accustomed to such nocturnal disturbances. Without an ounce of hesitation, he concentrated. Boom! A highly condensed, nearly pure white beam of energy erupted instantaneously. It did not emit a thunderous roar. Instead, it was a high-pitched, dimension-tearing shriek. The beam shot skyward, precisely penetrating the gaping hole in the ceiling, soaring into the clouds, its brilliance momentarily eclipsing Gotham's neon lights. The beam did not travel in a straight line. Rather, after departing the cannon's mouth, it executed a brief, physics-defying flicker, circumventing the curvature of the planet, and in the next instant, it appeared directly in front of the Pursuer-class light assault ship. The commander of the Tamaran warship clearly did not anticipate that a ground target could unleash such an extraordinary, jump-capable precision strike. The shield overloaded in an instant, emitting a blinding flash before shattering like fragile glass. The beam, undiminished in its momentum, accurately penetrated the ship's main energy core. In the distant night sky, a star flared brilliantly, reminiscent of a supernova explosion, only to swiftly dim, transforming into a silent, expanding fireball that gradually faded into oblivion. Sporadic explosions flickered like the final fireworks, flashing a few times before succumbing to silence. A satisfying hum resonated from the All Things Forged, as the remnants of the warship were forcibly disassembled across the void of space by an invisible force, absorbed and transformed into the purest materials and energy, merging into the cauldron. Only a small amount of useless scrap was left to become cosmic dust. Qin Kailan felt the cauldron's space fill with the essence of another batch of precious blueprints being recorded, his satisfaction evident. With a wave of his hand, the sniper cannon, which had achieved great merit, disintegrated into countless points of light, returning to the cauldron as if it had never existed. The warehouse fell silent once more, with only a speck of dust falling from the ceiling's breach, a testament to the earth-shattering strike that had just occurred. He turned, gazing at the now completely petrified Starfire, her mouth slightly agape, and brushed away non-existent dust from his hands. All cleaned up. Now, Miss Starfire, he revealed a smile he deemed benevolent. Shall we discuss your accommodation and research arrangements in detail? By the way, may I first collect a sample of the energy emanating from your wound? Consider it a deposit. Starfire fell into a brief silence, her mind struggling to process the explosive information that he had just obliterated a warship and turned its remnants to naught. Now, seeking energy samples as a form of deposit. Meanwhile, in a certain part of Gotham, atop the water beast, Batman's visor detected a sudden surge of high-energy signals representing the Tamaran warship, which then vanished at an astonishing speed, leaving no conventional wreckage signals behind. Bruce Wayne furrowed his brow. The last blurry image transmitted by the mechanical bat was of a peculiar, enormous weapon that flashed before the young Asian man in the warehouse, and the otherworldly beam that ascended defyingly. A type of energy weapon never before seen, directly disassembling and absorbing vast amounts of material, including an entire alien warship. Batman's whispered words were swallowed by Gotham's night winds. Qin, what exactly are you? How much can your furnace consume? His gaze deepened further. The threat level posed by the man who claims to be Qin has once again escalated infinitely in his mind. He is not merely an individual endowed with peculiar abilities. He embodies a mobile catastrophe that potentially possesses interstellar destructive power and resource acquisition capabilities. Beneath the surface, an instinctive alarm resonates within him. Qin's ability to forcibly decompose and absorb everything seems to resonate with certain ancient and perilous records within his database, exhibiting a disquieting and obscure similarity. In a distant galaxy, on the planet of Apocalypse, within a clandestine chamber of the Dark Elite, a crystal sphere inscribed with intricate technological and magical runes suddenly vibrates violently. Within the sphere, a barely perceptible energy imprint emerges from the remnants of the destroyed beacon, transmitting a fragmented stream of information before its complete dissolution. The coordinates lead to Earth's Gotham. Energy characteristic capture analysis reveals a resemblance to source-devouring evolution. Priority elevated. Dispatch hunters. The information flow abruptly ceases, and the crystal sphere regains its tranquility. However, an even deeper and more compatible darkness has been quietly stirred. Chapter 19. Samples, costs, and the cat's gaze. The warehouse has descended into an unusual silence. The threat posed by the Tamarin pursuit ship dissipated into nothingness following a piercing wail that traversed space, leaving only the faintly cold moonlight filtering through the gaping hole in the ceiling and the lingering energy reverberations in the air. Starfire, or Coriandar, leans against the frigid wall of a shipping container. The sharp pains from her abdominal wound and the debilitating weakness from significant blood loss are overshadowed by the mental impact of the man before her, who introduces himself as Qin Kailan. She has witnessed, with her own eyes, how effortlessly he summoned catastrophic weaponry and obliterated an entire interstellar warship, including its remnants. From this universe, such power transcends her understanding of strength, approaching the embodiment of some cosmic principle. At this moment, this moving disaster regards her with the curious eyes of one studying a rare specimen, presenting an utterly preposterous request for an advanced deposit. An energy sample? Starfire echoes, her verdant eyes brimming with wariness and disbelief. Yes, just a little. Qin Kailan steps closer, crouching down to project an unthreatening demeanor, despite his recent display of interstellar might. The golden light dust emanating from your wound appears to possess high energy activity. It would be a shame to waste it. Rest assured, it will be entirely painless and non-invasive. I merely seek to conduct a preliminary analysis to formulate a safer research protocol. His tone is calm, imbued with a focus akin to a purely technical discussion, as if he were deliberating on how to recycle materials from a waste sorting initiative, rather than soliciting the life energy of an injured alien princess. This strange contrast slightly relaxes Starfire's taut nerves. At least for now, it seems his interest is genuinely centered on the energy itself, rather than on her as an individual or anything else. She remains silent for several seconds, attuned to the flow of stellar energy within her. Her injuries are severe, yet her core energy source remains intact. The mere trickle of energy that escaped the surface of her body was indeed negligible. Ultimately, her instinct for survival and the trepidation she felt towards the inscrutable power of the man before her compelled her to acquiesce. She nodded slightly, tacitly granting her consent. Excellent. A pleasant collaboration, Qin Kailan remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He extended his finger, not directly touching Starfire's skin, but hovering a few centimeters above the wound on her abdomen. The subtle force field of the universal forging cauldron was deftly manipulated, functioning like an invisible, intricate comb, gently capturing and collecting the golden energy orbs that dissipated into the air, imbued with warmth. Starfire felt a peculiar pull at her wound, yet it was devoid of pain. Instead, it provided a slight comfort, as if the stagnant energy was being gently redirected. She observed the luminous orbs that would have naturally vanished into the atmosphere, as if guided by an unseen force, converging into a slender golden stream that flowed softly into the tips of Qin Kailan's fingers, vanishing without a trace. The process lasted less than 10 seconds. Qin Kailan retracted his hand and closed his eyes, seemingly savoring something. Within the cauldron, preliminary data regarding the Tamaranian stellar energy was rapidly generated and cataloged. Highly active plasma, extremely high thermal conversion efficiency, contains life-nurturing properties, inconsistent with any known energy spectrum on Earth. Countless fragments of blueprints began to flicker, predominantly vague concepts concerning energy weapons, shields, and life support systems. Incredible energy source, he murmured in awe, then opened his eyes to regard Starfire. Thank you. This deposit is invaluable. Now, we must vacate this location. The commotion here is significant enough to attract other concerned citizens. His tone was casual, yet he understood well that Gotham's knights were never devoid of well-meaning citizens, particularly that caped vigilante. Though the primary energy from that earlier blast was utilized for teleportation and destruction, the immediate, immense energy fluctuations had likely caught the attention of Batman and perhaps other hidden forces. "Can you walk?" he inquired of Starfire. She attempted to move, but an excruciating pain shot through her abdomen, causing her to gasp sharply. The Tamaranian physiology far exceeded that of Earthlings. Yet the Hound's weaponry was specifically designed to target her kind, inflicting wounds with energy suppression effects that hindered healing. Qin Kailan frowned. Supporting her directly would be too slow and conspicuous. He glanced at the pile of discarded construction materials in the corner of the warehouse, and an idea sparked in his mind. He approached, placing a hand atop a heap of abandoned metal pipes and sheets. With a subtle thought, the universal forging cauldron silently activated, and those materials swiftly disintegrated. Almost simultaneously, a simple yet robust metal stretcher, or more accurately, a metal platform adorned with rudimentary levitation runes, was rapidly forged beside him. Portable levitating stretcher, recycled version, he noted. Its design was rudimentary, but its functionality was practical. This will suffice temporarily. He positioned the stretcher next to Starfire and carefully assisted her onto it. The levitation runes flickered to life, bearing most of her weight. "I will endeavor to keep it steady." Having accomplished all this, Qin Kailan finally exhaled, feeling a measure of relief. The relentless intensity of forging and the exertion of tremendous power, particularly the audacious act of forcibly dissecting and assimilating a warship from a great distance, came at a significant cost to him. He felt a profound weariness emanating from the depths of his spirit, a dull ache at his temples, reminiscent of engaging in a highly taxing mental calculation. The intrinsic power of the Universal Forge was nearly boundless, yet, as its wielder, Qin Kailan faced a clear limitation in both physical stamina and mental resilience. The success of this long-range, transspatial dissection and assimilation hinged on several stringent conditions. First, he had recently absorbed a substantial amount of technology derived from the same source, rendering him intimately familiar with the target's structure and energy signature. Second, the target was in a state of instability following an explosion, with its shields collapsed and internal defenses incapacitated, akin to an open gateway. And lastly, and most crucially, the forge was endowed with an unprecedented reserve of energy due to prior extensive absorption, sufficient to sustain this gamble of a remote operation. Even so, such an endeavor was exceedingly tenuous, as the energy backlash and mental burden far exceeded that of conventional close-range absorption. This resembled a tactical maneuver that could only be executed under specific circumstances, with particular intelligence and ample preparation, rather than a readily deployable capability. He understood that should he attempt a similar scale of long-range absorption in the near term, he would likely exhaust his mental faculties before the forge's strength was depleted. Rubbing his temples, he sought to dispel the fatigue. This was not a moment for rest. As he maneuvered the floating stretcher, preparing to depart the ravaged warehouse, he suddenly perceived a faint sound, a nearly imperceptible flutter, blending seamlessly with the whisper of the wind, emanated from a hole in the ceiling. He abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as a hawk's. There, a palm-sized biomimetic mechanical bat hovered silently at the edge of the breach, its compound eyes flickering with a faint red light, evidently having recorded numerous images, including the process of him forging the stretcher. "Ah, I knew it wouldn't be so simple," Qin Kailan thought with a smirk. The Batman surveillance device had indeed left traces behind. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and grasped at the mechanical bat. A hum resonated as an invisible disintegration field enveloped it instantaneously. The mechanical bat seemed to sense the impending danger, frantically flapping its wings in an attempt to flee. But its speed proved futile against the force of the Universal Forge. After a mere fraction of a second of struggle, its metallic form began to rapidly dissolve into the most fundamental particles, akin to pencil marks erased by an eraser, vanishing silently into the air without even a spark. A minor inconvenience resolved, Qin Kailan regarded it as casually as swatting a common mosquito, his tone devoid of emotion. "Yet we truly must take our leave." Without further delay, he maneuvered the floating stretcher and swiftly exited the warehouse, his figure melding into the intricate shadows of Gotham's old city alleyways. Moments later, he found himself in the Batcave. On the main screen, the signal belonging to mechanical bat number 07 abruptly vanished, the final transmitted image frozen on a raised hand, alongside a close-up of the mechanical bat disassembling at an alarming rate. The previously transmitted fragments were also rather scant, a blurred silhouette of a sniper cannon, the flicker of a teleportation beam, and the process of Qin Kailan forging a rudimentary stretcher. Alfred, holding a cup of red tea, stood nearby with a raised eyebrow. It appears our guest possesses not only formidable firepower, but also an astute sense of counter-surveillance and a unique method of disposing of debris. Bruce Wayne sat gravely at the control console, his expression serious. He retrieved the abnormal data record from Gotham University's atmospheric energy monitoring station. Just moments ago, there had been a brief, yet terrifying peak, the nature of the energy unidentifiable, accompanied by a minute, highly unstable spatial distortion phenomenon. He had destroyed and reclaimed an alien warship. Batman's voice was low. Now he had taken away an injured extraterrestrial woman. His capabilities were more perilous and peculiar than we had imagined. The process of disassembly and absorption seemed not without limits. Judging from his final act of forging that simple stretcher and departing swiftly, the remote operation must have exhausted him considerably. His fingers danced across the console, summoning the schematic of Gotham's underground pipeline system alongside simulations of energy flow. He was gathering materials in every conceivable sense. Bruce contemplated, from the initial bricks and steel beams to that icebound demon-like creature, and now to alien technology. His objectives were becoming clear. Alfred nodded slightly, regarding the earlier dock incident. The dark contract magic mentioned by Ms. Satana and the apocalyptic technology, the magical aspect, is not my forte. But the technological signals and that pure essence of malevolence are indeed palpable. Batman's gaze swept through fragments of records in the database concerning interdimensional summons and ancient evils. The entities associated with those fragments were far from benign, and this Mr. Qin seemed to be entwined in this web, or perhaps he himself was drawing these forces in. Should we contact Ms. Satana for further insights? Not for now. We must first address the matter at hand. Batman rose, striding towards his equipment locker. We need to locate them. But before that, perhaps we should consult our old acquaintance who is well-versed in the underworld. He thought of Selina Kyle, that feline-like woman who appeared to have significant ties to this Qin. She might possess valuable information. Meanwhile, Qin Kailan had circled numerous times with Starfire, confirming no new followers before finally arriving at the entrance of Selina's covert safe house, known as Cat Perch No. 2. He knocked on the door with a specific rhythm, and it was immediately open a crack. Selina Kyle peered out, seemingly having not slept, her alluring face etched with a hint of worry and profound curiosity. Her gaze first landed on Qin Kailan, quickly surveying to confirm he was intact, before being drawn immediately to the floating stretcher behind him, which bore a striking orange-armored beauty. Clearly not of this earth, Selina's cat-like eyes widened in astonishment, her brows arching in surprise as her gaze flitted between Xingho and Qin Kailan, ultimately settling on Qin Kailan's face, a playful smirk gracing her lips. "Wow," she murmured, her voice dropping an octave, laced with incredulous teasing. "I know you mentioned going out for exercise, but I never anticipated that just a few hours away from your site would result in you bringing back an extraterrestrial beauty." Chapter 20. Xingho in the Safe House. Cats and unfinished troubles. The term extraterrestrial beauty caused Xingho, who lay on the floating stretcher, to furrow her brow slightly, as if she wished to retort. However, the pain in her abdomen and overwhelming fatigue rendered her only capable of parting her lips, ultimately resulting in a feeble groan. Qin Kailan was unfazed by Selina's jest. As he maneuvered the stretcher through the doorway, he replied, "To be precise, this is Xingho, a princess of Tamarin currently being hunted by an intergalactic syndicate. Selina, lend a hand. She is gravely injured." Upon hearing this, Selina's playful demeanor softened slightly. With the agility of a cat, she sidestepped to make room, her gaze swiftly assessing Xingho's pale complexion and blood-stained armor. "This is no trivial matter. The trouble is likely to be immense," she muttered, yet promptly assisted in guiding the floating stretcher to a more spacious area of the living room. The door to the safe house closed silently behind them, temporarily isolating them from the clamor and peril of Gotham's night. The warm light, relatively tidy surroundings, and the faint aroma of coffee stood in stark contrast to the bloodshed and chill they had just encountered in the warehouse. Qin Kailan released the levitation runes from the stretcher, allowing it to settle gently on the ground. He exhaled deeply. A wave of mental exhaustion washed over him, prompting him to instinctively press his temples. The prolonged high-intensity battles and that recent extreme maneuver had left lingering repercussions that clearly would not dissipate swiftly. Selina keenly observed this subtle gesture. "You don't appear to be in much better shape," she remarked, turning towards a small refrigerator in the corner. "Would you care for something to invigorate you? Though I regret to inform you that I lack any extraterrestrial energy drinks. Hot cocoa, please, double sugar." Qin Kailan requested without hesitation, then crouched down to examine Xingho's injuries. "Would you mind if I took a look? Purely from an academic perspective. Perhaps I could devise a means to accelerate your healing process. After all, you are now my significant collaborator." He nearly referred to her as a research specimen, but managed to halt himself in time. Xingho hesitated. In an unfamiliar environment, confronted by two entirely strange individuals, one of whom possessed unfathomable power, her vigilance was understandably heightened. Yet, the persistent throbbing of her wound and the debilitating weakness from energy loss posed a tangible threat. Ultimately, she slowly nodded, removing a section of her abdominal armor to reveal a gruesome wound, its edges flickering with a faint green glow of suppressive energy. Selina approached with 2 cups of hot cocoa, her eyes widening in shock at the sight of the injury. "That looks truly dreadful. What sort of weapon could inflict such damage?" "The exclusive weapon of the Tamarin Royal Guard's hounds, designed to target our kind's photonic physiology," Xingho replied, her voice hoarse and tinged with suppressed agony. "It inhibits energy flow and delays healing." Qin Kailan meticulously examined the wound, as the essence of all things forge, quietly activated, analyzing the structure of the suppressive energy and the characteristics of the stellar energy inherent to the starfire. Soon, several provisional treatment blueprints based on existing materials, primarily derived from previously absorbed Tamarin technology and warehouse construction materials, materialized in his mind. The issue was not significant, merely a minor inconvenience. He concluded with an air of indifference, as if commenting on a straightforward mathematical problem. Extending his palm, he hovered it above the wound. A faint silver-blue luminescence coalesced in his hand, mingling with certain neutral trace elements extracted from the Tamarin starship alloy and the foundational biocompatible materials refined from the warehouse supplies. The radiance descended upon the wound like a gentle rain. Starfire immediately felt a soothing sensation enveloping the searing pain, as the persistent green glow of the suppressive energy visibly diminished and dissipated. Although the wound did not heal instantaneously, the bleeding ceased entirely, and the surrounding redness began to recede, as a warm, healing energy gradually nourished the damaged tissue. The suppressive effects were temporarily subdued, providing a modicum of basic repair. Qin Kailan withdrew his hand, his tone remaining steady. Complete recovery would require time and one's own energy, but at least deterioration was no longer a concern. Starfire was astonished by the changes in her body, her gaze towards Qin Kailan becoming increasingly intricate. This man, possessing destructive power, could perform such precise manipulations of energy and medical interventions. What exactly was he? "I never imagined your recycling station could also serve as a clinic." Selina handed a cup of double-sugar hot cocoa to Qin Kailan while offering another to Starfire. "Here you go, princess. A specialty from Earth. While it may not compare to your stellar juice, it should at least warm you up." Starfire hesitantly accepted the mug, the warmth radiating through the cup's surface. She took a small sip, the sweetness mingled with a hint of bitterness spreading across her tongue, a peculiar warmth indeed coursing through her body, slightly easing her taut nerves. "Thank you," she murmured, her gaze shifting between Qin Kailan and Selina. "Are you companions? Temporary roommates and creditors?" Selina interjected, lazily leaning against the armrest of the sofa, her cat-like eyes glimmering with curiosity. "This Mr. Qin is exceptionally capable and particularly adept at creating surprises, partner." She skillfully sidestepped a clear definition of their relationship, instead redirecting the question back. "So, princess, how did you end up entangled with that band of interstellar ruffians, ultimately smashing through my partner's warehouse ceiling?" Starfire fell silent for a moment, seemingly organizing her thoughts, weighing the pros and cons. The warmth of the cocoa and the temporary stabilization of her injury provided her with a semblance of security. She glanced at Qin Kailan, who appeared absorbed in his cocoa, seemingly unhurried for her story. Yet, his calm gaze exuded an undeniable pressure. Taking a deep breath, she began to recount her tale. I am Cora Andal, a princess of Tamarin, or rather, a former princess. My sister, the Queen of Kamida, orchestrated a coup, aligning herself with an immensely powerful dark force. Her voice carried the weight of anguish and humiliation as I found myself imprisoned, reduced to a mere political pawn and experimental subject. They endeavored to exert complete control over my stellar energy. I managed to escape and commandeer a spacecraft. However, they pursued me relentlessly. She briefly recounted the harrowing escape, elucidating why she chose Earth as a temporary refuge. Situated on the periphery of the galaxy, with a relatively primitive civilization, it theoretically offered a greater chance of concealment. Yet, I underestimated their resolve and their sophisticated tracking technology. Bitterly, she remarked that the Hounds were her sister's most elite pursuit team, equipped with cutting-edge weaponry. It was only upon encountering her that I glanced at Qin Kailan, as if at a loss for words to describe the cataclysmic battle that had just transpired. I had come across a professional waste disposal service. Qin Kailan set down his empty cup and interjected. Thus, the transaction continues. You have provided the background. Now it is time for substantial content. Detailed intelligence on the Hounds, their standard configurations, tactics, communication frequencies, and most importantly, your method of converting stellar energy into combat power. Non-lethal research, as I have pledged. His forthrightness momentarily stunned Xingho, who then revealed a wry smile of resignation. This man always possessed a singular purpose. She commenced a meticulous description of the Hound's standard configurations, detailing everything from the individual soldier's energy core frequency to the vulnerabilities in squad coordination tactics, and the characteristics of several primary weapons. Qin Kailan listened intently, silently recording every piece of information, corroborating it with the tangible data he had already assimilated. The blueprint of Tamarin's military technology grew increasingly refined and clear. Just as Xingho was about to elaborate on her method of energy utilization, Qin Kailan abruptly raised his hand, signaling her to cease. His expression became slightly grave as he attentively listened. Selena instantly became alert, silently moving to the door to peer through the peephole. What is it? Xingho asked anxiously. Nothing too serious, Qin Kailan replied, shaking his head, though his gaze sharply swept across the corners of the room. Just a pesky little tale, or rather, its owner is quite tenacious. He approached the wall and gently pressed his finger against a certain power outlet. With a faint crackle, a minuscule listening device, smaller than a fingernail and nearly indistinguishable from the dust, instantly overloaded and emitted a wisp of smoke. Batman certainly has an array of gadgets, Qin Kailan scoffed. It seems he has taken a keen interest in our extraterrestrial guest. Almost simultaneously, within the Batcave, an audio signal from Bruce Wayne's surveillance equipment directed toward the safe house was abruptly drowned out by a piercing noise, subsequently vanishing entirely. Alfred raised an eyebrow. It appears our guest possesses remarkable counter-surveillance awareness. Batman gazed at the vanishing signal point on the screen, his expression unchanged. He deftly tapped a few keys on the console, summoning the map of Gotham City, where one particular area was distinctly highlighted. His analysis was thorough, yet this meticulousness only narrowed the scope further. Batman's voice was low and resonant. By synthesizing the last known position of the mechanical bat and the residual energy, he had effectively locked onto their general area of activity. It was time to converse with Selena. He rose, his black cloak billowing behind him. Shall I prepare the vehicle? Sir? No. Batman proceeded towards his motorcycle. This time, I will meet her alone. Within the sanctuary, the atmosphere grew tense once more due to the recent interruption. Have we been discovered? Starfire inquired with concern. For now, we are merely under suspicion and heightened scrutiny. Qin Kailan replied with a calm demeanor. This is Gotham. One must grow accustomed to it. As long as it isn't a colossal starship crashing down upon us, local skirmishes are manageable. Yet before he could finish, his brow furrowed again. This time, it was not a technological device. It emanated from a deeper source, a faint tremor originating from the very essence of the All Things Cauldron. A distant, yet intensely malevolent and ravenous wave, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Though subtle, was distinctly perceived by him. This sensation bore an uncanny resemblance to the traits he had absorbed from the ice skeleton demon and the fragment of the beacon. It was more refined, more purposeful. It was approaching Gotham. Qin Kailan's expression darkened. "What is it?" Selina astutely noted the shift in his demeanor. It was far from the discovery of a mere listening device. Qin Kailan lifted his gaze, as though it could pierce through the ceiling to the boundless night sky. "The minor trouble has been temporarily resolved." He spoke slowly, his tone devoid of its earlier lightness. "But it seems the issue we cast aside has indeed summoned a far greater one." Chapter 21. Absolute annihilation and the gaze from the shadows inside the sanctuary. The air felt as though it had solidified. Qin Kailan's assertion of a greater trouble instantly heightened Selina and Starfire's senses. The previous battle outside the warehouse and the obliteration of the starship were still vivid in their minds. Anything this man deemed greater was surely formidable. "What is it?" Selina whispered, instinctively reaching for the whip at her waist. Starfire also struggled to sit up, her golden energy faintly pulsing around her. Yet due to her injuries and the lingering effects of energy suppression, she felt powerless. Qin Kailan did not respond immediately. He closed his eyes, immersing himself in resonance with the All Things Cauldron. The malevolent wave approaching from the vastness of space grew increasingly distinct, imbued with a cold intent solely birthed for destruction and plunder. It moved with remarkable speed, precisely directed towards their location. A signal emanated from a lair of the monsters previously encountered at the docks. Qin Kailan opened his eyes, revealing an unfathomable tranquility. "It is coming for us. It is powerful, and it is very hungry." He sensed that the cauldron conveyed not fear or animosity, but rather a pure reaction. As a tranquil lake reflects the shadow of its intruder, whether that silhouette be a demon or an angel, the water itself harbors no preference. It merely awaits the disturbance of a stone, which sends ripples across its surface, transforming the stone into an integral part of the lake itself. The impending hunter, in the perception of the vessel, is merely a material awaiting interpretation and disassembly, possessing only a slightly elevated energy level. A decision instantly crystallized in Qin Kailan's mind. It must be diverted. Combat cannot occur here. He turned to Xingho, inquiring if she could endure, and requested her cooperation as bait for a brief moment. With gritted teeth, she nodded in affirmation. He then addressed Selina, instructing her to remain behind and secure the door, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Selina swallowed her words and solemnly cautioned him to be careful. "I shall do my utmost," he replied succinctly, swiftly assisting Xingho and dashing towards the balcony. "Hold on tight." The armor of the winter assault suit enveloped him instantaneously, the icy jets at his back emanating a ghostly blue luminescence. Cradling Xingho, he shattered the window and surged forth like a streak of blue and white light towards the abandoned industrial sector of Gotham Bay. Almost instantaneously after their departure, an oppressive and intangible pressure enveloped the area. A dark crimson streak, akin to a falling blood comet, descended with a deafening sonic boom, crashing onto the rooftop of the building opposite their safe house. Amidst the ensuing chaos, the towering figure of the elite hunter from Apocalypse, standing 3 meters tall and adorned with gruesome spines and menacing mandibles, slowly rose from the debris. Its single eye scanned below, emitting a greedy shriek as it accurately tracked the fleeing prey, its muscular legs coiling tightly as it transformed into a shadow of blood, pursuing with ferocity. In Gotham Bay, the rusting gantry crane loomed silently against the night. Qin Kailan positioned Xingho in a concealed corner, instructing her to remain there and conserve her energy. He turned to face the direction from which the hunter approached, donning the visor of the winter assault suit, its icy blue optics piercing the night sky. The energy within the vessel flowed calmly, having recently absorbed materials including the alloy from a Tamarin starship and fragments of a Hound Assault armor energy core, alongside numerous basic material properties. There is no need to imbue this energy with sanctity, demon-repelling, or restraining attributes. The energy of the vessel itself exemplified the highest order of rules. It did not distinguish between light and darkness, technology and magic, or organic and inorganic life. Its very essence was to deconstruct, analyze, and then reshape. To confront such an adversary, it sufficed to unleash the power of the vessel with utmost efficiency. The dark crimson figure tore through the night, crashing onto the docks. The hunter's singular eye fixated on its target with a greedy roar, its bony blades raised, poised to pounce. At that precise moment, Qin Kailan sprang into action. Crossing his arms before his chest, the energy from the vessel surged forth untransformed. Directly following the efficient energy propulsion concept he had slightly optimized based on Tamarin technology blueprints. A brilliant, unblemished silver-blue radiance erupted before him, swiftly coalescing into two elegantly simplistic yet powerfully imposing shoulder-mounted cannons. The muzzles lacked any ornate structures, resembling two profound black holes capable of devouring all light. Twin-born abyssal pulse cannon. The weapon's principle is astonishingly straightforward. It harnesses the absolute power of decomposition from the universal forge, condensing it to release in pulsing jets. It bears no inherent attributes. Its essence is purely that of decomposition itself. The hunter instinctively sensed an ultimate threat, halting abruptly in a charging stance. Its singular eye flashing with a frenzied crimson light, emitting a piercing scream laced with fury and disbelief. In a desperate attempt, it activated its dark red biological shield, crossing its bony blades to block. However, before the pure silver-blue pulse, all defenses became meaningless. Shields? Decomposed. Blades? Decomposed. Armor? Decomposed. Flesh and blood? Decomposed. Even the dark energy contracts that constituted its existence? Similarly decomposed. The pulse beam traversed silently, devoid of explosions, radiant collisions, or the splendid effects of attribute counters. All that remained was a simple vanishing act. The hunter maintained its blocking posture, yet from the point struck by the pulse, both matter and energy began to fade away like erased strokes from a canvas, silently and uniformly transforming into the most fundamental stream of particles, carried effortlessly into the night sky, ultimately dissipating as if they had never existed. Absolute, impartial, and overwhelming. Whether one approached as an elite from the Apocalypse Star or a mere boulder, the outcome before the Universal Forge, decomposing pulse was invariably the same, a return to nothingness, becoming raw materials awaiting refinement. The only distinction was the amount of energy expended. One clash, less than a second. This elite hunter from the Apocalypse Star was utterly erased, absorbing unknown advanced composite material analysis, structure information for energy reserve enhancement. The cauldron transmitted a serene stream of information, as if recording an ordinary collection. Qin Kailan dissipated the twin pulse cannons from his shoulders, exhaling softly. The expenditure of this attack focused on sustaining the condensation and output of the rules, rather than attribute confrontation, proving to be unexpectedly more efficient than anticipated. He approached the site where the hunter had vanished, finding it utterly devoid of remnants. Not even a trace of ash remaining, thoroughly decomposed. It seemed the cleanup had been executed flawlessly. He remarked lightly. Starfire emerged cautiously from her hiding place, gazing at the desolate dock, then at Qin Kailan, who appeared as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust. She opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words to express her current sentiments. It was not the thrill of triumph over a formidable foe, but rather a sensation of insignificance and awe in the presence of an immense natural force. Is it over? Her voice was dry. Yes, the debris has been cleared, Qin Kailan replied, removing his helmet with an unruffled tone. Let's return. He ignited the flare, activated the jetpack, and returned to the safe house. In the distance, atop an abandoned water tower, Batman lingered in the shadows, his multi-functional visor capturing the incomprehensible scene that had just unfolded. His expression was unusually grave, momentarily flickering with a barely perceptible shock. He had witnessed the creature radiating an astonishing malevolence and formidable biological energy. He also beheld the pair of enigmatic weapons summoned by Qin Kailan. Yet, he found himself utterly confounded by the nature of the attack. There were no fluctuations in energy properties, no discernible technological traits, nor magical runes illuminating what appeared to be a negation of existence itself. The creature, along with the space surrounding it, seemed as though it had been obliterated from the world by some absolute force. Apocalypse Star. Bruce Wayne whispered the name he had learned from Zatanna, and the power wielded by Qin left Batman in silent contemplation as he vanished into the shadows. The night in Gotham grew even more profound and inscrutable as a greater shadow silently spread across the globe. Chapter 22. The Dark Knight and the Keeper of Spoils inside Safe House 2. The air felt as if it had solidified into a translucent gel, mingled with the scent of blood, the acrid odor of burnt alien metal, and a faint trace of Selina's perfume. Starfire, or as she preferred to be called, Coriandar, curled up in a corner of the sofa. Qin Kailan's straightforward yet remarkably effective treatment had alleviated the tormenting energy suppression at her wound, and the Tamaranian's formidable self-healing abilities were slowly taking effect. Yet her pale complexion and the occasional furrowing of her brow as she moved betrayed her lingering frailty. Her once bright eyes, ablaze with the fire of a star, were now fixed intently upon Qin Kailan, a mixture of post-traumatic trepidation, reverence for absolute power, and an almost scholarly curiosity swirling within them. He had seemingly quelled the tumultuous energies within her with nothing but his bare hands, or perhaps a deeper force altogether. This was no known technology or magic from the universe. Selina, akin to a truly territorial feline, leaned against the threshold between the kitchen and the living room, arms crossed, her gaze flitting between Qin Kailan and Coriandar. She had just rummaged through the medical kit only to find it seemingly unnecessary, which irked her inexplicably, particularly upon witnessing Qin's nonchalant demeanor, as if he had merely repaired a household appliance. Thus, Selina shattered the silence, her voice laced with her signature, gritty languor, yet underpinned by a sharp edge. "Welcome to my safe house, alien princess. And we just blew up an alien warship, did we not? What will tomorrow's headlines read? Wayne Enterprises' new fireworks experiment gone awry?" Qin Kailan, with his eyes closed, was attuned to the state of the universal forge within him, forcibly disassembling and absorbing a strike craft. Despite the substantial materials he had previously amassed, had nearly drained his energy. At this moment, the cauldron resembled a parched lake bed, slowly drawing in the sparse energy particles from the air to replenish itself, at a pace so languorous it almost induced a yawn. Upon hearing Selina's words, he did not even lift his eyelids. Rest assured, with the professionalism of Gotham's media, they will be far more interested in what new shape of bat-shaped projectile Batman has employed, or perhaps speculate on whether the Joker has acquired yet another new toy. He paused before adding, "As for this place, it is temporarily secure. I cleaned up thoroughly." He referred to the Tamaranian soldiers and the breach pods, leaving not even a scrap of metal behind, a true testament to environmental preservation. Cori spoke softly, her voice somewhat hoarse from weakness, yet still imbued with a peculiar rhythm. "Those are the Hounds, a special pursuit unit of the Tamaranian Royal Guard. They are relentless. The price of your sanctuary may be steep." She cast a complex glance at Qin Kailan, acknowledging that he had destroyed their ships. Yet the signal may have already returned to their home planet. "Whatever comes, we shall face it." Qin Kailan's words were succinct, his eyes finally opening to reveal a glimmer of interest upon seeing quality renewable resources. Their alloy possessed commendable energy conversion efficiency, ideal for fuel and building materials. Selina rolled her eyes elegantly. "Oh, the great master of recycling. Shall we erect a sign at the entrance, offering high prices for alien scrap metal, with generous discounts for bulk orders, supporting interstellar shipping on delivery?" Just as Qin Kailan contemplated a retort, his brow furrowed suddenly, not due to a warning from the Forge of All, but rather an instinct honed through countless brushes with death. Almost simultaneously, Selina's body tensed, her animalistic alertness directing her gaze toward the ventilation ducts. It was too quiet. The ambient noise from the city outside, once faintly perceptible, had vanished without a trace. "He is coming." Selina and Qin Kailan spoke in unison, albeit with Selina's tone laden with gravity, while Qin Kailan's bore an impatience, as if to say, "It is about time." There was no knock at the door. In the next instant, a deep, raspy voice, as though meticulously modulated by a voice changer, seeped into the room from every corner like a cold tide, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. "Selina Kyle, we need to talk about your guest tonight and the vanished spacecraft over Gotham." Batman. He had evidently employed some form of wide-range broadcasting device, delivering his voice directly into the room, signifying his absolute control over the external environment. Selina inhaled deeply, poised to respond, but Qin Kailan raised a hand to halt her. He stood up, despite his fatigue, his posture upright, as the faint energy generated by the Forge of All began to emanate from his body, dispelling the pervasive sonic pressure. "Batman." Qin Kailan's voice was calm, even laced with a hint of casualness, speaking through the door with little sincerity. And you startle my new partner. He cast a glance at Corey, who had instantaneously assumed a combat stance, her form subtly shimmering with golden energy. She was still injured and could not afford to be startled. The sounds outside fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly caught off guard by the other's directness, even tinged with a hint of accusatory authority. Upon opening the door, the voice of Batman resonated once more, this time colder and closer, as if it were pressed against the door itself. Or perhaps I'd stepped inside. Very well, if we are to converse, let's converse. Qin Kailan approached the door, casting a reassuring glance towards Selina, and then, without any forewarning, abruptly yanked open the security door. Outside stood not an empty space, but a tall, dark figure that nearly filled the entire doorframe. His black cloak hung down, merging him with the shadows of the corridor. The white lenses of his mask resembled a frozen lake, emotionlessly fixated on Qin Kailan as he entered. The oppressive aura, a blend of Gotham's darkness and that of a top-tier predator, bore down upon him like a tangible force. Yet, Qin Kailan appeared unfazed. He even tilted his head to scrutinize Batman's suit. TSK, a new paint job? Matte black, far more subdued than the last shiny version. Much better suited for frightening people at night. Batman ignored his banter, his gaze drifting past Kailan's shoulder to survey Selina and the evidently extraterrestrial coriander within the room, before finally returning to Qin Kailan's face. What have you done? Batman inquired, cutting straight to the point. Me? Qin Kailan spread his hands. Tonight, I am merely a well-meaning citizen of Gotham, assisting in the disposal of some irredeemable extraterrestrial refuse, while also rescuing a friend from an act of violence. Eco-friendly and benevolent. I ought to receive a medal or something. You have destroyed an alien spacecraft within Gotham's airspace. You have instigated a potential extraterrestrial conflict. The individual beside you is the source of that conflict. Each of Batman's words fell like icy weights in the air. Allow me to clarify, Qin Kailan interjected, raising a finger. Firstly, it was that ship that fired first, targeting the city center. I averted a potential massacre. Secondly, the conflict was not initiated by me. It was those pursuing this lady. Thirdly, she is under my protection now. That is the crux of the matter. Gotham is not to be threatened by any extraterrestrial forces, nor will it harbor those that may invite such threats. Batman advanced a step closer, the pressure intensifying. Hand her over to me. Coriander struggled to rise, golden energy coalescing in her palms, unstable. Selina silently edged closer, the glint of cold light flickering between her fingers. The atmosphere became charged with tension. Yet Qin Kailan smiled. He not only stood his ground, but took a small step forward, nearly face to face with Batman, inhaling the cold metallic scent of his armor and Kevlar fibers. Hand her over, and then what? Will you decide her fate? Lock her away in some secret cage for experimentation? Or will you wait for her enemies to come knocking, plowing through Gotham with a mightier fleet? Qin Kailan's voice turned frosty. Batman, while you may intimidate Gotham's criminals, the universe is vast. Some troubles cannot be resolved through mere intimidation and nocturnal patrols. He gestured towards Coriander. She is under my protection. The trouble, naturally, is also mine. My possessions, I shall manage. My troubles, I shall resolve. No need for your concern. Your arrogance will lead to the demise of many. The voice of Batman finally carried a hint of barely discernible anger, as long as it is less lethal than your controlling tendencies. Qin Kailan retorted without hesitation. Regarding your obsessive control, that little device of yours possesses mediocre sound quality. Perhaps you ought to consider a superior replacement next time. Suddenly, he raised his hand, revealing a minuscule black device, smaller than a grain of rice, which was the remnant of a miniature listening device he had previously discovered and disposed of. With a gentle squeeze, the fragment disintegrated into nothingness, completely absorbed by the universal forge. Batman's white lenses seemed to narrow slightly. Look, Qin Kailan's tone softened, taking on an air of sincerity. There's no need for us to make this so tense. I understand your concerns. Gotham is your territory. You are averse to any extraordinary forces spiraling out of control here. Coincidentally, I too despise complications. My aims are simple: to procure the materials I require and then live my own quiet life. He stepped aside, allowing Batman a clearer view of KLND and SILN within the room. These two are currently my esteemed suppliers of materials and roommates. I assure you that they, along with any potential troubles they may bring, will not affect the ordinary citizens of Gotham. That is my solemn promise. He fixed his gaze on Batman's unyielding white eyes. In exchange, you shall refrain from disturbing me, as well as from targeting them. Let us coexist without conflict. Agreed? A protracted silence enveloped the corridor. Batman stood like a statue, meticulously evaluating the situation. He had witnessed Qin Kailan's incomprehensible disintegration abilities, his instantaneous armor-forging technology, and his unflinching resolve to obliterate alien warships. He was an exceedingly dangerous and unpredictable variable. Yet, tonight, he had indeed averted a greater catastrophe, seemingly attempting to manage the situation in a peculiar but effective manner. Confrontation would yield unpredictable consequences, especially considering that Qin Kailan had effortlessly annihilated an apocalyptic Star Hunter moments prior. I will keep a watchful eye on you. Ultimately, Batman's deep voice resonated, nearly tantamount to a tacit agreement. You and all your materials. Any transgressions. Understood. Why not just ram me with the Batmobile? Qin Kailan interjected, waving his hand dismissively, his tone lightening. Is everything all right? We should rest now. It has been a long night, and I am quite fatigued. Good night, Mr. Batman. He leisurely closed the door before Batman, exhaling softly as his back leaned against it the moment it shut. The seemingly casual conversation had exerted a considerable drain on his already limited mental reserves. Engaging in a battle of wills and psychology with an opponent of Batman's caliber was no less taxing than destroying a spacecraft. The two women within the room regarded him. Sil wore a complex expression, simultaneously relieved yet incredulous that he had truly managed to send Batman away. KLND appeared visibly relaxed, her palm's energy slowly dissipating, her gaze inquisitive. Well then, a temporary ceasefire, Qin Kailan mused, rubbing his temples. At least for the time being, the Dark Knight should refrain from knocking on our windows. At that moment, his words abruptly ceased, for within him, the forge of all things, which had been gradually recovering, suddenly emitted an exceedingly faint yet remarkably clear tremor. This was neither a battle alert nor a sensation of energy surging. Rather, it was a resonance, a distant, profound pulse that seemed to emanate from the very depths of the earth, or perhaps from the abyss of the ocean. It was akin to a colossal heart, beating slowly yet powerfully. This sensation was of the same essence as the warning he had felt after absorbing the energy signatures of Batman and the shadows of Gotham in relation to the Black Mask's peculiar cargo. Yet this time it was strikingly vivid and alarmingly close. It was as if that slumbering, ravenous entity had opened its eyes and was lurking nearby. Qin Kailan's expression shifted to one of grave intensity. He abruptly raised his head, his gaze seemingly penetrating the walls, directing itself towards the Gotham harbor. Chapter 23. Whispers of the Deep Sea, Hot Cocoa, and the Cat S, probing the heavy sound of the security door, closing felt like a demarcation, separating the chill of Batman's oppressive presence outside from the strange, fragile coexistence within. However, just as Qin Kailan pressed his back against the door, the dizziness brought on by mental fatigue had not yet dissipated, when the forge of all things, which had lain dormant like still water within him, suddenly surged with an exceedingly faint yet remarkably clear tremor. This was neither a combat warning nor a surge of energy, but rather a distant, profound resonance. It was as if a colossal heart, resting deep within the earth or beneath the frigid depths of the ocean, had pulsed slowly yet powerfully. Clear, close. It was of the same origin and quality as the warnings he had perceived regarding the Black Mask's special cargo after absorbing the energy signatures of Batman and the shadows of Gotham. Yet this time, it was not a vague image or fragmented sound. It was an unmistakably vivid sensation that this entity had awakened and was likely connected to some location within Gotham, possibly the harbor itself. This momentary perception was fleeting, akin to a faint current traversing through darkness, quickly blurring and fading due to his profound exhaustion and the depletion of the Forge's energy, leaving behind only a subtle, almost imperceptible echo imprinted deep within his awareness, a heavy portent, imbued with cold dampness and an ancient hunger. Qin Kailan's complexion turned pale, not from fear, but from a physiological discomfort stemming from overwhelming fatigue compounded by an influx of information. He pressed his fingers against his temples, attempting to temporarily suppress the whispers of the deep sea to the recesses of his consciousness. Now was not the time for inquiry. He desperately needed rest. He departed. Selina's voice reached him as she turned from the window, evidently having just confirmed Batman's departure. Upon seeing Qin Kailan's troubled countenance, she paused slightly. It was clear that his state was not merely one of fatigue. Qin Kailan managed to emit a syllable from his throat, dragging his leaden legs as he collapsed onto the sofa, sinking deeply into its embrace. At this moment, he felt utterly disinclined to move even a single finger. The living room fell into a delicate silence. Qorianna curled up in the corner of the sofa, observing with a blend of vigilance and feebleness. Selina, with a probing gaze, oscillated her attention between Qin Kailan and the world beyond the window. Ultimately, it was Selina who shattered the silence. She approached the open kitchen area, the sound of rummaging through cabinets creating a soft rustle. It seemed that even a cosmic garbage collector required a fuel replenishment. Her tone carried the unique, gritty languor she was known for, yet her movements did not cease. There were only instant noodles, energy bars, and my stash of exquisite chocolates. Given that you just evaded a dismantling of the safe house, I graciously allowed access to the chocolate reserve. Grateful, Qin Kailan nestled on the sofa, lethargically muttering without even opening his eyes. His current need for sustenance eclipsed all curiosity. The kitchen echoed with the sounds of boiling water and the subtle tearing of packaging. A peculiar atmosphere, teetering between awkwardness and ease, began to permeate the space. Here, in the shadows of Gotham, lay a refuge harboring an alien princess, a legendary thief, and a wanderer who at this moment had temporarily reached a truce due to the most fundamental survival needs, food and rest. After a while, Selina returned with a tray bearing 3 steaming cups of instant soup, several energy bars, and a small dish of what appeared to be expensive handcrafted chocolates. She set down the tray, selected a piece of chocolate for herself, curled up on the adjacent armchair, and savored it while her gaze playfully flitted between Qin Kailan and Coriander. Thus, she licked her lips, akin to a contented cat, pondering the taste of stellar energy. What is it like during the transformation? This question was directed at the languid Qin Kailan. Qin Kailan struggled to sit up, took a large sip of the thick soup, the warm, viscous liquid temporarily soothing his protesting stomach. He smacked his lips, adopting the tone of a food critic as he lazily remarked, "Tasteless. If I had to describe it, I'd say it resembles highly purified sunlight, warm, assertive, vibrant, yet lacking, depth." A flicker of confusion crossed Coriander's emerald eyes. Energy is merely energy, whether powerful or controllable. No one had ever evaluated it through the lens of depth. What about when you dismantled those hounds and spaceships? Selina inquired. Her curiosity piqued. What did it feel like? She gestured dramatically, mimicking the swift motion, and it was gone in an instant. Satiation, Qin Kailan replied succinctly, taking another bite of an energy bar, the high-quality metal and energy core staving off hunger, though it tended to get stuck in your teeth. He referred to the mental strain of digesting and absorbing those intricately structured technological constructs. Selina was amused by this peculiar description and let out a soft laugh, only to feel it was somewhat out of place, quickly covering it with a light cough. Coriander, meanwhile, listened with a vague understanding, grasping that the other was efficiently utilizing the equipment of their pursuers in a manner she could not quite comprehend. Your injury, Qin Kailan glanced at Coriander, his gaze resting on her still pale visage. My method merely neutralized the suppressive energy. The healing must rely on you. Do Tamaranian self-healing processes require any special conditions? For instance, sunlight? He recalled the comic book lore. Coriander shook her head slightly. Any form of light and thermal energy can assist, but it is not essential. It simply requires time. She paused before adding, "Thank you for the neutralization." The term felt somewhat awkward on her tongue. As part of the transaction, there is no need for thanks. Qin Kailan waved his hand dismissively, appearing rather pragmatic. Once you are well, do remember to allow me to study how you transform light into an energy cannon, he stated plainly, unabashedly revealing his intentions, which paradoxically made him less irksome. The conversation seemed to reach an impasse, and the safe house fell into a tranquil silence, punctuated only by the faint sounds of the 3 sharing their meals and their steady breaths. After finishing the last morsel of food, Qin Kailan felt a slight restoration of his strength, Yet the weariness of his mind surged like a relentless tide. He reclined once more, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Selina, who was sipping hot soup with delicate sips. Her feline eyes appeared somewhat hazy amidst the rising steam, lacking their usual cunning alertness, replaced instead by a rare sense of relaxation. The shared experience of escape and battle from the previous night, coupled with their tender moments of tending to each other's wounds and exchanging names, seemed to have subtly bridged some unspoken distance between them. He recalled the chocolate she had shared earlier, and this modest yet timely sustenance. "Hey, Selina," he suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse from fatigue. "Yes." Selina looked up at him. "Thank you," he said awkwardly, avoiding her gaze as he focused on the ceiling. "And for not directly selling me to Batman earlier." He was acutely aware that had Selina truly wished to distance herself from him, she had numerous opportunities to hint at or convey information to Batman. Selina paused for a moment, then a barely perceptible smile graced her lips as she swirled her soup cup. "Don't misunderstand. I was merely investing in my quality supplier," she retorted lightly. "If Batman were to capture you and imprison you in Arkham, who would assist me with those troublesome matters concerning Black Mask?" Her tone was casual, concealing a subtle shift in her emotions beneath the guise of jest. Qin Kailan scoffed softly, choosing not to respond further. Some things are better left unspoken. He closed his eyes, and the weight of exhaustion finally enveloped him completely. Just before his consciousness submerged into slumber, he seemed to hear, once more, the faint yet undeniable pulse emanating from the depths of the ocean, a rhythm reminiscent of waiting. Chapter 24. Energy Samples. The cat has passed, and the omen of deep diving time within the cat climbing frame now. Two Safe House felt as though it were steeped in a viscous and languorous amber. The urgency brought by Batman gradually faded, supplanted by a delicate and fragile equilibrium among the three. Qin Kailan had sprawled on the sofa for nearly 2 hours, scarcely moving, with only the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest attesting to his continued vitality. Deep slumber is the finest remedy for mental rejuvenation, particularly for one like him, whose mental exertion far exceeded physical fatigue. Like a supercomputer entering standby mode, he slowly and steadily absorbed the faint energies that permeated the space, replenishing his nearly depleted reserves. When he finally opened his eyes again, the sky outside had taken on a grayish hue, heralding yet another gloomy dawn in Gotham. The heaviness in his body had significantly lessened. Although his mind still felt somewhat weary, at least his thoughts no longer seemed obscured behind thick frosted glass. He sat up, discovering that an ethereal blanket had been draped over him, carrying a faint scent reminiscent of Selina. Raising an eyebrow, he glanced toward the other side. Corianna remained curled in the corner of the sofa, seemingly lost in a light slumber. Her breathing had steadied considerably, and some color had returned to her face, a testament to the resilience of her Tamaranian physique. Yet, Selina was nowhere to be found. A barely perceptible sound emanated from the kitchen. Quietly, Qin Kailan approached and saw Selina, her back turned to him, carefully brewing coffee with an antique coffee maker. She had changed out of her nocturnal garb, now clad in a simple black tank top and athletic pants, her bare feet accentuating the graceful lines of her form in the dim morning light. On the countertop lay several empty wrappers of energy bars and cans, evidently insufficient sustenance for the three who had endured a fierce battle the previous night. "Have we depleted our stock?" Qin Kailan inquired, his voice still husky from sleep. Selina's shoulders twitched imperceptibly, startled by his voice, yet she quickly regained her composure. Without turning, she continued to focus on the coffee maker. "Someone's appetite is far greater than it appears. I must consider charging for meals." Her tone held little complaint, resembling more of a habitual quip. "I'll deduct it from the next operation's earnings," Qin Kailan responded as he moved beside her, leaning against the cabinet, watching the coffee drip steadily. "How is everything?" "Quiet as a grave," Selina replied, handing him a freshly brewed cup of black coffee, devoid of sugar or cream. "Outside is silent, and inside, the princess is sound asleep. What about you? You don't seem on the verge of collapse anymore." Qin Kailan took a sip of the bitter, scalding liquid, which invigorated him. He felt a renewed sense of vitality. Assessing the energy within himself, he realized he had regained about 10%, although still meager. It was no longer the disconcerting emptiness he had previously felt. Sufficient for some preliminary research, he mused, casting a glance at the sleeping Corianna in the living room. Selina followed his gaze, a flicker of understanding dancing in her feline eyes. Is this where your bargaining begins? Even capitalists would weep. Time is of the essence. The princess may have a change of heart once her wounds heal, Qin Kailan asserted confidently. This is merely a preliminary scan, not touching the core. It shouldn't rouse her. He then moved to the sofa opposite Qin, closing his eyes once more. Delving into his consciousness, he cautiously guided the restored energy within him, akin to maneuvering a highly precise, invisible probe, extending it gently toward Qin. The process demanded utmost caution. The overwhelming potency of the energy meant that should it spiral out of control, the resulting damage would be catastrophic. He sought only information, not energy absorption, and certainly not disintegration. The tendrils of energy brushed delicately across the surface of Qin's body. In slumber, Princess Tamaran stirred slightly. Her body, surrounded by faint flickers of golden particles, a subconscious defensive reaction of the stellar energy within her. However, before the absolutely neutral energy of the cauldron, this reaction was akin to a gentle breeze brushing against solid rock, failing to provoke any ripples. Information streams began to materialize in Qin Kailan's field of vision. Not specific images, but rather the elemental compositions and intrinsic patterns. He observed the slumbering energy flowing within her like liquid gold, perceiving its peculiar formula for transforming external light and heat, as well as broader radiation energy, into its own power. This formula was both complex and exquisite, imbued with the essence of stellar combustion, teeming with vigorous life force and the potential for creative destruction. He could even vaguely sense, deep within the core of that energy, a trace of Qin's personal will and a subtle, unique frequency belonging to the Tamaran star domain. Recording, analyzing. Foundational model construction of stellar energy conversion in progress 1. The cauldron of all things diligently fulfilled its duty, even in the face of energy scarcity. Its analytical prowess remained formidable. Countless streams of data, which Qin Kailan could not fully comprehend, surged into the cauldron, being recorded and archived, awaiting a future with abundant energy for in-depth calculations and simulations. This process continued for approximately 10 minutes. Beads of perspiration once again formed on Qin Kailan's forehead, as the task demanded a high degree of precision. When he finally withdrew the energy from the cauldron, his complexion had paled further. Yet a flicker of satisfaction danced in his eyes. How is it? Selina had approached unnoticed, leaning against the wall with a coffee cup in hand. Her voice a curious whisper. Complex yet pure. Qin Kailan sought the right adjectives, akin to cramming a miniature star into a human body. Impressive. He rarely employed commendatory terms. If one could master this conversion model, even at a basic level, many armor power sources and weapon systems could achieve a qualitative leap. He had already begun to sketch blueprints for armor driven by stellar energy in his mind, perhaps a set designed for extreme enhancement in energy projection and long-range bombardment. The Corona series? Selina, observing his fervent enthusiasm for the technology, couldn't help but chuckle before becoming contemplative. Could it heal her injuries? Accelerating it may allow us to attempt guiding external light energy to assist her, or, once I regain more energy, simulate her energy characteristics for fine-tuning. This should yield better results than mere neutralization, Qin Kailan mused, stroking his chin. However, this would require her active cooperation and a high level of trust. A transaction is a transaction, but this deep operation involving the source of energy is another matter entirely. At that moment, Qin's eyelashes fluttered a few times before she slowly opened her eyes. Her emerald gaze initially appeared bewildered, but quickly sharpened as she focused on Qin Kailan and Selina nearby. Her body tensed for an instant, only to relax thereafter. She evidently recognized the peril of having slept so deeply in an unfamiliar environment. "You're awake?" Selina greeted her with a light tone, attempting to alleviate her tension. "How do you feel?" "Our technical consultant has just conducted a non-invasive health examination." Qin furrowed her brow slightly, assessing her physical condition. The suppressed energy had not relapsed, and her self-healing was accelerating. She glanced at Qin Kailan, her gaze laden with complexity. "What have you done?" "I collected some fundamental data to prepare for our transaction," Qin Kailan replied calmly, adding that he had also confirmed her recovery status. "If you wish to expedite your healing, perhaps we can discuss the next phase of our collaboration." Qin fell silent for a moment, seemingly evaluating him. The man before her was formidable, direct, and purposeful, yet he appeared to disdain insidious methods. He had the opportunity to do more, but he refrained. "I require sustenance," she stated, not responding directly, but articulating her most pressing need: high-energy food. "How fortuitous. I am in need as well," Qin Kailan remarked, turning to Selina. "Miss Landlord." "Procurement task?" Selina sighed, rubbing her forehead. "I knew it." "Very well, provide me the list. Though at this hour, we can only visit a few specific early markets. I hope those old-timers haven't packed up yet." By early markets, she referred to the designated venues in Gotham where gray transactions occurred just before dawn. She swiftly jotted down a list, primarily comprising high-calorie, easily storable food and drinking water, even including some basic medical supplies. "Be cautious," Qin Kailan advised. Although Batman had departed not long ago, Gotham's mornings were never truly safe. "Rest assured, when it comes to shopping in Gotham, I am a professional," Selina replied with a confident smile, deftly donning a hooded sweatshirt to conceal her striking figure and features. Slipping out of the safe house, like a droplet merging into the sea, only Qin Kailan and Corianda remained within the confines of the room. The atmosphere grew quiet once more. Qin Kailan resumed his place on the couch, closing his eyes to meditate, seizing every second to restore his energy. Corianda quietly observed him, seemingly reassessing this peculiar protector and transactional partner. After a considerable pause, she finally broke the silence, her voice soft. "Your power is quite unique. It seems to treat everything equally." Qin Kailan opened his eyes, somewhat surprised that she would broach this topic. "Indeed, its essence lies in decomposition and reconstruction, impartial to all. Energy or matter, before it, are merely materials," he explained succinctly. "Does this include life?" Corianda inquired directly. "Indeed," Qin Kailan replied with equal directness, adding, "But I possess the right of choice. What to dismantle and what not to presently depends on whether it poses a nuisance and whether its value suffices." This was very much in line with his pragmatic persona. Corianda appeared contemplative. This style of acting purely on one's own will and interest was rarely encountered in her past experiences. While it might be perilous, it also suggested a certain degree of reliability, so long as it aligned with his interests. After another silence, she spoke again, her voice even softer. "Those hounds are more than mere soldiers. They are an extension of my sister's will." This was her first explicit mention of the forces behind her pursuers. Qin Kailan raised an eyebrow. "A palace intrigue?" Corianda seemed to grasp the gist of the matter, albeit not entirely, understanding the implications of power and ideals. Her departure could prove beneficial for many, yet some wished for her complete disappearance. There lingered a subtle weariness and melancholy in her tone. Qin Kailan, however, was not particularly intrigued unless his sister could provide a more substantial supply of premium hunting materials. "Oh, it appears our transaction shall endure for some time yet." His focus remained steadfastly pragmatic. At that moment, the familiar pulse emanating from the depths of the sea, a sensation from his Omniforge, stirred within him once more. This time, it was more distinct, imbued with an uncanny sense of pull, as if urging him, directing him towards a specific path. Qin Kailan abruptly rose and approached the expansive, antiquated map of Gotham City affixed to the wall. His sharp gaze traced the meandering coastline and the densely packed port areas. "What is it?" Corianda noticed his peculiar behavior. Qin Kailan did not respond immediately. Instead, his fingers glided slowly across the map, eventually resting on an area near the old shipyard, marked with abandoned warehouses and dilapidated docks. The source of the forge's sensation seemed to lie beneath the waters of that very region. The peculiar cargo of the Black Mask, the deep sea pulse, echoed in his mind alongside fragmented intelligence provided by Selina. He might not need to wait for Selina's return for a discussion after all. The restored essence of the forge, while insufficient for high-intensity combat, could be just right for a cautious underwater reconnaissance. Chapter 25. Solitary, submersible within the confines of Cat's Cradle No. 2 safe house. Time appeared to stretch and compress. The oppressive aura of Batman's departure had yet to fully dissipate. Corianda's breathing was soft and rhythmic in her slumber, while the pulsing sensation from the abyss within Qin Kailan felt akin to a ticking time bomb embedded deep within his consciousness. Leaning against the sofa, he closed his eyes, not to rest, but to engage in a fervent internal calculation. A sense of restlessness entwined around his rationality like creeping vines. The entity lurking underwater was proliferating. Each moment of delay, could signify an increase in mutated beings and more formidable defenses. Wait for Corianda to recover. Wait for Selina to devise the perfect plan. He cannot afford to wait. Gotham could not afford to wait. Or rather, the intense unease stemming from an unknown threat rendered him incapable of waiting in peace. Action was imperative. At the very least, he needed to ascertain the nature of his adversary. Drawing a deep breath to quell the tumultuous emotions within, he opened his eyes, his gaze landing on the curled figure of Corianda across from him. Her pallor remained, yet her breathing had steadied considerably. "Hey," he spoke softly, ensuring not to rouse her. Addressing Selina, "I need to step out for a moment to confirm a few matters." He chose not to depart without a word. On one hand, his strength had yet to fully return, and on the other, he believed it was only respectful to inform Selina of his intentions. On the opposite side of the room, Selina, just returned from a procurement meeting, was lost in the mesmerizing nightscape of Gotham when she abruptly turned her head. Her feline-like eyes suddenly filled with tension and a hint of barely perceptible concern. "Going out? Now, where do you think you're headed?" "Batman may not have gone far. I'm merely going to investigate the troublesome source," Qin Kai stated succinctly, rising to stretch his still sore limbs. He could not afford to wait until the creature had fortified its lair right at the doorstep of their safe house. "Have you lost your mind?" Selina stepped forward, lowering her voice with urgency. "Do you not remember how you were just moments ago? You've hardly regained your energy, and you're planning to venture into such a place alone? It's just reconnaissance, not warfare." Qin Kai evaded her probing gaze, yet his tone remained resolute. "We must ascertain the situation before deciding our next course of action. Your idea of prudence is to use yourself as a disposable probe?" Selina's voice was sharp, laced with evident concern. Qin Kai chose not to respond, instead closing his eyes once more. His consciousness delved inward. With a meager restoration of over 10% of the universal forge, energy flickered like a distant star, yet he must utilize it to its fullest potential. He began to analyze and construct simulations in his mind, activating the various absorbed traits, the concealment of Gotham's shadow energy, the stealth techniques of Batman's energy mark, the extreme cold resistance and underwater adaptability from Ice Wraith, and the structural integrity and energy conductivity of Tamaranian starship alloy. The universal forge operated silently, driven by his will, executing intricate micro-operations and reconstructions based on these fragmented blueprints and characteristics. No longer was it a complete armor forging. It became a more targeted enhancement and functional augmentation. A faint luminescence flickered across his skin, almost like a trick of the light. A sleek, form-fitting, non-reflective dark-hued combat suit seamlessly enveloped his attire. The fabric was peculiar, seemingly merging the flexibility of leather with the strength of metal, its surface adorned with subtle energy conduits resembling the echolocation patterns of bats. A thin layer of metallic glimmering clawed gauntlets and webbing formed over his hands, with sharp fingertips ideal for climbing and breaching, connected by membranes that enhanced swimming efficiency. A streamlined breathing filter module enveloped his mouth and nose, capable of extracting oxygen directly from water while filtering out toxins. Most crucially, a thin, contact lens-like multifunctional visual enhancer materialized over his eyes, integrating low-light vision, thermal sensing, energy tracking, based on the Forge's capabilities and sonar imaging functions. The deep-sea stealth armor, rather than a mere suit of armor, was an exquisite ensemble of enhanced concealment, reconnaissance, and underwater mobility. Lacking formidable weaponry, his only offensive assurance lay in the palms of his hands, where two minuscule, one-time-use absolute decomposition field generators rested, their energy sufficient for only a few activations. The entire process was executed in silence, minimizing energy consumption, yet it exacerbated the scarcity of his forge energy, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "You see, I have been cautious enough." Qin Kailan exhaled softly and turned his gaze toward Selina, attempting to reassure her. It was merely a reconnaissance mission. He had no intention of engaging in combat. Selina observed the cold, technologically advanced equipment that was evidently designed for underwater operations adorning his form. Her lips trembled as she swallowed back all her words of caution. She recognized that resolute expression once he had made up his mind. Not even 10 oxen could sway him. All she could do was glare at him fiercely and remind him, "Ensure you have the signal device. Should anything happen, hypothetically, of course, I don't want you to perish in some foul drain without anyone knowing." She retrieved a tiny button-sized transmitter from the equipment cabinet and tossed it to him, a small token agreed upon during their previous collaboration. Qin Kailan caught it deftly, affixing it to the inside of his combat suit. He departed without further ado, his form slipping away like a melting shadow, silently gliding from the safety of their hideout. The thick fog enveloping Gotham provided the perfect cover for his stealthy mission. Guided by the faint yet persistent sensing from the All Things Forge, he moved like a spectral figure through the shadows of towering buildings and desolate alleys. His destination set on the derelict shipyard along Gotham Bay. As he approached the port, the briny scent in the air intensified, mingled with the acrid stench of industrial waste and decaying refuse. The pulsations from the forge became increasingly distinct, resonating deep within his soul with a chilling, inhuman rhythm. Evading sporadic gang patrols and the glaring searchlights of the harbor, he arrived at an exceedingly abandoned dock. The wooden walkways were mostly rotted and broken, while the rusted gantry cranes loomed like the skeletal remains of giants, eerily standing amidst the fog. The water's surface was marred by oil slicks and assorted debris, exuding a nauseating odor. This was the location. The source of the sensation lay beneath these waters. Without a trace of hesitation, he glided into the frigid, murky depths like a silent water serpent. The deep-dive stealth armor activated instantaneously. The visual enhancer transformed the dim underwater realm into a vivid sonar imaging and energy flow display. The breathing module functioned steadily, and the clawed gloves propelled him silently deeper into the abyss. The underwater visibility in Gotham was exceedingly poor, with derelict shipwrecks, rusted containers, and various refuse forming a twisted and eerie jungle. The pulsations from the forge morphed into a tangible pull, guiding him around obstacles as he advanced in a singular direction. Soon, he sensed something amiss. Behind a massive, half-buried shipwreck, where one would expect a rocky wall, there appeared an unnatural, distorted fissure with edges that seemed to have melted and rapidly solidified. The depths of the crevice were shrouded in darkness, with no end in sight. Clearly not a product of natural forces. Approaching the fissure, Qin Kailan felt a chill far more profound than the water temperature itself. The visual enhancer indicated an alarming spike in energy readings surrounding the fissure, intermingling characteristics of the apocalyptic star technology he had previously encountered with dark magic, but in a more primal, chaotic form. With utmost caution, he ventured into the crevice. The sight within the passage sent shivers down his spine. The walls were not rock, but rather a continuously writhing, dark red, almost black organic substance, half biological and half mechanical, resembling the inner membrane of some colossal creature's viscera. Numerous parasitic entities, reminiscent of moss or fungal carpets, clung to the surface, emitting a ghastly green luminescence that flickered in rhythm with the pulsations of the inner walls, releasing faint waves of energy. This place resembled a grotesque biological conduit, still in the throes of formation. He suppressed his discomfort and delved deeper. The passage was terrifyingly silent, save for the sound of his own movements and the omnipresent, deep throbbing. Soon, he uncovered further traces of human activity, a battered reinforced container, corroded by some potent acid or digestive fluid, its black-massed insignia barely discernible. The wreckage of a specialized submersible, seemingly torn apart and partially dissolved by immense force. Indeed, the cargo of the Black Mass faction lay here, but it appeared to have been largely assimilated and digested by this bizarre lair. His gaze swept across a heap of semi-melted remnants of cargo, and his pupils constricted sharply. Amongst that debris, there stood a relatively intact, towering black egg-like object, its surface not smooth, but adorned with ever-shifting, purplish-black patterns that combined intricate circuit-like designs with sinister runes, pulsating in unison with a dormant core, akin to a slumbering heart. From the All Things Forged came the excruciatingly slow and energy-draining fragments of analytical information, biological template energy conversion hatching sequence, apocalypse star source essence magic contract. Just as he attempted to draw closer for a better look, the obsidian egg suddenly throbbed violently. A resonant hum echoed. An invisible, bone-chilling wave of will surged forth from within. The entire flesh wall of the passage seemed to awaken, contracting violently in a spasm. A torrent of viscous, dark green mucus, reeking of potent energy suppression and corrosive stench, erupted from the openings of the flesh walls, rapidly contaminating the surrounding waters. Warning: high concentration of biological contamination and energy suppression environment. A sharp alert sounded from his visual enhancers. Almost simultaneously, Qin Kailan felt that intangible, frigid will fixate upon him. A profound terror, instinctual and primal, surged within him, a paralyzing fear of death. He had been detected. Without a moment's hesitation, the instinct for survival eclipsed all curiosity for exploration. He pivoted abruptly, employing all fours, activating the deep dive stealth system at full power and charged wildly toward the passage's exit. The flesh walls constricted furiously, attempting to ensnare him. The mucus obstructed his vision and movement, continuously eroding the protective gear. "Get away!" Qin Kailan roared, his palm aimed at the obstructing flesh wall, activating a one-time disintegration field. With a hum, a small segment of the flesh wall disintegrated into nothingness, creating a fleeting passageway. He shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, recklessly racing towards the water surface. Behind him, that cold, ravenous will pursued him relentlessly, like a maggot clinging to bone. When he finally burst through the fissure, leaping out of the water and crashing onto the damp, decaying wooden planks of the dock, his heart continued to pound violently. He gasped for breath, icy sweat mingling with the briny seawater cascading down his brow. Before he could catch his breath, from the murky waters behind him, several enormous, twisted shadows emerged, straddling the line between creature and machine. They broke the surface, revealing their gaping maws lined with jagged teeth and cruel, glimmering red, compound eyes, fixating intently on the solitary prey upon the shore. Chapter 26. Magical Rescue and Abyssal Echoes. A chilling, viscous malevolence surged forth from behind him like a tangible tide. Qin Kailan could even detect the foul stench emanating from the creature's maw, a nauseating blend of deep-sea silt and decaying matter. He abruptly rolled to his feet from the dock, his movements unsteady due to fatigue and pain, yet he fiercely summoned the meager energy within him, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, and channeled it into the deep diver stealth system. The visual enhancer projected the terrifying scene behind him clearly onto his retinas. 3 indescribable monsters. They maintained a vaguely humanoid silhouette, yet appeared to be a grotesque amalgamation of rotting deep-sea organisms, rusted mechanical parts, and repulsive dark red tumor-like flesh. One arm resembled a massive crab claw adorned with barbs, while the other might have been a twisted drill. The head was an unsettling collage of compound eyes, sensors, and exposed fangs, haphazardly embedded within writhing masses of flesh. Thick, dark green slime dripped continuously from their bodies, sizzling upon contact with the wooden planks. There was no roar, no intimidation, only a pure, efficient, and cold intent to hunt. The first monster lunged, brandishing its colossal claw, generating a heavy gust of wind as it struck towards Qin Kailan's head with alarming speed. There was no evading it. His energy was insufficient to sustain rapid movement. Qin Kailan's pupils dilated, survival instinct compelling him to instinctively raise his left arm in defense, while simultaneously unleashing the last vestiges of his miniature disintegration field. A soft hum resonated. Upon contact with the force field, the tip of the claw abruptly vanished, as if erased by an invisible eraser. The creature faltered, emitting a sound that was a jarring blend of metallic scraping and biological screeching. Yet the cost was immense. Qin Kailan felt a searing pain in his left arm, as if his bones might shatter, propelled backward by the tremendous force, crashing heavily against an abandoned shipping container with a resounding clang, causing him to taste blood in his throat. The other 2 monsters pressed forward without hesitation, one flanking left while the other moved right. One opened its massive maw, filled with spiral teeth, unleashing a high-pressure jet of water mixed with the earlier restraining slime. The other brandished its drilling arm, aiming directly for his chest. It was over. The thought flashed through Qin Kailan's mind. Energy depleted, body severely injured, faced with 3 eerily harmonious and reckless monsters, he felt as though he had already glimpsed his fate. Restlessness, recklessness, and, ultimately, the price to pay. Was this the fate of a lone wolf? For a fleeting moment, he thought of the 2 people in the safe house. A faint whisper of regret brushing past his heart. At this critical juncture, a sudden upheaval occurred. In the night sky above the dock, several immense magical rings, adorned with resplendent silver-blue runes, illuminated the surroundings without warning. They resembled creations from another dimension, intricately structured and exquisitely beautiful, exuding an undeniable force of order that instantaneously enveloped the entire area. Wind and water, be still. A clear, calm voice, imbued with a unique cadence, pierced through the fog of Gotham's night and the tumult of the sea breeze, resonating within the perception of every being on the battlefield. It was the language of reverse magic. The very fabric of space seemed to ripple as though a boulder had been cast into a still lake, producing visible waves and distortions. The high-pressure water arrows and constraining slime collided with an invisible wall, instantly dissipating into harmless droplets. The swiftly approaching drill-like arms slowed to a mere fraction of their speed, as if ensnared in the thickest of gels. Even the three monstrous entities appeared bound by countless invisible chains, their movements rendered agonizingly slow, emitting sounds of fury and confusion. Qin Kailan gazed upward in astonishment. There, suspended in midair, was a tall and graceful figure. A black top hat adorned her head, complemented by a perfectly tailored black tailcoat and cape, fluttering in Gotham's night wind. Moonlight briefly pierced the clouds, outlining her composed and exquisite profile. Zatanna. How could she be here? It seemed Zatanna was oblivious to Qin Kailan's astonishment. Or perhaps she was simply too preoccupied. Her hands moved with elegant swiftness, tracing intricate patterns in the air to maintain the powerful binding spell. Beads of sweat glistened on her smooth forehead, clearly indicating that restraining three such amalgamations of technology and magic was a considerable strain. What are you waiting for? Her voice carried a hint of urgency, yet retained an extraordinary calmness, her gaze sweeping towards Qin Kailan below. Their structure is quite unique. My spell cannot hold them for long. If you wish to avoid becoming their dinner, leave this place at once. Qin Kailan snapped back to reality. The instinct to survive overwhelmed all else. He endured the excruciating pain coursing through his body and crawled desperately from beside a container, expending his last ounce of strength to dash towards the dock's periphery. Observing this, Zatanna recited another brief incantation. They must conceal themselves. A thin veil of distorted light enveloped Qin Kailan's figure, partially obstructing the monster's potential long-range targeting. However, just as Qin Kailan was on the verge of escaping the dock area, the creature whose claws had been partially disassembled initially seemed to possess greater resistance to magic. It suddenly thrashed violently, its intact, fork-like arm dislocating and launching toward Qin Kailan's back with a piercing sound. This strike exceeded both Zatanna's current spell's binding range and Qin Kailan's reaction limit. Zatanna's expression shifted slightly as she realized she could not cast another spell in time. At this critical juncture, the dormant essence of the all things forged within Qin Kailan seemed to sense a dire threat, stirring slightly in a faint yet unmistakable instinctual warning. Behind him, fatal. Qin Kailan instinctively lunged to the side, propelled by muscle memory. A bone spike, reminiscent of a wailing harpoon, narrowly grazed his side, tearing through his deep diver combat suit and inflicting a deep, bloody gash visible to the bone in his waist before embedding itself in the ground ahead. Its tip trembling ominously. Pain surged through him, and he let out a muffled groan, darkness clouding his vision as he nearly lost consciousness. Trouble. Zatanna in the air had evidently witnessed this scene. Without hesitation, she pressed her hands downward fiercely. Return to your reality. A surge of potent magic erupted forth, and the three monsters emitted unwilling roars, their forms becoming indistinct and transparent, as if to be forcibly ejected from their current space. They struggled, particularly the attacking creature. Its crimson electronic eye fixated intently on the fallen Qin Kailan, brimming with primal hunger and rage. Zatanna's figure dove like a nightingale, sweeping past Qin Kailan to grasp his arm. Let us go. In an instant, the brilliance of a short-range teleportation spell ignited. A hum reverberated as the sensation of spatial distortion enveloped them. The next moment, they found themselves in a dim, damp alleyway, hundreds of meters away from the dock. The unique stench of Gotham's refuse replaced the salty tang of the sea breeze. Zatanna released her grip, slightly panting as she adjusted her breath, evidently fatigued from the exertion of powerful spells. Her gaze fell upon the nearly crumpled form of Qin Kailan, her eyes scrutinizing from beneath her high-top hat. It's you again. Her tone betrayed no discernible emotion, carrying an air of sorcery's typical aloofness. You were the one handling the Apocalypse Beacon last time, and now you've stirred up the Abyssal Stalkers as well. A magnet for Gotham's troubles, are you? Qin Kailan pressed his hand against the wound at his waist, the intense pain and blood loss rendering his complexion pale as parchment. He struggled to lift his head, looking at the sorceress who had once again saved him, managing a strained smile. Thank you. It seems I owe you 2 favors now. His voice was hoarse and feeble. Favors? Zatanna scoffed lightly, approaching him and kneeling down to examine his injury without reservation, her brow furrowing slightly. You nearly became one of them. What lies below? The stench of twisted technology and magic was so potent it could make my scalp tingle from half a city away. Qin Kailan briefly recounted what he had encountered underwater: a biotechnological corridor, consumed cargo, and an egg adorned with sinister patterns. Zatanna's expression grew increasingly grave with his descriptions, ultimately becoming nearly frozen in fear. The technology of the biological arms factory, Apocalypse, but intermingled with the ancient dark magic of the deep sea and something even more unfamiliar. She murmured, her gaze sharpening. It is not merely summoning. It is growing and assimilating. The waters of Gotham are being tainted, transformed, and assimilated into its very essence. This is far more terrifying than mere invasion. From the distant docks, the last, reluctant shrieks of the monstrous entities being expelled resonate, followed by an eerie silence, interrupted only by the sirens drawing ever closer, signaling that the commotion has finally caught the authorities' attention. Zatanna rises, declaring, "This place is no longer safe. Batman shall arrive shortly." She glances at Qin Kailan, who struggles to stand unaided, and sighs, "Very well, troublesome one. I shall assist you once more. Do not misconstrue this. I simply wish for you not to perish here, providing that munitions factory with additional sustenance." She extends her hand, ready to cast another teleportation spell. "Wait." Qin Kailan interjects suddenly, his gaze fixed on her. "Why did you happen to be there?" His wariness lingers. Zatanna pauses, a knowing smile gracing her lips. "I mentioned that the stench there was overwhelming. As a responsible sorceress, I must investigate what is contaminating my workspace." After a brief pause, she adds, "As for locating you, that little black hole of yours appeared as a beacon in my magical sight, especially after you fully activated it. Thus, it was the energy fluctuations of the all things forged that drew her in," Qin Kailan realizes. The magical light flickers once more as the short-range teleportation initiates. In the next moment, they materialize in a shadowy corner just a street away from Cat Tower No. 2's safe house. Zatanna has accurately gauged the distance. "This is where I leave you." She releases his hand, her tone returning to neutrality. "I believe you can manage the rest on your own." Leaning against the wall, Qin Kailan barely maintains his balance. Zatanna casts one last glance at him, her gaze lingering on the wound at his waist and his pallid countenance, before lowering her voice, laced with a hint of curiosity. "That black hole of yours is quite intriguing. Perhaps next time we meet, we could exchange some information about it, or the entity below." With that, before Qin Kailan can respond, she elegantly snaps her fingers, and her figure vanishes amidst a wisp of silvery smoke, as though she had never been there at all. The alley is left with only the sound of Qin Kailan's labored breaths and the distant wail of sirens. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he painstakingly makes his way toward the safe house, step by agonizing step. Blood oozes continuously from his waist, the sensations of cold and searing pain alternating in a cruel dance along his nerves. Yet, more disquieting than his physical wounds is Zatanna's final observation. It is growing and assimilating. Gotham is being polluted and transformed. The entity from the abyss is far more terrifying than he had imagined. It is not a mere nest. It is a malignant organism actively converting living tissue, aiming to turn all of Gotham, and perhaps beyond, into its breeding ground and an integral part of itself. A profound sense of crisis washes over him, dousing his pain in icy water. He must recover swiftly, must gain greater strength. He must, with a forceful shoulder, he burst through the door of the safe house, nearly tumbling inside. Within, a fretful Selina abruptly turns to face him. When she beheld Qin Kailan, drenched and with a ghastly wound at his waist that incessantly bled, his pallor strikingly alarming, her concern was no longer veiled. Chapter 27. Silent Fury and the Thawing of Icebang. The heavy sound of the door crashing open resonated like thunder, shattering the stagnant air within the second safety room of the cat climbing frame. Qin Kailan stumbled in, losing his balance, and fell heavily to one knee, releasing a suppressed groan that emanated from the depths of his throat. The acrid scent of blood, mingled with the briny tang of seawater and a faint, unsettling odor reminiscent of burnt energy, enveloped the space. The gruesome wound at his waist continued to bleed profusely, staining his dark combat attire a deep crimson, with droplets of blood cascading from the hem, splattering on the ground in small, glaring red spots. His complexion was as pale as parchment, his breaths rapid and shallow, each inhalation contorted by the searing pain in his ribs, his gaze unfocused, revealing a state of exhaustion and terror-induced collapse. Almost in synchrony with the sound, Selina, previously pacing with anxious anticipation, rushed forward without a gasp, a question, or even a hint of extraneous noise. Her movements were swifter than the eye could follow, resembling a keen-eyed leopard springing towards an injured companion. The prior anxiety and weight vanished from her countenance, replaced by a chilling focus. In an instant, she reached Qin Kailan's side, not offering him support first, but promptly locking the safety room door with a decisive click and activating an unobtrusive interference device in the entrance, a standard protocol against potential tracking. Having accomplished this, she knelt beside Qin Kailan, her actions swift yet remarkably steady. Her gaze scanned him with the precision of a finely tuned scanner, his ashen face, rapid breaths, the primary abdominal wound, and any other potential injuries. "Do not move." Her voice was unexpectedly calm, even laced with a frigid edge, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Yet each word struck like ice shards against the ground, conveying an undeniable command. She extended her hands with precision and agility, tearing apart his blood-soaked clothing at the side, which had become stiff from seawater. The armor had automatically reverted to the crucible due to insufficient energy, revealing the grotesque flesh beneath, with hints of an ominous blackish residue, possibly remnants of monster slime or energy erosion. Qin Kailan gasped in pain at her sudden motion, his muscles tensing involuntarily. "Endure." Selina did not glance at his face, her tone remaining frigid. From some hidden place, she produced a compact military-grade medical kit, opening it with practiced ease, extracting antiseptic spray, hemostatic gel, and a pressure bandage, her movements fluid and unhurried. The cold antiseptic sprayed onto the wound, eliciting a sharp sting. Qin Kailan gritted his teeth, fresh beads of cold sweat reappearing on his brow. He could feel Selina's fingers deftly and expertly pressing around the wound, examining, avoiding critical organ areas, and assessing the extent of the damage. She operated in silence, meticulously cleaning the wound and applying a thick layer of cool, hemostatic gel, before beginning to wrap it with an elastic bandage, applying pressure as she went. Throughout the entire process, she uttered not a word, her lips pressed tightly together. The slight furrow of her brow and the fleeting glances at his pained, contorted face betraying her calm facade. The safe house was filled only with Qin Kailan's heavy breaths, the subtle sounds of medical supplies clinking, and the almost suffocating silence that hung between the two of them. This silence weighed more heavily upon Qin Kailan than any scathing reprimand could. At last, the bandage was secured with a firm knot. As Selina's fingers inadvertently brushed against his taut abdominal muscles, tense from pain, both seemed to pause momentarily. After completing her task, she did not rise immediately, but rather remained in a crouched position, slowly lifting her gaze. Finally, her eyes met his. No longer was there the cool professionalism focused solely on the injury. Instead, there was an unfathomable fury that seemed poised to engulf him. Yet, that rage was encased beneath a thick layer of ice, roiling just beneath the surface. Now she spoke, her voice a low murmur, as if fearing to disturb something, yet each word cut like a knife. "Tell me, what could possibly reduce a skilled warrior, capable of tearing apart alien warships and shattering the harbingers of doom, to a state akin to a wild dog tossed into a wood chipper, nearly drowned?" Her words were exceedingly harsh, yet her tone was terrifyingly calm. This was not a question born of emotional frenzy, but rather a measured judgment, restrained to the extreme. Qin Kailan opened his mouth, his cracked lips moving, but under the penetrating gaze of those eyes that seemed to see through everything, any feeble excuses appeared utterly pale and absurd. He perceived the barely contained fear and concern lurking beneath her frozen expression. This silent, Restrained fury struck him more profoundly than any hysterical outburst ever could. Suddenly, he grasped the extent of his egregious mistake. With each reckless advance, he bore not just the weight of his own life, but also the heavy concern he had so carelessly overlooked. "I'm sorry, Selina." He lowered his gaze, his voice hoarse and weary, yet imbued with an unprecedented sincerity. "I was too hasty about what lies beneath." He attempted to explain the urgency he felt. "I don't care what it is." Selina abruptly interrupted him, her voice rising sharply, a crack forming in the icy shell, and the fury beneath surged forth, only to be forcibly suppressed once more. Yet the violent rise and fall of her chest betrayed her agitation. "Even if it were to turn Gotham into its swimming pool tomorrow, you must first ensure your own survival. Only by living can you devise a plan, not by repeatedly returning in tatters." She took a deep breath, seemingly striving to regain her composure, her gaze sharp as a blade. "Do you believe you are racing against time? You are gambling with your own life." She paused, the unspoken words lingering in the air, but her eyes clearly conveyed the weight of their shared concern. Qin Kailan found himself at a loss for words. For the first time, he clearly recognized the recklessness and selfishness inherent in his actions. The immense pressure of the world had transformed him into a cornered beast, relentlessly charging forward while neglecting to glance around. "It was my fault," he reiterated, this time with a deeper tone, tinged with a sense of weary realization. He should not have fixated solely on the path ahead, overlooking the significance of her gaze, which was fixed on her hands still gripping the medical bandage, the knuckles paling under the strain and disregarding the vital elements surrounding him. His candor, coupled with the rare exhaustion and remorse evident in his eyes, stripped of all pretense, pierced through Selina's frigid facade like a delicate needle. The fire of anger in her eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a complex swirl of heartache, helplessness, and a faint hint of acceptance. She released her grip, and her body seemed to relax ever so slightly. They fell into silence once more, but this time, the suffocating tension in the air had vanished, supplanted by a subtle, gentle tension. The distance between them was minimal. He could perceive the faint fragrance of her hair, mingling with the antiseptic and the metallic scent of blood, creating an extraordinary sensation. She sensed his efforts to steady his breathing, which still bore traces of turbulence. An indescribable impulse burgeoned in the stillness. Qin Kailan, almost unconsciously, raised his uninjured hand, albeit slowly and uncertainly, to gently brush aside a stray lock of hair that had fallen across her forehead during the flurry of activity. Selina's body trembled slightly, surprise flickering in her feline-like eyes, yet she did not withdraw. She simply gazed at him, her expression profound, as if countless emotions were swirling within. His fingertips grazed her cool skin, and his gaze fell upon her slightly pursed lips, mere inches away. Words were unnecessary. He leaned in slowly, tentatively. She closed her eyes, her long, curled lashes fluttering delicately like butterfly wings, a silent acquiescence and an invitation to wait. His lips, cool and parched from blood loss, pressed gently against hers. It was an exquisitely tender and pure kiss, devoid of any carnal aggression, more akin to a solemn promise, a clumsy apology, a wordless communion. Brief, yet it felt as though it lasted an eternity. When his lips finally departed, Selina slowly opened her eyes, her gaze shimmering with unshed tears, a captivating blush gracing her cheeks, as all her prior anger and coldness melted into something soft and intricate. "Is this the recognition of a mistake?" she murmured, her voice carrying a subtle rasp and awkwardness. Qin Kailan looked at her, a rare flush of color returning to his pale face, and managed a weak yet profoundly genuine smile. "Is it a beginning?" Selina let out a soft hum, averting her gaze, yet the corners of her mouth betrayed a slight upward curve. She rose to her feet and extended her hand towards him. "Come on, wounded soldier. The ground is cold." Qin Kailan grasped her hand, using her support to laboriously rise to his feet. The wound at his waist still throbbed painfully, and the looming threats of the future remained heavy. Yet, in this moment, the warmth of the hand he grasped seemed to bestow upon him an unprecedented and solid strength. Chapter 28. The cat, the alien princess, and the patience trio, the rain in Gotham never truly ceased. It merely shifted from a torrential downpour to a somber drizzle, akin to the inexorably unhealed wounds of this city, which oozed moisture slowly. Inside the safety of cat tree number 2, The air was thicker and more oppressive than the rain outside. Qin Kailan lay upon a makeshift mattress, feeling as though his body had been trampled by a stampede of elephants and then tossed into a wood chipper. Each breath tugged at the fiery pain in his chest and abdomen, remnants left by the claws of the abyssal hunter and the corrosive energy that had invaded him. The essence of all things slowly churned within him, like a diligent logistics officer extracting pure energy absorbed from the Tamaranian warship and the ice wraith, painstakingly feeding back to mend his ragged, doll-like body. The process was effective, yet exasperatingly slow. He attempted to shift his arm, only to draw in a sharp breath. "Do not move." Selina's voice reached him, devoid of discernible emotion. She sat at his bedside, holding a wrung-out warm towel. Her movements precise, yet imbued with a restrained force as she tended to the deep, bone-visible wound on his shoulder. Her delicate features were taut, and the emerald depths of her gaze held none of the previous fury, replaced instead by a near-professional calmness, beneath which lay a profound concern deeper than the waters of Gotham Bay. Her technique in treating the wound was remarkably adept, disinfecting, applying ointment from her discreet stockpile of high-grade supplies, and bandaging, all executed seamlessly, evidently honed from years of skirting danger. Yet, the tight line of her lips and the slight tremor of her fingers as they grazed his wound betrayed her facade of tranquility. I was going to say, Qin Kailan attempted to shatter the suffocating silence with his customary sarcasm. "Have you ever worked as a battlefield nurse with those bandaging skills?" Selina lifted her gaze, casting him a glance that silenced his impending quip. "Be quiet. The injured have no right to speak." She tightened the bandage with force, eliciting another grimace from Qin Kailan. "If you dare to throw yourself into those ominous layers again, like a human bomb." Her unfinished threat bore more weight than any words could convey. Qin Kailan wisely opted for silence. He recalled the kiss filled with worry and anger before his unconsciousness, feeling a flush on his cheeks, a strange fluttering in his heart, accompanied by an unfamiliar sensation, itchy and disconcerting. This feeling bewildered him more than the pain of his wounds. In another corner of the room, Starfire sat upon an old sofa, wrapped in a large shirt Selina had procured, adorned with an exaggerated cartoon cat, revealing her long, sturdy legs, subtly textured with green scales. She sipped from a cup of hot water, her bright violet eyes occasionally glancing curiously towards the two engaged in interaction. The resilience of Princess Tamarin is truly remarkable. Coupled with Qin Kailan's prior neutralization of the rampant suppressive energy within her through the use of the cauldron, her current state surpasses that of the host by a considerable margin. Your mode of interaction is rather peculiar. Coriantha tilted her head, speaking in her uniquely rhythmic English. On my planet, expressions of concern are seldom accompanied by such intense physical restraint and verbal threats. More often, they manifest as direct energy transfer or shared sunbathing. Selina momentarily halted her movements without turning her head. "Welcome to Earth, Your Highness." Here, expressions of concern tend to be more subtle, with a decisive snip of the scissors. She severed the bandage with precision, particularly in regard to certain troublesome individuals resistant to counsel. Qin Kailan felt utterly innocent. After all, he was merely probing into that damned, burgeoning underwater threat. Yet, he refrained from voicing any lack of understanding, as he recognized Selina's concern for him. However, Coriantha set down her cup, directing a serious gaze at Qin. "Thank you once again for your protection. You have destroyed the pursuer's warship and severed their short-term tracking capabilities. Based on the Hound's operational patterns, the next substantial wave of pursuit will require at least the standard turnaround time, approximately 72 hours in Earth time, to arrive." "Just a transaction," Qin Kailan replied, suppressing his pain to muster a smile. "You provide intelligence and research opportunities, and I offer safety and solutions. Quite fair." His pragmatic nature shone through, attempting to transform a heroic rescue into a commercial partnership, thereby diffusing the ambiguous and tense atmosphere within the room. Coriantha blinked, seemingly perplexed by this pure expression of self-interest. Yet she nodded in agreement. "Your power is immense and void-like. I have never encountered a nature quite like it. It can effortlessly dismantle Tamarin's energy weapons and armor. And even," she hesitated momentarily, "my stellar energy appears to be ineffective against you." This particular aspect intrigued Qin Kailan the most. He forced himself to remain upbeat. "This is one of the focal points of our transaction. Once I am able to rise, we must thoroughly investigate this." I am quite fascinated by the technology that can transform sunlight into scorching beams. The All Things Forged had been yearning for such knowledge. If he could decipher and master stellar energy conversion, the next suit of armor might very well upgrade into a solar cannon on the spot. Selina scoffed, gathering the used medical refuse. Before that, you should ensure you can stand up material frenzy. She rose, casting a scrutinizing glance at Coriantha, a hint of subtle appraisal in her gaze. Princess, you would do well to pray that his interest remains focused solely on this non-destructive research. Coriantha returned a candid, yet slightly perplexed smile. I trust Qin's commitment. He embodies the principles befitting a strong individual. The atmosphere within the safe house momentarily settled into a delicate equilibrium. A severely injured man preoccupied with disassembly and research. A complexly emotional thief brimming with protectiveness and a hint of jealousy, and an innocent yet potentially destructive alien princess, temporarily seeking refuge in this space. Meanwhile, deep within Gotham Bay, the terrifying factory that amalgamates biology and machinery continues to writhe silently, expanding as it merges cold metal with twisted flesh, birthing an unknown darkness. The pulsating frequency of the enormous egg seems to quicken slightly. Batman's cloak bat drones hover like phantoms high above several blocks away, their sensors firmly locked onto the area, quietly documenting the anomalous energy readings, predominantly the faint stellar energy unconsciously emanated by Corey. Chapter 29. Stealing the soul of shadows within the confines of Cat's Cradle No. 2. Time appears to elongate, each second steeped in the dull ache of wounds and the silent growth of anxiety. Qin Kailan lies supine, the forge of all continuum operating continuously, mending his body that had been nearly torn asunder by the abyssal stalker. The energies of Tamarin technology and the Ice Wraith are being efficiently converted, filling the gaps in his flesh. Yet the pace is far too slow to match the urgency within his heart. This is not merely a fear of pain, but rather a dread of growth. In the depths of Gotham Bay, that biological factory, which fuses alien technology with dark magic, resembles an accelerated cancerous growth, perpetually consuming, assimilating, and expanding. Zatanna's warnings, the echoes of deep-sea pulsations, and the cries of hunger intertwine in his mind, weaving a tapestry of despair. Once that entity matures, the entirety of Gotham, and perhaps even beyond, will be dragged into the abyss. Waiting for recovery? Tom is not on his side. He had contemplated seeking Superman's assistance, but upon inquiring with Selina, she confessed to never having heard of such a title. Thus, he requires energy, vast enough to facilitate a rapid and complete restoration, and to forge an armor capable of tearing through the depths and obliterating that egg. Conventional means are far too slow, and within all of Gotham, only one source of energy is sufficiently immense to meet his needs, and due to its unique nature, may possess a specialized efficacy against that underwater factory. That is, Batman himself. Intrinsically linked to the city's darker side. More precisely, it is the shadow energy imprint, unique and concentrated, almost becoming a part of him, formed from the long-standing attachment of Gotham's shadows to its most renowned guardian. This is not a power that Batman possesses actively, but rather a dark resonance and enhancement of the city's obsession, fear, and will. While analyzing the Batarang, the Forge of All Continuum had already captured this unique energy signature, one that is both of Gotham and highly personal. I must seek out Batman. Struggling to sit up, Qin Kailan's voice, low and weakened, nonetheless carries an undeniable resolve. Selina, who had been cleaning her weapons, paused abruptly, her gaze snapping to him, fury igniting in her azure eyes. What are you planning to do? Do you have a death wish? You can't even take me on right now. Not to fight, but to borrow something. Qin Kailan's gaze penetrated the walls of the safe house, as if he could see the city beneath the rain-soaked night. He himself is a mobile reservoir of energy bestowed upon him by Gotham. Selina stood momentarily dumbfounded, clearly unable to grasp such an esoteric concept. Beside her, Starfire cast a curious glance. Speak plainly. The explanation is rather convoluted. Qin Kailan inhaled deeply, the pain in his ribs causing his brow to furrow. You need only to understand that throughout Gotham, only the substance within me can expedite my recovery and possibly confront the underwater monstrosity. We cannot afford to delay any longer. Selina, with each passing minute, that entity grows more formidable. His tone was imbued with an acute sense of urgency regarding the current predicament. Selina discerned this urgency. Her silence lasting a few seconds before her concern eclipsed her anger. Even if what you say is true, how do you intend to procure it? Will he comply willingly? Thus, a degree of persuasion is necessary. A glimmer of sharpness flickered in Qin Kailan's eyes. He must acquire it. 3 days later, Gotham's night sky resembled a canvas soaked in ink. A gentle rain fell once more, cleansing the sins while obscuring traces. Indeed, the urgency was palpable, yet at Selina's insistence. He took a brief respite. It was only after Dine had thoroughly absorbed the dark energy within him and his body had largely recuperated that he resumed his endeavors. Batman, akin to a true creature of the night, glided silently past the dripping beast's wings, his silhouette nearly merging with the shadows of Gotham's ancient architecture. He was tracking a group of criminals exploiting financial loopholes for money laundering. Yet a greater concern loomed over him. The young man capable of instantly obliterating the Apocalypse Hunter and the underwater threat vaguely alluded to by Zatanna. Suddenly, he halted, an indescribable sensation seizing him. Not one of sight or sound, but a feeling of being hollowed out. It was as though the darkness of Gotham's nights, in which he had long been steeped, had thinned around him. He abruptly turned. Not far off, upon another dripping beast, a figure stood quietly, clad not in the conspicuous full-coverage armor, but rather in a tighter-fitting, almost pure black ensemble, the surface of which shimmered with a faint, flowing energy. This was the Shadow Affinity light armor, hastily forged by Qin Kailan from remaining materials. Its sole purpose was to maximize concealment and the sensing and guiding of shadow energy. Batman, Qin Kailan's voice emanated through his mask, calm yet imbued with an enigmatic pull, as if the surrounding night was collapsing towards him. We need to discuss the entity devouring your city from below. Instantly, Batman's body tensed into a state of readiness. Every muscle fiber taut. His sensors remained silent, for the other exuded scarcely any conventional energy signals, resembling more an energy void. Qin, Batman's voice rumbled like thunder. Your presence here signifies an escalation of threat? He keenly observed the lingering hint of weakness in the other's movements. Yet the eerie void emanating from the light armor was more disconcerting than ever before. It's growing too swiftly. I have no time to recuperate gradually, Qin Kailan stated candidly. I require energy, substantial amounts. And throughout Gotham, only you possess the gift this city has bestowed upon you that I now desperately need. Batman's eyes flickered momentarily, struggling to comprehend this abstract notion. Clarify. You have breathed in the darkness of Gotham for far too long. Its shadows have entwined around you, becoming an integral part of your being, a unique mark of energy. Qin Kailan raised his hand, and the power of the Allforge Cauldron began to subtly circulate. The air and light around him started to distort slightly. This is what I intend to harness. Absurd, Batman replied coldly, yet deep within, an instinctual chill crept over him. He could indeed feel the pervasive emotional weight of Gotham, that omnipresent pressure of darkness, but he had never regarded it as a tangible energy to be seized. Whether it is absurd or not, only a trial will reveal. Qin Kailan ceased his words. He had never believed that language could be of any use, and time was of the essence. He leapt fiercely from the dripping beast, not to attack directly, but to slam both palms forcefully onto the ancient rooftop beneath him. The Allforge Cauldron compelled the analysis and absorption of the energy surrounding Batman, the shadow energy deeply entwined with Gotham's architecture and history. This was a power he had naturally mastered after numerous utilizations of the Cauldron's abilities, revealing to Qin Kailan that his understanding of the Cauldron's powers was still woefully inadequate. A low-frequency hum arose, resonating as if it could vibrate the very soul. Centered around Batman, the shadows seemed to come alive, oscillating violently. Then, like rivers flowing into the sea, they were forcibly extracted, drawn forth, surging towards Qin Kailan. It was not light, but rather the exodus of darkness. Batman suddenly felt an inexplicable weakness and a sense of detachment, as though a garment he had worn through countless nights was being forcibly stripped away. Though his physical strength remained unaffected, this environmental energy plundering instilled in him a profound sense of imbalance and an unprecedented feeling of threat. What have you done? Batman roared, instantly launching several batarangs while tossing a flashbang to disrupt the strange absorption process. However, as the batarangs neared Qin Kailan, The faint energy signature of Batman was first drained, rendering them dim and easily deflected. The bright flash was consumed as if swallowed by a black hole, failing to illuminate the increasingly profound darkness enveloping him. Futile, Batman. My target this time is neither your equipment nor yourself. It is the blessing Gotham has bestowed upon you. And now, it is my curse to claim. Qin Kailan's voice echoed through the flowing shadows, slightly distorted. He advanced step by step towards Batman, with each stride amplifying the theft of the surrounding shadow energy. Batman felt as though he stood at the vortex of an energy drain, the intangible, profound connection to Gotham's nocturnal essence being violently diminished. Stop! Batman charged forward, attempting to subdue his opponent with pure combat prowess. His fist, cutting through the air with a tearing wind, aimed directly at Qin Kailan's face. Qin Kailan did not flinch or evade. He raised his armored arm to block. With a dull thud, Qin Kailan staggered back half a step, the injury still affecting him. Yet in the moment of contact, the Allforge Cauldron's pulling force permeated through the light armor, directly impacting the most concentrated and primal layer of Batman's personalized shadow energy. Ugh! Batman let out a suppressed groan, as if a fragment of his very soul had been touched and torn apart. It was an ineffable experience, as if the foundational essence of his existence as Batman was being shaken to its core. He abruptly withdrew his fist, and for the first time, genuine terror flickered in his eyes. This individual could not only absorb matter, but also plunder a force that was nearly conceptual in nature. Do you feel it? Qin Kailan pressed forward relentlessly. This is the true source of your formidable power, not merely skill and training. Now, it serves as my lifeline and is crucial in confronting that creature beneath the water. The nature of the battle had irrevocably altered. Batman no longer sought to inflict physical harm. Instead, he exerted every effort to evade direct contact with Qin Kailan, employing various means to disrupt the bizarre energy absorption process. Yet, Qin Kailan, like an embodiment of shadow, seamlessly blended into the darkest corners, while the omnipresent pull continuously severed Batman's energy connection to his surroundings. Batman began to experience a profound mental fatigue and weakness, unlike anything he had encountered since becoming Batman. His perception dulled, and the sense of being one with Gotham, as if he were a fish in water, rapidly dissipated. At last, Qin Kailan seized the opportunity, after an exquisite feint. His palm once more pressed against Batman's chest. Not the armor, but the location of his heart, the focal point of personal will and symbolic significance, as well as the core of the shadow energy mark. All things forged, at full power, absorb. Batman could no longer contain a short, pained roar, feeling something vitally essential being forcefully extracted from within him. It was not merely life energy, but something far more intrinsic to his very essence. The vast, cold shadow energy, imbued with the complex emotions accumulated over countless nights in Gotham, surged into Qin Kailan like a breaking dam, roaring and operating at an unprecedented speed, frantically refining this unique, high-quality energy. Qin Kailan's wounds visibly healed at an astonishing rate, his breath rising steadily. More importantly, he sensed a remarkable, indirect connection to the city beneath his feet. Within the vessel, the portion of Gotham's shadow energy that had once warned of the underwater threat rapidly fused, elevated, and became more active and targeted with the newly absorbed Batman's shadow mark. He suddenly withdrew his hand, having drawn enough. Any further extraction might genuinely harm Batman's essence or even jeopardize his life. That was never his intention. Batman staggered backward, dropping to one knee, gasping heavily. His suit remained intact, yet he appeared diminished. Qin Kailan felt the tumultuous new shadow energy within him, a fusion of Gotham's essence and Batman's unique mark, nearly restoring his injuries and even surpassing his former strength. The vessel hummed joyfully, revealing a blueprint for armor specifically designed to rend the darkness of the deep sea, the abyssal shadow hunter. He cast a glance at the Batman, who was kneeling on the ground, his breath feeble. At this moment, the Dark Knight had shed the fearful aura that usually surrounded him, revealing an almost mortal vulnerability. However, what Qin Kailan perceived in his eyes was no longer merely a premier source of energy or a foe to be wary of. He recalled Selina's striking blue eyes, which had been overwhelmed with worry before finally bursting forth, and the fear that lay beneath her icy anger. A person's fa of strength could come at the cost of death, and such a demise would betray those who had begun to care for him. He remembered Zatanna's precise magical rescue and the promise of her departure, as well as the formidable stellar energy of Starfire and the urgent transactions yet to be fulfilled. He was also reminded of the enormous, twisted, and ever-growing horror lurking beneath the waves. This was no trivial matter to resolve, even if he had just replenished his strength. Batman, Qin Kailan spoke, his voice no longer serene, but imbued with a steadiness born of resolution. How does it feel to have your rent forcibly borrowed? Batman lifted his head, his gaze still sharp behind the mask, though it struggled to conceal his weakness. What you have taken is far more than mere energy, he rasped, his voice laden with suppressed anger and a barely perceptible sense of disorientation. I am aware, Qin Kailan replied candidly. That is something that has long parasitized your essence in Gotham, and it symbolizes a part of your strength. Yet, I require it, not solely for healing. The entity lurking beneath, you have witnessed its minions, the hunter, and felt its magnitude. It amalgamates the technology of apocalypse with some form of dark magic. A living factory of biological weaponry that is growing out of control. Relying on either of us, or even the two of us together, may not suffice. He stepped forward, no longer in a stance of aggression, but extending his hand in a gesture not of contact, but of invitation. Your suit may remain unscathed, yet your current equipment cannot fully harness your skills and intellect. What we require is your strength, Batman, and indeed, every force that can be united. Batman gazed at him in silence, seemingly weighing the veracity of his words. I can return a portion to you. In another manner, Qin Kailan continued. The All Things Forge began to rapidly generate a new blueprint, utilizing Batman's physical data and combat style, combined with the newly absorbed shadow energy and Tamarin alloy technology. I shall craft a more powerful suit for you, one that not only compensates for the shadow enhancements you have temporarily lost, but may even surpass them. Specifically tailored for underwater environments and adversaries. He paused momentarily, then added, there's also Zatanna, an expert in the mystical arts who has tracked this entity and owes me a favor, or perhaps is simply curious. Additionally, there's an alien princess whom I recently rescued, possessing stellar energy, pursued by an extraterrestrial empire, yet eager to assist. Even Selina, though devoid of superpowers, is intimately familiar with every shadow of Gotham. I need her as my eyes and ears, rather than excluding her in fear. I can also prepare some small tokens for her. His thoughts were remarkably clear. A tactical team composed of cutting-edge technology, forged by Batman himself, enigmatic magic, Zatanna, extraterrestrial energy, Starfire, and unparalleled infiltration skills, Catwoman, all aimed at striking at the heart of the impending crisis. Batman's breathing gradually steadied as he fixed his gaze intently on Qin Kailan, seemingly weighing the proposition. The other suggestion, though absurd, was undeniably alluring, particularly in regard to countering the unknown underwater threat. The strength he had lost appeared to have a chance of being restored, perhaps even enhanced, and a united front indeed promised greater odds of success. Most importantly, he needed to monitor the dangerous and unpredictable Qin up close. Zatanna? Starfire? Batman's voice remained low and measured. Do you comprehend the gravity of what you are proposing? Assembling a team? What I propose is an efficient, focused crisis resolution operation, Batman. This is not child's play. Qin Kailan corrected, urgency lacing his tone. Every second we hesitate brings that entity closer to hatching. Agreed, then nod, Batman instructed. I need you to contact Zatanna immediately. She possesses magical means to converge swiftly. We shall regroup at the safe house for pre-battle preparations and equipment upgrades. A brief, suffocating silence enveloped them. Rain pattered against Batman's cowl, producing a delicate sound. Finally, Batman slowly, almost imperceptibly, nodded. He produced a uniquely shaped communicator and began operating it. A backup channel for contacting individuals from the magical realm. Qin Kailan exhaled in relief. It seemed the shared threat ultimately outweighed suspicion and personal pride. He turned promptly, the Shadow Affinity light armor, propelling him at astonishing speed through the rain-soaked night towards Cat Tower No. 2. It was time to return home and arm every force that could be united to the teeth. In his mind, he envisioned not only the blueprint for the Abyssal Shadow Hunter, but also the Nightbat underwater assault armor designed for Batman, the Phantom Stealth Assist gear, tailored for Catwoman, and preliminary concepts for maximizing Starfire's stellar energy. In the dark depths of Gotham Bay, a colossal egg pulsed, as if sensing the lethal threat converging, its growth accelerating ominously. The air thickened with the breath of impending conflict, blending with the chill of the rain. Chapter 30, Dance of the Abyss. Whispers of malevolence. Gotham's rain-soaked night had never felt so congested. The safe house at Cat Tower No. 2, once solely the clandestine sanctuary of Catwoman Selina, now resembled a hub for superhuman forces. The air hummed with the slight collisions of diverse energies, imbued with an electrifying tension that sent shivers down one's spine, heralding the approach of a great battle. Qin Kailan stood at the center, the all things forged, within him resonating with unprecedented efficiency. A new energy, a fusion of Batman's shadow mark and Gotham's primal darkness, surged within him, eager to emerge. His gaze swept over the assembled individuals. No longer did he bear the resolute demeanor of a lone wolf, but rather exuded a steady composure that unified their strengths. First, we are our eyes and vanguards, he directed, looking toward Selina. With her hands poised in the air, radiant light converged, enveloping her lithe figure in a sleek, lightweight armor resembling the deep velvet of midnight, Shadow Stalker auxiliary suit. This exquisite creation boasted extreme lightweight properties, optical camouflage, exceptional sound absorption, and subtle propulsion, complemented by wrist-mounted shadow energy interference particle emitters that could synchronize sensor data with Qin Kailan. Familiar with every inch of Gotham's shadows, you needed the ability to navigate through this profound darkness with ease. Selina spun gracefully, feeling the armor cling to her like a second skin. A wild smile gracing her lips. This feels delightful. It seems the difficulty of evading you for solo adventures has just escalated, Mr. Material Man. He then turned his gaze towards Batman. Batman, your tactics and insights are irreplaceable. You require independent and formidable underwater combat capabilities. A more intense glow emerged. As a suit of black and blue, with lines as fierce as a fusion of bat and shark, rapidly materialized around him, Nightbat underwater assault armor. This suit was equipped with enhanced sonar, a water pressure compensation system, a current propulsion device, high-frequency cutting blades, and a concentrated shadow energy wrist cannon. At its core lay the Shadow Devouring Core, forged from fragments of Tamarin energy and the dark power siphoned from Batman, capable of absorbing Gotham's darkness to replenish its energy. Its sensors would aid in illuminating the shadows that lurk beneath. The command is yours. Batman donned the armor in silence, the system's self-check completing in an instant. Testing the dexterity of his fingers, he nodded slightly. Remarkable efficiency. Zatanna had arrived. Just as the words left his lips, a magical array illuminated in the corner. And Zatara stepped forth. The magical vibrations here resembled a hellish rock concert, my friends. She beheld the rejuvenated Batman and Catwoman, raising an eyebrow. It seems I missed the costume change before the grand opening. Magician, your task is to seal and purify, Qin Kailan addressed her. That entity is tainted by potent other-dimensional demonic energy. Your expertise is essential. At your service. Dealing with the unholy filth of magic is indeed my forte. Zatanna's fingertips danced with arcane sparks. Lastly, Qin Kailan turned to Corianna. Starfire, you are our heavy artillery. I require your stellar energy for a concentrated assault, particularly against any potential core. Corianna rose, her body aglow with warm golden light. My energy has recovered significantly. For freedom and retribution, I'm willing to fight with all my strength. Let us depart. Qin Kailan's voice resonated through the self-emanating visor of the abyssal shadow hunter. Armor, cold and resolute. Deep within Gotham Bay, darkness hung thick like congealed ink. The biofactory had undergone a complete metamorphosis. It was no longer merely attached to the sunken ships. Instead, it had gone mad with growth, consuming and merging with several colossal vessels, forming a writhing, half-biological, half-mechanical horror nest. Cold metal intertwined grotesquely with viscous organic matter, its surface ensnared by ominous dark red energy patterns, exuding an aura of evil that melded mechanical chill with demonic brutality. In the central region, a massive egg pulsated violently, the dark magical runes on its surface twisting and warping, emanating waves of extreme greed, hunger, and chaos. A surge of intense life and energy fluctuations was detected, intermingled with the ominous technology of the Apocalypse Star and the malevolent traits of a formidable interdimensional demon. Batman's voice resonated through the communication channel, laden with unprecedented gravity. The defense units were activated, and the structure underwent malignant mutations. As his words faded, the surface of the lair erupted with countless mutated abyssal stalkers. Their bodies sheathed in rough biological armor, eyes glowing with an intensified crimson hue, their attacks growing increasingly frenzied. Simultaneously, twisted biological turrets, imbued with dark red energy, emerged, coalescing beams of ghostly green and dark red energy. Intercept the stalkers. Prioritize the turrets. Batman commanded without hesitation. The Nightbat's underwater assault armor surged to life, slicing through the enemy ranks like a specter. The wrist-mounted cannon delivered precise shots, shadow bombs detonating in rapid succession against their targets. Selina had already vanished, her shadow stealth assist functioning flawlessly, allowing her to navigate the chaos with ease, dismantling joints and energy cores while transmitting real-time data from the lair surface. A magical barrier unfurled, suppressing the absorption and diffusion of energy. Zatanna floated in the water, her hands weaving intricate patterns as she chanted incantations. A colossal golden magic circle materialized, clashing violently with the lair's dark magical energy, crackling with a sound that evidently curtailed its spread. Well done, praised Qin Kailan, as the abyssal shadow hunter melded into the ocean, advancing toward the lair. Starfire, 10 o'clock direction, where the energy nodes are densely clustered. Received. Corianda raised her arms high, radiating like a miniature sun. Fiery stellar energy coalesced into a massive plasma fireball, hurtling toward the designated area. The explosion reverberated, the shockwave rippling outward, obliterating the nodes, while black energy liquid gushed forth, causing the lair to tremble violently. The lair was incensed. A colossal egg quivered violently, unleashing a tumultuous wave of mental shock intertwined with frenzied demonic whispers and pure destructive energy. Be cautious, Batman warned. Zatanna altered her spell, conjuring a protective magic circle that appeared instantaneously, albeit riddled with cracks. Energy absorption, Qin Kailan bellowed, as the vortex device in his chest operated at full capacity. Yet the incoming force was overwhelming, pushing him back despite his efforts. Selina narrowly evaded the onslaught with agility. Corianda was caught in the shockwave, letting out a muffled groan as her radiance dimmed. The core retaliated. The target lay within the egg. Qin Kailan steadied himself. Batman, cover me. Zatanna, maintain suppression. Starfire, prepare for the final strike. Selina, search for weak points. The ultimate showdown commenced. Batman stood resolute, unleashing a torrent of firepower, meticulously eliminating any foes encroaching upon Qin Kailan, his blades flashing as they severed attacking tendrils. Zatanna's lips bled, yet her chant soared higher, golden magical chains ensnaring the massive egg, fiercely contending against the malevolent will within. This demonic energy was ancient and vile, the corrupting force of the Triad demons. Selina, like a falcon in flight, swiftly identified a vulnerable biological area exposed by the bombardment. Here, Qin exclaimed. Corianda continuously gathered energy orbs, precisely clearing obstacles, accumulating strength for the final blow. Qin Kailan advanced along the path, his arms vibrating with a high frequency as the dark energy-cutting blades tore through the outer walls of the lair, forcibly breaking through to the interior. An absolute realm of darkness enveloped him, disassembling and absorbing any enemies that dared to approach. He plunged into the core chamber, within the central colossal egg, a grotesque and twisted fusion of apocalyptic biological technology and dark crimson demonic traits writhed in a frenzy, countless dark red energy tendrils pulsating like veins. Starfire, now, maximum power. Strike this location, Qin Kailan bellowed, thrusting the cutting blade with all his might against the egg's wall. In the name of Tamalin, Coriantha howled, transforming all stellar energy into purifying beams, tearing through the waters and converging upon a single point. The magical chains of Zatanna tightened abruptly. Batman cleared the rear. Selina held her breath. Boom! The resonance of stellar purification and shadow disintegration tore through the egg's wall. violently clashing and exploding with a chaotic, dark, crimson, demonic energy within. The colossal egg shuddered, emitting a cacophony of mechanical shrieks and demonic roars. A terrifying energy storm swept through. The group was violently blasted away, their armor sustaining damage, and their energy nearly depleted. As the energy storm gradually subsided, the egg shattered, leaving only charred remnants and a fist-sized twin core fragment flickering between the damaged apocalyptic components and pulsating dark red demonic crystals. The lair collapsed and disintegrated. Had they succeeded? The group gathered, gasping for breath, gazing at the scene of destruction, feeling a momentary sense of relief. Qin Kailan swam towards the debris, feeling a strong urge to absorb the crucible of all things. Just as he was about to make contact, the remnants erupted with pure dark red malevolence. A fragment of ancient, powerful will filled with desires of destruction and chaos, manifested as a malicious psychic shock, crashing into their consciousness. Coriantha, having only recently recovered from severe injuries, nearly fainted from the intense impact, while the others, aside from Qin Kailan, experienced mental pain and hallucinatory assaults. He remained unaffected as the shock was instantaneously absorbed by the crucible upon entering his mind. However, the primary target of this fragment of will was not them. Sensing something amiss, Qin Kailan reacted swiftly, wrapping his hands with crucible energy to grasp the fragment, but it moved too swiftly, despite having been largely disassembled, a small remnant. Like an invisible dark red lightning bolt, disregarded physical barriers and pierced through the thick seawater and the city's foundation, darting towards a secluded corner of Gotham City. A sanctuary carefully hidden and magically isolated. There, the little girl with deep blue hair and pale skin, quietly reading, suddenly lifted her head. Her purple eyes filled with terror and an uncontrollable dark red malevolence. The book she held slipped from her grasp. Zatanna's expression changed dramatically. She clearly sensed the nature and direction of that power. This is bad. That power has found a natural vessel, one of its own kind. A being coursing with the blood of the three palaces of magic. Batman's sensors detected an anomalous energy trajectory that erupted momentarily, directing towards the urban expanse. The target locking onto an area that had previously escaped his focused attention. Qin Kailan, attuned to the energy and information he had just assimilated, seized the temporarily inert yet ominously resonant remnants of the twin cores, sensing the lingering, disquieting whispers of demonic energy within as he gazed towards the direction of Gotham City. The threat of the deep-sea nest had subsided, yet a crisis, birthed from the darkest of bloodlines, more terrifying than before, was drawing near. Chapter 31. Crimson trajectory and magical pursuit. The murky waters of Gotham Bay were gently stirred by the finally subdued waves, as if the recent cataclysmic battle in the abyss were merely a figment of imagination. Only the floating organic debris, charred mechanical remnants, and a lingering acrid scent of sulfur mingled with ozone bore witness to the recent turmoil. Qin Kailan maneuvered the abyssal shadow hunter armor to rise slowly from the depths, the cold metallic sheen of the armor flickering in the reflected light of the waves. He released his facial armor, inhaling the salty, smoky air tinged with a faint whiff of hellish essence. Within him, the all things crucible roared to life with unprecedented efficiency, fervently refining the apocalyptic biological matter, residual dark magical energy, and vast quantities of seawater, transforming them into an overwhelming reservoir of attribute-less energy, nurturing his body, which had been slightly depleted from prolonged combat, even allowing his physical and mental fortitude to subtly advance under this intense pressure. Yet, this sense of fulfillment did not bring the slightest relaxation. His perception was magnified to the utmost by the crucible, clearly capturing the moment the core's colossal egg shattered. A deeply veiled stream of malevolent and greedy psychic energy piercing through all physical barriers, shooting towards Gotham City in a nearly systematic manner. The energy vortex had vanished, but something had escaped. Qin Kailan's voice resonated through the armor's built-in communicator, cold and metallic, his brow furrowed as his gaze, sharp as lightning, swept over Gotham's dark skyline that loomed like a slumbering beast, a shard of conscious malevolence with a distinct target lurking there. Not far off, Zatanna's slender figure floated above the water's surface, her magical energies excessively drained, rendering her exquisite visage somewhat pallid, the edges of her high-top hat even bearing singe marks. With her eyes closed, she sensed the atmosphere, nodding gravely in response to his words. Indeed, that pure essence of evil has not dissipated. It has merely shifted. It resembles the fangs of a venomous serpent, seeking the softest flesh to inject its poison. Batman, clad in the Nightbat underwater assault armor, stood atop a larger metallic remnant, producing a muffled hydraulic sound. Beneath his mask, his gaze remained as sharp as ever, swiftly scanning the increasingly tranquil waters. Ultimately settling on Qin Kailan, his voice emerging through the processor, an amalgamation of electronic resonance and his characteristic deep timbre. Have your abilities captured any more specific information? He required data, a target to lock onto. Qin Kailan closed his eyes once more, immersing his entire focus into the crucible within. The cauldron trembled slightly, absorbing and purifying the chaotic torrent of energy. Amidst the background noise of this pure energy, an extremely sharp mental echo, laden with blasphemy and temptation, was meticulously extracted. Intermingled with the searing heat of hellish sulfur, the chilling void of extinguished stars, and a faint yet heart-wrenching sound of a girl weeping. Its essence was overwhelming. Qin Kailan opened his eyes, a flicker of the cauldron's flames shimmering within, a blend of hell, destruction, and suffering. Zatanna, as an expert, can you trace this entity? The slender fingers of the enchantress danced rapidly in the air, sketching several intricate and arcane magical runes. These runes flickered erratically, oscillating between light and darkness. Its nature was exceedingly elevated, transcending ordinary dimensions, adept at concealment and evasion, making direct tracking nearly impossible. Her speech quickened, evidently burdened by immense perceptual pressure, yet the scars left behind when it tore through the fabric of reality during its leaps remained. More importantly, she suddenly turned to Qin Kailan, her enchanting eyes sparkling with astonishment and understanding. The portion of energy that at last encountered and attempted to corrupt, yet was forcibly absorbed by your power, Mr. Qin. Your black hole-like absolute characteristic, upon colliding with it, left an exceedingly subtle yet indelible mark like a magnet. Now, it has become our brightest beacon in the endless darkness. Batman instantly comprehended the situation, reverse tracking, utilizing the unique signal residual from Qin's interaction with the fragment for localization. Zatanna snapped her fingers, and a faint cluster of energy particles, seemingly composed of the purest darkness, accompanied by nearly inaudible sinister hisses, was gently extracted from the surface of Qin Kailan's armor by magical forces, swirling around her fingertips like a thread caught in a storm. Yet at the end of this thread was tethered a falling star. However, I require a powerful and extraordinarily precise energy source to amplify and guide this signal before the trace completely dissipates. What must I do? Qin Kailan replied succinctly. While combating magic was not his forte, providing energy was his specialty, akin to an infinite battery. Open your energy interface and follow my magical guidance precisely. Not a single deviation must occur. Zatanna's tone was unprecedentedly grave as she cupped her hands, safeguarding the energy imbued with the mark in her palms. This is resonance. This is guidance. This is the most delicate embroidery, not an overwhelming tide of energy to drown our adversary. Do you understand? Qin Kailan nodded, his consciousness sinking into the cauldron. This time, he refrained from violently siphoning or releasing energy. Instead, with remarkable control, he directed a thread-thin yet exquisitely pure stream of attribute-less energy with surgical precision into the magical framework that Zatanna had constructed. Zatanna inhaled deeply, her crimson lips parting as she intoned a powerful incantation in reverse. Trace the trajectory of that curse. Buzz. In her palm, a diminutive energy marker suddenly erupted into a blinding scarlet radiance, swiftly elongating into a straight, slender line, as if forged from solidified blood. It defied physical distance, piercing through the night sky in an astonishing rush, disappearing deep within the densely packed and dilapidated edifices of Gotham's East End. Found it, Zatanna uttered in a low tone, but immediately stifled a groan, her body swaying slightly. It was evident that this precision-tracking spell exacted a considerable toll on her. Its destination lay in the East End, the forsaken industrial zone and the gathering place of vagrants. The energy response points were highly concentrated, yet shrouded in layers of oppression and anguish. A formidable host was unconsciously drawing it in, or rather, was being ravaged by it. Batman's voice turned grave. Fully aware of the chaos, crime, and despair that enveloped that area, more than anyone else. Specific location? He inquired, his tone thick with urgency. The interference remains quite strong. Zatanna interjected, suddenly clutching her forehead, a flicker of pain crossing her visage as if pricked by an unseen needle. The host is a girl, very young, but her soul, oh my, light and darkness entwined in a manner I have never witnessed. Fragments are violently assaulting her defenses, seeking to pry open a breach. A girl? Light and darkness? Starfire's voice resonated from above, her form suspended in midair, enveloped in a soft golden halo as she rapidly healed from prior wounds. Upon hearing, she descended, her expression a blend of curiosity and the resolve of a warrior, perceiving the target as one necessitating immediate neutralization. Shall I conduct a precise aerial strike? Or perform a regional energy purification? Her thoughts were direct and efficient, embodying the quintessential problem-solving approach of a Tamaranian royal warrior. Negative on the firepower cover. Both Batman and Qin Kailan's voices echoed almost simultaneously, imbued with an undeniable authority. Our objective is rescue, not annihilation, Qin Kailan added, casting a glance at the pallid Zatanna. Can you be more precise? Zatanna strained to maintain her magic, beads of sweat soaking her temples. I can, but the source of interference lies close within the industrial park, a massive, antiquated structure radiating a potent field of negative energy. Perhaps an abandoned church? Or a monastery? St. Jerome's Monastery, Batman promptly identified, recalling all anomalous reports regarding that location from his database. Once a gang stronghold, it had been sealed off completely after a series of bizarre disappearances 3 years prior. If a girl with special abilities sought to conceal herself, that choice would indeed be logical. He swiftly extracted the structural blueprint of the building and shared it with the team channel. Tactical arrangements swiftly coalesced among the group. Batman utilized the enhanced mobility and advanced sensors of the modified Nightwing armor to approach rapidly from the sky, conducting a swift structural scan and thermal energy source localization, identifying the optimal intrusion path and core points while monitoring for any anomalous activity in the vicinity. Zatanna, maintain the tracking spell continuously as a final guiding beacon and prepare to counter any magical barriers, enchantments, or backlash curses that may arise. Spark, providing mid to low altitude maneuvering support and regional vigilance, employing precise stellar energy beams to eliminate potential peripheral threats, lured by malevolent energies, such as lesser demons and misled beings. Catwoman, Selina, utilizing the supreme stealth capabilities of the reforged Shadow Stealth auxiliary gear, she infiltrates the periphery and lower structures of the monastery, conducting on-site reconnaissance to ascertain the terrain, traps, and distribution of ordinary individuals, vagrants, potential gang members, thereby furnishing the assault team with real-time intelligence. Qin Kailan, as the core assault and breakthrough force, ever prepared to leverage the absolute properties of the All Things Forge to violently dismantle obstacles, absorb and neutralize sudden energy attacks, and confront the fragment of the malevolent deity and its host head-on. Selina, prioritize your safety, Qin Kailan whispered in a private channel. Understood. Rather than fighting, stealth and reconnaissance are my forte. Catwoman's voice retained its characteristic languor and confidence, yet her movements were as swift as a specter. With a gentle flick of her thruster, her lithe form seemed to meld into the shadows, gliding silently towards the shore, swiftly propelling herself towards the Eastern District. Her speed, leaving only a faint trace on the retina. The team coalesced once more into an efficient unit, akin to a blade unsheathed, piercing directly into the most festering wound of Gotham. Their adversary transformed from the colossal bioarmory into a fragile girl hidden in the depths of despair, alongside a malevolent will intent on consuming her entirely. Qin Kailan felt the burgeoning power within him, amplified by the absorption of apocalyptic star technology and dark energy. His gaze keenly fixed on the ominous skies of the Eastern District. The thrusters behind the abyssal shadow hunter armor emitted a deep hum, commencing their warm-up. Fragments of the three-palace demon, he murmured to himself, a blurred vision of forewarning flashing through his mind. Crimson skies, a weeping girl, and an endless darkness. This material, he suspected, would be anything but ordinary. Chapter 32. Whispers of the Monastery and the chains of sound the air in Gotham's eastern district seemed thicker and heavier, saturated with the scent of rust, decaying refuse, and an almost imperceptible aura of despair. Selina Kyle, like a true shadow-dwelling feline, traversed silently amongst the dilapidated factories, corroded pipes, and mountains of refuse. The Shadow Stealth auxiliary gear not only amplified her senses, but, with its faint optical camouflage and sound absorption capabilities, transformed her into an almost invisible specter. Yet at this moment, the typically graceful and composed Catwoman felt an indescribable weariness. It was not the physical burden of her armor, which rendered her lighter than usual, but rather a fatigue of the spirit. Within mere hours, she had transitioned from a dockside battle against demonic entities to a life-or-death struggle within a submerged biofactory, and now, tirelessly infiltrating the foulest corners of Gotham. Even her nerves, honed through countless tribulations, were stretched to their limits. She exhaled a breath of stale air, forcing herself to concentrate. The calm voice of Batman resonated in the secure channel, issuing directives, accompanied by sparse confirmation of airborne vigilance. Qin Kailan and Zatanna were approaching from another direction, slightly delayed. The team was in action, and she could not falter. Her target was the St. Jerome Monastery, a colossal stone beast crouched within the industrial ruins. The Gothic spires were mostly shattered, and the stained glass windows were reduced to twisted black frames, while thick walls were encrusted with grime and moss. Surrounded by high walls, the remaining iron gate was sealed tightly with heavy chains and rusted locks. The main entrance was impassable, but that was of no consequence. Selina murmured to herself, her gaze sweeping towards a breach in the sidewall, partially collapsed due to years of neglect. She glided over the ground with such grace that she barely disturbed the debris. However, just as she was about to pass through the gap, a faint whisper, almost like a dreamlike murmur, wafted through the air. Selina froze instantly, instinctively pressing her body against the shadow of a nearby, crumbling wall, her breath slowing to a whisper. The whispers did not emanate from a single source. Instead, they came intermittently from various corners of the monastery's overgrown courtyard. Cautiously, she peered around, utilizing her armor's enhanced night vision. There, beneath the courtyard's columns and beside a dilapidated bench, huddled a dozen ragged homeless individuals. They should have been asleep or vigilantly patrolling their territory for a morsel of stale bread. Yet at this moment, they all had their eyes wide open, their pupils vacant in the darkness, mouths moving unconsciously, uttering incomprehensible syllables. Their movements were slow and stiff, akin to marionettes on strings, with occasional heads gently thudding against the wall behind them, producing dull thuds as if responding to some inaudible rhythm. What on earth? A chill crept up Selina's spine. This sight was more unnerving than overt violence. She adjusted her armor's auditory filters, attempting to decipher the murmured words. Redemption, liberation, the Crimson Gate. The Father is pained yet sweet. Fractured words intertwined with anguished moans and eerie sighs of satisfaction, weaving a maddening dark liturgy. Selina immediately realized that these individuals had been affected. They were ensnared by the power emanating from the escaped fragment of evil. Do you hear? There's something amiss in the courtyard, about a dozen homeless, behaving abnormally, as if under collective hypnosis or whisper control. She lowered her voice, reporting through the encrypted channel. Received. Energy scans indicate stable life signs in the courtyard, but brainwave activity is unusually active and synchronized. Circumvent them. Prioritize locating the core energy source and structural weaknesses. Batman's voice remained calm and authoritative, bearing an undeniable directive. Zatanna confirmed that the core of the malevolent energy was descending into the subterranean regions. Understood. Selina diverted her gaze, no longer concerning herself with the entranced vagabonds. Like a fluid shadow, she moved swiftly along the outer wall of the monastery's main structure, searching for an entrance to the underground. The interior of the main building was even more dilapidated, with rotting wooden benches overturned, broken statues of saints wearing grotesque smiles, and a thick layer of dust covering everything. A musty odor hung heavily in the air. However, beneath this unpleasant scent, Selina's keen sense of smell detected a novel fragrance, a faint, cloying aroma reminiscent of burnt honey intertwined with rust. As she ventured deeper, this scent intensified. She discovered the staircase leading underground. A heavy door, likely once fashioned from oak, had long since rotted and collapsed, revealing a dark staircase descending into the abyss. The sweet, metallic scent wafted up from below with increasing potency. Simultaneously, another sound began to emerge faintly, a clanging noise, the sound of metal dragging across the ground. It was heavy, slow, and rhythmic, as though something immense were being pulled along, interspersed with the faint, forcibly suppressed sobs of a girl. Selina's heart tightened. This was the place. Without hesitation, she activated the stealth mode of her battle armor to its fullest extent, slipping into the darkness of the underground passage like a fish gliding through water. The passage descended deeply, its walls transitioning from brickwork to rough-hewn stone, damp and cold, with droplets occasionally falling from above. The clanging and sobbing grew clearer, seemingly just around the corner. The sweet, metallic scent thickened to the point of dizziness. She steeled herself, cautiously extending a miniature probe around the bend. The scene before her caused her to gasp in shock. Before her lay a vast, natural cavern, seemingly altered, its walls adorned with ancient, obscured religious murals now obscured by a writhing, dark red bioluminescent membrane. Within this membrane, twisted, vascular-like patterns pulsated, emitting a faint glow that illuminated the cave. At the center of the cavern stood a circular platform constructed from rough-hewn stones. Upon this platform, a frail girl with black hair curled up, clad in a thin, white dress, its hem soiled and tattered. Her wrists and ankles were shackled by thick, black metal restraints inscribed with inhuman runes. The other end anchored to a lock embedded deep within the stone platform. The clanging sound was the result of her unconscious struggles, the shackles scraping against the stone. The sobs emanated from her lips, bloodied from biting down in despair. More disturbingly, a tangible, scarlet, distorted stream of light, akin to a venomous serpent, coiled above the girl, persistently probing downward. With each attempt, a dark wave of energy, tinged with raven feather illusions, erupted from the girl, barely repelling the probing force. Yet with each repulsion, her dark energy dimmed further, while the runes binding her glowed brighter, seemingly siphoning and suppressing her power. Her eyes were tightly shut, tears glistening on her long lashes, her body trembling from pain and resistance. She had been found. She was bound. Something ghastly was assaulting her. Selina's voice, tinged with barely concealed anger and urgency, immediately transmitted the scene back to the team channel. The shackles are magical binding devices, currently undermining her self-defense capabilities. That scarlet gleam signifies shards of the Triumvirate's dark will. Zatanna's voice rang out immediately, brimming with urgency. It was imperative to interrupt the energy supply to the shackles or to obliterate them entirely. The shards were attempting to forcibly merge. Starfire, clear the entrance obstacles and prepare for a full frontal assault. Batman, structural support points. Qin Kailan's commands were succinct and powerful, imbued with an undeniable resolve. The communication channel buzzed with the sound of Starfire, charging her energy, and Batman, swiftly reporting several coordinates for the load-bearing pillars. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen transformation occurred. The girl Rachel Ross, seemingly in a state of half-consciousness on the platform, suddenly opened her eyes wide. What a pair of eyes they were. One eye was clear, a deep brown filled with boundless fear and anguish, while the other was ablaze with a scorching, frenzied, and inhuman scarlet. That scarlet eye precisely pierced through the shadows, locking onto Selina, who was concealed around the corner. A voice that melded the sorrowful cries of a girl with the deep, guttural roar of a demon erupted throughout the cavern. She has brought more sacrifices. Boom! At the entrance of the cave, a massive stone, inscribed with runes and resembling a severed dragon, crashed down, completely sealing the only exit. Simultaneously, the writhing biological membranes on the walls expanded violently, birthing several grotesque monsters composed of filthy blood, shredded flesh, and dark red energy as they surged forth with greedy howls, lunging at the exposed Selina. Meanwhile, Rachel, bound upon the stone platform, felt her normal brown eye instantly consumed by the scarlet. She let out a heart-wrenching scream as a tempest of dark energy, mingled with the Triumvirate's malevolence, erupted, engulfing the entire cavern in a chaotic maelstrom of energy. Damn it! Selina cursed under her breath. The blades of her shadow stealth assistant suit, springing forth to meet the advancing monsters. The team channel was a cacophony of noise, filled with Batman's warnings, Starfire's inquiries, Zatanna's incantations, and Qin Kailan's shouts urging her to hold on. They were a step too late, or rather, the fragments of the malevolent deity had long been laying their trap. Chapter 33, Abyssal Ruins. The emergence of the arcane armor, the subterranean cavern instantaneously transformed into a vestibule of hell. The severed dragon's stone thunderously descended, severing not only the physical retreat, but seemingly isolating the interior and exterior into two distinct realms. Within, the dark energy surged, as the scarlet glow clashed violently with the shadowy magic of the raven, generating a chaotic energy turbulence that stung the skin. The grotesque monsters birthed from the writhing biological membranes on the walls let out soul-chilling howls, surging like a tide toward the recently exposed Selina. Oh, what a grand, welcoming ceremony this was. Selina spat, adrenaline forcibly suppressing her fatigue. The blades of her shadow stealth assistant's suit glimmered with an icy light as her body crouched like a nimble cat, seamlessly slipping into the attack gaps of the first two monsters that lunged at her. In a flash, her blades sliced through them as if they were butter, spilling their foul blood across the ground. Yet more monstrous entities surged forth, devoid of reason and fear, driven solely by an insatiable desire for destruction. Selina's figure danced through the throng of beasts, dodging and slicing with a grace that remained exquisite and fluid, though the frequency of her movements was clearly diminished from her prime. Each confrontation drained her already limited stamina. The surface of her armor, corroded by tainted blood, emitted a faint hissing sound. Selina, report. Qin Kailan's voice echoed through the team channel, punctuated by the cacophony of violent explosions and the swift sound of air being sliced. They were evidently forcing their way through the outer obstacles. Not good. The doors blocked, a horde of unkillable abominations, and a little girl seems on the verge of collapse. Selina executed a backflip to evade a lunge, her dual blades intertwining as she shredded another creature, the infernal crimson light burrowing deeper. At the center of the stone platform, Rachel Rose's screams morphed into something inhuman, her scarlet gaze radiating malice that felt almost tangible. The runes on her shackles glowed with a blinding red light, ravenously siphoning her strength, simultaneously nurturing the fragment of the three palace demons' will, rendering it more solid and powerful. The dark power of the raven faltered, on the brink of total erosion. The shackles are the key. They are absorbing the girl's strength to sustain the fragment. Zatanna's voice intermingled with the echoes of her incantations, clearly attempting to disrupt the Dragonstone or interfere with the fragment from the outside. We must interrupt them. This is a conjunction of the Church's arch and an ancient magical array. Any forced disruption could result in the collapse of the entire underground structure. Batman's voice was calm to the point of being chilling. Starfire, execute a precise strike on the shackle's connection points. The margin for error must not exceed 3 inches. Locking on. But the energy turbulence is too intense. A stabilization window is required, came Starfire's response. In this critical moment, Qin Kailan made a decisive call. Create 3 seconds for me. Everyone, unleash maximum firepower to draw their attention. He roared, devoid of doubt or hesitation. Despite their exhaustion and perilous situation, the team's execution was manifested in full force. Outside, a crescendo of Starfire's intensified energy explosions resonated, accompanied by the thunderous sounds of Batman's explosives. Within the cavern, Selina gritted her teeth, abandoning her evasive tactics. Instead, she concentrated the energy of her armor into her arm blade, unleashing a rapid, spiraling slash that instantly cleared a small area of monsters, granting her moments respite while also generating a conspicuous commotion. Zatanna's incantation peaked in intensity as a pure beam of purifying light descended from above. Although diminished by the surrounding malevolent energies, it struck precisely at the swirling crimson fragment, causing it to distort violently, emitting a furious shriek, its drilling motion momentarily halted. Now is the time. Qin Kailan did not attempt to assault the Dark Keystone, named for its fusion of the Arch and the Dark Magical Array. Instead, he slammed his palm against the rock wall, which was adorned with organic membranes and sinister runes. Forge analysis. Devour. Within him, the all-consuming forge operated with unprecedented efficiency. Surging into action, all materials previously devoured and absorbed, related to demons and dark energy, ranging from the chilling stillness of the ice skeleton demon to the pure brutality of the hunter and the bizarre creations fused with apocalypse, star technology, and dark magic from the biological factory, to the remnants of the Three Palaces demon's primordial evil energy forcibly stripped during the recent destruction of the colossal egg. All these fragments of data were instantly summoned, integrated, deduced, and sublimated within the cauldron. The furnace had completed a thorough analysis and understanding of this chaotic and negatively charged energy structure originating from the lower planes. Based on the biological structure of the abyssal hunter, the energy characteristics of the hunter, and the primordial frequency blueprint of the Three Palaces demon, it constructed the abyssal ruins. Boom! An immense, boundless energy surged forth from the cauldron, transcending mere shaping and forging an ultimate blueprint specifically designed for the complete demonic form. A pitch-black, unknown metal, seemingly capable of absorbing all light, instantly enveloped Qin Kailan's entire being. The armor's design was both menacing and fluid, with spurs protruding from the joints resembling demonic claws, and the shoulder plates thick and resembling the roaring visage of a beast. The contours of the entire armor exuded absolute power and a haunting sense of silence. The surface of the armor was not smooth, but covered with a layer of fine, constantly flowing dark red patterns, akin to cooling lava or solidified veins, emanating an aura of absolute suppression and insatiable greed towards all dark energy. Most conspicuous was the breastplate's center, where a profound vortex, seemingly leading into the void, slowly rotated. This was the manifestation of the highly condensed rules of decomposition from the all things forging cauldron. The abyssal ruins demon armor had come into being. Though this process may seem slow, it was accomplished in the brief moment between Qin Kailan's palm pressing against the rock wall and the armor fully covering him. What? Selena was startled by the terrifying aura that erupted behind her, sending shivers through her very soul as she turned to see a demonic figure seemingly emerging from the abyss's depths. Qin Kailan moved. He employed no flashy skills, merely raising his right hand, shrouded in the menacing armoring, toward the stone platform, causing the vortex at his chest to accelerate dramatically. An invisible, formless, yet terrifyingly potent force of absolute separation and termination erupted instantaneously. How? The once arrogant fragment of the Three Palaces demon emitted a piercing shriek of sheer terror, as if it had encountered its nemesis. It struggled desperately to break free, to escape, but before this power targeting its very essence, all of its efforts appeared futile and laughable. The scarlet evil energy constituting its form was forcibly stripped away from Rachel, thread by thread, as if being torn by an unseen giant hand, uncontrollably drawn toward the vortex at abyssal ruins, vanishing without a trace, not even causing a ripple, not merely the fragments, even the magical shackles binding Rachel, adorned with flickering evil runes, began to dim at a visibly quickened pace. The shackles themselves subtly warping as if their energy and some of their material structure were being forcibly extracted. Now is the time. Starfire. The command of Batman resonated immediately. Starfire, fully prepared, concentrated the golden stellar energy at her fingertips into a slender, yet exceedingly intense beam of light, which cascaded down from the newly discovered weak point, accurately and continuously striking the four shackles at their most vulnerable connections with a series of precise impacts. Bang, 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 bang. For crisp sounds echoed, the runes extinguished entirely, and the shackles shattered. Freed from the restraints and the corrupting influence of the sinister fragments, Rachel's dark raven power erupted like a torrent unleashed, sweeping away the lingering foul essence. The crimson in her eyes rapidly faded, returning to a pure, albeit profoundly weakened, deep brown. She emitted a faint groan, her body slumping forward. The surrounding bloodthirsty monsters, as if drained of their source of strength, disintegrated into pools of genuine, lifeless blood. The light upon the broken dragon stone also dimmed. The crisis seemed temporarily averted. Selena exhaled in relief, nearly collapsing to the ground, propping herself up with her arm blade as she gasped for breath. Qin Kailan removed the mask of abyssal ruin, his complexion somewhat pale. The relentless battles and the forced forging and activation of such specialized armor took a heavy toll on both his mental and physical stamina. He sensed the fragment of the three palaces' demonic will, completely imprisoned within the cauldron, being rapidly refined, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. This was indeed a prime material. He hurried to the edge of the stone platform to assess Rachel's condition. The girl's breathing was faint, yet her vital signs remained relatively stable. However, her mental strength was evidently drained, leaving her unconscious. Objective secured, threat neutralized. Qin Kailan succinctly reported in the channel. Yet, just as everyone thought they could momentarily catch their breath, a faint yet disquieting cracking sound reverberated from all directions within the cavern. On the walls and ceiling, the ancient murals, once shrouded in dark crimson organic matter, were now revealing their true engravings beneath, which were not sacred runes, but instead older, more twisted, and imbued with a sense of blasphemy, demonic reliefs. These reliefs were now emanating a faintly ominous glow, seemingly activated unexpectedly by the recent surge of dark energy and the absolute power of abyssal ruin. A deep, raspy echo, as if formed by the collective howls of countless demons, reverberated throughout the cave. The seal has been triggered, the coordinates have been sent. The time of our Lord, the three palaces, draws near. As the words fell, the glow of all the reliefs extinguished instantaneously, as if they had expended their final vestiges of power, reverting entirely to mundane stone. The entire cavern fell into a deathly silence, leaving only the heavy heartbeat and breath of the gathered individuals. They had eliminated a fragment and saved the girl, yet it seemed they had inadvertently triggered an ancient and malevolent warning mechanism, sending coordinates of his daughter's whereabouts to the three palaces demon, far beyond the multiverse. Chapter 34. Echoes of the Abyss and Whispers of the Malevolent Deity. The underground cavern descended into a brief, profound silence. The recently dimmed reliefs of demonic inscriptions on the walls linger with the acrid scent of sulfur, and the malevolent whisper of coordinates have been sent coils around the hearts of all present like a frigid serpent. Coordinates sent? Selena, leaning on her blade, gasped as she glanced at Qin Kailan, realizing this meant that just as they had dealt with one trouble, they had inadvertently stirred a far greater hornet's nest, summoning that sinister entity directly. It certainly feels that way. Qin Kailan removed the abyssal ruin armor, his complexion pale as he crouched down to examine the unconscious Rachel. Within him, the cauldron was efficiently refining the fragment of the triad demon will, the surging energy nurturing his parched body, yet the mental alarms grew increasingly acute. He cautiously channeled a thread of pure cauldron power to neutralize the residual corrosive energy within the girl, stabilizing her frail life signs. Meanwhile, as the cauldron refined the fragments, it also peeled away the chaotic information and memory fragments contained within, analyzing and merging them into his consciousness. Zatanna's figure appeared like a shadow within the cavern, having evidently employed a short-range teleportation spell to penetrate the darkened dome, which had lost its energy support. She hastened to the stone platform, her fingertips brushing against the shattered shackles and the cold reliefs on the wall, sensing the lingering essence upon them, her brows knitting tighter with concern. These shackles were ancient creations of dark magic, designed to painfully extract and suppress power. Her voice carried certainty, yet the conduits inscribed on the walls and the amplifying structure of the stone platform exhibited a starkly different technical style, cold, efficient, and imbued with an inhuman precision. It resembled a form of living, growing technology. At that moment, Qin Kailan lifted his head, a glint of understanding flashing in his eyes. He pieced together the truth from the fragments of information discerned from the cauldron. It was that underwater armory. He spoke in a low voice, capturing everyone's attention, revealing that it had not been entirely obliterated. Rather, its core consciousness had detached itself in the final moments and relocated. Rising to his feet, he scanned the slightly fresher remnants of biological structures embedded in the ancient rock, while interpreting the information obtained from the cauldron. It sensed my power restraining it. Perceiving it as the greatest threat, it required self-preservation, the need to evolve, to attract external forces capable of opposing me. At that very moment that the triad demon will, which was searching for this girl, fortuitously sensed this consciousness, leading to a vile alignment between the two entities. Batman listened in silence, his gaze as sharp as a blade beneath the mask, swiftly integrating the information. Starfire descended from the cave entrance, maintaining vigilance while exhibiting a look of curiosity. So, this lair was constructed by the remaining consciousness of the armory? Selina inquired, finding the notion somewhat preposterous. It is a modification, Qin Kailan corrected, gesturing toward the shackles and the stone platform. It discovered this ancient site, which inherently bore a faint infernal aura, possibly an altar of ancient demon worshippers, and utilized its foundation to graft its unique biotechnological essence, transforming it into a colossal energy extractor and beacon tower. Its purpose is quite straightforward: to imprison the girl possessing immense dark power, continuously siphoning her strength to nourish itself and expedite its rebirth. Simultaneously, it will broadcast the fluctuations of the extracted power, infused with the girl's unique bloodline essence. As the ultimate bait, persistently reaching out to the multiverse in an attempt to attract the attention of the triumvirate demon. He paused, his tone growing increasingly frigid. It had calculated that regardless of whether the triumvirate demon or other cosmic forces drawn by this overwhelming dark power arrived, conflict with me, who seeks to destroy it, would be inevitable. Regardless of the victor, it stands to profit, buying time for its growth. Our recent battle, particularly the clash between the power of the abyssal void and the shards of the triumvirate demon, generated energy peaks far beyond its expectations, exponentially amplifying the beacon's power and achieving final positioning instantaneously. However, it had not anticipated our reckless pursuit despite our physical exhaustion, leading to the complete failure of its plan. It was even more unprepared for the power of the All Things Forge, which far exceeded its imagination. Qin Kailan thought to himself. A remnant of a biological arms factory possessing survival instincts and malicious calculations? A chill enveloped Zatanna. The technology of Apocalypse was terrifying to such an extent. Based on the current information, the mastermind behind it all was that peculiar life force remnant from Apocalypse. It had exploited the environment here and this girl. Batman made a judgment. Yet his gaze indicated he would not dismiss the possibility of other human factions intervening or manipulating the situation. The immediate priority was to evacuate. This place had become the most conspicuous target. Zatanna immediately began attempting to set up a disruption barrier, despite knowing its effectiveness might be limited. Starfire heightened her vigilance above. Selina prepared to scout ahead. Qin Kailan cautiously lifted the unconscious Rachel. Just then, through the cauldron's final analysis of the will fragments about to be utterly refined, a deeper, more terrifying memory fragment surged into his mind. It was a dimension of endless, burning crimson flames, where an unfathomably vast and horrifying entity cast its gaze towards a distant coordinate. Almost simultaneously, a hum reverberated, an indescribable, colossal will, composed purely of ultimate malevolence and destructive desire, crashed into everyone's perception like a meteor crossing countless dimensional barriers. This was not a physical assault, but a terrifying tsunami on the spiritual plane. Ugh! Zatanna's disruption spell collapsed instantaneously. Her face turned pale, barely keeping her footing. The energy flames surrounding Starfire flickered violently, akin to a candle in the wind. Selina stifled a groan, a wave of intense nausea surging within her. Batman's armor emitted a piercing overload alarm. Qin Kailan felt the cauldron in his mind emit a deep rumble, steadfastly resisting this mental onslaught. And the information contained within was conveyed to him with greater clarity. It was a lock-on, a greedy proclamation. The residual dark energy within the cavern boiled like scalding water. A grand voice infused with infinite rage, insatiable greed, and absolute majesty reverberated through the depths of every soul. My bloodline has found you. The voice arrived with a ferocity that vanished abruptly, yet the terrifying sense of oppression felt like a tangible brand, indelibly etched into the psyche of all, inducing a chilling tremor. The Three Palaces demon had been thoroughly stirred. Through the information gleaned from the cauldron and the recent shock, Qin Kailan understood better than anyone that its gaze had firmly locked onto this coordinate, fixating on his daughter. It was on its way. Chapter 35. Strengthening before departure with three companions. The horror of the Three Palaces demon's transcendent will loomed like a shadow over everyone's hearts. Though its essence had yet to descend, the frigid sense of pressure was enough to render the air stagnant. Immediate relocation was imperative. Batman's voice shattered the silence with an undeniable resolve. This place is no longer safe. We must go to the Batcave. where the protective measures and medical facilities can best ensure her stability and delay any potential tracking. His gaze fell upon Rachel, cradled in Zatanna's arms. No one objected. It was the most rational choice under the circumstances. The Batcave, after a brief, oppressive journey, they arrived at the legendary base concealed beneath Wayne Manor. Even the erudite Zatanna and the extraterrestrial Starfire were moved by the fusion of advanced technology and mysticism that permeated the atmosphere. Alfred had already been notified and prepared the medical area and a tranquil lounge. Zatanna immediately began to set up a stronger isolation barrier. Crucial for delaying the Three Palaces Demon's pinpointing, she had to remain. Meanwhile, Starfire curiously examined the array of trophies and equipment displayed within the cave. Selena assisted Alfred in placing Rachel onto the medical bed, her gaze lingering on the girl's pale face, releasing a gentle sigh. Qin Kailan, alongside Batman, approached the main control panel. We need to discuss our strategy. Batman pulled up global reports on anomalous energy events. The data scrolled rapidly across the screen, revealing that the threat level of the Three Palaces Demon surpassed any adversary they had previously encountered. What do you require? Qin Kailan did not respond directly, but placed his hand on Batman's Nightwing armor. Upon returning to the base, Batman had changed back into his standard battle attire. Before that, your equipment requires a comprehensive upgrade. The design of the underwater armor was not intended to confront foes of this caliber. He spoke in a low tone. Relax. Do not resist my energy guidance. Batman hesitated for a moment before nodding, demonstrating a budding trust in Qin Kailan's abilities. In the next instant, pure, attribute-less energy surged into the Nightwing armor resting on the maintenance rack, drawn from Batman himself. Simultaneously, Qin Kailan infused the recently analyzed Hunter energy conduction structure, the advanced alloy blueprint from the Celestial Biofactory, and a fragment of demon material data meticulously purified to retain only its utmost resilience, directly into the deep structure of the armor through sheer will. The surface of the dark armor shimmered with an ethereal glow, its lines becoming more formidable, the material exhibiting a profound and indestructible texture. The joint structure was optimized, and the output readings of the energy core surged exponentially, even acquiring an implicit resistance to negative energy erosion. In a mere few minutes, the armor's performance underwent a qualitative leap. With that, the specific data was synchronized with your system. Qin Kailan withdrew his hand, his complexion slightly pale from the considerable exertion of continuous operations. This armor could transform into a new layer of skin, enhancing your resilience to strikes, fully manifesting when required, thus augmenting your survival and adaptability in the forthcoming challenges. Batman observed the newly emerged performance parameters of the armor on the screen, his gaze beneath the mask filled with grave concern. Qin Kailan's capabilities had once again surpassed his expectations. This enhancement was critical. Thank you. You're welcome. We are now like grasshoppers tethered to the same string, Qin Kailan replied, his tone turning serious. Yet, even so, relying solely on ourselves, confronting the Triad Demon remains a daunting prospect. We require greater strength and more formidable allies. Do you have a target? Batman immediately discerned the underlying implication. A potential option, Qin Kailan continued. Recent news reports have highlighted unexplainable phenomena around the small Midwestern town of Smallville and even the metropolis area. Trains mysteriously lifted off their tracks and bank robbers subdued at incredible speeds, with rumors of a flying individual. Drawing from his limited knowledge of superhumans, he remarked, I believe this is no mere coincidence. There likely exists a new superhuman or extraterrestrial being endowed with extraordinary power. He glanced at Batman and then at Starfire, who was curiously touching the exterior of the Batmobile. Moreover, Coriander's abilities stem from stellar energy. If that flying individual also draws power from the sun, Qin Kailan speculated based on fragmented memories, she may be able to perceive or lock on similar life signatures more readily, significantly reducing our search time. Upon hearing her name, Starfire immediately turned, her golden eyes shining brightly. Tracking stellar energy? That's my forte. If he too has basked in the sun's radiance, I will surely find him. Her tone brimmed with confidence and eagerness. It had been quite some time since she had encountered anyone potentially blessed by the sun after leaving Tamarin. Batman pondered for a moment, refraining from questioning how Qin Kailan knew the source of this superhuman's power and his name. Instead, he analyzed Qin Kailan's plan. finding no apparent flaws. The inclusion of Starfire would indeed enhance efficiency. Very well. However, our actions must be executed with caution. We know nothing about our target. His fingers deftly maneuvered across the control panel. I will utilize all available resources to search for a target matching the following characteristics. Male. Recently active in Kansas's Smallville or Metropolis area, possessing superhuman strength, speed, and possibly flight capabilities. The primary focus will be on locating an individual named Clark Kent, as this name may be relevant. Here, Qin Kailan provides crucial clues based on vague memories. The information is somewhat scant, yet it presents a possible direction. I shall conduct cross-references and investigations, with results relayed to you in real time. Time is of the essence. Qin Kailan emphasized that they would promptly set off for the Metropolis area to conduct on-site investigations. This is currently the swiftest route to gather the most formidable allies. Once the business was concluded, Qin Kailan's gaze swept across the area, landing on Selina, who leaned casually against the Batmobile, seemingly nonchalantly polishing her arm blade. Yet her eyes occasionally darted toward him, betraying a hint of subtle concern and melancholy. He felt a stir within, turning to Batman and Starfire. "Give me 10 minutes. I have matters to discuss with Selina." Batman glanced at him, seemingly comprehending the unspoken, nodded slightly, and turned to engage Zatanna in a discussion about the details of the barrier. Starfire blinked playfully, offering an understanding smile, and gracefully floated away to observe the Batplane. Qin Kailan approached Selina. Sensing his proximity, Selina lifted her head and feigned a relaxed smile. "What's this, Master Qin? Finished with the national affairs? Finally remembered your little wildcat? And brought an alien princess to assist?" Her tone carried its usual teasing lilt, tinged with a barely perceptible hint of jealousy. Qin Kailan discerned the complex emotions underlying her words. He offered no reply, but extended his hand to grasp her wrist. "Come with me." He led her through corridors cluttered with various equipment until they arrived at a relatively secluded display compartment housing early Batsuits. It was sufficiently private. "Hey, what's the secrecy about?" Selina quipped, a hint of confusion crossing her features as her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. The compartment's automatic door slid shut with a gentle whisper. Qin Kailan turned to her, gazing into her bright eyes that still sparkled in the dim light. "I'm heading to Metropolis. I'm bringing Cora along. Her abilities will be invaluable," he stated directly. "I know, I heard earlier." Selina tilted her head slightly, her voice dropping, the jealousy more pronounced. "Off to find that skybound individual, accompanied by an alien princess. Your journey is bound to be anything but lonely. Wishing you well. Aren't you going to ask me if I want to join you?" Qin Kailan took a step closer, narrowing the distance between them. Selina abruptly raised her head, a flicker of anticipation in her eyes, yet she scoffed. "Since when does Master Qin seek my opinion on his endeavors? Haven T, you always prefer to work alone, solely in pursuit of your materials? With a more formidable ally now, wouldn't my presence be superfluous?" Her words brimmed with mild complaint, a sense of grievance, and an underlying test. In the past, that was true. Qin Kailan acknowledged, his gaze earnest and sincere, but now it is different. "I have grown accustomed to having a cunning, gold-hungry cat by my side. One who feigns toughness yet possesses a tender heart and never falters at critical moments." He lifted his hand, gently brushing her cheek. "Therefore, I am here to invite you, Selina Kyle. Will you forsake everything in Gotham to venture into this perilous undertaking with me and Cora? It may be fraught with danger, even confronting unimaginable entities. I need you, not solely for your abilities." Selina was momentarily taken aback as she gazed into the unprecedented earnestness and invitation reflected in Qin Kailan's eyes. All her feigned nonchalance, minor grievances, and pangs of jealousy were instantly swept away by an overwhelming wave of joy and reassurance. He needed her. He had declared it himself. She did not respond immediately. Instead, she suddenly rose on her toes, wrapping her arms around his neck, and delivered a passionate, almost suffocating kiss, expressing her affirmative answer. This kiss was prolonged and fervent, imbued with the joy of being acknowledged and needed, a resolute commitment to face the future together, and an intense emotion that had blossomed long ago but was only now fully affirmed. After a considerable moment, their lips parted, both of them slightly breathless. Selina's cheeks flushed, her cat-like eyes glimmering with a watery sheen, yet radiating an unparalleled brightness and determination. Was there even a need to question? "You fool. She playfully shot him a reproachful glare, though the corners of her mouth could not help but rise in a smile. The materials you fancy, I must oversee them personally to prevent you from being deceived. Besides, without my watchful eye, who knows if you might become utterly enchanted by some Na'vi alien princess. Finally, she unabashedly revealed her jealousy, which felt more like an affectionate tease. Qin Kailan chuckled, resting his forehead against hers. Very well, let us pay that small-town boy a visit, and, in the process, show Cora what true earthly charm is. 10 minutes later, the brand-new abyssal ruin magic armor enveloped his body. Qin Kailan held Selina close, who had donned a practical outfit suitable for action, while Starfire, surrounded by a gentle golden halo, floated nearby, her expression brimming with anticipation for the unknown journey ahead. Stay in touch. Notify me immediately if you find any clues. Batman's voice resonated from the control console. Zatanna also cast a farewell glance. Qin Kailan nodded in acknowledgement. In the next moment, the armor's propulsion system activated, and the two figures, Qin Kailan carrying Selina, alongside a golden streak of light, Starfire, surged out of the Batcave's concealed exit, slicing through Gotham's night sky. Racing toward the west, an unknown yet hopeful direction. The inky darkness of Gotham gradually faded behind them, while ahead lay a vast expanse and the light of hope waiting to be discovered. Thus commenced their journey as a trio. Chapter 36, Starfire's guidance and the son of Krypton having departed from Gotham's seemingly endless gloom, the expansive skies over the central plains invigorated their spirits. Although the threat of the three palace demons weighed heavily upon their hearts, at least in this moment, the sun shone brightly, and the vistas were unbounded. Qin Kailan maintained the abyssal ruin magic armor in high-altitude cruise mode, his arm securely wrapped around Selina's waist. Starfire effortlessly flew alongside them, her golden halo harmonizing with the sunlight, eagerly absorbing stellar energy like a sponge, mending the subtle damages from their previous battle, her demeanor radiating delight. Ah, the sunlight here is truly delightful. Starfire stretched her arms and sighed contentedly, finding it gentler and more readily absorbable than the stellar radiation of Tamarin. It feels as if every cell is rejoicing. Indeed, if that alien princess continues to bask in the sun, she might just turn into a little golden statue. Selina nestled in Qin Kailan's embrace, languidly voicing her thoughts, yet a subtle smile graced her lips. The tension of departing Gotham gradually dissipated during their flight, particularly as she observed Starfire's unfeigned joy, which inevitably influenced her spirit. By the way, has your solar radar detected anything, Cora? Starfire closed her eyes, attuning her senses. After a brief moment, she pointed to the northwest, her tone imbued with certainty and wonder. In that direction, there exists a remarkably, exceptionally unique entity. His life force radiates like molten lava, surging beneath the earth, constrained by layers of rock. Yet the core energy is immense, warm, akin to a miniature sun. He must have basked in the golden rays of the yellow sun for an extraordinarily long time. This description stirred something within Qin Kailan. Information projected onto his mask from Batman synced with him. The areas highlighted by Bruce also pointed to Kansas, specifically the town of Smallville. A certain Clark Kent, an adopted son, currently serves as an intern journalist in Metropolis. All reports of anomalies direct to the Kent farm where he resides. An intern journalist? Selina raised an eyebrow, bemused at the notion of a man endowed with stellar powers penning social news. Such a disguise is truly exquisite. Just as they prepared to accelerate toward Smallville, an explosion erupted from a chemical plant at the edge of a nearby town, sending flames and thick smoke spiraling into the sky, accompanied by a series of violent detonations. An accident, Selina exclaimed. Toxic substances are leaking. Starfire sensed the perilous energy. We must handle it. Qin Kailan responded without a moment's hesitation, his voice composed. Cradling Selina, the abyssal ruin armor erupted with a surge of potent energy, hurtling toward the explosion's epicenter like a black meteor. He employed no intricate tactics, simply hovering above the catastrophe, summoning the power of the cauldron. Unleash the cauldron. In the next moment, an invisible, colossal force field unfurled around him. The raging flames, splattering chemicals, lethal, colorful fumes, and even shockwaves from the explosion were, as if confronted by an absolute singularity in the cosmos, frantically pulled, devoured. and thrust into the profound, swirling vortex of his armor. The spectacle was utterly breathtaking. It felt as though time reversed, or as if an invisible eraser swiftly obliterated the calamity. The flames extinguished, the toxic mists dissipated, and even the thunderous roar of the explosion was forcibly absorbed and annihilated. Only the distorted structures of the plant remained, along with the dazed individuals who, though shaken, were no longer under lethal threat. The entire process transpired beyond imagination. As within mere seconds, a potential industrial disaster capable of claiming dozens of lives was decisively quashed in its infancy. The workers below gazed in astonishment at the dark demigod hovering above, accompanied by two companions resembling angels and sprites, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Qin Kailan sensed the chaotic energy surging into the cauldron, rapidly refined, and furrowed his brow slightly. The quality of these industrial toxins and explosive energies was subpar, yielding little from the cauldron's transformation, but it was better than nothing. His primary concern remained the resolution of the immediate crisis. Without pausing or showing any sign of gratitude or inquiry, he turned and swiftly flew back to Starfire with Catwoman. Mission accomplished. Let's proceed. Starfire gazed at him, her golden eyes shimmering with astonishment. Qin, your abilities are always so direct and formidable. Selena chuckled softly. TSK, truly a humanoid vacuum cleaner and an industrial-grade one at that. The trio transformed into streaks of light, racing towards the Kent farm outside the quaint town of Smallville. As perceived by Starfire, they soared over a vast expanse of golden wheat fields, revealing a quintessential Midwestern farm, a red barn, a two-story white house, a sprawling lawn, and a fence enclosing a few tranquil horses. Starfire became exceedingly excited. That's him. The essence of the sun is right here. So very close. They descended, gently landing beside the fence surrounding the farm, disarming themselves. Just as they touched down, and before they could thoroughly observe their surroundings, a voice emerged from behind them, tinged with a Midwestern accent and a subtle hint of caution. Hello? Who are you looking for? The three turned to see an exceedingly tall and robust young man standing on the edge of a field not far away. He wore simple blue overalls and a red flannel shirt, his rolled-up sleeves revealing muscular forearms. His hair was dark and slightly curled, his features handsome yet gentle, adorned with a pair of black-framed glasses. The blue eyes behind the lenses radiated warmth, yet concealed a trace of bewilderment towards the extraordinary trio that had suddenly appeared. He held a wrench in his hand, as if he had just been repairing farm machinery before coming over to investigate the commotion. He resembled a diligent and unpretentious farm youth. However, Qin Kailan sensed the terrifying torrent of energy hidden beneath that seemingly ordinary exterior. Starfire nearly gasped, vigorously nodding at Qin Kailan in confirmation. It was indeed him, Clark Kent, the future Superman, standing before them like a bewildered and cautious small-town boy. Qin Kailan stepped forward, calmly meeting his gaze, and spoke directly, his voice low yet clear enough for Clark to hear. We are looking for you, Clark Kent. Or should we refer to you as the Traveler from the Stars? At this, Clark regarded Qin Kailan with a measure of confusion, and realizing this, Qin Kailan adjusted his approach. To be honest, the scene where you smashed that truck with your bare hands was quite fascinating. Clark's expression instantly froze, a flicker of undeniable shock, and alarm flashing deep within his blue eyes. He instinctively tightened his grip on the wrench. Chapter 37. The armorer and the son of Krypton. The evening breeze in Kansas carried the earthy aroma of soil and hay, gently caressing the fence of the Kent farm. The golden rays of the setting sun bathed the three in light, illuminating the towering youth's face, which was momentarily frozen in astonishment. Clark Kent instinctively adjusted his black-framed glasses, a gesture that seemed more like a reflex to conceal the tumultuous emotions stirring within him. In the depths of his azure eyes, shock and confusion were barely contained. He tightened his grip on the wrench in his hand, his knuckles paling slightly, and spoke with an effort to maintain composure. I don't quite understand what you were saying. Are you lost? I just heard an explosion from the chemical plant. Did you escape from there? Qin Kailan did not afford him the luxury of further denial, her gaze steady yet imbued with an undeniable weight, as she addressed him directly. We come from Gotham, Mr. Kent. We are searching for you because the Earth faces a monumental crisis, one that cannot be resolved by conventional means. We need your strength. Such a forthright declaration left Clark momentarily breathless. He instinctively glanced toward the house behind him, where his family awaited his protection. "You have the wrong person. I'm just an ordinary man." Ordinary men do not hear the explosion of a chemical plant from this distance, Qin Kailan pointed out calmly. Clark's complexion paled instantly. He realized his blunder. After all, the chemical plant was not nearby. Starfire, Kara, could no longer contain herself, her instincts pure and direct. Her golden eyes filled with urgency and affirmation as she exclaimed, "No, you are not ordinary. The brilliance within you surges like molten lava, warm and powerful. You are the closest being to stellar energy that I have sensed on this planet. We need your help." Selina crossed her arms, her tone shifting to one of gravity. Devoid of previous jest, "Listen, big guy. We don't have time for games. A malevolent entity known as the Triune God is racing toward Earth, intent on transforming this place into its buffet. We just repelled a wave of its vanguard in Gotham, but that is far from sufficient. Kailan indicated that you could assist us in overcoming this crisis, which is why Batman meticulously gathered and analyzed extensive data and, with Kara's sensing abilities, ultimately located you. You are the only individual we have found thus far who possesses the potential strength to confront it." Batman? Gotham? Malevolent deity? These terms assaulted Clark's understanding. Yet, the certainty in their words, especially as they referenced the precise details of the chemical plant incident he had perceived with his super hearing, left him unable to dismiss their claims as mere misunderstandings. As his mind waged a fierce internal battle, unsure of how to respond, a gentle yet resolute voice emerged from the porch. "Clark?" Martha Kent stood at the doorway, her expression laced with concern. She had evidently caught snippets of the conversation outside. She approached, gently placing her hand on her son's tense arm, then turned her gaze to Qin Kailan and her companions, her eyes betraying wariness but also profound worry. "Is the crisis you speak of real?" "Absolutely, ma'am," Qin Kailan replied, offering a slight nod of respect, her tone earnest. "We have crossed half the country to reach here, not to disrupt the tranquility of your family, but because disaster looms on the horizon, and we require your son's power to avert it." Jonathan Kent emerged upon hearing the commotion, standing resolutely beside his wife and child. The steadfast farmer furrowed his brow and inquired gravely, "How can you prove your claims? What reason do we have to trust you?" Proof, indeed, was the crux of the matter. Qin Kailan understood that any direct revelation regarding Clark's origins could incite fierce resistance. What he needed to exhibit was the very essence of the threat itself, along with evidence that transcended the ordinary. His gaze traversed the farm, resting upon a heap of rusted, discarded machinery parts and several hefty, abandoned metal blocks. Without uttering a word, he raised his right hand, aiming it at the pile of scrap metal. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the Kent family and his two companions, the heavy, solid metal seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand. Then, akin to ice melting under a scorching sun, it began to shrink and distort in a manner that utterly defied the laws of physics, ultimately vanishing without a trace. There was no explosion, no flash, no thunderous noise, only the pure act of erasure. Left behind was merely a pristine void, vividly demonstrating the devouring power of all things forged. Clark's supervision allowed him to discern that the metal had not been crushed or melted, but had been disassembled and absorbed at its most fundamental level by an incomprehensible force. This power transcended his understanding. Spark, ever compliant, conjured a warm and radiant golden sphere of energy in her palm, the stellar force dancing obediently in her grasp. Selina flickered, momentarily appearing on the barn roof several meters away before returning to her original position as if she had never moved, leaving only a whisper of wind in her wake. "We are not your enemies, Mr. Kent," Qin Kailan stated, observing the tremor in Clark's pupils, his voice steady. "We have demonstrated our differences and revealed the imminent threat. Now, we must ascertain whether you, possessing great power, will choose to stand idly by when disaster strikes or rise to confront it." At that moment, a cacophony of piercing sirens and the wail of fire trucks erupted from the direction of Smallville's town center, the sound shrill and urgent. Clark's super hearing immediately detected the ensuing chaos. Frantic screams, cries for help, and the ominous cracking of overwhelmed structures. His expression changed drastically. It was the old department store at the town's center. Portions of its structure had collapsed, trapping many within. He exclaimed, his super hearing and intellect processing an avalanche of information in an instant. He gazed toward the town, then at the visitors before him, and finally at his adoptive parents, whose faces were etched with concern. The innate goodness within him urged him to rush to their aid. But he had promised his father not to reveal his abilities in public, and now loomed a sudden crisis that threatened the entire planet alongside these three enigmatic figures. We shall go to rescue those in peril. If you cannot bear to stand by and watch, then join us. Qin Kailan stepped forward, his gaze piercing as he addressed Clark. With a swift motion, he raised his hand towards Clark, and in an instant, a simple yet striking blue armor adorned Clark's form, emblazoned with a prominent insignia across the chest. This suit was crafted based on the attire of Superman from the Justice League film, albeit without a cape and featuring a helmet instead. While its defensive capabilities were negligible against Superman, it served to conceal his identity, alleviating any fears of exposure. Initially startled by the sudden appearance of the armor, Clark instinctively attempted to break free. However, upon realizing that it posed no harm, he halted his movements. After hearing Qin Kailan's words, he instinctively glanced at his adoptive parents. After a moment of inner turmoil, he solemnly declared, "Dad, Mom, I wish to go." In response, the Kent couple regarded their son, enveloped in the armor, with complex expressions. Ultimately, it was Jonathan who spoke. "Go ahead, my child. Do what you believe is right." Although he had hoped for his son to lead a life of normalcy and happiness, he recognized Clark's determination and chose to support him. Indeed, the armor provided by Qin Kailan was a significant factor in Clark's swift resolution. With his parents' blessing, Clark nodded enthusiastically. Then, with a mere thought, a gap opened at the shoulder of the armor, releasing red particles that billowed out like a crimson cape. In the next moment, he soared into the sky, a feature added by Qin Kailan, considering that Superman might not yet possess the ability to fly. However, observing Clark's adept flying posture, it appeared that his concerns were unfounded. As Superman ascended, Qin Kailan exchanged glances with the two women beside him. He instructed them to remain and explain the situation to the Kents while he pursued Superman. Armorclad. Chapter 38. Initial flourish, and the Kryptonian visitor Clark shot toward the center of Smallville like a bolt from a crossbow, his speed leaving a faint trail of red particles in the air. For the first time, he flew without reservation, fully embracing the freedom that enveloped him, shielded by the armor. Though apprehensions lingered, the urgency to save others overshadowed all else. Behind him, Qin Kailan followed closely in his abyssal ruin armor, the ethereal blue flames trailing steadily and efficiently. He calmly assessed the blue figure ahead, evaluating Clark's velocity, stability, and the performance of the hastily forged armor. The talents of a Kryptonian were indeed formidable. Even in his initial flight, Clark displayed astonishing potential. The town center was now engulfed in chaos. A substantial section of the old department store had collapsed, shrouding the area in dust, while cries for help echoed from beneath the rubble. Rescue efforts faced immense challenges. Without hesitation, Clark dove into the fray, embodying the essence of a divine savior. He effortlessly lifted heavy concrete slabs weighing several tons, bent and broke sturdy rebar with his bare hands, and located and rescued trapped civilians at astonishing speed. His movements were so swift that they left an afterimage. His strength defied the laws of nature, yet manifested with remarkable precision and gentleness, as if he instinctively understood how to modulate his power to avert secondary harm. The blue armor he donned stood out vividly amidst the swirling dust. "Goodness, what is that?" The crowd on the ground erupted in incredulous exclamations. Qin Kailan hovered in the air, overseeing the entire operation and providing assistance. His armor sensors scanned the wreckage, rapidly analyzing stress points and potential hazards. "Clark, 15 meters to your left, there are signs of life beneath the third floor, but the structure above is unstable. Reinforce the right beam first." Qin Kailan's calm voice resonated through the armor's communication system into Clark's ears. Without hesitation, Clark executed the command, delivering a powerful punch to a precariously hanging heavy beam, restoring stability before swiftly clearing the rubble, successfully rescuing the trapped individual. In the southeast corner, there is a gas leak. Exercise caution. Clark understood implicitly, skillfully avoiding danger in his movements. The synergy between the two showcased an astonishing level of coordination. One possessed invincible strength, speed, and sensory perception. The other, absolute analytical prowess and a panoramic viewpoint. Consequently, their rescue efficiency surged exponentially. During this time, a massive, blazing billboard plummeted down, aimed directly at the crowd below. Clark, amidst the ruins, was unable to intervene in time. In a critical moment, Qin Kailan merely raised a hand. The colossal billboard abruptly halted mere meters from the ground. Then, as if crushed by an unseen force, it compressed and ultimately vanished without a trace. Flames extinguished in an instant. The silent obliteration left everyone in awe. With the intervention of these two superhuman entities, the rescue operation concluded at a miraculous pace, with all those trapped successfully saved and no fatalities reported. When the fire chief sought to locate the two enigmatic rescuers, he discovered they had already disappeared without a trace. In a small grove outside Smallville, the two figures descended in succession. Clark removed his helmet, revealing a face filled with excitement and complexity. He gazed at his hands, for the first time profoundly aware of the true value that this power could create. The sense of fulfillment and mission was beyond words. "How do you feel?" Qin Kailan inquired calmly as he removed his armor. "Incredible." Clark inhaled deeply, turning to Qin Kailan, his initial wariness replaced by astonishment and gratitude. "Thank you for your armor and your guidance. Without you, I could not have managed this so smoothly." He recognized the significance of overarching command and informational support. "This is a reflection of your inherent strength," Qin Kailan replied nonchalantly. "Now, are you willing to trust us? The world requires your strength to confront threats far more terrifying than collapsing buildings." Clark paused for a moment, then nodded resolutely. "I suppose I can no longer evade this. However, regarding that triumvirate sorcerer and everything about you, I need to know it all." His gaze turned steadfast. Just as Qin Kailan prepared to speak, his eyes sharpened suddenly, fixating sharply on the northeastern sky. Almost simultaneously, Clark's extraordinary hearing detected an anomalous, exceedingly subtle, yet distinctly different high-frequency hum approaching at great speed. In the distance, a sleek, small, shuttle-shaped craft, shimmering with a cold, silvery metallic luster, was silently advancing with astonishing velocity. Its design exuded an exotic sense of advanced technology. Its surface adorned with an unknown crystalline matrix, clearly not of earthly origin. Its intentions were unmistakably focused on the two individuals in the grove. What could it be? Clark instantly entered a combat stance, his blue armor enveloping him once more as he warily scrutinized the uninvited visitor. He had never encountered anything like it before. Qin Kailan's brow furrowed tightly. The technological aesthetic of this craft was starkly different from the Apocalypse creations he had previously encountered, appearing more refined and cold. It now bore an essence of pure exploration and scrutiny towards the two, and although the occupants remained unseen, Qin Kailan sensed their gaze fixed particularly on Clark. A term flashed through his mind: Krypton. Could they be survivors of Krypton? Or perhaps a reconnaissance vessel from the era of Krypton? Why had it appeared here at this moment? Was it tracking Clark? Suddenly, the Kryptonian reconnaissance craft hovered silently hundreds of meters above them, without warning projecting a soft, blue scanning beam from beneath its hull, precisely enveloping Clark. The beam seemed to emanate a peculiar energy, rendering Clark's blue armor transparent and ethereal. As if it could not impede the scan, the beam directly affected Clark's very essence. Ugh! Clark groaned softly, feeling a strange energy coursing through him, as if every cell were being meticulously examined and recorded, with some deeply buried genetic information being forcibly read. He found himself utterly immobilized. "Clark!" Qin Kailan's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, he sprang into action. He stepped forward abruptly, fingers splayed, aimed at the blue scanning beam. The power of all things forged silently activated. The scanning energy, infused with Kryptonian technology, seemed to encounter the cosmic terminus mere inches before reaching Qin Kailan's palm, being forcefully deflected and distorted by an irresistible, absolute power, ultimately drawn into his grasp like rivers flowing into the sea, vanishing without a trace. The scanning beam abruptly ceased. The Kryptonian reconnaissance craft appeared to pause, evidently unprepared for its detection to be so abruptly interrupted. The crystalline matrix on its surface flickered rapidly, as if reassessing the current situation, particularly evaluating the human capable of effortlessly intercepting and consuming its scanning energy. In the next moment, without hesitation, its engine ports ignited with a ghostly blue glow. swiftly altering course and vanishing into the horizon at a speed greater than its arrival, as if it had never existed at all. All that remained were the bewildered Clark and the grave-faced Qin Kailan on the ground. What was that? What had it done to me? Clark removed his battle armor, his complexion slightly pale. The sensation of being scanned had left him profoundly uncomfortable, as if the innermost secrets of his being had been laid bare. Qin Kailan gazed in the direction from which the reconnaissance vessel had vanished, slowly retracting his hand, and spoke in a grave tone, "If I am not mistaken, that was likely a creation from your homeland, Krypton." Krypton? Clark fell into a complete stupor. This unfamiliar term caused an inexplicable flutter in his heart. Qin Kailan turned to him, his gaze penetrating. "It seems we have much more to discuss than merely the issue of the three palaces. Your lineage may be more intricate than we initially surmised. Moreover, that object just now has likely transmitted the information it gathered back to some location." A chill crept silently up Clark's spine. Chapter 39. Heritage and the General's Temptation. The stillness of the grove was shattered by Clark's rapid breaths. "Krypton," he murmured. This strange word acted like a key, unlocking the long-sealed vault of his innermost thoughts, igniting a tumultuous mix of excitement and confusion. He abruptly grasped Qin Kailan's arm, his eyes a blend of longing and dread. "Do you know? Do you truly know my origins?" "I do," Qin Kailan replied with a steady assurance. "A distant and resplendent civilization has perished. You are one of its last embers, sent here by your biological parents. The yellow sun and environment of Earth have shaped your extraordinary abilities." The phrase "the last ember of the ark" resonated heavily within Clark's heart, intertwining immense sorrow with an odd sense of belonging. "The scan you experienced was conducted by a Kryptonian reconnaissance vessel," Qin Kailan stated, his expression sharp. "It was confirming your biological characteristics and transmitting the data. We cannot ascertain whether the recipient is friend or foe, but exposure is now a reality. Inaction is not a viable strategy." He shifted his focus, looking intently at Clark. "Clark, did your adoptive parents ever mention anything unusual when they discovered you? Perhaps a small spacecraft accompanied you?" Clark froze momentarily, his pupils constricting. A deeply buried childhood memory surfaced. At the farthest reaches of the farm barn, an old farming machine covered by heavy tarpaulin, something he had been sternly warned never to approach. His father Jonathan's serious admonitions echoed in his mind. "Yes," he hesitated, nodding, his heart racing. "It was in the barn. My father never allowed me near it." "Take me to see it," Qin Kailan commanded, his tone leaving no room for dissent. The two hastily returned to the Kent farm. Martha and Jonathan, relieved to see them return, were soon gripped by tension as they watched Qin Kailan head straight for the barn. In the deepest corner of the barn, the tarpaulin was torn away, revealing a sleek, silver-hued Kryptonian spacecraft, its surface adorned with mysterious runes that spoke of technology alien to this world. "This is the vessel that brought you to Earth, Clark," Qin Kailan said, his hand gliding over the cold exterior of the ship. The power of all things forged silently permeated the vessel, swiftly analyzing its structure, energy circuits, and the deepest navigation beacons. "It is not merely a means of transportation, but rather a beacon guiding the way, a key to the legacy left by your parents." "Legacy?" Clark inquired, bewildered. "As far as I am aware," Qin Kailan pondered his words carefully, "vessels of this nature typically come pre-programmed with a final navigation coordinate, leading to a sanctuary or repository prepared for exiles. Within such a place, one might discover the complete history of Krypton, its technologies, and even the heritage of your family." He turned to the Kents and Clark. "Remaining on the farm to await unknown visitors poses an excessive risk. We must take the initiative. This spacecraft can transport us to that very location. There, Clark, you may truly uncover your past and acquire the strength necessary to shape your future." This proposal was audacious and astonishing, yet irresistibly appealing, particularly to Clark, who yearned to understand his origins. Jonathan and Martha exchanged a glance, recognizing the concern mirrored in each other's eyes, but also the undeniable spark ignited within their son. After a prolonged silence, Jonathan nodded gravely. "If this is the path you must take, my child, then proceed. But exercise caution." "I will, Dad." "Shelina, Koro." And Qin Kailan turned to the two women. "You will remain here. Ensure the safety of the Kents, and remain vigilant for any unwelcome guests. We shall return shortly." He was acutely aware that the conditions of the Arctic expedition were unsuitable for them, and safeguarding Clark's family was paramount. serving as the foundation for earning his trust. Though Selina harbored some apprehension, she resolutely nodded. Rest assured, with me here, no harm shall come to either of the elders. Starfire solemnly vowed, I will protect this place with my light. Time was of the essence. Qin Kailan placed his hand upon the spacecraft, an immense surge of power flooding into it. This was not destruction, but activation and enhancement. The dormant systems within the ship were forcibly awakened, the ancient energy core emitting a deep hum, as the surface runes began to illuminate sequentially. Concurrently, Qin Kailan executed temporary external reinforcements and energy efficiency upgrades based on the analyzed blueprints. Coordinates locked, he declared, opening his eyes. To the Arctic, he opened the hatch. Clark, we are ready. Clark embraced his adoptive parents one last time before resolutely entering the cramped cabin. Qin Kailan took his place at the control interface. Hastily constructed by his formidable power, the spacecraft slowly began to rise, emanating a soft glow, and with a swift surge, shattered through the Barness roof, transforming into a silver streak hurtling towards the North Pole. The journey was brief and silent. Clark gazed out at the swiftly passing clouds and the land below, which gradually transformed into a realm of ice and snow, his emotions swelling within him. Suddenly, an ancient communication unit embedded within the ship activated without warning. Following a jarring burst of signal interference, a hazy, distorted image appeared, as if struggling to traverse an endless distance, projected within the cabin. Before him stood a virtual avatar of a man clad in dark Kryptonian military attire, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, his countenance resolute and frigid. His voice, though fragmented, exuded an undeniable ironclad authority and an urgent intensity. This is General Zod. The signal is weak, accompanied by a torrent of interstellar static, indicating that the source lies at a considerable distance. Your biological signal is faint, but hold on, child of Krypton. I'm on my way to retrieve you. Be wary of the Earth natives. They are fragile yet cunning, and may exploit you. Await my fleet. With that, the transmission abruptly ceased, the image dissipating into nothingness, as if it had never existed. The cabin fell into a profound silence. Clark's complexion drained of color, his hands gripping the armrests of his seat tightly. General Zod? Retrieval? Caution against Earthlings? This unexpected revelation clashed violently with the burgeoning trust he had begun to build in Qin Kailan and this world. Beneath the visor of his helmet, Qin Kailan's eyes were icy. Zod. It was indeed him, although the signal was distant and indistinct. The desire for control and contempt for earthly life was unmistakably evident in his words. Do not allow this distant whisper to disturb your focus, Clark. Qin Kailan's voice calmly pierced the silence. If his intentions were truly benevolent, why did your vessel only receive this severely delayed message as you approach your destination? This feels more akin to a broad-spectrum broadcast than precise communication. Remain vigilant, but do not let it disconcert you. The truth lies ahead. At that moment, the ship's velocity began to plummet. Outside the viewport, a blinding white expanse unfolded, vast glaciers and ancient snow blanketing everything. The ship was diving toward a colossal, ice-covered gorge. The navigation beacon's indication was strikingly clear. The target was deep within this frozen chasm. The vessel gradually descended, sliding into a concealed entrance of an ice cave. Ultimately, it came to a steady halt in a vast space formed by natural ice domes. At the heart of this chamber stood an immense, peculiar structure composed of countless unknown crystals, radiating a soft blue glow. It resembled an icy throne, yet bore the semblance of a massive supercomputer array, silently awaiting for eons. Within the frigid air, it seemed as though countless data streams traversed silently between the crystals, flickering with life. The final legacy of Kryptonian technology, the solitary bastion, lay before him. Clark was rendered speechless by the spectacle, acutely aware of the energy emanating from the crystalline structure, resonating with his own bloodline. Qin Kailan removed his battle armor, absorbing the overwhelming and pristine cosmic energy and technological force that permeated the space, a flicker of barely perceptible satisfaction crossing his gaze. Here, perhaps, lay the treasure trove of crucial materials he needed to confront the impending crisis. We have arrived, Clark, he murmured, his voice echoing beneath the vast ice dome. Are you prepared to face your past? Chapter 40. The solitary fortress and the Kryptonian sanctuary, the frigid winds of the Arctic swirled up millennia-old frozen dust, striking against the sleek exterior of the descending spacecraft with a sound akin to the subtle friction of gravel. Clark's vessel glided silently into a vast crevice in the ice, which had abruptly split open. Deep within the chasm, a magnificent structure of non-natural origin emanated a ghostly blue luminescence from within the ice. Identification: Kal-El, the last son of Krypton. Authorization granted. A cold, clear, and strangely resonant female voice reverberated within the cabin, employing the language of Krypton. Clark instinctively tightened his grip on the armrest, his knuckles paling. The impact of this moment far exceeded anything he had witnessed on the Kansas farm. Qin Kailan patted his shoulder, his tone laced with a casual mockery, hoping to alleviate Clark's tension, yet his gaze remained sharply scanning the external environment. Relax, big guy. It sounds like your home's intelligent assistant is welcoming you back, albeit this abode feels rather chilly. Don't tell me all Kryptonians are sculpted from ice. The artifact within him, the forge of all things, hummed softly, exhibiting great interest in the profoundly concentrated energy of Kryptonian technology surrounding them, as well as the presence of an ancient, colossal energy source deep within the ice. An exhilarating surge coursed up his spine, akin to a ravenous creature encountering a grand feast, though he forcefully suppressed it. He sensed that the quality of the materials here was exceptionally high and in ample supply. The spacecraft smoothly docked upon a vast platform composed of a peculiar blue crystal and silver metal. The cabin door opened silently, allowing an air even colder than the exterior, yet remarkably pure, infused with ozone and an unknown energy to rush in. Before them lay a cavern so magnificent it defied description. The ceiling soared high, adorned with a multitude of crystalline formations that evoked an indescribable sense of belonging, mingled with a hint of bewilderment in the face of such an immense legacy. Light crystals simulated the dazzling spectacle of the starry river. The surrounding walls were a seamless amalgamation of mirror-like silver metal and enormous crystal screens displaying ever-changing, complex data. Countless bizarre Kryptonian technological artifacts, analyzers, storage units, and generation chambers were meticulously arranged throughout the expansive space. At the very center, a colossal core, composed of innumerable diamond-shaped crystals, slowly rotated, quietly suspended while radiating gentle yet potent energy waves. This was the solitary fortress, the final and greatest legacy of Kryptonian civilization left on Earth. Wow, Clark murmured, his enhanced vision evidently capable of discerning more details than Qin Kailan, his face alight with astonishment. Wow, Qin Kailan whistled, his eyes gleaming with the fervor of a treasure hunter and a tech enthusiast, as though he had stumbled upon an endless trove. This place was a superlative amalgamation of an ultra-factory and a vast database. Old Jia, Butler, are you there? A tour would be splendid, or perhaps a user manual will suffice. The cold female voice resonated once more, now tinged with a hint of perplexity. Identification: unknown life form, carbon-based structure, non-Kryptonian lineage. Energy features: unable to decipher. There exists a significantly high level of unknown identification. Kal-El, who is this individual? He is my friend, Qin Kailan. Clark immediately explained, his tone resolute. He assisted me in locating this place. Without him, I might never truly comprehend my lineage. I granted him access, well, the highest possible level. He glanced at Qin Kailan, somewhat bashfully adding, that should suffice, right? Command confirmation. Access granted. Visitor Qin Kailan, temporary level 3 access, restricted areas, and core database. Warning: an unknown high-dimensional energy reaction has been detected within the visitor, which may unpredictably interfere with the fortress's foundational energy matrix. It is advised to maintain a safe distance. Later, Clark referred to him as Kira, his tone still laced with caution. Qin Kailan shrugged nonchalantly. Level 3 access? That's ample. Rest assured, I have no interest in dismantling your load-bearing walls, at least not for now. His gaze was fervently fixed on the alluringly luminous devices and crystals. I am presently consumed with a passion for learning and borrowing. Surely, you Kryptonians would not object to a cultural exchange? For the next several hours, Qin Kailan appeared akin to a mouse that had fallen into a grain bin, while Clark immersed himself in the rich history of Krypton, his lineage tracing back to the Jor-El family, and the tragic saga of Krypton's demise, Qin Kailan, under Kira's watchful guidance, commenced his frenzied scanning and recording endeavor. His fingers casually brushed against the cold surfaces of metals and crystals, the force of the all things forged subtly seeping in, conducting ultra-high-speed analysis and replication. A torrent of information surged in, causing him to squint slightly, savoring the gratification that accompanied the influx of knowledge. Record, blueprint of the Kryptonian environmental simulator, partial. Record, core data of the interstellar navigation engine, fragments. Record, principles and applications of biotic field generation, fundamental. Record, nanorepair technology of the Kryptonian medical pod, completeness 71. Record, structure and energy transmission patterns of the central control crystal, completeness 85. Countless pieces of knowledge and technology, surpassing Earth's current advancements by numerous generations, were forcibly imprinted by all things forged, deconstructed into the most fundamental data streams, and integrated into the vast database within the forge, automatically generating or completing thousands of new blueprints. Qin Kailan could even sense the forge warming slightly due to the sudden influx of colossal data streams. A sense of intellectual fulfillment far exceeded any material pleasure. "Hey, Qin," Clark's voice interrupted his scholarly pursuits. He held a palm-sized silver hexagon, his expression graver than before. Kira stated that this is the last message my father left me. It also pertains to General Zod. The situation sounds dire. Qin Kailan approached, eyeing the silver hexagon. "Shall we release it to listen? Since it was meant for you, there must be a reason. When a creditor comes knocking, one must ascertain the amount and the enforcers they bring, correct?" Clark nodded and placed the hexagon onto a designated interface. A beam of light materialized, coalescing into the wise and compassionate holographic image of Jor-El. "My son, Kal-El," his voice resonated with a gentle yet grave tone. "When you receive this message, I trust you are prepared to embrace your destiny as the last hope of Krypton." The hologram elaborated on the societal structure of Krypton, the reasons for its demise, and the profound expectations placed upon Kal-El. However, as the message progressed, Jor-El's image flickered, his tone growing increasingly urgent and heavy. "But, child, you must remain vigilant. General Zod and his militant extremists may have survived. They adhere to an extreme form of Kryptonian supremacy, intent on reconstructing a Kryptonian empire based on conquest and aggression. They will never accept the path you have chosen and will perceive both you and Earth as obstacles to be eliminated. I have detected a reconnaissance ship belonging to Zod's forces that has recently approached Earth's orbit. This is no mere coincidence. They may very well have pinpointed your location. Their power exceeds your imagination, armed with the full might of Kryptonian military technology. They might." The image trembled violently, becoming indistinct, allowing only fragmented words to emerge. "Biological modification, world engine, insurmountable seek." Ultimately, the image stabilized, revealing a significantly weakened Jor-El. "Remember, my son, true strength emanates from within, rooted in the will to protect rather than the desire to conquer. Trust in the friends you choose. The future of Krypton rests in your hands." The hologram abruptly ceased. Silence enveloped the control room. Clark's complexion paled as he absorbed the immense implications of his father's warning and the looming threat. An entire, hostile Kryptonian military force was directed squarely at him and Earth. Such a crisis was beyond anything he could have fathomed while dealing with mere thugs in Smallville. "Well," Qin Kailan broke the silence, stroking his chin. "This sounds like a classic scenario where my father's adversary arrives with an army seeking confrontation. And judging by this, they're a regular military force. While we have only a country boy who has just learned to fly and, well, an enthusiastic technical consultant." Despite his words, there was no trace of tension on his face. Rather, he displayed an understanding of the situation and a deeper excitement at the prospect of new opportunities. "What should we do?" Clark inquired, his gaze filled with confusion and pressure, yet devoid of fear. Although they had only recently met, Qin Kailan's assistance in uncovering his heritage and his calm demeanor in the face of threats made Clark instinctively view him as a reliable ally. "What to do?" Qin Kailan replied with a broad smile, revealing his pearly whites. He turned, directing his gaze towards the depths of the fortress where devices and reserve crystals emanated alluring energy fluctuations. "Of course, we should first settle the technical consulting fee." He patted one of the large devices, which exuded a potent energy aura, It appeared to be one of the fortress's backup energy cores. Kyla, grant access to this and those large energy crystals over there. The temporary level 3 access should suffice, right? Kira's voice trembled with a hint of fear. Warning. Visitor Qin Kailan. That is the backup energy core essential for maintaining the fortress's fundamental operations. The energy levels are extremely high. Unauthorized contact may lead to systemic risks. Rest assured, I am quite proficient. I merely wish to observe, Qin Kailan replied, his hand already pressing against the cold exterior of the core. In the next moment, the power of all things forged silently activated. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a low hum, as if the very fabric of space were being subtly constricted. The immense pure energy, sufficient to sustain the fortress for months, flowed into him like a gentle stream, surging through his arm into the cauldron within. The massive energy crystals, towering over him, dimmed at a visible pace, ultimately transforming into the purest transparent crystals, their internal energy entirely extracted. The slight fatigue he had felt from continuous battles was instantly replaced with a surging, almost overflowing sense of vitality. The pure and potent energy circulated within him, bestowing an unparalleled sense of power that elicited a comfortable sigh. Every cell in his body rejoiced. Acquired. High-purity Kryptonian energy, extremely abundant. Acquired. Blueprint for fortress-level energy core structure complete. Status. Energy full, body approaching comfortable threshold limit as he continued to utilize the cauldron. He gradually sensed that no matter how much he invested in it, he never experienced a feeling of nearing fullness. The overflowing sensation he had previously felt was merely a reflection of his body's limits, and now he could discern the distinction between the two. Moving forward, any excess energy beyond his physical capacity could be stored in the cauldron, eliminating waste. What? What did you do? Kira's voice wavered for the first time, tinged with a hint of collapse. Clark stared, dumbfounded, at the transformed glass-like crystals and the still radiant main core of the fortress as he swallowed hard. He was aware of Qin Kailan's unique abilities, but the scale and efficiency were utterly astonishing. I replenished some nutrients and picked up a few skills along the way. Qin Kailan replied nonchalantly, brushing his hands as if merely shaking off dust. He reveled in the powerful energy surging within him, a predatory smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Now that the consultation fee has been settled and the data has been adequately backed up, he turned to Clark, his gaze sharp as a blade. It is time to prepare a suitably enthusiastic Kansas-style welcome party for the fellow countrymen who are about to pay a visit. General Zod? One can only hope his fleet is sturdy and resilient. Chapter 41. Kryptonian Technology and the Quiet Star Armor in the control room of the solitary fortress. The gentle glow of Kryptonian crystals flowed over the faces of Qin Kailan and Clark. Kira's voice, tinged with a barely perceptible aftershock, continued to drone on about the safety protocols regarding the energy core. Qin Kailan, having dug at his ear, paid no mind to her incessant murmuring. Within him, the essence of a universal forge flowed steadily, the immense energy recently absorbed from Krypton resembling an unfathomable abyss, tranquil on the surface yet harboring immeasurable power, intricately intertwined with his own will, akin to an extension of his very being. Enough? Caretaker, conserve some energy, Qin Kailan interrupted Kira. Now, let us attend to business. Kira, retrieve all data pertaining to the physiological structures of Kryptonian life forms, common combat units, military equipment, and energy weapon defenses, with permissions maximized. He then turned to Clark. Big guy, don't dawdle. Your father surely left behind a wealth of information regarding the training and tactics of the Kryptonian army. We must discern how these compatriots prefer to engage in battle. Clark inhaled deeply, striving to extricate himself from the weight of his father's warnings. Nodding, his gaze solidified with resolve. I understand. He approached the main control console and commenced his tasks. Joel's holographic image reappeared, this time revealing a repository of military and technological data. In an instant, the control room was awash in flickering lights and shadows, cascading with a multitude of intricate three-dimensional diagrams, data streams, and tactical demonstrations. Qin Kailan's eyes swept over the information with astonishing speed, the universal forge operating silently, engaging in profound analyses and simulations beyond comprehension. The mysteries of Kryptonian technology rapidly unfolded before him, revealing its core logic. Relying on the radiation of a yellow sun for energy and enhancement, their cells functioned as highly efficient photosynthetic machines. Conversely, the radiation of a red sun could effectively neutralize or even strip away this energy. The peculiar radioactive minerals of kryptonite resonated with a devastating frequency against the biofield of Kryptonians. Their equipment favored energy attacks and defenses, with potential weaknesses to specific frequency disruptions. As he absorbed the information swiftly, he found himself subconsciously murmuring, his fingers tracing patterns in the air, sketching blueprints. Clark stood nearby, momentarily entranced. Although he could follow some of the fundamental information, Qin Kailan's nearly instantaneous comprehension and ability to extrapolate left him acutely aware of the depths of his friend's intellect. Minutes later, Qin Kailan abruptly raised his head, a glimmer of insight illuminating his eyes. The foundational data is nearly complete. He turned to Clark, a contemplative expression gracing his features. "Big guy, may I borrow something?" "What?" Clark queried, puzzled. "A drop of blood." Qin Kailan stated nonchalantly. "You are unique, Kal-El. Within you lies not only the genes of Kryptonians, but also the hopes of your entire civilization, the codex of life. I require a small sample to enhance the understanding of my forthcoming endeavors against its adversaries." Clark hesitated for a moment, then, without a trace of doubt, extended his fingertip. Although Kryptonian skin possesses remarkable resilience, he concentrated his thoughts, allowing a single drop of crimson blood to emerge, glimmering faintly under the fortress's ethereal blue light. Distinct from the ordinary. Qin Kailan extended his finger, gently touching the droplet. The instant their contact was made, the drop seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, vanishing into his fingertip in an instant. A gentle hum, imbued with an unusual sense of pleasure, emanated from the universal forging cauldron within Qin Kailan. A droplet of blood, containing the profound secrets of Kryptonian life, enveloped by the cauldron's true fire, began to disassemble and decode the deepest codes regarding the essence of Kryptonian existence. This was not an act of plunder, but rather an intricate understanding. A realization arose within Qin Kailan. His comprehension of the Kryptonians transcended mere data and appearances, delving into a fundamental essence. "Thank you." Qin Kailan nodded earnestly at Clark. "Now, let us attire you appropriately. It is hardly suitable to engage in battle clad only in a sweater." He extended his hand, palm upward. A torrent of magnificent yet restrained energy surged forth. Intermingling with the unique energy characteristics of the Kryptonian fortress, the resilient alloy data from Tamarin, and a newfound understanding of Kryptonian life. Amidst the luminous radiance, a suit of armor swiftly coalesced. The predominant hue was a profound blue, the material exuding both the supple qualities of leather and the luster of metal, adorned with energy patterns that pulsed like breath. A simple yet powerful red shield emblem graced the chest, while silver reinforcements adorned the shoulders and arms. Flowing from the back was a crimson cape, seemingly animated by an unseen wind. "This is the Guardian battlesuit," Qin Kailan explained, "designed to better channel your solar energy while providing essential protection, utilizing superior materials in critical areas. The cape is not merely ornamental. Would you care to try it?" Clark accepted the suit, feeling its cool yet remarkably soft texture. Once donned, he emerged transformed, his youthful demeanor tempered by the resolute stature of a warrior. The armor fit perfectly, the cape enhancing his presence. "It feels incredible," Clark exclaimed, moving about and sensing a newfound fluidity in his strength. "Thank you, Qin. Just employee benefits." Qin Kailan waved dismissively, his gaze sharpening. "Now it is time for my grand endeavor." He inhaled deeply, calling upon a more profound and enigmatic power. The energy, derived from the universal forging cauldron, infused with the mysteries of Kryptonian energy and life codes, surged silently. It interfered with, even severed, their connection to the yellow sun. Extracting concepts of red sun radiation simulation, the energy transformed into suppressive radiative fluctuations, triggering an internal resonance collapse, simulating the kryptonite resonance frequency. Through his understanding of the life codes, he simulated a cataclysmic frequency. With enhanced energy resistance and physical destructiveness, he fused materials including Kryptonian fortress-grade alloy, Tamarin starship armor, apocalypse biometallic activity, ice rates extreme cold properties, and shadow energy concealment. Countless material phantoms and energy runes flickered around Qin Kailan, merging. The energy readings in the preparation area skyrocketed, silent warning lights flashing red. An unprecedented suit of armor rapidly took form. Its foundation was a deep matte black, seemingly capable of absorbing all light, with surface patterns flowing like molten Kryptonian crystal in a haunting blue hue. The shoulder armor is heavy and menacing, with a crystal emitting a faint red glow embedded on the left side, a red solar radiation simulator, while the right side features a prism pulsating with an ominous green light, a Kryptonian resonance frequency generator. The arm armor extends streamlined energy conduits, and the forearm is equipped with foldable dual blades, merging pulse technology and disintegration properties, known as the twin Requiem blades. At the center of the chest plate lies an inverted triangular core reactor, within which a swirling vortex of stars seems to rotate. Behind, two sets of foldable thrusters are intricately designed, with nozzles shimmering with an ethereal blue light. Finally, a formidable full-face helmet descends, its visor adorned with two chilling ocular lenses. The moment the armor is forged, an indescribable aura envelopes the surroundings, an oppressive silence that feels capable of extinguishing stars. There is no cataclysmic energy explosion, only a profound, terrifying tranquility that descends into the void. Even Clark experiences a heartbeat of primal instinct. The newly forged armor is named Silent Star, Core Attributes. 1. Crimson Dusk Domain. Active simulates red solar radiation, significantly diminishing Kryptonian abilities within its range. 2. Verdant Whisper. Active releases energy, pulses mimicking kryptonite resonance frequencies, specifically dismantling Kryptonian cellular structures. 3. Requiem Blades Silent Pulse. Combines absolute disintegration properties with high-frequency pulses, annihilating all in its path. 4. Void Stride. Passive ultimate concealment, nearly vanishing from perception. 5. Stellar Core Reactor, core an unfathomable energy source. 6. Universal Coating Armor, highly resistant to Kryptonian energy weapons, unmatched in physical defense. 7. Energy Absorption, capable of absorbing various energies, reinforcing both the armor and its wearer, akin to how Kryptonians absorb sunlight. Qin Kailan senses the abyssal silence and terrifying power bestowed by the Silent Star armor and nods slightly. Just then, the highest-level intrusion alarm abruptly blares within the solitary fortress. The main screen illuminates, revealing a cosmic scene beyond Earth. The space near the moon's orbit warps violently, and in the next moment, a massive, sinister battleship, dark gray and bristling with military angles, emerges with fierce determination. The ship's side is emblazoned with the insignia of the Zod Legion. The belly of the battleship opens, releasing 3 Razorjaw-class assault ships like venomous hornets from their nest, engines roaring with blazing exhaust as they speed towards the Arctic without restraint. Kayla's voice is more severe than ever. Hyperspace jump signal detected, identified as a Kryptonian Punisher-class destroyer. 3 Razorjaw assault ships are approaching. Estimated contact time, 3 minutes. They're coming. Clark clenches his fists, gazing at Qin Kailan, his expression a mix of tension and determination. The corners of Qin Kailan's mouth curl slightly beneath the helmet, the ocular lenses of the Silent Star armor illuminating with a cold gleam. He raises his arm, the twin Requiem blades silently springing forth. Ethereal blue energy swirling between the blades, devoid of any trace of combustion, yet radiating a chilling aura that brings all things to silence. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed, Clark. Convey to those uninvited guests. The helmet seals shut, and a frigid voice emanates from the battle armor. This path is impassable. Chapter 42. The might of the Silent Star and the first encounter with the superhuman, the chilling alarm reverberates within the desolate fortress, echoing like the tolling of a war bell. On the main screen, 3 Razorjaw assault ships tear through the thin atmosphere at the Earth's upper strata, exuding an unmistakable hostility and precise navigation, heading straight for the Arctic ice cap. They've discovered us. Clark clenches his fists, the muscles beneath his new battlesuit taut, the energy from the yellow sun surging within him, bestowing immense strength and speed, preparing him for battle. Of course, such a sizable Kryptonian outpost. Its energy signals are like a beacon in the night. Qin Kailan's voice filters through the helmet of the Silent Star armor, bearing a processed, icy metallic tone. yet still resonating with a familiar hint of sarcasm. "Kira, can you disrupt their navigation or communications?" In response to the attempt, the adversary employed high-intensity military encryption frequencies. The fortress possesses limited conventional interference capabilities due to its non-military primary facilities. The assault ships have entered their final assault trajectory. Expected to reach the fortress's outer airspace in 90 seconds, Kira's voice replies rapidly. "That will suffice." Qin Kailan stretches his neck, producing a faint metallic scraping sound. "Big guy, do you know how to engage in space combat?" Clark pauses, honestly responding, "Not really. I've only flown above the clouds. I've never attempted to fight in an actual vacuum." "Then learn. You take the left ship, the one that seems the loudest. The right one is mine. As for the middle one." Qin Kailan hesitates. "Let us see who can neutralize their target first. The loser will prepare hot cocoa for the winner for a month." Clark replies, "Even at a time like this, you're thinking about steaks and hot cocoa?" There is no time for further contemplation, as Qin Kailan has already issued the command. "Kira, open the top hatch. Release us." The fortress's dome silently slides open, revealing the frigid, pitch-black night sky of the Arctic outside, along with the 3 approaching death comets, trailing plasma tails. "Go." Qin Kailan's rear thrusters unfurl instantly, a ghostly blue-white flame erupting, propelling him forth like an arrow released from its bow. Silently yet swiftly tearing through the air as he leads into the cold night. Clark takes a deep breath, following closely, his red cape billowing behind him. His flight lacking the precision and stealth of Qin Kailan's, yet pulsating with an unwavering sense of power. The 3 razor-jaw assault ships immediately detect these 2 proactive targets. The pulse cannon beneath the ship's bow swiftly rotates to lock on. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of searing red energy beams slice through the night sky in an instant, weaving into a deadly net of firepower, converging on Qin Kailan and Clark. Instinctively, Clark considers using his super speed to evade, but Qin Kailan's actions are swifter, or rather, defy logic. In the face of the concentrated barrage, the Silent Star, armor does not significantly evade. Instead, it slightly adjusts its stance, crossing its arms protectively in front. The matte black armor surface suddenly illuminates with those ghostly blue patterns. A bizarre scene unfolded. Those high-energy pulse beams, capable of effortlessly tearing through the armor of main battle tanks, vanished upon striking the surface of the Silent Star, armor as if swallowed by the sea, a silent disappearance devoid of explosions, splashes, or even the faintest ripple. Beneath the helmet, Qin Kailan's lips curved slightly. He could distinctly sense a searing and volatile energy being instantaneously absorbed and diverted by the armor, flowing through the ethereal blue patterns into the core of the stellar furnace within his chest. Through the absolute neutrality and transformative properties of the universal forge, a portion of this energy was refined into the purest form of sustenance, while another part reinforced the very structure of the armor itself. The unique characteristic of the Silent Star armor, known as Energy Requiem, stemmed from an in-depth understanding and replication of the Kryptonian's ability to absorb and transform solar energy. Coupled with the foundational rules of the Universal Forge, it passively absorbed the vast majority of energy attacks, converting a fraction into its energy reserves while permanently enhancing the armor's resistance and efficiency against similar energy forms. Energy weapons? Merely fodder. Qin Kailan's chilling voice resonated through Clark's communication channel. "Stop staring foolishly. Defend yourself in your own way." Upon hearing this, Clark's gaze sharpened, focusing on several beams directed at him, and he swiftly spun around. The extraordinary crimson cloak, specifically tailored by Qin Kailan, billowed around him like an immensely resilient banner, instantly shielding him. Bang, bang, bang. The energy beams collided violently with the vibrating cloak, emitting a thunderous resonance, while bright red energy fragments scattered in all directions. The cloak trembled violently, yet thanks to its exceptional energy resistance and physical durability, it successfully absorbed the brunt of the attacks, leaving only faint scorch marks on its surface. Clark, jarred by the impact, felt a tingling in his arm and a slight surge of blood, but he remained entirely unscathed. He gazed in astonishment at his vibrating cloak, surprised that it served a purpose beyond mere flamboyance. "Isn't the cloak impressive? Now eliminate them." In an instant, the two accelerated, resembling twin meteors, each hurtling toward their respective targets. The pilot of the assault ship to the left clearly did not anticipate that the energy weapons would be nearly ineffective, frantically attempting to ascend and call for reinforcements. But Clark had already barreled in like a cannonball. He employed no flashy techniques, merely delivering a straightforward, brutal punch. His fist, imbued with terrifying power, struck the side armor of the assault ship with a resounding thud. Boom! A dull roar reverberated through the vacuum, transmitted by the sheer force of the impact. The robust Kryptonian alloy armor visibly caved in, and the entire assault ship was sent careening through the air, losing balance as its rear engine belched forth chaotic sparks. The assault ship to the right, however, faced an even stranger fate. It unleashed a frenzied barrage of firepower upon Qin Kailan, pulse cannons, small gravitational bombs, even attempting a collision, but all energy attacks that made contact with the silent star. Armor melted away like snow under the sun. Qin Kailan made no attempt to launch an offensive. Instead, he evaded physical strikes with the grace of a specter, positioning himself directly at the engine-S exhaust of the assault ship. The plasma tail flame, capable of melting steel, was now docilely absorbed by the propulsion wings and armor of the Silent Star exosuit. The battleship's speed plummeted, and alarms blared as the engine's output power spiraled into chaos. The energy is substantial. I shall accept it. Qin Kailan's cold voice resonated within the cockpit, utilizing the exosuit to simulate the signal. In the next moment, the twin Requiem arm blade sprang forth from his forearm, its ethereal blue glow flashing as it silently severed the core of the assault ship's engine compartment with the ease of a hot knife through butter. There was no explosion, only an eerie silence as the internal structure was instantaneously disassembled and annihilated. The entire assault ship lost all power in an instant, transforming into a frigid metallic coffin adrift in the Arctic night sky. He planned to collect the remaining materials after dispatching all adversaries, as he sensed a formidable entity still lingering above. Target 1, eliminated, Qin Kailan reported indifferently, adjusting the propulsion wings to align with the assault ship that had just locked onto Clark, preparing for a stealthy ambush. Clark had also concluded his skirmish. Upon witnessing the efficacy of his punches, he surged forward, seizing the impact angle of the dazed assault ship. His muscles tautened as he exerted tremendous strength, tearing with ferocity. The sound of metal rending filled the air, a grating noise that made one's teeth ache. He managed to rip open a gaping hole in the assault ship with sheer brute force, causing internal sparks to flicker chaotically as it spiraled out of control towards the icy plains below. Target 2, eliminated. Clark's voice was laced with exhilaration and breathlessness. The pilot of the central assault ship, having witnessed the grim fates of the other two vessels, especially the eerily silent demise of the one on the right, was gripped by terror, immediately abandoning the attack and attempting to flee with all their might. Thinking of escaping, Qin Kailan and Clark acted almost in unison. Clark accelerated to pursue, ready to employ his tried-and-true method. Meanwhile, Qin Kailan raised his right arm, retracting the twin Requiem arm blade, revealing a more intricate launch port beneath the forearm armor, one that amalgamated Kryptonian pulse technology with dinging energy principles. The Annihilation Pulse Cannon, a beam of energy refined to near invisibility, shot forth with unparalleled precision, striking the engine core of the assault ship. Again, there was no explosion. The ship jolted violently, only to have all lights extinguish, its engine ceasing to function as if temporarily erased from the very concept of existence within this universe, rigidly descending towards the frozen ground. Target 3, eliminated. Qin Kailan retracted his arm, noting that his hot cocoa would be saved. Clark observed the 3 incapacitated vessels crashing onto the distant ice sheet, sending a cloud of ice dust into the air, and exhaled in relief, though still incredulous. Is this truly over? They don't seem that formidable. It appeared they were merely an advanced reconnaissance assault team, testing firepower while offering themselves as fodder. Qin Kailan doused himself with a bucket of cold water, aware that the true behemoth loomed above. He cast his gaze towards the inky abyss of space, where the sensors of the Silent Star armor had already locked onto the Punisher-class destroyer, adrift in the vicinity of the moon's orbit. As if in response to his thoughts, the fortress communication channel crackled with Kyra's urgent warning. High-energy reaction detected. The Genesis beam of the Punisher's main cannon is charging. Target, lonely fortress. The energy levels are sufficient to penetrate the ice cover and obliterate the core of the fortress. Estimated launch time, 15 seconds. What? Clark exclaimed in shock. Indeed. Yet Qin Kailan appeared to have anticipated this, his tone laced with a hint of eager expectation, for one must capture the king before the thieves, and dismantle the house before taking down the tower. The commander was not lacking in clarity. What shall we do? Can we intercept? Clark inquired anxiously, the energy readings from the main cannon sending a chill down his spine. Intercept? Why would we intercept? Qin Kailan chuckled lightly, as the thrusters behind him erupted in an unprecedented brilliance. Since they dared to present such a grand gift, the Silent Star, armor soared into the sky, not towards a fortress, but directly toward the colossal ship in space, accelerating with ever-increasing speed. Then I shall graciously accept it. Clark, secure the entrance to the fortress. If any drop pods descend, smash them. Before his words could fade, the Silent Star, armor had transformed into a streak of ethereal blue, breaking through the atmosphere and hurtling towards the Punisher destroyer, which was beginning to amass destructive energy. In the vacuum of space, sound could not travel. Yet all beheld the massive cannon's maw at the ship's bow, now coalescing an orb of energy that shone as brilliantly as a miniature sun. The cataclysmic Genesis beam was poised for launch, and Qin Kailan, a mere individual, boldly confronted the terrifying torrent of energy capable of annihilating cities. Beneath the visor of the Silent Star, his gaze remained strikingly calm, tinged with a hint of scrutiny and avarice. Kulme, let me witness how much nourishment the Kryptonian warships' main cannon can bestow upon my Silent Star. Chapter 43. Crisis averted and bat signal above the Arctic night sky. The Silent Star, armor transformed into a comet of ethereal blue, boldly breaking free from the final constraints of the atmosphere, plunging into the cold, silent void of space. Below, the azure earth and gleaming ice caps rapidly receded, while ahead lay the vast expanse of the Starry Sea and the Punisher-class destroyer, lurking like a steel behemoth. At the bow, the ominous Genesis main cannon had completed its charge, the energy orb at its mouth radiant as the prelude to a supernova explosion, sending destructive ripples that slightly distorted the surrounding space. An unidentified high-energy entity is approaching at great speed. In the destroyer's command room, a Kryptonian soldier stared at the sensor, reporting loudly, "The energy readings are incomprehensible. Type unknown." Seated at the captain's chair was not Druzid himself, but a tall, stern-faced female Kryptonian officer, her eyes sharp as a hawk's, draped in a deep gray Kryptonian military uniform, adorned with insignias that signify her high-ranking position as an aide-de-camp. Fiore Ul, the most loyal and formidable lieutenant of General Zod, stands as a paragon of combat mastery within the Kryptonian military forces. Her gaze fixates upon the cerulean point of light racing towards the main cannon's beam, the corners of her lips curling into a slight smirk of disdain. Foolish Earth creature. Do you dare to challenge the inevitable? A fitting end, she mused, sparing her the hassle of cleanup. Genesis, launch, with no superfluous commands or compassion. The order for annihilation was issued with unwavering resolve. In the next instant, a colossal torrent of blinding white energy surged forth from the bow of the Punisher, akin to a divine retribution unleashed by the hand of God. As it traversed the void, even the starlight of the cosmic backdrop was obliterated, its terrifying power capable of vaporizing mountains, hurtling directly towards the solitary bastion, engulfing the approaching cerulean speck completely in its wake. The beam's velocity surpassed all imagination, reaching the target area almost instantaneously upon being fired. At this critical juncture, the diminutive cerulean point, Qin Kailan, clad in his Silent Star armor, executed a maneuver beyond the comprehension of all Kryptonians. He did not evade, nor did he defend. Instead, he spread his arms wide. The star core reactor at the chest of the Silent Star armor began to operate at an unprecedented frequency, its surface adorned with brilliant cerulean patterns, reminiscent of countless greedy tendrils reaching out to embrace the oncoming tide of destruction. The red solar simulation crystals on his shoulders and the green Kryptonian crystal resonators simultaneously glimmered, not to attack, but to assist in adjusting the absorption frequency, accommodating the overwhelming and volatile characteristics of the energy. Boom! Though silent, the impact of the energy resonated through the vacuum, piercing the soul with its shockwave. The searing light of Genesis collided forcefully and thoroughly against the Silent Star armor. Contrary to expectations, the target did not instantaneously vaporize, nor did the fortress behind it succumb to obliteration. Instead, the energy torrent capable of decimating cities encountered the Silent Star armor as if it had plunged into an unfathomable cosmic abyss. The terrifying energy was neither repelled nor did it ignite an explosion. Rather, it was consumed voraciously by the matte black armor, akin to rivers returning to the sea. The surface patterns of cerulean transformed into near-white energy conduits, as vast amounts of energy were forcibly absorbed, rapidly converted, and refined by the rules of the Forge of all things. A portion was transmuted into the purest energy, replenishing the expenditures from the recent battle and high-velocity flight, swiftly invigorating the star core reactor. Another portion, imbued with the distinctive destructive and disintegrating properties of the Genesis beam, began to enhance the very structure of the Silent Star armor, particularly its resistance and absorption efficiency against high-energy beam weaponry, achieving a remarkable and permanent enhancement at an astonishing pace. The Energy Abyss feature was operating in overdrive. The Silent Star armor was undergoing an unprecedented crucible. Impossible. In the command room of the destroyer, a soldier gasped in disbelief as he gazed upon the bewildering scene on the sensors. The energy flow of the Genesis beam, upon striking its target, dramatically diminished. Yet the minuscule target's energy readings not only persisted but surged wildly, even beginning to interfere with the sensor's detection. For the first time, Deputy Officer Fiola rose from the captain's seat, her icy visage betraying shock and incredulity. Her sharp eyes fixated on the main screen, which displayed the image captured by the optical sensors. A peculiar armored earthling was extending its arms, audaciously consuming the Genesis beam. This was a complete violation of Kryptonian scientific principles. Increase power, maximum output, Fiola commanded coldly, refusing to believe that anything could indefinitely absorb such levels of energy. The brightness of the Genesis beam soared once more, with energy output surging by 50% in an instant. A more ferocious wave of energy battered the Silent Star armor, causing it to tremble slightly, with the surface's azure patterns showing hints of an overload's fiery red. Qin Kailan felt the pressure on his body intensify, the transformation speed of all things forged nearing the limits of his control. Yet, far from fear, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, just like that. Bring it on. He fervently urged the cauldron's energy, squeezing his mental willpower, guiding the tsunami-like energy to wash over and refine every molecular structure of the armor. This process, though seemingly prolonged, transpired within mere seconds. As the main cannon of Genesis entered a forced cooling phase due to overload, the brilliant white beam abruptly ceased, revealing an unforgettable spectacle in space. The Silent Star armor remained suspended, as though it had never been attacked. Yet, the energy fluctuations emanating from it became profoundly restrained and deep, the matte black armor appearing even darker, as if light itself could not escape its grasp. Occasionally, a glimmer akin to the Genesis beam's white radiance flickered through the flowing azure patterns, only to vanish. It had grown stronger. Not only was its energy brimming to the utmost, but its material composition had also undergone a significant enhancement. Not bad, though it sticks a bit, Qin Kailan mused, twisting his neck and feeling the surging power within him, as well as the Silent Star armor's almost transformative tenacity. He lifted his gaze, the scope locking coldly onto the distant Punisher destroyer. Now, it was my turn to reciprocate. He raised his right arm, the Annihilation Pulse Cannon on his forearm reactivating. This time, however, the energy coalescing at the barrel was no longer dark. Instead, it formed a sphere of energy that was exquisitely refined, showcasing a dual hue of brilliant white and deep azure. Within it resided the Genesis energy that had just been absorbed, transformed, and melded into the annihilation characteristics of all things forged. Taste your own firepower. Whoosh! A beam of destruction, meticulously refined and of bizarre color, sliced through space, striking with precision at the junction of the Punisher destroyer's bridge and engine at a speed far surpassing the Kryptonian's reaction time. The silent obliteration unfolds once more. The robust Kryptonian alloy, the intricate structure of the vessel, and the vital power systems, upon contact with the beam, were devoured as if by an unseen maw, leaving behind a horrifyingly smooth-edged, gaping wound. The entire hull was almost severed in half, with only a few fragments tenuously connected. A violent explosion erupted uncontrollably from within, flames gushing forth from the breach, while arcs of energy leapt chaotically. The destroyer lost all propulsion, resembling a lifeless whale, beginning to rotate slowly and drift aimlessly. The hull was grievously damaged. Structural integrity was compromised. The engines were entirely incapacitated. The life support systems plummeted. Inside the bridge, chaos reigned, red lights flickered, and alarms blared piercingly. The surviving Kryptonian soldiers were gripped by terror. Having just escaped the Phantom Zone, their frail bodies were powerless against such devastation. Fiora rose from the ground, wiping away a trace of blood that had trickled from her mouth due to the violent tremors. Their bodies were not formidable prior to sufficient enhancement. Gazing at the vessel that was nearly torn in two, her eyes brimming with shock, defiance, but more so with the resolve of an exemplary officer. Abandon ship. All personnel, immediately enter the escape pods. Set random jump coordinates. Execute at once. Without hesitation, she issued the most prudent command. To remain was to await death in the face of an adversary capable of rendering energy attacks ineffective, while simultaneously inflicting catastrophic damage upon the vessel. The surviving Kryptonian soldiers rushed towards the nearest escape pods. Fiora cast a deep glance at the ethereal blue figure in space, reminiscent of a demon, imprinting it firmly in her memory before she too dove into an escape pod. Whoosh! Dozens of escape pods were ejected from the dying warship, like a startled school of fish, leaping chaotically in various directions, vanishing into the vastness of space. Qin Kailan did not pursue the escape pods immediately. His gaze fell upon the nearly severed wreck of the destroyer, which was still undergoing secondary explosions. Such a substantial mass of high-grade materials must not go to waste. The Silent Star armor approached the wreckage, and Qin Kailan pressed his hands against the largest fragment's broken edge. Universal Forge. Initiate forced decomposition and absorption. This time, he held nothing back. The immense energy previously absorbed surged forth with fervor, the heartfire blazing through the armor. The massive wreckage, comparable to a small mountain, began to vanish at a visible speed from the point of contact, transforming into pure streams of matter and energy, frantically drawn into the Universal Forge. Not merely the metal, but also the residual unexploded energy, the structural information of technological creations, and even the lingering unique energy signatures of Krypton were all decomposed, absorbed, and stored. Acquire a substantial amount of Kryptonian advanced alloy materials. Obtain the complete structural blueprint of the Punisher-class destroyer, severely damaged version. Acquire fragments of Kryptonian warp engine technology. Obtain residual Kryptonian energy. The entire process unfolded in less than a minute. As the colossal Kryptonian destroyer was thoroughly disassembled and absorbed in the vastness of space, leaving not a single fragment behind, as if it had never existed. Just as Qin Kailan was contentedly savoring the newly added vast inventory within a cauldron, contemplating the next steps to pursue the escape pod. The encrypted communication channel connected to the Earth network embedded in the Silent Star armor, courtesy of Batman, was abruptly activated. A low, hoarse voice, altered by a voice modulator, immediately echoed, speaking at a rapid pace without any pleasantries. Qin. Gotham, East District Monastery. Energy fluctuations detected, exhibiting characteristics highly reminiscent of the Three Palaces demon pollution you previously described, yet more insidious, with pronounced mental inducement properties. The target may be Raven. I am en route, but require assistance. Is the Kryptonian threat neutralized? Long before making his way to the Fortress of Solitude, Qin Kailan had exchanged intelligence with Batman. Upon hearing Batman's words, Qin Kailan's brow furrowed instantly. Could it be the progeny of the Three Palaces demon? At such a critical moment? Moreover, the target is that girl who had only just stabilized? He quickly weighed the pros and cons. The escape pods had already executed a random warp, making the likelihood of catching up exceedingly slim, and the Kryptonians, like Fiora, posed no immediate threat. However, the demonic trap in Gotham could erupt at any moment. endangering Raven and potentially serving as the catalyst for the arrival of the Three Palaces demon. With the Kryptonian warship dismantled and the minor threats having escaped in lifeboats, there was no pressing concern. Qin Kailan succinctly replied, "Provide me with the coordinates. I shall arrive immediately." "Coordinates have been sent." "Expedite." Batman's voice remained cold. Yet a hint of urgency was discernible before the communication was severed. Without a moment's hesitation, the propulsion wings of the Silent Star armor erupted with a brilliant azure blaze. Clark, he activated the communication with the fortress, stating, "The Kryptonian debris has been temporarily addressed. I'm off to Gotham to handle some loose ends. Keep an eye on home, and please relay a message to Selina and the others." He refrained from bringing Clark along, as he recalled that Superman had a notable vulnerability to magic, and he preferred not to risk increasing the enemy's ranks until a suitable anti-magic armor for Superman was available. Before Clark could respond, the Silent Star armor transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the atmosphere at astonishing speed, racing towards the dark city on the other side of the Earth. On the Arctic ice cap, Clark watched the blue light vanish into the sky, then glanced back towards the depths of the fortress, where the medical chamber lay, clenching his fists. He sensed the brewing of another storm. Chapter 44. The Altars return and the Kryptonian shadows Gotham City, East District. The abandoned St. Jerome Monastery appeared even more eerie under the dim moonlight. Batman, like a statue melded with shadows, stealthily lurked in the darkness of the adjacent factory. His multifaceted visor locked onto the extraordinary energy source deep within the underground crypt, a sinister resonance altar constructed from the remnants of ravenous relics. The energy fluctuation emanated from the third passage, with a resonance induction mode specifically targeting Miss Ross. He whispered through an encrypted channel, his voice hoarse yet composed, aware that the trap was intricately laid and the risks of force disruption remained uncertain. Just then, a ghostly blue figure silently descended beside him. The visor of the Silent Star, armor sliding upward to reveal the face of Qin Kailan, another one of those persistent phantoms. "Can we deal with it directly?" He sensed the disquieting energy waves, a subtle agitation stirring within him. The risk lay in potentially alerting the orchestrator or triggering an uncontrollable energy explosion. Batman transmitted the scan data. The optimal approach was to locate and eliminate the spellcaster. "Too troublesome," Qin Kailan remarked, glancing toward the monastery. The visor of this Silent Star flickered. The essence of this entity was an energy structure. Wherever there was energy, there were traces to follow, and with structure, it could be dismantled. Possessing the all-embracing cauldron, his perception and mastery of energy surpassed ordinary comprehension. "Do you have a way to track it?" Batman inquired. More direct. Before he could finish, the visor of the Silent Star sealed shut, the silent thrusters igniting behind him, transforming him into a blue streak as he surged toward the monastery. Crashing through a decaying side window and entering the interior, Batman furrowed his brow but did not intervene. Instead, he swiftly followed, monitoring all energy readings. Qin Kailan did not need to search for a path. He followed the densest aura of demonic energy, akin to a precision missile, smashing through decayed wooden doors and brick walls, directly plunging into the third passage of the underground crypt. The altar, inscribed with blood and dark runes, loomed before him, the brooch at its center pulsating and emanating an alluring vibration. "Found you." Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Kailan stepped forward, his right hand pressing against the throbbing core of dark energy. The altar seemed to sense the impending threat, erupting with a fierce wave of repulsive energy, attempting to erode the intruder. Yet the ethereal blue patterns on the surface of the Silent Star armor flared brilliantly, the property of energy reversion, activating spontaneously, absorbing and devouring all encroaching dark energy. "Quiet down," Qin Kailan commanded sharply, as the power of all-embracing cauldron surged explosively through his arm. This was not destruction, but a deeper analysis and tracing of origins. His will surged upstream along the energy structure of the altar, akin to a top-tier hacker tracking the source through data streams. Countless fragmented whispers, filled with anguish and temptation, flooded his perception, yet they could not sway him in the slightest. The heart of the cauldron burned fiercely, swiftly stripping away useless interference, locking onto the most core and elusive energy signature. Simultaneously, in a hidden corner of Gotham's sewer system, The demon sorcerer, cloaked in tattered robes, maintaining the spell, jolted abruptly, fearfully raising its gaze. It sensed a cold, absolute, and irresistible will forcefully tracing back along its connection to the altar, instantly locking onto its existence. "No, what is this?" It screamed, yearning to sever the ties, yet found itself utterly powerless against that formidable will, as fragile as paper. In the subterranean crypt, Qin Kailan abruptly opened his eyes. He had located the rat. In the sewers, at the junction of the flood drainage pipe in Sector 7. No sooner had he spoken than he exerted immense force with his hand upon the altar. All things forged, absolute decomposition and absorption. The entire altar, along with the runes inscribed upon it, the hairpins serving as a beacon, and all the amassed dark energy, disintegrated in an instant as though cast into an invisible furnace, melting away into the purest stream of energy and material information, absorbed into Qin Kailan's being. What remained was an excessively pristine surface, as if nothing had ever existed there. Acquired low-level demon essence energy, acquired fragment of the triad contract mark, acquired knowledge of demon rituals, incomplete. The entire process was executed with remarkable efficiency, lasting less than 3 seconds. The arriving Batman caught only a fleeting glimpse of the last remnants of light dissipating from the altar and the figure of Qin Kailan. Standing still, his aura seemingly deepened. Was it resolved? Even Batman, with his usual composure, felt a twinge of astonishment at such a physical exorcism. The source was extinguished, the bait devoured. Moreover, he now knew the location of the rat that had cast the bait. Qin Kailan flicked his hand, as though merely brushing away a speck of dust. "To the flood drainage pipe in Sector 7, shall we?" Batman regarded him intently, refraining from inquiring further. Simply nodding, "Lead the way." The two swiftly departed the monastery, delving into the intricate sewer system of Gotham, with Qin Kailan's precise guidance. They soon arrived at the secluded junction of the drainage pipe. Yet, all that remained was a small puddle of rapidly evaporating black ash, accompanied by a faint lingering scent of sulfur and the undulating waves of space. It fled. Qin Kailan sensed the urgency, reacting swiftly, feeling the pursuit, and immediately self-destructed a vessel, severing most connections, employing spatial techniques to escape. Quite decisive, Batman crouched down, using a sampler to collect the ash, his expression grave beneath the mask. This is not an ordinary demon. Such decisiveness and spatial manipulation indicate that a formidable force is at play behind the scenes. The direct descendant of the Triad demon? Quite possibly a nauseating presence. Qin Kailan confirmed, despite the escape, a significant cost had been incurred, and they would likely refrain from re-emerging in the near future. The young girl was temporarily safe. The two ascended to the surface, the frigid night wind of Gotham sweeping past. Regarding the Kryptonian issue, Batman suddenly shifted the conversation to another matter. "You mentioned it was resolved?" "I dismantled a large vessel and salvaged some materials. The remaining small fry escaped in lifeboats, posing no immediate threat." Qin Kailan replied succinctly. However, the leading Kryptonian woman seemed unlikely to surrender easily. "What was her purpose?" Batman inquired, honing in on the crux of the matter. "For a fellow named Kal-El, also known as Clark Kent." Qin Kailan did not conceal the truth. They regarded him as the key to the revival of Krypton, intent on either capturing him or persuading him to embrace their ideology of conquest. In their eyes, Earth was merely an obstacle or a stepping stone. Batman fell silent for a moment, the darkness of Gotham seeming to grow heavier. An extraterrestrial legion, equipped with advanced technology, possessing immense individual power, and harboring hostility, posed a threat far greater than any deranged individual in Gotham. Their technological prowess and military strength, an assessment of the threat level was imperative. Their warships were formidable, and their energy weapons commendable. However, they appeared to be in a weakened state, their bodies yet to undergo adequate enhancement, rendering them quite vulnerable, easily subdued by my capabilities. Qin Kailan patted his silent star, armor, aware that once they had basked in enough sunlight, each one would become a nuisance. Furthermore, they surely possessed more than just that solitary vessel. A strategic response was necessary. Batman's voice was deep and grave. "We required further intelligence regarding them. Their weaknesses, technological advancements, societal structure, and military tactics. Clark should have some information. I will inquire later. As for weaknesses, Qin Kailan chuckled, gesturing to his armor. I'm diligently working to become their Achilles heel. He glanced at Batman. So, Dark Knight, are you finally considering lifting your gaze from the sewers of Gotham to behold the starry sky? Batman offered no reply, merely turning away, his black cape rising in a stark arc against the night breeze. Let us maintain communication. Intelligence on Krypton shall be shared. With that, he vanished into the shadows like a true bat. Qin Kailan watched the direction in which Batman had disappeared, then gazed up at the night sky, tinted dark red by Gotham's neon lights. With a ghostly father searching for his daughter and interstellar marauders intent on capturing the gentle giant, life on Earth was undeniably hectic. He shook his head, activating the thrusters of the Silent Star, armor soaring towards the North Pole. Next, it was time to consult with the last son of Krypton and, in the process, examine the newly acquired materials. The crisis on Krypton was evidently just beginning, and it loomed ever closer. Chapter 45. The warm light of Kent Farm and the invitation to join the darkness of Gotham was far behind. The Silent Star, armor sliced through the clouds, descending beside the familiar barn of the Kent family in Smallville. The armor flowed away like water, retracting into his body, revealing Qin Kailan's slightly fatigued yet still bright-eyed visage. The air was infused with the sense of hay, earth, and baked apple pie, mingled with a faint, almost elusive aroma reminiscent of sun-drenched warmth. The barn door creaked open, and Clark emerged, his face etched with concern, yet also relief. Qin, are you all right? What about Gotham? I resolved a few minor inconveniences. Qin Kailan waved his hand dismissively. And you? No more peculiar occurrences, I hope? None. Everything is calm. Clark shook his head, his gaze drifting toward the farmhouse. Everyone is inside. Martha prepared a plethora of culinary delights, with Selina lending a hand. Cora, her expression of blend of exasperation and amusement, was engrossed in the study of microwave popcorn, having already tackled her third bag. Qin Kailan raised an eyebrow, a smirk gracing his lips as he envisioned the scene. Upon entering the cottage, they were enveloped by the warm glow of lights and the tantalizing aroma of food. Martha Kent was retrieving a golden apple pie from the oven, while Selina Kyle, though somewhat clumsy, was diligently arranging the cutlery. Clad in an old plaid shirt and trousers belonging to Martha, she exuded a refreshing charm, lacking the usual allure of Catwoman. In another corner of the kitchen, Starfire Cora Andal was intently staring through the glass door of the microwave, fixated on the popping paper bag that was spinning inside. Her emerald eyes were wide with fascination, and her fiery orange hair danced as if alive, poised to tackle any culinary mishap that might arise from this earthly cooking method. At her feet lay 2 empty popcorn bags. Upon hearing a noise, Starfire abruptly turned, her face lighting up with an unclouded smile upon seeing Qin Kailan. Qin, you're back. This noisy, warm box is quite fascinating. It transforms hard kernels into fluffy food. Her Tamaranian accent lent a lively cadence to her words. Selina lifted her gaze, her emerald eyes quickly scanning Qin Kailan to ensure his well-being before languidly remarking, "Oh, our chief demolitions expert has returned? What have you dismantled this time? A church or a sewer? Let's hope you didn't bring back any peculiar scents. An unsightly illegal structure, perhaps." Qin Kailan pulled out a chair and sat down, promptly snatching a freshly baked cookie and savoring its delightful flavor. Delicious, Aunt Martha. He also grabbed a handful of popcorn from the bowl in front of Starfire. "Enjoy it as much as you like, dear," Martha replied with a gentle smile, though a lingering worry shadowed her brow. Jonathan Kent occupied the head of the dining table, his expression serious, and his coffee remained virtually untouched. Starfire leaned closer to Qin Kailan, her nose twitching as if in search of something. "Your energy feels more complex now. It's a blend of sunlight, metal, and an ancient darkness?" Her perception was evidently keen. "Just a bit of new seasoning," Qin Kailan replied vaguely, gesturing for her to take a seat. As the popcorn was on the brink of burning, Starfire exclaimed and dashed to rescue her microwave experiment. Dinner unfolded in an atmosphere that was peculiar yet heartwarming. The delicious home-cooked meals temporarily eased the tension, though each person carried their own burdens. Starfire expressed immense curiosity and admiration for every dish, her vitality and enthusiasm for food dispelling some of the gloom. Eventually, Jonathan set down his fork, his gaze piercing as he turned to Qin Kailan. "Mr. Qin, Clark has informed us. Are those extraterrestrial Kryptonians truly targeting him? To revitalize their planet? Essentially correct, Qin Kailan replied, swallowing his food and wiping his hands. They believe Clark is the last hope for Krypton. On their path of conquest and reconstruction, Earth serves either as a stepping stone or an obstacle. Martha's hand trembled slightly. Would they harm him or cause destruction here? Their objective was to either take him away or guide him back to the right path. Qin Kailan did not sugarcoat the reality. If harm did not serve their purpose, I do not believe those militaristic individuals would show any mercy towards obstacles. Clark remained silent, his hands clenched tightly. What should we do? Jonathan's voice was low. Should we alert the authorities or notify the military? Ordinary police and the army could not contend with them. Qin Kailan shook his head. Their technology far surpassed that of Earth. Once individuals fully absorbed the yellow sun's radiation, they would become exceedingly troublesome. Now that they had just escaped and were still weak, it was my window of opportunity to crush them. However, Tom was not on our side. He turned to Clark. Therefore, we must proactively understand them, identify their weaknesses, and prepare ourselves. The key lies with you, Clark. The knowledge contained within your Kryptonian heritage is vital. Clark lifted his head, his eyes filled with struggle. I just want to protect everyone. Child, Martha grasped his hand. No matter where you come from, you are our son. We love you and support you. Jonathan nodded solemnly, looking at Qin Kailan. Mr. Qin, what are your plans? Qin Kailan leaned forward, his gaze sweeping over the group. My plan is simple. To dismantle them, but I need assistance. He looked at Clark. Clark, your strength is irreplaceable, whether facing the Kryptonian adversaries or other enemies thereafter. So I have a proposal. Let us form an informal interstellar problem-solving task force. Clark Kent, are you willing to officially join us in driving those bothersome interstellar demolition teams and unlawful invaders from Earth? The kitchen fell silent. Clark gazed at Qin Kailan, then at the encouraging looks of his adoptive parents, nodding firmly. I will join. It is my responsibility. Excellent. Qin Kailan smiled. Team. Starfire suddenly joyfully raised her juice cup, her eyes sparkling like the royal guard of Tamarin. Together, we shall achieve victory. Her enthusiasm was infectious. Even Martha could not help but smile. After discussing some details, the night deepened. The Kent family's farmhouse had limited space. Martha felt somewhat apologetic. We only managed to prepare one guest room upstairs. The other is cluttered with old items. Can Cora and Selina squeeze in together? Mr. Qin, would you mind sleeping on the floor in Clark's room? Selina yawned elegantly, stretching languidly, her curves accentuated, her emerald eyes glancing at Qin Kailan with a hint of mischief. No worries, Martha. The barn where the hay is piled is quite spacious enough for certain individuals. Cora and I can share a room. She generously offered up her accommodation. Starfire tilted her head, naturally suggesting, I can go without sleep for a long time. I can keep watch, or I could sleep on the roof to absorb starlight. Clearly, she had not yet fully adapted to earthly living habits. Qin Kailan raised an eyebrow, saying to Martha, no need to trouble yourself, Martha. Selina and I can share a room. She just invited me. He deliberately misinterpreted Catwoman's words. Selina shot him a glare, but chose not to retort, merely huffing softly as she ascended the stairs alone. Martha observed the two with a knowing smile. Ultimately, the arrangements were made. Starfire shared a room with Martha, Clark with Jonathan, while Qin Kailan ascended the stairs and pushed open the door to the guest room. The room was illuminated only by a warm bedside lamp. Selina lay on her side by the window, her back to the door, seemingly asleep. Her silvery hair cascaded over the pillow, and the blanket formed an elegant curve. Qin Kailan silently closed the door and sat down on the opposite side of the bed. He could hear her steady breathing and catch a whiff of that familiar scent that belonged to her. He lay down, the mattress sinking slightly beneath him. After a moment, Selina, still facing away from him, suddenly spoke in a voice laced with sleepy languor. Next time you dismantle something big, remember to bring back a souvenir. Don't always leave a mess behind. Qin Kailan gazed at the ceiling, a smile tugging at his lips. Sure, I'll save you a steering wheel next time. Selina seemed to chuckle softly, falling silent thereafter. Downstairs, faintly, Martha was explaining in hushed tones to Starfire that making a makeshift bed required no ceremony, while Clark and Jonathan conversed in low murmurs. In this tranquil room, a subtle air of intimacy gradually enveloped them, reaching a crescendo as a barrier of sound and sight rose between them. This warm farmhouse welcomed members from Earth, Krypton, and Tamarin, as well as a soul traversing worlds. The distant threat still lingered, yet at this moment, a wondrous bond, transcending the stars, was quietly forming. Chapter 46. The Heart of the Fortress and the Barrier of Stars in the peaceful morning at Kent Farm. The warmth of the aftermath of a storm lingered in the air. In the kitchen, Martha Kent was preparing a breakfast ample enough to feed a small army. But the atmosphere was different from usual. Clark donned his subdued guardian suit, moving with a careful control of strength. It must be said that this suit suited Clark's aesthetic perfectly. He had found a rather practical excuse to wear it, and it transformed effortlessly into a wristband at his thought's command. Starfire's enthusiasm for Earth food remained undiminished, though her admiration for the pancake energy bars contained a hint of subtle tension. Selina Kyle sat at the dining table, clad in Martha's shirt, yet her demeanor exuded a languid charm. She sipped coffee in small amounts, her gaze occasionally drifting toward the staircase. Her expression a complex blend of the residual intimacy of the previous night, a barely perceptible worry, and a habitual suspicion of what he might be up to. Her relationship with Qin Kailan had undeniably evolved after that extraordinary night. Just then, a subtle sensation, not quite a sound but rather a slight folding of space itself, emanated from the downstairs storage room. Clark's super senses were the first to detect it. Is Qin in the storage room? The fluctuations in this spatial energy around Starfire are subtle, yet indicative of a remarkably sophisticated manipulation of space, imbued with the distinctive essence of Kailan. Selina set down her cup and rose, stating with a hint of reproach, "That fellow must be up to no good." Yet her steps were resolute as she approached the warehouse. Before they could take action, the warehouse door swung open. Qin Kailan emerged, a look of satisfaction gracing his face as if he had accomplished a formidable task, holding in his hand a dark silver shard, no larger than a fingernail, within which a galactic swirl seemed to pulse. "Good morning," he greeted with exuberance, his gaze sweeping over the group, lingering momentarily on Selina, carrying a shared significance only they understood. Selina shot him a glare, her ears reddening, yet she remained silent. "What was that just now?" Clark inquired, pointing to the shard in his hand. "A small gadget, a hyperspace beacon," Qin Kailan replied, tossing it in the air and catching it deftly. "It utilizes Kryptonian navigation technology, enhanced with my own modifications. It can reliably tear open a temporary jump corridor directly to that massive ice storage in the Arctic." He moved to the table, picking up a pancake, his tone turning serious. "Zod's ultimatum could arrive at any moment. We cannot wait for him to bring the battlefield to Earth. Even with only a 1% chance of intercepting them in space, we must make the attempt." He turned to Clark, his eyes sharp. "Clark, your fortress of solitude, as a Kryptonian outpost, must inherently possess certain capabilities for spatial navigation and defense, correct?" Clark nodded. "Kara did mention that the fortress has emergency departure protocols and some basic propulsion systems, but it was primarily designed for observation among the asteroid belt, not for combat. Basic is sufficient." Qin Kailan snapped his fingers. "With a foundation, I can transform it into the ultimate weapon. We need to retrofit the fortress into a mobile battle stronghold, a celestial bastion capable of actively engaging Zod's fleet." "Retrofit the fortress?" Starfire's eyes lit up. "Like a Tamaranian mothership? Only stronger," Qin Kailan declared confidently. "I have assimilated data from Fiora's Razorjaw and parts of the Punisher-class ships, granting me intimate knowledge of Kryptonian vessel structures, energy systems, and weaponry. Coupled with the fortress's own reserves of energy and knowledge, we have more than enough." He turned to Selina and Starfire. "Selina, Cora, you have yet to visit there. This time we go together. We need all hands on deck. The retrofitting of the fortress will take time." Crossing her arms, Selina remarked, "Transforming a massive ice block into a space battleship sounds far more exhilarating than stealing Feyberg eggs. I'm in, at least to ensure you don't miswire anything." She raised an eyebrow, her usual teasing tone evident. Starfire, equally excited, chimed in, "The Princess of Tamarin never shies away from deep space. My stellar energy might provide you with additional power support." "Excellent." Qin Kailan nodded, then turned towards Clark and the Kents. "We need to act immediately. Martha, Jonathan, the farm may need to be temporarily sealed. Retreat to the safe house in town." Martha nodded anxiously. "Children, please be careful." Jonathan calmly patted Clark on the shoulder and urged, "Go do what you must." With the plan set, the group swiftly prepared. Qin Kailan stepped into the center of the warehouse and activated the hyperspace beacon in his hand. A dark silver sheet levitated, emanating a soft yet powerful wave of energy, instantaneously tearing the air to reveal a stable, rotating oval portal, its edges shimmering with blue energy patterns, through which the familiar sight of the ice crystal hall in the Solitude Fortress was visible. "Wow," Selena exclaimed, gazing at the technology that surpassed her comprehension. She whistled, remarking that it was far cooler than Batman's Batcave entrance. "Let's go," Qin Kailan declared, stepping into the portal, followed closely by Clark and Starfire. Selena took a deep breath, casting a final glance at Kent Farm before stepping through the portal herself. After a brief sensation of weightlessness and a kaleidoscope of visual transformations, the four found themselves in the main hall of the North Pole Solitude Fortress. The frigid air, the massive Kryptonian crystal structures, and Kara's holographic image all appeared simultaneously. "Kal-El, welcome back." Unknown spatial fluctuations detected. Companions confirmed. Qin Kailan, Selena Kyle, Cora Anders. Their identities were registered by Clark prior to our last departure. Warning: a strong directional psionic broadcast from deep space has been received, containing an ultimatum from General Druzzet. Threat level: maximum. Kara's voice remained calm, though her pace quickened slightly. "We're aware, Kara," Clark replied solemnly. "That is precisely why we have come. We need to initiate the fortress's emergency relocation procedure and conduct a comprehensive military retrofit." "Understood," Kara responded. "The relocation procedure can be initiated. However, the military retrofit exceeds my default authorization, as it involves military technology restricted by the High Council. Your highest authorization is required, Kal-El, and it may trigger the fortress's autonomous defense mechanism." "Grant him the highest authorization," Qin Kailan instructed, pointing at Clark while stepping forward to place one hand upon the largest control crystal at the fortress's center. "And as for the defense mechanism, let try." The power of all creation began to operate silently, and the authority of absolute analysis surged wildly, penetrating layers of Kryptonian security protocols and encrypted logic. In an instant, the entire fortress erupted with alarm. Blinding red lights flooded the hall as several concealed weapon platforms emerged from the walls and ceiling, energy beams coalescing and targeting Qin Kailan. Warning: unauthorized high-level energy intrusion detected in the core database. Guardian defense protocols activated. Eliminate the threat. Kara's voice turned cold and hostile. "Qin," Clark exclaimed, instinctively trying to shield him. "Don't move," Qin Kailan commanded, his eyes ablaze and a smile of excitement playing upon his lips. "This saved me the trouble of finding the schematics." He not only stood his ground, but intensified his output. The energy beams, capable of vaporizing conventional alloys in an instant, met the invisible force field surrounding Qin Kailan and, upon contact, were absorbed as if they had vanished into the abyss, leaving not a single ripple in their wake. Simultaneously, the structural frameworks, energy circuits, and control codes of those weapon platforms were forcibly assimilated and analyzed like a relentless tide. The blueprints of the Guardian plasma turrets were under scrutiny, absorbing the energy characteristics of the fortress's autonomous defense network and decrypting the highest military technology encryption of Krypton. Within mere seconds, the jarring alarms ceased abruptly, the crimson glow faded, and all weapon platforms retracted into the walls like docile pets, as if they had never existed. Kyla's holographic image flickered momentarily before regaining composure, though her tone carried an undertone of incredulous confusion. Defense protocols engaged. Highest military technology blockade lifted. Permissions fully granted to Kal-El. Unknown energy compatible and entered into the secure registry. All systems of the fortress await instructions. Selena, rendered speechless, finally managed to utter, "I now believe you can truly transform this place into a battleship. Your ability is simply outrageous." Starfire gazed in awe, exclaiming, "Such efficient power is truly formidable." Qin Kailan withdrew his hand, feeling the overwhelming influx of Krypton's supreme military knowledge flooding his mind, and a genuine smile of satisfaction graced his lips. "All right, ladies and gentlemen, the idle time is over." He clapped his hands, looking at everyone with eyes ablaze. "Now, Master Supervisor Qin announces the official commencement of the Kryptonian Fortress Transformation Project. The objective, within 36 hours, to convert it into a celestial fortress capable of obliterating Zod's flagship. Clark, coordinate with Kyla to familiarize yourself with all system operations, particularly navigation and power. Cora, your stellar energy will serve as a premium auxiliary power source. Follow my commands for specific module charging. Selena, your task is paramount. Ensure these extraterrestrials do not slack off. Chapter 47. Forging stars into cities, defending against enemies beyond the stars within the main control hall of the solitary fortress. The ice crystal-like water walls refracted the unique azure glow of Kryptonian technology, and an unprecedented hum of energy filled the air. The atmosphere, once tranquil and mysterious, now brimmed with a palpable, almost frenzied forging power. Standing before the largest cluster of control crystals, Qin Kailan closed his eyes slightly, emanating an indescribable aura of pressure. The power of creation surged within him, no longer requiring physical contact. The intangible force of absolute decomposition and reconstruction extended like his will, permeating every molecular structure of the fortress. Kyla, open all energy interfaces and redirect all non-core maintenance area energy to the structural reinforcement modules and external armor generation arrays. Qin Kailan's voice was calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Command confirmed. Energy redirection in progress. Warning. This operation will temporarily disable 70% of internal environmental regulation and 85% of non-essential lighting. Kyla's holographic image flickered as she efficiently executed the command. In an instant, vast areas of the fortress were plunged into darkness, with only the core passage and main control hall maintaining basic illumination, while a deeper, more powerful flow of energy began to resonate through the fortress's very structure. Clark hovered in midair, his extraordinary vision penetrating through layers of deck, observing the intense transformations of both external and internal structures, while reporting to Qin Kailan. The outer ice layer is beginning to disintegrate on a large scale. The main structure is expanding. Outside the fortress, the millennia-old solid ice shattered and vaporized under an unseen force, revealing the glimmering metallic sheen of the Kryptonian alloy beneath. These metallic forms writhed and extended as if alive. More armor plates burgeoned from within, stacking upon one another, the structure being rewoven, becoming more robust. With sharp angles and an aggressive demeanor, enormous thruster nozzle structures swiftly took shape at the base and rear, their design evidently inspired by the absorbed razor jaw assault ship, yet magnified several dozen times with an optimized structure. This was not mere expansion, it was evolution. A smile crept upon Qin Kailan's lips as countless blueprints collided, merged, and optimized within his consciousness, with the finest materials from your Krypton combined with my design. Kola. Now, as Starfire arrived at his side, a radiant orange-golden stellar energy began to ripple around him. Third zone, 7th energy node. Infuse your energy, maintaining the intensity at 1/3 of your peak output, and continue the infusion. Qin Kailan commanded with precision, needing not to glance at the blueprints. Every detail of the fortress was vividly clear beneath his oversight. Understood. Starfire pushed with both hands, directing a concentrated stream of stellar energy towards the specified location. A crystal receptor there instantly illuminated, rapidly guiding the energy into the forming core of the colossal thruster. Energy core operating at overload is stable. New thruster matrix synchronization rate at 92%, continuously rising. Kayla reported, her tone tinged with excitement. Selena stood at a nearby observation platform, witnessing this miraculous transformation scene, her lips slightly parted. She had seen Qin Kailan forge armor, but transforming a massive interstellar outpost into a war fortress within such a short span surpassed her wildest imagination. Those indomitable Kryptonian metals before him resembled pliable clay, easily shaped, reinforced and combined. She instinctively touched the inconspicuous silver pendant around her neck, crafted from scrap by Qin Kailan the previous night, said to obscure mental detection and energy tracking to some extent. She pondered, what other astonishing feats does this guy have yet to accomplish? Main structural reinforcement completion at 40%. Commencing weapon system loading. Qin Kailan's voice resonated once more. On the fortress's exterior, grotesque cannon muzzles began to emerge from the enormous metal armor plates. Some were ion cannons based on Kryptonian technology, yet with elongated barrels and more efficient energy condensation devices. Others bore the unmistakable influence of Tamarin technology, their muzzles flickering with orange-golden stellar flames, and some were entirely unfamiliar weapon types. Their structures exuding an essence of absolute disintegration and annihilation, a prototype of the return to the void cannon, forged from the primal forces of all creation. Clark, proceed to the eastern wing, where a set of energy conduits is experiencing overload. Utilize your thermal vision to precisely sever the redundant segments. Following the blueprint I provided for the necessary modifications, Qin Kailan, eyes closed, seemed to possess an intimate understanding of the situation. In an instant, Clark transformed into a blue shadow and vanished. Moments later, a small burst of controlled sparks erupted in the eastern wing, redirecting a conduit that could have led to an energy bottleneck, rendering it more efficient. Time raced forward amidst the high-stakes renovations. The fortress had undergone a remarkable transformation. It was no longer a hidden relic of a civilization beneath the ice, but had evolved into a formidable, colossal interstellar warship, bristling with weaponry and emanating a disquieting energy surge. Its dimensions had expanded nearly threefold, the streamlined hull glinting with a dark metallic sheen, while countless gun ports stood erect like the quills of a porcupine. Progress of the Starry Sky Bastion project. 85%, just as the renovations entered their final phase. Kayla suddenly sounded an alarm. Hyperspace fluctuations detected. Distance, 0, 5 astronomical units. Quantity, 3. Identification signal. Kryptonian Razor Jaw assault ships. Contact anticipated in 60 seconds. Right on time. Qin Kailan's eyes flew open, a fierce light igniting within. Let us test the cannons on them. With a thought, the fortress's newly loaded bow-mounted main cannons, merging Kryptonian energy technology with the formidable, absolute decomposition characteristic of the Silent Star's ruin cannon, began to charge. An unsettling hum resonated, distorting the space at the muzzle as it coalesced into a terrifying energy potent enough to dim a star. Clark Cola, be prepared to counter any potential small units that slip through. Selena, take refuge in the internal safety zone of the bridge. Qin Kailan quickly commanded while maneuvering the massive hull of the fortress into position. In the distant cosmos, the 3 Razor Jaw assault ships had just emerged from hyperspace. The Kryptonian soldiers aboard had yet to accurately scan the enormous, hostile unknown vessel ahead when 3 indistinct, grayish energy beams, seemingly inconspicuous yet evoking primal fear in all living beings, traversed the void and struck true. There was no explosion, no flash of fire. In the instant of impact, the 3 assault ships disintegrated silently and swiftly, like ice cubes plunged into a caustic acid, starting from the struck points, vanishing without a trace, dissolving into the most primordial streams of particles, as if they had never existed. Silence reigned in the control room, punctuated only by the faint hissing of the Silent Star's ruin cannon, cooling down after its charge. Wow, Selena managed to utter after a long pause, her voice barely above a whisper. This method of annihilation sent a chill deeper than any explosion she had ever witnessed. Clark's expression was grave. He felt the potent, lethal restraint contained within that beam, particularly devastating to the Kryptonians. Spark, however, clenched his fists in excitement. A perfect strike. The energy efficiency was remarkably high. Qin Kailan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the cannon performed well. No need to clean up debris. Kayla, continue to report on the renovation progress. Progress of the Starry Sky Bastion project. 98%. The final touches were underway. The primary focus was on the integration and debugging of the internal systems, as well as infusing the colossal vessel with its final surge of energy. Qin Kailan commenced the large-scale extraction of energy stored within the anvil of all things, simultaneously commanding Kira to elevate the output of the backup energy core of the solitary bastion to 120%. With his eyes closed, Qin Kailan maintained absolute control over the entire state of the starry barrier. His consciousness seemed to meld with the massive ship, perceiving the formation of every armor plate, the connectivity of each energy circuit, and the activation of every weapon. This sensation of mastery was more profound and intense than forging any suit of armor. In the final phase, the energy core was operating at overload, interfacing with all systems. Kira, report status. Qin Kailan's voice remained steady, betraying no hint of fatigue. Only an unwavering focus. Energy core output stable. Overload at 50%. All systems interfacing smoothly. The countdown for the final integration of the starry barrier commenced. 10, 9. As the countdown reached its midpoint, Kira's alarm suddenly became piercing. High priority alert. Detecting massive hyperspace fluctuations. Source: multiple coordinates. The number is too numerous to count. Exceeding 20 independent signals. Identification matches. Kryptonian main fleet. Estimated emergence coordinates. Adjacent to the outer edge of the Earth-Moon orbit. Contact in 10 seconds. Everyone's complexion changed dramatically. Cancel the countdown. Force all systems online. Maximum combat readiness. Qin Kailan's eyes snapped open as he issued the command with authority. The power of the anvil of all things surged forth with unprecedented intensity, forcibly completing the final system integration in an instant. The starry barrier trembled violently, all lights illuminating to their fullest, while every external cannon adjusted its aim simultaneously towards the cosmic coordinates from which the alarm had originated. The massive hull of the ship came to life, exuding a palpable aura of impending warfare. Clark, Cora, prepare for engagement. Selina, you will pilot the ship in battle. Qin Kailan's voice resonated through the ship's communication system, leaving no room for dissent. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the vast observation window of the control room and all holographic screens were filled with a sudden, vivid spectacle. Before them, the pitch-black expanse of space ruptured like shattered glass, revealing over 20 enormous, irregular rifts. From these heart-stopping transition windows emerged massive, menacing warships, unified in design, yet exuding a chilling intent to kill. They advanced not in disarray, but rather in a meticulously organized offensive formation. Leading them was a colossal flagship, resembling a moving mountain of metal, its fearsome prow and dense array of cannons radiating overwhelming intimidation. Surrounding it were numerous cruisers and destroyers, somewhat smaller in size, yet forming a protective ring around the flagship like stars encircling the moon. Even more agile assault ships swarmed forth from the shadows of the larger vessels, instantly saturating vast swathes of space. The Kryptonian main fleet, the might of General Druzoid, they abruptly loomed beyond the Earth-Moon orbit, exuding a sense of cataclysmic oppression. The frigid hulls reflected the distant sunlight, resembling a tempest of steel that momentarily shrouded the entire Earth in its shadow. The starry barrier seemed like a mere child, newly learned in the art of walking, standing alone before an armed legion from antiquity. A profound silence enveloped the command hall, broken only by the faint hum of the system and the rhythmic beating of hearts. Clark clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with determination and fury as he beheld the unmistakable Kryptonian emblem of Zod upon the flagship. The Starfire surged with energy, entering a state of complete readiness for battle, while the warriors of Tamarin remained undaunted by their numerical disadvantage. Selina inhaled deeply and stepped forward to the console, her gaze sharply surveying the enemy fleet distribution on the screen. Qin Kailan regarded the seemingly endless armada without a hint of fear, instead revealing a smile that blended exhilaration with a chilling intent to kill. Finally, they had arrived. His gaze remained fixed on the most colossal of the enemy ships. Kyla, lock onto the enemy flagship. All voidfall cannons, charged to maximum power. Open the universal broadcast channel. His voice resonated through the starry barrier's amplification system, reaching the vast fleet ahead with an almost provocative calmness. This path is closed. Either retreat or perish. Chapter 48. The lone ship's fierce battle. The roar of the void fall cannons. Qin Kailan's provocative broadcast was akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring a tempest in the silent sea of stars. The response from the Kryptonian main fleet was swift and brutal, a cataclysm of cannon fire. Over 20 capital ships, accompanied by hundreds of assault vessels, unleashed searing beams of energy in unison. The dense barrage of energy cascaded down like a torrential rain, completely saturating the space occupied by the starry barrier. Activate all energy shields. Maximum power. Qin Kailan's voice rang out in the command hall, calm and unwavering. The might of the Forge was not solely for transformation. It was also continuously bolstering the ship's defensive systems. A thick layer of composite shielding instantly expanded. Boom, boom, boom. The concentrated explosions detonated against the shields, unleashing a multitude of luminous orbs. The entire starry barrier trembled violently as the shield energy readings plummeted, yet withstood the initial wave of fire. Shield strength has dropped to 62%. The enemy is preparing for a second volley. Kyla reported swiftly. We cannot merely absorb their attacks. Selina, the ship is in your hands along with Kyla. Qin Kailan spoke rapidly. Clark, Kola, follow me outside. We must clear the lesser foes and create opportunities for them. Understood. Clark and the Starfire responded without hesitation. Rest assured, I can handle this big cat. In an instant, Selina took over the helm, her gaze sharp as an eagle's. Her hands glided over the control interface, an inexplicable sense of harmony enveloping her as she maneuvered the colossal vessel. It appeared no more challenging than navigating the rooftops of Gotham, perhaps even more exhilarating. Qin Kailan, Clark, and Starfire surged forth from the nearest launch bay, confronting the vast expanse of the starry sea and the relentless barrage of artillery. Kola, left flank assault fleet. Clark, engage those two flanking destroyers on the right. I shall handle the main force head-on. Qin Kailan's commands resonated through the miniature communicator in their ears. In the name of Tamarin, Starfire erupted in a brilliant orange-golden glow, her hands coalescing into a massive sphere of stellar energy, hurtling it like a meteor towards the oncoming fleet of Kryptonian assault ships on the left. The explosion illuminated the void with an incandescent brilliance. Clark transformed into a streak of blue lightning, crashing into a nearby Kryptonian destroyer. His thermal vision sliced through the destroyer's engine, triggering a series of explosions as he brazenly pierced through its hull, emerging on the other side to charge towards another vessel. Meanwhile, Qin Kailan hovered before the starry barrier, confronting the onslaught of concentrated fire from the enemy's main vessels. He extended his arms, channeling the power of creation itself. Excellent. Just what I needed to replenish my reserves. The dense beams of energy, potent enough to vaporize mountains, were devoured by the invisible force field before him. As if rivers flowing into the sea, fervently assimilated and absorbed. Not only did they fail to inflict harm upon him, but they also transformed into pure energy, rejuvenating both him and the warship behind him. How is this possible? A distant gasp echoed through the enemy communications channel. Simultaneously, under Selina's command and Kyra's support, the starry barrier exhibited remarkable agility. No longer a stationary target, it danced through the hail of gunfire like a graceful yet lethal performer. The secondary cannons along the ship's flank, under Kyra's precise control, continuously fired, intercepting stray energy projectiles and harassing the larger warships. Kyra, calculate the shield frequency fluctuations of that battleship. Selina focused intently on the screen, swiftly issuing commands. Calculation complete. Countdown to the interval. 3, 2, 1. Now, Oblivion Star Cannon. Position 1, fire. A gray beam shot forth silently, accurately striking a Kryptonian battleship that was charging for its next volley. Its shields proved futile against the overwhelming force of disintegration. A substantial section of its hull obliterated, rendering it powerless as it drifted askew. Beautiful, Selina exclaimed, pumping her fist in excitement before swiftly maneuvering the warship to evade a barrage of retaliatory fire. In the vastness of space, the trio executed their mission with remarkable efficiency. Starfire's stellar energy effectively dismantled Kryptonian shields, while Clark, a human battleship in his own right, relentlessly wreaked havoc upon the smaller vessels with his super speed and strength. Qin Kailan, akin to a moving black hole, absorbed the terrifying firepower from the main fleet, occasionally unleashing concentrated energy shockwaves that decimated the encroaching assault ships. The battlefield appears to have settled into a temporary stalemate. Although the Kryptonian fleet boasts superior numbers, the enigmatic defenses and formidable firepower of the Starry Barrier, coupled with the relentless onslaught of 3 top-tier warriors on the periphery, have rendered them unable to achieve a decisive advantage for the time being. Nevertheless, the sheer multitude of the Kryptonian forces is overwhelming. Moreover, the flagship of their command corps, Zod, has yet to unleash its full might. At last, the colossal flagship stirred. It slowly adjusted its angle, no longer targeting the Starry Barrier, but instead aiming its immense main cannon at Clark, who was weaving effortlessly through the fleet as if in a realm devoid of opposition. A beam of light, broader and more potent than any prior assault, erupted with a terrifying energy fluctuation, hurtling directly towards Clark. The speed and power of this strike far surpassed anything before, clearly the result of meticulous planning. "Clark, be careful," Starfire exclaimed, attempting to erect an energy barrier, only for it to be effortlessly shredded by the edges of the beam. Sensing the lethal threat, Clark pivoted sharply, using his cloak to shield himself, channeling solar energy to its utmost limit. Boom! He managed to withstand the direct impact of the main cannon. Yet the immense kinetic force propelled him backward like a shooting star, crashing violently into several unsuspecting assault ships before he finally came to a halt. The armor of the Guardian exhibited minor fissures, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "Garlid!" A cold, commanding voice resonated across the battlefield through telepathic waves. General Zod emerged from the flagship, floating beneath the starry expanse. Bathed in the distant sun's radiance, he appeared to possess boundless strength, his eyes ablaze with fierce yellow light. Fixating intently on the somewhat disheveled Clark. "Your power derives from this star? Truly intoxicating." Zod clenched his fist, feeling the surging strength within him. "Yet you lack the understanding of how to wield it. You are weak, hesitant, shackled by the emotions of inferior beings." He spread his arms wide, his voice thundering. "Today, I shall demonstrate to you how a true Kryptonian warrior wields this divine power. I will personally shatter your bones, crush your hopes, and then, before your very eyes, transform this planet completely." In an instant, Zod vanished, reappearing before Clark with a speed beyond the grasp of the naked eye, delivering a powerful punch. Clark's gaze sharpened as he reciprocated with a punch of his own. Boom! The two fists, enveloped in golden solar energy, collided, unleashing shockwaves that surged outward, toppling nearby small vessels. The raw physical strength, the pure Kryptonian blood, and the starkly contrasting convictions clashed in this frigid expanse of cosmic void, igniting the most primal and ferocious confrontation imaginable. Each impact resonated like the shattering of celestial bodies, every exchange erupting with energy bursts bright enough to illuminate the battlefield. Qin Kailan observed the two golden streaks embroiled in combat, his brow furrowing slightly. He sensed that Zod, who had just fully attuned to the solar power, appeared to possess a greater edge in combat experience and ferocity. "Selena, Kira, provide fire cover for Clark's vicinity. Do not allow the minions to disturb him," Qin Kailan commanded, his gaze sweeping over the still formidable Kryptonian fleet. "Understood." Selena immediately redirected the auxiliary cannons to eliminate the enemy units near Clark's battleground. Starfire flew to Qin Kailan's side, her expression grave as she observed the cataclysmic melee. "Their strength is astonishing." "Indeed," Qin Kailan responded, his eyes flickering as if he were rapidly calculating something. "Cora, prepare yourself. Should Clark show signs of defeat, we will need to intervene." His gaze once again fell upon Zod's flagship, which loomed like a fortress. "However, before that, we must first quiet that colossal vessel." Chapter 49. The devouring flagship, the world engine within the cosmic expanse. The battle between Clark and Zod had reached a fever pitch. Two golden figures clashed at a velocity beyond the limits of human perception, each collision erupting in deafening roars and shockwaves that tore through the fabric of space. The energy ripples generated by their fist strikes continued to expand, pushing away and even shattering the floating wreckage of nearby warships. Clark's combat style leaned towards protection and precision strikes, while Zod epitomized a ruthlessly efficient military killing technique, each move aimed directly at vital points. Despite their shared power source, Zod's battle-hardened experience and innate ferocity gradually gave him the upper hand. A powerful punch landed on Clark's blocking arm, sending him hurtling several kilometers away. Almost immediately, Zod's eyes blazed with a searing intensity, relentlessly burning into Clark's chest, forcing him into a desperate state of defense as the cracks in his battle suit multiplied. "Look, Khalil, this is the disparity." Zod's maniacal laughter echoed through the vacuum, aided by the unique biological magnetic field of the Kryptonians. "You possess strength, but lack the will to match it. Krypton's future does not require a coward like you." Aboard the Star Barrier, Selena deftly maneuvered the warship to evade disruptive attacks from other Kryptonian vessels. The main and auxiliary cannons fired intermittently, striving to clear a space for Clark to engage in one-on-one combat, but the pressure was immense. The ship's shields flickered under sustained assault. "Qian, Clark is in a precarious situation." Selena exclaimed anxiously. Qin Kailan hovered outside the ship, his icy gaze fixed upon the distant battle while surveying the still mighty fleet, particularly the flagship that continuously deployed auxiliary fire to disrupt the battlefield and provide strategic support to Zod. Korra, Qin Kailan suddenly spoke, his tone resolute. I have a task for you. Maximum power, stellar energy surge. Conduct a widespread strike on the 3 cruisers to the right of Zod's flagship. Compel them to move. And clear a direct pathway for me. Can you manage that? Starfire's eyes ignited with the spirit of battle. The Princess of Tamarin never shies away from a challenge. Leave it to me. She took a deep breath, her entire being emanating a blinding orange-golden light, as if a miniature sun were being born in the cosmos. With a fierce thrust, she unleashed an unprecedented torrent of stellar energy, surging forth like a golden tide towards the 3 cruisers. The shields of the 3 cruisers flickered violently under the concentrated onslaught of terrifying energy, rapidly overloading as the hulls melted away in an instant. They were compelled to make an emergency evasive maneuver, clumsily dispersing to either side, and indeed, a narrow passage momentarily revealed itself through the densely packed fleet, leading directly to the flank of Zod's flagship. Now was the moment. Qin Kailan's eyes sparkled with brilliance as the power of all creation coalesced in his hands with unprecedented intensity. Rather than unleashing an energy beam, he hurled this highly concentrated energy, imbued with the absolute principle of disintegration, like an invisible javelin through the fleeting corridor forged by the Starfire, targeting the engine compartment of Zod's flagship with ferocity. This strike was silent, devoid of dazzling light effects. Yet at the instant the colossal flagship was struck, its robust armor and energy shields seemed to vanish into insignificance. A massive hole, continuously expanding and erasing its edges, materialized out of thin air. Furthermore, this wound began to spread inward at an alarming rate, defying the laws of physics, disintegrating everything in its path. The engine's exhaust ports fell silent. Entire sections of the ship's structure vanished without a trace, and even the Kryptonian soldiers who had no time to escape were consumed by the void. Almost 1/3 of the flagship's flank was thus brutally obliterated. The immense vessel shuddered violently, losing balance and much of its propulsion, spiraling uncontrollably, tilting, no longer able to maintain stable firing or command. This sudden devastation plunged the Kryptonian fleet into a brief state of chaos and disrupted command, significantly impacting Zod in the midst of the fierce battle. What? Zod sensed the flagship's damage and the immediate weakening of his command signals linking him to the fleet, his mind jolting as his offensive momentum faltered. In the realm of skilled combatants, a momentary distraction could prove fatal. Although Clark was equally astonished by Qin Kailan's prowess, his combat instincts seized this fleeting opportunity. Now was the time. Ignoring the searing pain in his chest, he concentrated all his strength into his right fist, every cell in his body igniting with the energy of the yellow sun. Seizing the moment Zod turned his attention to the flagship, Clark unleashed a punch, embodying all his conviction and might, breaking through Zod's defenses and landing solidly on his chin. Crack! The sickening sound of bone fracturing reverberated through the air. Zod's head snapped back violently, his entire form akin to being struck head-on by a speeding locomotive, tumbling backward and crashing into several massive wrecks of warships before finally halting. Dazed and disoriented, Zod's jaw was evidently shattered, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Clark, not one to relent, swiftly pursued, mounting Zod and unleashing a flurry of punches upon him, each blow akin to a pile driver, packed with the force to shatter mountains and split the earth, striking relentlessly at Zod's head and chest. Thud, thud, thud. The thunderous sounds echoed like war drums, resonating through the quiet void of space. Zod attempted to block and struggled, but a heavy blow to his jaw plunged him into a fleeting haze of consciousness, leaving him to passively endure the tempestuous onslaught. His indomitable Kryptonian armor began to fracture, the helmet shattered, and his nose collapsed, blood pouring forth. For Krypton, not for your insatiable desire for conquest, Clark bellowed, delivering another punishing punch. For Jor-El, another strike followed. For Earth, the final blow, embodying all his fury and resolve, crashed into Zod's chest with devastating force. A gasp escaped Zod as he spewed forth a torrent of blood, his chest plate utterly shattered and concaved, the light in his eyes rapidly dimming. His struggles ceased, his body slumping into the void, suspended between life and death. Clark, panting heavily, hovered above Zod, gazing at the once dreaded general of Krypton. A tumult of emotions swirling within him. He had emerged victorious, yet the triumph bore no ease nor joy. Aboard the Star Fortress, Selena and Kyra seized the opportunity to intensify their firepower as the disarrayed Kryptonian fleet, bereft of unified command, devolved into a fragmented struggle. Though still formidable, their threat diminished significantly. Starfire floated beside Qin Kailan, observing the scene of Clark's victory from afar. Relieved, he had done it. Qin Kailan nodded, yet his gaze remained sharp, scanning the battlefield, particularly the heavily damaged flagship of Zod, slowly rotating and tilting. A faint, peculiar sensation emanated from the depths of that flagship, suggesting that something within was still operational, a pulse of energy distinct from conventional Kryptonian technology. It is not over yet, Qin Kailan intoned solemnly. Korra, cover me as I approach that flagship. Selena, suppress fire in the vicinity. Do not allow other vessels to near it. He could not shake the feeling that Zod might still possess a hidden card. Or rather, this colossal vessel, serving as the military command ship of Krypton, could not merely be an ordinary flagship. Just as Qin Kailan and Starfire prepared to close in for reconnaissance, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The flagship, which should have been devoid of power with its commander on the brink of death, suddenly illuminated with an ominous, deep crimson glow from its undestroyed core area. A cold, emotionless electronic voice reverberated through the public channel, broadcasting in an ancient, authentic Kryptonian tongue, resonating across the entire battlefield, detecting critical life signs of the Supreme Commander. World Engine Protocol forcibly initiated. Target locked. Earth-like planet below. Executing planetary transformation. As this announcement echoed, the severely damaged flagship's underbelly unfolded, revealing an unprecedented, intricately complex mechanical apparatus radiating a disquieting red light. Its form resembled a colossal drill or some form of energy concentrator, its scale nearly occupying half the remaining volume of the flagship. The device began to emit a deep, penetrating hum as crimson energy surged wildly. Its target unmistakably aimed at the beautiful blue planet, Earth. Chapter 50, The Starry Sea of Dingtown. All things returned to the ruins, the cold. Unfeeling electronic tones of Krypton reverberated like a death knell in the hearts of all who were watching this cosmic battle. The World Engine Protocol has been activated. The menacing apparatus protruding from the belly of Zod's flagship resembled a colossal drill, as deep crimson energy amassed at an exponential rate, emanating terrifying waves capable of making the stars tremble. Its target was unmistakably locked onto the defenseless blue planet below. Once that energy erupted, it would not merely result in an explosion, but rather a coercive, destructive transformation of the entire Earth's ecology, gravity, and even its molecular structure. No, Clark, having just caught his breath from a Pyrrhic victory, was overwhelmed with fury at this sight, struggling to rush forward to intervene. But the excruciating pain and overwhelming energy depletion rendered his body immobile. In the starry barrier, piercing alarm bells resonated. Detection of a super-high-energy, planet-level destructive weapon activation. Target Earth. Energy readings have surpassed the critical threshold. Estimated full charge time, 120 seconds. For the first time, Kayla's voice was laced with a sense of urgent crisis. Damn it. Open fire with everything we have. Attack that device. Selena maneuvered the warship, unleashing all available firepower in a frenzied assault on the world engine. But most of the attacks were intercepted by the remnants of the flagship's defensive systems and the Kryptonian ships surrounding it, sacrificing themselves to protect their master. The few shots that did strike the deep crimson drill were deflected by a more solid energy barrier, achieving little effect. The Starfire attempted to unleash stellar energy, but similarly found its efforts thwarted by the barrier. Despair etched across her face for the first time. No, its energy level is too high. Our attacks cannot penetrate. Time trickled away, the red light of the world engine growing ever more dazzling, akin to a demon's open eye, the countdown to death echoing in the minds of all. Qin Kailan floated at the center of the chaotic battlefield, gazing at the world-destroying weapon poised for activation, observing the relentless tide of Kryptonian vessels pressing forward. taking in the grievously injured Clark and his anxious teammates, while also feeling the energy reserves of all things forged, depleted from prolonged combat and repairs. There were far too many enemies, too little time, and an overwhelming crisis loomed. Conventional means were no longer sufficient. His gaze shifted to an unfathomable depth, as if containing the birth and demise of the entire universe within. A resolute thought surged in his heart. It was time to gamble everything. He slowly spread his arms wide, no longer suppressing the supreme creation that had coexisted with him since his journey began, yet had never fully revealed its might. All along, he had merely borrowed a sliver of your power, Qin Kailan murmured, as if conversing with the forge within him. Now, it was time for this world to witness the true form of all things forged. Boom! An indescribably magnificent aura erupted from Qin Kailan's being. It was not merely an energy shock, but a manifestation of a principle, an origin's oppression. A resplendent yet gentle radiance emanated from him, instantly illuminating the frigid battlefield of the starry expanse. Where the light traversed, the chaotic currents of energy were smoothed, and the aftermath of explosions was crystallized, as if everything had been encompassed within an absolute domain. Subsequently, behind Qin Kailan, a colossal and immeasurable shadow of an ancient cauldron began to coalesce and materialize. This cauldron appeared to be forged from the most primordial chaos, etched with patterns incomprehensible to any civilization, traces of the birth and demise of all things, woven through the fabric of existence. Its mere presence rendered the spatial structure of the starry sky unstable, causing the sensors of all Kryptonian battleships to overload and fail instantaneously. The shadow of the cauldron slowly revolved, enveloping the battlefield within a vast radius of millions of kilometers in an absolute essence of inclusiveness and refinement. What could this be? Starfire gazed at the shadow of the cauldron, feeling his stellar energy become submissive, even yearning to be absorbed by it, his eyes filled with incredulous astonishment. Qin Selena, observing through the observation window, was so captivated by the divine spectacle that she forgot her controls, her heart resonating with unparalleled excitement. Even the severely injured Clark felt the stagnation of solar energy within him, gazing in shock at the cauldron. Refined, Qin Kailan uttered a simple syllable, yet it resonated with an immense power that seemed to command reality. The shadow of the cauldron inclined slightly, and in the next moment, a scene that would be forever etched in the memories of all survivors unfolded. On the battlefield, every remaining Kryptonian battleship, be it the massive cruisers, agile destroyers, or swarming assault craft, began to disintegrate rapidly from the molecular level, as if they were sand sculptures under the sun, dissipating silently. There were no explosions, no resistance, not even a process. They transformed quietly into pure streams of energy and the essence of matter, consumed and absorbed by the shadow of the cauldron. As rivers returned to the sea, it was not merely the warships, even the floating debris, the residual energy from explosions, and distant fragments of smaller celestial bodies. All matter and immaterial existence within the shadow of the cauldron were ruthlessly deconstructed and refined. This was not an attack, but a return, a restoration of all creations to their fundamental essence, reverting to raw materials through absolute dominion. In the blink of an eye, the once crowded battlefield, filled with relentless gunfire, was entirely cleared. Only the damaged flagship of Zod, currently activating the world engine, along with the Starry Bastion, Clark, Starfire, and Qin Kailan remained. All enemies, all obstacles, and all chaos were swept away. The cauldron of all things showcased its might, refining 1,000 troops in a mere thought. Even more astonishingly, the exquisitely refined energy, rather than being wholly absorbed by the cauldron, divided into 3 gentle streams, flowing forth like a tranquil brook. A surge of energy flowed into the starry barrier, its damaged hull, overloaded shields, and depleted power restoring at an unprecedented velocity, even surpassing its original state of perfection and strength. Another wave entered the Starfire, replenishing its consumed stellar energy and seemingly purifying and elevating its very essence. The most significant surge gently enveloped the gravely wounded Clark. His shattered battlesuit was instantaneously restored to its pristine condition, the internal injuries, depleted strength, and the fatigue accumulated from prior battles were promptly soothed and healed, returning him to a peak state, perhaps even exceeding it. Clark gazed in disbelief at his intact body, feeling the surging power within him, His eyes filled with shock and gratitude as he looked towards Qin Kailan. At this moment, the battlefield was silent. With only the solitary Zod flagship remaining, its belly housing a world engine charged to 90%, emanating an ominous red glow, stubbornly operating. Fortunately, this flagship was far enough away to escape the grasp of the vessel's shadow. Qin Kailan's complexion was slightly pale, forcibly manifesting the vessel's shadow and instantaneously refining the entire fleet had taken a tremendous toll on his mental and physical resources. Yet, his gaze remained sharp as he slowly raised his hand, aiming at the final target. Now it is your turn. However, just as he was about to decompose and refine the world engine, the cold electronic voice of Krypton echoed once more, sounding particularly clear due to the absence of external interference. Warning, external threat level critically assessed. Optimal protocol for energy core overload of the world engine initiated. Final directive, disregard structural integrity, maximize output power, target remains unchanged. The red light of the world engine's drill became exceedingly unstable and frenzied. It no longer sought stable planetary transformation, but aimed to unleash a chaotic, self-destructive explosion of all its energy at once, inflicting a momentary, yet utterly devastating blow to Earth. Even if only locally. This is bad. It's going to self-destruct, Kayla warned urgently. Qin, Clark, and Starfire exclaimed simultaneously. Qin Kailan's eyes narrowed, ready to act despite the daunting toll on his reserves. Suddenly, a slender yet impeccably precise magical ray appeared from an unknown source, traversing the vast expanse of space and striking the core node of the world engine's energy convergence. This ray contained a unique blend of disruption and unbinding magical power. Although it could not entirely halt the overload, it successfully delayed the impending chaotic energy explosion by a crucial 2 to 3 seconds. Simultaneously, a familiar female voice, slightly breathless, came through the encrypted channel into the starry barrier in Qin Kailan's ears. Hey, dismantling this behemoth's energy circuit is far too complex. I can only interfere a bit. The rest is up to you. It was Zatanna. She had somehow observed the imminent crisis from the distant Earth and executed a long-range magical intervention. The fleeting 2 or 3 seconds that were seized were more than sufficient. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Kailan gathered the last vestiges of the cauldron's phantom power, amalgamating it with the colossal data and energy acquired from the recent refinement of the entire Kryptonian fleet, and forcefully pressed forward. With all things as my material, I forge my will, return to the abyss. A seemingly diminutive yet exquisitely condensed gray beam shot forth, striking precisely at the core of the world engine. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The frantically flickering world engine, on the verge of eruption, appeared as though the pause button had been pressed, instantly freezing in place. Then, from within, along with the entire wreckage of the Zod flagship, it silently dissolved into nothingness, vanishing completely from this starry domain, as if it had never existed. The crisis was averted. The cosmic sea returned to silence, only the distant starlight flickering quietly. The phantom of the great cauldron gradually dissipated, as if it had never materialized. Qin Kailan swayed slightly, his complexion pale, yet he was supported by the swiftly arriving Clark. The starry barrier approached, and Selena, clad in armor, eagerly flung open the hatch and rushed out, her face etched with concern and fear. Starfire also flew over, surveying the desolate surroundings, still haunted by the remnants of dread. All eyes turned to Qin Kailan, their gazes complex, filled with reverence, gratitude, and disbelief. Chapter 51. The aftermath and ripples of emotion, the profound silence of the starry sea did not endure for long. With the complete obliteration of the Zod flagship and that terrifying world engine, the last vestiges of threat dissipated into thin air. The distant sunlight continued to gently bathe the space that had just witnessed a heart-stopping battle, yet the battlefield, once crowded with warships, now lay hauntingly empty. Under the immense power of the cauldron's forging, everything around had been cleared, forming a vast void, with only the immutable starlight bearing witness to the fierce conflict. The starry barrier hung silently, its hull gleaming anew under the energy feedback from the cauldron, the deep blue sheen more profound and restrained. Outside the ship, Clark supported the pale, nearly exhausted Qin Kailan. Starfire and Selena, who had rushed out from the cabin, quickly surrounded him. Qin, how are you? Selena's voice trembled imperceptibly as she reached out, hesitating to touch him, as if fearful of shattering him. She had personally witnessed the terrifying might of the cauldron's phantom refining thousands of warriors. The spectacle surpassed her comprehension, leaving her overwhelmed more by shock than joy. "I'm fine, just a bit tired." Qin Kailan forced a weak smile, his voice exceedingly frail. "I need to sleep." Before he could finish, his eyes closed, his head tilted, and he succumbed to a deep slumber, his weight entirely resting upon Clark. "Qin," Selena gasped, quickly assisting Clark in supporting him. His vital signs were stable, though his mental and physical energies were severely depleted, plunging him into a profound state of self-repairing slumber. After a meticulous examination with his supervision, Clark breathed a sigh of relief, though his brow remained furrowed. He cast his gaze around the vacant starry expanse, his expression complex. A crisis potent enough to obliterate the earth was resolved by Qin in a manner that bordered on the divine. This power was both reassuring and awe-inspiring. "Let us return to the fortress," Clark declared, cradling Qin Kailan in his arms as he soared back to the starry barrier, with Selena and Starfire following closely behind. Within the warship, Kira had already adjusted the environment to the most conducive state for recuperation. Clark gently placed Qin Kailan in the medical pod, aware that Kryptonian medical technology might not be of much use to him. Yet this place offered the utmost tranquility and comfort. Observing the slight furrow in Qin's brow, even in slumber, he let out a soft sigh. "He has saved us all," Clark murmured. Selena stood at the threshold of the medical pod, leaning against the doorframe, offering no response. She silently gazed at Qin Kailan's sleeping visage, her eyes a mosaic of emotions. Her mind replayed the catastrophic scene of the colossal, swirling shadow of the cauldron, the overwhelming force that returned all to the void, and the sight of him, appearing as if the stars and fleets were mere trifles. A shiver of inexplicable chill and distance enveloped her. She was a thief, at best a remarkably skilled rogue. Her world was the shadows of Gotham, the glimmer of jewels, the dance upon wires. Yet the power exhibited by Qin Kailan belonged to an entirely different dimension. For the first time, she acutely recognized the chasm that might forever separate them. A sense of helplessness and anxiety tightened around her heart. In the face of such a crisis, what could she do? Hide in the warship, controlling the cannons as she had this time? Or merely watch helplessly, tending to him only after he had exhausted himself and succumbed to slumber? This realization left her breathless. Starfire stood a bit farther away, also gazing at Qin Kailan. Yet her expression was starkly different from Selena's. It radiated pure curiosity, wonder, and an indescribable yearning. She felt it. At the moment the colossal shadow of the cauldron manifested, the stellar energy within her did not reject it. Instead, it resonated with an unusual sense of closeness and longing, as if that cauldron were the ultimate source of energy. Though it was but a fleeting instant, the sensation was strikingly vivid. It was a force that transcended Tamaran technology and even the cosmic laws she understood. And this power emanated from the man, now ensconced in slumber. A profound desire to draw nearer to him, to understand him, and even to touch that power quietly blossomed within Starfire Cora. This yearning felt akin to a primal instinct, a longing for a higher existence. She regarded Qin Kailan as if he were a vault harboring the universe's ultimate mysteries. "Kira," Clark broke the silence. "Scan the solar system to confirm if any remnants of Kryptonian signals remain. Additionally, contact the Kent farm to report our safety." The scan revealed no active Kryptonian signals. "Communications with the Kent farm are established," Kira replied. On the holographic screen appeared the anxious faces of Martha and Jonathan Kent. Upon seeing Clark safe and sound, they breathed a collective sigh of relief, nearly moved to tears. Upon learning that the crisis had been averted and Qin Kailan was in a state of exhaustion-induced slumber, Martha could not help but repeatedly urge them to care for him well. After a brief report of safety, Clark severed communication and fell into deep contemplation. He turned to the two women and said, "We must navigate the starry barrier to the far side of the moon for concealment. Its return to Earth would undoubtedly attract considerable trouble. This location is far safer and more conducive for Qin's recovery. Selena, do you still have control?" As an intern journalist, he was acutely aware of the nature of those on Earth. Selena took a deep breath, forcing down the turmoil within her, and nodded affirmatively. "No problem. This big cat is quite obedient now." She approached the main control station, striving to focus her attention on piloting. Spark also volunteered. I will assist with navigation and energy monitoring. The starry barrier was reactivated, changing its course toward the moon's far side. A hush fell over the cabin, broken only by the faint sounds of the system's operation and the heartbeats of the three, each lost in their own thoughts. The warship glided smoothly through space. Selina skillfully maneuvered, yet her gaze would occasionally drift toward the medical bay, her brow shadowed by an inescapable worry. Meanwhile, Spark would glance at Qin Kailan with ardent eyes, pondering something inscrutable. Clark sensed the subtle tension in the atmosphere and felt somewhat powerless. He could surmise some of their thoughts. But such matters were not easily resolved through words. His own emotional life was, after all, still in disarray. After a period of navigation, the starry barrier successfully entered the orbit of the moon's far side, gently descending into the shadow of a relatively flat crater in the Sea of Tranquility. Silver-gray lunar dust was lightly disturbed, only to settle slowly in the vacuum. The massive vessel blended seamlessly with the desolate and ancient lunar landscape, resembling a sudden emergence of a steel mountain. As the cabin environment stabilized, Clark transferred Qin Kailan to a more comfortable lounge. Kira began utilizing the moon's minerals and scant solar energy for auxiliary power replenishment. After ensuring Qin Kailan was settled and covered with a thermally insulating Kryptonian fabric, Clark turned to his companions. He may need to rest for a while. Let's take a moment to recuperate and address subsequent matters. Selina silently nodded, retreating to a corner of the lounge to sit, hugging her knees as she gazed at the slumbering Qin Kailan, lost in thought. Spark, filled with curiosity about the fortress, began to explore once Kira granted permission, though she frequently returned to glance at the lounge door. Time passed in silence. Qin Kailan slept for a full 2 days. During this time, Selina remained almost inseparable from his side, only occasionally persuaded by Clark or Spark to eat something. Her anxiety did not wane with the passage of time. Rather, it intensified due to Qin Kailan's prolonged slumber. Spark, through Kira, voraciously absorbed knowledge about Krypton, particularly in the realm of energy applications. Yet her greatest fascination evidently lay with the sleeping figure before her. Clark reached out to Bruce Wayne, simply informing him of the crisis being averted and the annihilation of Zod's fleet, omitting the specifics of Qin Kailan's method, which led to a prolonged silence on the other end. Although Batman was unable to leave due to the presence of demons and the fervent citizens of Gotham, he had been monitoring the space battlefield via satellite until the ethereal manifestation of the Ding appeared, after which the feed abruptly cut off. The dark night of Gotham required time to digest this information. On the third morning, as the first rays of simulated sunlight filtered through the crystal dome of the fortress into the lounge, the life sign monitoring device in the medical bay emitted a faint beep. Selina, who had been lightly dozing, was immediately startled awake, her head snapping up. There on the bed, Qin Kailan's eyelashes fluttered a few times before he slowly opened his eyes. Initially, his gaze appeared somewhat bewildered, but it quickly regained its clarity along with a hint of languor. He stifled a yawn, rubbed his eyes, and surveyed the familiar surroundings. As well as the three faces before him etched with concern and anxiety, Starfire and Clark had also been drawn in by the alarm. A grin spread across his face, revealing a familiar, teasing smile. That was quite the nap. Can someone check if I overslept? I hope I didn't miss breakfast. Selina, observing his demeanor as if he had merely indulged in a regular slumber, felt all her worries, anxieties, and self-doubts from the past 2 days surge within her, transforming into an indescribable sense of grievance and anger, causing her eyes to well with tears. She abruptly stood up, intending to say something, but ultimately shot him a fierce glare, bit her lip, and hurriedly exited the lounge. Qin Kailan. Clark chuckled helplessly. You've been asleep for 2 days. Selina was quite worried about you. Starfire, with her eyes gleaming, leaned in, unabashedly revealing her curiosity and enthusiasm. Kailan, how do you feel? Is that big pot your true power? It's astounding. Clearly, as an extraterrestrial, she was unfamiliar with the Ding. Qin Kailan glanced in the direction Selina had rushed off to, furrowing his brow slightly, then turned to the overly enthusiastic Starfire and the bemused Clark. Well, it seemed that waking up from this slumber brought no shortage of troubles. Chapter 52. The moon's heart fluctuates, and Earth calls on the far side of the moon. At the Silent Sea base, in the main observation chamber of the Starry Sky Barrier, Qin Kailan was not gazing at the breathtaking sapphire earth, nor was he contemplating the overwhelming power of the ding surging within him. His attention pierced through the alloy walls of the corridor, precisely locking onto the agile figure in the training room, mercilessly pummeling the high-intensity gravity simulator. How long has Selena's heart rate peak persisted? 117 minutes, Commander, significantly exceeding the safety threshold of 37. The gentle yet firm voice of the female officer suggested immediate intervention. TCH, that stubborn cat. Qin Kailan rubbed his temples and turned to leave, his steps brisk and purposeful. At that moment, considerations of interstellar war aftereffects, a new home on the lunar base, and Starfire's curiosity paled in comparison to the pressing need to soothe his feisty cat-eared companion. Qin Kailan may be a staunch pragmatist, but he is certainly not the type to neglect a woman with whom he shares a close bond, especially when she is evidently distressed because of him. As the training room door slid open, an overwhelming wave of ionized air and the pungent scent of sweat assailed him. Selena Kyle was leaping with an almost muscle-tearing intensity, her leg blade striking towards the neck of an imagined foe with such swiftness that only a blur remained, infused with an unrestrained ferocity. Qin Kailan remained silent, stepping forward as she landed once more, her breath coming in rapid, heaving gasps. He wrapped his arms around her damp waist from behind, holding her tightly against him. Selena's body tensed instantly, her elbows instinctively shooting back, yet they halted abruptly before making contact with his armored chest. Enough, Selena. His voice, a low murmur against her sensitive feline ears, was firm and brooked no argument. If you continue training like this, your muscles will surely dissolve. I do not wish to hold a pile of strawberry-flavored jelly. Let go, Qin. Her tone was cold and edged with hoarseness from the exertion, as she attempted to break free, though her strength was far from her usual vigor. I haven T completed today as targets. Targets my foot, he scoffed, not loosening his grip, but instead turning her around to force her to meet his gaze. He lifted her chin with a fingertip, compelling her to confront the unmistakable anxiety and trepidation shining in her icy blue eyes. Is your goal merely to exhaust yourself to the point of collapse, so that you need not dwell on the fact that I've become a colossal cosmic vacuum cleaner? Selena pressed her lips into a thin, pale line, her gaze flickering as she sought to evade his piercing stare. Yet he denied her the chance. He leaned down, capturing her lips with precision. It was not a tender kiss, but one imbued with fervent heat, assertive and even somewhat fierce, as if he aimed to crush and consume all her worries, fears, and uncertainties with that singular act. It was a kiss marked by Qin Kailan's unmistakable brand of absolute possession and reassurance. Selena stiffened momentarily, then appeared to be drained of all strength, her fists clenching and then relaxing, ultimately yielding to his breath and embrace. She began to respond clumsily yet eagerly, as if striving to affirm his presence and warmth. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. Qin Kailan's thumb brushed over her slightly swollen lips, his tone softening yet remaining direct. Listen, I am fine. That broken cauldron may be formidable, but even it can falter. I am still me, the one who shares spoils with you, who mocks Bruce Wayne, and who thinks fondly of the treasures in the Black Mask-esque warehouse. I will not become a cold, unfeeling statue, so rest assured. This statement was a blend of truth and deception. He understood well that the cauldron's power was limitless, and only he, as its wielder, could falter. Selena gasped for breath, her icy blue eyes finally focusing on his face, the frost within them thawing slightly. She huffed. Who knows if you're just some cosmic monster in disguise? Her tone was notably softer. In disguise? For what purpose? To savor the dreadful hot cocoa from your safe house? To be dismantled by that energy-obsessed fool from Starfire? Any moment? He raised an eyebrow, successfully catching a faint smile at the corner of Selena's mouth. Just then, the ever-intrusive interruption arrived as expected. Kailan, your energy field recently generated an exceptionally intense resonance of joy. Is there a new method of energy utilization? The voice of Starfire, accompanied by light footsteps, approached as she cradled a charred apple pie, her golden hair joyfully dancing in the low gravity, her gaze radiant. I tried Martha's recipe, although there was a minor thermal runaway. Qin Kailan. Selena. She swiftly stepped back from Qin Kailan, regaining some of her icy demeanor, though her ears flushed slightly. Before Qin Kailan could address the carbon-based pie, the control panel's alarm blared, and Batman's encrypted communication came through. Bruce Wayne's private satellite line, Level 3 encryption. Note: energy signature detected with faint fluctuations of shadow energy, suspected to be Batman's physical operation. Kira reported calmly. Oh, a cross-universe call from the Dark Knight? Qin Kailan raised an eyebrow, seizing the opportunity to escape Starfire's energy research. He accepted the call, putting it on speaker. After a faint crackle of electricity, Batman's processed. Deep voice echoed in the observation room. Although emotion was indiscernible, it carried an aura reminiscent of Gotham's rainy nights. Qin, how is the lunar scenery? Not bad. Though the delivery fees are a bit steep, Qin Kailan shrugged, getting straight to the point. Batman, you surely did not call merely to inquire about my vacation experience. Gotham has encountered a new situation. Batman cut to the chase, his speech slightly hurried. A mass prison break occurred at Blackgate Penitentiary, but the process was unusual. Surveillance shows that some repeat offenders exhibited brief bursts of supernatural powers during their escape, transforming into inhuman forms, their strength and speed skyrocketing, yet they swiftly exhausted and perished, their bodies disintegrating into ash. As the footage transmitted, a blurred clip revealed a criminal smashing through a reinforced alloy door with a single punch, only for his arm to be instantly covered in a scale-like substance, his eyes bulging and bursting, collapsing into dust moments later. Forensic analysis of the remnants revealed a highly active, corrosive, and mentally contaminating unknown energy signature that partially matched the data you previously provided regarding the Tri-Council sorcerers and the Apocalyptian biotech factory, but it was more primal and feral. Batman's tone turned grave. This is no coincidence. Someone or something is disseminating this energy poison in Gotham, creating chaos and testing its effects. Energy poison? Testing? Qin Kailan's gaze sharpened. What about the source? Tracked to the depths of the East District sewer system. The signal briefly overlapped with the area where you last eliminated the demon sorcerer, but it is deeper and more concealed. The entity is cunning, utilizing different nodes for each transmission with very short durations. Batman paused. I require your expertise, as well as any potential needs. The nature of this energy has surpassed the safe handling capacity of my current equipment. His words were subtle yet clear. This matter might again involve magic or extraterrestrial technology, necessitating the intervention of a specialist, Zatanna, Qin Kailan, and it could be perilous. Before Qin Kailan could respond, another communication request emerged from Zatanna Zatara, the source located in Gotham, at a mysterious temple. Look, speaking of magic, Qin Kailan connected the call. Hey boys. Zatanna's voice sounded somewhat weary. It retained the enchanting languor characteristic of a sorceress. I presume you're discussing the newly simmered cauldron of demonic broth beneath Gotham? The energy fluctuations are so tumultuous that my crystal ball is practically performing a jig. To be succinct, this is not a natural occurrence. It is a deliberate infusion of degraded chaotic fragments originating from an ancient and wrathful dimension. I have an unsettling intuition about it, Bruce. It evokes memories of exceedingly unpleasant ancient texts. Batman, do you have any leads? Zatanna, confirmation on-site is necessary. However, it is certain that the disseminator is an adept, deeply knowledgeable in both demonology and energy engineering. The purpose remains ambiguous, yet the widespread distribution of such perilous energy can hardly be construed as benevolent. Qin Kailan stroked his chin, the crucible of all things, exhibiting a discerning appetite for the energy described in this dialogue. It seems that although toxic, the essence of that energy is not trivial. A thorough analysis should yield considerable insights. Very well, Qin Kailan began to speak. Kailan, Starfire suddenly grasped his arm, her expression earnest. This chaotic energy may be linked to a legend of a certain cosmic ailment recorded on my home planet. I request to accompany you. Kira, he commanded, prepare for shadow transmission, based on Kryptonian technology and the Crucible's short-range spatial leap, targeting a predetermined coordinate in Gotham's East District. Batman, please send over the detailed coordinates and energy hotspot map. Zatanna, see you shortly. He gazed out at the blue planet, a flicker of predatory intrigue dancing in his eyes. Off we go. Time to sort the refuse of Gotham's sewers. After Batman outlined the situation in Gotham, Qin Kailan turned to Selina, his gaze inquiring. Selina briskly grabbed a towel to wipe her sweat, striding towards the changing room without looking back. 5 minutes. No one knows the East District sewers better than I do. Her voice regained its usual languor and confidence, even carrying a hint of eager anticipation for the hunt. Qin Kailan observed her retreating figure, a smile gracing his lips before he redirected his focus to Starfire's energy research and Batman's pressing matters. Chapter 53. The Cosmic Affliction in the Sewers and the Whispers of Demons. The experience of shadow transmission was far more exquisite than Qin Kailan had envisioned. It was not the traditional sensation of spatial disorientation. Rather, it felt as though he was instantaneously deconstructed into the most fundamental energy particles by the rules of the crucible of all things, swiftly flowing along a microcosmic channel crafted by Kryptonian technology, only to be reconstituted at the destination. The process was brief, yet profoundly enlightening, granting him an uncanny awareness of his existence and the authority of the crucible. In Gotham's East District, within a forsaken drainage hub, the damp, putrid air swiftly supplanted the sterile chill of the lunar base. The echoes of dripping sewage reverberated endlessly within the vast pipes. A flicker of dim light flashed, and 4 figures materialized with precision. Qin Kailan landed soundlessly, the abyssal shadow hunter, armor automatically adapting to the ambient light, perfectly concealing him within the shadows. With only the eye sensors emitting a faint, ethereal blue glow, he immediately turned his gaze to the side. Selina descended with an ethereal grace, her specially crafted Shadow Stalker auxiliary suit fitting her form flawlessly, not only providing optical camouflage and sound wave dampening, but also enhancing her agility and flexibility. She appeared to have completely shed her previous anxieties, her feline ears alertly swiveling to scan the environment, as if she had returned to her most familiar territory. She even stole a glance at Qin Kailan, her eyes regaining their former mischievousness and provocation. How would you rate the teleportation experience, boss? 0 points, a poor review. I suggest transforming it into a starlit cable car for a scenic view, Qin Kailan quipped, while the energy within him subtly stirred, swiftly decomposing and absorbing the unknown mold and chemical toxins attempting to cling to his armor. A tart flavor with a hint of sweetness. Gotham's specialty, authentic taste. On the other side, a faint golden aura surrounded Starfire, levitating just above the ground, separating her from the filth. Curiously, she touched the rusty pipeline wall, an unsettling biodestructive environment. Yet, the residual energy remained remarkably active and negative. Zatanna was the last to arrive, her top hat impeccably arranged, the tip of her wand shimmering with a soft glow, dispelling the dark energies encroaching from all sides. Precision located. The concentration of chaotic energy here is nauseating. As if someone has overturned a cauldron of infernal broth, she remarked. Welcome to the arteries of Gotham, Selina whispered, gliding forward like a true feline. Stay close. Avoid the puddles unless you wish to sample a cocktail of rat poison and chemical waste from 60 years ago. Under Catwoman's guidance, the team delved deeper into the labyrinthine sewer system. The further they ventured, the more bizarre the surroundings became. The moss on the walls exhibited a sinister purplish-black hue, pulsing as if it were a beating vessel. A sickly sweet, metallic odor pervaded the air, and at times, one could hear faint sounds akin to nails scraping against glass. The hotspot map provided by Batman flickered on Qin Kailan's tactical visor, indicating a massive, antiquated main drainage basin deep within. The energy source was in motion, proliferating. Zatanna's wand's glow flickered erratically, revealing multiple life signs, catalyzed and reactive. Ahead, the sounds of inhuman howls and gnawing echoed. The group crouched beneath the inspection platform, gazing down at the chilling scene below. Several mutated prisoners were tearing apart a corpse, their skin rigid with bone spurs, joints contorted, and their eyes ablaze with murky crimson energy, frenzied and devoid of reason. Degraded products of energy toxin, Qin Kailan commanded coldly. Ding, analyze the composition. Analysis detected high concentrations of chaotic demonic energy, third realm demon spectrum, apocalyptic star biotech catalytic enzymes, and strong mental pollution signatures. Structure unstable, forcibly catalyzing life potential. Burning out and collapsing. Signs of guidance present. Low quality fuel, Qin Kailan assessed. Not just that, Starfire replied gravely. This energy combustion pattern is documented in Tamarin's ancient texts, Lascavara, meaning stellar cancer, capable of infecting the energy itself and transforming it into a frenzied, chaotic state, rumored to have devoured stars. At that moment, a mutant caught the scent of living beings, raising its head to screech. All the red eyes instantly focused on the platform. The delivery has arrived. Qin Kailan flexed his wrist, following the plan. Zatanna would maintain a silence over the designated area. Starfire would execute precision strikes. Selena would weave through the fray to secure kills. I would trace back to the source. Action. Zatanna waved her wand, tracing an arc. Evil be gone. An invisible force descended, causing the abominations to wail in unison, their movements frozen. Starfire, her hands aglow like surgical blades, swiftly pierced through two skulls, obliterating their cores. Selena, her figure merging with the shadows like a ghost, flashed her leg blades, decapitating a mutant that fell, and she gracefully evaded the foul blood. Qin Kailan leapt into the pool, unleashing the power of the Forge of all things. As the invisible force swept through, it instantaneously disintegrated and absorbed everything, corpses, living beings, and dissipating energy, leaving no trace, no pollution. Efficient, absolute, and environmentally friendly. Absorbed chaotic, demonic energy degraded has been transformed. Absorbed apocalyptic biological catalyst has been analyzed. Absorbed Riskava infection characteristics fragments have been suppressed and analyzed. Acquired new material blueprints. Claw of frenzy, corrupted cuticle. The battle unfolded with overwhelming dominance. The team's coordination was seamless, swiftly clearing the area. The source was accelerating its movement. Zatanna pointed towards a massive sewage pipe. It sensed us. Pursue. The four plunged into the pipe, walls draped in purple-black energy crystals, whispering with mental echoes. At the end lay an abandoned chemical processing workshop. In the heart of a steel forest of reaction vessels, an ugly altar constructed from scrap metal and human remains hummed ominously. Suspended above, it was a pulsating dark red tumor, veins of energy swirling across its surface, resembling a grotesque heart. With each pulse, it emitted waves of corrosive energy. A pair of dark red eyes, belonging to a man clad in tattered researcher garb, knelt before the altar, arms raised high, chanting twisted prayers as his body rapidly withered. Life being siphoned into the tumor. An energy converter, Zatanna gasped, realizing he was feeding this abomination with his life force to spread poison. Stop him. Starfire raised her hand to unleash a beam of light, only to have it twisted and absorbed by the tumor, intensifying its pulsations. It absorbs energy attacks. We must physically destroy it or interrupt the ritual, Zatanna urged. Selena darted like an arrow towards the supplicant. The tumor split open, dark red energy claws lunging at Selena with astonishing speed. She spun in midair, blocking with her leg blades. Clang! The tremendous force sent her flying. Selena, Qin Kailan roared, activating the jetpack to catch her while simultaneously launching a powerful punch towards the energy claws. The absolute disintegration clashed violently with the chaotic energy, obliterating much of the claws. Yet the tumor extended more. Ordinary attacks were ineffective. Starfire's attempts to restrain had minimal impact. Zatanna held her protective spell against the energy waves. The core. We must destroy the core. Qin Kailan's gaze sharpened as he shielded Selena. Hold for 3 seconds. He exerted all his strength, focusing his sensory optics. Azure light surging brightly, visual data crystallizing, particles swirling, frantically tracing the energy flow of the tumor, searching for its core node that maintained structural stability and energy conversion. A torrent of data surged forth. Lock on. At the deepest recesses of the tumor, a core pulsating with ever-changing chaotic energy intertwined with cold technological creations emerges. Starfire. Zatanna. At the 9 o'clock position, the nexus of energy, unleash an all-out assault. Now, Qin Kailan roared. As the micro-concentration array on his shoulder emitted a highly condensed azure beam, arriving with precision to strike the target. Not obliteration, but meticulous interference and neutralization. Buzz. The tumor's pulsation abruptly ceased. Energy patterns flickered wildly, in a state of extreme instability. This is the moment. The golden light of Starfire and Zatanna's magic penetrated the forcibly pried opening with precision. Boom! The altar was blown apart. Dark, red energy surged and dissipated violently. Qin Kailan stepped forward, fully deploying, the crucible of all things, devouring every escaping energy and material debris like a black hole, transforming and absorbing it entirely, without a trace of waste. As the explosion subsided, only charred marks and desiccated corpses remained. Selina advanced to inspect, tearing off a scorched metal plate. Chief biochemist of Ravenscan. Missing in action. A pawn misled. Zatanna analyzed the residue. The pawn has been rendered useless. Having absorbed all, Qin Kailan noted a slight rise in energy within the crucible, with all ingested materials transformed into the purest reserve of power. The source has been eradicated. Batman, the signal should be lost. Batman's voice crackled through. The energy signal has vanished. Well done. His tone shifted subtly. However, in the past hour, identical energy flashes at millisecond intervals have appeared at 17 locations across the city, scattered, erratic, with no reports of physical mutations. A feint? Selina keenly observed. A more extensive testing is required. Starfire's voice turned grave. Zatanna touched the charred marks, closing her eyes to sense, her expression shifting dramatically. No, that tumor is a sower. The energy released in the explosion contains the most exquisite seeds. They've already spread throughout the city via groundwater, ventilation systems, and even the air, lurking now, awaiting a command to instantaneously detonate all of Gotham. Suddenly, a final distorted, inhuman whisper emerged from the desiccated corpse's throat. The bloodline calls forth the glory of the father to be reborn in decay. Trigon. The voice abruptly ceased. Silence enveloped the workshop. Trigon, the name of the Dark Three. Zatanna's face turned pale. It is another progeny of Trigon, an unknown descendant, yearning to prove itself, attempting to utilize this terrifying energy to sow chaos in Gotham to please its father's deranged legacy. And his cult. Batman's voice emanated from the communicator, chilling to the bone. A hidden bloodline of Trigon, more knowledgeable in technology than demons, more deranged than scientists. His toys nearly obliterated Gotham. And this may merely be the beginning. Chapter 54. The scheme of sowing and the fury of the abyss. The silence in the workshop was shattered by Zatanna's rapid breathing. She abruptly straightened, the tip of her wand flickering with unstable light, reflecting the turmoil within her heart. Trigon. This is the true name of the Dark Three. It seems another of his progeny, a madman hiding behind a cult, wreaking havoc with technology and magic. Her voice quivered imperceptibly, not solely from fear, but predominantly from an overwhelming rage at the audacious desecration of life and law. He wielded technology to amplify and disseminate this tainted chaotic energy, not for destruction, but for purification and transformation. He regarded Gotham as a sacrificial offering to the Triad Demon. A colossal hatching ground. Hatching what? Selina's ice-blue eyes glinted sharply. More of that monstrosity? Qin Kailan spoke, his voice emanating through his mask with a cold, almost mechanical certainty. During the recent absorption and analysis, the All Things Forged not only seized energy, but also stripped away copious fragments of information. It was not merely monsters. Those seeds. Their core directive was not to engender chaos and mutation, but rather to assimilate and connect. He raised his hand, palm upwards, as an exceedingly minute dark red energy was extracted, writhing and struggling beneath the ethereal blue aura, resembling a living entity, yet utterly suppressed by an absolute force, unable to diffuse even the slightest bit. Observe closely. Qin Kailan activated the aura, forcibly dissecting the energy. Within it, a multitude of more intricate structures emerged. Akin to viral runes, their objective to permeate all water sources, soil, air, even the energy fields of living organisms. They lay in wait, continuously replicating, spreading, awaiting a final activation signal. Once the signal was emitted, his palm clenched tightly, obliterating the energy entirely. Every corner of Gotham, pervaded, would transform into a colossal resonant energy body. Countless minuscule seeds would resonate instantaneously. The resulting energy fluctuations would transcend the mere creation of a few aberrations. Qin Kailan's gaze swept across the crowd, his tone grave. It would forge a colossal spatial coordinate beacon potent enough to rend the fabric of reality itself. The coordinate spark drew a sharp intake of breath, pointing towards the dimension of the Triad Demon. Not merely that. Zatanna's complexion paled as she interjected. As a master of magic, she comprehended the horror more profoundly. Such a vast and stable beacon would not only provide coordinates, but also a powerful gravitational pull and protective passage. It could significantly diminish the resistance of interdimensional arrival, potentially allowing a portion of the Triad Demon's essence, or a substantial part of its power, to be directly and wholly projected here. The descent of a dimensional demon king, or the majority of its power onto Earth. That would herald a true apocalyptic scenario, incomparable to the earlier fragmented wills or secondary projections. In Gotham, along with all its life, Selina's voice dried. What would become of it? The best-case scenario would see it reduced to mere dust upon his arrival's release of power. Qin Kailan stated the cold, unyielding facts revealed by the aura, devoid of any emotional inflection. The worst-case scenario would render it part of his essence, assimilated and distorted, transformed into sustenance for the extension of his dimensional realm. A state of existential limbo, neither able to live nor to die. On the other end of the communication, Batman's breath seemed to halt for a moment, followed by an even colder silence. The weight of pressure descended like a mountain. Thus, the madman's objective was not destruction, but rather the offering of city? To use an entire metropolis as a gift to appease his father? Selina concluded, her ice-blue eyes radiating a chilling intensity. It was a meticulously packaged offering. Qin Kailan added, as the dark red energy, thoroughly suppressed by his might, ultimately vanished without a trace, utilizing biological technology from the Apocalypse Star as a catalyst, and employing the characteristics of Lascava, stellar cancer, to ensure the secrecy and explosiveness of energy infection. This progeny of the Trichamber Demon, who delighted in the manipulation of scientific rituals, possessed a profound understanding of how to efficiently orchestrate a catastrophic sacrifice. He must be stopped before the signal is emitted. Eliminate all seeds. The attitude of Starfire was resolute, her golden eyes aflame with disdain for such conduct. Is it as simple as that? Zatanna sighed ruefully, her wand weakly gesturing to the surroundings. They had permeated the entire city, so minuscule as to be nearly undetectable, unless they were allowed to activate. But by then, it would be too late. Not necessarily, Qin Kailan interjected, capturing everyone's attention. The Forge of all things has already recorded the complete fingerprint of this energy. As long as they exist and emit faint fluctuations, I can sense and locate them. However, he shifted his tone to highlight the critical challenge. The scope is too vast. The quantity too numerous. Even I would require an extensive amount of time to search and eliminate them one by one, and our adversary would not afford us such time. A large-scale purification method is necessary. Batman's voice crackled through the communicator, his calm demeanor restored, yet his pace quickened, betraying a sense of urgency within the eye of the storm. Zatanna, is your magic capable of this? Such a wide range. And to precisely target this specific energy requires an exceedingly complex ritual, one that is time-consuming and highly susceptible to interference, potentially triggering detonation prematurely. Zatanna shook her head, her expression troubled, constrained by the laws of magic. Starfire? Batman inquired. My energy nature is too explosive. Widespread application could cause immense collateral damage, and I cannot guarantee the complete eradication of such peculiar seeds. Starfire also refuted this approach, her powers more suited for destruction rather than intricate purification. All eyes ultimately fell upon Qin Kailan. His demonstrated capabilities represented the sole glimmer of hope. Can the Forge accomplish this? Selina gazed at him, her expression a tapestry of expectation tinged with a barely perceptible worry, recalling the phantom that devoured fleets on the far side of the moon and its dire cost. Qin Kailan remained silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his options. It can be done. However, it requires preparation and a resonator. He turned to Zatanna. I need your assistance in creating something, a device capable of maximizing resonance and guiding my power. It doesn't need to possess purification capabilities. It merely needs to cover Gotham with my energy fluctuations as precisely as radar waves and provide feedback on the locations of those seeds. His eyes flickered with a haunting blue glow. Simultaneously, it must offer a channel that enables me to eliminate all feedback points with pinpoint precision. Zatanna was taken aback. This is nearly a reversal of the principles of magical circles. Instead of dispersing energy, it is about dispersing a rule of locking and annihilation. This requires extreme precision. You can accomplish it. Qin Kailan interrupted her, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Combine the energy conduction technology of Krypton with your knowledge of magical arrays. I have an abundance of materials here. Within the All Things Forge, various blueprints and energies that had just been absorbed awaited activation. Zatanna exchanged glances with him for a moment, then gritted her teeth. All right, I'll give it a try. But this requires an absolutely quiet and secure environment, with no disturbances. Let us return to the lunar base. Qin Kailan immediately decided, deeming it the safest location with ample energy. On the Gotham side, surveillance and countermeasures were underway. Selina glanced at her communicator. Leave it to me. Batman's voice resonated. I will monitor any anomalous energy fluctuations throughout the city, do my best to buy time, and trace that hidden sower. You all move swiftly. Wait, Selina suddenly recalled something. What about Clark? Shouldn't he be here at a time like this? Her sentence trailed off, yet the implication was clear. Superman's strength would be a considerable asset in the face of such a global crisis. Clark has returned to Metropolis, Qin Kailan explained. Martha called the base, reporting that a critical component of the large harvester on the farm suddenly broke. Mr. Kent injured his back while attempting repairs. Clark must go back, not only to assist, but also to maintain his cover, for he cannot be absent for long. Moreover, at this stage, his powers are less effective against this pervasive energy pollution compared to targeted solutions. This rationale was sound and aligned with Clark's need to conceal his identity. Without further delay, Qin Kailan activated shadow transmission once more, directing them straight to the main laboratory of the lunar base, located behind the moon's dark side. In a flash of light, the four vanished from the foul air of the sewer. Inside the main laboratory of the lunar base, various intricate instruments and magical materials forged instantaneously by the All Things Forge cluttered the workbenches. Zatanna focused intently, her wand acting as a conductor guiding the flow of energy, sketching out an incredibly complex composite magical array in the air, embedded with energy nodes of Kryptonian technology. Starfire assisted nearby, utilizing her acute sensitivity to energy to help stabilize the structure, while Selina stood guard and relayed materials. Qin Kailan positioned himself centrally in the laboratory, closing his eyes in concentration, wholeheartedly channeling the power of the All Things Forge, not merely providing materials, but also deeply analyzing and simulating the extensive operation about to commence. A ghostly blue light coursed across his surface, his aura intensifying. Time ticked by. At last, Zatanna exhaled a sigh of relief, her forehead damp with sweat. I've completed the wide-range rule resonator. Good heavens, I've never constructed such a wild magical array in my life. It's practically commanding energy itself to self-destruct. A delicate apparatus composed of intricate metal rings, energy crystals, and luminous runes hovered at the center of the laboratory, slowly rotating and emanating a disquieting resonance. Let us begin. Qin Kailan opened his eyes, revealing a pure, otherworldly blue, as if stardust flickered within. He approached the core of the device, placing his hands on the central node. Activate, Zatanna urged, her wand poised for the final touch. Virum! The device erupted with an unimaginable brilliance, instantly enveloping the entire lunar base, casting a vast, swirling azure phantom of a mystical array upon the dark surface of the moon, even penetrating the portholes. A tremendous surge of energy was transformed through the apparatus into a peculiar, rhythmic oscillation, shooting towards Earth at superluminal speeds, precisely targeting Gotham City. Qin Kailan's body trembled slightly. In that moment, his consciousness seemed to extend infinitely, merging with the expanding rhythmic waves. The three-dimensional panorama of Gotham unfolded before his eyes as countless minuscule points, radiating a dark crimson glow, were instantaneously marked throughout the subterranean water network, ventilation ducts, and even within the walls of certain buildings. The sheer volume was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Locking and completed, the next step was to annihilate simultaneously across distances. However, just as Qin Kailan was about to activate his formidable power to eradicate these seeds through the regulatory channel, an indescribable will, vast, ancient, dark, and filled with wrath, seemed to awaken from the depths of Gotham, from the very source of countless nightmares and shadows. This force was not directed at Qin Kailan's regulatory channel or himself, but rather manifested an absolute, irrefutable assertion of sovereignty, instantly enveloping the entirety of Gotham. In that moment, time appeared to freeze. all marked seeds, now activated to extract energy, were as if seized by an invisible giant hand, unable to struggle or emit a sound, and perished utterly in the same instant. Not through explosion, nor through mere dissipation, but commanded to cease existence by a higher order of being. There was no energy dispersing, no residual waves. Only faint traces could be perceived, as if someone had used a massive eraser to meticulously cleanse the canvas of all these unsightly blemishes. The entire process was silent, yet imbued with a terrifying majesty that could freeze one's very soul. Within the lunar base laboratory, the 4 individuals who vaguely sensed all of this through the regulatory channel were rooted in place, gripped by an instinctual dread, a profound fear of an indescribable entity that constricted their breath. Zatanna's face turned as pale as parchment, her wand nearly slipping from her grasp, her voice trembling to the point of incomprehensibility. What is this? So dark, so ancient, as if the source of all nightmares, yet bearing a sovereign authority of absolute dominion. The stellar energy surrounding Starfire flickered erratically, her eyes filled with rare terror. I sense a slumbering cosmos in wrath, one that will not permit any filth to taint its sanctum. Selina felt as though she had fallen into an icy abyss. As one who had traversed the shadows of Gotham for years, she perceived more acutely than anyone else the terror inherent in that will, one that was fundamentally different yet deeply rooted in the darkness of this city. It was the most direct and contemptuous annihilation by the Lord of Shadows against the hyenas daring to invade its territory. The azure light within Qin Kailan's eyes surged violently. The all-creation crucible emitted a powerful feedback of information at the very moment that will manifest it, not a warning or a sign of fear, but a recording and annotation of a regulatory existence of extremely high rank, with an extreme nature and a strong territorial attribute. He resolutely steadied his mind, rapidly analyzing the brief yet profoundly informative encounter that had just transpired. The voice that had not attacked us, Qin Kailan, bore a hint of inquiry. It was directed at those seeds. It was purging its domain. His essence was of a higher nature, allowing him to observe and analyze with a colder clarity. Purging its domain? Zatanna echoed incredulously. The energy seeds, imbued with the chaotic magic of the 3 palaces, being activated within Gotham's territory, was a provocation, a challenge to the true masters of this land. Qin Kailan spoke slowly, his gaze seemingly penetrating the fabric of space, looking towards the profound earth beneath them. Gotham was far more intricate and perilous than we had imagined. It possessed its guardians, or perhaps its owners, an entity that harbored an extreme disdain for powers from other dimensions, particularly demonic forces, roaming freely upon its domain. In the communicator, Batman remained silent for several seconds before his voice emerged again, deeper than ever, even tinged with a suppressed hoarseness. The energy signals have vanished completely. In an instant, it was as if they had never existed. He paused, adding with an unprecedented gravity, I have traced many inexplicable dark phenomena in Gotham, all leading to some unfathomable realm deep below. I refer to it as the dark side of Gotham's soul, but it appears that it may be alive and quite irritable. The atmosphere in the laboratory plummeted to an icy stillness. They had just averted a dreadful crisis. Yet it felt as though they had inadvertently awakened a more terrifying and ancient beast slumbering beneath Gotham, catching a glimpse of its formidable presence. So we were assisted, then? Starfire asked hesitantly, feeling a profound discomfort. No, Qin Kailan refuted, sensing the feedback from the All Things Crucible. It is not aiding us. It is merely defending its territory from infringement. Its actions are devoid of notions of good or evil. They pertain solely to ownership and exclusion. The Crucible operated silently, archiving the data about that ancient will as a unique environmental record. Selina, the progeny of the 3 palaces' magic, suddenly recalled the commotion he had stirred. Surely he had felt it, Zatanna asserted. He has a psychic link with those seeds. He must be suffering tremendous backlash at this very moment. Yet he must also realize he is playing with fire, provoking forces he ought not to disturb. But he will not relent, Qin Kailan asserted. A person so deranged as to attempt to sacrifice an entire city to his father will not be deterred by a single setback or warning. He will only become more covert, more cunning, or seek ways to evade the wrath of that landowner. The crisis had been temporarily alleviated in an unforeseen manner. Yet it left behind not relief, but a deeper sense of dread and urgency. The waters of Gotham were far deeper than they had anticipated. The hidden offspring of the three palaces, like a wounded viper, would undoubtedly retreat to darker recesses, licking its wounds and awaiting the next, more lethal strike. Qin Kailan gazed out of the porthole at the blue planet shrouded in eternal mist, his expression profound. The tranquility remained unbroken, as if the recent events were merely a fleeting glimpse into a fascinating local custom. Chapter 55: The Lunar Bastion and the Pursuit of the Abyss. Within the observation chamber of the starry barrier stationed on the moon, a palpable tension hung in the air. The ancient fury that briefly illuminated Gotham's underbelly gripped each heart like an invisible hand, instilling an ineffable sense of insignificance and impending peril. It was Starfire who first shattered the oppressive silence, her energy aura instinctively retracting. "Are we now considered warned by our landlord?" She gestured towards the ground, implying Earth. This interpretation was indeed valid. Qin Kailan spoke, his voice having regained its usual composure. The formidable power of the Forge of all things enabled him to extricate himself swiftly from the tremors of existential dread, allowing for rational contemplation. It exhibited a remarkable capacity for expulsion and territoriality, precisely targeting and eliminating any impurities that did not conform to its regulatory framework, particularly those of a demonic nature. As long as we refrain from provoking Gotham's underlying rules with such forces, it is likely to remain in slumber. Yet, none could ascertain the limits of its tolerance. Selina crossed her arms, her tone sharp as ever, yet tinged with a barely perceptible fear. "We reside beside a powder keg that could explode at any moment. This time it's the seeds. Next time, what if that deranged offspring of the Triad demon stirs up trouble, or our energy fluctuations during battle stray beyond the norm?" Her unfinished thought was clear. Gotham had transformed from a city requiring protection into an inherently dangerous and unstable entity. Thus, the most prudent course was to temporarily vacate its confines. Qin Kailan surveyed the group, making a decisive choice, not solely for their safety, but to prevent their presence from inadvertently becoming a catalyst for chaos. They required a base that was utterly secure, neutral, and capable of isolating them from such dimensional disturbances. His gaze swept across the hall before settling on the ground beneath them. Here, the starry barrier, situated on the far side of the moon, was the optimal choice. Its physical distance from Earth, combined with its modification through the Forge of all things and Kryptonian technology, rendered it independent of any supernatural regulations governing Earth. It stood as the most formidable shield and the most clandestine observation post. This proposal was unanimously accepted. In the face of an ancient existence that eluded comprehension and resistance, avoidance emerged as the most sagacious strategy. Establishing the base and key personnel, particularly Rachel Ross, a primary target of the Triad demon, here was the most prudent tactic. "Batman," Qin Kailan initiated the communication. "We have resolved to designate the lunar base, Starry Barrier, as our permanent operational center, temporarily withdrawing from the Gotham front. This location can effectively insulate us from supernatural interferences and is better suited to counter interstellar threats. Daily monitoring and responses for Gotham will be entrusted to you. Should any anomalies arise, particularly those associated with the Triad, Demon S progeny, or subterranean entities, inform us immediately." There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by Batman's somber reply. "Understood. Maintain contact." He recognized this as the optimal solution given the current circumstances. Sometimes, Gotham's darkness necessitates the balance of its own inherent strength. Qin Kailan turned towards the base, activating the highest level of stealth mode. With energy fluctuations minimized to their lowest, the Earth remained under passive listening mode, prioritizing the filtration of macro-energy signals emanating from Gotham. While any form of active deep probing was strictly prohibited, the directive was confirmed and executed. The plan was set, and everyone swiftly busied themselves. First transferring Rachel to the Starry Barrier. Curiously, despite the passage of several days, she showed no signs of awakening. Fortunate for her, as the offspring of a great demon, her bodily functions had not deteriorated as a result. Once everything was completed, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Within this interstellar fortress situated on the far side of the moon, it felt as though they had temporarily severed the invisible pressure emanating from the depths of Earth. However, Just as the atmosphere began to ease, Spark, who had been intently monitoring deep space signals at the control console, suddenly emitted a soft exclamation. The base's deep space passive sensor array had captured some exceedingly peculiar, faint signal fragments. Her golden eyes brimmed with curiosity as her hands deftly moved across the controls. As a princess of Tamarin, she possessed an innate sensitivity to interstellar navigation and deep space exploration. What could it be? Selena immediately grew alert. The signals were vague and intermittent, resembling highly encrypted and disguised traces of hyperspace jumps, and there was more than one source. Spark furrowed her brow, mobilizing considerable computational power for analysis. The origin did not appear to come from any known civilized star domain or interstellar route, but rather seemed to emerge from the desolate cosmic void or the fissures of shattered dimensions. The energy signatures were chaotic and archaic. Can we extract more information? Zatanna inquired. Leaning closer, I am attempting to peel away the layers of deception. The energy signatures are intermingled with various low-tech cosmic radiations and remnants of bioenergy. Suddenly, Spark's expression grew exceedingly grave as she detected a very faint yet unmistakable trace of Liscava, stellar cancer, contamination. What? A chill ran through everyone's hearts. Could it be those Tamaranans pursuing you have returned? Selena immediately surmised. It doesn't seem likely. The jump signals from the Tamaran fleet are cleaner and more advanced, lacking this patchwork quality and primitive contamination. Spark decisively refuted, her gaze sharp as a blade. This resembled the style of certain pirates or mercenary groups operating in the fringes of the cosmos, with varying levels of technology. But how could they be tainted by Liscava's energy signatures? This energy is exceedingly rare and perilous, typically avoided by established interstellar powers. Qin Kailan promptly approached the control console, the power of all things forged extending slightly, deeply connecting with the fortress's sensor system, beginning to intervene in the analysis with its absolute resolution. Instantly, those vague and fragmented signals became significantly clearer under the mighty influence. Detected multiple characteristics of crudely assembled spacecraft engines, indicating a technological level between the nascent interstellar era and generation ships. Identified remnants of humanoid energy with strong aggression, chaotic tendencies, and mental imprints of subjugation. Detected trace amounts of unabsorbed Raskava energy particles, suggesting recent contact. The track's signal path appears to originate from a dense asteroid region known as the Shattered Frontier beyond the Kuiper Belt. Probability predictions for the jump endpoint cover the Earth-Moon system, a fleet of pirates or mercenaries from the fringes of the cosmos, equipped haphazardly and potentially under mental control, has been summarized by Qin Kailan. They have recently encountered a source of Raskava energy and have failed to eliminate all traces. They are heading towards the inner solar system, likely targeting Earth or us. The intent is unmistakable. It is the offspring of that three-palace demon, Zatanna exclaimed. Thwarted in his schemes on Earth, he has even provoked the wrath of the entities beneath Gotham. He dares not wield Earth's power lightly. Thus, he turns to the cosmos. He employs Raskava energy as bait or controller, enticing or manipulating these desperate rogues. Remote troubles? Truly, they linger like a haunting specter. Selena's gaze was icy. I fear this is more than mere probing. Qin Kailan observed the diminishing probability range on the star chart. He may not know our exact location, but he is aware of our close ties to Earth. This tainted fleet itself spells disaster. Whether they attack Earth or inadvertently arrive here, they can sow immense chaos, draining our energy, and if Raskava energy spreads during the conflict, the consequences would be dire. This aligns perfectly with the Mad Sower style. Can we intercept them? Starfire's spirit burned bright. Dealing with interstellar foes was her forte. They utilized fragmented jumps, making their trajectories difficult to predict, complicating conventional interception. Qin Kailan quickly analyzed. But since they carry a distinct scent, that becomes the best beacon. A bluish glow ignited in his eyes as he swiftly issued orders. Calculate all high-probability jump-exit coordinates, prioritizing areas near Earth and the Moon. Starfire, analyze the armament levels and defensive weaknesses of this fleet and devise a rapid strike plan. Zatanna, prepare a short-range spatial interference array. We need not fully prevent their jump, only create a momentary disturbance as they exit hyperspace to buy us some reaction time. Selena, Monitor the surrounding space around the base to ensure no hidden threats lurk. Each directive was clear and calm, showcasing a firm command. As for these cosmic beggars, unwittingly used as pawns, Qin Kailan turned towards the passage leading to the weapon control center on the bridge, his voice steady yet imbued with absolute resolve. Since they have barged into my courtyard bearing gifts, we shall reclaim both them and their vessels. The crucible of all things hummed softly within him, as if foreseeing yet another batch of inferior yet serviceable materials soon to be stored. Chapter 56. Lunar Strike in the shadow of the abyss on the far side of the moon. The starry barrier ship loomed like a dormant beast, silently suspended in eternal shadows. Within the main bridge, the atmosphere was tense yet orderly, the vast panoramic viewport revealing the inky cosmos and the distant azure planet. The target fleet had exited hyperspace. The count was confirmed: 3 medium assault ships and 12 small corvettes. Engine signatures matched the common raider modifications found in the fragmented frontier star regions. The voice of Starfire rang clear and swift, her golden eyes fixed intently on the tactical screen as her hands moved deftly, noting their cunning position, nestled near the gravitational equilibrium point between Earth and the Moon. Attempting to use celestial bodies as cover, the formation was scattered, yet their aggressive signals were unmistakably potent. The energy readings were chaotic, confirming the presence of Lascava contamination. Zatanna added, her wand's tip shimmering with a faint glow. Sensing the distant energy fluctuations, they resembled a pack of rabid dogs. Is Clark in position? Qin Kailan stood before the control console, his tone steady, revealing little emotion, akin to confirming a routine procedure. Upon detecting these peculiar transition signals, he had contacted Clark, urging him to arrive swiftly. Already in position, awaiting outside the fortress, ready to intercept any targets attempting to breach the line or flee towards Earth. Selina's voice came through the comm channel, stationed in the observation tower, responsible for global coordination and early warning. By the way, big guy, respond when you hear this. Don't forget to unmute yourself in your lightspeed movement. Received. Clark's voice arrived with a slight delay, carrying a hint of the metropolitan atmosphere, yet quickly shifted to a calm focus. I am in position. These ships appear suspicious. Their energy fields are highly unstable. Naturally unstable. They are laced with poison. Qin Kailan remarked with a smirk. All right, everyone, our guests have arrived. Let us extend them a courteous welcome as planned. Remember, swift resolution. Do not allow any debris or energy contamination to affect Earth's orbit. Comment action? Starfire was the first to strike. She required no vessel. A brilliant golden light erupted from her, akin to a miniature star, as she charged directly from the fortress's launch channel, eagerly confronting the disorganized pirate fleet. The Tamarin Royal Guard Training Manual, Chapter 7. Countering low-tech raider fleets, she even took the time to narrate over the comm channel. First, eliminate their eyes. As her words fell, several precisely aimed golden energy beams shot forth like surgical blades, instantly penetrating the sensor arrays and communication antennas of the foremost corvettes. Those vessels immediately spiraled chaotically, colliding into one another like headless flies. Wow, your highness is so impressive. Selina whistled from the observation tower. Next, Zatanna's magic intervened. She remained within the fortress, her wand weaving through the air as she chanted arcane syllables. Chaos mode. Come from afar. An invisible magical force field enveloped the central region of the pirate fleet in an instant. The crew, already invigorated and nearly deranged by the energy of the Rascalva, plunged into deeper chaos and hallucination, their operational errors multiplying. Several vessels even began to fire indiscriminately, striking their own comrades. Now, their hands and feet seemed to betray them entirely. Zatanna gracefully stowed her wand, just as the pirate fleet descended into utter disorder. A figure cloaked in red and blue sliced into the battlefield with an almost imperceptible speed. Clark, without any ostentatious maneuvers, he targeted the largest of the medium assault ships, bracing his hands against its most heavily armored bow, and summoned his strength. The shrill, metallic distortion resonated even through the vacuum, as if transmitted by the very waves of energy. The ship's engines roared, expelling fiery exhaust, yet could not budge the seemingly insignificant figure, who steadfastly pushed it off course, accelerating toward a trajectory that would take it far from Earth. I shall send it near the sun to cool off. Clark's voice resonated through the communications, imbued with a calm yet reassuring strength. "Well done, Clark," cheered Selina. Qin Kailan observed the unfolding battle on the screen, nodding in approval. His teammates exhibited flawless performance, control, disruption, physical propulsion, minimizing the potential contamination from direct annihilation. Yet now, it was time to clear the field thoroughly. Those contaminated small vessels and the remaining 2 medium ships could not be spared. Locking onto the energy cores of the remaining targets, Qin Kailan thought, channeling the power of the universal crucible as it spread through the fortress's formidable sensor system, swiftly marking the energy sources of all remaining pirate ships with precision. He did not even approach the weapon control console. He merely raised his hand. Outside the fortress, several weapon interfaces quietly opened, revealing not traditional gun barrels, but rather intricate metallic geometries glowing with an eerie blue light. Initiating the cosmic cleanser system, with his calm declaration, those geometries suddenly ignited. There was no deafening cannonade, no dazzling beams of light, only an almost rhythmic erasure effect, striking each marked target with superluminal precision. The pirate ships, whether small corvettes or medium assault vessels, struggled amid the chaos. Yet, in the moment they were struck by the blue glow, they vanished as if erased by an eraser from bow to stern. Along with their crew, equipment, and the perilous Rascalva energy, silently and completely obliterated, as if they had never existed. The entire combat sequence unfolded in less than 3 minutes. A fleet capable of posing a severe threat to ordinary interstellar civilizations was thus effortlessly and thoroughly eradicated. "All done," remarked Xingho, clapping his hands, his luminescence retracting as he leisurely returned to the launch bay. Clark deftly maneuvered the largest assault vessel onto its designated trajectory, allowing it to drift towards the sun before swiftly returning to standby outside the fortress. The battlefield was thoroughly cleared, devoid of any residual contamination. Kira's voice resonated. Within the bridge, Satana exhaled softly in relief, yet her brow remained furrowed. Although the resolution was executed impeccably, an unsettling simplicity lingered. Was this truly the caliber of adversaries that the cunning offspring of the 3 palaces had orchestrated? Something felt amiss. Selina returned from the observation tower to the bridge, astonished by the absurd weakness of the pirates, who appeared more like sacrificial pawns willingly marching to their demise. Qin Kailan remained silent, his eyes closed. The All Things Forged was rapidly deciphering the last elusive and nearly imperceptible psychic link signals captured during the absorption of the pirate vessels and energy. These signals did not point to a singular individual, but rather indicated multiple sources. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of understanding flashing within. It was not just one. Qin Kailan spoke, capturing everyone's attention. The orchestrators of this fleet extended beyond the known cedar. He displayed the data map derived from the analysis, revealing several intertwined, yet individually distinct, malevolent psychic imprints. "Look here," and here he indicated at least 3 different psychic imprints are involved in the induction and control of this fleet. They share a common origin, all bearing the bloodline characteristics of the 3 palaces, yet exhibit significant differences in detail. He pointed to the fluctuating nodes on the map, identifying one adept at energy pollution and catalysis as the Cedar, another skilled in mental enslavement and illusions, likely the primary cause of the crew's madness, and a third seemingly responsible for spatial guidance and stealth, enabling them to deliver the fleet swiftly and discreetly. "You mean?" Clark queried gravely, having returned to the bridge, his expression serious. "What I imply," Qin Kailan's tone intensified, "is that we are likely not contending with a solitary, reclusive offspring of the 3 palaces. Instead, we face a small coalition, a band of conspiratorial scions of the 3 palaces, each with distinct roles, their abilities complementing one another. One draws fire in the open, while the others assist from the shadows." This revelation sent a chill down everyone's spine. One deranged offspring of the 3 palaces was already a formidable challenge. Now, the emergence of a coordinated brotherhood was alarming. Thus, this fleet's actions were merely a test, a smokescreen, perhaps even a component of some ritual. Yet more crucially, Qin Kailan's gaze sharpened as he surveyed the assembly. It had successfully diverted our focus entirely towards the depths of outer space. He abruptly summoned the fortress's surveillance footage of Earth, and as we effortlessly dispatched this group of expendables, Had anything trivial yet easily overlooked transpired on Earth, particularly in Gotham? Kira responded immediately. We are currently tracing and comparing global energy fluctuation logs and have discovered an anomaly. Approximately 5 minutes ago, in Gotham City, Metropolis, Star City, and 15 other major cities worldwide, a remarkably brief, on the microsecond scale, an exceedingly faint energy resonance wave of a specific frequency was detected simultaneously. Its nature bears a slight resemblance to the energy signature of the previous seeds, but is more focused on information transmission rather than an energy explosion. Information transmission? Zatanna's expression shifted dramatically. They are not sowing energy. They are sending coordinates or conveying some kind of activation command. The air within the bridge froze once more. They believed they had thwarted an attack, unaware that it was merely a diversion. The true threat may have already been silently executed right beneath their noses. What was the true objective of that group of progeny from the 3 palace demons? Chapter 57. Nightmarish Parasites and Cosmic Warnings inside the bridge of the Lunar Fortress. The atmosphere of relaxation following a recent skirmish had yet to fully establish itself, when Qin Kailan's inference regarding multiple progeny of the 3 palace demons collaborating instantly froze the mood. More than one. Selena's cat ears instinctively stiffened, her ice blue eyes filled with disdain. Have these demons spawned, formed a brotherhood? Moreover, their roles were distinctly delineated. Qin Kailan pointed to the intertwined yet varied sinister marks on the data chart. One sowing pollution, the sower, another adept at mental enslavement, and yet another proficient in spatial traversal. Their alliance could not possibly be solely for the purpose of sending a wave of interstellar pirates to serve as targets for them. This was more akin to before he could finish, an urgent communication from the medical bay interrupted their analysis. Commander, Miss Rachel, the Raven, is exhibiting severe fluctuations in her vital signs. She is trapped in an agonizing nightmare, and the demonic energy within her is on the brink of losing control. We are unable to stabilize her condition. The urgency in the medical voice was rare. Everyone's expressions shifted, immediately casting aside the matter of the pirate fleet. The safety of the Raven was now paramount. Clark, please keep an eye outside and report any unusual movements immediately. The rest of you, follow me to the medical bay. Qin Kailan commanded, his figure flashing as he dashed toward the medical area. In the medical bay, the Raven lay within an isolation chamber. Her previously pale cheeks now flushed with an abnormal redness, beads of sweat continuously oozing from her skin. Her brow furrowed tightly, lips moving silently as if enduring immense torment. The dark demonic energy surged around her like boiling ink, relentlessly assaulting the energy suppression field of the chamber, producing a hissing, jarring sound. What was happening? Wasn't she relatively stable just moments ago? Zatanna rushed to the medical chamber, her wand glowing with a soft white light as she attempted to calm the rampaging energy, only to be violently repelled, the backlash causing her to stagger backward. Just moments ago, following the global energy resonance, she had suddenly transformed into this state. The resonance? Starfire exclaimed anxiously, attempting to envelop the Raven with warm stellar energy, but to little effect. The demonic energy displayed a profound repulsion towards the light. Zatanna suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation, her countenance paling. The global energy resonance, though faint, was undoubtedly interwoven with targeted demonic whispers or bloodline summons. It reverberated in her mind like the resounding call to arms. Was it possible to sever this connection? Selena cast a glance at Qin Kailan. It would be challenging. This bond was rooted in the realms of blood and soul, and physical isolation would yield limited results. Qin Kailan approached the medical chamber, a frown creasing his brow. He extended his finger, gently tapping on the translucent wall. The power of all things forged silently permeated the chamber, not through forceful suppression, but akin to the most delicate probe, beginning to analyze the chaotic energies within the Raven's being, as well as the invisible external signals that ensnared her. Countless streams of information flashed through his consciousness. High-intensity, chaotic, demonic energy, third palace demon lineage, detected, going berserk. External homogeneous, signal-inducing source obscured, heavily encrypted. Subject's soul core is under siege. Analyzing induced signal characteristics, stripping interference to trace the source. Suddenly, Qin Kailan's motion paused slightly. Not merely the induction. He spoke in a low tone, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Those resonance signals were still parasitizing within her. Parasitizing? What is it that is parasitizing? Selena pressed for answers. A highly insidious energy structure. Qin Kailan's tone turned grave. They are inherently weak, akin to minute insects, with negligible direct destructive power. Yet they adhere firmly to her energy channels, incessantly absorbing and amplifying her negative emotions, particularly fear. Moreover, the energy fluctuations they emit possess a characteristic that is profoundly alien to me, extremely corrosive and inciting. He abruptly raised his head. These emanations share a common origin with the residual aura of the previous pirate fleet, yet are even more unadulterated. It is a form of higher foreign energy I have never encountered, whose core trait seems to be the absorption and amplification of fear. The notion of an unknown higher energy that feeds on fear rendered Zatanna pale. Her arcane knowledge made her acutely aware that this was no benign entity. Did any existence in the universe subsist on fear? This hypothesis was unsettling. A formidable unknown entity that feasted on fear had allied with the demonic offspring of hell? It does not seem to be direct collaboration. Qin Kailan countered this conjecture, continuing to analyze the feedback from Dingley. It is more likely a manipulation. That third palace demon offspring, adept at mental enslavement, has perhaps employed some method to siphon or mimic aspects of that unknown energy, utilizing fear as a catalyst and beacon, merging it into the global resonance signals. He pointed to an anomalous fluctuation in the medical chamber's data readings. Observe here, these parasitic structures are absorbing Rachel's fear to grow. Their intent is not merely to torment her. They're transforming her into a powerful fear energy transmitter, a living, ever-expanding beacon of unknown energy. A heavy silence enveloped everyone. The demonic power contained within a raven was already immense, and with the fear beacon being continuously amplified, once fully activated, its allure would be catastrophic. It is imperative to eradicate these parasitic structures immediately. Clark's voice emanated from the communicator, evidently aware of the situation within the medical chamber, his tone brimming with concern. Conventional methods proved futile. Qin Kailan shook his head. The structures had intricately entwined with her energy, even her very soul, and forcibly detaching them would cause irreparable harm. He pressed his hand against the medical pod once more, his gaze sharpening with intense focus. It must be done solely by me. The power of the dinging could achieve an absolute precision in disintegration and absorption, targeting only those foreign parasitic structures without disturbing her inherent energy. A haunting azure luminescence emanated from his palm, gradually infusing the medical pod, enveloping the body of the raven. This operation demanded an exquisite level of control over his power, reaching the pinnacle of mastery. Qin Kailan was utterly absorbed, beads of fine sweat forming on his brow. The force of all things forged, transformed into countless tendrils finer than nanometers, delving into the raven's energy pathways and consciousness, meticulously searching, locking onto, and obliterating the bizarre energy structures that perpetuated fear. The process was slow and excruciating. Time trickled by moment. At last, the tumultuous demonic energy surrounding the raven began to subside, the anguish on her face gradually easing, her breathing becoming steady and prolonged. Qin Kailan withdrew his hand, exhaling a long breath. It was accomplished. The parasitic structures had been expelled. She was momentarily safe, yet required profound rest. A collective sigh of relief swept through the room. However, just then, Clark, who had been monitoring the external situation, spoke again with an unprecedented gravity. Kailan, you should take a look at this. At the very moment when Rachel's condition stabilized, the fortress's deep space sensors detected a fleeting, potent energy pulse signal emanating from beyond the solar system, directed towards an unknown star domain. The energy signature possessed characteristics of order and willpower, manifested as a vibrant green energy, and its fluctuation pattern bore an anxious and warning connotation. On the bridge's main screen, an amplified and analyzed energy spectrum appeared. The distinctive green energy characteristics were unmistakable, yet its fluctuation pattern was alarmingly rapid, as if frantically reiterating a warning message. This energy belonged to the Green Lantern Corps. Starfire, sensing the residual energy readings, exclaimed, only to suddenly realize something, his complexion paling as he uttered, could that be the legendary yellow light representing fear? It seemed to be warning of something desperately. Zatanna, Hearing Starfire's words, responded with uncertainty. A warning from an order faction? Qin Kailan gazed at the green warning signal representing the Green Lantern Corps and recalled the unknown energy structure he had just extracted from the Raven, referred to as the yellow light by Starfire, which siphoned fear. A dire speculation began to take shape in his mind. The progeny of the Trigon were not merely targeting the Raven with the unknown fear energy to create a beacon. Was their true objective to attract the very source of that fear energy? And did this green warning originate from another opposing entity? Kyla, he commanded in a low voice. Analyze the emerald energy pulse with utmost diligence, endeavoring to decipher its informational content. Furthermore, expand the monitoring range, focusing on the Kuiper Belt and beyond, searching for any signs of unusual large-scale life energy reactions. He was imbued with a foreboding sense that those elusive demons were likely stirring up a dreadful predicament on a cosmic scale, one that they might not be able to fully control. Chapter 58. In the heart prison with the first light of the Emerald Star inside the command room of the Lunar Fortress, the atmosphere was tense. After Qin Kailan issued the directive to broaden the monitoring range, Kyla's computational core operated at full throttle. Invisible detection waves radiating from the fortress like an immense web into the cold void surrounding the solar system. Suddenly, a violent surge of energy, not from an external threat, but emanating from within the fortress, interrupted everyone's thoughts. The shrill medical alarms replaced the hum of deep space detection, and red lights flashed frantically in the direction of the medical bay. Commander, Miss Rachel's vital signs are deteriorating rapidly. The demonic energy is spiraling out of control. She is ensnared in a deep nightmare from which she cannot awaken. The urgent communication from the medical team seized the hearts of all present. Faces turned pale as they rushed towards the medical bay. Inside the medical chamber, the scene was harrowing. Raven's once pallid visage was now tinged with an eerie crimson, her body convulsing violently. The dark demonic energy, no longer contained, surged forth from her being like boiling pitch, striking against the reinforced walls of the medical chamber with a sound that made one's teeth ache. Her lips moved soundlessly, her expression a portrait of profound agony, revealing that she was trapped in an unending nightmare. Zatanna hastened to intervene, attempting to subdue the situation, but was once again violently repelled by a fierce energy field. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she remarked, "It seems the impact of the global resonance is far deeper than we anticipated. It has pierced into the very depths of her soul, entwining with the blood contract of the triad of demons, stirring up the darkest elements within. Can it be stabilized?" Clark inquired gravely, his superhuman vision allowing him to perceive the tumultuous energy within Raven. External suppression will only exacerbate the conflict, possibly inflicting harm upon her. Starfire attempted to channel gentle solar energy, yet the demonic energy exhibited fierce aggression and repulsion. Her consciousness was being dragged toward the abyss. Qin Kailan approached the medical chamber, his gaze penetrating the roiling energy, resting upon the girl's anguished face. External measures would merely address the symptoms, not the root of the crisis. Someone must enter and retrieve her consciousness. Enter? Into her mental realm? Selena's icy blue eyes brimmed with concern. That is far too perilous. It is the very locus of the Triad's power. This is the only method, Qin Kailan replied, his tone calm yet resolute. We cannot stand idly by while she is consumed by the shadows left by her father. He turned to Zatanna, establish a mental bridge, and send me in. Can you accomplish this? Zatanna inhaled deeply, gripping her wand tightly. I can. The stability of the bridge relies on the mental fortitude of both parties. The circumstances within remain shrouded in uncertainty. You may confront the residual might of the Triad demon or the cunning tactics of his unruly offspring. Qin Kailan interjected, his countenance betraying no hint of trepidation, only a singular focus on problem-solving. Someone must venture forth. Let's begin. Zatanna cast a profound glance in his direction before she hesitated no longer, raising her wand high and intoning an ancient, intricate incantation. A milky luminescence flowed forth from the tip of her wand, gently yet resolutely enveloping both Qin Kailan and the Raven within the medical pod. For the light of the lonely, we are each other's cornerstone. Qin Kailan closed his eyes, his consciousness yielding to the pull, as if he were plunging into a tunnel of light. The surrounding bridge and the concerns of his companions swiftly receded, replaced by a chaotic realm of distortion, darkness, and anguished whispers. Crossing a frigid, viscous threshold, Qin Kailan's consciousness manifested in a bizarre world that perpetually collapsed and reformed. A palace, now being devoured by nightmares. The sky was a shattered crimson, reminiscent of dried blood. The ground was riddled with fissures, oozing black, murky currents, while the air was thick with the stench of sulfur and despair. In the distance, a colossal, warped specter akin to the Triad demon roared amidst the dark clouds, casting a stifling aura of dread. Countless shadowy phantoms, born of fear, guilt, and isolation, surged like a tide toward the center of the dream, where a small figure, cloaked in tattered purple robes, curled in on herself. "Go away. It's all my fault. I shouldn't exist," the girl wept, her voice barely louder than a whisper. Her surrounding black energy thin and dim, on the verge of being engulfed by the nightmarish creatures. "Rachel," Qin Kailan called her name, advancing steadily toward her. His presence immediately garnered the attention of all the nightmare entities. The shrieks grew more piercing. An increasing number of shadowy monsters crawled forth from the fissures, lunging at this unwelcome intruder. However, Qin Kailan's consciousness was safeguarded by the power of the All Things Crucible, exuding an almost rule-bound absolute stability. As the shadowy beasts approached him, they disintegrated like snowflakes colliding with a furnace, their essence negated by a more profound force. He disregarded the horrific spectacle of chaos surrounding him, stepping forward until he reached the Raven's side, crouching down. "Rachel, look at me. I am Qin Kailan." The girl trembled, slowly raising her head, her violet eyes filled with fear and confusion, tears brimming. "No, I cannot burden you. You must flee. Father will find you, and will your father cannot come for the moment." Qin Kailan's voice was calm, yet bore an extraordinary penetrative quality, drowning out the malicious whispers. As for the surrounding noise, he extended his hand, the tips of his fingers aglow with a faint, ghostly blue light, gently touching the nearly dissipating black shield. With a hum, the ethereal blue light rippled outward like water, and wherever it passed, the clawing nightmare creatures vanished silently, as if erased by an unseen eraser. Though the shattered sky and earth did not completely restore, their violent distortion ceased, stabilizing for the time being. The raven stared at him, its fears slightly receding, replaced by a hint of bewilderment and disbelief. "Are they the ones you drove away?" It was merely a temporary alleviation of the surrounding noise. Qin Kailan withdrew his hand, asserting that the true confinement you face lies not with them, but within the tumult of your own heart. Those things you deem impossible to confront, unbearable to endure. He gazed at her. "Are you willing to let me see? To unveil what torments you?" Perhaps it was the sense of security emanating from his calm gaze. Or perhaps the earlier force that had dispelled the darkness had granted her a flicker of courage. The raven hesitated for a moment before gently nodding. The scenery around them began to shift. They witnessed her as a child, consumed by the fear of harming the innocent due to her uncontrollable powers. They saw her solitude as she evaded the relentless pursuit of the church. They beheld her conflicting emotions of hatred and an inextricable bond with the three-palace demon, along with her profound self-loathing. They glimpsed her deep-seated anxiety, fearing that her very existence might bring calamity upon those who had just begun to accept her. Each fragment of memory formed a tableau rich with anguish and struggle. Qin Kailan remained silent, quietly accompanying her through the visions, occasionally moving his fingertips to dispel the more grotesque manifestations of her inner demons that surged forth with her heightened emotions. "Look, it's not as dire as it seems." As one scene concluded, he suddenly spoke. "At least now, you are not facing this alone. There is still a group out there, albeit somewhat unreliable, but they are waiting for you to awaken." He spoke of the boisterous Princess Tamarin, the elegant yet mysterious sorceress, the ever-concealing thief who cared deeply, the warm Kryptonian akin to the sun, and the dark knight, whose stern expression belied his struggle with expression. The raven paused, gazing at his serene profile, listening to his descriptions, and her heart, once numbed by fear and despair, seemed to quietly pulse back to life. "Can I truly do this? Why not bring about disaster? The calamity is not yours to bear. It is wrought by those deranged demonic relatives and the chaotic energies of the cosmos." Qin Kailan rose, extending his hand toward her. "As for us, We specialize in dealing with all manner of refuse, including demons and interstellar debris. Cool, It is time to awaken. Selena hot cocoa is nearly ready. Though its flavor is mediocre, it is certainly preferable to the stench of sulfur that pervades here. As she beheld his outstretched hand and the eyes that held no pity, only encouragement and recognition, the confusion and fear in the raven's gaze were gradually replaced by a glimmer of hope. She inhaled deeply, slowly yet resolutely extending her hand to grasp his. The moment their hands made contact, the entire nightmare realm began to tremble violently, shattering like a mirror. Within the medical pod, the raven's tumultuous demonic energy receded like a tide, swiftly retracting into her being. She coughed violently a few times, her long eyelashes fluttering as she gradually opened her eyes. Though still weak, her violet eyes had regained clarity. She has awakened, Starfire exclaimed with joy, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, almost simultaneously with the awakening of the raven, an alarm sounded. A high-intensity, unknown source of emerald energy pulse signal has been detected. The origin of the signal lies beyond the solar system. The method of information encoding remains unidentifiable, yet the energy characteristics exhibit extreme order and harbor a formidable will. Preliminary simulations have deciphered the core vocabulary: warning, swarm, hunger, yellow trace. Kayla's voice resounded once more, delivering grim tidings from the depths of space. Qin Kailan slowly opened his eyes, completely withdrawing from the mental connection. He cast a glance at the recently awakened raven, still somewhat bewildered, and then directed his gaze towards the control room, his brow furrowing slightly. Emerald warnings? Swarms? Yellow traces? It appears that having resolved the demons within, the troubles of the vast cosmos are only just beginning. Chapter 59. The Legacy of the Emerald Ring and the Whispering Swarms in the Shadows within the medical area of the Lunar Fortress Starry Barrier. The tense atmosphere eased somewhat with the raven's awakening. She leaned weakly against the adjusted medical pod, sipping the nutritional fluid offered by Starfire in small gulps. Though her violet eyes still bore traces of trepidation, they no longer reflected sheer fear and confusion. Zatanna meticulously examined her soul link, confirming that the disturbances caused by global resonance had been quelled, at least temporarily removing her from immediate danger. Thank you. The raven's voice was soft, carrying the rasp of survival, especially towards Mr. Qin. She gazed at Qin Kailan, her expression complex, filled with gratitude and an indescribable emotion of being truly seen and understood. Just doing my part. Qin Kailan waved his hand dismissively, his tone casual, as if he were merely waking Rachel from slumber. To alleviate her tension, he even made a light-hearted jest. Next time you have a nightmare, remember to charge by the minute. Support materials can be deducted. Selena could not help but chuckle, casting him a look that said, "Can't you speak properly?" At that moment, Kayla's alarm sounded again, but this time it was not an urgent battle alert. Instead, it was a notification. Commander, the in-depth analysis of the previously received emerald energy pulse has been completed. Concurrently, in the direction of the pulse source, in the outer region of the Kuiper Belt, an exceedingly faint co-origin energy signal was detected, flickering persistently, though its state appeared to be that of a drifting entity. Rapidly diminishing. Drifting entity? Clark seized upon this keyword, his brow furrowing. Powerful energy sources rarely exist in such a state, unless... Locate the coordinates and magnify the imagery of that area, Qin Kailan commanded. The main screen swiftly transitioned, locking onto a distant and frigid star field. Amidst a field of floating asteroid debris, a faint emerald glow flickered tenaciously, like a candle struggling against the wind. Upon greatly magnifying the image, a peculiar ring-like object became vaguely discernible at the core of that glow. Beside the ring, fragments of what appeared to be remnants of some uniform floated, difficult to identify. Zatanna's pupils constricted slightly. Such pure and potent energy of ordered will, though now waning, seemed to be searching for something. Starfire sensed the fluctuations of that energy pattern. It is not a search, but a transmission. Qin Kailan gazed at the ring, sensing the power of the all things forge resonating from afar. Within it lay a potent fragment of final intent, serving as both a warning and a legacy. He paused for a moment, seemingly deciphering the faint signal that traversed great distances. All eyes were fixed upon him. A warrior, Qin Kailan slowly began to articulate the information decoded from the forge. He belonged to an organization known as the Green Lantern Corps, tasked with safeguarding peace in a certain sector of the universe. He had been tracking a force referred to as the Parallax, the primal source of cosmic dread, and discovered traces of its activity linked to a rare, yellow-marked, energy-contaminated insectoid civilization. In his deep investigation, he fell into an ambush. His voice faltered, then continued. The ambushers were not merely the infected insectoids, but also a dense, malevolent aura emanating from the offspring of the three palace demons. He fought valiantly, but ultimately succumbed. Yet in his final moments, he infused his will and all the information he had gathered into this energy ring, the Green Lantern Ring, striving to send it beyond the encirclement, hoping it would find a new successor to carry the warning back to OA or discover new hope. The medical room fell into silence. A warrior of order from the cosmos had encountered the insidious grasp of demons. The progeny of the three palace demons had extended their reach so far, intertwining with a force of cosmic terror. Thus, the verdant warning was indeed a message from him. Clark inquired solemnly. It was a desperate warning transformed from his last vision. Qin Kailan confirmed. The swarm, the hunger, the yellow mark, and the hidden demonic forces seemingly collaborating with the yellow mark. All clues instantaneously connected. The progeny of the three palace demons were not merely employing global resonance attacks against the Raven. They had likely been orchestrating their plans in the cosmos long before, engaging with the so-called yellow mark power, and even ambushing this Green Lantern who had come to investigate. The conspiracies on Earth and the crises in the universe were fundamentally two sides of the same coin. This ring, Starfire observed the faint glow on the screen, required a new master to inherit its power and responsibility. Who among us is suitable? Selena raised an eyebrow, asserting that the green light did not complement her essence. I also do not require external energy. Starfire shook her head. Clark concurred, stating that the Kryptonian power system differed from this one. Zatanna's magic belonged to an entirely different paradigm. All gazes instinctively turned toward Qin Kailan. Qin Kailan, why are you looking at me? I already possess the All Things Forge. What need have I for this trinket? A mere power bank? He expressed his disdain, stating that while the energy system of the ring was intriguing, it clashed severely with his own style. He stroked his chin, contemplating. However, the information contained within is of great value, particularly the intelligence regarding the yellow mark and the insectoids, as well as the concrete evidence of demonic involvement. As he spoke, he raised his hand. An ethereal blue light of the All Things Forge flickered slightly. Far beyond the Kuiper Belt, the verdant lantern ring seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, instantaneously transcending the vastness of space and materializing within the medical chamber, hovering before Qin Kailan. The emerald glow emanating from the ring had dimmed significantly, as though it were on the verge of extinguishment. Qin Kailan extended a finger, gently touching the ring. A fleeting intertwining of azure and emerald luminescence ensued, initiating emotional spectrum energy structure analysis, downloading information backup, copying energy core frequency, attempting to reverse supplement trace energy to sustain its basic existence. Minutes later, Qin Kailan withdrew his hand. The glow of the lantern ring appeared to stabilize slightly, no longer continuing its decline. The data within had been successfully backed up, and it had received a modicum of energy to persist for a while longer. It felt akin to completing a trivial technical task. The ring itself was a remarkable creation, embodying a technology of emotional energy driven by willpower, worthy of further exploration. However, finding it a suitable owner was not within their purview. He gazed at the ring, as though addressing its embedded rudimentary intelligence. Your mission is to seek an heir to convey a warning. Go forth to Earth, adhering to your original programming, to seek the one who can overcome profound fear, possessing unwavering resolve. You should be there. The ring seemed to comprehend, vibrating slightly, its emerald light flickering several times, as if expressing gratitude or confirming the directive. Subsequently, it transformed into a stream of emerald radiance, swiftly penetrating the fortress's outer wall, racing towards Earth at a remarkable velocity, soon vanishing into the depths of the starry expanse. Who is it seeking? Crows whispered. Someone who theoretically deserves it, Qin Kailan replied vaguely. He was unaware of whom the ring would ultimately seek. He did not recall any American blockbusters featuring such a green aesthetic. Yet he trusted that the ring possessed its own criteria for selection. Well, the interlude is over. Qin Kailan clapped his hands, redirecting everyone's attention. Now, We have a clearer objective. A group of fiends who have conspired with the cosmic forces of dread, audacious enough to ambush the cosmic police. His gaze hardened. It is time for them to realize who is truly the entity that should not be trifled with beneath this vast starry sky. The all things crucible seemed to sense his resolve, emitting a faint hum, exuding a sense of delight as if the list of ingredients had been updated once more. Just as the spirits of the gathered warriors surged, Kara's alarm sounded again, this time with unprecedented urgency. Warning: detection of an immense spatial distortion at the periphery of the Kuiper Belt. Abnormal biological energy signals are escalating exponentially. The numbers are incalculable. They are coming. On the main screen, the cold celestial backdrop of the Kuiper Belt was entirely engulfed by an endless, writhing, ochre-hued wave. The swarm, the true vanguard of the swarm, had indeed arrived at the edge of the solar system. Chapter 60. Lunar Orbital Ambush and Emergence of the Verdant Light, the Lunar Fortress, Star Barrier, instantly entered a state of maximum readiness. The chilling battle alarm reverberated through every corner as the cold metallic corridors flickered with ominous red light. Heavy armor plates sealed shut, and the low, resonant hum of all weapon systems charging coalesced into a prelude of war. Within the main bridge, the atmosphere was as tense as iron. Outside the panoramic viewport, the once serene expanse of deep space was replaced by an endless, murky yellow tide. This was a terrifying deluge composed of countless grotesque insectoid units. Their exoskeletons glimmering with an ominous yellow glow, their multifaceted eyes flashing with pure hunger and a desire for destruction, surging like a breached river toward the lunar fortress. The sheer number of them was enough to drive any creature's sanity to the brink. The estimated contact time for the vanguard of the swarm was 3 minutes. Kira reported calmly, her words rapid, as the target count continued to escalate, making precise statistics impossible. Energy readings indicated they were resonating collectively, forming a large-scale united shield. Activate all long-range turrets. Saturation fire. We must not allow them to approach easily. Selena commanded from the weapons control seat, her hands flying over the controls, her cat ears quivering slightly from intense concentration. Outside the fortress, countless sinister barrels protruded, igniting with the light of annihilation. Clark, Starfire, engage in flanking maneuvers. Prioritize the disruption of their clustered formations to slow their advance. Be mindful to avoid their main energy discharge paths. Qin Kailan ordered, his voice steady, betraying no hint of panic. Understood. Clark's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing in the void of space outside the fortress. His thermal beams, like two blazing celestial swords, struck fiercely into the densest region of the swarm, instantly clearing a vast area. Starfire erupted with a brilliance surpassing that of the stars, unleashing a torrential rain of golden energy projectiles that accurately detonated each insect attempting to flank closer. Boom! 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 The lunar fortress's artillery roared in unison. A dense weave of energy beams and physical shells formed a net of death, shredding the vanguard of the insectoid horde into fragments. Explosive flashes illuminated the murky tide continuously. However, the number of insects was simply overwhelming. They cared not for casualties. Those at the forefront were obliterated, only for the rear ranks to immediately fill the void, even devouring their fallen kin to convert them into energy, continuing their frenzied charge. The murky, yellow energy shield they formed was remarkably resilient, effectively deflecting and absorbing portions of the artillery fire. Even more troublesome, some exceptionally large units, their exoskeletons shimmering in dark gold, began to emerge from the rear of the swarm. They opened their massive mandibles, gathering a disquieting yellow energy, before unleashing thick beams of energy that struck violently against the lunar fortress's protective shield. Thud! 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 The fortress shuddered violently, and the energy readings of the shield plummeted. Their heavy artillery units have appeared, Selena reported. Our shield cannot withstand this intensity of barrage for long. Zatanna, Qin Kailan shouted. Let the power return to calm. Zatanna wielded her wand, a powerful magical force radiating outward, attempting to disrupt and weaken the energy accumulation of the monstrous insects, thus granting time for the shield to recover. The battle escalated into a fevered intensity. The lunar fortress resembled a solitary vessel struggling amidst a tempestuous sea of yellow, despite its formidable firepower. It appeared precariously vulnerable against the seemingly endless tide of insects. This cannot continue. Clark delivered a punch that sent a massive insect, aiming to strike the fortress, flying, his expression grave as he surveyed the seemingly infinite swarm, a number that seemed inexhaustible. We must locate their command node or energy core, Starfire shouted amidst the onslaught, or we shall be utterly drained. Qin Kailan stood before the control panel, his sharp gaze sweeping across the battlefield. The power of all things forged operated at full capacity, analyzing every detail of the swarm. Initially, he had prepared to join the fray, but upon witnessing the sheer volume of the insects, he realized that a precise analyst was far more valuable than a mere combat unit. Regrettably, he had already manifested the power of the cauldron in the previous confrontation with the Kryptonian fleet, and his body could not endure another manifestation in such a short span. Thus, he could only serve as a humanoid high-precision detector, while Rachel, for the time being, was still unfamiliar with controlling such power. Detected a highly unified biological signal network with multiple high-intensity signal nodes, suspected to be regional command units. Detected uneven energy distribution, with cores concentrated in specific individuals at the rear. Analyzing the energy circulation patterns of the swarm to identify critical weaknesses. Kira, mark all individual unit coordinates with signal strengths exceeding an average of 300. Selena, adjust artillery priorities and concentrate fire on my marked targets. Clark, Starfire, coordinate to clear the area surrounding the marked points. Commands were issued with clarity. Instantly, dozens of high-priority markers illuminated the tactical screen, scattered amidst the vast swarm. The fortress's artillery immediately became more targeted, no longer firing blindly, but rather precisely striking the identified command nodes. Clark and Starfire promptly altered their strategy, slicing through the swarm like a scalpel, directly targeting those critical objectives. The tactical shift yielded immediate results. The marked insect units displayed seemingly higher intelligence and stronger defenses. Yet once subjected to concentrated fire, they still struggled to withstand the onslaught. As command nodes were systematically destroyed, chaos and stagnation became evident in the areas they controlled, severely diminishing the coordination of their assault. Effective, Selena exclaimed with delight. However, just as the situation appeared to improve slightly, a subtle yet malicious and mocking will swept across the battlefield. This will did not emanate from the rear of the swarm, but rather from the direction of Earth. Immediately, the insects, previously thrown into disarray by the loss of command, surged back into frenzied action as if invigorated by a potent stimulant. Moreover, they ceased their relentless assault on the fortress and began to disperse. Like a plague of locusts, they attempted to bypass the fortress's defenses, racing towards their ultimate target, Earth. This is dire. Clark's expression changed dramatically. They intended to launch a direct assault on Earth. With the planet's current defensive capabilities, it stood no chance against such a massive tide of insects. Should they breach the defenses and penetrate the atmosphere, it would spell global catastrophe. Damn it. It was those vermin concealed within Earth. Selena instantly realized that the offspring of the triumvirate were covertly manipulating and directing the swarm. The fortress's firepower could not encompass all the scattered insect clusters. Despite Clark and Starfire exerting their utmost to intercept, they could not guard against every direction. The situation took a swift turn for the worse. At this critical juncture, a brilliantly radiant green beam of light, pulsating with life and indomitable will, surged forth from the direction of Earth, striking with pinpoint accuracy upon the most densely packed path of the swarm attempting to break through. Boom! The green energy erupted violently, vaporizing tens of thousands of insectoid units in an instant. Its tremendous force even illuminated a small expanse of the cosmic void. Following this, a figure clad in a black and green uniform, masked and wielding a green lantern and ring, emerged, enveloped in a rich green energy field. Positioned between Earth and the swarm, suspended in the vacuum of space, he raised the ring in his hand, and his resonant voice echoed through the energy vibrations. Fearful hearts. This place is forbidden. The brilliance of the emerald light was blinding, its willpower so potent and pure that it temporarily subdued the swarm's terrifying yellow hue. Zatanna gazed in astonishment at the figure, Green Lantern Starfire recognized the nature of this energy, akin to that of the previous ring, yet stronger and more vivid. What a timely arrival. Selina exhaled in relief. Clark felt invigorated. Qin Kailan observed the green figure standing between the colossal insect tide and Earth. A flicker of barely perceptible surprise crossing his eyes, followed by a slight smirk. Well, that was quick. Seems the ring found the right person. However, his ease lasted but a moment. The crucible of all things keenly detected, amidst the brilliance of the emerald light, certain previously well concealed, ominously demonic units within the depths of the swarm began to stir quietly. Clearly, the offspring of the Triumvirate had prepared surprises for this newly manifested cosmic guardian. Don't celebrate too soon. Qin Kailan's voice resounded again, coolly tempering the group's enthusiasm. The appetizer before the main course had concluded. Now, it was time for the substantial dish to be served. His gaze turned toward the deeper darkness behind the swarm. Brace yourselves, greater troubles are forthcoming. Chapter 61. The Sword of the Moon's back. All swords returned to their origin. The starry barrier trembled violently, akin to a solitary boat amidst a storm. Outside the porthole, the insect sea, tainted a grotesque shade of green by yellow lamp energy, stretched infinitely. They gnawed at the energy shield, the hissing of corrosive acid penetrating even the soundproof vacuum, as if drilling directly into one's very marrow. Shield strength at 67. Energy consumption is alarmingly rapid. Clark's voice carried a hint of urgency as his intense gaze once again pinpointed and eliminated a command node of the Zerg. Yet, more cumbersome units promptly surged forth, causing only a slight pause in the relentless rhythm of the insect tide. They are learning. They are adapting. Zatanna's voice echoed through the comms. Her presence anchored within the base, where she employed magical barriers to bolster defenses, beads of sweat glistening on her brow. This collective will is grotesquely distorted. Starfire, engulfed in a blazing plasma inferno akin to a miniature sun, incinerated swathes of the approaching swarm. Their energy ensnared me. Like frigid chains, she roared, unleashing another violent burst of energy that cleared a vast expanse, only for more insects to immediately fill the void. Utilizing the mobility afforded by the Shadow Stealth Auxiliary gear and her claws, Selina deftly eliminated the burrowing units clinging to the shield. Yet the sheer number began to weigh heavily upon her breath. Lon, think of a solution. At this rate, we shall be worn down. Qin Kailan stood resolutely before the control panel, his gaze sharp as a blade. Streams of data cascaded before his eyes at a frantic pace. The silent machinery of existence analyzing every attack pattern, energy characteristic, and organizational structure of the swarm. Kryptonian technology, apocalyptian biological constructs, Tamaranian plasma energy, Earth technology. Fragments of demonic energy, each represented a distinct will, alongside the alerting yellow light energy characteristics. Countless materials and energy data, absorbed and decomposed, collided and reorganized within the sea of his consciousness. As a Chinese individual steeped in the essence of Xinxia culture, confronted by this overwhelming army, an instinctual thought surfaced, clear the field, of course, by summoning the myriad swords to return to their origin. Worn down, they dare. A proud smile curled upon Qin Kailan's lips. A confidence born of absolute power. Just in time, the blueprint for the new armor had been finalized. Let us test the blade's edge against these wretched insects. He stamped his foot forcefully, not merely a physical action, but a profound resonance between his spirit and the cosmos. Forge. No longer were there the visual effects of forging armor. The entire starry bastion base, along with the tranquil sea region of the moon, was suddenly engulfed in darkness. It was as if all light had been instantaneously siphoned away. In the next instant, an indescribable brilliance erupted from within Qin Kailan. This was not a mere singular glow, but a manifestation of countless colors, myriad attributes, and infinite rules of sword intent. The translucent resilience of Kryptonian crystal, the mysterious oscillation of metal, the extreme chill of ice skeletal magic, the peculiar technology derived from the apocalyptian base, the whispered corruption of demonic fragments, the fearful energy of the distorted order of the yellow light, and the power of the green light representing will, all the forces he had absorbed, analyzed, and comprehended, now coalesced into the most primal materials, shaped under the absolute authority of cosmic forging. As the radiance converged, an unprecedented suit of armor enveloped Qin Kailan entirely. The armor's design eschewed traditional heavy rigidity, instead appearing elongated and ethereal, its surface a dark silver metallic base upon which flowed myriad fine luminescent trails, akin to countless miniature sword patterns in motion. The shoulder guards, armors, and greaves bore abstract structures reminiscent of sheathed swords. The visage was adorned with a sleek mask, and the area where the eyes resided glimmered with two clusters of flickering lights, reminiscent of countless minuscule blades of ice. The entire armor emanated a dual essence of unparalleled sharpness and encompassing presence, as if it were both the source and the sanctuary of 1,000 swords. The sword immortal armor represents the culmination of all existing technology, abilities, and energies, crafted specifically for the purpose of engaging in large-scale warfare and absolute domination. Selina, gazing at the surveillance screen, instinctively gasped in awe. The curiosity and yearning in Starfire's eyes threatened to overflow. She could sense that the primal aura contained within this armor was more closely aligned with the pulsating core of power within Qin Kailan than any previous set she had encountered. Clark and Zatanna also felt the surge of this newfound, uncontainable strength, their spirits lifted. The swarm seemed to instinctively perceive the looming threat, intensifying their assault as numerous insectoid creatures redirected their charge towards the command center. Yet, Qin Kailan merely raised her right hand slowly, her fingers slightly splayed, and directed her gaze towards the endless sea of insects and the frigid lunar surface, softly uttering a single word, sword. At her command, an unfathomable spectacle unfolded. Within the vicinity of the Starfire Bastion, the shattered remnants of the insectoid swarm floating in the vacuum, as well as the desolate lunar rocks and dust devoid of any consciousness or resistance, began to resonate with a low hum. They appear to be grasped by an unseen titanic hand, instantaneously reforged and reshaped by the rules of the Universal Forge. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless swords manifested out of thin air. The biocorrosive swords forged from the chitinous exoskeletons of the insects glimmered with a green hue. The heavy swords crafted from lunar rock possessed a steadfast weight. Even the ephemeral energy, swords born from dissipating energy, waves shimmered dreamily. In an instant, the space within Qin Kailan's perception transformed into an ocean of 1,000 swords. The varieties, attributes, sizes, and shapes of the swords were fantastically diverse. Yet all radiated a unified, heart-stirring sharpness, their tips pointing in unison towards the surging insect horde. As the myriad swords returned to their origin, a mere thought from Qin Kailan sent forth the multitude of swords, akin to a legion receiving a supreme command, erupting into action. They became a vibrant torrent of death, crashing into the insect sea with precision. The biocorrosive swords effortlessly pierced the insect carapaces, rapidly dissolving their forms. The heavy swords barreled through, shattering the formations of the swarm, while the energy swords danced gracefully, deftly targeting the vital energy nodes of the insectoid foes. And this was merely the beginning. An even more despairing scene unfolded. Those insects slain by the swords, in the process of disintegration, emitted the same resonant hum, only to be instantaneously captured and refined by the rules of the Universal Forge, swiftly reshaping into new, glimmering blades of a ghastly green hue, unhesitatingly redirecting their tips to join the onslaught against their own kind. Destruction and creation formed a perfect loop at that moment. The torrent of swords not only remained unabated, but swelled like a rolling snowball, growing ever larger and more tumultuous. The swarms of insects were visibly transformed in vast swathes. Their attacks, their numbers, their frenzy appeared utterly laughable and fragile in the face of this escalating slaughter. The sheer quantity of insects could never surpass the limitless proliferation of swords. My heavens! Clark came to a halt, momentarily entranced by the astonishing and unnerving spectacle before him. Did he truly possess such power? Zatanna murmured, for, as a sorceress, she could acutely sense the terrifying principles embedded within this method. The light in Starfire's eyes grew ever brighter as she flew closer, almost pressing against the inner shield, mesmerized by the figure commanding the surging tide of swords. Selina exhaled in relief, a smile of pride gracing her lips, yet a flicker of complexity flashed across her visage. This fellow always managed to conjure such spine-chilling scenes. Qin Kailan stood resolutely at the heart of the myriad swords, feeling the absolute sense of control bestowed by the sword's sane armor. He needed no deliberate manipulation. The absolute analytical power of the all things forging cauldron, coupled with the rules imparted by the sword's sane armor, enabled this self-replicating sword formation to automatically select the optimal attack mode based on the characteristics of the enemy, akin to a slaughtering ecosystem endowed with absolute wisdom. With a mere thought, he summoned the cold prison sword, a colossal sword phantom, entirely ice blue and emanating an aura of absolute zero, coalesced beside him before slicing through the air, seemingly freezing a vast expanse of insects and space itself, shattering them into icy dust. This was the manifestation of the ice capabilities of the winter assault armor into sword form. Next came the Abyss Pulse. Another gesture sent forth a twisted, indistinct dark sword beam capable of devouring all light, which obliterated the insect units in silence, leaving them no chance to transform into swords. This was the power of the Abyss, drawn from the decomposition and absorption of the hunter. Every ability he once possessed could now be transmuted into uniquely characteristic sword techniques, their might even surpassing former days. The insect swarm's offensive was thoroughly quelled, beginning to collapse in a snowball effect. The green sea of insects was brutally torn apart, crushed, and transformed by countless flying swords. Yet, just as the tide of battle seemed decided and the sea of sword was poised to engulf all, an unexpected anomaly arose. An extraordinarily massive surge of energy, imbued with an overwhelming sense of dread, mingled with a chilling, foul, demonic aura, appeared without warning at the battlefield's edge. It inexplicably bypassed the raging sword formation, akin to a snake of yellow and green, precisely lunging toward the newly arrived Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, who was attempting to construct a large green energy construct to intercept the remaining insects. The core form of that energy vaguely formed a colossal, distorted, insect-like silhouette. Yet it distinctly radiated an energy that did not belong to it, derived from the demonic powers of the Triune Mage. Warning: high concentrations of fear, energy, and unknown demonic energy hybrid detected. Target: Green Lantern. The base emitted a sharp alarm. Hal Jordan's body suddenly stiffened, the emerald glow of the Green Lantern ring pulsating violently, flickering erratically as a viscous, yellow-green energy forcefully infiltrated it. Terror and struggle instantly enveloped his visage, eliciting a tormented howl, as if he were being consumed by an abyss of unending fear and demonic whispers, devouring his rationality. The green energy construct he had fashioned disintegrated in an instant. The parallax? How could it possibly manifest here, wielding demonic power? Qin Kailan recognized the essence of that energy in an instant, his heart trembling with alarm. These concealed demonic entities aimed to guide, or rather, enhance the parallax, orchestrating a precise assault on the Green Lantern. They sought to harness the parallax's strength to corrupt, or even usurp, the forces of cosmic order. The battlefield, once tranquil, was engulfed in chaos anew. The remaining swarm, affected by the parallax's power, seemed to be injected with a surge of adrenaline, growing ever more frenzied and violent. Meanwhile, in the distance, the pivotal ally, Green Lantern, was utterly ensnared by the swirling yellow-green energies, the situation dire indeed. Chapter 62. Sword Slash of the Lantern Beast. The Spectrum's initial glimpse, the terrifying impact of the parallax, a fusion of yellow light's fear energy and the tainted demonic power of the three realms, coiled around Hal Jordan like a venomous dragon of yellow and green, relentlessly eroding his will and the radiance of the Green Lantern ring he had only just acquired and could not fully control. Hal's anguished cries pierced the vacuum, resonating through the consciousness of all present, a lament of a soul being consumed by fear and malevolence. The remnants of the swarm, stimulated by this mingled energy, unleashed even more frenzied shrieks, resuming their assault, heedlessly charging against the relentless tide of swords that continued to proliferate and strangle them. 1. Selina gasped, sensing the horror of that mixed energy, far surpassing the previous onslaught of insects. What is that? Clark floated motionless, his super senses discerning the ultimate malice and chaos embedded within that energy, provoking an instinctive discomfort. Zatanna swiftly chanted, attempting to conjure a disruptive mental barrier. But the level of that mixed energy was too high. Her magic merely stirred ripples, akin to stones cast into the ocean. No, its essence is too elevated. A fusion of emotional spectrum entities and higher, demonic powers. Starfire's flames surged around her, ready to charge forth. I will pull him out. Don't move. Qin Kailan's voice emanated with a chilling calmness, reverberating through the sword immortal armor, with a metallic tremor. That is not something you can withstand. His gaze penetrated the visor, fixating intently on the writhing mass of yellow-green energy. All things forged analyzed at an unprecedented speed, the embodiment of fear's emotional spectrum energy. With the familiar stench of demonic presence, was indeed the work of the relentless progeny of the three realms. How could they invoke and amplify such a force? The Parallax's form of existence astonished him. It was a unique life form, purely constituted of emotional energy, a lantern beast. Its amalgamated demonic power rendered this already volatile energy even more ferocious and perilous. The energy level is extraordinarily high, with unique properties, yet it is not insurmountable. Within the depths of Qin Kailan's consciousness, countless fragments of data concerning the spectrum of emotions, primarily pertaining to the yellow light, rapidly coalesce and deduce the absolute disintegration rules of all things. The efficacy of pure physical attacks is limited. A higher realm of principles is required for confrontation. At this moment, the most potent principle in his grasp is the myriad swords that fill the void, continuously replicating themselves. The scattered swords are incapable of affecting this condensed energy entity. An epiphany dawns upon Qin Kailan. They must unite. He takes a deep breath, and the myriad luminous traces upon his sword immortal armor blaze to their zenith. Like rivers converging into the sea, countless swords return to one. With a soft exclamation, the torrent of swords, which had previously swept through the swarm of insects like a storm, momentarily halts. In the next instant, all the flying swords forged from insect remains. Lunar rock and residual energy seem to heed a supreme command, simultaneously altering course, transforming into a multitude of vibrant streams of light, akin to rivers rushing to the sea, wildly converging towards Qin Kailan. This is not mere stacking. During their flight, they collide, merge, and refine. The biological acid-etched sword fuses with the mysterious stone greatsword. The flowing energy sword embeds itself within, and the silver gleam of Kryptonian technology, the mysterious oscillation of metal, the chilling aura, and the darkness of the abyss. All the attributes of power that Qin Kailan has absorbed and comprehended are now flawlessly melded under the absolute authority of the crucible of all things. A colossal sword, ancient in design, yet infused with a sense of technology and the power of laws, rapidly crystallizes before Qin Kailan. The sword's blade exhibits a chaotic, hazy gray hue, as if it harbors the essence of an unformed universe. One side flows with a cold silver radiance and an eerie blue chill, while the other dances with dark red, demonic runes and the devouring light of the abyss. On the spine of the sword, faintly visible are the patterns of Kryptonian crystals interplaying with the ancient luster of metal. The energy fluctuations emanating from the colossal sword begin to warp the surrounding space, instilling dread. This has transcended the realm of mere material swords. It is the embodiment of rules and concepts. Split for me. Qin Kailan virtually grasps the intangible hilt with both hands and strikes down fiercely at the distant parallax beast. The chaotic greatsword, infused with the power of myriad swords and embodying countless characteristics of rules, moves in tandem. There is no sound, only an exquisite brilliance, indescribable by color, that rends the fabric of cosmic space, instantly bridging the gap between him and the parallax beast. The creature seems to sense the imminent threat, unleashing a silent roar, channeling the fear of demonic energy to its utmost, attempting to withstand this cataclysmic strike. Yet it is futile. Upon contact with the yellow-green energy, the chaotic sword light does not explode. Instead, it disintegrates and refines. The absolute authority of the crucible of all things is vividly manifested at this moment. Whether it be the pure emotional spectrum energy of the parallax creature or the malevolent power of the attached triumvirate demon. Before this blade of light that embodies countless rules and signifies the concepts of absolute decomposition and reconstruction, they are rendered utterly powerless. As the blade of light passes, the mingled energies dissolve with the swiftness of ice and snow under the sun, disintegrating and being forcibly reduced to their most primal particles. The foul demonic essence first emits a piercing wail, completely purified and obliterated by the dark void and the sacred metallic attributes within the sword light. Following this, the vast fear energy of the parallax creature itself attempts to struggle and resist, yet among the myriad properties of rules contained within the blade of light, there is always one that can exert a restraining effect. The fear energy is swiftly stripped away, analyzed, and then absorbed. A silent roar, filled with resentment and terror, reverberates at the spiritual level of all present. It is the final lament of the parallax creature. The resplendent, chaotic sword light utterly engulfs the yellow-green mass of energy. As the sword light gradually dissipates and the cosmos returns to silence, the immense energy form of the parallax creature has vanished without a trace. Only Hal Jordan remains, dimly glowing and nearly exhausted, floating in a vacuum in a state of bewilderment. The horrific energy and demonic whispers that once surrounded him have been entirely severed, and the Green Lantern ring in his hand flickers weakly, seemingly in the process of recovery. He stares wide-eyed, his face a canvas of shock and disbelief, gazing vacantly at the distant figure clad in splendid armor, utterly unable to comprehend what has just transpired. He does not even grasp the significance of the ring he has acquired, let alone the nature of the entity that had attacked him and was subsequently vanquished. Meanwhile, Qin Kailan hovers in place. At the heart of the sword immortal armor, a tiny chaotic vortex spins slowly, emanating a disconcerting wave of energy. It is the essence of the parallax creature, forcibly devoured and undergoing refinement by all things Forge Cauldron. A torrent of knowledge regarding the emotional spectrum of fear and the composition of the unique life form known as the Lantern Beast floods Qin Kailan's mind. For the first time, he perceives the vastness and complexity of the emotional spectrum, understanding why fear can serve as such a potent source of power. So this is it, the emotional spectrum's 7 lantern core and the Lantern Beast. He murmurs softly to himself, as if a door to a new world has swung open. The luminous traces on the surface of the sword immortal armor begin to flow with even more unpredictable colors in tandem with his newfound understanding. The remaining swarm, deprived of the parallax creature's energy and demonic guidance, instantly descends into chaos, soon to be swept away by the autonomously patrolling sword array. Near the lunar orbit, tranquility abruptly descends. Only a few floating particles of dust remain, alongside the towering lunar fortress, an exhausted rookie lantern, a man who has just devoured the embodiment of fear, and the astounded Starfire and others. At that moment, from the depths of the distant cosmos, dozens of emerald green lights suddenly illuminate the void. In the next instant, numerous figures clad in green uniforms, their expressions grave and surrounded by an emerald energy field, materialize at the battlefield's edge through the superluminal transmission of the Green Lantern ring. They all wore the Green Lantern insignia on their chests without exception, their movements synchronized, exuding an aura of order reminiscent of cosmic law enforcement. The Green Lantern Corps had finally been roused by the extraordinarily immense energy fluctuations present here. They scanned the battlefield with vigilance, their gazes swiftly locking onto the source of the most anomalous energy, a figure clad in the Swordmaster armor, Qin Kailan. They also observed the chaotic energy vortex pulsating slowly at his chest, a phenomenon that sent shivers through their lanterns, as well as the sight of Hal Jordan, supported by Clark, dressed in a pilot's jacket and wielding a Green Lantern ring, clearly a human in a weakened state. One alien, whose skin bore a greenish hue and whose countenance was resolute, stepped forward. His voice, transmitted through the lantern ring, resonated with a formal seriousness and caution. In the name of the stars and guardians, we are the Green Lantern Corps. This sector has detected an exceptionally high intensity of anomalous energy fluctuations involving the emotional spectrum of fear and unknown higher energies. State your identities and explain the situation. His gaze primarily focused on Qin Kailan, filled with scrutiny and perplexity, evidently unable to discern the Swordmaster armor and the terrifying energy source that had just devoured the parallax creature. Hal Jordan, more bewildered than ever, gazed at this sudden assembly of green glowing beings, opening his mouth, but finding no words to utter. Qin Kailan, absorbing the vast knowledge regarding the emotional spectrum that had recently entered his consciousness, surveyed this newly appeared and disciplined cosmic police force. A faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth beneath his helmet. He had been pondering how to delve deeper into the mysteries of the emotional spectrum. He dissipated the Swordmaster armor, reverting to his regular attire, and floated serenely in the vacuum, casting his gaze upon the Green Lanterns. The fear energy you sensed was from a creature called Parallax, but had been tampered with by some demonic offspring, infused with corrupt energy. He gestured to himself. I dealt with it. The energy is absorbed. Rest assured, it will no longer have the opportunity to wreak havoc. His nonchalant tone, however, caused the expressions of all the Green Lanterns to shift dramatically. You dealt with Parallax and absorbed its energy. This is utterly preposterous. Before they could process this shocking revelation, Qin Kailan shifted his focus, pointing at Hal. As for him, he should be a new member? It seems he has drawn attention right after obtaining the ring. Not very fortunate. He then turned his gaze back to the leading Green Lantern, presenting a crucial point. The ones who provoked Parallax, tainted it, and attempted to seize the Green Lantern rings are two demonic progeny hiding on other planets, whom we refer to as the Enslavers and the Concealers. They orchestrated the Swarm's arrival and plotted this attack. After a brief pause, observing the increasingly grave expressions of the Green Lanterns, he extended an olive branch for cooperation. I have a keen interest in the emotional spectrum. Perhaps we could exchange insights. In return, I can provide specific intelligence and whereabouts of those two demonic offspring. They evidently harbor malevolent intentions towards your Green Lantern Corps. This failure will surely not be their last. Maintaining cosmic order and eradicating such interstellar terrorists is indeed your duty, is it not? After all, Qin Kailan smiled lightly, suggesting that dealing with such troublemakers, who dare to directly attack the Lantern Hero, is best left to your Green Lantern Corps, is it not? Although he spoke with ease, the Green Lanterns felt an immense pressure. The existence of one capable of handling the Parallax creature, particularly an enhanced version, carried a weighty significance in terms of communication and cooperation, while simultaneously brimming with unknown dangers. This newly emerged Lantern Hero, along with the enigmatic and formidable Earthling before them, rendered the situation exceedingly intricate. The leading Green Lantern exchanged grave glances with his companions. The Parallax creature has been dealt with? We must report this matter to the Guardians immediately. All relevant personnel, please remain here temporarily for the investigation. Their demeanor was formal and guarded, clearly unable to trust Qin Kailan's words outright, yet unwilling to be dismissive. A sudden cosmic crisis seemed to have been averted for the moment, but the initial encounter with the Green Lantern Corps was fraught with uncertainty and mutual probing, while Qin Kailan appeared to propose collaboration. His act of consuming the Parallax creature undoubtedly cast a long shadow in the minds of the Green Lanterns. This cooperation had not yet commenced, yet the undercurrents were already stirring. Chapter 63. The barrier of the dark night, the sea of tranquility on the far side of the moon, was suffused with an invisible tension. A verdant line of dozens of Green Lanterns stood in stark opposition to the star barrier, with an expansive void between them, still lingering with the acrid scent of dissipating energy. Salthack, a seasoned Green Lantern from Sector 2814, furrowed his brow as he concluded his hyperspace communication with the stars. The Guardians were already aware of the situation. He turned to Qin Kailan, his tone serious. The intelligence you provided regarding 3 of the Triarch's progeny, 1 lying in wait on Earth, the Cedar, and 2 concealed off-world, the Teleporter and the Enslaver, has been duly recorded. The Guardians assess that they pose a significant threat to cosmic order, particularly given their ability to incite and corrupt the Parallax creature. He shifted the conversation to the Green Lantern Corps characteristic procedural decision-making. In light of this, the Corps has resolved to take action. We will promptly dispatch a special operations team to pursue the Teleporter and the Enslaver in the indicated coordinates within the alien system. Their combination of abilities is excessively perilous and must be prioritized for elimination. However, as his gaze swept across the star barrier and the Earth beyond, he added, yet the Cedar lurking on Earth, according to the supplementary clauses of the Interstellar Non-Interference Treaty, is principally to be handled by local forces of that planet, unless a formal request for assistance is received or the threat escalates to an interstellar level. The Green Lantern Corps will not directly intervene in terrestrial affairs. His words hinted at the unique status of Earth and possible reservations that may exist. Local forces? Certainly, Qin Kailan replied readily, gesturing towards the base behind him. We're the local forces. We will resolve the Cedar issue. However, his gaze sharpened. Since you're responsible for the two off-world threats, shouldn't we share data regarding their abilities, potential environmental conditions of their lair, as well as the priorities for capture or annihilation? After all, we are in a collaborative relationship, facing the same adversaries. Sartak paused for a moment, exchanging glances with his companions once more. Ultimately, he nodded, and the lantern ring projected a series of data streams. This was the preliminary scan and analysis based on the coordinates you provided earlier. The target area exhibited pronounced signs of spatial distortion, the transporter, and remnants of mental contamination, the enslaver. It is advised to prioritize the disruption of teleportation capabilities, as the mental assaults from the enslaver are exceedingly lethal to those of weak will. Guardian command. If resistance is encountered, annihilation is permitted. With the information shared, Sartak refrained from further words, raising his hand with a swift gesture. Most of the green lanterns transformed into green light alongside him, vanishing in an instant, evidently en route to their extraterrestrial target. Only 2 green lanterns remained, tasked with safeguarding and guiding the still bewildered Hal Jordan. While maintaining a distant watch, both a duty to the new member and a subtle surveillance of Earth's movements. Well, the alien rabble is entrusted to the cosmic police now. Qin Kailan turned, facing the base's communication channel. It was time to assist the Dark Knight with that troublesome insect at home. In the depths of Gotham City, the scene was far cleaner than Qin Kailan and his companions had anticipated. The horrific vision of a bloody, flesh-filled greenhouse did not manifest on a grand scale. Instead, what lay before them was a brutally suppressed battlefield, a veritable testament to devastation. The colossal, grotesque nest formed of flesh and metal indeed existed. Yet their scale was significantly smaller than what the Cedar's plan had envisioned. The area surrounding the nest bore the scars of fierce combat. Vast sections were entirely encased in frigid energy, twisted tendrils, and mutated creatures frozen in ice. Maintaining their menacing poses, the ground was littered with the shredded remains of creatures and scorch marks left by precise detonations. Numerous conduits and fissures leading to the surface were physically sealed with resilient alloy mesh and rapidly solidifying foam agents. At the heart of this forcibly subdued small nest, a figure engaged in a desperate tug-of-war against a tide of mutated creatures and the incessantly writhing nest tissue. It was Batman, clad in the night bat armor, forged by Qin Kailan. His dark armor was now encrusted with slime and scratches, yet functioned impeccably. The multi-functional visor on his helmet flickered incessantly, analyzing the weaknesses of his foes. The extreme cold fusion core behind him, reborn through reforging, emanated an icy chill, occasionally unleashing lethal freezing beams as he moved, solidifying and shattering the approaching monsters. His combat style was efficient and merciless. At times, he utilized the immense power of his armor to rip apart large mutated entities, while at others, he evaded attacks with superhuman speed in a confined space, precisely hurling bat-shaped high-explosive shurikens using the armor's auxiliary calculation system to obliterate those nest organs that incessantly secreted contaminating slime. A monstrous creature, a grotesque fusion of subterranean rodents and industrial waste, charged at him with a ferocious roar. Batman stood resolute, the auxiliary power device on the arms of his Nightwing suit humming with energy. With a precise uppercut, he shattered the creature's jaw while simultaneously pressing his other hand against its chest. The Arctic fusion core roared to life, instantly encasing the beast in a solid block of ice, which he promptly shattered with a kick. Bruce, new biological signals are emerging from the eastern pipe. The intensity level is rising. Alfred's voice crackled through the earpiece, accompanied by the rapid tapping of a keyboard. You have been engaged in combat for over 6 hours. Core energy remains at 37%. That will suffice, Batman replied succinctly, rolling to evade a sudden spike of bone that erupted from the ground. With deft precision, he inserted 2 frozen grenades into the source of the spikes, effectively sealing it in ice. What is the status of the biological toxin suppressants you previously provided? All primary water sources and ventilation systems have been treated, yielding significant effects, and has curtailed at least 75% of the contamination spread. However, the core mother species remains active, adapting to the suppressants. Then we must disrupt its adaptation process. Batman's voice was as cold as the ice surrounding him. His target locked onto the grotesque, pulsating mass of the mother species, towering at nearly human height. Thanks to the broad-spectrum biological toxin suppressants developed from the data on the Ice Wraith and the biological factory, alongside his formidable logistical capabilities and continual monitoring of Gotham's underbelly, Batman had managed to confine the devastation to a limited area beneath the city, averting Gotham from descending into a biochemical nightmare. The price, however, was steep. He bore the brunt of the pressure alone in this hellish lair. At that moment, several figures descended through the modified teleportation conduit, landing precisely at the edge of the secure zone Batman had cleared. Qin Kailan, Selina, Starfire, Clark, and Zatanna arrived on the battlefield. What they witnessed was not a scene of uncontrollable catastrophe, but rather a fierce and intense defense orchestrated by the Dark Knight. "Wow," Selina remarked, observing the scattered shards of ice and Batman's slightly fatigued yet unwavering silhouette. "It seems someone has done most of the dirty work." Flames ignited around Starfire as she eagerly proclaimed, "Allow me to purify the rest." Clark's keen gaze swept the area, his supervision immediately assessing the situation. The mother species was the core, and Batman required assistance. Zatanna raised her staff, enveloping Batman in a gentle magical shield while sensing a powerful psychic whisper emanating from the mother species, which was attempting to resist his freezing suppression. Batman did not turn back, yet the tautness of his back seemed to relax ever so slightly. For minutes and 17 seconds later than scheduled, he stated, his voice still low and measured, resonating through his mask. Qin Kailan approached him, his Swordmaster armor not fully encompassing him, yet a faint glow danced at his fingertips. "I took a brief nap on the way," he quipped, though his gaze was filled with admiration for the battlefield's outcome. "Well done, Batman. You extinguished the disaster in its cradle." "Not yet." Batman pointed towards the pulsating core, which was intensifying to the point of melting the surrounding ice. Its suppressive effects were waning. It was gathering energy, preparing to unleash a powerful pulse intended to circumvent physical barriers and directly infect the minds of the surface population. As if to validate his words, the core suddenly contracted violently and then throbbed wildly like a heart. A thick, visibly dark red energy pulse, accompanied by a piercing psychic scream, erupted forth. "Be careful," Zatanna exclaimed, her magical shield fluctuating fiercely. Starfire's flames were subdued, and both Selina and Clark experienced a wave of intense nausea and agitation. Batman's Nightwing armor crackled with arcs of electricity, clearly affected as well. Only Qin Kailan's all-encompassing forge functioned autonomously, treating this energy pulse as inconsequential. He scoffed, not even activating his Swordmaster armor, merely raising his hand. "Enough of this noise." The shadow of the all-encompassing forge flickered momentarily in his palm. The raging dark red energy pulse was violently torn apart, consumed, and dismantled, leaving not even a ripple in its wake. Ever since absorbing the powers of the emotional spectrum, he had discovered a significant enhancement in his mental faculties, enabling him to momentarily manifest the power of the forge on a small scale. Yet, given the forge's might, it was sufficient in most situations. Silence reclaimed the lair, save for the weak, reluctant hissing emitted by the core, which was now drained of energy. The consciousness of the cedar roared in furious desperation from its hidden location. Batman raised an eyebrow beneath his mask and cast a deep glance at Qin Kailan. The complete erasure of such potent energy, regardless of how many times one witnessed it, remained profoundly shocking. "All right, the noise has been cleared." Qin Kailan clapped his hands as if merely brushing off dust. He gazed at the now significantly weakened core, as well as the surrounding nest organization, which, though suppressed, continued to regenerate. It was time to eradicate the threat entirely. His gaze fixed on the core. The final resolution was imminent. Chapter 64. The moment of the demon and the abyssal devourer. The brief silence within the lair was shattered by the cedar's consciousness, now emitting an even more furious and desperate shriek. The core was an extension and amplifier of his power. The long-prepared demonic pulse being so casually consumed by Qin Kailan nearly shattered his last vestige of hope. "No!" The shrill wail of the desolate demon echoed in their minds. "You have destroyed everything. My creations. My grand achievements." Batman moved without hesitation, seizing the moment when the core was weakened from energy depletion. The extreme cold fusion core behind his Nightwing armor surged to full power, unleashing a beam far thicker than before, crashing violently against the surface of the core, instantly encasing it in a thick layer of crystalline ice, nearly halting its pulsation. The core's activity plummeted. Effective. Alfred's voice resonated. Starfire, unhesitating, gathered blazing plasma orbs in her hands, declaring, "Let us thoroughly incinerate this abominable thing." Wait. Zatanna's voice suddenly rang out, her complexion shifting as the gemstone atop her staff flickered violently. Something was amiss. An ancient and malevolent connection had been triggered, not from the progenitor, but from the sower himself. Almost instantaneously, as her words hung in the air, a transformation erupted within the icy prison of the progenitor and throughout the suppressed small nest. The malevolent runes that had not been entirely eradicated ignited with a blinding crimson glow. This was not an attack. Rather, it formed a bizarre, sacrificial array. The sower's emaciated and hunched figure had never manifested within the nest. Yet at this moment, an extraordinarily pure essence of demonic energy, imbued with his primal essence, erupted from the depths of the nest, merging into the array. What was he doing? Selena tightened her claws warily. A sinister pact, deeply rooted in bloodlines, resonated in Zatanna's voice with horror. He was consuming himself, yet the intent was not to assault us. Batman's gaze, sharp as an eagle behind his mask, swiftly analyzed the flow of energy. The energy was directed towards the depths of the cosmos. The targets were the other two. Before he could finish his thought, the blood-red energy born from the sower's own being pierced through space, as if traversing a vein-like bridge, instantaneously connecting to an exceedingly distant location. In the far reaches of the starry sky, the Green Lantern Corps Special Operations Team had just successfully raided the asteroid base where the Transporter and Enslaver were hiding. A fierce battle was drawing to a close. Two demonic progeny lay grievously wounded on the brink of annihilation, under the onslaught of several Green Lanterns. Just as Sartak prepared to issue the final capture command, without warning, the two alien demon progeny simultaneously emitted heart-wrenching screams. Their bodies ignited from within by an unseen force. Pure demonic essence erupted uncontrollably, transforming into two dark, crimson streams, which were instantaneously seized and siphoned by the blood-red bridge spanning the cosmos. What was happening? Their energy was being forcibly extracted. The Green Lantern stared in astonishment at this sudden turn of events, attempting to intervene, but the extraction force was bizarre and tyrannical, directly affecting their very essence. Their energy constructs found it nearly impossible to intercept. In merely 2 or 3 seconds, the two demon progeny who had stirred chaos on the alien world were reduced to ash amidst extreme agony and disbelief, their powers entirely drained. Meanwhile, in the subterranean lair of Gotham, the sower let out a roar that mingled ultimate pain with frenzied ecstasy. "Brother, sister, your powers are now mine, along with your unfulfilled fears and despair. Father, hear the offering of your last progeny. Grant me the strength to rend these ants asunder." The blood-red energy, which had coalesced the essence of the three demon progeny, did not augment the sower himself through the transformation of the array. Instead, it surged forth with a fervent, resolute force, hurtling towards a higher dimensional boundary that was indescribable and unlocatable. He was making a sacrifice of himself and the entirety of his siblings' powers and existence, bargaining for a fleeting boon from their source, the triumvirate of demons. Stop him. He forcefully opened a rift leading to the third palace of the magical dimension. Even if only for a fleeting moment, Zatanna screamed, her face pale. She understood better than anyone what that signified. Clark's heat vision, Starfire's plasma burst, Batman's frigid beam, Selena's explosive throwing knives, and even Zatanna's most potent banishment spell. All their attacks converged simultaneously upon the core of that blood-red magical array. Qin Kailan also moved, but rather than immediately consuming the sacrificial energy, he pressed both palms firmly against the ground. The power of the universal forge permeated downwards with an unprecedented intensity. Not as an attack, but as a construction. An invisible yet utterly solid energy absorption and isolation barrier rapidly expanded from his center, firmly sealing the lair and the deep rock layers beneath. Most of his strength was devoted to maintaining this barrier, for he vividly recalled the ancient being Barbados, slumbering beneath Gotham. Such an intense eruption of energy, originating from a transdimensional demon, could very well awaken that dark dragon, which loathed all external contamination. The consequences would be far more catastrophic than the Third Palace demon's mere glance. Distracted by this thought, his movements were delayed by a mere 1/100th of a second. All the attacks missed their mark, or rather, traversed the already corrupted space. At the center of the sacrificial array, the space shattered silently like fragile glass. It was not a vast passage, but an exceedingly small rift, exuding endless terror and a sense of annihilation. Beyond the rift, there loomed an immense eye, ablaze with hellfire, seemingly composed of countless twisted souls, cold and frenzied, filled with disdain for all order, gazing indifferently at this dimension. Just a single glance. An indescribable oppressive terror surged forth from that minuscule rift like a tangible tsunami. Boom! Except for Qin Kailan, who was shielded by the power of the universal forge, and had most of his strength devoted to maintaining the barrier. His body merely trembled violently, while everyone else, including Superman Clark, was hurled away as if struck by a powerful blow, caught in the shockwave of pure will emanating from a higher-dimensional demon. Zatanna's magical shield shattered instantaneously, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Starfire's flames nearly extinguished as she crashed into the wall. Selina collided with an icy mass, letting out a muffled groan. Clark crashed through several stone pillars before stabilizing himself, his face revealing a look of terror for the first time. Even Batman was pushed back repeatedly by the shockwave. His Nightwing armor, flickering with erratic arcs of electricity, a trace of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth beneath the helmet. The entire lair trembled violently. Yet the isolation barrier beneath Qin Kailan's feet shone brilliantly, forcibly absorbing, decomposing, and isolating the majority of the demonic pressure and energy fluctuations attempting to permeate downwards. Deep within the earth, an ancient presence seemed to stir slightly, but ultimately remained undisturbed. The foremost sower, his body began to disintegrate the moment the rift appeared. Yet his consciousness let out one final, fervent, and satisfied cry. Father. The enormous magical eye beyond the rift seemed to blink. A slender, yet profoundly potent, dark red ray, embodying boundless destruction and pollution energy, emerged from the fissure. It did not aim at anyone, but plunged directly into the ice-encased mother seed. Just as this ray, infused with a fragment of the essence of the Three Palaces demon, was on the verge of fully merging with the mother seed. A glint of brilliance sparked in Qin Kailan's eyes. While maintaining the barrier, he forcefully diverted a strand of his formidable energy, transforming it into an invisible hand, not to intercept the ray, but rather, with cunning greed, to tear away a small, pure strand of the dark red energy that was about to dissipate, just as the fissure was poised to close. The fissure vanished suddenly, as abruptly as it had appeared. The wounds in space quickly healed, and the terrifying pressure receded like a tide. Qin Kailan let out a muffled groan, his complexion slightly pale. Sustaining such a powerful barrier while executing such a delicate theft was immensely draining. Yet, in his palm, the small, struggling, roaring strand of dark red energy evoked an unprecedented and intense yearning hum from within his all things forging cauldron. This was the true high-quality material. Meanwhile, the ice-encased mother seed, having absorbed the majority of the Three Palaces demon S-ray, began to crack and melt rapidly. It transformed from an unsightly lump into a colossal egg, about the height of a person, pulsating like a demonic heart. Its surface was enveloped in a hard, horned layer, adorned with veins resembling flowing magma, emanating a chilling energy far more potent and terrifying than before. The seeder, sacrificing his own demise and the strength of his siblings, ultimately summoned a fragment of his father's essence, the Three Palaces demon, which injected and transformed the mother seed. What was gestating within that egg? Zatanna struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, her voice trembling with fear. That is not merely an infusion of energy. It is a coordinate, a beacon, an embryo for the descent of a higher-order demon. Batman swiftly scanned the energy readings, his voice grave. Energy levels are escalating exponentially. Structural stability is remarkably high. Internal life signs are rapidly intensifying. Sparks and Clark sensed the imminent threat. Selina glanced at Qin Kailan, only to find him gazing intently at the minuscule strand of dark red energy in his palm, his eyes ablaze as if beholding an unparalleled treasure. Kailan? Selina queried, puzzled. Qin Kailan suddenly clenched his fist, forcefully suppressing the strand of the Three Palaces' demon essence, drawing it deep into the cauldron for gradual refinement. He lifted his head, fixing his keen gaze upon the dark red giant egg. Good things must be savored slowly. He licked his lips, his tone icy, yet he concluded that the egg must be shattered immediately. However, just as he prepared to strike, the dark red giant egg surged violently, pulsating with intensity. An invisible wave of psychic energy, imbued with an absolute command, abruptly spread outwards. In the next moment, within and beyond the lair, all residual mutated creatures that had been suppressed, frozen, or injured by Batman, as well as the unpurged nest tissues, seemed to receive a final command, simultaneously ceasing all activity and frantically hurling themselves toward the colossal egg. They collided with the shell, their bodies instantaneously melting and disintegrating, greedily absorbed by the giant ovum. It was consuming all available biomass and energy, accelerating its gestation. It was drawing in nourishment. Stop it, Batman commanded fiercely. The onslaught of attacks surged forth once more. Yet whether physical strikes, energy blasts, or magical incantations, upon striking the dark crimson chitinous shell, they proved remarkably ineffective. They merely produced a few fissures, which rapidly healed as the surrounding biomass was absorbed. The defensive capability of this egg surpassed all expectations. Ordinary assaults were futile. Clark's fist slammed into the egg, the recoil numbing his arm, leaving only a slight dent in the shell. A more formidable force was required. Focus your assault on a single point. Starfire concentrated her might to conjure the most potent plasma flames, continuously scorching the surface. Zatanna attempted to unravel the demonic runes upon it, but to little avail. Qin Kailan's gaze sharpened, yet most of his strength was still needed to maintain the underground barrier, preventing the awakening of Barbados. His available power was limited. At that moment, the egg seemed to pulsate wildly, having absorbed sufficient nourishment. Simultaneously, a powerful, targeted suction force suddenly emanated from the egg. Clearly, it sought to consume more strength to augment its own power. Chapter 65. The demon spawn's nemesis and the starry path, the dark crimson giant egg throbbed like a demonic heart, wildly pulsating in the Gotham underground lair. The remaining mutated creatures and nest tissues surged toward it like moths to a flame, melting and disintegrating, becoming the sustenance for its accelerated gestation. The attacks of the group struck the hard, chitinous shell with minimal effect, helplessly witnessing its energy fluctuations intensifying, the unsettling life force within becoming increasingly distinct. This could not continue. Starfire relentlessly unleashed plasma flames, searing the surface of the shell, yet the magma-patterned carapace exhibited extraordinary heat resistance, its repair rate nearly matching the rate of destruction. Each of Clark's powerful punches would cause a deep indentation, resonating with a dull thud. Yet the recoil left his arm numb, and the dent would quickly recover as nutrients replenished. Its structural integrity was beyond imagination, continuously absorbing and fortifying itself. Zatanna's magical radiance sought to penetrate the runes on the shell surface, but was akin to a drop in the ocean. This outer layer had been reinforced by the primordial power of the Three-Palace Demon, granting it a formidable resistance to magic. A more pure and potent energy was necessary for an instantaneous breach. Selina utilized the Shadow Stealth Assistance device for high-speed maneuvering, continuously and precisely hurling high explosives into the fissures of the shell, causing debris to erupt, yet it was soon covered once more. The efficacy of physical explosions was limited. A larger yield or a more concentrated penetration was required. Batman's gaze rapidly scanned the energy readings and analytical data behind his mask, his mind operating like the most efficient of computers. Conventional attacks proved too inefficient. It absorbs biomass and residual energy to enhance itself. This process must be interrupted, or internal destruction must be wrought using powers that it cannot absorb, or even those that counteract it. His gaze swept over the crowd, ultimately resting on Qin Kailan. Among all present, Only he possessed the enigmatic ability to decompose and absorb, which had directly neutralized the willful onslaught of the Three Palaces demon, and even seemed to have appropriated something. At this moment, most of Qin Kailan's focus remained on maintaining the energy barrier enveloping the entire nest below, preventing the high concentration of demonic aura from awakening the buried Barbados. His capacity to exert force was limited, yet the yearning conveyed by the alchemical crucible of all things and his acute perception of the essence of the colossal egg propelled him toward a decisive resolution. In the absence of substantial force, merely confronting the eggshell, reinforced by the essence of the Three Palaces demon, with sheer armor would require considerable effort, and the commotion could invite unforeseen complications. It would be far more prudent to dismantle it from within, just as the onslaught from the others momentarily ceased. Allowing for contemplation of strategy, Qin Kailan sprang into action. He did not unleash any earth-shattering techniques. Rather, he simply flicked his fingers. A wisp of gray, almost imperceptible mist, akin to a living serpent, silently circumvented the most robust areas of the shell, precisely locating the minute fissure created by Clark's earlier strike, which was slowly healing, and instantly penetrated it. This wisp of mist was not an aggressive energy, but rather a manifestation of the most fundamental essence of the alchemical crucible of all things, embodying an infinitesimal fragment of the principles of decomposition and refinement. It possessed no attributes, maintaining absolute decomposing authority over all things equally. This force was deftly infused by Qin Kailan into the interior of the colossal egg, akin to a drop of ice water in a pot of boiling oil, or a minuscule yet profoundly corrosive grain of sand within a delicate instrument. It did not erupt immediately. Instead, it lay in wait like the most lethal virus, silently commencing its work of analysis, assimilation, and erosion of the surrounding embryonic environment, composed of the essence of the Three Palaces demon. It would become the most unstable and destructive factor within this demonic embryo, merely awaiting the opportune moment to ignite. After completing this intricate maneuver, a slight pallor washed over Qin Kailan's countenance. For maintaining the barrier while executing such precision was no small feat, however. The look he directed at the colossal egg had transformed into one of unwavering determination. "Continue the assault. Do not relent," he commanded, urging them to concentrate their fire on a single point. Its defenses are not invincible. Although the others did not fully grasp his intent, they held a fundamental trust in Qin Kailan. Clark, Starfire, and Batman redirected their attacks to the same spot on the eggshell. Zatanna also concentrated her strongest anti-demon radiance, while Selina hurled all remaining high explosives toward the target. Boom! A tremendous explosion and wave of energy reverberated throughout the nest once more. The colossal egg seemed to sense the impending threat, pulsating even more frantically as it accelerated its absorption of the residual biomass surrounding it. The dark red glow on the surface of the eggshell swirled, laboring to withstand the external onslaught. Within, the embryo was voraciously drawing power, striving to hasten its formation. However, it remained oblivious to the far more terrifying bomb that had quietly been buried in its very core. As the battle raged fiercely beneath Gotham, two Green Lanterns stationed near the lunar orbit gazed at Hal Jordan, who had just emerged from a state of shock and weakness, their expressions grave. "Mr. Jordan," one Green Lantern began, his tone unyielding and formal, "by direct order of the Guardians, you must return with us to the Corps headquarters immediately. You need to undergo systematic training to comprehend the responsibilities and powers of the Green Lantern Ring, as well as the laws of the universe. The current situation on Earth is complex and perilous. Remaining here is not the optimal choice." Hal Jordan, a novice who had just endured a cosmic conflict beyond his comprehension, wore a look of bewilderment and slight defiance. "Wait, my home is under attack. Am I just supposed to abandon it? Those people need help. The Guardians are aware of Earth's situation and have assessed that the existing local forces are sufficient to handle the current threats." Another Green Lantern explained in a calm tone, "Your immediate priority is to master the power at your disposal. An uncontrolled ring can itself become a source of catastrophe. Please cooperate with our mission." Hal wished to argue further, but the Green Lantern ring in his hand seemed to resonate with his companion's words, emanating a gentle yet resolute light that conveyed a need for learning and guidance. Simultaneously, He recalled the helplessness and fear he felt when under the control of the parallax, as well as the shocking ease with which that mysterious armored figure had resolved the crisis. Remaining here, he realized, would render him ineffectual, perhaps even counterproductive. Fine. Hal finally acquiesced, casting a glance at the azure earth, a flicker of concern crossing his gaze, yet overshadowed by curiosity and yearning for the unknown universe and the power in his grasp. I will go with you, but once this is over, I must return. Of course, the Green Lantern affirmed. The Corps respects every member's connection to their home planet. A brilliant beam of green light descended from above, enveloping the 3 Green Lanterns. In the next moment, the light vanished, and silence returned to the vicinity of the lunar orbit, leaving only the starship barricade functioning quietly in the distance. Along with the battle unfolding beneath Gotham, one that held the fate of the city and perhaps the entire world in the balance. In the subterranean lair, the relentless concentrated assault finally bore fruit. After Clark had struck the same point with his fist countless times, combined with the continuous burning of Starfire and Batman's alternating extreme cold beams, the shell finally emitted the sound of cracking under pressure. A distinct fissure appeared and rapidly spread. Effective. Increase the intensity, Batman commanded coolly. Zatanna seized the opportunity, channeling all her magical energy into a slender beam of pure white light, piercing with surgical precision into the crack. A roar erupted from within the giant egg, not transmitted through the air, but resonating directly within the souls of all present, a sound filled with pain and fury. The latent power, significantly weakened after the external assault on the shell's defenses, was finally ignited indirectly by Zatanna's beam of anti-magic. Like a fuse being lit, that minuscule strength erupted instantaneously. It was not an explosion, but a silent, absolute dissolution and annihilation. Centered around that flicker of power, the meticulously constructed embryonic environment within the colossal egg, formed by the primordial magic of the 3 Palace, began to dissolve and disintegrate rapidly, akin to snow melting in the sunlight. The terrifying life in gestation emitted a more piercing wail, its very foundation being fundamentally destroyed. The dark red shell visibly dulled, losing its luster, while the surface's magma patterns swiftly extinguished. The frantic pulsations grew chaotic and feeble. Now, attack the fissure with all your might. Qin Kailan's eyes sparkled with intensity as he shouted. He could sense the internal structure collapsing at a breakneck pace. Clark concentrated all his power, unleashing a torrent of thermal vision and physical strikes simultaneously. The Starfire released the last vestiges of plasma energy without reservation. Batman's freezing beam was once again unleashed at full force, exacerbating the internal structural fragility. Selina hurled the final few specially crafted interference darts aimed at the energy structure. Zatanna chanted ancient incantations, guiding her magical force to tear it apart from within. Boom! Under the dual assault from both inside and out, particularly the rampant, absolute force of dissolution from within, the seemingly indestructible magical egg finally shattered completely. There was no gore, no monstrous emergence, only countless dark red, lifeless energy fragments and keratinous shards scattered and splintered, which were then entirely decomposed, absorbed, and transformed into the purest energy by the aftershocks of Qin Kailan's latent power, replenishing his previous expenditure. At the center of the nest remained a continuously twisting, diminishing dark red energy vortex, emitting a reluctant hissing sound, a remnant of the 3 Palaces' primordial power attempting to escape back to its dimension. Not a chance. Zatanna strained to raise her staff, attempting to seal the space. Yet Qin Kailan was swifter. He raised his hand, and the suction of Universal Forge reached out, effortlessly capturing the escaping dark red primordial force, forcibly drawing it back and suppressing it deep within the cauldron, merging it with the prior acquisition, awaiting slow refinement. As the dust settled, the nest lay in disarray, but the suffocating demonic aura finally began to dissipate gradually. Everyone released a sigh of relief, displaying expressions of fatigue intermingled with gratitude. However, Batman crouched down, retrieving an inconspicuous fragment from a pile of ashes, seemingly composed of black crystals. Upon it lingered an exceedingly faint yet similar oscillation to the 3 Palaces' power, albeit with subtle differences. His visor flickered rapidly with analytical data. This is not a remnant of the Cedar's power. Batman's voice was low and solemn. It resembles more a fragment of some sort of communicator or beacon. Before the utter obliteration of the egg, it seemed that a fleeting message had been transmitted. He lifted his gaze towards Qin Kailan and Zatanna, the objective pointing skyward, not in the right direction. This conclusion was confirmed through communication with the star barrier stationed far on the moon. Chapter 66. Post-war tenderness and the spark of rebellion deep within the bowels of Gotham. The lair fell into a profound silence. The malevolent essence was purged by the might of the all things crucible, leaving behind a ground strewn with frozen fragments, scorched marks from explosions, and remnants of energy shocks, silently narrating the recent, breathtaking confrontation. The air was thick with a sense of relief after calamity, intertwined with an exhaustion that seeped into the marrow. Batman cautiously placed the peculiar black crystalline shard into a specially designed lead box, isolating it. His brow remained furrowed behind the mask. Alfred, initiate the highest level analysis protocol. Compare it against all known extraterrestrial civilizations and interdimensional signal characteristics. Already in progress, Master Bruce. The medical and logistics teams at Wayne Enterprises are on standby. Do you require assistance? No need, Batman interjected, casting a glance over the slightly fatigued assembly. The contamination here has been eradicated. I will handle the subsequent cleanup and concealment myself. You all should depart. His tone remained steely. Yet the implication was unmistakable. This task is mine. You may rest. Zatanna, pale and leaning on her staff for support, nodded slightly. I need to return to the mystical haven for recuperation. This drain has been overwhelming. She glanced at Qin Kailan, her gaze complex. Handle that shard with care. It is of the same essence as the triumvirate sorcery, yet it emanates a more frigid and pure aura, imbued with a metallic intent to slay. She appeared to ponder something, yet uncertainty lingered, prompting her to shake her head. With a burst of teleportation magic, her figure gradually faded into the ether. Clark was in the best condition, though the mental toll required some solace. He nodded to Qin Kailan and Batman. I will assess the city's status to ensure no unrest has been overlooked. With that, he transformed into a blur of red and blue, soaring upward, vanishing into the fissures leading to the surface. The flames surrounding Starfire had subsided, her countenance reflecting the exhilaration of battle mingled with a subtle fatigue. She hovered beside Qin Kailan, regarding him with curiosity, then glanced at Batman, who was directing miniature robots to clear the scene, seemingly finding it rather dull. Selina exhaled deeply, deactivating her shadow cloak, revealing a face marked with sweat yet illuminated by a bright smile. She approached Qin Kailan, comfortably leaning against him, her tone laced with lazy banter. At last, it's over. All I desire now is a long, hot bath, followed by 3 days and nights of sleep. Of course, that hinges on whether a certain tireless individual will let me be. With a pointed gesture, she playfully poked Qin Kailan's chest. Qin Kailan smiled, dissipating the aura of the crucible that enveloped him. Although fatigued, the energy he absorbed from the remnants of demonic power and the essence of the triumvirate invigorated him. He casually wrapped an arm around Selina's waist. Rest assured, tonight is solely for slumber. Undoubtedly, the credibility of his remarks regarding sleep rests solely with Selina. We are leaving, came Batman's voice from beneath his mask, devoid of any discernible emotion. It was evident that he had no intention of participating in the forthcoming leisure activities. Qin Kailan nodded, raising his hand to snap his fingers. A luminous blue portal enveloped him, Selina, and the curious Starfire. In the next instant, they found themselves back on the far side of the moon, within the spacious, futuristic yet homely main lounge of the Starry Barrier base. Soft artificial sunlight simulated the earthly twilight, while warm air dispelled the moon's chill. Selina let out a cheer, kicked off her boots, and barefooted, flung herself onto the enormous sofa with a contented sigh, exclaiming, "This place is simply delightful." Meanwhile, Rachel, who had been meandering within the spacecraft, rushed over upon receiving Kyra's notification, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she gazed at Qin Kailan. Upon noticing her, Qin Kailan understood her unspoken question and flashed her a relaxed smile, giving a thumbs up to signal that everything was taken care of. He then approached the beverage station to pour himself an energy drink, while Rachel's eyes brimmed with joyful tears upon realizing that the demon which had haunted her existence and caused her mother's demise, was finally vanquished. However, Starfire appeared rather indifferent to Rachel's arrival. The Princess of Tamarin possessed a mindset starkly different from that of Earthlings, coupled with a more candid and fervent expression of emotions. She boldly stepped in front of Qin Kailan, her emerald green eyes locking onto his without hesitation, filled with curiosity, inquisitiveness, and an unabashed yearning. Qin. Her voice rang clear and direct, imbued with the unique cadence of her alien tongue, the power you wield. That sense of supremacy overall, it sends tremors through the energy within me. What is it? Is it related to the demonic energy you have absorbed? May I experience it? As she spoke, she reached out, seemingly intent on touching Qin Kailan's chest, the core of the all-embracing crucible, its most potent force. As for the crucible itself, it transcended the material realm understood by humanity. Even its possessor, Qin Kailan, struggled to articulate its essence. Qin Kailan was momentarily taken aback, yet before he could respond, Selena, lounging on the sofa, interjected with a discontented huff. Hey, alien girl, prying into another man's secrets is hardly polite. Moreover, if you wish to touch him, you ought to first seek my permission. Though her tone bore a teasing quality, her eyes glimmered with the vigilance and possessiveness akin to that of a feline. Starfire turned her gaze toward Selena, her expression betraying no sense of offense, but rather an air of natural curiosity. Why should your consent matter? It is a universal principle that powerful individuals attract followers and companions. My curiosity and attraction to Qin's power do not conflict with my respect for you. In Tamarin, it is commonplace for powerful warriors to have multiple partners. Her words were so forthright that Selena momentarily faltered, then burst into laughter. Earth does not abide by such customs. It values the notion of precedence. Precedence? The spark tilted her head, clearly unable to comprehend such inefficient rules. Yet, why should emotional connections and physical attraction be constrained by order? It defies logic. She gazed again at Qin Kailan, her eyes ablaze with sincerity and fervor. Qin, you are formidable, truly formidable. You saved me, and your strength evokes a sense of closeness and desire within me. I wish to know you better, not only your power, but also your essence. Having spoken, in the midst of Selena's wide-eyed astonishment and Qin Kailan's bewilderment, the spark unexpectedly stepped forward, extending her arms to embrace Qin Kailan's neck. With an irresistible fervor, she rose on her toes and pressed her lips against his. This was no bashful kiss of an Earth woman. It was as intense as the stars of Tamarin, direct and teeming with vitality and possessiveness. Qin Kailan was completely taken aback by this sudden assault, his mind momentarily derailed. The soft sensation of her lips and the unabashed passion emanating from her stirred something within him. Cora, on an Eros. Selena sprang from the sofa like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, rushing to pry the spark away from Qin Kailan. Let him go. Yet, the spark seemed oblivious, diving deeper into the kiss, even employing a hint of Tamaranian power, momentarily thwarting Selena's attempts to separate them. At the eye of the storm, Qin Kailan experienced the fervor between their lips, enveloped by the unique scent of the spark, reminiscent of sun-scorched amber, while Selena's frantic protests rang in his ears. This bizarre situation left him a loss. Finally, the spark concluded the lengthy kiss, releasing Qin Kailan and licking her lips, her emerald eyes glimmering with satisfaction and a triumphant expression. She turned to the flustered Selena, cheeks flushed with anger, and boldly declared, "See, I've gone first. According to Earth-S rules, we should be equal now, correct? Equal? You extraterrestrial, big-headed fiend." Selena was on the brink of madness, shooting a furious glare at Qin Kailan. "Say something." Qin Kailan touched his still warm lips, gazing at the furious Catwoman and the alien princess who wore a smug expression as if she had achieved her goal. Feeling utterly overwhelmed, this was more challenging than facing the stares of 3 palace demons. He cleared his throat, attempting to ease the tension. "Well, Cora, the rules of Earth are indeed rather complex, and matters like this require, a gradual approach." The spark blinked, seemingly misunderstanding his intent. "Gradual? Do you mean a deeper understanding like just now? I can accept that." As she spoke, she began to survey the lounge's layout, seemingly in search of a bedroom. Selena was utterly speechless, holding her forehead as she felt her earthling moral compass being thoroughly trampled. As for Rachel, her little mind had long since short-circuited. filled with thoughts of, is this even possible? Qin Kailan was equally bemused. He looked into the spark's pure and fervent gaze, realizing that her actions were not meant as provocation, but stemmed genuinely from the instincts and logic of her civilization. Selena's ire was entirely justifiable. At this peculiar and tantalizing impasse, the base's alert suddenly echoed. Warning, a high-purity energy signal is rapidly approaching lunar orbit. The energy signature analysis reveals it to be of the same origin as that of the Green Lantern, albeit more potent and stable. The identity is designated as the Star Green Lantern Corps, Senior Inspector, ID number 28141. The previously charged atmosphere among the three was abruptly shattered. Qin Kailan's gaze sharpened. The Green Lantern Corps? Senior Inspector? Had they not just departed? What do they possibly want? Selena, momentarily setting aside her personal grievances, furrowed her brow. Could it be related to the issue of the parallax creature? Or have they discovered your possession of that fragment of the three realms' demonic essence? Starfire exhibited an intrigued demeanor. The emissaries of the stars? Perhaps they herald new opportunities for battle? The large screen in the lounge displayed the scene beyond lunar orbit. A beam of vibrant emerald light, far more robust and dazzling than any previous Green Lantern, was advancing with a commanding swiftness towards the starry bastion. Clearly, trouble had not abated. It had merely assumed a different form. Chapter 67. The emissary and underlying affections. The emerald beam precisely hovered outside the docking port of the starry bastion, its radiance retracting to reveal a figure. It was not a massive fleet, but a female alien clad in an exquisitely tailored Green Lantern uniform adorned with golden trim. Her skin was a pale gold, her countenance grave and imposing, with sharp eyes surrounded by a stable and powerful green energy field, far surpassing any Green Lantern previously encountered. A clear identification number adorned her chest, marking her as ID 28141, Senior Inspector. The airlock slowly opened, the internal gravity field and environmental simulation systems fully prepared. Qin Kailan stood at the entrance, his expression calm, flanked by Selena, who had tidied her appearance but retained a hint of annoyance and vigilance, alongside Starfire, whose expression was one of curiosity and composure. Clark was absent, attending to matters in Gotham, in the name of the stars and their guardians. The voice of the female inspector resonated through the ring's translation, articulate and imbued with an undeniable authority, yet devoid of overt hostility. I am Senior Inspector Sarek of the Green Lantern Corps, here at the behest of the Guardians to communicate with Mr. Qin Kailan regarding subsequent matters. Her gaze swept over Qin Kailan, lingering for a moment as if appraising something, before shifting to Selena and Starfire, her eyes momentarily resting on Starfire, seemingly recognizing her Tamaranian heritage. Welcome, Inspector Sarek. Qin Kailan gestured for her to proceed, his tone respectful yet assertive. Please, let us converse. The group entered a minimalist yet technologically advanced conference room. Sarek refrained from taking a seat, opting instead to delve directly into the matter at hand. First and foremost, the Green Lantern Corps expresses gratitude for the intelligence you have provided. The Special Operations Team has successfully located and neutralized two concealed extraterrestrial demonic offspring, the Teleporter and the Enslaver, thereby eliminating a potential cosmic threat. Her tone was formal, underscoring the necessity of collaboration evident in this operation. Qin Kailan nodded slightly, stating that it was merely a matter of mutual needs. The troubles on Earth have been thoroughly resolved, which was indeed another purpose of my journey. Sarek's sharp gaze fixed upon him, as the Guardians expressed great interest in his ability to handle the parallax creature and effectively curb the spread of the Triumvirate's dark powers. The parallax creature was a significant component of the emotional spectrum, and its disappearance was no trivial matter. The Guardians wished to comprehend the specifics and ensure that its powers would not wreak unpredictable havoc upon the cosmic balance. This inquiry was rather direct, yet it fell within the realm of reason. Qin Kailan had already prepared his response and replied nonchalantly. The parallax creature was severely tainted by demonic energy and had succumbed to madness. Its very existence posed a threat to the balance. I utilized my abilities to separate the tainted portions from its core fear energy and address them accordingly. The fear energy has been restored to the spectrum, while the corrupted demonic energy has been utterly annihilated to prevent contamination of other realms. He spoke half-truths, portraying the act of consumption as separation and directing focus towards the dangers of demonic contamination. Sarek listened intently, her expression unreadable, seemingly employing her lantern ring to analyze the veracity of his words. After a moment, she remarked, "Your account aligns with the residual energy traces from the site. The Guardians acknowledge your efforts in cleansing the demonic pollution, yet they will continue to monitor the fluctuations of the emotional spectrum." She did not delve deeper, clearly indicating that the Green Lantern Corps remained focused on addressing external threats and maintaining overall stability, unwilling to easily provoke a mysterious powerhouse capable of managing the parallax creature. Moreover, she shifted the conversation to the new Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, who had safely arrived on Earth and commenced his training. The Guardians hoped for stability on Earth before he officially became a qualified Green Lantern, to avoid further incidents necessitating large-scale interventions by the Lantern Rings. This carried a subtle warning, implying that the Green Lantern Corps wished for Earth to manage its own affairs. As long as no extraterrestrial intruders arrived uninvited, Earth would remain naturally stable. Qin Kailan smiled knowingly. Sarek seemed to understand, nodding slightly. That would be for the best. My message has been conveyed. The Green Lantern Corps will continue to monitor Sector 2814, particularly Earth. With that, she offered a slight gesture and radiated a bright green light, clearly indicating her intent to depart swiftly. No need to see her off. Qin Kailan nodded. In a flash of green light, the high-ranking inspector vanished, arriving swiftly and departing just as quickly. The conference room fell silent once more. "Ah, the bureaucratic demeanor," Selina remarked, pouting as she relaxed back in her chair, her words laced with undertones of probing and caution, which she found rather tedious. "She's formidable," Starfire commented, her eyes glimmering with a combative spark, acknowledging her high energy levels and potential as a worthy opponent. Qin Kailan rubbed his temples, relieved that troublesome matters had finally reached a conclusion. He turned his gaze towards the two women, his expression shifting to one of playful intrigue. Perhaps it was time to address some internal issues? Selina immediately shot him a glare, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Who said we have internal issues? The matter of a certain human traitor and an unruly alien princess is of no concern to me." With that, she attempted to rise and depart. However, Xingho immediately stood up, positioning herself squarely before Selina, her expression grave. "Selina, I believe we need to communicate. My desire for Qin is genuine and forthright. This does not detract from your relationship with him. Stop. This is Earth. Do not invoke your alien customs here." Selina nearly lost her composure. Qin Kailan observed the scene with a blend of exasperation and amusement. He stepped forward, grasping Selina's hand to prevent her escape, while his other hand was naturally taken by Xingho. "Cora," he said to Xingho, his tone gentle yet resolute, "I comprehend your culture and methods. However, on Earth, especially between us, emotions necessitate mutual respect for each other's wishes and feelings, requiring time to cultivate, rather than a mere game of conquest or the law of attraction. Selina is important to me, and I must regard her feelings." Xingho blinked, seemingly striving to grasp this intricate emotional logic. Yet she perceived the earnestness in Qin Kailan's eyes and noted that Selina, despite her reluctance, did not withdraw her hand. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded. "I understand. Although it may be inefficient, I shall endeavor to learn the ways of Earth. Nevertheless, I shall not relinquish my pursuit of an understanding of Qin." Her latter statement was delivered with unwavering conviction. Selina scoffed, though her expression softened considerably. At least Qin Kailan's declaration indicated he cared for her feelings. She shot a pointed look at Xingho. "Do as you wish, just refrain from suddenly leaping to kiss him." "Kissing is one of the most direct ways to express emotions and possessiveness," Xingho retorted earnestly. As it appeared the two were poised to embark on yet another round of interstellar cultural conflict, Qin Kailan quickly intervened. "All right, after everything we've endured, everyone is weary. Let's take a break. We can discuss matters further at a leisurely pace." He emphasized the word leisurely. He ushered both women out of the conference room, intending for them to return to their respective quarters to rest. However, as they traversed a corridor leading to the living quarters, they encountered Rachel, who should have been resting in her room. Raven, Rachel Rose, stood quietly by the window, gazing out at the desolate lunar landscape. She was still clad in her deep purple cloak, the hood lowered to reveal her slightly pale yet delicate visage, her dark short hair accentuating her snow-like complexion. Sensing the presence of the three, she turned her head slightly, her faintly melancholic purple eyes resting upon them. particularly lingering on Qin Kailan for a moment before she nodded gently in greeting. Her demeanor remained somewhat introverted and closed off, but compared to her state when first rescued, she exhibited a modicum of tranquility. "Rachel, are you not resting?" Qin Kailan inquired softly. He always possessed an extra measure of patience for this unfortunate girl. Raven shook her head gently, her voice barely audible. "I find it difficult to sleep. There seem to be numerous powerful energy fluctuations just now." She referred to the earlier arrival of Sarek. "It is nothing to worry about. Merely an official from the Green Lantern Corps came to converse briefly," Qin Kailan explained. The Raven nodded, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Qin Kailan, her eyes imbued with a complex blend of gratitude and dependence. He had rescued her from the encroaching darkness of the three palaces, granting her a safe haven. This emotion was quiet yet profound. Xingho observed the Raven with curiosity, sensing a formidable and dark energy within the girl, starkly contrasting her exterior demeanor. "Are you the hybrid dimensional being saved by Qin?" she inquired directly. The Raven was momentarily taken aback by the bluntness of the question, instinctively stepping back a half step before nodding in affirmation. Selina, noticing this, chastised Xingho with irritation. "Hey, be a bit more tactful. You're scaring the child." Although she had her differences with Xingho, she held no grievances against the quiet and vulnerable girl. Xingho responded with confusion. "I was merely stating a fact." Qin Kailan chuckled helplessly and reassured the Raven. "Do not mind her. Cola means no harm. Please go rest." The Raven nodded once more, casting a deep glance at Qin Kailan before turning and silently vanishing at the corridor's end. This brief interlude temporarily alleviated the tension between Selina and Xingho. Qin Kailan escorted Selina to her room, only to find Xingho trailing closely behind, determined to remain present. Selina crossed her arms, observing Qin Kailan, then casting a sidelong glance at the composed Xingho, a sly smile suddenly gracing her lips. Leaning closer to Qin Kailan, she whispered in a tone only the three could hear, "All right, considering your commendable performance just now and certain extraterrestrial customs, I suppose I can entertain the idea of understanding a bit more." With that, she swiftly pressed a kiss to Qin Kailan's cheek, then provocatively glanced at Xingho before entering her room and closing the door. Yet, her tone and expression hinted at a degree of acquiescence and openness to the future. Xingho regarded the closed door, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in her verdant eyes. She then turned to Qin Kailan and earnestly asked, "Qin, does this imply that Selina has accepted the proposal of sharing? Or is this a form of terrestrial trial?" Qin Kailan gazed at the inquisitive extraterrestrial princess before glancing at Selina's firmly shut door, sensing that a glimmer of hope illuminated the path to the harem, though it remained laden with challenges. Meanwhile, at the distant end of the corridor where the Raven had vanished, a barely perceptible ripple of dark energy oscillated gently before swiftly returning to tranquility. Chapter 68. The study of magic and the stirring of shadows. The starry barrier was bathed in a simulated serene dawn. Yet within the main lounge, the atmosphere was subtly charged. The visit from Inspector Sarek the previous night, though devoid of conflict, undeniably served as a reminder of the external world's scrutiny and potential dangers. Selina lounged lazily on the sofa, sipping synthetic coffee, her gaze occasionally darting towards Rachel, who sat quietly in the corner. The girl cradled a cup of hot water, her eyes somewhat distant, seemingly still ensnared by the terrifying experiences in the underground lair and the shadows cast by the uncontrollable power within her. Qin Kailan observed all of this keenly. He approached Rachel, crouching before her to meet her gaze. "How do you feel? Is there anywhere still uncomfortable?" Rachel gently shook her head, her voice faint. "Much better, thank you, Mr. Qin. It's just that sometimes I still feel it whispering within me." She instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. At some point, Zatanna had also joined them, her expression a blend of warmth and seriousness. "The bloodline curse of the three palace sorceress will not vanish easily, Rachel. It is akin to a profound scar. Even when healed, it may throb in certain weathers. Yet, the pain serves as a reminder of its existence, and it does not define us." She gently placed her hand on Rachel's shoulder and continued, "You possess immense power, a force derived from your lineage, yet its future hinges on your will. Evading and fearing it will only make it more susceptible to the encroachment of darkness. Conversely, should you learn to comprehend and guide it, you could transform it into a shield for your protection and that of others, rather than a blade that harms indiscriminately. Qin Kailan nodded in agreement. Zatanna is right. Rachel, you do not need to be a flower forever sheltered in a greenhouse. You have the capacity to seize your own fate. And he glanced at Zatanna, can assist you. Having experienced the nest incident, they were acutely aware of the latent dangers and values of the power within Rachel. Rather than allowing her to suppress her unease passively, it would be more beneficial to actively guide her in mastering control, transforming her from a victim needing protection into a partner capable of wielding her power and contributing in the future. This was vital for both her mental well-being and the long-term development of their team. Rachel lifted her head, hope and trepidation shimmering in her violet eyes. Can I truly learn to control it? Will it not harm others? Of course, Zatanna replied with unwavering conviction. However, this requires systematic study and extensive practice, starting from the very basics. Are you willing? Rachel took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. I am. I want to control it. I don't want to be a burden or even a danger anymore. Excellent. Zatanna smiled with satisfaction. Then we shall begin today. The first lesson will be energy perception and meditation. Selena, observing the scene, set down her coffee cup, a smile curving her lips. Oh, is a magical girl training class commencing? Little Rachel, best of luck. If it gets too dull, come find your sister to play. We wouldn't want you turning into a bookworm. Though she herself was not fond of studying, she supported Rachel's decision. Starfire, sensitive to the term training, immediately leaned in. Training? Is it a new power enhancement course? May I participate? My energy control also requires refinement. Zatanna politely yet firmly declined. I'm afraid not, Corey. Rachel's initial learning requires absolute silence and focus to avoid any external energy interference, especially with the surging Tamaranian stellar energy within you, which is too fiery and active. It might disturb her inherently somber, magical equilibrium. Though Starfire felt a tinge of disappointment, she nodded in understanding and stepped back, her gaze still fixed intently on the trio preparing to head to the meditation room, clearly intending to observe from afar. The meditation room, meticulously arranged by the base, exuded an unusually gentle ambience. Rachel sat somewhat nervously on the cushion in the center of the room. Zatanna's teaching was both profound and accessible, beginning with the fundamentals of meditation and internal energy visualization, patiently guiding her to distinguish her own pure shadow magic from the restless demonic bloodline within her. Qin Kailan quietly sat nearby, the power of Universal Forge, functioning as an exquisitely sensitive sensor, keenly perceiving every subtle fluctuation of energy surrounding Rachel, occasionally offering crucial suggestions from the perspective of energy structure. One excelled in the philosophy and techniques of magic, while the other was adept in the essence and structure of energy. Their collaboration was seamless. Under their joint guidance, Rachel made significant progress, successfully condensing a small orb of deep purple, pure magical energy at her fingertips, which illuminated her pale face with a rare glimmer of accomplishment. During a break, Zatanna approached Qin Kailan, softly exclaiming, "Your perspective always strikes at the core. It is truly remarkable." Qin Kailan smiled. "It is merely another form of understanding. Your guidance is the key." At that moment, the door to the meditation room was gently pushed open, and Selena peeked in, holding a fruit platter. "Hey, teachers and little one, how about some vitamins?" Sitting still for too long can be quite stiffening. She attentively placed the fruit platter beside Rachel. Starfire followed, leaning against the door frame, observing the harmonious teaching between the two before suddenly speaking. "Qin, the energy fluctuations when you are with her," gesturing to Zatanna, "are quite harmonious. Is this an earthly standard for mate selection?" Puffed. Zatanna nearly choked, her cheeks flushing slightly. Selena rolled her eyes. "Cora, is there nothing in your mind besides combat and reproduction?" Rachel's face also turned crimson at the blunt remark. Qin Kailan helplessly rubbed his forehead. "Cora, this is merely the rapport arising from academic exchange." Starfire, somewhat perplexed yet still determined to observe, remained quiet. Selena impatiently nudged her. "Don't interrupt the class." After this brief interlude, the teaching resumed. Rachel was in better form, successfully executing a brief shadow concealment. However, as the class approached its conclusion and she attempted to channel more magical energy, an unexpected twist occurred. The three royal bloodlines within her, previously isolated, were subtly stirred by the activation of her primary magical energy, causing an almost imperceptible tremor to escape. This tremor resembled an unconscious resonance, and the object of this resonance was distant. Almost simultaneously, a piece of black crystal, meticulously preserved far away in Gotham, seemed to receive this faint, yet higher-tiered bloodline signal, its surface suddenly flashing with a barely discernible dark gleam. Qin Kailan and Zatanna's expressions changed drastically as they instinctively acted. "Rachel, center your mind." Zatanna's spell and Qin Kailan's forceful intervention descended simultaneously, forcibly suppressing that flicker of agitation. As the energy stabilized, Rachel's face turned pale, her heart still racing. What was that just now? Qin Kailan and Zatanna exchanged a serious glance, their expressions gravely solemn. Where did that resonance lead? Zatanna closed her eyes, savoring the sensation, and uncertainly remarked, "It feels incredibly distant, profoundly cold. Unlike the chaos of the three-palace demon, it resembles a pure darkness imbued with a desire for slaughter." Qin Kailan remained silent, his thoughts drifting to that shard in Batman's ominous warning. A vague and unsettling conjecture surfaced in his mind. Could it be that the shard serves not only as a beacon, but also as a receiver? And could it, or the entity it represents, be capable of sensing Rachel's bloodline? Chapter 69. The Mother Box's initial memory and the whispers of apocalypse within the sanctum, the tension brought by the sudden. Icy resonance from afar began to dissipate, yet the somber atmosphere lingered. Rachel's delicate face was pale, her hands clutching the hem of her garment tightly. Her violet eyes filled with dread and confusion. "Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to attempt to channel a bit more power." She believed her earlier misstep had caused the recent anomaly. Zatanna quickly reassured her in a gentle tone. "No, Rachel, this is not your fault. You did exceedingly well. It is something else that is attempting to sense your bloodline." Her brows furrowed in concern as she glanced at Qin Kailan, their eyes sharing the same unease, a sensation that was cold, pure, and rife with a desire for violence, unequivocally sinister. Moreover, it seemed capable of precisely detecting even the faintest fluctuations of the three-palace demon bloodline. Qin Kailan maintained a tranquil demeanor as he approached Rachel, a gentle warmth flowing into her, meticulously ensuring that the agitation was completely quelled. "Do not worry. We are here," he comforted the young girl before turning to Zatanna, his tone grave. "That sensation bears a striking resemblance to your previous analysis of that shard." Zatanna nodded. "Indeed, it exudes a metallic will for slaughter. I suspect that the shard from last night is not merely a beacon or a fragment of a communicator. It is likely an extraordinarily sophisticated sensor in its own right. What it senses and attempts to respond to may not only be energy, but perhaps a specific bloodline frequency." Her gaze fell upon Rachel, the implication unspoken yet clear. In other words, there may be an unknown adversary possessing the capability or technology to track the three-palace demon bloodline, and that shard serves as their probing tool? Qin Kailan concluded sharply. This news was far from favorable. Rachel resembled an unstable signal source, vulnerable to being targeted at any moment. The likelihood is high. Zatanna's expression was grave. "We must bolster our protection of Rachel while swiftly uncovering the origins of that shard and the forces it represents." The phrase "protect tracking technology" shard reverberated in Qin Kailan's mind. Suddenly, a nearly forgotten fragment of memory leaped into his consciousness from the world before his crossing. It was a scene from the film Justice League. The army of parademons, the colossal Mother Box, and the terrifying figure of the Deesad, wielding a massive axe in search of the Mother Box. The Mother Box, a creation of the new gods of Apocalypse, possessing self-awareness, capable of sensing energy, altering environments, opening boom tubes, and even resurrecting the dead. They are the key that Deesad and Darkseid seek in their quest to conquer the universe. The fragment exuded a chilling, metallic energy imbued with a lethal intent, prompting Batman and Zatanna to analyze its potential reactions to specific bloodlines. Qin Kailan's pupils constricted slightly. Perhaps we have misconstrued a critical aspect. He spoke slowly, his voice tinged with uncertainty, yet predominantly characterized by prophetic speculation. The enigmatic adversary, their primary target, may not be Rachel or the Triumvirate at all. Zatanna and Rachel exchanged puzzled glances. "What do you mean?" Zatanna inquired. It seems I have encountered descriptions of a cosmic cube in some ancient texts. Qin Kailan carefully chose his words. He could not reveal that his knowledge stemmed from film. These artifacts are known as mother boxes, supreme technological creations of the new gods of Apocalypse. They possess unfathomable power, but one of their most significant traits is their ability to resonate with one another. Furthermore, they are said to harbor an extraordinary craving for certain elevated energies that embody the mysteries of life. He paused, turning to Zatanna. You previously mentioned that the fragment felt cold, pure, and imbued with a desire for destruction, reminiscent of a metallic will. Does this align with your conception of a highly advanced, sentient weapon of war? Zatanna was momentarily taken aback, reflecting deeply, her expression gradually shifting. It aligns perfectly, particularly that sense of frigid intent, which could scarcely be attributed to a natural creation. So, you suggest that the fragment may originate from a mother box? And the resonance we experienced last night, rather than being directed at Rachel, was likely an instinctive response provoked by the fragment sensing the unique life energy contained within her highborn demonic lineage, akin to a ravenous wolf catching the scent of blood. The true wielder of the mother box, or one in pursuit of it, is a being known as the Desolate Wolf, a new god of Apocalypse, serving as Darkseid's vanguard. Their ultimate objective is to locate and merge the 3 scattered mother boxes on Earth, thereby pinpointing and conquering this planet. In contrast, Rachel's bloodline may merely have triggered a negligible disturbance. This hypothesis dramatically elevated the level and nature of the threat. From a potential conspiracy targeting Rachel, it escalated to a potential interstellar invasion affecting the entire galaxy. Zatanna gasped. Darkseid, that legendary Dark Lord ruling Apocalypse? If this is true, the calamity it would entail is beyond imagination. Rachel's complexion paled, instinctively drawing closer to Qin Kailan. This is merely my conjecture. Qin Kailan refrained from declaring it as fact. Yet many clues seem to align. The fragment must be thoroughly analyzed without delay. If it is indeed a piece of a mother box, it implies that at least one mother box has been compromised, or an unknown fourth force has intervened and destroyed a mother box. The clues remain chaotic, yet a disquieting direction has begun to emerge. Just then, a knock resounded at the lounge door. Selena's voice called out, "Hey, esteemed scholars inside, is the class over? It's lunchtime. If we do not emerge soon, a certain extraterrestrial princess will consume all the synthetic meat patties in the kitchen." The heavy atmosphere indoors was shattered. Qin Kailan took a deep breath, momentarily suppressing the chaotic thoughts that swirled within him. He patted Rachel's shoulder and said, "Let us not dwell too much on it. Let us have a meal. Remember, no matter what happens, we are here." Zatanna managed a faint smile, adding, "Yes, let us fill our stomachs first." While knowledge is undoubtedly important, one must not overlook the necessity of replenishing energy. She glanced at Qin Kailan and whispered, "We shall discuss this in detail later." The trio exited the meditation room. In the dining hall, Starfire was indeed engaged in a fierce battle with a large platter of synthetic meat patties. Upon seeing them, she greeted them with a muffled voice. "Is training over?" "Rachel, you seem to have stabilized your energy levels considerably." Selena, perceptive as ever, noticed the lingering gravity in the expressions of Qin Kailan and Zatanna, but refrained from probing immediately. Instead, she handed them 2 glasses of beverages, saying, "Let us eat first. Even if the sky were to fall, we must fill our bellies first." The lunch was somewhat subdued. Rachel was evidently still processing the terrifying information she had just heard. Zatanna seemed to find the food tasteless, clearly preoccupied with thoughts of Apocalypse and the mother box. Meanwhile, Qin Kailan consumed his food while mentally recalling and synthesizing every detail regarding the plot of the Justice League. Starfire glanced between the two and then leaned closer to Qin Kailan, quietly yet directly asking, "Qin, have you encountered a new, formidable enemy? One even stronger than the previous demons? I can assist in the battle." Her forthrightness jolted Qin Kailan from his reverie. He gazed into her fierce and candid emerald eyes and smiled, feeling a slight alleviation of the weight on his heart. "Perhaps. However, prior to engaging in battle, we must ensure our intelligence operations are thoroughly executed." He paused, looking at Rachel, who was delicately nibbling her food, and made a decision. After the meal, he instructed Selena to keep Rachel company and distract her. Then he turned to Zatanna and Starfire, saying, "I need to make a trip to Gotham to consult Batman. I have some new theories regarding that fragment that require validation." He then looked at Starfire. Kara, I entrust the safety of the base and Rachel to you for the time being, and await Clark's arrival to brief him on the current situation. Maintain the highest level of vigilance. Starfire immediately straightened her posture, a serious expression marking her face as she responded, Understood. I will ensure the mission is accomplished. For her, clear directives and protective duties were far more comprehensible than the complexities of interpersonal relationships. Zatanna interjected, I shall accompany you. The legends I know regarding the Mother Box and Apocalypse may provide some insights. Moreover, there may be magical aspects that could reveal details overlooked by technological scans. Qin Kailan nodded in agreement. Without delay, the two activated the teleportation portal, their destination set for the Batcave in Gotham. Inside the Batcave, the atmosphere was chilly and bustling. Bruce Wayne had already discarded his bat suit, donning a simple black tactical outfit as he stood before the main computer. With a screen displayed countless analyses of the black fragment, the progress bar inching forward slowly. As the portal's light flared, Qin Kailan and Zatanna stepped through. Bruce. Qin Kailan spoke directly, expressing his thoughts regarding the fragment. Batman turned around, his face devoid of expression, yet his gaze urged him to continue. It is likely not a creation of demons, but rather a technological artifact from the new gods of Apocalypse, possibly originating from something referred to as a Mother Box. Qin Kailan selectively shared his conjectures along with information about the Mother Box, the D-Sod, and Dark Side. Batman listened in silence, as the data streams on the screen began to undergo new comparisons under his command. After a moment, he spoke in a low voice. The analysis reveals that 173 unknown metallic elemental structures do not match any known databases on Earth or beyond. Yet their energy conduction patterns bear a faint resemblance to Kryptonian technology, albeit more ancient and savage. Your hypothesis holds a probability of 358. At that moment, the computer emitted a sharp alert. On the screen, a deep spectrum analysis of the fragment's energy residue had finally completed an exceedingly obscure waveband decoding. A fragmented, distorted segment filled with inhuman static, yet imbued with an air of supreme authority and icy resolve, was played back. The coordinates of the anti-life equation. Although only a few scattered words were discernible, the terrifying power contained within the language seemed to lower the temperature of the Batcave by several degrees. The expressions of Qin Kailan, Zatanna, and Batman all shifted dramatically. The anti-life equation. This term was something Qin Kailan had only encountered in cinematic lore. It represented the ultimate power sought by Darkseid, a terrifying entity capable of stripping away all free will. This fragment not only possibly originated from the Mother Box, but it also entangled with the anti-life equation. What kind of information does it harbor? Chapter 70. Whispers in the Cave and the Weight of the Future. The Batcave, with its cold, damp air mingling mechanical hums and the faint rustle of bat wings, was illuminated only by the cold light of countless screens, barely dispelling the ancient darkness that cast elongated shadows against the jagged rock walls. A heavy, oppressive atmosphere permeated the space. The black fragment, suspended within the Batcomputer's specially designed energy confinement field, pulsed ominously, resembling a dark, cold heart, each faint throb distorting the surrounding light. The coordinates of the anti-life equation. Zatanna's fingertips were surrounded by shimmering silver arcane energy as she cautiously directed her magic toward the fragment. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead beneath her white gloves, and the whispers were clearer than on the moon, yet still fragmented to the point of causing a headache, as if memories were being forcibly torn apart by a force beyond comprehension. I can sense the immense energy contained within, alongside a pure, cold, calculative will. The technological creations of Apocalypse always carry a foul odor, tinged with blood. Starfire stood at a distance, her warm presence starkly contrasting the chill of the Batcave. Her golden eyes were fixed on the fragment, filled with the vigilant wariness of a Tamaran warrior. Be cautious, Zatanna. Bruce Wayne, the Dark Knight, stood before the control console, his black cape merging seamlessly with the shadows, leaving only the taut line of his jaw visible. It might resonate with Rachel, or perhaps it was a mere trap. His gaze swept over Rachel Dawes, who stood quietly nearby, instinctively tightening her hood, a flicker of unease crossing her pale face. Qin Kailan remained silent, his arms crossed as he leaned against the cold engine hood of the Batmobile, his eyes sharp as blades, fixated on the fragment before him. The all things forge within him emitted an almost inaudible low-frequency hum, a palpable thirst for this rare material evident in his demeanor. Just looking one to reveal its beauty. Bruce, Selina Kyle, the languid Catwoman, leaned against the opposite side, observing the Batcave's displays with keen interest. Can your toys contain it? I always feel like this little thing is breathing. It's rather unsettling. Her gaze occasionally flickered toward Qin Kailan, imbued with an almost imperceptible concern. The energy level of the containment field had reached its maximum, yet absolute safety could not be assured. Batman's voice remained devoid of emotion. Assurance, Qin Kailan finally spoke, a hint of derision lacing his tone. In this world, what is truly safe? He straightened and approached the containment field. Its resonance was with Rachel, yet its creator clearly had ulterior motives. The anti-life equation sounded like the favorite refrain of villains whose minds had been scorched by cosmic rays. He paused before the containment field. The fragment seemed to sense something, its pulsing frequency quickening slightly. But speculating here is futile. Intelligence. This is what we lack the most. He turned, his gaze scanning Batman and Zatanna. Your technology and magic are impressive, but against this core encryption, the efficiency is woefully inadequate. Kailan, what do you intend to do? Zatanna detected his intentions and cautioned, forcing a breach might trigger. Trigger what? Self-destruction? Or summon a behemoth? A cold, confident smile curled on Qin Kailan's lips. It matters not. Whatever comes, my furnace will accept it all. Before the words fully left his mouth, he abruptly extended his palm, not to directly touch the fragment, but to grasp at the void. A hum resonated as the ethereal shadow of all things forge flickered behind him. Though not fully manifested, its supreme power to decompose, refine, and absorb directly influenced the black fragment across the expanse of space. Kailan, Batman's low growl echoed, seemingly attempting to intervene, but it was too late. The containment field overloaded instantaneously, unleashing a piercing cacophony, while the data on the screen spiraled chaotically. The black fragment quaked violently, countless fine cracks appearing on its surface, from which emanated not darkness, but a blinding light, indescribable, as if infused with a torrent of information streams. A colossal, chaotic deluge of cold calculations and visions of destruction surged forth, akin to a breached cosmic river, hurtling toward Qin Kailan's consciousness. Ugh! Qin Kailan stifled a groan as his body jolted violently, yet he quickly steadied himself. Within his eyes, it seemed as if countless runes whirled at a frenetic pace, manifesting life and death. The entirety of the cosmos operates with unwavering force, ruthlessly suppressing, disassembling, absorbing, and analyzing the torrent of information potent enough to overwhelm any mortal or even divine consciousness. Before his eyes, images flicker rapidly, an endless cascade of shattering. A cube, radiating with metallic and energetic brilliance, the mother box, disintegrates helplessly before an indescribable blue giant composed of quantum luminescence. Countless fragments scatter across Earth, one larger shard trailing flames as it descends towards Gotham. The gaze of that blue giant, Dr. Manhattan, seems to pierce through the fabric of space and time, landing precisely upon the bewildered Qin Kailan, who has just traversed into this world and finds himself in a Gotham alley. That gaze harbors no curiosity, no hostility, but rather a pure, cold observation, as if scrutinizing an anomalous variable that has unexpectedly appeared in a laboratory dish. Then comes the calculation. The trajectory of the falling fragments is subtly adjusted, and the biological arms factory beneath Gotham Bay is covertly guided. As if everything were a meticulously orchestrated test, or even a purging, the flow of information abruptly ceases. With a thud, Qin Kailan kneels, one hand pressing against the frigid ground, gasping for breath, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. The fragments have turned to fine powder, gently drifting downwards. Kailan, are you all right? Selina and Starfire rush to his side. Zatanna immediately begins to chant a spell, enveloping him in a soothing glow of healing light. Batman swiftly examines the residual data and energy readings, his expression grave. Rachel steps forward, worry etched on her face, but Clark gently restrains her, signaling her not to interfere just yet. I'm fine. Qin Kailan slowly raises his head, his gaze revealing an unprecedented chill and a flicker of rage. as if he were a mere subject in an experiment conducted by a higher dimensional entity. "So is you, that blue fellow, Dr. Manhattan." He stands, his voice hoarse yet clear, divulging critical information. He shattered a mother box. "This fragment is merely one of many. He had discovered my presence the moment I arrived. The events in Gotham Bay, perhaps even earlier, were part of his probing. He seeks to ascertain the extent of my potential as a variable, or perhaps to eliminate me altogether." A silence envelopes the chamber. The name of Dr. Manhattan resonates like a distant legend for those aware of the greater cosmic secrets. Zatanna pales at the thought of that quantum observer. Why he does what he does is no longer significant. Qin Kailan interrupts her, his tone resolute. "What matters is that he knows me, while I know almost nothing of him. More importantly, there is not just one fragment of the mother box. A fervent light glimmers in his eyes. Based on the scant directional information left within the fragments, at least one more, perhaps even a more complete mother box, exists in a place safeguarded by potent ancient magical barriers, a realm referred to as Paradise Island. But I cannot pinpoint its location." "Paradise Island?" Batman spoke in a hushed tone, pulling up an encrypted file. The screen displayed a collection of indistinct historical records alongside an old photograph from World War II, featuring a strikingly beautiful and valiant woman clad in a Stars and Stripes uniform, Wonder Woman, a legendary figure of that era. She was said to possess divine powers and wield the lasso of truth. The scant records indicated that she hailed from a secluded land known as Paradise Island. Yet its precise location remained classified at the highest level. The Amazons were notoriously insular, maintaining no contact with the outside world. We could not even ascertain whether this island still existed or in what form it might endure. The presence of clues without any avenues to pursue them was more maddening than complete ignorance. The feeling of being so near yet so far drove him to distraction. Wonder Woman. Qin Kailan pondered the name, her brow furrowed. A hero active during the Second World War, who subsequently vanished. Did her kin guard a mother box? He turned to Batman, asking, "Not even you can locate her?" "I have made attempts," Batman replied succinctly, an admission of failure. The magical barriers were far beyond the realm of technological detection. Wonder Woman had also not made a public appearance in many years. A profound sense of helplessness and urgency gripped his heart. Regardless of personal strength, facing a secret shrouded in myth and magic without intelligence was akin to a blind man riding a blind horse. The shadow of Dr. Manhattan, the threat of apocalypse, the whispers of the three sorcerers, and the enigma of the anti-life equation. All of these pointed to a singular truth. He must cultivate his own intelligence network to possess information more swiftly and accurately than anyone else. Otherwise, the next encounter might not be a mere test, but a genuine annihilation. That night, within the lunar base aboard the Starry Barrier, in the solitude of Qin Kailan's personal quarters, he lay in bed with his eyes tightly shut, his brow knitted in concentration. Even in slumber, his mind raced with thoughts, an insatiable thirst for intelligence, forming an almost tangible obsession. The omniversal crucible operated silently within him, emitting imperceptible waves. It sensed the deepest and most pressing desires of its host. Thus, it began to function in a manner transcending time and space. Countless futures unfolded, every timeline, every branching choice, every ripple of causality were silently absorbed and refined by the crucible. It dismantled the trivial, the inconsequential, the futures diverging from its host's core objectives, transmuting their potential into pure sustenance. It conducted an immense and unfathomable filtration. Ultimately, amidst the torrent of infinite futures, nearly all possibilities were absorbed and refined, leaving behind a singular timeline, marked, reinforced, and anchored by the crucible, one in which Dr. Manhattan chose not to remain a mere observer, but to descend from his pedestal and confront Qin Kailan directly. The crucible hummed with a deep, contented resonance, as if fulfilling a momentous task, before returning to silence. Unbeknownst to the slumbering Qin Kailan, he merely turned over in his sleep, seemingly envisioning an endless ocean of quantum possibilities, and a blue figure emerging step by step from the depths of that vast sea, approaching him. Chapter 71. Quantum Nourishment and the Forging of a New Deity at the Lunar Base. The rhythmic operations of the starry barrier were abruptly interrupted by an inexplicable and heart-stopping sense of stagnation. It was not the shrill blare of an alarm, nor the tremors of an enemy attack, but a more fundamental anomaly. The air seemed to cease its flow, the instruments quivered slightly, yet remained unchanged. And even the light appeared to thicken. A chilling, absolute gaze, transcending comprehension, enveloped everyone within the base. In the control room, Clark straightened abruptly, his heightened senses detecting that the surrounding microscopic particles had fallen into an eerie state of stillness, as if the entire space had been pressed on pause. The flickering magical sparks at Zatanna's fingertips extinguished in an instant, and she was horrified to discover that the flow of the magical web had been utterly frozen by a more primal, non-magical force. The energy flames on the surface of the starfire dimmed, as if suppressed by an invisible power, and an unprecedented warning surged through their biological instincts. Selena felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation, instinctively drawing closer to Qin Kailan. Rachel's demonic bloodline, rarely calm, transmitted a nearly rigid fear, as if confronting a natural enemy. Qin Kailan's pupils constricted suddenly. This form of power transcended any prior encounter. It was neither magic, nor technology, nor any known energy. The essence of all things within him emitted an unprecedented, neither longing nor aversion, intense hum, a primal response to an extraordinary and colossal material. Yet the nature of this material was exceedingly bizarre. "What is this?" he exclaimed inwardly, every muscle tensing as an unparalleled alertness surged through him. He could sense that the approaching entity was of an immensely high caliber, one so profound it was nearly incomprehensible. In the next instant, the answer materialized silently. In the center of the control room, the space resembled a lake's surface frozen at absolute zero, and then an existence emerged. There was no process, no forewarning. It was as if it had always been there, merely permitted to be observed at this moment. Dr. Manhattan, composed entirely of indescribable azure quantum luminescence, manifested a perfect human form that radiated an unearthly divinity. His very existence rewrote the physical constants of the surroundings, and his eyes, reflecting endless galaxies and causal lines, settled calmly on Qin Kailan. Qin Kailan, a voice resonated directly within the depths of everyone's consciousness, tranquil yet imbued with an authoritative finality, variable. Your existence has deviated from all established trajectories. Your origin and power are incalculable. Calibration is required. Calibration? A siren blared in Qin Kailan's mind. This being was indeed the blue deity from his fragmented memories. It had truly sought him out, and it had arrived in a manner utterly incomprehensible and immeasurable. How could one confront an adversary of such magnitude? Dr. Manhattan's gaze turned to Zatanna, her face ashen, almost groaning as she uttered his name. As a sorceress, she could grasp the despair brought forth by the other's completely counterintuitive existence. Slowly, Dr. Manhattan raised his hand, the quantum radiance swirling at his fingertips, pointing toward Qin Kailan. Analysis. Then reset. An indescribable force began to manifest. Neither an energy shock nor a physical compression, but rather a more terrifying negation existing at the quantum level. The very fabric of space surrounding Qin Kailan, along with the foundation of his existence, began to waver, as if it intended to erase him completely from the timeline and the reality of the universe. This method of attack transcended all of Qin Kailan's past combat experiences. Instinctively, he sought to activate his armor, only to discover that his connection with the Ding was somehow obstructed. In this moment of peril, teetering on the brink of life and death, the universal forging Ding seemed to be utterly incensed by this attempt to negate its host at the most fundamental level. A profound hum, resonating not through the air, but directly vibrating at the level of cosmic rules, erupted from within Qin Kailan. An ancient and massive phantom of a Ding, seemingly composed of nothingness itself, autonomously and fully materialized behind him. The instant it appeared, the physical laws that had been forcefully frozen and rewritten by Dr. Manhattan shattered like fragile glass. The forcibly smoothed magical net began to boil anew. For the first time, a slight moment of stillness appeared on Dr. Manhattan's eternally expressionless face. In his eyes, which reflected infinite possibilities, there was a moment where no future concerning the Ding could be seen. Its existence itself was an anomaly, an absolute power that transcended all calculated models. What was this? Dr. Manhattan's usually unwavering voice wavered with a hint of perplexity for the first time. Impossible? In that instant, as the ding autonomously shielded its master, Qin Kailan regained control of his body. The force that had nearly reduced him to nothingness upon touching the ding's protective range encountered its nemesis, not merely canceled but absorbed and dissolved by something even more fundamental. A profound sense of calm flooded his heart, alongside an ineffable fury and fighting spirit. Before my furnace, nothing is impossible. Everything about you is merely fodder waiting to be refined. He comprehended that the opponent was a being of exceedingly high energy, yet ultimately still energy, matter, a certain amalgamation of information. And as long as it fell within these categories, it was subject to the absolute dominion of the universal forging ding. The greatest dilemma was finding him, yet now he had actively revealed himself. Do you enjoy analysis? Do you revel in calculation? Qin Kailan's eyes erupted with brilliant golden ding fire as the massive ding phantom behind him roared into a whirl, emanating a terrifying pull that devoured all. Then let me allow you to calculate to your heart's content. Use your very existence to ponder what it means to be refined. He held nothing back, instantly pouring all his physical strength and mental focus into the universal forging ding. Refinement. The mouth of the ding aimed at Dr. Manhattan, unleashing an intangible yet absolute force representing the ultimate concept of decomposition and refinement, akin to the first light of the universe, enveloping Dr. Manhattan in an instant. Dr. Manhattan's entire being flickered with quantum brilliance, rapidly shifting through countless forms of existence and leaping across innumerable timelines in a desperate attempt to evade. He mobilized quantum vacuum energy powerful enough to obliterate galaxies in an attempt to resist. Yet it was futile. Before the absolute dominion of the all things forging cauldron, all transformations, temporal leaps, and energetic impacts appeared utterly ridiculous and vain. All his methods were ruthlessly deconstructed by the cauldron, reverting to their most fundamental materials. No, beyond the rules of this power, the error of the ultimate, Dr. Manhattan's eternally calm voice resonated with unprecedented turbulence. A comprehension ungraspable after the total collapse of his computational system, a horror faced in the presence of absolute annihilation. His perfect blue quantum form began to disintegrate, akin to snow cast into a furnace, swiftly melting and breaking apart. The endless quantum information constituting his existence, the vast energy, and his understanding of the universe, all were violently and irrevocably torn away, transforming into an immensely resplendent blue torrent, greedily devoured by the gaping maw of the cauldron. There was no residue, no trace, no fragment of consciousness that could escape. The absolute nature of the all things forging cauldron was unmistakable. Within mere seconds, the quantum deity that had instilled profound oppression and despair in all had utterly and completely vanished, as if it had never existed. The suffocating stagnation in the control room dissipated in an instant. Thud! At the moment Dr. Manhattan was wholly consumed, Qin Kailan's face turned as pale as parchment. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted forth, and he collapsed backward. The informational shock and energetic burden brought about by devouring such a vast and higher dimensional entity far exceeded the limits of his physical and mental endurance. Had it not been for the cauldron's autonomous protection, which bore the brunt of the pressure, he likely would have self-destructed upon contact. Kailan! Oh heavens! Selena and Starfire rushed over to support his limp body. Clark appeared at his side in an instant, carefully examining him. Zatanna immediately began to chant the highest-grade calming and healing incantations. Rachel anxiously gathered around. Qin Kailan had plunged into a deep coma, his temperature alarmingly high, and sporadically, an uncontrollable arc of azure quantum energy coursed over his surface, a manifestation of the immense energy that had yet to be fully absorbed. Deep within his consciousness, he was undergoing a profound evolution, digesting all that Dr. Manhattan represented. He required an environment of absolute tranquility. His body and soul were grappling with unfathomable matters. After her examination, Zatanna gravely addressed the group. Clark promptly lifted Qin Kailan, transporting him to the most secure medical stasis pod in the base. The others followed closely, their faces etched with concern and trepidation. They were unaware of the specifics of what Qin Kailan had acquired. Yet they had witnessed a miracle, a spectacle in which an apparently invincible quantum deity was utterly erased and consumed with absolute ferocity. As Qin Kailan succumbed to unconsciousness, instinctively absorbing the essence of Dr. Manhattan, a torrent of profound cosmic intelligence, mysteries at the quantum level, an enhanced understanding of the mother box, apocalypse, and the anti-life equation surged into his subconscious like a decompressing database, awaiting extraction upon his awakening. Chapter 72. The Slumbering Miracle and the Undercurrents of Change. For an entire month, Qin Kailan lay in the depths of the medical sleep chamber aboard the Starry Barrier. Entranced in a slumber that transcended mere unconsciousness, it was a cataclysmic transformation from within. His body became the fiercest battlefield and the most efficient crucible, with the All Things Forge operating at full capacity, wielding absolute authority to assimilate the colossal essence of Dr. Manhattan, a nearly boundless torrent of quantum information, a redefinition of cosmic laws, an energy of the purest form, forcibly dissected, scattered, and reassembled, meticulously integrating into every cell and strand of his soul. This process was fraught with peril. The slightest loss of control over energy or a surge of information could lead to the mental collapse or physical annihilation of a being of planetary caliber. It was solely through the relentless miracle of the All Things Forge that this consumption transformed from an act of self-destruction into an unparalleled opportunity. Outside the chamber, the onlookers took turns keeping vigil, their faces etched with gravity. Within, Qin Kailan occasionally exhibited uncontrollable surges of azure quantum arcs across his form. At times, his body became slightly translucent, as if merging with the void, while at others, it solidified with a density reminiscent of neutron star matter, exuding an unsettling weight. His brow remained furrowed, as if engaged in an endless computation and understanding deep within his consciousness. Selena stayed close, wiping away non-existent beads of sweat from his forehead. Her eyes filled with concern and a hint of dread. She had witnessed the brief, yet unimaginable confrontation, fully aware of the terrifying nature of what Qin Kailan was processing. Starfire often pressed her golden eyes against the glass of the chamber, unwavering in her gaze. She could vaguely sense the primal power of the All Things Forge within Qin Kailan growing ever more potent and profound, igniting within her a near-burdening dependency and yearning. Zatanna and Batman employed various instruments and magical means to closely monitor Qin Kailan's condition and fluctuations, meticulously documenting every anomaly, striving to grasp the tip of the iceberg that was this miraculous power, but their efforts yielded little. The Force seemed to disdain adherence to any rules they could comprehend. During this month, Clark led a peculiar dual existence. On one hand, his heart was tethered to his comatose friend, frequently darting between the Arctic base, Metropolis, and the moon at superspeed. On the other, he did not neglect his identity as Clark Kent. The responsibilities of the Daily Planet could not be forsaken, especially with the keen eyes of Lois Lane upon him. He was compelled to exhaust his thoughts in fabricating plausible excuses for his absence, all while contending with the relentless demands of editor Perry White. More importantly, he could not feign ignorance to the injustices transpiring before his very eyes. Thus, the figure of Superman began to manifest more frequently across Metropolis and indeed, throughout the globe. Initially, he engaged in small-scale disaster relief, building fires, earthquake collapses, aviation crises. His strength boundless, his speed akin to lightning, and his invulnerability unwavering, he descended time and again from the heavens to rescue lives from peril. The public transitioned from initial shock and skepticism to a growing sense of gratitude and reverence. Blurred photographs and videos began to circulate on the internet, and he was bestowed with the codename Superman. Subsequently, he intervened in more direct confrontations, thwarting bank heists, rescuing hostages, and even gently delivering several pirate ships, along with their crew, to the nearest Coast Guard dock. His actions were swift and efficient, always imbued with a sense of calm and gentleness, provided his limits were not breached. He never took a life. He merely halted crime and saved lives. The suit crafted from Qin Kailan's guardian armor, though Clark preferred to call a uniform, adorned with the grand emblem of the House of El on his chest and that billowing red cape, gradually became a symbol of hope and security. The world began to take notice of this formidable presence. Government agencies, including the Watchtower, found themselves ensnared in tense analyses and meetings, attempting to ascertain whether this Superman posed a threat or became an ally. The general populace, on the other hand, was predominantly curious and welcoming. Of course, there were those lurking in the shadows, casting ambiguous glances. Lois Lane, akin to a hound scenting a century's worth of news, devoted herself wholeheartedly to investigating and reporting on Superman. This often left Clark, disguised as a bumbling small-town youth, feeling a chill run down his spine, necessitating increasingly intricate coincidences and strokes of luck to explain how he continually acquired firsthand, albeit vague, information about Superman. Gotham City, during this month, found itself enveloped in an eerie calm. Perhaps it was due to Batman's focus shifting towards the stars and the moon, or perhaps larger shadows were brewing. However, Harley Quinn seemed genuinely subdued, with reports indicating that she had recently become infatuated with a new form of psychotherapeutic gymnastics, spending her days bouncing around an old chemical plant, babbling about a new boss and a remarkable figure, while speaking of fireworks in a manner that left one perplexed. Within the lunar base in the stasis pod, the quantum arcs on Qin Kailan's body had completely subsided, and his physical state had stabilized. Yet his consciousness was immersed in an unfathomably vast ocean. It was the legacy of Dr. Manhattan. A vast expanse of intelligence was instinctively imprinted in his mind. The intricate details concerning the apocalyptic star, the true and terrifying nature of Darkseid, the seemingly endless legions of the Anti-Monitor, the dreadful essence and potential forms of the anti-life equation, the myriad powerful entities within the cosmos and their characteristics, the operational methods of the Green Lantern Corps, the psychic vulnerabilities of the Martian Manhunter, and even the precise spatial coordinates of Paradise Island, along with its outer magical barrier 72, relatively weak nodes, and 3 secret keys for safe passage. He had acquired the intelligence he had long yearned for, immense beyond imagination. Yet, more importantly, during the process of digesting this information, under the ceaseless cleansing and safeguarding of the universal crucible's absolute power, he gradually began to comprehend, or rather, was compelled to accept, the essence of the crucible. It was not merely energy, nor was it simply a set of rules. It represented a concept, a phenomenon, a miracle. Indeed, a miracle, irrational, disregarding cause and effect, and denying the predetermined. Its existence was solely to realize the impossible, to deconstruct all things, to refine energy. Those were merely its most fundamental manifestations. Its true terror lay in the fact that, as long as Qin Kailan's was sufficiently formidable and his body and spirit could endure, it could even redefine reality. For instance, it could define that Dr. Manhattan could be entirely consumed without a trace left behind. It could define that all absorbed elements would be flawlessly integrated. It could define that the existence or non-existence of Dr. Manhattan would have no impact on this universe. This was a fact recently inscribed into the cosmos. This power was nearly idealistic, terrifying to the utmost degree. At this moment, Qin Kailan was laboriously digesting this realization, attempting to graze the edges of this force. Just then, the indicator light of the cryo chamber shifted from red to green. With a hum, the chamber lid slowly opened. A frigid mist of nutrients wafted out, revealing a pair of eyes that gradually opened. In the depths of those eyes, the previous sharpness or mockery had transformed into an unparalleled profundity and tranquility, as if reflecting the boundless starry river while encompassing the truths of existence and extinction. Merely being graced by that gaze, Selina and Starfire, who stood by, instinctively held their breath, overwhelmed by an ineffable reverence. Qin Kailan sat up slowly. He flexed his fingers, sensing within him a new power, surging like a sea of stars yet obedient to his command, alongside an almost omniscient repository of information in his mind. He had succeeded. Not only had he survived, but he had also become extraordinarily powerful. Regrettably, much of his energy had been expended to soothe the ripples throughout the cosmos caused by the absence of Dr. Manhattan. Thus, he did not instantly possess an omnipotent strength. However, this also ensured that his humanity remained unscathed, illustrating that sometimes a loss may indeed be a blessing in disguise. His gaze swept over the concerned Selina, the inquisitive Starfire, the arriving Clark, Zatanna, and Batman on the communication screen. A subtle smile curved his lips, radiating an aura of mastery over all. A considerable amount had transpired in the month that had passed. His voice was steady, yet imbued with an air of profound insight. All right, I'm awake now. Let us discuss the mother box from Paradise Island and the path forward. Jean Dehai, a 40-year-old man, burdened with a backpack and clutching a crumpled train ticket, stood in the plaza of the train station, his forehead glistening with sweat as he anxiously stared at the time on his phone. His feet seemed to dance upon the ground as he dashed toward the waiting hall. Oh no, the train departs in 10 minutes. He muttered to himself while running, his thermos occasionally spilling a few drops of hot water onto his trousers, which he did not bother to wipe off. After a frantic sprint into the waiting area, a sweet announcement suddenly resonated through the air. Attention passengers. The 12:34 train bound for the city is about to close ticket inspections. Please proceed to Gate 5 if you have not yet boarded. Upon hearing this, Jean Dehai's eyes widened, and he sprinted towards Gate 5, shouting, "Wait for me. I haven't had my ticket checked yet." The ticket inspector, a young lady with a ponytail, noticed his flushed face and hurriedly scanned his ticket with a smile, saying, "Sir, do not worry. There are still 2 minutes left. Hurry, it's in car 8. Grateful. Jean Dehai thanked her repeatedly and dashed toward the platform. As he stepped onto the platform, he spotted a green train waiting, its doors ajar, and a crew member counting passengers at the entrance. Without a second thought, he rushed into the carriage, finding a vacant seat without even glancing at his seat number, panting heavily as he exclaimed, "Phew, I made it. I didn't miss the last train. No, I didn't miss the train at all." After about 5 minutes of waiting, the train remained stationary, and a puzzled Jean Dehai pulled out his phone to check the time. As he reached into his pocket, a slip of paper fell to the ground. Bending down to retrieve it, he was struck with disbelief. It was the receipt from his shopping trip to the supermarket yesterday, while his train ticket lay securely tucked within the receipt's compartment. To his utter dismay, the date on the receipt clearly indicated yesterday, whereas his train ticket was valid for tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. "Is this a joke?" Jean Dehai lamented, drawing the attention of nearby passengers. At that moment, an elderly gentleman beside him patted his shoulder and chuckled. "Young man, your urgency in catching this train is more fervent than my pursuit of my late wife back in the day. But I believe you may have misread the date. This train is headed to the city, and tomorrow is indeed the date on your ticket, correct?" Jean Dehai glanced at his ticket once more, his face turning crimson as he read the departure date, clearly stated as the following day, and the destination was indeed the city, which bore no relation to the train before him. Embarrassed, he stood up, cupped his hands in apology to the surrounding passengers, and said, "I sincerely apologize for my mistake in reading the date and boarding the wrong train, and for any inconvenience caused." The train attendant approached, unable to suppress her laughter, and remarked, "Sir, you have truly missed it with remarkable precision. However, it matters not. The train has yet to depart. You should hasten to disembark and return tomorrow, lest you delay your itinerary." Jean Dehai, his cheeks flushed, hurried off the train. Just as he exited the platform, the announcement echoed once more, "Attention, passengers. The train number 5678 bound for the city is delayed by 2 hours due to inclement weather." He stood still, gazing at the ticket in his hand, then glanced at the distant clock and suddenly could not suppress a chuckle. Well, that was a futile rush. Thankfully, I did not board the wrong train. Chapter 73. Plans after awakening and the enchantment of the moon's far side. The hibernation pod's cover slowly lifted, dispersing the frigid nutrient mist to reveal Qin Kailan. Now fully awakened, his profound gaze swept over the gathered crowd, a blend of sharpness and a tranquil sense of control evident in his demeanor. "Kailan, how do you feel?" Concerned voices arose in unison. Selina's hand instinctively clutched his arm tightly, her fingertips paling from the pressure, her eyes betraying a mixture of relief and joy. Starfire leaned in closely, nearly touching his face, her golden eyes shimmering as they sensed the vibrant new energy pulsating within him. Clark exhaled deeply, a sincere smile gracing his features. Zatanna's magical detection aura gradually faded, her tone filled with awe. "Incredible. You have completely absorbed such vast energy and information, and your life signs and soul vibrations have intensified beyond a mere level." Even Batman, his jawline typically taut, appeared slightly relaxed, though his voice remained grave. "Welcome back. We need to quickly ascertain the intelligence you have acquired." With Selina and Starfire's assistance, Qin Kailan rose, though he did not require it. He relished this display of care. He stretched his body, as if awakening from a century-long slumber, the joints emitting soft cracks, a tremendous force coursing fluidly within him. "I am perfectly fine, feeling unprecedentedly well," he asserted, his voice steady yet imbued with an undeniable sense of strength. "Moreover, I have obtained the crucial intelligence we need." Approaching the control console, he surveyed the crowd. The existence of Dr. Manhattan has been utterly erased. However, what he left behind is sufficient to address many challenges ahead. He revealed the pivotal information he had processed without reservation. 1. Coordinates of Paradise Island and the weak points of its barriers. Detailed spatial coordinates. 72 relatively vulnerable nodes of the barriers, and 3 keys for safe passage. 2. Motherbox intelligence. Confirmation of at least one relatively intact motherbox located on Paradise Island, guarded by the Amazons. Its energy characteristics and uses, key to the apocalyptic invasion, containing elements of biological alteration and teleportation technology. 3. Apocalypse and Darkseid. More detailed information on the demonic army, Darkseid's terrifying power, the Omega effect, and his obsession with the anti-life equation. 4. The cosmic landscape. Fundamental information regarding the Green Lantern Corps, new gods, and various advanced civilizations and formidable individuals. The Earth's secrets, including the existence of Martian hunters and their approximate capabilities. The depth of this intelligence far surpasses the combined knowledge of Batman's database and Zatanna's magical expertise, leaving everyone both astounded and invigorated. With this knowledge, they would no longer be reacting blindly, but would possess the strategic upper hand. Thus, the next objective was unequivocally clear. Qin Kailan pointed towards the three-dimensional projection of Paradise Island, stating, "We must acquire that mother box. It cannot remain there as a beacon for apocalypse. Its technology and energy are materials of great value." However, the Amazonian warrior Clark exhibited hesitation. They were reclusive and extremely insular. Would their attempt to seize that which they guarded provoke conflict? Perhaps communication could be attempted? Communication was one option among many, but not the sole recourse. Batman stated solemnly, "According to Kailan's intelligence, the Amazons' understanding of the Mother Box may be limited to ancient relics. They do not fully grasp its connection to Apocalypse and the inherent dangers it poses. Yet, we do not have the luxury of time to gradually earn their trust. If necessary, we must resort to extraordinary measures." He turned to Qin Kailan, asking, "Do you have confidence in infiltrating? With coordinates and a barrier key?" "Infiltration is not a formidable challenge," Qin Kailan replied confidently. "The difficulty lies in acquiring the Mother Box without igniting a full-scale war. I require a plan, or rather, a suitable point of entry." The group commenced deliberations. Zatanna suggested perhaps attempting magical communication or illusions. Clark believed that straightforward honesty should be the preferred approach. Meanwhile, Batman began devising several contingency plans based on the weaknesses of the barrier, including options for infiltration, direct assault, or negotiations that might fail. Selina contributed several cunning ideas from the perspective of stealth and treasure acquisition. Starfire listened, somewhat perplexed but resolutely declared, "Wherever Qin goes, Starfire shall follow." After an extensive discussion, it was preliminarily decided that Qin Kailan would lead, with the team providing remote support, prioritizing contact with Wonder Woman, Diana. Should communication fail or hostility arise, they would execute Batman's infiltration plan or a limited direct assault plan. The specific action plan will be finalized based on real-time reconnaissance, Qin Kailan concluded. "Give me a day to adjust and prepare some necessary tools." With the pressing matters temporarily set aside, the tense atmosphere slightly eased. Clark exhaled with relief and remarked, "It seems you have indeed recovered well, bringing us such a surprise upon awakening. You should rest. Louise and I have an engagement and need to return to Metropolis." He patted Qin Kailan's shoulder, nodded to the others, and instantly transformed into a red-blue blur, vanishing. Zatanna gracefully bowed, saying, "I need to consult some ancient text to verify certain information you provided regarding the magical barrier. Call me if you need anything." With that, she chanted a spell and disappeared in a swirl of silver smoke. On the communication screen, Batman quietly stated, "Stay in touch," before ending the call. In the control room, only Qin Kailan, Selina, and Starfire remained, and the atmosphere became subtly charged. Selina gazed at Qin Kailan, her cat-like eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions: security, trepidation, profound affection, and a tinge of suppressed grievance and yearning. Starfire, however, was far more straightforward. She embraced Qin Kailan's arm, her ample bosom pressed against him, and with an uplifted face, joyously exclaimed, "They've all departed. Now we can commence the Tamarin-style welcoming ceremony." Qin's energy felt immensely comforting. Starfire continued, "Selena, join us." A blush crept onto Selena's cheeks as she shot an irritated glance at Starfire. Yet the directness of the extraterrestrial princess seemed to shatter the last remnants of her restraint. Turning her gaze towards Qin Kailan, she bit her lip and scolded, "You scoundrel! Do you have any idea how worried I've been this past month?" Qin Kailan's heart softened as he enveloped her in his embrace, holding both her and Starfire close. He leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on Selena's forehead, then glanced at the sparkling-eyed Starfire. "I know," he replied, his voice deep and tender. "So now, allow me to properly compensate you both and confirm that you are truly here." His words bore a magical quality, melting away Selena's final remnants of awkwardness in his warm embrace. With a soft huff, she tightened her hold around him, burying her face in the crook of his neck, greedily inhaling his scent imbued with potent energy. Starfire, in her exuberance, emitted a purring sound akin to a large feline finding its master, nuzzling against both him and Selena. Qin Kailan laughed heartily, feeling a certain tension within him dissipate completely. He lifted both women effortlessly, eliciting simultaneous gasps from them. "Just right," he declared. "After a month of slumber, it's time to stretch these muscles." He carried them with purposeful strides toward his quarters, eager for them to experience firsthand just how much stronger he had become after his recharge. In the ensuing hours, within the serene confines of a lounge on the moon's far side, a vibrant springtime atmosphere blossomed. With Selena, their intimacy blended familiarity with newfound passion. She resembled a cat finally reunited with its master, sometimes languorous and alluring, at other times fervently passionate, transforming all her longing and love into an enchanting melody. She knew every one of his sensitive spots, deftly awakening his deepest desires with each caress. In contrast, Starfire offered Qin Kailan a wholly different experience. The Tamaranian's boundless energy rendered her reactions direct and fervent, as fiery and unrestrained as her own essence. Lacking any formal technique, she relied purely on instinct and her formidable capacity for learning. Her unreserved devotion and insatiable curiosity, along with the occasional bursts of warmth that overflowed without causing harm, brought an exhilarating freshness and stimulation. Qin Kailan, like an indefatigable monarch, navigated this exquisite tempest with the strength and vitality of his transformed physique. The power of refining all things subtly flowed through him, allowing him not only to control himself perfectly, but also to harmonize the states of his two companions, achieving an indescribable pinnacle of intimacy among the trio. Eventually, the tempest began to subside. In the lounge, Selena languidly rests her head against the left side of Qin Kailan's chest, her fingertips tracing circles upon his heart, a rosy blush of satisfaction gracing her cheeks. Meanwhile, Xingho curls up on his right, a sleek leg draped over him, lost in a sweet slumber, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. Qin Kailan envelopes them both in his embrace, feeling a profound sense of fulfillment and tranquility within. Behind him, stability reigns, power surges, and intelligence lies in his grasp. His gaze drifts toward the inky expanse of the cosmos outside. The time has come for the mother box of Paradise Island, Diana. Chapter 74. Invisible infiltration and the emergence of undercurrents within the main control room of the Starry Sky barrier on the lunar base. Qin Kailan stands in quiet contemplation, attuned to the relentless flow of newfound power coursing through him. The enhancement bestowed by the absorption of Dr. Manhattan is nothing short of phenomenal. His perception seems capable of reaching the microscopic threads of the universe, and a mere thought can summon immense energy. Yet, a deeper understanding begins to unfurl within him. He envisions the all-things Forge Cauldron and its myriad endeavors during his unconscious state. It did not merely decompose and refine Dr. Manhattan's essence. It also smoothed over any traces left behind. Dr. Manhattan is no ordinary life form. He is a quantum observer, his existence intricately woven with the universe's causality and timelines. His sudden and complete disappearance should have unleashed chaotic and unpredictable ripples throughout the cosmos. Timelines could distort. Microphenomena, dependent on his observation, could collapse. potentially triggering a quantum vacuum catastrophe of unimaginable scale. It was the Allforge Cauldron that, unbeknownst to him, invoked a substantial portion of the energy and essence absorbed from Dr. Manhattan, employing a miraculous and audacious method to mend these traces. It rewrote causality, as though Dr. Manhattan had never existed or that his existence naturally dissipated into the quantum sea. It stabilized the timelines, erasing paradoxical branches that might arise from the absence of an observer. It even calmed the quantum realm, which could have been agitated by the loss of a deity. The cost of all this was that although Qin Kailan now felt an extraordinary surge of strength, far surpassing the gain from consuming the Kryptonian fleet, it did not reach the anticipated levels of unfathomable power. Much of the spoils were utilized by the cauldron itself as fuel to execute this grander and essential cosmic cleanup operation. So this is how it is. Qin Kailan mused softly, feeling no disappointment. Instead, he gained a deeper understanding of the Allforge Cauldron, its operational principles. Its pursuit was not merely for the enhancement of its host, but rather for a more fundamental balance and existence. It permits the host to devour all to strengthen itself. Yet it automatically calls upon resources to eliminate any side effects generated during the digestion process, ensuring the stability and survival of both the host and its environment. Perhaps this is another facet of miracles. They not only achieve the impossible, but also take responsibility for maintaining the newly rewritten reality from collapsing. Now, his power has stabilized at an extraordinarily formidable level. His understanding and manipulation of the quantum realm have reached a masterful proficiency. His energy reserves are unfathomably deep. His physical and mental prowess have surged once more, and he possesses nearly all the knowledge and intelligence of Dr. Manhattan. However, it has not transcended the realm of certain ancient existences in the universe, and there remains a force that poses a threat to him. This, in turn, allows for the continuation of the narrative and introduces an element of suspense. Seems like you're digesting it quite well, Selena's voice came from behind, as she approached with a cup of energy drink, her eyes reflecting concern laced with a subtle allure. After yesterday's frenzy, there was a newfound maturity and satisfaction in her demeanor, and her gaze towards Qin Kailan was imbued with unwavering reliance. Starlight, like a small tail, naturally wrapped around Qin Kailan's other arm, joyfully nuzzling him. Qin's energy is stabilized, warm and powerful, perfect for further energy interactions and tactical training. Her words were always filled with ambiguity and unrestrained desire. Indeed, I've never felt better, Qin Kailan affirmed, his gaze drifting between the two women before finally settling on Selena. It is time to equip our premier stealth operative with the most suitable accomplices. He moved towards the forging area, his thoughts taking form. The ethereal image of the crucible of all things resurfaced. This time, he infused not vast energy, but rather intricate concepts and an understanding of the rules. The primary material consisted of the quantum uncertainty traits extracted from Dr. Manhattan's essence, combined with remnants of the Shadow Stealth Assistance gear. The ultimate concealment attributes of the Icebone Demon, and a fragment of the presence interference factors derived from the Parallax Monster's origin. By the probabilities of the quantum realm, obscure your traces. By the concept of the void, engulf the thoughts of prying eyes. With shadows as the foundation, forge the attire of formlessness. The brilliance within the crucible swirled, the rules intricately woven. Moments later, a brand new set of equipment hovered in the air. One quantum phantom battle suit. The entirety presented a fluid, dark hue, seemingly absorbing the surrounding light, its surface adorned with minuscule, ever-shifting quantum probability cloud patterns. It offered far superior physical protection and energy resistance than before, with its core ability being probability deflection, a passive effect that causes the vast majority of ranged attacks aimed at the user, such as arrows and energy beams, to miss due to quantum probability deviation. Presence erasure. Upon activation, it significantly reduces the user's presence in the perceptions of others, not rendering them completely invisible, but making them instinctively overlooked, even slipping past the periphery of vision. Combined with Selena's own stealth skills, the effect is exceptional. Energy footprint absorption automatically absorbs vibrations, thermal radiation, and faint energy fluctuations generated while moving, truly achieving the ability to tread without leaving a trace. 2. Shadow Ripper Claw Gauntlets, upgraded, enhanced from the original. The claw blades now contained a hint of quantum tunneling effect, granting excellent penetration against energy barriers and magical shields. 3. Quantum communicators, inter-realm stabilization type. As before, ensuring seamless communication. Give it a try. Qin Kailan offered the battle suit to Selena. As she accepted it, her eyes sparkled with astonishing brilliance. As an elite thief, she instantly sensed the extraordinary nature of this equipment. She swiftly donned her sleek battle attire, which clung to her form like a second skin, accentuating her curves flawlessly. With a mere thought, her body seemed to blur slightly, standing there, yet evoking an illusion of seamlessly blending into the background. Remarkable. She flexed her limbs, feeling an unprecedented lightness and concealment. With this, I could empty Batman's vault without him ever knowing. Selena, you look stunning, Starfire exclaimed sincerely, having also received her arm ring and communicator. All set, equipment upgraded. Qin Kailan activated the stealth enhancement based on the same technological principles, his own Silent Star. Armor now infused with quantum cloaking properties. Now, let us pay a visit to the legendary Amazon Paradise Island. The trio stood upon the teleportation platform. Coordinates locked, the periphery of Paradise Island, near the third weak node. Within an optical invisibility zone, the barrier key algorithm was loaded. All personnel, stealth mode activated. A faint glow flashed, and the three vanished. This time, the mission primarily focused on infiltration, so they had not brought many with them. In the next moment, they silently emerged at the edge of a tropical rainforest. The warm, humid air enveloped them. Rich floral scents wafted, and the thunderous roar of waterfalls greeted their senses. In the distance loomed the majestic Temple Mountains, while the sky danced with auroras reminiscent of magic. They had successfully infiltrated without immediate detection. Qin Kailan's quantum perception rippled outward like invisible waves, scanning the environment within several kilometers. 17 kilometers to the northeast, a patrol of 12 soldiers moved along a fixed route. 3 kilometers to the west lay a concealed watchtower, guarded by 2 sentinels. The energy fluctuations of the mother box were sealed by a potent magical barrier, its approximate location deep within the central main temple, requiring proximity for precise locking. Their infiltration was flawless. The Amazon's magical barriers and watchtowers were rendered ineffective against the newly integrated technology that combined Dr. Manhattan's quantum mysteries with a miracle of strength. The plan remains unchanged. Qin Kailan whispered through quantum communication. I will proceed directly to the main temple to attempt contact with Diana. Selena, leverage the advantages of your new equipment to infiltrate toward the mother box's energy source, scouting routes, and guard conditions without unnecessary conflict. Starfire, you will provide support from the periphery, utilizing the camouflage effect of your arm ring to simulate Amazonian energy fluctuations while remaining concealed. If any unusual situations arise or you receive instructions, create manageable chaos to divert attention. Understood. All right, Qin. Selena's silhouette flickered, seemingly merging completely with the shadows of the forest. Even Qin Kailan's quantum perception required deliberate focus to pinpoint her location. The effect of the quantum phantom suit was astonishing. Starfire, meanwhile, confidently strode in a particular direction, her energy fluctuations indistinguishable from those of an ordinary Amazon warrior. Taking a deep breath, Qin Kailan moved like a specter, gliding toward the central main temple with an unearthly speed, his movements silent and undetectable, not even stirring the air around him. Everything appeared to proceed according to plan. Their preparations were thorough and effective. However, just as Qin Kailan was about to approach the grand and solemn main temple, his footsteps abruptly halted. His quantum perception detected a more ancient, powerful, and imposing energy consciousness stirring faintly in the depths of the temple, adjacent to the mother box, which was shrouded in layers of magical barriers. It was as if a giant, having slumbered for millennia, furrowed its brow in its dreams at the intrusion of an unfamiliar mosquito. Simultaneously, Selena, stealthily traversing the forest, suddenly relayed a message through her communicator, her tone tinged with suspicion. Kailan seems a bit off. The patrol team ahead appears to have abruptly altered their route, converging in my direction. Is this mere coincidence? Chapter 75. Ancient Will and the Amazon's Choice. A weighty dread settled in Qin Kailan's heart. The encirclement Selena encountered was certainly no coincidence. Almost simultaneously, He sensed the ancient and majestic consciousness deep within the temple becoming increasingly pronounced. Though it showed no intent to attack or warn, it served as a silent searchlight, subtly illuminating the general positions of the three of them. It could not be the mother box. Qin Kailan instantly dismissed his initial conjecture. The energy of the mother box was cold and technological, resembling a heartless tool. This consciousness, however, was imbued with the vitality of life, ancient wisdom, and a sacred protective will. Was it the guardian deity of the Amazons? Or perhaps the core consciousness of some ancient barrier? He immediately roared through quantum communication, "Selena, abandon the infiltration and converge on my coordinates at once. Starfire, conceal yourself and deactivate your disguise. Prepare for support. We may have been discovered." At the moment the command was issued, an unexpected transformation occurred. A deep, resonant horn suddenly echoed from the direction of the central main temple, reverberating across the entire island. It was not an alarm, but rather an ancient call to assemble or a declaration of battle. The seemingly tranquil rainforest came to life in an instant. "For Queen Hippolyta, for Paradise Island." A battle-ready female voice resounded from all directions. The patrol teams, previously on a fixed route, abruptly accelerated like precision war machines, converging from various angles toward the location where Selena was initially detected. Their movements were swift and orderly, exhibiting a remarkable level of coordination, clearly indicative of extensive training. Even more terrifying were the seemingly natural boulders and vines in the forest, which suddenly revealed Amazon warriors clad in armor, wielding spears, shields, or bows and arrows. Their gazes were sharp as hawks, firmly locking onto Selena, who was hurriedly retreating through the shadows. Despite the powerful concealment effect of the quantum phantom battlesuit, her movements no longer felt absolutely secure under the apparent guidance of a higher power among her adversaries. Several arrows imbued with demon-slaying power accurately targeted her path, forcing her to alter her direction and fall into a more conspicuous encirclement. "Damn, it seems they can predict my movements." Selena's voice crackled through the communicator, laced with urgency and frustration. She darted between the trees and boulders like a mystical feline, the Shadow Ripper claw, effortlessly slicing through the obstructing vines, while the quantum phantom armor allowed most attacks to narrowly miss her. However, the sheer number of adversaries and their home ground advantage proved overwhelmingly formidable. Meanwhile, Starfire encountered her own predicament. Having just deactivated the disguise of her arm ring, the searing energy flared to life, only to be targeted by two Amazonian knights descending from the skies on their celestial steeds. The knights' long spears radiated powerful divine energy as they charged fiercely towards her. "Invader, halt!" Their thunderous shouts echoed through the forest. Unfazed, Starfire thrust her palms forward, releasing torrents of blazing stellar energy. Tamaranians fear nothing. The clash of energy beams against divine spears erupted in a dazzling display of light and shockwaves, drawing more nearby sentinels to converge upon her. Qin Kailan's gaze was icy. He understood that he could no longer hesitate. Forcing a breakout might escalate tensions irreparably, but he could not stand idly by while Selena and Starfire were encircled or harmed. Just as he prepared to reveal his silent star, armor and intervene with a commanding presence, a clear and authoritative female voice rang across the battlefield, piercing through the cacophony of cries and explosions. "Stop!" The voice emanated from the direction of the divine temple. A lithe figure, swift as lightning and graceful as a leopard, surged forth from the temple, clad in classic Amazonian armor that revealed her athletic arms and thighs. Her long, black hair flowed behind her, and upon her forehead rested a diadem of starlight, while she wielded a glimmering long sword and a shield adorned with mysterious engravings. It was Wonder Woman, Diana Prince. Her beauty transcended the capabilities of any actress to fully encapsulate. It was an awe-inspiring essence that fused the majesty of a deity, the steadfastness of a warrior, and the ultimate allure of femininity. Her visage was not merely a collection of exquisite features. The contours of her face were sharply defined, her jawline strong and clear, her brow high, and her nose straight and proud like a Greek statue, lending her an air of formidable authority that could even seem coldly divine when she was serious. Yet, when she furrowed her brow or gazed intently, her eyes, reminiscent of the purest Mediterranean waters, harbored a warmth and wisdom capable of melting even the iciest of hearts. Steeped in the depth of ages, her complexion was not without its imperfections, but glowed with the healthy sheen of someone who had basked in sunlight and endured battles. With faint, nearly imperceptible scars of ancient warfare adorning her cheekbones, symbols of Amazonian honor that no cosmetic could rival. Previously, Qin Kailan had observed that both Selena and Cora were undeniably beautiful. Selena's face was smaller and more delicate, resembling a true, curious feline. Her emerald eyes, slightly upturned and brimming with vitality, now narrowed in the heat of battle, enhancing her wild allure. Her figure was slender and supple, yet not frail. Every line embodied the explosive power, balance, and flexibility honed through countless trials, befitting a top-tier thief. Having experienced the intimacy and energetic exchange with Qin Kailan, her skin radiated a captivating sheen, and her presence became more profound. Yet the inherent languor, cunning, and the occasional, barely perceptible vulnerability within her formed a unique and intricate allure. Cora possessed an almost flawless doll-like visage, yet her enormous, golden eyes, reminiscent of liquid sunlight, bore no trace of childish innocence, only pure curiosity, unvarnished emotion, and the fleeting glimmer of a warrior's fierceness. Her vibrant orange hair flowed, as if alive, undulating gently without wind, emitting a soft luminescence. Her body temperature was noticeably elevated, and proximity to her evoked a comforting warmth. Her skin, smooth and almost otherworldly, seemed to harbor molten gold beneath its delicate surface. Her beauty radiated health, vitality, and an unabashed primal desire, pure and resplendent. However, they bore little resemblance to the European and American celebrities he had encountered in reality. Lacking familiarity with their films and comics, he remained uncertain until he beheld Wonder Woman, realizing that their beauty far surpassed that of the stars portrayed on screen. Their grace alone eclipsed that of any celebrity in the real world. As for Superman and Batman, he had never closely observed men. The appearance of Diana caused all the Amazon warriors to momentarily halt their actions, revealing an expression of respect. Diana's gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the battlefield, momentarily resting on the beleaguered Selena, the embattled Starfire, and the yet unseen, but profoundly powerful Qin Kailan. Her brow furrowed slightly, seemingly displeased by the chaotic scene before her, yet primarily engaged in a calm assessment. Stand down. They are not enemies. Diana's voice carried an undeniable authoritative tone, at least. Not at this moment. The warriors encircling Selena hesitated but gradually withdrew, maintaining a vigilant perimeter. The Pegasus Knight, locked in combat with Starfire, also tightened the reins, ceasing their assault, yet remained watchful. Diana disregarded them, her gaze fixed intently on the concealed direction of Qin Kailan, as if her sight could penetrate the veil of quantum concealment, directly locking onto him. Strange power, and your companions. Diana's voice was clear and composed. I am aware that you come seeking the Mother Box. You carry an unsettling energy, reminiscent of Apocalypse, yet distinctly different. She paused, continuing with a tone laced with caution and subtle mockery. Your infiltration was masterful, deceiving most of the guards. Yet, you cannot elude the perception of the island's soul. From the moment you set foot on this land, your presence has been under its watchful gaze. The soul of the island. Qin Kailan instantly comprehended. That ancient, majestic consciousness was not an individual, but rather a collective awareness or guardian spirit born from the long history of this magical sanctuary, Paradise Island. No wonder their quantum concealment had faltered. Before such a primordial awareness, their technological advantage was significantly diminished. Diana stepped forward, her gaze sharpening. The Amazons have safeguarded the Mother Box for millennia. We are acutely aware of its origin and the perilous malevolence it harbors. The stench of Apocalypse is forever etched in our memories. Her words resonated with authority, unequivocally demonstrating that the Amazons were not ignorant guardians. At that moment, Qin Kailan finally relinquished his concealment. Clad in the Silent Star armor that enveloped him entirely, he emerged slowly from the shadows, opposing Diana from a distance. His voice, transmitted through the armor, was calm, yet imbued with strength. Noble princess, if you are so knowledgeable of its dangers, why do you choose to harbor such a treacherous beacon? Do you not comprehend the adage that possessing a jewel can invite calamity? Apocalypse will inevitably seek it once more. Diana regarded the technologically sophisticated armor of Qin Kailan, which exuded an ineffable power, and a flicker of surprise crossed her features, though she quickly regained her composure. We guard it precisely to prevent it from falling into the hands of evil, Diana asserted resolutely, declaring that the Amazons bore both the responsibility and the capability to protect it, rather than relinquishing it to unknown outsiders. Her gaze swept over Qin Kailan, Selena, and Starfire, her vigilance palpable. Capability? Qin Kailan chuckled lightly, his tone laced with an air of intimidation. Forgive my candor, Your Highness. If it were not us who approached, but rather the Desad's parademons, or even Darkseid himself, do you truly believe that the barriers of Paradise Island and the valor of Amazon warriors would suffice to safeguard it? Diana's expression shifted slightly, her grip tightening around the sword of Hephaestus. She recognized the truth in his words. The memories of the brutal battles from millennia past still vivid in her mind. This is not your concern, she retorted coldly. No, it is precisely the concern of all who inhabit this planet. Qin Kailan stepped forward, his presence unwavering. Our goals align. We both seek to thwart the ambitions of Apocalypse. The distinction lies in our belief that possessing the mother box and thoroughly analyzing or even obliterating it is a more proactive and secure choice, rather than passively awaiting an invasion. He extended his hand, palm upward, a faint yet potent quantum luminescence emanating from the essence of Dr. Manhattan, creating ripples in the surrounding magical energies. We possess the capability to manage it, and indeed, to confront the ensuing challenges. What we require is collaboration, not conflict. Diana fixated on the tremor of power within his palm, feeling a flutter of trepidation. She sensed the confidence in his words and the level of power that transcended her understanding. The message conveyed to her by the spirit of the island also indicated that this unfamiliar man was exceedingly dangerous, yet seemingly not malevolent. Should she adhere to tradition and stubbornly continue her solitary vigil, or dare to trust these formidable strangers, adopting a more audacious, yet potentially more effective approach? Her decision would dictate the course of events to follow. Chapter 76. The Queen's audience and the sudden invasion. Diana Prince's resolution temporarily quelled the palpable tension in the air. Yet the atmosphere remained thick with unease. Though the Amazon warriors retreated as instructed, they maintained a vigilant formation, their sharp gazes fixated on the three unexpected visitors like tangible entities. Their weapons remained poised, transitioning from an offensive stance to one of defense and surveillance. Qin Kailan lifted the facial covering of the Silent Star armor, revealing a tranquil yet profound visage beneath. He too sensed the scrutiny and hostility emanating from all directions. Yet his primary concern lay with the implications in Diana's words and the ancient will of the island, the soul that perpetually enveloped them. Cooperation? Diana echoed Qin Kailan's statement, her countenance a blend of divine authority and the resilience of a warrior, displaying a hint of cautious contemplation. You claim to possess the capability to handle the mother box and even confront Apocalypse. Such assertions, unsubstantiated, come from a stranger of formidable strength. Furthermore, the mother box pertains to the safety of the entire world. Its management is not a decision I can unilaterally make. Her gaze swept over Qin Kailan, as well as the recently approached Selena and Starfire, the latter still fuming at the Pegasus Knight who had attacked her. Her tone serious. You must accompany me to meet Queen Hippolyta. For her and the Amazonian Council will determine your intentions and proposals. This is the rational course of action. Qin Kailan, already informed of the Amazonian social structure from Dr. Manhattan's intelligence, understood that Queen Hippolyta was the supreme decision-maker. He nodded in agreement. Of course. We came with sincerity, and it is indeed our wish to present our case before the Queen. Excellent. Diana regarded him intently, as if seeking to unveil more hidden truths within his eyes. She turned and commanded the surrounding warriors, stand down from combat stances, remain vigilant, and escort them to the temple of the primordial deity to meet the Queen. No further acts of aggression are permitted without my command. Yes, Your Highness. The warriors responded in unison, their movements synchronized, reflecting a high level of military discipline. They parted to create a pathway, yet remained like an iron wall on either side. Under Diana's guidance and the escort of numerous Amazon warriors, Qin Kailan and his companions proceeded deeper into the rainforest towards the magnificent temple of the primordial deity. Along the way, more Amazons emerged from concealed outposts and villages nestled within the trees, regarding the newcomers with curiosity, vigilance, and even veiled hostility. Particularly, Qin Kailan's armor, imbued with an alien technological essence, and Starfire's distinctly non-human features and energy fluctuations sparked whispers among the onlookers. Selena, however, appeared remarkably composed, taking an interest in the defensive structures and the warriors' equipment along the route, almost succumbing to her professional instincts. She quietly remarked to Qin Kailan, "The placement of both overt and covert sentinels is quite impressive. Were it not for your similar gear and that so-called island soul, we might not have made it through undetected." Starfire expressed admiration for the Amazons' athletic physiques and vibrant vitality. They are exceptionally strong. Their energy levels are remarkable. This is an excellent location for physical training. Qin Kailan could only hope that Starfire's praise would not be misconstrued, leading to further misunderstandings. The main temple is even more magnificent than it appears from a distance. Towering stone columns are adorned with intricate reliefs that narrate the history and myths of the Amazons, exuding an ancient and sacred aura. The interior of the temple is spacious, with light filtering through colorful stained glass windows, casting a mosaic of vibrant shadows upon the ground. At the far end of the grand hall, upon a lofty throne, sits a woman of regal demeanor, exuding an unspoken authority, Queen Hippolyta. Her visage bears a resemblance to that of Diana, yet is marked by a maturity and grace that speaks of wisdom gained through the passage of time. The years have etched their stories upon her face, yet they have not diminished her beauty. Instead, they have deepened her wisdom, dignity, and composure. Her gaze is as profound as the ocean, seemingly capable of piercing the very souls of those before her. When her eyes scan the room, they radiate the commanding presence of one who has long occupied a position of power, but when they alight upon Diana, a flicker of maternal affection emerges, tempered by a prudent sharpness when directed toward outsiders. Adorned with a golden crown and draped in resplendent battle attire, she commands a strength that rivals any warrior's. Even while seated upon her throne, a testament to the power forged through countless years and the crucible of war. Below the throne stand several elder Amazonian women, exuding a similar formidable aura, clearly members of the Council of Elders. Their gazes are equally scrutinizing. Mother, Diana steps forward, placing her right hand upon her chest in a gesture of respect. These outsiders have breached our barrier. They seek the mother box. She succinctly outlines the circumstances, including Qin Kailan's warning regarding the apocalyptic star and their intentions toward the mother box, devoid of personal sentiment, a purely objective account. Queen Hippolyta's gaze gradually settles upon Qin Kailan. Her voice, calm yet imbued with undeniable authority, reverberates through the vast hall. To traverse our millennial-old barrier and tread upon this sacred ground, boldly demanding a sacred relic safeguarded for centuries, stranger, your audacity is notable. Pray tell, on what grounds do you believe I should trust you and entrust such a heavy burden to your hands, rather than regard you as an invader akin to the apocalyptic star? The weight of her words immediately bears down upon Qin Kailan. All eyes are riveted upon him. Yet, he does not falter beneath the queen's imposing presence. He steps forward, meeting Hippolyta's gaze with calm resolve. Most esteemed queen, we do not demand. We propose a collaboration to confront the imminent threat. Trust is not founded upon words, but upon facts and capabilities. He raises his hand, palm upward. This time, he refrains from manifesting the quantum brilliance. Instead, a subtle shift of intent occurs. The ethereal shadow of the crucible of all things flickers briefly behind him, so fleetingly that even Diana can only perceive a vague outline. But in that moment, a hum, an indescribable energy, transcending all known forms, as if embodying the very essence of rules themselves, sweeps through the grand hall like a gentle breeze. Queen Hippolyta's pupils constrict, her body instinctively leaning forward. The elders beside her change countenance, their expressions betraying disbelief. The essence of the island, which had perpetually enveloped the land, resonated with a clear emotional wave for the first time, not of hostility, but rather of profound curiosity intertwined with an ineffable sense of kinship. It was as if it had encountered a being of a shared origin, yet of a higher echelon. Simultaneously, Upon a pedestal sealed with intricate magical runes at the rear side of the Grand Hall, a metallic artifact resembling a dodecahedron, cloaked in a gentle luminescence, began to tremble uncontrollably. Its surface flickered erratically, emitting a low-frequency hum that seemed to convey both fear and submission. It responded violently and overwhelmingly to the aura of the universal forge within Qin Kailan. He swiftly restrained his own energy, allowing the artifact's agitation to gradually subside. He turned to Queen Hippolyta, whose expression was grave, and spoke with unwavering calm. "This is one of our assets. The Mother Box is regarded by Apocalypse as a tool and a beacon, while we possess the capability to neutralize it or even compel its submission. Our intention is not to seize it for ourselves. Our ultimate goal may well be to unravel its mysteries and destroy it once and for all." He paused before adding, "Of course, the decision lies with you and the Amazonian people. We can choose to collaborate, sharing intelligence and technology to safeguard this world together. Alternatively, we may depart, yet the threat from Apocalypse will not dissipate. In that case, Paradise Island may face the wrath of the Dark Lord alone." Silence enveloped the hall. Queen Hippolyta lightly tapped her fingers on the armrest of her throne, her gaze penetrating as it shifted between Qin Kailan and the now-quiet Mother Box. Clearly, the nature of the power this unfamiliar man exhibited far exceeded her comprehension and transcended the realm of apocalyptic technology. It was a fundamentally more terrifying force. The artifact's response seemed to corroborate part of his assertions. Should they persist in upholding a tradition that had endured for millennia, bearing the risks alone? Or should they venture to trust this man of incredible power and take a step into the unknown? Just as Queen Hippolyta pondered her decision, a shrill, more urgent alarm suddenly pierced through the stillness of the temple from the outside. Simultaneously, an Amazonian warrior rushed into the hall, dropping to one knee. Breathless and urgent, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, the barrier perimeter has detected an exceptionally powerful spatial disturbance. Something is forcefully breaching the shield." Chapter 77. Exploiting Chaos and the League. And the sharp alarm rang out like a piercing blade, shattering the heavy, silent atmosphere within the main temple. All Amazons, including Queen Hippolyta and Diana, were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. The level of this alarm indicated that the barrier was under intense assault. Yet the energy signature was not the cold malevolence they had anticipated from Apocalypse, but rather a chaotic, frenzied essence intermingled with advanced technological energy. Before the kneeling warrior could finish speaking, a series of faint yet extraordinarily eerie explosions echoed from the eastern barrier of the island, without any earth-shattering shockwave. There instead resounded a sound akin to shattering glass, accompanied by the hissing of energy barriers being forcibly distorted and corroded. "Report the situation." Queen Hippolyta instantly rose from her throne, her regal demeanor replaced by a fierce battle intent, her voice steady and commanding. Another messenger burst into the Grand Hall, his tone fraught with uncertainty. "Your Majesty, a group of strangely dressed humans. They're using a peculiar device that is corroding the barrier. Their firepower is formidable, and their tactics are utterly chaotic. The leader, clad in a purple suit with green hair, is laughing maniacally. Another bald man in high-tech armor is directing from the air." The combination of the purple suit and green-haired man's maniacal laughter, alongside the bald man in advanced armor, instantly alerted Qin Kailan, Diana, and Batman, who was listening in through the quantum link, to the identity of the intruders. "The Joker, Lex Luthor, and their cadre of supervillains," Diana exclaimed, her eyes brimming with shock and fury. "How could they have found this place? Do they intend to force their way through the barrier?" Qin Kailan's brow furrowed deeply, entirely taken aback. Luthor and the Joker? How could these two troublemakers conspire together, and at such a critical moment, to assault Paradise Island? The immense computational power bestowed upon him by the All Things Forge and the vast intelligence he had recently absorbed from Dr. Manhattan rapidly analyzed the situation. In an instant, he deduced a possibility. Luthor had long been devoted to acquiring extraterrestrial technology and mystical powers to prove that humanity requires no deities. He had likely surmised the existence of Paradise Island and the Mother Box through means such as surveilling Superman, coveting its power. The Joker, being a madman, might only be motivated by the thrill of chaos. And of course, Batman's involvement would also serve as a reason for him. Coincidentally, Recent issues stemming from the Kryptonian invasion and the Three Palace Demon had slightly relaxed Batman's vigilance over Gotham, allowing the Joker to seize this opportunity and join forces with Luthor to form this nefarious alliance, aiming for a grand scheme, with the Mother Box on Paradise Island as their first target. Regardless, their arrival had utterly disrupted the rhythm. "Your Majesty, they are supervillains from Earth." Batman's deep, cold voice emanated through Qin Kailan's communicator, resonating throughout the hall. Lex Luthor, a mad scientist and an ambitious schemer. The Joker, a high-functioning antisocial lunatic. Their objective may be the Mother Box, or they might simply seek to sow chaos and seize power. We cannot allow them to succeed. Queen Hippolyta's expression darkened ominously. With internal troubles unresolved, external threats emerged, and they were being attacked by their own kin from her home planet. This filled her with a sense of humiliation and rage. She glanced at the Mother Box, which trembled slightly on the altar due to the external violent energy impact, then looked at Qin Kailan, who was calmly analyzing the situation, and Batman, who was providing intelligence remotely. Internal discord must be set aside in the face of a great enemy. Amazons, prepare for battle. The voice of Queen Hippolyta resonated like the clarion call of a war deity throughout the temple, proclaiming, "For Paradise Island, expel these marauding zealots from our sacred ground." She turned sharply to Qin Kailan, declaring, "Stranger of formidable strength, I hereby accept your proposal of alliance. Unleash your might and sincerity." A glint of icy resolve flashed in Qin Kailan's eyes. The appearance of Luthor and the Joker at this critical juncture was nothing short of folly. It presented a perfect opportunity to test his newfound powers and demonstrate the value of collaboration to the Amazonian tribe. Selina, Starfire, change of target. Eliminate all invading minions, with particular focus on Luthor and the Joker. Ensure they do not meet their end too easily. Qin Kailan commanded through quantum communication, his tone laced with a chilling intent to kill. "Understood. I've long found that green-haired lunatic intolerable." Selina's voice brimmed with excitement. The quantum phantom armor activated, and her form melded into the shadows, stealthily advancing toward the battlefield. A surge of potent energy, perfect for destruction. Starfire, ever straightforward, transformed into a streak of orange-red light, soaring skyward and directly colliding with the breach in the barrier. Diana nodded at her mother, brandishing her sword and shield, akin to a golden lightning bolt, as she charged forth in pursuit. Turning to Queen Hippolyta, Qin Kailan urged, "Your Majesty, please stabilize the core of the internal barrier to thwart their feints. Leave the rabble outside to us." With that, he vanished in a flash, donning the Silent Star battle armor, and surged toward the fiercest point of the conflict at a speed surpassing Diana's. Queen Hippolyta surveyed the suddenly vacant hall, accompanied by the distant sounds of explosions and cries of battle. Taking a deep breath, she commanded the elders, "Activate the temple's defensive formation and reinforce the core of the internal barrier. All reserves support the eastern front." Her gaze grew serious as she peered outside the temple. This unforeseen assault, while perilous, served as an unexpected crucible. It was an opportune moment to assess the powers of these self-proclaimed allies and their stance regarding Earth. On the eastern barrier of Paradise Island, the once resplendent and gentle magical veil had been torn asunder, revealing a gaping chasm. The edges corroded and expanded by some acidic technology. A tide of villains, Bane, Poison Ivy, Croc, and other cohorts of Luthor and the Joker, poured through, engaging fiercely with the vigilant Amazonian warriors. The Joker, clad in his signature purple suit, stood atop a colossal, crab-like walking mech, evidently of Luthor's design, wielding a megaphone, cackling maniacally as he bellowed orders. "Hee! Look at those Amazonian warriors. What splendid physiques. Capture them all, and we can start a circus. Ha ha ha." Meanwhile, Luthor hovered in midair, encased in a technologically advanced suit, impassively directing his mechanical army and mercenaries to assault the weak points of the barrier, intent on creating a breach. His objective was clear: penetrate the defenses and locate the Mother Box. Just then, a searing beam of stellar energy descended from the heavens like divine retribution, instantly shattering the Jester's walking mech into countless fragments. "Oh, how splendid!" The Jester screeched as the explosion hurled him into the air. Yet he executed a bizarre somersault mid-flight and landed gracefully, brushing off the dust as if nothing had transpired. Instead, he gazed up at the emerging starlight with heightened excitement. Meanwhile, Lex Luthor's armor blared with alarms. Warning: an ultra-high-speed target detected approaching. Energy levels indeterminable. In the next moment, boom! Qin Kailan descended like a meteor, crashing onto the ground before Luthor, the shockwave instantly clearing a vast expanse of minions and robots. He lifted his gaze, the cold eyes beneath the mask of Silent Star, locking onto Luthor in the air. The voice of Lex Luthor, resonating through the battle armor, carried a palpable sense of dread. Who grants you the audacity to wreak havoc on my territory? Though Paradise Island did not belong to him, it did not hinder him from uttering a formidable phrase he had long wished to proclaim. Chapter 78. Thunderous Purge. In the sorcerous hand of darkness, Qin Kailan's frigid and oppressive words fell upon Lex Luthor's heart like a tangible hammer. Beneath Luthor's armored visor, his expression soured in an instant. He could distinctly sense the perilous aura emanating from the man clad in unknown armor below him, a terror far surpassing that of Superman, profound and unfathomable. Your territory? Luthor forced himself to remain composed, locking all weapon systems on Qin Kailan, attempting to engage in verbal sparring and analysis. How laughable. This is Amazonian territory. Who are you? Another extraterrestrial meddler? However, Qin Kailan possessed no interest in verbal jousting with him. In his eyes, these so-called supervillains were merely a horde of oblivious fools, willingly presenting themselves as fodder and scatter materials. Noisy, clad in the Silent Star armor, Qin Kailan uttered two words with a hint of unique electronic modulation. In the next instant, he moved, clear the field. His figure vanished like a wraith. Squelch, 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 a series of grotesque sounds, akin to flesh being forcibly torn and instantaneously vaporized, erupted almost simultaneously. The crocodilian man, entangled with Amazonian warriors, felt his once proud, hard scales and formidable body succumb to an invisible force, disintegrated into the most basic particles without even a scream, leaving only a wisp of smoke. The poisonous vine woman, attempting to ensnare the Amazonian fighters, found her plants and herself withering and disintegrating into fine ash, swept away by a subtle quantum fluctuation. As for those frantically firing minions, Luthor's elite mercenaries, and the colossal war robots, the ground beneath them appeared to be effortlessly erased by an unseen hand wielding an eraser. One by one, the invaders vanished without a trace, akin to snow under the sun, silently and completely erased. No remnants, no bloodshed, not even the echoes of energy explosions, only the vacant ground and the astonished expressions of the Amazon warriors. The absolute force of decomposition from the Forge of all things was wielded by Qin Kailan with unimaginable precision and efficiency, systematically eliminating all non-Amazon units among the invaders. Slaughter. Ruthless, unhesitating, and chillingly efficient annihilation. Oh, how exhilarating. The clown, engrossed in merriment with several Amazon warriors, beheld this spectacle not with fear, but with exuberance. Dancing joyfully, this was true artistry. Erasure. Complete void. Ha ha ha. Far more entertaining than my laughing gas. Meanwhile, Luthor, suspended in the air, felt a shiver of dread and terror. His armor's sensors blared wildly, registering that the battlefield units below were disappearing at an exponential rate. The manner of their vanishing surpassed his comprehension. It was not merely death. It was utter obliteration. What manner of monster are you? Luthor's voice trembled for the first time with a hint of fear. Without hesitation, he activated all the weapons of his armor. Shoulder missiles, palm energy cannons, and a barrage of kryptonite radiation surged towards the newly manifested Qin Kailan. Yet, in the face of this firepower capable of annihilating an entire army, Qin Kailan simply raised a hand. Before his palm, a miniature black singularity, seemingly capable of devouring all light, formed instantaneously. All missiles, energy beams, and even the nauseating kryptonite radiation, upon contact with that black singularity, were absorbed entirely, reduced to nothingness. Not even a ripple stirred. Such a mundane trick. Qin Kailan assessed coldly as the singularity dissipated. He raised his gaze towards Luthor, his eyes reflecting the indifference one might reserve for a corpse. Luther's spirit plummeted as he pushed his armor's power to its limits in a desperate attempt to flee. But it was too late. Qin Kailan's figure vanished once more, reappearing directly in front of Luther's armor in an instant, moving with a speed that seemed to transcend space itself. With an apparently casual motion, he pressed his hand against the multi-million-dollar armor. A fusion of Earth's most advanced technology. This material still held some research value. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the composite armor plate, designed to withstand tank cannon fire, shattered like fragile glass. The decomposition power of the forge of all things penetrated the armor. Luther screamed in agony, feeling as though his very organs would shatter. Sparks flew within the armor as systems collapsed in alarm. He was sent hurtling downwards like a baseball struck from the air, trailing black smoke as he plummeted towards the forest below. Meanwhile, on another front, the battle between Starfire and the Clown appeared far more bizarre. The energy beams of the Starfire, ablaze with ferocity, were perpetually evaded by the Joker in ways that defied the very laws of physics, or were deftly deflected by his absurd little gadgets, such as a suddenly springing boxing glove or a comically electrified umbrella. Amidst his manic laughter, he incessantly taunted Starfire. Hee, alien girl, quite the energy you've got. Perfect for roasting hot dogs, wouldn't you agree? Frustrated yet? Ha ha ha. Come on, play with me. Infuriated, Starfire screamed in anger, her attacks intensifying, yet always narrowly missing their mark. Meanwhile, Selina, akin to a reaper cloaked in shadows, became the nightmare of all lowly villains and mercenaries, thanks to her quantum phantom suit and shadow ripper claw. Rather than dismantling her foes directly like Qin Kailan, she employed her superior stealth and lethal strikes to precisely sever the throats of one enemy after another or to dismantle their equipment. Her movements both elegant and lethal. Diana, embodying the goddess of war, wielded her sword and shield to send adversaries flying. Her approach was more about incapacitating and subduing rather than outright killing, starkly contrasting with the slaughtering styles of Qin Kailan and Selina. Observing Qin Kailan's merciless methods, she raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Yet with the imminent threat at hand, she chose to remain silent. In the span of merely a minute or two, the once formidable invading force was nearly decimated, save for the Joker, who continued to amuse himself with Starfire and the oblivious Luther. The tide of battle had shifted dramatically. On the lunar base, Batman, observing remotely through quantum communication, wore a grim expression beneath his mask. Kailan, stop. His voice was frigid, piercing through the communicator to Qin Kailan's ears. You have slain too many. Many do not deserve death. Moreover, Luther and the Joker are of greater value alive than dead. We require intelligence. Just as Qin Kailan dispatched the last defiant henchman, he heard Batman's words and merely replied coolly, Bruce, your principle of non-lethality is your concern. Here, those who choose to wield weapons in invasion, standing against me, must be prepared for total annihilation. Breathing is a waste of air, and death transforms them into fertilizer, though they shan't even have that opportunity. The clash of ideologies presented itself with remarkable clarity upon the battlefield, still shrouded in smoke. Just as Qin Kailan prepared to deliver a final blow to Luther and seize the Joker, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Buzz, an immensely powerful, ancient, and sinister magical wave, descended upon the battlefield without warning. The sky dimmed slightly, as if cloaked in an eerie shadow. A colossal, distorted magical circle, seemingly forged from countless fragments of nightmares, suddenly unfurled upon the ground, enveloping the severely injured Luther and the frolicking Joker within its grasp. From within the magic circle emanated a chilling cacophony of children's cries intertwined with demonic whispers. Qin Kailan's gaze sharpened. He sensed that this magical force was of an exceptionally high caliber, imbued with a malevolent essence that toyed with life and distorted the very fabric of reality. The arcane forces reminiscent of the three palaces were eerily familiar, yet distinctly different, exuding an uncanny and inscrutable aura. The clown, intrigued, gazed at the magical circle beneath his feet. Meanwhile, the gravely injured Luther struggled to lift his head, a flicker of uncertainty gleaming in his eyes. The sorcerer's child, Diana exclaimed from a distance, having recognized the unmistakable, malevolent magical essence originating from the mythic age. It was that wicked, eternal child. How could he? Before her words could fully escape, the magical circle erupted in a blinding, sinister radiance. Ha ha ha. An intriguing toy has been taken. A spectral voice echoed through the air, as if composed of countless children's whispers intermingling. The malevolent light flickered and vanished. Once the brilliance subsided, the magical circle, Luther, and the clown had all inexplicably disappeared, leaving no trace of spatial disturbance, as though erased from existence by a force of a higher dimension. Qin Kailan's quantum perception scanned with utmost intensity, yet it could only capture a lingering remnant imbued with profound malevolence. The adversary's manipulation of space was exquisite, even disrupting his sensory lock. The name Sorceress Child lingered in his mind as he retrieved pertinent information from Dr. Manhattan's database, an eternal child adept in curses, wielding bizarre and formidable magical powers, reveling in chaos and suffering, treating life as mere playthings. Why would he abduct Luther and the clown? This sudden turn of events cast an eerie silence over the battlefield once more. The Amazon warriors exchanged incredulous glances, astonished that an invasion would culminate in such a manner. Diana's expression grew more solemn. The Sorceress Child's involvement complicated matters significantly. Batman's voice crackled through the communicator. Laden with unprecedented gravity, the Sorceress Child appears to be a threat far exceeding Luther and the clown. Kailan, your slaughter may align with his interests. Qin Kailan snorted dismissively, indifferent to whose interests aligned. He was merely focused on eliminating the bothersome debris. As for the Sorceress Child, he was just another complication to be dealt with. He turned, casting his gaze over the ravaged battlefield and the shaken Amazon warriors, ultimately directing his attention toward the direction of the main temple. It was time to engage the Amazon Queen in a serious discussion. Chapter 79. Ownership of the Mother Box, the Queen's Terms. In the shadow of an uninvited guest, the air on Paradise Island seemed to solidify. Luther and the clown had been swept away by that bizarre purple magical vortex, leaving behind chaos and the bewildered gazes of the Amazon warriors. Qin Kailan stood still, the microscopic sensors of his quantum phantom armor still relaying residual data of the magical energy, filled with a distortion that was childlike yet perilously dangerous. The Sorcerer's Child, he murmured, digesting the name as he delved into Dr. Manhattan's knowledge base, uncovering information about an ancient magical entity that delighted in manipulating reality, treating everything as a cruel fairy tale. How did Luther and the clown become entangled with him? It was a form of immensely powerful spatial transmutation magic. Zatanna's voice resonated through the encrypted communication channel, imbued with a weighty gravity that eluded my full comprehension. Its origins were ancient and peculiar. Kailan exercised caution. Entities wielding such power harbor motives that are anything but simple. Understood. I shall address the matter at hand. Kailan Qin succinctly replied, severing the connection. He surveyed his surroundings, the shattered remains of Bane, the withered vines of poison ivy, and an array of nameless villains, all swiftly and silently cleared away by the well-trained Amazon warriors. There was no fear, only a grim efficiency tinged with disdain. Evidently, to these isolated warriors, the demise of the invaders was a just retribution, and Kailan Qin's thunderous methods had spared them the task. Queen Hippolyta's gaze shifted from the vanishing magical vortex to rest upon Kailan Qin. Her expression was intricate, a blend of scrutiny, vigilance, and a hint of unmasked astonishment. The sheer, overwhelming force he had just unleashed had profoundly shaken this worldly wise queen. Outsider, Kailan Qin, Queen Hippolyta began, her voice both authoritative and serene. The power you exhibited is beyond imagination. You have eradicated the filth that tainted Paradise Island with absolute resolve, and the Amazons are grateful for your assistance. Yet, she pivoted her tone. Such formidable power is not easily wielded. Excessive slaughter can lead to an imbalance of the heart. Kailan Qin shrugged. The visor of his silent star, armor retracting to reveal a visage marked by a relaxed demeanor. I appreciate your counsel, my queen. I fully grasp the notion that strength without wisdom is ultimately futile. He paused, casting his gaze towards the depths of the island. Moreover, our previous discourse remains unfinished. The Mother Box, you witnessed its recent reaction. It evidently speaks a language akin to mine. At the mention of the Mother Box, Hippolyta's brow furrowed slightly. In the direction of the altar, though the mother box had regained its tranquility, the earlier surge of energy resonance was undeniable. The mother box is an ancient relic. Steeped in unimaginable power and knowledge, the queen articulated slowly. Today's disturbance indeed stemmed from you. It may herald something significant. However, entrusting it to one who possesses power, such as yours, carries immense risk. Hippolyta fell silent for a moment, her gaze sweeping across Qin, Diana, and the vigilant Selena and Starfire at a distance. Selena's quantum specter armor rendered her an elegant yet lethal phantom, while Starfire radiated a warmth akin to that of a star, both exhibiting extraordinary combat prowess. The Amazons revered strength, yet they also honored wisdom and responsibility. Qin, the queen ultimately declared, I can consent to entrust the mother box to your care and study. Qin raised an eyebrow, anticipating her caveat. However, I have 3 conditions. Hippolyta extended a finger. First, the mother box must not be utilized to endanger Earth and its inhabitants. Second, Diana shall act as the representative of the Amazons, accompanying you to oversee the mother box's usage and, when necessary, to lend her wisdom and strength. Her gaze sharpened as Paradise Island faced today's incursion. Although you have resolved the immediate issue, one cannot guarantee that further troubles will not arise. I require a promise from you. When the need arises on Paradise Island, you and the powers you wield must provide assistance. Oh, a buy one get one free offer? With a princess included? Qin Kailan silently scoffed, yet his demeanor remained unchanged. He cast a glance at Diana, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. A rather equitable proposition. Qin Kailan readily acquiesced. I accept. The mother box in my possession shall transform solely into a weapon and tool for confronting greater crises. Diana's inclusion is most welcome. As for the safety of Paradise Island, he chuckled, as long as I exist beneath this starlit sky, this realm will serve as my territory for esteemed partners, and naturally, I shall not turn a blind eye to its welfare. His choice of words elicited a barely perceptible twitch at Hippolyta's lips, yet she ultimately refrained from comment. She nodded. Very well. The mother box shall be entrusted to your care for the time being. Diana. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred, not from the outside world, but from within Qin Kailan himself. The All Things Forge trembled slightly, not as an alert, but rather as a beckoning. A faint yet profoundly significant energy fluctuation, imbued with a chilling darkness, was extracted from the residual magical aura recently consumed by the forge. It was instantaneously traced back to its source, albeit in a manner that was exceedingly vague and distantly removed. Simultaneously, an urgent communication was received from Zatanna at the lunar base. Kailan, I've captured it. The final coordinates of that vanished magical essence are remarkably peculiar, lying outside any known dimension or celestial body. However, its energy signature is laced with a trace of the apocalyptic essence. Though obscured by that malevolent magic, it cannot be mistaken. Almost simultaneously, Bruce Wayne's cold voice echoed through Qin Kailan's private channel, originating from the high-altitude reconnaissance of the Batplane. Qin, the tracking has failed. The magical trace has completely vanished upon entering near-Earth orbit, rendering it unlocatable. However, based on reverse calculations of energy dissipation, the initial trigger point likely resides within or in close proximity to Paradise Island. There's an insider involved. Qin Kailan's gaze sharpened instantaneously. The essence of the apocalyptic magic, a potential internal accomplice on Paradise Island. He turned to Hippolyta and Diana, his tone losing its prior nonchalance. Your Majesty, Princess, we shall discuss the matter of the mother box in detail later. For now, we may have a more pressing predicament that requires our attention. He raised his hand, a thread of minuscule dark energy being restrained by the power of the All Things Forge, resembling a twisted black filament. Regarding the fairy tale enthusiast who recently rescued Luthor and the Joker, along with his potential clandestine connections to certain interstellar demolition agencies, I believe we need to have a thorough discussion. Furthermore, let us investigate if anyone on the island inadvertently misplaced a magical scroll or inadvertently recited an incantation that should not have been uttered today. The expression on Queen Hippolyta's face darkened instantly, and Diana tightened her grip on the Sword of Ares. The air of Paradise Island still bore the lingering scent of blood, swiftly supplanted by a heavier, more oppressive atmosphere. The Amazon warriors continued their silent yet efficient clearing of the battlefield, their gazes sharp as eagles, scanning every inch of land. They were not merely erasing the traces of invaders, but were silently searching for any possible anomalies. The warning from Qin Kailan had abruptly shifted the island's focus from the complacency of repelling external foes to a heightened vigilance against internal threats. Queen Hippolyta's expression was as if shrouded in frost. The external invasion was already a grave humiliation, and if any internal members were found in collusion, it would be an unforgivable betrayal. Without a moment's hesitation, she commanded her captain of the royal guard, "Send a decree to seal all ports and aerial passages. No one shall leave the island without my direct order. Assemble the elders of each tribe and the priests of the temple. They must convene in the council hall at once. Additionally, conduct a thorough investigation of today's patrol records, particularly the sentry logs from areas of energy anomalies. Any slight irregularity must be reported." "Yes, your majesty," replied the captain, swiftly turning away with decisive efficiency. Diana turned to Qin Kailan, her eyes questioning. "Can you pinpoint the energy you sense more precisely?" Qin Kailan closed his eyes momentarily, his consciousness delving into the eternal essence of the cauldron of all things. The cauldron vibrated slightly, peeling away, analyzing, and amplifying the faint energy residue, tinged with the unique scent of the apocalypse star and the eerie innocence of the witch child. Countless streams of microscopic information surged through his awareness like a rushing galaxy. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes and shook his head. The energy is too weak and has been severely distorted by that fairy tale magic. The cauldron can only roughly ascertain that the trigger point lies not within our core area, but somewhere along the southeastern coastline. Der Range ist fast. It could be a cliff, a cave, or a dense forest. The adversary has cleverly employed multiple layers of concealment. Diana furrowed her brow, contemplating the southeastern coast, where there were several ancient observation posts and some abandoned altars. The area was indeed extensive. "No matter," Qin Kailan replied calmly, yet with absolute confidence. "As long as it once existed, it must have left a trace. It merely requires a bit more time for a thorough scan." His notion of scanning involved the cauldron's formidable perception conducting a meticulous search, though it demanded time and energy. No sooner had he spoken than an unusual sensation swept over everyone present. It was neither sound nor image, but rather a ripple of emotion, gentle yet vast, imbued with the weight of ancient epics, quietly permeating the atmosphere. The Amazon warriors paused their actions, instinctively looking towards the central temple of the island, their faces reflecting reverence. Selena cautiously surveyed the surroundings and murmured, "Kailan, something feels amiss." A faint golden aura enveloped Starfire, Coriand, sensing the energy, a vast, gentle life energy field. Diana and Queen Hippolyta exchanged glances, both revealing surprise and understanding. "It is the soul of the island," Diana softly elucidated to Qin Kailan. "It embodies the consciousness of Paradise Island, a manifestation of the ancient magic that permeates this land. It seldom reveals itself unless the island perceives a significant threat or an event occurs that could fundamentally alter its essence. A gentle rippled through the battlefield, akin to an invisible tide, eventually lingering beside Qin Kailan for a fleeting moment. He sensed that the All Things Forge exhibited a modicum of interest in this pure and ancient natural magic, yet regarded it neither as a threat nor as a resource, merely observing with a sense of equality and slight curiosity. The will of the soul of the island conveyed no specific information. Rather, it resembled an instinctive probing and recording. It detected within Qin Kailan the ultimate order and ultimate chaos, two contradictory traits perfectly intertwined, leaving it perplexed. Yet that was all. Moments later, this will receded like the ebbing tide, as if it had never existed. However, at the instant this will completely dissipated, the All Things Forge abruptly captured a discordant resonance. This emanated not from the soul of the island itself, but from the subtle energy turbulence caused by its emergence and withdrawal. From the southeast, an exceedingly brief flicker of a weak, yet highly resonant wave, akin to the residual energy of the shaman and the aura of the apocalypse star, was disclosed. Like a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, though the ripples vanished swiftly, they momentarily exposed what lay hidden in the lake's depths. "Found it," A spark of brilliance flickered in Qin Kailan's eyes. To the southeast, approximately 15 kilometers away, there lay a coastal cliff cave. The energy response was faint, yet there was a clear residue of spatial magic and a certain frequency that had dissipated when the mother box was previously activated. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Upon hearing this, Queen Hippolyta did not hesitate. "Diana, take a squad of our finest warriors and immediately accompany Mr. Qin to investigate. Antiope, you are responsible for a thorough search of the other areas of the island. There must be no oversights." "Yes, Mother Queen." Both Diana and Atal, resolute general, responded in unison. "Selena, Cora, remain here to assist the Queen in stabilizing the situation and remain vigilant for possible external follow-up attacks." Qin Kailan quickly instructed. Starfire seemed poised to speak, but upon meeting Qin Kailan's unyielding gaze, she merely nodded. Selena then seamlessly melded into the shadows, entering a state of alertness. In the next moment, the radiant armor of starlight shimmered on Qin Kailan, activating its full power. Diana grasped his arm, the golden glow of the truth lasso illuminating, as the two propelled forth like arrows released from a bow, racing towards the southeast. Behind them, a cadre of elite Amazon warriors mounted on flying steeds closely pursued. The 15-kilometer distance evaporated in an instant for them. Before them loomed a steep coastal cliff, the waves crashing violently against the rocks. At the entrance of an exceedingly concealed cave, shrouded in creeping vines, Qin Kailan sensed the most intense residual energy. "This is the place." Diana swung her sword, severing the vines as they both charged into the cave. The cave, though shallow, was adorned with ancient runes from Paradise Island. Yet at this moment, these symbols appeared to be momentarily overshadowed and distorted by another force. At the center of the ground lay a rudimentary magical formation outlined in dim purple crystal powder, within which lingered an exceedingly minuscule fragment of metallic essence, reminiscent of a technological artifact. Qin Kailan crouched down, his fingertips brushing against the metallic shard. The spell, All Things Forge, instantaneously completed its analysis. It was a disposable microspace beacon of apocalypse technology, powered and concealed by some demonic contract. He rose, his tone icy, noting that its activation required the unique magical energy of Paradise Island as a key. Someone within had provided this key and remotely activated it, facilitating the sorcerer's magic, thus orchestrating an extraction. Diana's expression turned exceedingly grim. The evidence was irrefutable. Betrayal was indeed afoot. At that moment, the fragment, on the verge of complete disintegration, suddenly emitted a slight tremor, as if reflecting upon its past, projecting a highly indistinct, fragmented holographic image accompanied by a deep, ominous voice filled with savagery and greed. Speaking in a universal tongue, coordinates locked. Mother Box energy, signal strong. The barrier of Paradise Island has been recorded, awaiting Father Box resonance. For Darkside, the image and voice abruptly ceased, the metallic shard reduced to ashes. Silence enveloped the cave. Both Qin Kailan and Diana wore expressions of profound gravity. The situation was far graver than anticipated. This was not merely about rescuing two madmen. The gaze of Darkside from Apocalypse had decisively turned towards Earth, towards Paradise Island, towards a mother box, and the traitor remained concealed in the shadows. Chapter 80, Striking at the Root. The sorcerer's hand and the echoes of the deep sea, the stillness of the cave, was shattered by Diana's heavy breathing. For Darkside, she softly echoed that chilling war cry, the golden light of the sword of Ares seeming to flicker slightly at the mere mention of this name. The warlord of Apocalypse had indeed set his sights here. Not merely his gaze, Your Highness. Qin Kailan's voice was calm to the point of being cold as he surveyed the remnants of the now-turned ash beacon, which had recorded the frequency of Paradise Island's barrier. This signified that their next approach might not be a mere infiltration, but rather an overwhelming military encroachment, or worse, a precise strike from the skies. Their primary target was undoubtedly. His gaze pierced through the rocky walls, directed towards the altar at the island's center. The mother box. Diana picked up his train of thought, her complexion paling further. She fully understood the power contained within the mother box. Should it fall into Darkside's hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. What is the conventional course of action? Qin Kailan suddenly inquired, his tone laced with a hint of sardonic amusement. Strengthen the defenses? Set up barriers? Hide it in a more secretive location? or depend on some oversized figure in stars and stripes, caped to arrive in time to hurl it into the sun? Diana was momentarily taken aback by his rapid-fire questions and instinctively responded, "We will vow to protect it with our lives." The Amazon warriors are never daunted by sacrifice. And then, Qin Kailan relentlessly presses on, intending to fill the endless demonic army of the Apocalypse Star with the blood and lives of the warriors, even if they manage to hold their ground. At what cost? Furthermore, there remains an unknown key hidden within your ranks, an insidious threat. Diana fell silent. She could not refute this. The absolute disparity of power and the internal peril render traditional guardianship utterly impotent. Thus, Qin Kailan snapped his fingers, and the visor of the Silent Star, armor retracted, asserting that the most effective solution to a problem is to eliminate the problem itself. Since the source of trouble lies within this box, which seems to have a peculiar affinity for me, he left his sentence unfinished. Yet his meaning could not be clearer. Diana's eyes widened in realization. "You intend to consume the mother box? This is far too perilous. No one knows what might transpire. The mother box is an ancient relic. Its power, to me, is merely another mass awaiting disintegration and refinement." Qin Kailan interrupted her, his tone calm, yet imbued with unwavering confidence. "Fear not. I have no interest in reducing it to cosmic dust. Disassembling, comprehending, and absorbing its characteristics may even allow for an upgrade, transforming it into a safer, more compliant subbox. This is the fundamental solution, turning it from a target into an integral part of me." He gazed at Diana. "This is the most efficient and permanent method. Naturally, your consent is required. As it is, after all, your ancestral treasure." Diana found herself ensnared in profound conflict. Rationally, she recognized that Qin Kailan's approach might be the optimal solution. Perhaps the soul means to truly prevent the mother box from falling into enemy hands. Yet emotionally, the mother box is a sacred artifact that the Amazonian clan has safeguarded for millennia, its significance unparalleled. At that moment, the voice of Queen Hippolyta echoed through Diana's communicator. Tinged with fatigue, yet strikingly resolute, Diana agreed to his proposal. "Mother." Diana was taken aback. "The soul of the island has just imparted insight to me." The Queen's voice was deep and solemn, as if an ancient covenant was being torn asunder, and dark tides were on the verge of surging forth. Clinging to tradition will not suffice against the storms of the future. The power of the mother box requires a new sanctuary, rather than becoming a beacon of destruction. Mr. Qin's power, though difficult to comprehend, may indeed be a pivotal turning point ordained by fate. Trust in his judgment, as well as in my decision. The Queen's resolve surpassed all expectations. Clearly, the brief manifestation of the island's spirit provided her with more than just a warning. Diana inhaled deeply, her gaze solidifying with determination. "I understand." "Kailan, proceed. What preparations are needed?" "Preparations? None required." A slight smile graced Qin Kailan's lips. "It will be swift." Before his words could fully register, he vanished, surging forth from the cave like a streak of light, heading directly toward the altar at the heart of the island. Diana and the Amazonian guard hastily followed suit. Around the altar, the guarding Amazon warriors received their orders, though their eyes were filled with confusion and uncertainty. They quickly parted to create a passageway. Queen Hippolyta has also arrived, standing beside the altar, her expression a tapestry of emotions as she gazes at the mother box. Suspended above the altar, slowly rotating and emanating a soft glow. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Kailan strides directly to the altar, extending his hand to rest upon the mother box. Buzz! The mother box seems to sense something, erupting with an unprecedented brilliance. The powerful energy waves causing the altar to tremble, with bolts of energy darting in all directions. It instinctively resists. "Be still," Qin Kailan murmurs softly. The ethereal projection of the cauldron of all things flickers behind him, not fully materializing, but casting a faint yet profoundly potent shadow. It is this delicate projection that instantly immobilizes the agitated mother box. All light, all energy fluctuations are forcibly subdued, pressed back into the confines of the box by an unseen hand. It emits a subtle, almost mournful hum before succumbing to silence, fading into a dull metallic cube. In the next moment, a powerful suction erupts from the palm of Qin Kailan. The mother box becomes ethereal and transparent at a visible pace, with countless particles of light, finer than a hair, peeling away and rushing into Qin Kailan's palm, flowing into the conceptual realm of the cauldron of all things. The entire process unfolds with unimaginable speed. There are no cataclysmic explosions, no chaotic release of energy, only a cold, absolute disintegration and absorption. In mere breaths, the Mother Box, guarded on Paradise Island for countless ages and coveted by many factions, vanishes entirely before the astonished gazes of the Amazon warriors. The altar is left desolate. Qin Kailan stands with his eyes closed, fully immersed in the cauldron. An expansive stream of information, as vast as a sea of stars, flows through him. Complex and intricate energy structures, countless secrets of life and technology, space and energy are rapidly analyzed, peeled away, restructured, and absorbed. He even captures fragmented information regarding the anti-life equation, as well as the precise coordinates of the Apocalypse Star and several hidden interstellar jump points. Simultaneously, he senses subtle changes within the cauldron of all things, its understanding of space, life energy, and some deeper cosmic source code reaching a new zenith. Countless new and powerful blueprints for armor materialize and settle within his consciousness. To the outside world, only a moment has passed. Qin Kailan opens his eyes, exhaling deeply. His gaze now more profound. He raises his hand, palm upward, a flicker of intent guiding his movements. Buzz, a brand new, smaller cube, shimmering in dark gold with a surface flowing like gentle waves, gradually coalesces in his palm. It radiates an energy wave that shares a lineage with the Mother Box. It is more restrained, gentle, and imbued with a trace of the absolute order of the cauldron of all things. He toyed with the newly acquired Mother Box, tossing it to the still stunned Diana. An upgraded version, it boasted greater functionality, enhanced safety, and absolute obedience, with only I possessing the means to activate it. It could be considered a return to its rightful owner, although technically it belonged to me. Diana fumbled to catch the docile new Mother Box, or perhaps it should be called the Armor Box. Feeling the immense power within, both familiar and foreign, that left her momentarily speechless. Queen Hippolyta gazed at the dark golden cube, a complex light flickering in her eyes, ultimately giving way to a sigh of relief. At the very least, it was no longer a harbinger of catastrophe for Paradise Island. However, just as everyone believed the greatest trouble had been temporarily resolved and began to relax, a panicked voice from Zatanna pierced the calm from the moon base, echoing in Qin Kailan's mind through a secure channel. Kailan, the ocean floor, the dormant Mother Box at the bottom of the Atlantic. Its energy signal has just spiked dramatically. No, it wasn't merely a spike. It was being forcibly activated. Some exceedingly powerful external magical force was attempting to breach the ancient seals, aiming to snatch it away. Almost simultaneously, Qin Kailan, having just absorbed the Mother Box, became acutely attuned to spatial anomalies, instantly detecting the intense spatial distortion waves and a familiar yet repugnant, malevolent magical energy emanating from the depths of the Atlantic. The Warlock. A cold light flashed in Qin Kailan's eyes as realization struck him. The Warlock had not placed all his hopes on the internal support from Paradise Island. Their true target, or rather their dual approach, had always been the slumbering Mother Box at the ocean's depths, much easier to seize. Devouring the Mother Box of Paradise Island had resolved the immediate source of trouble, yet it seemed to have inadvertently provoked the enemy, prompting them to hasten their assault on the next target. Seeking death. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Kailan activated the Silent Star armor to its maximum power. Diana, I leave this to you. Selena, Cora, remain alert at the base for ambushes. Zatanna, provide me with precise coordinates and real-time magical disturbance data. As his commands were issued, he transformed into a streak of light, a meteor tearing through the sky, accompanied by a terrifying sonic boom, propelling himself at astonishing speed toward the depths of the Atlantic. He had to intercept that elusive Warlock before he could succeed. Beneath the sea, a fierce battle for the second Mother Box erupted abruptly. Chapter 81. The Drifting Aquaman and the Gift to the Princess above the Atlantic. Qin Kailan pushed the speed of the Silent Star armor to its limits, resembling a meteor soaring against the tide, ripping through the clouds and carving a long vacuum trail across the ocean surface. The violent sonic booms rolling like thunder over the tumultuous waves below. The coordinates provided by Zatanna, combined with his acute perception of the violent spatial fluctuations and the foul aura of the warlock's magic, served as a beacon guiding his path through the darkness. The spatial disturbances were exceedingly intense. Kailan observed that the methods employed by the shamanic child were far from conventional spatial teleportation. Rather, it resembled the act of tailoring reality itself, directly severing the targeted area from the current dimension. The seal was being forcefully breached by this rule-defined power. The interference was overwhelming, rendering precise localization and safe spatial leaps impossible. Zatanna's voice resonated with an unprecedented urgency and a hint of helplessness. Faced with such an ancient being, who disregarded reason and toyed with the very fabric of reality, traditional magic appeared somewhat inadequate. Understood. Maintain surveillance and inform me immediately of any changes, Kailan replied calmly. He had anticipated that the situation would not be straightforward. An entity of the shamanic child's caliber was bound to act in an unpredictable manner. Attempting to open a direct portal was indeed fraught with peril. Should the adversary distort spatial coordinates, one could find themselves cast into an absurd tableau from some fairy tale. Thus, traversing through physical means remained the most reliable, albeit slower, option. His mental acuity was heightened, and the Omni-Refiner operated at full capacity, akin to a transdimensional radar, scanning and analyzing every ripple of energy emanating from ahead. He sensed the dormant energy of the mother box at the ocean's depths being forcefully awakened and packaged by a raw, whimsically twisted force. The process is crude as a child unwrapping a delicately wrapped gift. Faster, just a bit faster. Kailan silently gritted his teeth, amplifying the energy output once more. At that moment, the periphery of his perception suddenly detected an unusual object upon the ocean surface. It was neither a reef nor a marine creature, but a humanoid figure, helplessly adrift with the waves, exuding a faint life force and a notable affinity for water elements, yet seemingly ensnared in a deep coma. Kailan furrowed his brow, slightly reducing his speed and lowering his altitude. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the individual, a wild mane of black hair, a thick beard, an extraordinarily robust physique. Clad in simple fisherman's attire, with faint scales adorning his exposed arms, as the surrounding water seemed to caress his form. Arthur Curry, the Aquaman? Kailan instantly identified the future monarch of the Seven Seas. It appeared that the violent disturbances beneath the ocean had indeed roused this guardian of the deep. However, the outcome of his intervention seemed far from favorable. Kailan descended further, hovering above Aquaman. The silent star, armor extended several probing tendrils, swiftly scanning the situation. Vital signs were stable, yet the mental state had endured a severe blow, as if forcefully washed over by an exceedingly chaotic and frenzied will. Certainly the handiwork of the shamanic child. Kailan smirked. Consider yourself fortunate to have encountered me. He raised his hand, the power of Omni-Refiner, rippling slightly as the surrounding water gently lifted the unconscious Aquaman. From the reserves of his armor, he retrieved a highly efficient nutrient solution and a mild mental stabilizer, injecting them directly into Aquaman's neck. With a pained groan, Aquaman stirred, his eyelids quivering, indicating signs of awakening. Yet complete recovery was still a distant prospect. Kailan had no time to wait for him to regain consciousness fully. He swiftly crafted a simple inflatable raft, placing the mother box atop it, accompanied by a diminutive locator beacon and a faint yet sturdy protective shield, sufficient to ensure he would not drown or become an appetizing morsel for sharks. Wake up and return home, my friend. I currently lack the leisure to play the babysitter. Qin Kailan muttered, soaring once more into the sky, racing towards the designated coordinates. However, due to this brief delay, by the time he arrived above the target maritime region, the intense spatial fluctuations beneath had reached their zenith, only to suddenly vanish, akin to a receding tide. Too late. Suspended high above, Qin Kailan's countenance was as grim as the depths of the ocean. The perception bestowed by all things Forge informed him that the trench, which had once sealed the mother box, now lay desolate. It was not a physical emptiness, but rather a conceptual void, as if that which ought to have existed there had been uprooted, severed from the fabric of reality itself. Only remnants of a rapidly dissipating, distorted magical aura and spatial folds remained. The sorcerer had succeeded. In a manner bordering on the absurd, he had disregarded the physical distance and magical seals. forcibly seizing the mother box from the ocean's depths. The energy signal of Kailan had completely vanished. The mother box had been taken. Zatanna's voice carried a note of frustration. Understood, came Qin Kailan's response, devoid of any discernible emotion. He gently descended upon the ocean's surface, his feet skimming the waves. Closing his eyes and focusing intently, he summoned all things Forge to act as the most precise sieve, filtering and analyzing every trace of residual energy information at the scene. The remnants of the sorcerer's power were unmistakable, imbued with an unsettling fairy tale distortion. Yet amidst this power, Qin Kailan astutely detected a faintly obscure magical mark intended for location and guidance. This mark did not belong to the sorcerer. It was more ancient, tinged with the essence of Amazonian magic, albeit darker and distinct. It was that insider. Not only had they provided the magical key to Paradise Island, but they had also likely been well acquainted with the location of the mother box, preemptively taking measures to leave a beacon for the sorcerer's ultimate positioning. The monk may run, but the temple remains. Qin Kailan scoffed softly. As long as this insider lingered on Paradise Island, as long as they existed within this universe, all things Forge would one day unearth their identity. As for the sorcerer, a bond had been irrevocably forged. He did not return to Paradise Island immediately. Instead, he contacted the lunar base, Kyla, mobilized all reconnaissance units to scan the solar system for anomalous spatial fluctuations and the energy signature of the sorcerer. Report any findings immediately. Command received. Executing came the cold response. Having completed this task, Qin Kailan turned and soared towards the direction of Paradise Island. Upon his return to the altar of Paradise Island, he found Queen Hippolyta, Diana, and Selena, alongside Starfire, awaiting him. They had evidently learned from Zatanna of the mother box's theft, and the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Apologies for my tardiness. Qin Kailan landed, succinct in his words. The sorcerer's methods are peculiar. They have directly severed that segment of space. Poseidon attempted to thwart the situation, but was rendered unconscious. I by chance intervened, and now I should be adrift at sea, regaining my sobriety. Queen Hippolyta inhaled deeply and remarked, "This is not your fault, Mr. Qin. It is our own vulnerabilities that have afforded our enemies an opportunity. Our immediate priority is to identify the traitor." Diana stepped forward and presented the newly forged dark golden box to Qin Kailan, saying, "Perhaps you should keep this safe." It was evident that she had begun to trust Qin Kailan, believing that such formidable power would be more judiciously wielded by him. However, Qin Kailan declined to accept it. He gazed at the box and then at Diana's classic Amazonian armor, and suddenly smiled. There is no logic in reclaiming what has been bestowed. Although the ownership remains mine, the right to wield it may be granted to you. He extended a finger and gently tapped the dark golden box. In an instant, the box softened, resembling flowing liquid metal, which coursed up his finger before separating and transforming into a dark golden stream of light, gracefully settling at the center of Diana's breastplate. As the luminous essence merged, a dark golden cubic relief pattern emerged at the heart of her armor, where energy seemed to flow languidly within, resonating with her inherent Amazonian divinity. "Behold, I have bestowed upon you an enhancement," Qin Kailan declared with a clap of his hands. "It will not impede your movements in everyday affairs, but when the need arises, you may activate it with your divine power. It will assist you in short-range spatial jumps, generate formidable energy shields, and even interfere with or absorb certain directional magical energies. Consider it a form of employee benefit and venture capital." Diana was astonished by the newfound sense of power emanating from her breastplate. It felt as if the box had become an integral part of her being, responding seamlessly to her will. This gift was indeed of immense value. Furthermore, Qin Kailan turned to Queen Hippolyta, his expression growing grave. "In the residual energies beneath the sea, I have discovered something intriguing." The mole not only responded on the island, but also implanted a tracking marker on the underwater mother box. The magical aura of this marker is peculiar, seemingly a blend of the ancient magic of Paradise Island and something far more sinister. He surveyed all the Amazonian leaders present. "I believe it is time for a thorough examination, starting with everyone who may have had access to relevant magical knowledge today." As his words resonated, the air around the altar grew taut once more. The traitor, it seemed, was not far from them. Chapter 82. The Blood of the Gods. The witch's dark laughter and the declaration of chaos. Qin Kailan's words fell like a stone cast into a serene lake, stirring tumultuous waves within the hearts of every Amazonian leader gathered at the altar. The existence of a traitor not only persisted, but had also left a tracking marker upon the underwater mother box. Such an act demanded extraordinary authority and a profound comprehension of ancient magic. Queen Hippolyta's countenance darkened entirely, her hand resting upon the hilt of her sword, her gaze piercing through each elder and priest present as trust shattered like fragile glass, revealing unmistakable fissures. A comprehensive examination? Inquired a seasoned elder with a serious demeanor. Furrowing his brow, Mr. Qin, what do you mean? Magical detection? Soul scrutiny? This necessitates a thorough investigation of each suspect, a process that may not be pleasant and could easily incite unnecessary panic. However, it is neither overly complex nor excessively harsh. Qin Kailan approached the center of the altar, where faint traces of energy remained from the previous disappearance of the mother box, alongside the myriad life signatures left by the Amazon warrior's daily activities. My approach is quite simple. Comparison. He extended his hand, and the ethereal shadow of the all things forging cauldron flickered subtly behind him, emanating an intangible wave that seemed capable of penetrating the essence of all things, spreading outward from his center and gently sweeping across the entire altar area, particularly enveloping the residual energy and life signatures. I captured a rather unique energy signature at that beacon beneath the sea, Qin Kailan remarked slowly. Its core foundation undeniably stems from the ancient magical system of Paradise Island, with a high degree of purity, indicating that the spellcaster is exceptionally proficient. Likely one of your own, perhaps even a revered elder. His words eased the expressions of several priests slightly, yet what followed made their hearts race anew. However, Qin Kailan's tone turned frigid beneath the purity of the ancient magic. There exists a subtly entwined, yet profoundly dark magical essence. This power brimmed with temptation, characteristics of corruption and distortion, carrying a residue of divinity. It was not the divine essence of the Olympian gods you worship, but rather that of some ancient, chaotic primordial deity. Primordial deity? Dark magic? Diana gasped, seemingly struck by a realization, her complexion shifting. Moreover, Qin Kailan continued to drop heavy revelations. These two forces do not merely stack upon one another. They are fused in a remarkably adept and nearly flawless manner. It is as if one individual possesses two distinctly powerful sources of strength simultaneously. His gaze swept across the assembly once more. At this moment, I require energy samples from every individual present who may have had access to core magical knowledge and possesses the capability to execute such advanced magical operations without arousing suspicion. There is no need for you to take any active measures. Simply relax. The cauldron's vibrations grew increasingly distinct, akin to the most precise scanner, beginning to sweep over Hippolyta, Diana, the elders, and the high-ranking priests. Most accepted this with composure, their energy signatures pure and potent, imbued with the sunlit vitality unique to Amazons, entirely disconnected from the enigmatic signature described by Qin Kailan. However, as the wave passed over a silent priestess draped in a deep purple cloak, standing slightly further back, an unexpected transformation occurred. The priestess's body stiffened abruptly, and subsequently, an energy signature, starkly contrasting her usual demeanor of gentle piety, emerged uncontrollably from her being, an amalgamation of pure Amazonian ancient magic and profound, chaotic dark divine power, forcibly delineated by the strength of the all things forging cauldron. Although exceedingly faint and skillfully concealed and distorted by her clever methods, this facade melted away like ice under the sun before the absolute analytical prowess of the crucible of all things, revealing an unsettling reality beneath, profoundly aligned with the residual signatures on the seabed marker. Queen Hippolyta stared in disbelief at the normally erudite and gentle priestess, almost simultaneously with the revelation of her identity. The panic-stricken expression on Priestess Ella's face vanished instantaneously, replaced by a smile that blended mockery, languor, and extreme danger. Her gaze deepened into something otherworldly, as a purple-black magical mist began to envelop her. Oh dear! Her voice transformed entirely, infused with a magnetic allure and a hint of irreverence. It was amusing to observe this familial drama a little longer but you, an outsider's toy, are indeed a nuisance. A powerful surge of dark magic erupted, instantly repelling several Amazon warriors who had attempted to subdue her. A purple-black magic circle illuminated beneath her feet, causing the very fabric of space to warp. "Circe!" Diana exclaimed sharply, her sword of fire aimed directly at her. "It is indeed you, witch. It is I, dear Diana, Ella, or rather the witch Circe masquerading as Ella," chuckled softly, her form becoming ethereal amidst the magical glow. "Alas, the game is over. It matters not to tell you. The mother box is merely an appetizer. The true feast has only just begun. I eagerly await the expressions on your faces when the glory of Olympus is utterly trampled," she laughed, clearly preparing to escape with her premeditated magic. "Thinking of fleeing?" Qin Kailan snorted coldly, having anticipated this move. With a thought, the dark golden patterns at the center of Diana's breastplate suddenly illuminated. A powerful force imbued with the essence of the crucible of all things descended, like an invisible shackle, forcibly interfering with and delaying Circe's teleportation magic. Circe's magical aura abruptly faltered, and the distorted space grew unstable. For the first time, surprise and a flicker of anger crossed her face. What is this power? It was in that fleeting moment of delay that Diana's truth lasso shot forth like golden lightning, instantly wrapping around Circe's wrist. Queen Hippolyta's longsword descended with the force of thunder. However, Circe was an ancient and formidable witch. The moment the lasso ensnared her, a fierce glint flashed in her eyes, and without hesitation, she severed the portion of her magical connection that was locked, even at the cost of a fragment of her soul. "Impressive." She glared venomously at Qin Kailan, her form dissipating amidst a more violent spatial distortion, leaving behind a malicious chuckle that echoed in the air. "We shall meet again soon, amusing mortals and my dear Amazon sisters." As the teleportation light vanished, only a wisp of dissipating dark magic and a faint metallic scent lingered in the air, remnants of her desperate escape. A profound silence enveloped the altar, as all present were rendered speechless by the sudden upheaval and the revelation of Circe's true identity. The traitor had manifested as the formidable sorceress Circe. For how long had she been lurking in the shadows? What was her ultimate purpose? Qin Kailan approached the spot where Circe had vanished, crouching down and allowing his fingertips to touch the remnants of dark magic and blood. The artifact, the crucible of all things, swiftly analyzed the situation. "She fled with remarkable speed and ruthlessness," he remarked. "However, with this trace of magic and blood, which he ensconced within the crucible, he conjured a minuscule, writhing dark purple blood orb. Even if she escapes to the underworld, I shall unearth her." Qin Kailan pocketed the blood orb, his tone calm, yet imbued with absolute confidence. At that moment, an Amazonian warrior hurriedly approached to report, "Your Majesty, we rescued an unconscious man on the southeastern coast, who claims to be Arthur Curry, the Prince of Atlantis. He bears urgent intelligence." The crowd's attention was instantly captivated. Soon, a somewhat weakened yet recovering King Arthur, supported by 2 warriors, made his entrance. He shook his damp hair, and upon witnessing the chaotic scene and tense atmosphere, a grave expression crossed his rugged features. "It appears that peace has evaded your realm as well." Arthur's voice was deep, but he lamented, "Regrettably, I bring no favorable news." Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he intoned, "That purple-skinned lunatic kept rambling about war and chaos. Before I lost consciousness, the last image I beheld was him alongside a woman clad in black, declaring, 'Let the wasteland wolves and their monstrous legions descend with greater ferocity. Let this world ignite. Chaos. Only absolute chaos is the most exquisite fairy tale.'" At his words, the countenance of those present darkened further. Through quantum communication, Zatanna, listening to the unfolding events, voiced her despair. "Witchcraft, Circe, and the Star of Apocalypse. What does this signify? Are we to witness a resurgence of the ancient gods' war? But where shall we find the ancient gods now?" Diana gripped her sword tightly and declared, "The gods may be absent, yet we, the Amazons, shall never submit." As she spoke, she lifted her gaze to meet that of her compatriots, witnessing the unwavering resolve and martial spirit reflected in their eyes. The situation, while grim, was not entirely hopeless, Qin Kailan calculated. "To my knowledge, there are 3 mother boxes. which must unite to unleash their true potential. One has been destroyed, another obliterated by Dr. Manhattan, leaving but one intact, which cannot fulfill its destined purpose alone. Yet an ominous premonition gnawed at him. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and a slight smile graced his lips. It seems the time has come to summon our additional warriors. Chapter 83. The Omen of the Raven, Luthor's Scheme, and the Crisis of the Kryptonian Prison. Additional warriors? Diana and Queen Hippolyta exchanged glances, both perceiving the other's confusion. The high-end combat capabilities on Earth had become quite apparent. Where could these additional warriors possibly be? Qin Kailan refrained from providing a direct explanation, and instead re-established the encrypted communication with the lunar base. Zatanna summoned Rachel to the main communications room. Additionally, bring along all the residual samples collected from the Gotham Bay Biolab, the Triad of Magic Fragment incident, and the Kryptonian spacecraft that exhibit peculiar spatial fluctuations and the essence of alternate dimensions. Soon, Raven Rachel appeared on the communication screen, her demeanor a blend of bashfulness and unusual tranquility. Behind her, several sample canisters, ensnared within a unique force field, were visible, each emanating unsettling energies of varying hues. "Mr. Kailan, did you call for me?" Rachel inquired softly, her gaze curiously sweeping over the individuals on screen, momentarily pausing upon seeing Arthur. "Rachel." Qin Kailan directed the dark purple blood pearl, which encapsulated the essence of Circe's magic and blood, towards the camera. "We require your assistance. Attune yourself to the malevolent will embedded within this blood and magic, and in conjunction with the energies surrounding you from disparate sources. Endeavor to perceive their origins and the potential chaos they might be orchestrating." He added, "Do not force it. Any fragmented images, sounds, or sensations will suffice." Qin Kailan's thoughts were clear. As the daughter of the Triad of Magic, Raven possessed a natural and extraordinary sensitivity to evil, chaos, and spatial anomalies. A gift that could, at times, rival prophetic insight. Engaging her as a non-combatant intelligence asset was the swiftest, perhaps the sole means to uncover vital clues. Rachel gazed at the disconcerting blood pearl, then at the samples exuding energies reminiscent of the abyss, demons, and Kryptonian technology. Taking a deep breath, a gravity beyond her years graced her youthful visage. She nodded, "I will try." Extending her small hand above the samples, she closed her eyes. Dense dark magic began to seep from her being, enveloping her in a faint black mist. On her forehead, the outline of the concealed demons subtly manifested. A profound silence enveloped the communication channel as everyone held their breath. Although the Amazon warriors instinctively felt apprehensive towards the dark magic, they maintained restraint, reassured by the trust displayed by their queen and princess. Moments later, Rachel's body began to tremble slightly, beads of sweat forming on her brow, her expression contorting in pain as if resisting some invisible pressure. The twisted castle of purple, maniacal laughter, she murmured intermittently, her voice ethereal. Many gears and toys are in motion. A box bearing exaggerated smiles is placed on a peculiar machine. This was unmistakably the realm of the trickster. Suddenly, her tone shifted, adopting a mimicking, calculating, and fervent cadence that caused Bruce Wayne, eavesdropping remotely, to furrow his brow. "One box is insufficient, but the signal can be amplified. All that is needed is a sufficiently powerful coordinate, a battery brimming with energy. Yes, there, that Kryptonian exile prison. The energy there is dangerously potent. Undoubtedly, this was the voice of Lex Luthor." Immediately, Rachel's breath quickened as she seemed to witness a terrifying vision. The sky was torn asunder. Red lightning flashed. Within it, numerous figures emerged, clad in peculiar uniforms, cast forth violently. A girl, with golden hair, she soared out. She appeared frail, bewildered, and frightened. Finally, Rachel abruptly opened her eyes. Her black pupils filled with dread as she gazed at Qin Kailan, her voice quivering with emotion. I still sense countless ravenous yellow entities being drawn towards that rift." Yellow entities? Residual fear, energy from the parallax? Or perhaps remnants of the insectoid swarm? The prophecy abruptly concluded, and Rachel seemed to collapse, only to be swiftly supported by Zatanna, who had been standing by. The communication channel fell into a profound silence. The information was immense and staggering. "Luthor and the Joker." Qin Kailan's tone was icy, utterly unsurprised. The sorcerer had indeed rescued these two lunatics from Paradise Island, and they had inevitably joined forces. It appeared that their roles were clearly delineated. The sorcerer and Circe were responsible for seizing the mother box and creating chaos within a magical realm, while the genius Luther was tasked with providing technological solutions. He intended to amplify the mother box's signal, targeting the exiled prison on Krypton. Diana furrowed her brow and asked, "What is that?" She had yet to encounter Superman and had only a limited understanding, if one could call it that, of Krypton. At that moment, a calm yet slightly urgent young male voice came through the silent star, Armor's communication system, clearly having been listening intently. "I am Clark. The Phantom Zone, it is a non-material dimensional space used by Krypton to imprison the most dangerous criminals. If forcibly opened, those extraordinarily perilous Kryptonian criminals would be unleashed." Clark's voice was laden with concern, foretelling catastrophic implications for Earth. Furthermore, the violent spatial energy itself could provoke unpredictable consequences. Moreover, Qin Kailan's eyes glinted coldly. Luther's scheme was a twofold strategy. He not only orchestrated great chaos, but also ensured that you, a newly emerged Kryptonian, would face a multitude of formidable foes from your own kind, leaving you overwhelmed and potentially vanquished. And that golden-haired girl, if I'm not mistaken, should be your cousin, Kara Zor-El. Her spacecraft may have encountered an accident years ago, trapping her in the Phantom Zone. Having just escaped, she would likely be extremely weakened and, confronting newfound freedom in an unfamiliar environment, could easily be exploited or fall into peril. The situation became strikingly clear. The enemy's plan was insidious and meticulously crafted. "We must act immediately." Clark's voice radiated an unprecedented urgency. "Kata," Qin Kailan promptly commanded, mobilizing all satellites and deep space probes to scan for anomalous energy focal points and spatial fluctuations across the globe, with a particular emphasis on signals corresponding to Kryptonian energy and the characteristics of the Phantom Zone, especially in the metropolis and surrounding areas. He instinctively felt that Luther relished causing turmoil in his own territory. Orders executed, came the cold response. "Bruce," Qin Kailan connected to Batman's channel. "Utilize all your resources to thoroughly investigate all secret bases and energy facilities associated with Lex Luthor and his enterprises." Locking in was the affirmation. Multiple suspicious locations of Luthor have been marked. Batman operates with remarkable efficiency. Diana, Arthur, the intelligence networks of the Amazons and Atlantis are also mobilizing, keeping a vigilant watch over anomalous energy and magical fluctuations across the globe. Qin Kailan cast a glance at the two royal members present. Queen Hippolyta and Arthur nodded gravely in unison. "We must prevent them from breaching the Phantom Zone." Diana clenched her fists, her resolve to avert disaster unwavering. Despite her limited knowledge of Krypton, "Not only must we stop them," Qin Kailan's eyes shimmered with a more aggressive gleam, "we must also reclaim the stolen mother box. Furthermore, let us teach Luthor, the Joker, and those two madmen a lesson they shall never forget." His gaze drifted into the distance, as if piercing through space, envisioning the secret lair where a nefarious plot brewed somewhere in Metropolis. An urgent operation centering around the Phantom Zone, rescuing Supergirl, averting calamity, and reclaiming the mother box commenced in an instant. Chapter 84. Signal Tracing, Desperate Counterattack. In the sorcerer's performance, Qin Kailan's words rippled through the air like pebbles cast into a still lake. In the control room of the lunar base, Kira's cold electronic voice echoed, executing highest priority directive. Detecting high confidence target. Signal source locked. North American continent, Metropolis urban area, LexCorp headquarters, and its subterranean structures. Energy readings are sharply rising. Estimated time to fully penetrate the Phantom Zone, 14 minutes and 37 seconds. Indeed, in Metropolis. That arrogant Luthor. Qin Kailan was unsurprised. "Kira, maintain surveillance." "Bruce, are you receiving?" "Target is the LexCorp basement. The Watchtower satellite confirmed energy anomalies. I am attempting to breach the signal jamming." Batman's voice resonated. The roar of the Batwing's engines in the background. "Clark, I am en route at maximum speed." Superman's voice bore the urgency of rushing winds. "Diana, we shall teleport directly." "Selina, Corey, you remain at the lunar base. Stay alert." Qin Kailan quickly decided, while Catwoman and Starfire nodded in understanding. "Understood." Diana grasped Qin Kailan's arm, just as he prepared to initiate the spatial leap. Cal. Mr. Batman. Kira's alarm suddenly interrupted, rerouting an emergency communication, receiving a strong warning from the U.S. military and the Eye of Heaven. They claimed to have detected an anomalously fast-moving object, referring to Superman, an unauthorized, highly dangerous military aircraft, referring to the Batwing, approaching downtown Metropolis. They demanded an immediate cessation of operations, identification, and intentions. Failure to comply would be deemed a hostile threat and result in interception. It's Luthor. Batman's icy voice emerged, instantly discerning the crux of the matter. He did not need the specifics. He merely had to leverage his infiltration and influence within the government and military to preemptively categorize any unusual activities near his stronghold as threats. He anticipated our arrival, using official power to stall us. Almost simultaneously, Superman's communication came through, laced with urgency. I've been intercepted by 2 military experimental high-speed fighter jets. They targeted me with powerful sonic cannons and radar, demanding that I immediately land for interrogation. I could not extricate myself swiftly without endangering the pilots. Batman conveyed the situation. I was locked onto by ground-based air defense radar, with missile launch alerts imminent. They were misled, believing my aircraft to be an unknown invader. It must be said that the capitalist lobbying system is remarkably effective. At this moment, it had become Lex Luthor's finest shield. Every second of delay was crucial. Bruce, can you shake them off? Asked Qin Kailan. Yes, but it requires time for evasion and electronic countermeasures. I cannot reach the target area immediately, Batman replied, the urgent alarm of the fighter jets echoing in the background. Clark, what about you? I can forcibly accelerate and break through, but the sonic boom may inflict damage on the city below, likely provoking a more intense military response. Superman responded, his voice tinged with anxiety and helplessness. He was always concerned about the safety of innocents. There is no time to waste with them. Qin Kailan glanced at the diminishing countdown transmitted in real time by Kyra and made a decisive choice. Diana, the plan remains unchanged. We go directly. Bruce, Clark, keep them occupied and escape as soon as possible. Understood. I'll do it swiftly. Both responded. No time to wait. Diana, let us go. Qin Kailan hesitated no longer. The silent star, armor surged with energy, enveloping both individuals in a dark golden glow. The spatial jump coordinates were set directly outside the core laboratory deep within LexCorp Tower, which Qin Kailan had Kyra scan countless times. After all, this man was a notorious madman. Buzz. In the next moment, they found themselves at the end of a technologically advanced metallic corridor, confronted by an immensely thick door, shimmering with energy and evidently infused with other suppressive materials. A special alloy. Intense energy fluctuations surged wildly from behind the door. This is it. Qin Kailan sensed the overwhelming energy behind the door, nearly reaching its zenith, and without hesitation, raised his hand. The power of all things forged coalesced instantly at his fist, not in disintegration, but in the utmost attribute of obliteration. With a single punch, he struck. Boom! The heavy alloy door burst inward as if made of paper. The sight beyond was suffocating. A vast and intricate machine occupied the core of the expansive underground space. Countless energy conduits intertwined like veins connecting to the mother box on the central platform. The mother box trembled violently, its brilliance blinding. At the other end of the machine, the focused array aimed at a space that had severely distorted, riddled with frenzied red lightning. An irregular rift that seemed to lead into the void was laboriously widening. A painful tearing sound and the faint roars of hunger and savagery emanated from beyond the rift. Lex Luthor stood before the control console, a maniacal grin of triumph and calculation upon his face. The Joker danced beside him, wildly gesticulating and emitting a piercing, shrill laugh. Yet the most striking figure was the floating sorcerer before the rift. His diminutive form appeared to serve as a nexus for energy transmission as he waved his hands. The purples and blacks of fairy tale magic intertwined with the golden energy of the mother box and the crimson lightning of the rift, violently tearing apart the very fabric of space. It was his power that significantly accelerated and stabilized this perilous process. The thunderous entrance of Qin Kailan and Diana immediately captured everyone's attention. Clap, clap, clap. To everyone's astonishment, Luther began to applaud, his face devoid of fear. What a spectacular entrance. Alas, it was just a fraction too late. Hee hee, a new toy has arrived. The Joker cackled as he brandished a comically designed yet dangerously ominous handgun. Yet, the first to react was the Warlock. Without fully turning around, he emitted a derisive hum. Annoying flies always interrupt the adult's playtime. With a casual wave of his empty left hand, the scenery surrounding Qin Kailan and Diana transformed instantaneously. The sturdy metallic walls morphed into colossal, swirling confections of candy and cookies, while the floor beneath them became a viscous chocolate swamp, filling the air with a sickeningly sweet aroma. Countless twisted toy soldiers, singing macabre nursery rhymes, materialized out of thin air, charging towards them with warped weapons. This was no mere illusion. The Warlock had directly invoked his terrifying power to alter reality, dragging the two into a grotesque yet lethal fairy tale realm. Petty tricks, Diana exclaimed, her sword of the god of war radiating brilliant light as she swung it, the sacred power shattering the advancing toy soldiers along with the surrounding candy walls. Yet, more toys and distorted scenes immediately began to coalesce anew. Qin Kailan's gaze turned steely as the force of all things forged began to activate, ready to forcibly devour and dismantle this warped reality. However, it seemed the Warlock had anticipated this move. Without even glancing back, he snapped his fingers. An exceedingly bizarre rule, wholly unlike any known energy system, instantaneously descended upon them, akin to invisible shackles, momentarily disrupting all things forged, absolute dominion over external energy absorption. Although it could not genuinely suppress the cauldron itself, it imposed an exceedingly intricate filter upon the devouring process, significantly diminishing the efficiency of absorption. Hee, don't think you can finish so quickly, the Warlock chuckled. The real show has just begun. Clearly, he had discerned Qin Kailan's formidable power of consumption through some peculiar means. While he could not directly nullify this strength, he could certainly impose some hindrance. His intent was unambiguous, not to vanquish Qin Kailan, but to ensnare him and buy time. As long as the rift fully opened, his chaotic objectives would be realized. At that very moment, buzz! A sound resonated, akin to a cosmic hum that sent shivers down the soul. The rift in the distorted space suddenly expanded to a critical threshold, then abruptly stabilized for a brief moment. The barrier of the Phantom Zone was forcibly breached, creating a temporary opening. What surged forth first was a torrent of frenzied phantom energy, obliterating everything in its path. Immediately, a figure clad in blue Kryptonian attire, with golden short hair, was violently hurled from the chaotic energy currents. Her eyes were tightly shut, her complexion as pale as parchment, and her life force alarmingly faint. As she plummeted unconscious towards the treacherous ground littered with hazardous energy and mechanical debris, it was none other than Supergirl, Kara. She had just escaped the Phantom Zone, yet had not yet encountered the yellow sun of Earth, her powers nearly depleted and her condition fragile. Kara! An anxious, furious shout echoed from the gaping doorway. Clark had finally freed himself from the clutches of the aircraft and surged in at a terrifying speed, instantly spotting his falling cousin. Although he had never met Kara, he recognized her as his sole remaining blood relative in this world. Almost simultaneously, the stable rift began to oscillate violently once more, as several indistinct but robust figures, clad in tattered Kryptonian prison garb, struggled greedily to squeeze through from the other side. They sensed the long-lost breath of freedom and let out ecstatic roars. Initiate the welcome ceremony. Luther cackled as he pressed a button on the control panel. The walls of the laboratory suddenly opened, revealing dozens of uniquely designed, fully powered kryptonite radiation generators. A dense, lethal green light, fatal to Kryptonians, instantly flooded the entire space. Clark, who had just rushed in, abruptly halted, a look of excruciating pain crossing his face as his strength ebbed like a receding tide, nearly causing him to plummet from the air. The Kryptonian criminals attempting to push through the rift also emitted cries of agony and rage, their movements noticeably slowed. Yet they persistently endeavored to break through the kryptonite radiation and chaotic energy currents, rushing toward this world that seemed akin to paradise for them. As for the falling Kara, born as a researcher on Krypton, unlike those criminals who had battled and encountered the Yellow Sun, She had yet to absorb its energy, lacking the vibrant Kryptonian cellular activity, and thus showed no reaction to the kryptonite radiation, continuing her descent toward the fatal energy currents and mechanical wreckage. Diana, Qin Kailan shouted urgently while resisting the rules of the sorcerer, striving to hasten the devouring process to escape this fairy tale realm. Diana understood immediately. The lasso of truth shot forth like golden lightning, expertly ensnaring the falling Kara, while she herself braved the kryptonite radiation and the tumultuous energy shock, valiantly racing toward Kara. Luthor's grin grew increasingly sinister as he observed the struggling Superman, the ensnared Qin Kailan, and the determined Diana attempting to save Kara, alongside the imminent escape of the Kryptonian criminals, reveling in his triumph. Meanwhile, the hovering sorcerer let out a delightfully malevolent laugh, relishing the pinnacle of chaos. But just then, an anomaly transpired. The floating mother box appeared to be overloading, its surface flashing with an intricate array of bizarre runes, neither of Earth nor Kryptonian origin. The energy output of the entire machine surged dramatically, reaching an astonishing level. A beam of energy, surpassing all prior intensity, suddenly crashed into the rift. The rift was forcibly expanded once more. Moreover, within this surge of heightened energy fluctuations, there intertwined a remarkably unique and ominous frequency, brimming with a spirit of destruction and conquest. It resembled a remarkably clear cosmic coordinate broadcast, instantaneously penetrating dimensions and directing itself toward the distant realm of apocalypse. Luthor momentarily stood stunned, only to be overcome by an ecstatic joy. Success. Ha! The signal has intensified, far beyond expectations. They must have received it. The shaman raised an eyebrow in astonishment, then laughed even more gleefully. Oh, it truly succeeded? How delightful! Qin Kailan's heart sank with a heavy thud. The worst-case scenario had come to pass. Luthor's machine and the shaman's magic had indeed amplified the mother box's signal significantly and successfully transmitted it. What they were summoning was not merely a handful of Kryptonian criminals, but the Apocalyptian wolves. It could even attract the gaze of Darkseid and his entire army. Chapter 85. The Great Escape and the whispers of fragments. The situation within the underground laboratory had grown precarious. The raging phantom energy wreaked havoc. The green glow of kryptonite sapped Superman's strength, impeding the criminals. Diana rushed valiantly toward the fallen Supergirl, Kara, as the amplified destructive signal containing the coordinates of apocalypse pierced through dimensions, shooting into the infinite void of space. The signal must not be fully released. The rift must not persist. A fierce glint flashed in Qin Kailan's eyes. He could no longer afford to hold back or conserve his strength. Although the shaman's rule interference was troublesome, it was far from sufficient to genuinely confine the essence of the all-things crucible. Silence. He let out a low roar, no longer confined to mere fists or localized absorption, but summoned the supreme creation existing on the conceptual plane with all his might. Hum, an indescribable hum, as if emanating from the very source of all existence. Resonated not through the air, but directly echoed in the depths of the soul of every entity present with the capacity for perception. A colossal, ancient, and weighty bronze cauldron, seemingly embodying the cycle of cosmic creation and destruction, suddenly materialized behind Qin Kailan, although still merely a projection. The pressure it exuded instantly overshadowed the energy waves of the mother box, drowned out the howls of the phantom realm, and even dimmed the pervasive green glow of kryptonite. The cauldron's phantom began to rotate slowly, its mouth directed toward the chaotic laboratory below. Decompose, refine, order. 3 supreme powers were activated simultaneously. First to be affected was the shaman's twisted realm of fairy tales. The candy-coated walls, chocolate swamps, and terrifying toy soldiers, enveloped in the shadow of the cauldron, melted away like snow in the blazing sun, emitting a sizzling lament as they swiftly dissolved, collapsing back into primal energy particles, ruthlessly consumed by the cauldron's mouth. The binding of the realm was instantaneously shattered. Next came the kryptonite radiation saturating the space. The nauseating green glow, as if encountering its nemesis, was forcibly stripped from the air, refined, transforming into pure streams of energy that flowed into the cauldron. Superman, Clark, instantly felt a lightness throughout his body, his pain reduced. and his strength rapidly returning. Then came the violently surging torrent of phantom energy. They collided with the intangible force field emanating from the Great Cauldron, akin to tumultuous waves crashing against ancient, unyielding rocks, not shattered, but rather subdued, meticulously arranged, and seamlessly integrated, transforming into sustenance for the cauldron itself. Ultimately, the might of that colossal vessel enveloped the massive machine, the violently vibrating mother box, and the unstable rift. The augmented signals emitted by the machine were suddenly constricted as if gripped by an invisible hand, distorting and diminishing. The energy stream directed towards Apocalypse became exceedingly unstable, teetering on the brink of interruption. The radiance of the mother box instantly dimmed, as if confronted by a formidable adversary, trembling violently in a desperate bid to escape. Yet firmly ensnared by the cauldron's power, its structure rapidly disassembling and being suppressed. The expansion of the rift was forcibly curtailed. The flickering crimson lightning at the rift's edge slowed, even beginning to retract inward. A few Kryptonian criminals, half emerged from the rift, emitted terrified and furious roars, sensing an irresistible force pushing them back into that void of confinement. No. Luther's maniacal laughter froze, contorting into sheer horror and disbelief. He pounded frantically on the control panel, only to discover that all devices had succumbed to that dreadful pressure. Wow, what magnificent fireworks! The Joker exclaimed exaggeratedly, though for the first time, a glimmer of unexpected astonishment flickered in his eyes. The floating sorcerer reacted with remarkable swiftness. At the moment the cauldron's shadow appeared, his playful demeanor dissipated, replaced by an intense gravity and a hint of anticipated excitement. Here it comes. This is it. Rather than succumbing to fear, he appeared to witness the climactic crescendo of a long-awaited performance, even more outrageous than he had envisioned. Just as the cauldron's power was about to utterly subdue the mother box, seal the rift, and transmute everything, the sorcerer executed an unforeseen maneuver. Instead of resisting the cauldron's influence, he abruptly channeled all his fairy tale magic into the machine and the mother box in a manner akin to self-destruction. Maximum power. Overload. Let explode. The sorcerer cackled, his form beginning to dissolve into the ethereal. Simultaneously, Luther and the Joker were enveloped in a brilliant magical glow. Clearly a teleportation spell prearranged by the sorcerer. Trying to flee. Qin Kailan scoffed, and a tendril of the cauldron's power unfurled, akin to chains of destiny, ensnaring the three, intent on transmuting their very existence. However, at the moment the cauldron's force reached them, bang, 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 their bodies erupted like punctured balloons. Yet, rather than a gruesome explosion, they transformed into a dazzling array of colorful soap bubbles and confetti. Simultaneously, three sharp, mocking voices echoed from different corners of the laboratory. Farewell. Earnest toy destroyers. Experimental data collection complete. Results far exceeding expectations. He. Let us try something even more thrilling next time. Illusion. Or perhaps it is the eerie magic conjured by the sorcerer child, creating a magical doppelganger with an almost tangible presence. Their true selves are not here at all. From the very outset, this was a meticulously crafted trap. The objective was to compel Qin Kailan to reveal the universal forging cauldron for observation, and perhaps even to pilfer certain data, while executing signal amplification and sowing chaos might merely be secondary goals. And they have, evidently, succeeded. At the very moment the doppelganger erupted, the machine and mother box, overwhelmed by the sorcerer child's final surge of power, could not withstand the dual pressures from inside and out, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! A terrifying shockwave of energy swept through the entire subterranean space. Although the vast majority of energy and destructive force was instantaneously consumed by the ethereal shadow of the universal forging cauldron, the core of the explosion inevitably created a fleeting energy vacuum and chaos in the laws of nature. It was this moment of disruption, the fissure of the illusory realm, on the verge of closure, lost the sustained suppression of the cauldron's might, and, struck by the explosion, violently distorted, then abruptly contracted inward like a snapped rubber band. Yet, just before complete closure, two of the most formidable and frenzied Kryptonian criminals, with sheer determination, braved the explosion and the residual radiation of kryptonite. howling as they emerged from the vanishing gap, crashing heavily onto the ruins of the laboratory. The augmented signal aimed at Apocalypse, although significantly weakened and interfered with by the Cauldron's force, still managed to transmit a small portion of the most critical coordinate information amidst the chaos of the explosion. The shadow of the Cauldron gradually dissipated. Qin Kailan stood firm, his visage somewhat pallid, breath coming in labored gasps. The forced manifestation of the Cauldron's shadow for such extensive absolute refinement had drained him tremendously. He absorbed the majority of the explosive energy and the dissipating forces, yet ultimately failed to retain the corporeal forms of Luther and his companions, nor could he completely prevent the transmission of the signal or the escape of the criminals. The underground space lay in utter disarray, the machines utterly destroyed. The mother box? Qin Kailan's gaze sharpened as he looked toward the epicenter of the explosion. The mother box had not been entirely obliterated. Rather, in the final moments, it had been protectively absorbed by the Cauldron's force, now hovering before him, its size significantly reduced, its radiance dimmed, its surface marred by cracks, yet its core seemed to pulse faintly. Meanwhile, Diana had successfully cradled the unconscious Supergirl Kara in her arms, vigilantly watching the two Kryptonian criminals, now rising, radiating an aura of malevolence. Superman also descended, positioning himself protectively before Diana and Kara, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon the two fellow Kryptonians. A brief standoff ensued. Kara. Qin Kailan rapidly absorbed the dispersing energy around him to restore his strength while contacting the lunar base, urgently tracking all possible whereabouts of Luther, the Joker, the Sorcerer Child, and Cersei. They surely haven't fled far. Interference is severe. They are employing highly sophisticated magical concealment techniques, Kara responded. Just then, Zatanna's anxious voice cut into the communication. Kailan. At the moment of the mother box's overload explosion, its energy frequency resonated briefly with the residual fragments of the mother box in Gotham Bay, as well as several undocumented faint homologous signals across the globe. One such signal source pointed to a place in Metropolis known as the Star Labs. The characteristics of the signal indicated that a larger fragment of the mother box might be undergoing clandestine research there. The recent resonance may have activated it. Star Labs? Mother box fragments? Qin Kailan immediately recalled the name of Dr. Silas Stone, the father of Victor Stone, Cyborg, in the original narrative. Almost simultaneously, information from Kayla arrived. An anomalously high-energy reaction and spatial fluctuations were detected within Star Labs. Logs indicated that Dr. Stone and his team were conducting particle collision experiments on alien debris, which seemed to have gone awry. Troubles always seemed to follow one after another. Luther and the Witch Boy's true forms remain unfound. Two formidable Kryptonian criminals lurk ominously. The weakened Supergirl requires shelter, and now, a possibly activated fragment of the mother box appears poised to create yet another crisis. Chapter 86. The Kryptonian Enforcer and the Failed Pursuit in the Underground Ruins. The atmosphere was tense and charged. Two Kryptonian criminals, recently escaped from the Phantom Zone, slowly rose to their feet. Tall and muscular, their powerful physiques were concealed beneath tattered prison garb. They greedily inhaled the air, feeling the rapid surge of strength as the yellow sun's energy flooded into their bodies. Their faces twisted into cruel, bloodthirsty grins. Their gazes towards Superman were filled with hatred and disdain, while their looks at Diana and the unconscious Kara bore unmasked malice. The emblem of the L family, traders of Krypton, and two young women, they seemed quite appetizing. The duo flexed their wrists and ankles, the sound of cracking bones echoing as their formidable biofields began to manifest. Though they had just emerged from the Phantom Zone and had not fully recovered from prior kryptonite radiation, being Kryptonians, their foundation was exceptionally robust. Once they adapted and absorbed sunlight completely, they would pose a significant threat. Clark's expression was grim as he positioned himself at the forefront, fists clenched. He was confident in facing one of them, but contending with two vicious compatriots while also ensuring the safety of Diana and the weakened Kara placed immense pressure upon him. Clark, step back a bit. Qin Kailan's voice rang out, imbued with a hint of fatigue, yet undeniably calm. He stepped forward, standing alongside Clark, his gaze sweeping over the eager criminals. Oomph. Another ant seeking death, sneered one of the scarred criminals, preparing to pounce. Do not rush, Qin Kailan replied coolly, extending his hand. Let me show you a new toy. The phantom of the all things forged flickered in his palm, vanishing almost instantaneously, so swiftly that it seemed an illusion. In the next moment, a brilliant green radiance erupted. This was not the discomforting, decay-laden green of kryptonite radiation, but rather a purer, more subdued light, as if it contained an energy brilliance embodying some ultimate principle of negation. The radiant light swiftly coalesced and took form, instantaneously transforming into a sleek and technologically advanced emerald green battle armor, enveloping Clark's guardian suit. The armor, crafted from the finest jade, shimmered with an extraordinary luster at its heart. A pulsating, concentrated green core emitted energy waves that caused the two Kryptonian criminals to blanch in sheer terror. This was undoubtedly the energy of kryptonite, pure and immensely potent. Strangely, however, Clark, adorned in this battle armor, felt no discomfort. Rather, an unprecedented and peculiar sense of strength surged within his biological field. The armor perfectly insulated him from the detrimental effects of kryptonite energy while fully unleashing and mastering its offensive properties against other Kryptonians. Clark gazed in astonishment at his hands, now clad in verdant armor, sensing the unique power within that seemed designed to dismantle the abilities of his own kin. The Kryptonian Punisher, specifically forged for the purpose of cleansing the ranks. Qin Kailan spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if performing a trivial task. Now, they belong to you. Make it swift. The sinister smiles had long vanished from the faces of the two criminals, replaced by sheer horror and dread. They could distinctly perceive that the energy radiating from the green armor was 100-fold more terrifying than the radiation emitted by the previous machines. It was a fundamental suppression emanating from the essence of life itself. No, this is impossible. The scarred-faced criminal recoiled in fear. Yet, Clark afforded them no time to react. Clad in the Kryptonian Punisher armor, he descended upon them like an avenging judge. With a sudden burst of speed, he appeared before the scarred-faced criminal, his fist wreathed in green light, striking with unerring precision. Ugh! The criminal attempted to block, but his strength dissipated upon contact with the emerald glow, as if melting away like snow. Clark's fist met his chest with unimpeded force. A sickening crack echoed as the criminal let out a wail, hurtling backward to crash violently against the distant wall, his chest caving in. The green energy patterns spread from his wound, ruthlessly crippling his cellular regeneration, leaving him curled up in agony, utterly incapacitated. Witnessing this, the other criminal was paralyzed with terror, turning to flee. In a flash, Clark was upon him, delivering a powerful kick to his back. The same fate befell this criminal. His protective force field was torn apart by the green radiance, and he spat forth blood flecked with green luminescence before collapsing to the ground, struggling briefly before losing consciousness. In mere moments, two formidable Kryptonian threats were effortlessly neutralized. Clark surveyed his hands and then the incapacitated forms of his kin, his emotions a tangled web, though primarily dominated by awe at Qin Kailan's astonishing capabilities. This armor was indeed a divine judgment tailored for Kryptonians. Kailan, thank you, Clark expressed sincerely. It was nothing, she replied casually. Qin Kailan waved his hand, his complexion still somewhat pallid. The exhaustion from manifesting the Dinjing was not something that could be swiftly recuperated. First, he decided to confine these two individuals with lead-line restraints. Perhaps upon your cousin's awakening, she might divulge some intelligence regarding the Phantom Zone. Diana, how is Kara? Diana examined the young woman in her arms, stating, her vital signs are stable, yet she is exceedingly weak, as if in a deep slumber. She requires immediate medical attention and observation. Return her to the lunar base. Let Selena and Cora attend to her, Qin Kailan resolved. Clark, you should also return. You need rest and to keep an eye on these two captives. The Kryptonian Punisher armor will remain with you for the time being. And what about you? Clark inquired. Diana and I will pursue Luther and the Trickster. They cannot escape our grasp for long. Qin Kailan replied with a cold gaze. At that moment, Batman's voice interjected through the communication channel. I will take care of the Star Lab situation. I have already contacted Dr. Silas Stone. Wayne Enterprises will provide humanitarian and technical support for their unforeseen incident. My team will arrive within 5 minutes, and I will be there personally. Indeed, intervening as Bruce Wayne was the most prudent choice, allowing for a reasonable presence on site while mobilizing resources without provoking an excessive official response. Excellent. Qin Kailan nodded. Stay in contact. Diana, we must depart. He concentrated his energy once more. Although he could not perform long-distance leaps, short-range teleportation from this desolate site was still feasible. Kara, he commanded while preparing his incantation. Scan for abnormal magical fluctuations, spatial distortions, and any residual energies matching the characteristics of Luthor, the Joker, the Trickster, and Circe. Centered around LexCorp, with the widest possible range. Even if they hide their traces in a mouse hole, I want them unearthed. The scan commenced, detecting multiple faint signals while filtering out interference, identifying high-priority targets. Kara's efficiency was remarkable, capturing a powerful surge of dark magical energy alongside a warped fairy tale magic signature, both moving swiftly in a northwestern direction. Coordinates are updating in real time. Luthor's and the Joker's signals had completely vanished, likely employing more advanced concealment methods. Lock onto the magical fluctuations. Diana, brace yourself. Qin Kailan fixed the coordinates, and a dark golden glow illuminated once more. In an instant, they vanished from the underground laboratory. The next moment, they materialized above the northwestern suburbs of Metropolis, overlooking a desolate industrial area. However, at the very instant of their arrival, a colossal, intricately painted magic circle, drawn in crimson hues, flared to life below them. Immediately, countless ghostly entities, composed of shadows and malice, surged forth from the circle, howling as they rushed toward the pair like a black tide. Concurrently, the surrounding space began to thicken and warp, as though ensnared in a quagmire. You can't catch me. The trickster's trademark laughter echoed from all directions, yet he remained unseen. Circe's dark magical trap was intertwined with the trickster's spatial tricks. Diana quickly deduced the situation, igniting the sword of Hephaestus with holy flames, striking at the approaching specters. Qin Kailan's gaze sharpened as the power of the All Things Forge surged anew, forcibly consuming the magical constructs and spatial disturbances. Yet, the traps were clearly designed to delay. They were laid with remarkable cunning and subtlety, so much so that even Kyra had been unable to fully detect them before. In the fleeting seconds that Qin Kailan and Diana were momentarily stalled, a barely perceptible flash of purple magic flickered on the distant horizon, only to vanish completely, leaving no trace of its disturbance. Kyra's voice echoed. The target's magical signal has disappeared. Tracking is impossible. With a single punch, Qin Kailan dispersed the last of the howling shadow spirits, his expression darkening as he looked toward the direction where the magical flash had vanished. They had escaped once again. This time, it seemed their adversaries had utterly severed all possibilities of pursuit. The cunning foes, the Witch Boy and Circe, proved to be more formidable than anticipated. Meanwhile, Luthor and the Joker had completely vanished from all radar. Simultaneously, Bruce Wayne's luxurious convoy rolled majestically through the heavily guarded entrance of the Star Lab. A grand performance was gradually unfolding. Chapter 87. The Birth of Steel and the Return to Gotham above the abandoned industrial district in the northwest suburbs of Metropolis. Qin Kailan unleashed a powerful punch that shattered the final roaring shadow spirit, the power of the All Things Forge thoroughly consuming and purifying its lingering vengeful energy. The surrounding distorted space gradually returned to normal. However, any trace of the Witch Boy and Circe had already dissipated from the air. These two cunning ancient beings, like droplets merging into the ocean, had skillfully concealed their whereabouts, utilizing the precious few seconds afforded by their meticulously arranged traps. The target's magical signal had vanished from all monitoring bands, rendering them untraceable. Kyra confirmed this. They had eluded capture once more. Diana sheathed the sword of Ares, her lovely face shrouded in a layer of frost. These two were slipperier than eels. They had come prepared, executing a highly targeted countermeasure against their tracking methods. Qin Kailan's expression darkened, the aftereffects of forcibly manifesting the Forge shadow, leaving him feeling weak, yet he could only suppress it for the moment. What about Luthor and the Joker's signals? Kyra reported that Luthor's signal was entirely obscured by an unknown and highly efficient jamming field. The Joker's signal characteristics were inherently difficult to capture and were now undetectable. With a bitter scoff, Qin Kailan ordered Kyra to expand the scanning range, analyzing all anomalous events worldwide, including financial flows and abnormal energy consumption, in search of any potential leads related to these madmen. The directive was updated, and analysis commenced. At that moment, Batman's encrypted communication came through, the background noise chaotic, interspersed with sirens and the low-frequency hum of equipment. "Bruce, what's the situation at Star Lab?" Qin Kailan inquired directly. "It's dire." Bruce Wayne's voice emerged, deliberately lowered. "I've temporarily kept official and military personnel at bay. But I've just entered the accident site. The particle collider chamber is completely melted down, and there's an energy leak. Dr. Silas Stone lies gravely injured and unconscious, while his assistant has perished on the spot, casting an immediate pall over the atmosphere. This tragedy, inadvertently triggered by the activation of Mother Box fragments, starkly highlights the catastrophic chain reactions stemming from the reckless schemes of Luthor and his ilk. What is the core issue? The fragment? Qin Kailan pressed for answers. The fragment is missing. Bruce's voice grew more somber as he assessed the residual energy signatures and trace metallic remnants, indicating that, at the moment of the explosion, it appeared to have fused with Silas Stone's son, Victor Stone. Fused? Diana exclaimed in astonishment. Victor was in the adjacent observation area. At the epicenter of the event, Bruce elucidated. He is currently in a peculiar state. His body is severely damaged, yet enveloped by a vibrant, highly adaptive silver liquid metal, which is repairing and replacing his injuries. The self-repair and assimilation properties of the Mother Box have manifested within him. Is it due to the incomplete Mother Box that the fusion process is unstable? Qin Kailan surmised immédiately. Is highly probable. His vital signs are unusual, with extreme emotional fluctuations, filled with agony and confusion. Bruce paused. He has awakened, and his emotions are spiraling out of control. The energy is spiraling wildly. He is launching indiscriminate attacks, attempting to escape. A cacophony erupted from the communication line, accompanied by gasps and Victor's anguished roars, blending pain with mechanical noises. I must subdue him before he wreaks further havoc or encounters the military. Bruce's words quickened, and the communication abruptly ceased, indicating he had already plunged into action. Qin Kailan furrowed his brow. Victor's rampage required urgent attention, yet pursuing the Warlock and Luthor was equally pressing. Kailan commanded Kailan contact Zatanna. He ordered that Victor Stone's condition and energy characteristics be relayed to her, instructing her to teleport from the lunar base to the perimeter of the Star Lab. To assist Bruce in stabilizing the situation, as a magical expert, she might perceive the energy imbalance during the Mother Box fragment fusion and offer solutions beyond technological means. The directive has been issued. Ms. Zatanna has received it and is preparing for transport, Kayla responded. Engaging Zatanna to address Victor's predicament is the optimal choice, allowing her to apply her expertise while liberating Batman to expedite his pursuit. Just as Qin Kailan was about to address Diana, the forge of all things, within the depths of his consciousness, stirred slightly. An exceedingly subtle sensation of foreboding emerged, reminiscent of the dark purple blood bead that previously sealed Circe's blood and magic. It seemed to resonate for an imperceptibly brief moment with a distant, kindred presence. Though fleeting and vague in direction, Forge of all things nonetheless captured that faint trajectory, pointing towards Gotham City. Circe. She has not accompanied the Warlock, but has secretly ventured to Gotham. This revelation is pivotal. The whereabouts of the Warlock, Luthor, and the Joker remain shrouded in mystery. Yet Circe's exposure provides an excellent breakthrough. Capturing her may lead to uncovering the others, or, at the very least, clarifying their next move. Kayla, realign the scanning focus, prioritizing the detection of dark magical fluctuations within Gotham City, particularly those energy sources that correspond with Circe's signature. This is of utmost priority. Calibration complete. A faint matching signal has been detected. The source is located in the eastern district of Gotham City, with a vague range, heavily interfered with, yet confirmed. Found it. A glint of determination flashed in Qin Kailan's eyes. Diana, we must head to Gotham. Circe is there. What about the Star Lab? Diana inquired. Zatanna and Bruce can handle that. We cannot let Circe slip away. Qin Kailan decisively commanded. Kira, maintain open communication with Zatanna, Bruce, and the lunar base. Selena, increase the base's alert level. Understood. Acknowledged. Responses came from all sides. Qin Kailan once again gathered his strength. The cost of short-range teleportation was relatively minimal. Diana, hold on tight. A dark golden light, illuminated as the two vanished instantaneously from the suburbs of Metropolis. In the next moment, they found themselves hovering over the damp, shadowy expanse of Gotham's eastern district, permeated with the scent of refuse and rust. The night in Gotham seemed to envelop them more densely than elsewhere, akin to a heavy, stained black velvet cloth, concealing all manner of sins and secrets beneath its folds. The signal source lay within this area, yet precise localization was hindered by intense interference. Kira reported that multiple magical barriers and modern signal jamming devices appeared to be operating simultaneously. As anticipated, Qin Kailan chuckled coldly, since Cersei dared to come. She must have made thorough preparations, but that is still insufficient. He levitated in the air, slowly closing his eyes, immersing his entire consciousness within, deeply communing with the essence of all things, fully activating the resonance of the dark purple blood pearl. The essence functioned like the most precise radar waves, silently sweeping over the intricate streets, dilapidated factories, and abandoned docks below him. Countless streams of information flowed back, swiftly filtered. Ordinary crime, stray wanderers, and dark energy nodes were disregarded. Suddenly, while scanning an old, seemingly abandoned textile factory with a massive chimney, the resonance of the blood pearl intensified sharply. Though still faint and distorted by layers of magic and technological barriers, it was unmistakably there. Found it, within that textile factory. Qin Kailan abruptly opened his eyes and pointed downward. However, almost simultaneously as he locked onto the target, a tremendous explosion erupted from the factory's roof, creating a massive hole. A figure shot out, enveloped in rich purple-black magical energy. Who else could it be but Cersei? She seemed to have anticipated being discovered. A cold smile of triumph gracing her features. Not even glancing at the two in the air, she transformed into a streak of dark purple light. Racing toward Gotham Bay with astonishing speed, she aims to lead us away? Diana instantly discerned her intentions. A diversion? Or is there a trap awaiting us? Qin Kailan's gaze sharpened, yet regardless of the circumstances, they could not allow her to escape. He had considered this might be a trap before their arrival, but given the present situation, they had no other choice. Chase her. The two figures instantly transformed into a golden and a dark golden streak of light, swiftly pursuing their target. Cersei moved with remarkable speed, appearing to possess an intimate familiarity with Gotham's terrain, darting specifically towards densely constructed and chaotic energy zones, attempting to leverage the environment to evade her pursuers. A fierce aerial chase unfolded against the backdrop of Gotham's night sky. Just as Qin Kailan and Diana's attention was entirely captivated by Cersei's rapid flight within the depths of a dilapidated textile factory below. A well-concealed magical surveillance array gradually extinguished its glow. Beside the array, a small, distorted funhouse mirror began to ripple, reflecting not the surrounding scenery, but the face of the warlock, adorned with a maniacal grin. Hee, the bait is set. He chuckled softly to the non-existent audience on the other side of the mirror. The real show is yet to come. Meanwhile, where could the true Lex Luthor and the Joker be at this moment? Chapter 88. The Bait of the Sea Witch and the Sword of the Goddess. In the night sky of Gotham's East District, two streaks of light tore through the rain, akin to otherworldly meteors plummeting towards the bay. I ask you, Diana, do you Amazons always hunt in such silence? Qin Kailan maneuvered the silent star, battle armor, closely tailing the alluring purple silhouette, with only the hiss of the armor cutting through the rain and the distant clamor of the city filling his ears. The exhaustion after exertion clung to him like a lingering ailment. Yet the newly refined Kryptonian energy and the essence of the parallax creature within the armor subtly replenished his reserves, albeit slowly. The Wonder Woman ahead cast a glance back, her golden-red armor shimmering in the night, her voice steady with the composure of a warrior. Silence allows you to hear the prey's breath and the mechanisms of traps more clearly. Except for your grumbling, Qin Kailan. It is far more distracting than the siren's song. Thank you for the compliment. I thought you would liken it more to the wailing of a sea monster. Qin Kailan grinned, his gaze fixed on the increasingly distinct and graceful figure of Cersei ahead. This mythic sorceress was escaping with an elegance that was almost mesmerizing, her robe billowing as she occasionally cast a cryptic smile over her shoulder, as if this were not a desperate flight, but rather a carefully orchestrated invitation. She is deliberate, Diana affirmed. Her speed has yet to reach its limit. She is leading us somewhere. Well, obviously to Gotham Bay. Even a blind person could see that, Qin Kailan retorted. The question is, what awaits us in the water? An apocalyptic vanguard? Or perhaps one of her awakened, deep-sea, monstrous relatives? By the way, is this follow me to see a great treasure routine, especially popular in your Greek mythology circles? Diana ignored his banter, the lasso of truth glowing softly in her grasp. Whatever it is, we shall shatter it. But we must tread carefully. Cersei never acts without purpose. As they spoke, the two soared past the last of the dock area, and a vast expanse opened before them. The inky surface of the sea surged in the rain, resembling a massive, flowing obsidian stone. Cersei's figure abruptly hovered 100 meters ahead, turning to face them with that infuriatingly calm smile. She spread her arms wide, as if embracing the entirety of the bay. Welcome, forgers from distant lands, and my dear Diana. Cersei's voice pierced through the curtain of rain, resonating with an enchanting magic, as clear as a whisper in one's ear. Do you fancy the stage I have chosen for you? It is vast enough and profound enough. Qin Kailan and Diana halted several dozen meters ahead, flanking her in a menacing formation. Spare me this charade, Cersei. Qin Kailan tapped his breastplate with irritation. We are weary of your doppelganger tricks. This time, it must be your true self, correct? Let us finish this quickly. I need to return and replace the curtains in my lunar base. The fluorescent pink chosen by Starfire is blinding my titanium alloy eyes. Cersei chuckled softly, though her gaze was as sharp as a blade. Impatient mortals, always so direct. But trust me, the upcoming spectacle will surely be worth the price of admission. No sooner had she spoken than she forcefully pressed her hands downward. Boom! The waters of the entire bay churned violently, as if stirred by an invisible giant hand, instantly forming a colossal whirlpool over a kilometer in diameter. The center of the vortex, unfathomably deep, radiated a murky and foul magical aura, seemingly leading directly to the depths of hell. Countless pale, twisted skeletal remains of marine creatures were drawn into the whirlpool, only to be reassembled under the influence of magic, morphing into a wailing army of spectral sailors, brandishing rusted blades and spears as they crawled from the abyss. How klitsch! Qin Kailan scoffed, though his expression had turned serious. The surface of the silent star, armor shimmered with starlight as the shoulder armor opened, revealing an energy cannon enhanced by Kryptonian technology and parallax energy modification. Diana, shall I leave the minions to you? I'll pursue that slippery sea serpent. Agreed. Diana had already brandished her bloodthirsty silver nails and divine shield, her battle spirit soaring. Watch out for her magic. Fear not. I am particularly allergic to all non-physical attacks, especially those launched by attractive women. Qin Kailan laughed heartily, and the thrusters on the back of the silent star armor ignited, propelling him straight towards Cersei at the heart of the whirlpool, ignoring the countless undead sea monsters below. A glimmer of triumph flickered in Cersei's eyes. Instead of confronting Qin Kailan head-on, she gracefully retreated while chanting an ancient and obscure incantation. As she chanted, several tendrils composed entirely of dark energy erupted from the center of the whirlpool, skillfully and cunningly ensnaring Qin Kailan. Again, with this trick, Qin Kailan maneuvered his armor with agility, unleashing energy bursts from his palms to effortlessly shatter several tendrils. Could you not bring something new to the table? He suddenly sensed something amiss. The shattered dark energy did not dissipate completely. Instead, it transformed into minute particles, almost imperceptible, silently adhering to the surface of his silent star armor, attempting to infiltrate. Almost simultaneously, the myriad forges within him quivered slightly, sending forth a feeling of disdain, akin to a gourmet encountering rancid oil. Detecting high concentrations of residual cursed magic, nature, tracking, energy marking, mental pollution. Attempting to analyze, analysis complete. Threat level, extremely low. Shall I immediately disintegrate and absorb it? Oh, trying to frame me and smear my reputation? Qin Kailan chuckled. Alas, I come equipped with an all-weather, all-angle, powerful, cleansing powder. As the thoughts stirred, the power of the cauldron subtly flowed, and the insidious energy markings on the surface of the battle armor were instantaneously devoured, leaving no trace behind, while instead replenishing a negligible amount of energy within the cauldron. Cersei appeared taken aback by the complete failure of her hidden curse, her expression shifting slightly. It seems your little trick is ineffective against me, madam. In an instant, Qin Kailan closed the distance, channeling the power of extinguished stars into her gauntlet, delivering a mighty punch. Let us see how you handle this. Interstellar Express, delivered right to your doorstep. Just as her fist was about to strike Cersei, an enigmatic smile suddenly appeared on the witch's face. She did not dodge. Rather, she advanced, shrieking in a peculiar cadence. Now is the moment. Let the resentment of the deep sea guide you. The mark has descended, O predator of the abyss. Boom! Qin Kailan's fist struck Cersei without embellishment. Yet it felt as if she had struck a mere illusion. Cersei's figure shimmered and vanished like ripples on water, leaving behind only a swiftly dissipating wisp of purple smoke and an echoing whisper. The gift has been delivered. Enjoy it, Forge Master. Another decoy? Qin Kailan was momentarily stunned, then cursed her oversight. How many high-quality magical decoys had this witch prepared? The expense must be astronomical. Below, Diana had already swept away a vast expanse of undead sea monsters like a whirlwind, the golden light of her truth lasso scattering the filth in its path. Spotting Cersei's disappearance, she immediately flew to Qin Kailan's side. Did she escape? Faster than a rabbit, and a mere counterfeit, Qin Kailan replied, shaking her hand in frustration. However, she recalled Cersei's words regarding a clear mark and the predator of the abyss. No sooner had she uttered them than the whirlpool in the bay began to spin with frenzied intensity. At the vortex's center, from the unfathomable depths of darkness, two enormous, blood-red lights suddenly ignited. Eyes. An indescribable, savage, and brutal aura surged upward, locking on a Qin Kailan, who had just dispelled the curse markings. Oh no, Qin Kailan thought, gazing at the swiftly rising colossal eyes, feeling the almost tangible malice and pressure. Instead of fear, she stroked her chin, noting the impressive size and potent energy response. I hope the taste isn't too dreadful. Diana, her expression grave, raised her shield. Be cautious, Qin. This is the ancient behemoth, the Abyss Lord Carissos, worshipped by the trench dwellers. It was once sealed by the old gods, and Cersei has managed to awaken it. The sea erupted violently. A gargantuan head, large enough to swallow an aircraft carrier, emerged from the whirlpool, adorned with thick, dark scales and countless bone spikes. Opening its enormous maw filled with fangs, and unleashing a deafening roar as it lunged toward Qin Kailan. Come at me. Excitement flickered in Qin Kailan's eyes. The silent star battle armor hummed to life, and she was eager to replenish the energy expended in manifesting the cauldron's shadow moments ago. Diana, hold the line. Do not let it retreat. Understood. Diana, with unwavering resolve, unleashed the truth lasso, which shot forth like a golden lightning bolt. It did not aim to attack the colossal beast, but rather ensnared one of its massive bone spines, momentarily halting its upward momentum with an explosive divine force. In that fleeting moment of suspension, Qin Kailan had already plunged downward, facing the gaping maw of the creature. Rather than retreating, he accelerated towards the abyss of its throat. With a fierce roar, he invoked the Forge of all things. His right arm's armor transformed, revealing a diminutive yet remarkably solid phantom of a cauldron. Aimed directly at the deep, cavernous mouth, it is time for the feast. A brilliant radiance instantly engulfed the beast's head. Chapter 89. The Death of the Jester and the Slumber of the Armor Master. The roar of the Abyssal Lord, Carissos, came to an abrupt halt the moment Qin Kailan surged into its maw. This silence was not due to the sound being consumed, but rather because the very material constituting its vocal apparatus began to disintegrate and vanish upon contact with the diminutive yet power-laden phantom of the cauldron. The Forge of all things enacts compulsory decomposition. Like a star falling against the current, Qin Kailan surged down the creature's esophagus. Wherever he passed, the massive flesh, iron-like bones, and organs steeped in ancient magic disintegrated into pure streams of energy and fundamental matter, ravenously absorbed. This scene was not a gory tearing, but a far more unsettling, silent erasure. The colossal exterior of the beast swiftly faded away, as if erased by an invisible rubber eraser, revealing smooth, mirror-like cross-sections, devoid of even a single drop of blood. Roar! The beast emitted its final, agonizing wail, laden with excruciating pain, yet this lament ceased entirely within half a second. Its struggles sent waves crashing across Gotham Bay. But under Diana's determined binding with the truth lasso and Qin Kailan's internal rapid decomposition, these struggles quickly became futile. On the surface of the sea, Diana stood in shock, witnessing an unfathomable spectacle. The ancient beast, potent enough to challenge the entire Justice League, was visibly shrinking, vanishing before her eyes. Qin Kailan's figure had long since melded into the chaos, leaving only the ominous, pulsating chaos of light emanating from within the beast, accompanied by indescribable waves of obliteration, as if the very fabric of rules was resonating in a low hum. This fellow always seemed to outdo himself, and yet he managed to exceed even the most extravagant of expectations. Diana thought to herself, gripping her shield tightly, scanning the surroundings vigilantly to protect him. She understood all too well that such power came with immense cost, especially after he had just manifested the cauldron and was now utterly drained. In merely a few seconds, the gargantuan abyssal Lord Caressos had diminished by more than half, leaving only a small portion of its tail twitching mindlessly above the surface, soon to vanish completely. However, just as the beast was on the brink of total annihilation, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. At the location where the heart of the beast once resided, an unstable core of energy, shrouded in layers of dark magical power, was revealed. The core is not solely possessed by the colossal beast. Rather, it emanates a chaotic, frenzied aura, imbued with an unsettling sense of distortion and familiarity. What is this? A gift? In a state of rapid absorption, Qin Kailan instinctively harnessed the power of the cauldron, enveloping it entirely. Warning: detected an exceedingly high concentration of meme contamination source. God of Wine factor. Highly activated aberration. Attempting analysis. Analysis complete. Composition. Madness concept aggregation. Causal law level meme virus. Immortality paradox energy. Echoes of the Joker's will intense. Threat assessment. Extremely high mental contamination. Low physical energy threat. Its very existence severely distorts the stability of reality. Processing recommendation. Highly dangerous. Immediate absolute containment and sealing advised. Mandatory decomposition and absorption require a substantial expenditure of one's own energy to counteract the paradoxical ripples and causal backlash caused by meme contamination. Note: this substance has a low energy level, yet is profoundly contaminating. Decomposition and absorption will not yield effective energy replenishment, but rather necessitate a considerable investment. The Joker, the God of Wine factor. In an instant, Qin Kailan comprehended Cersei's true scheme. Damn it! This sea, which is not attempting to use the colossal beast to kill me. She is using this entity as a bomb, inserting it into the heart of the beast, waiting for me to consume it and trigger an explosion. She intends to pollute me with this abomination, or perhaps to cause reality itself to collapse around me. This is a blatant conspiracy. Had he not detected it, the God of Wine factor would have been absorbed alongside the energy of the beast, leading to unimaginable consequences. If he discovered it, as he has now, he could not allow such a reality-distorting entity to exist. Damn, a losing venture. Qin Kailan cursed under his breath, yet his actions displayed no hesitation. Diana, step back. There is something foul. As he roared, he made his choice. Absolute refinement of all things. Target: God of Wine factor. Highly activated aberration. There was no option for containment, for he understood that this entity was a ticking time bomb, and only complete annihilation could prevent future calamities. The only force capable of absolute destruction was the refinement of all things. Boom! At the moment the cauldron's power fully acted upon the distorted God of Wine factor, a screeching sound erupted, indescribable by mere words, as if emanating from the very fabric of the world's rules. Not an explosion of energy, but rather a collapse of concept, a lamentation of logic, centered around Qin Kailan. The surrounding seawater, air, light, and even the space itself began to exhibit bizarre distortions. Colors turned surreal, common sense was upended, and absurd, fantastical illusions appeared and vanished, such as fish swimming through the air, rain flowing upwards to the sky, and the Batman emblem morphing into the Joker's grin. Ugh! In the distance, even Diana, having received the warning and retreated in advance, felt a wave of intense dizziness and nausea, as if her very soul had been tossed into a frenzied blender. She gazed in horror at the distorted region, bewildered by the malevolent sorcery at play. At the core, Qin Kailan bore the brunt of the overwhelming pressure. He felt as though his spirit was being torn apart by countless frenzied murmurs, while all things operated with unprecedented power, frantically disinfecting, extinguishing flames, and mending. The process of refining the essence of the wine god was not inherently difficult. Rather, the challenge lay in simultaneously calming the immense ripples and backlash that ensued from its complete annihilation, which affected the very fabric of reality. It was akin to extinguishing a conflagration originating from the realm of concepts. The source of the fire, the wine god essence, was formidable in itself. Refining this essence, which represented the essence of the clown, equated to utterly vanquishing the clown, an act that bore profound implications for the world. Moreover, it ignited the surrounding rules, requiring an immense amount of water, Qin Kailan's own energy and mental fortitude, to quench the flames of those ignited rules, thereby preventing the spread of fire that could lead to the structural damage of the entire edifice, reality. Energy rapidly depleting, reserves diminished to 453,015, mental overload. Warning. Disturbances in reality have been initially contained. Mean pollution is being purged as the remnants of the clowns will are eradicated. Qin Kailan's complexion turned pale at a visible rate, and the brilliance of the silent star armor dimmed dramatically. He felt like an empty sack. An unprecedented weakness surged over him like a tidal wave, nearly overwhelming him. Damn it, this time he had gone too far. Gritting his teeth, he persevered. The phantom of the cauldron flickering uncertainly, yet it resolutely locked onto that gradually diminishing, ethereal distortion of energy. Ultimately, after a violent silence that seemed to hold the breath of the entire world, all anomalies abruptly vanished. The distorted essence of the wine god was completely obliterated, along with the last vestige of the clown's madness in this world, which was entirely reduced to nothingness. Reality returned to normal. The rain continued to fall, and the sea continued to surge, as if the horrifying scene had never transpired. Yet the cost was steep. With a thud, Qin Kailan could no longer sustain flight, and the silent star armor retracted automatically into his body. He plummeted like a marionette with severed strings, crashing towards the frigid surface of the sea. "Qin!" Diana exclaimed, a golden light flashing as she swiftly dove down, catching him just before he submerged into the water. At that moment, Qin Kailan's face resembled gilded paper. His breath faint as a whisper, his eyes tightly shut, having succumbed to profound unconsciousness. His body was cold, his life force diminished to the brink, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. "What is wrong? Wake up!" Diana alighted on a larger piece of driftwood, examining his condition, filled with urgency and a hint of panic. She had never witnessed him in such a weakened state. Even during the last manifestation of the cauldron, he had not been this severely affected. Just then, two piercing sounds sliced through the air, approaching rapidly. One was a familiar red and blue figure, Superman, Clark Kent, who had just escorted two Kryptonian criminals to the lunar base, and, upon sensing the unusual energy fluctuations in Gotham Bay and Qin Kailan's rapidly weakening life signs, hastened to their aid at full speed. Another scene unfolded with the low, rumbling sound of the Batplane as Bruce Wayne, having initially stabilized the situation at the Star Labs, where Victor Stone was temporarily quarantined and Zatanna was setting up suppressive magic, turned his attention to the disturbances in Gotham Bay, particularly the fleeting yet terrifying reality-warping fluctuations. "Diana, how is he?" Superman descended onto the floating debris, gazing at the unconscious Qin Kailan, his brow furrowed in concern. The vital signs were exceedingly weak, energy nearly depleted, and his psyche seemed to have suffered severe trauma. Diana spoke rapidly, indicating that he had seemingly just eradicated an exceedingly malevolent entity at a tremendous cost. The Batplane hovered in the air as Bruce, through the loudspeaker, solemnly stated, "I just detected incomprehensible disturbances in the fabric of reality originating from him. What exactly is it?" He had no time to elaborate, merely mentioning it was something foul, connected to the Joker. Diana shook her head. "The Joker?" Bruce's voice deepened, immediately recalling the alliance between Luthor and the Joker, along with the prior anomalies. "We must leave this place. The commotion was too great. The military and media will soon swarm here like sharks sensing blood. Can his base accommodate him?" "The moon base can." Superman nodded, cautiously taking the unconscious Qin Kailan from Diana's hands. I will expedite his return. Diana, you should come along. Bruce, can you handle this? Certainly, Batman replied succinctly. I will manage the scene and investigate Circe's true intentions. Let us stay in contact. With no further ado, Superman cradled Qin Kailan and signaled for Diana to follow. The three ascended into the sky, piercing through the clouds, transforming into a streak of light directed towards the moon. Meanwhile, the Batplane gradually descended near the ocean's surface as Bruce Wayne surveyed the bay, which was calming yet remained in disarray, his brow tightly knitted beneath the mask. Circe had gone to great lengths to unleash an ancient behemoth and a modified Joker, the Bacchus Factor, merely to severely wound Qin Kailan. The cost seemed disproportionate. Furthermore, what was she attempting to conceal with such a magnitude of reality distortion? Or what was she aiming to test? He operated the scanning equipment aboard the Batplane, meticulously searching for any overlooked clues. Suddenly, an exceedingly faint, intermittent energy signal was detected. This signal was peculiar, not of magic nor technology, but rather resembling a coordinate frequency. Moreover, it was rapidly diminishing. Bruce immediately attempted to trace and amplify the source of the signal, ultimately locking onto a target located beneath the seabed silt, just below the heart of the abyssal behemoth. There, a metal fragment, no larger than a fingernail and nearly fused with the silt, emitted its final glimmer before vanishing entirely into oblivion. A mother box fragment? Bruce's pupils dilated. Although its form and energy response differed from that of the piece at Star Labs, and it was remarkably small, its material properties were unmistakable. In that instant, he connected all the dots. Circe's true objective perhaps had never been to directly kill or corrupt Qin Kailan. She appeared to possess a certain understanding of Qin Kailan's capabilities, realizing that such troubles could not truly extinguish him. Thus, her actions were designed to obscure the unique signal emanating from the minuscule fragment of the mother box. Meanwhile, Qin Kailan, fully engaged in managing the crisis instigated by the Joker, unwittingly became the most luminous protagonist in her performance of signal jamming and distraction. The voice of Bruce was chillingly cold as he inquired, Luthor, Circe, what coordinates have you dispatched? He promptly connected to the encrypted communication with the lunar base. Clark, Diana, listen closely. We may all be in grave trouble. At that moment, within the medical chamber of the lunar base, Qin Kailan was ensconced in a repair pod filled with nutrient fluid and gentle energy currents. His vital signs were temporarily stable, yet he remained deeply asleep, resembling a finely crafted porcelain doll, devoid of life, uncertain of when he might awaken. Outside the chamber, Diana, the recently returned Clark, and the hastily arrived Selina, Starfire, and Rachel wore expressions of profound gravity. The news from Gotham Bay had cast a pall over everyone's hearts. A tempest, it seemed, was only just beginning. Chapter 90. The coordinates of the equation and the wariness of the sorcerer in Gotham City, within the subterranean isolation zone of the Star Labs. The cold quantum suppression field emitted a low hum, firmly imprisoning the central area where metallic form twisted and morphed. Victor Stone, or rather the entity he was becoming through the intense fusion with a mother box fragment, had already lost much of his human semblance. Silver-gray liquid metal alternated with grotesque black armor structures, while energy conduits flickered like agonized veins, sporadically unleashing hazardous energy rays that rippled across the force field. Zatanna Zatura stood outside the force field, beads of sweat forming on her brow. She raised her wand high, chanting ancient and intricate incantations. As countless runes shimmering with arcane light entwined around the perimeter of the field, penetrating, soothing, and channeling the chaotic energy swirling within Victor. This was not an assault, but an exceedingly delicate procedure of energy redirection and stabilization, demanding exceptional mastery over magic. Bruce Wayne, Batman, stood nearby, his black cape marred with dust and the marks of energy burns. With an impassive expression, he monitored dozens of data screens displaying a cascade of Victor's vital signs. Energy readings, the assimilation rate of the mother box fragment, and the output spectrum of Zatanna's magic. His fingers danced swiftly across the virtual keyboard, adjusting the parameters of the force field in tandem with Zatanna's enchantments. The activity of the mother box fragment was gradually diminishing. Bruce's voice was low and composed, devoid of emotion. The assimilation process has been delayed by 157, but it has not ceased. Its core still seeks to connect with a distant signal source. I could sense Zatanna's labored breath as she responded, her wand steady in the air, the signal filled with aggression and a chilling will. It felt as if someone on the other side of the abyss were frantically knocking at the door. My spell could only temporarily reinforce this barrier, unable to sever that connection entirely. Victor's consciousness was caught in the middle, enduring immense torment. First, stabilize the current situation. Bruce's gaze swept over Victor's face. A haunting blend of machinery and flesh, contorted in agony. We must buy time. Luther and Circe's intentions are far from simple. At that moment, Bruce's encrypted communicator chimed, and upon answering, Alfred's voice resonated. Master Bruce, the preliminary analysis report for Gotham Bay has been transmitted. Additionally, Mr. Kent has safely delivered Mr. Qin to the lunar base. His vital signs are stable, yet he remains in a deep coma. Miss Prince Diana has also arrived. Received, Bruce replied curtly, his attention once again drawn to the screen displaying the remnants of a disintegrated micro-motherbox fragment, its data residue lingering. I've prioritize the analysis of the signal frequency characteristics of that fragment, cross-reference it with the data from the Star Lab, and attempt to reverse engineer its target coordinates. It's already underway. Sir. However, the adversary employed some unconventional encryption and frequency hopping technology, and the signal duration was exceedingly brief, necessitating time. Ending the communication, Bruce turned to Zatanna. Qin Kailan is in a state of exhaustion and coma. The crisis in Gotham Bay is temporarily averted. Yet Circe has left us a gift, a micro-motherbox fragment that self-destructed after transmitting an unknown coordinate. Upon hearing this, Zatanna's complexion paled, her wand trembling slightly. Another motherbox fragment? And it transmitted coordinates? Is the invasion from Apocalypse imminent? The likelihood is high, Bruce replied, his eyes sharp. We must brace for the worst. Zatanna, how much longer can we hold out here? At most 12 hours, Zatanna estimated. In 12 hours, my magic will need to recover, and the adaptability of the motherbox fragment will increase, potentially breaking through the current suppression. 12 hours, Bruce mused for a moment, is sufficient for us to initially consolidate intelligence and devise an emergency plan. After stabilization, I must return to the lunar base immediately. I leave this in your capable hands, and those of the reinforcements arriving. Meanwhile, in an obscure dimensional rift, within a secret hall constructed of twisted light and ancient stone, Circe's figure solidified from the ethereal, her complexion slightly pallid, clearly exhausted from the continuous use of high-caliber magical decoys and remote control of abyssal behemoths and motherbox fragments. Yet, her eyes glimmered with the thrill of a scheme come to fruition. The signal has been successfully sent, she declared to the diminutive figure shrouded in shadows deep within the hall. Utilizing the massive energy fluctuations and rule disturbances generated while the armorer devoured Kalis and processed the Bacchus factor, I perfectly concealed the faint signal frequency of the motherbox fragment. Even Batman is likely still sifting through the oceanic mire for the non-existent remains of the behemoth. Ah! The shadowy figure chuckled softly, his voice low and hoarse, incongruous with his youthful appearance. Well done, Circe. Chaos is the finest veil. Luther's provision of the micro-fragment and signal enhancement technology has indeed proven effective. The holographic image of Lex Luthor illuminated the space beside him. Clad in a stark white prison uniform, he exuded an air of calm assurance, a hint of arrogance gracing his lips. The simplicity of his surroundings may have constrained his potential, yet the fundamental principles of science suffice to achieve his aims. The Apocalypse signal receiver should have already captured the latest data stream, precisely directing us to the star domain where the anti-life equation may be concealed. Circe turned her gaze toward the shaman, her tone tinged with confusion and inquiry. Shaman, I fail to comprehend, given that we have successfully diverted everyone's attention, and that the armorer lies in unprecedented weakness, even unconscious. Why not seize this opportunity to concentrate our efforts and deliver a fatal blow? To completely eliminate this greatest variable? Are you truly apprehensive of that demigod, Diana, and the Kryptonian, Superman? The shaman's laughter momentarily faltered, the shadows within the chamber seemingly deepening. His voice remained steady, yet it bore an ineffable gravity and profundity. A fatal blow? He intoned, his words imbued with a disquieting weight. Circe, You underestimate the unknown and overestimate the lethality we can presently wield. He slowly emerged from the shadows, his youthful visage concealing eyes that appeared to harbor the essence of countless stars. Indeed, he was presently frail, like a flickering candle amidst a tempest. Yes, it seemed an opportune moment for his annihilation. However, the shaman's voice, though calm, resonated with profound significance. But who among you has truly grasped the nature of the entity represented by that vessel within him? His gaze swept over Cersei and Luther's image. That is neither magic nor technology, nor any known energy within this cosmic framework. It embodies a concept more ferocious, more absolute, transcending the very realm of power. A fleeting glimmer of distant recollection flickered in the shaman's eyes, as if he were reminiscing about a fragment buried beneath the sands of time, in an era long before the Olympian gods had truly ascended. I once inadvertently sensed a presence akin to this, though faint as a firefly, ephemeral, the essence that seemed to transcend all rules of existence. Rendering both existence and void as malleable materials evoked a tremor within me that lingers to this day. He paused slightly, allowing the weight of silence to amplify the tension. His power, at its core, is a miracle. It is the unreasonable manifestation of will. Do you believe that exhausting his energy and devastating his spirit will lead to his demise? Perhaps quite the contrary. Against such an existence, unless one can eradicate the very concept of its existence from all dimensions and timelines in an instant, leaving not even the notion of death, any form of assault, particularly attempts at annihilation during his moment of weakness, may inadvertently aid that vessel in refining itself, accelerating its metamorphosis in return. Should we act now? The greatest likelihood is not that we would slay him, but rather pave a swifter path for his return, rendering him even more unfathomable. Silence enveloped the hall. Cersei's earlier smugness gradually dissipated, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Luther's holographic visage flickered with a glimmer of intensity, evidently engaged in a labyrinth of intricate calculations and deductions. How should we proceed in addressing him? Cersei's tone had grown markedly cautious. There is no need for us to confront him directly. The warlock's voice returned with a hint of icy mirth. Darkseid yearns for the anti-life equation. We have provided the coordinates. Henceforth, let the Dark Sovereign of Apocalypse wield his Omega effect to gauge the essence of that miracle. Let them collide while we... He paused, his tone deepening. Our aim has always been the grander chaos. Observe this fierce contention, extracting the necessary sustenance. When the opportune moment arrives, we shall reap the ultimate harvest. A flicker of understanding crossed Luther's eyes. When the clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman reaps the benefits. Let Darkseid test the limits of the armorer. Regardless of the outcome, we shall profit. I concur. Our immediate priority must be to ensure that the forces of Apocalypse receive their gift seamlessly, drawing their full attention away. Cersei inhaled deeply, nodding, I comprehend. So, shall we augment this forthcoming spectacle with a flourish of resplendent fireworks? Certainly. The warlock's voice brimmed with anticipation. Let the chaotic tides surge with greater ferocity. This world demands a profound cleansing. At the moon base, aboard the Starry Bastion, within the medical chamber, Qin Kailan floated serenely in restorative fluid, his complexion still pallid, physiological metrics at a remarkably low yet stable level, as though ensnared in the deepest slumber. Diana, Clark, Selena, Starfire, and Rachel encircled the chamber, the atmosphere thick with tension. Bruce's voice crackled through the communicator, relaying the discoveries in Gotham Bay, the state of Cyborg, and the potential early incursion from the Apocalypse coordinates, casting a heavy pall over all present. This implied that Luther and his cohort had likely dispatched what Darkseid coveted most. And Kailan now lay dormant within the chamber. Selena clenched her fists, her gaze fixed upon the slumbering figure, her eyes brimming with anxiety and helplessness. We must brace for the worst, Clark intoned gravely, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. Before he awakens, we must hold our ground here, safeguard the Earth. The base's defense systems have been fully activated. Starfire summoned a holographic interface, revealing the energy shields and concealed weapon arrays surrounding the lunar facility. Yet in the face of Darkseid's army, it appeared insufficient. Rachel suddenly lifted her head slightly, shadows flickering beneath her hood. I sense a cold and ravenous gaze from the distant deep space. It seeks a specific answer. Almost simultaneously, the base's central computer emitted a low, urgent alarm, not from external assault, but rather a warning from the deep space probe. Warning: detection of a massive-scale spatial distortion reaction. Coordinates: Outer Kuiper Belt. Energy signature match. Apocalypse main fleet suspected. Target trajectory analysis, directing coordinates to signal source. Note: detection of intense omega energy radiation. On the holographic star map, an immense and suffocating crimson that gradually materializes, its scale far surpassing any previously detected phenomena, akin to a dark eye slowly opening, gazing down upon the galaxy. The countenances of all present instantly darken with apprehension. The main fleet, as you previously stated, has set its sights on a certain entity known as the anti-life equation. Although its precise location remains unknown, Diana grips the god-killer's sword tightly, her gaze sharp as a blade, for they are passing through the solar system with Earth adjacent to them. Prepare for battle. Clark's voice resounds with unwavering resolve. However, amidst this tension-laden moment, none noticed that within the medical bay, the brow of the slumbering Qin Kailan furrowed ever so slightly. Beneath the skin at the heart's position on his chest, a minuscule phantom of the cosmic forge flickered faintly, as if subtly stirred by the distant, chilling tremors of omega energy waves. Chapter 91. The Gathering of Flames and the First Glimpse Within the Cauldron Lunar Base, Starry Barrier, Central Command Room. The colossal crimson that representing the Apocalypse fleet loomed over everyone like a Damoclean sword, exuding a cold and despairing sense of oppression. Though the alarm had transitioned to a low, periodic alert, the tension in the air was palpable. Clark Kent stood before the star map, arms crossed, brow furrowed. Even with his superhuman vision, he could not directly observe the details beyond the Kuiper Belt. Yet the data relayed by the probes was already harrowing. The fleet was significantly larger than the previous Kryptonian armada, with energy readings nearing stellar levels. Their primary objective was the coordinates of the anti-life equation, but trajectory calculations indicated that their course would directly traverse the inner solar system. Earth lay in their path. Or rather, as a necessary waypoint. Diana Prince's expression was grave, the god-killer resting on her shoulder. Darkseid never embarks on futile voyages. Even if his primary goal is the equation, he would not forego the opportunity to harvest along the way. To him, Earth might merely be an ant nest to be crushed en route. Selena Kyle flicked her tail in irritation, the quantum phantom armor rendering her nearly one with the shadows of the command room. Yet the anxiety in her voice was unmistakable. What are we to do? With just a few of us, alongside this still incomplete base, can we hope to intercept such a monstrous fleet? She instinctively glanced toward the medical bay, which remained eerily quiet. Starfire Coriandra operated the console, accessing Earth's global communication channels and energy monitoring networks. We must assemble every possible force. In the name of the Starry Barrier, I have dispatched the highest level crisis alerts and assembly requests to several known sources of special energy signals, including Bruce Wayne's image entered the conference, having just concluded matters at the Star Labs en route back to the Batcave aboard the Batplane. Zatanna remained there, continuing to stabilize Victor Stone's condition and attempting to reach out for assistance from the magical community, including, but not limited to, the unique energy signature of Atlantis, Aquaman, the rapid fluctuations of Central City's anomalies, the Flash, the ancient protective barrier frequency of Paradise Island, the Amazonian tribe, and Starfire pausing to glance at Clark. As the energy signature of a Green Lantern ring, recently re-entering the solar system, became apparent. Hal Jordan has returned? Clark felt a flicker of hope. The signal was approaching rapidly, yet appeared somewhat unstable. Starfire confirmed. Engaging head-on would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Bruce's voice was cold and pragmatic, his image set against the backdrop of the Batcave's main computer. We need strategy. We must leverage the very environment of Earth for a robust defense. We require intelligence. And most importantly, we need time. My equipment is ill-suited for effective space combat. I shall remain on Earth, coordinating ground resistance and endeavoring to ascertain the fleet's specific composition and vulnerabilities. He turned to Starfire, instructing her to synchronize the detected fleet data with me. The more detailed, the better. Furthermore, find a way to contact the Flash in Central City. His speed is crucial, as I need him to serve as an information hub and rapid response force. Diana nodded. A wise choice, Bruce. The space front will be entrusted to us. The interior of Earth is in your capable hands. Bruce's gaze swept over the monitoring screens of the medical bay. Is there no sign of him awakening? Diana shook her head. Vital signs are stable, yet consciousness remains exceedingly faint, akin to a deep slumber. Then we must plan for the worst-case scenario, buying time for Earth at all costs, delaying the fleet's entry into the atmosphere until he awakens. Bruce's image flickered momentarily as data began stream in. Keep the communication lines open, and good luck. The transmission cut off, clearly indicating his immersion in urgent work. Within the medical bay, Qin Kailan's consciousness was not blank, but rather delving into an unprecedented, profound realm. There was no sense of up or down, no concept of time passing, only endless chaos and flowing, indescribable light and shadow. He felt like a speck of dust adrift in the primordial soup at the dawn of the universe. Time became ambiguous, perhaps a fleeting moment, perhaps an eternity, when a faint glimmer ignited before him. This point of light gradually expanded, stabilized, and ultimately transformed into an ancient, weighty cauldron. Its form impossible to accurately describe in any language. It was neither a solid entity nor a mere shadow. It resembled a conceptual manifestation. Etched upon its surface were the trajectories of all creation and destruction, exuding the breath of chaos at its inception. It hung quietly in the air. It seemed to embody the absolute center of the entire chaotic realm. Qin Kailan's consciousness felt an unprecedented closeness and majesty. Is this the cauldron of all creation that has dwelled within me? He attempted to touch and comprehend it. There are no sounds, no images, yet a vast and ancient stream of information surged directly into the core of his consciousness, not in words, but in a more fundamental understanding. He perceived the essence of the cauldron was not mere forging, but rather the definition and reconstruction of existence. It does not create all things. Rather, it thoroughly deconstructs existing entities, be it matter, energy, or even concepts, reducing them to their most fundamental essence. Subsequently, it reconstructs them according to a certain blueprint, which embodies its will or deeper underlying principles, bestowing new forms and attributes upon them. The so-called miraculous power lies at its core in the ability to bypass intermediary processes and directly achieve results. Provided the materials are sufficient, the blueprint is clear, and its will can endure the burdens imposed by the defining process. The vessel can manifest. The prior methods of decomposition, absorption, and forging he employed merely represent the most rudimentary and instinctual applications of this defining authority. The depth of the vessel's power far surpasses his initial imaginings. It transcends mere physicality, reaching into the realms of rules, concepts, and even the fringes of time and causality. However, the higher the caliber of power he seeks to touch, the greater the quality of materials required, and the heavier the burden on his will, which may even provoke unforeseen costs or ripples. The so-called energy deficit does not stem from the vessel's lack of energy. Rather, it arises from his soul's insufficient strength to maintain the anchoring of his consciousness after the vessel operates under high loads. The vessel is gradually, through means he has yet to fully comprehend, repairing and strengthening his will from the most fundamental level to prepare for future greater burdens. A realization surged within him. Previously, he resembled a child with access to a nuclear launch button, aware only that pressing it could annihilate everything, yet lacking true understanding of its principles and more intricate applications. Now, for the first time, he glimpsed the vast system behind that button. He endeavored to extend a feeble consciousness deep into the vessel, seeking to perceive the so-called deeper blueprint or higher-tiered power. Boom! It felt as though he had touched an invisible boundary, a torrent of boundless information, far exceeding his current understanding, nearly scattering his consciousness. He recoiled, shaken. Not nearly far enough. At present, I lack even the qualifications to glimpse its slightest possibility. Yet, this moment of introspection granted him a fundamental leap in understanding his own strength. He realized that the key to restoration lies not in the absorption of external energy, but in the repair and growth of his own will. He also sensed, dimly, that a vast, cold, and aggressive force from the external realm was drawing near, potentially serving as an excellent whetstone. His consciousness returned to stillness, yet a deeper, waiting power, yearning to break free from its cocoon, was slowly gestating. As the starry barrier prepared for tense combat, various factions on Earth received alarms. In the depths of the Atlantic, the kingdom of Atlantis, Arthur Curry, bearing Neptune's trident, rose suddenly from his throne. Recently returned from Paradise Island, he sensed the call from the moon and the chilling threat from deep space. He turned to his wife, Mara, and solemnly declared, "The calamity of the land is also a calamity of the sea. Assemble the troops. We cannot remain idle." Meanwhile, in Central City, the Flash, Barry Allen, was clearing crime at super speed when his wristwatch received dual encrypted messages from Batman and the lunar base. He paused, gazing at the star chart and the warnings, his expression shifting dramatically. The apocalypse star? An extraterrestrial invasion? Wow, this is far more troublesome than those criminals. The Speed Force crackled around him as he vanished in an instant, embarking towards the Star Laboratories' comrades, simultaneously preparing to heed Batman's commands. On Paradise Island, shrouded in mist, Queen Hippolyta listened intently to the message transmitted by Diana through the magical lens, her gaze gravely intense. She turned to face the assembled Amazon warriors. "Sisters, darkness approaches. A threat from the ancient star sees descends. To safeguard this world for glory, prepare for battle." At the edge of the solar system, a green streak of light struggled through the asteroid belt. Hal Jordan's complexion was pale, his Green Lantern ring was heavily drained, still recovering from injuries sustained during the Parallax incident. Yet, he received dual alarms from both the stars and Earth. "Damn it, Earth truly is plagued with misfortune," he lamented, but without hesitation adjusted his course, maximizing power as he surged towards Earth. May this be of use this time. A countdown of 72 hours ticked away rapidly amidst the oppressive weight. The lunar base's defense systems were heightened to their utmost level, energy shields fully activated. With hidden cannons on the moon's surface poised for action, Clark, Diana, Selena, Starfire, Rachel, and the barely arrived, still pale Hal Jordan all stood on the observation deck, gazing into the inky depths of space. Bruce maintained real-time communication from Earth through a secure channel. In the direction of Earth, faint lights began to coalesce. The bioluminescent fleet of Atlantis commenced its ascent, and the magical vessels from Paradise Island were about to take flight. Just then, all sensors emitted the sharpest, most persistent alarms. Warning: the primary fleet of the Apocalypse Star has entered the Earth-Moon gravitational sphere. The Vanguard ships are exiting hyperspace. In the distant cosmos, a spot of darkness rapidly expanded, as if the cosmic veil had been torn. Following this, a second, third, and hundreds of massive, menacing Apocalypse Star warships, resembling moving fortresses, surged forth from hyperspace like clouds of death. They radiated waves of destructive energy, their cold metallic exteriors reflecting the sun's light, yet imbued with pure malice. This marked Earth civilization's first confrontation with such a vast alien invasion fleet. The fleet advanced unimpeded towards Earth, their overwhelming numbers and mass creating a near suffocating sense of oppression. But just as the main body of the fleet was about to sweep past the moon, the largest flagship, resembling a moving mountain, suddenly illuminated with countless menacing red dots on its flank. A cold, emotionless wave of intent swept across the entire area like a chilling tide, filled with pure destructive desire. Obstacle: eliminate. Countless robust beams of destructive energy, akin to Zeus's thunderbolts but infused with dark will, rained down violently upon the lunar base, the small outpost obstructing their path to Earth. "Defend!" Clark roared, his heat vision building to unleash. Diana raised her divine shield, radiating a brilliant golden light. Hal's Green Lantern ring erupted with a fierce glow. As a colossal green energy construct began to take shape, Selena melded into the shadows, seeking an opportunity for a counterattack. Starfire gathered intense Starfire energy in her hands. Rachel was enveloped in swirling shadows, preparing to cast protective magic. The tension was palpable, every heart racing at the prospect of confronting such a grand-scale extraterrestrial invasion. A mixture of anxiety and determination intertwining. Meanwhile, within the medical chamber, the slumbering Qin Kailan felt the intense stimulation from the external waves of destructive energy, causing his eyelids to flutter violently. The ethereal image of the cauldron on his chest flickered at an accelerated frequency, as if a slumbering dragon had been disturbed by the cacophony from the outside world. Chapter 92. The battle on the lunar surface and awakening. The devastating energy beams unleashed by the Armageddon Starfleet cascaded like a crimson waterfall, tearing through the cosmic veil and engulfing the area surrounding the lunar base. "Hold firm," Clark Kent roared, his eyes blazing with heat vision as he unleashed 2 scorching beams to intercept the thickest of the incoming attacks, creating a dazzling and lethal display of energy fireworks in the sky, forcing a portion of the onslaught to veer off course. Yet, the enemy's barrage was relentless. Akin to a metallic storm, Diana Prince leaped to the forefront of the base's protective shield, her divine shield glowing magnificently as her lasso of truth danced like a dragon, shattering or deflecting stray energy assaults. Each impact sent tremors through her arms, the ripples on her shield oscillating violently, but she stood her ground, resolute like a rock amidst tumultuous waves. Hal Jordan gritted his teeth, the light of the Green Lantern ring surging with his will. Massive green energy shields, interceptors, and deflection panels emerged in layered formations around the protective barrier, attempting to weaken the intensity of the attacks. However, his complexion grew increasingly pale. The energy expended during the Parallax incident had yet to be replenished, and constructing such an extensive defense was an immense burden for him. Damn it, this is far more intense and dire than the simulated battles in the stars, he thought, gritting his teeth in determination. Starfire floated in midair, her hands continuously launching scorching starfire explosive orbs, accurately targeting the small gunboats attempting to flank the base. Her strikes were fierce and efficient, each energy round obliterating a gunboat into cosmic dust. Selina Kyle, utilizing the stealth and phase capabilities of her quantum phantom suit, navigated the rugged lunar terrain like a specter. Rather than confronting the massive warships directly, she focused on the landing pods and small units trying to breach the base, employing her suit's energy claws and miniature explosive devices for silent eliminations. Let the heavyweights deal with the heavyweights. I'll handle these pesky little bugs, she thought, nimbly dodging a barrage and detonating an entrance to a recently opened landing pod. Rachel Roth stood within the base, her hands forming intricate seals as dense, dark energy surged from her being, transforming into an invisible magical barrier that reinforced the base's protective field while attempting to disrupt the energy systems of the enemy vessels. Although the effect was minimal, it was better than nothing. The first wave of saturation strikes had finally passed. The energy shield of the lunar base flickered erratically, with numerous areas overloaded and smoking. It remained unshattered. The moon's surface bore countless charred craters and the remnants of the apocalyptic star cruiser. However, before anyone could catch their breath, more landing units and medium-sized warships detached from the apocalyptic fleet, swarming towards the lunar base like a hive of bees. They altered their strategy, shifting from mere long-range bombardment to attempting landings, infiltrating, and destroying this bothersome thorn at close quarters. They sought to land. "Stop them," Diana shouted, her sword of the god of war drawn, charging towards a transport ship making a forced landing. The battle instantly plunged into a more brutal and chaotic boarding phase. Superman darted through the enemy fleet like a whirlwind of red and blue, annihilating all who dared to approach with unparalleled strength and speed. Diana, embodying the essence of a war goddess, cleaved through the thick armor of the apocalyptic soldiers with every strike infused with divine power. Yet, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming and relentless. Hal's green creations began to destabilize, his breath growing increasingly frantic. The energy output of the Starfire also began to wane. Selina's stealth assassination efficiency diminished significantly amidst the densely packed enemy ranks. Rachel's magic proved more effective against supernatural foes, yielding limited results against a purely technological fleet. The lunar defense stood on the brink of collapse. On Earth, in the Batcave, Bruce Wayne faced dozens of screens simultaneously at work, analyzing the real-time data stream relayed from the moon while engaging in encrypted communications with multiple locations worldwide. "Arthur, can your army establish defenses along the Pacific coast? I predict that if the moon falls, their initial landing points are likely to be there." On the other end, Aquaman Arthur Curry's deep voice resonated. "My army is fully assembled. Should they dare to enter the ocean, they shall learn the meaning of nightmare. But if it's a large-scale orbital bombardment, Barry, Bruce, switch channels. I need you to leverage your speed advantage for 2 tasks. First, assist governments in the urgent evacuation of coastal city residents likely to face the first wave of attack as swiftly as possible. Second, serve as a communication node to ensure global resistance forces remain synchronized, especially if lunar base communications are disrupted. In Central City, the Flash. Barry Allen, transformed into a golden streak, racing through the city, his voice crackling through encrypted communication with the unique tremor of high-speed movement. Understood. Evacuations are my responsibility. Information synchronization is also manageable. But Batman, are you sure we shouldn't go up to assist? Superman and the others sound dire. We lack effective means for space combat. Blindly charging him would only become a burden. Bruce's voice was cold and restrained. Defending Earth is our greatest support for them. Additionally, keep a close watch on any anomalous energy signals, particularly those related to the mother boxes. The fleet from Paradise Island had ascended, but was dissuaded by Bruce at the edge of the atmosphere. Queen Hippolyta, your fleet lacks experience in space warfare. Relying on terrain defense within the atmosphere will yield greater advantages. For now, the space front is entrusted to them. Diana's voice intermittently echoed from the lunar base, interspersed with the sounds of explosions. We understand. Earth, please. Bruce terminated the communication, his gaze gravely fixed on the screen, displaying the faltering state of the lunar base, alongside the still massive fleet of Apocalypse. Time. We need more time. Meanwhile, in the dimensional rift in a clandestine sanctum, Cersei observed the battlefield on the moon through a floating crystal orb, a satisfied smirk gracing her lips. It seems our esteemed allies' fleet is performing quite efficiently. That base cannot hold out much longer. The warlock, shrouded in shadows, spoke with a calm demeanor. Destruction and conquest are the instincts of Apocalypse. Yet, this is merely the beginning, Cersei. The true spectacle will unfold when Darkseid finds what he seeks or encounters obstacles he cannot easily obliterate. Cersei turned to the warlock, voicing the lingering doubt in her mind. I still do not comprehend. Even if the armorer's essence is inherently unique and difficult to eradicate, he lies in deep slumber now, utterly defenseless. This is the perfect moment to destroy his corporeal form. Even if we cannot entirely obliterate him, we could significantly delay his revival, or perhaps even provoke an uncontrolled surge of his power, creating a grand opportunity for chaos. Why do you staunchly oppose any action against his physical being? This is not in line with your pursuit of ultimate chaos. Style? The warlock emitted a nearly inaudible chuckle. Cersei, have you witnessed a hurricane laying waste to a city? Have you ever seen a hurricane attempt to extinguish a seemingly feeble candle? Cersei frowned, questioning, what do you mean? The vessel and its connection to that mortal are far from the candle you envision. He paused, as if weighing his words carefully. To forcibly strike at him while he sleeps, especially after he has recently engaged in profound contact with that vessel, is akin to hammering a seemingly motionless egg that conceals unfathomable structures within. You cannot predict whether the strike will result in shattered shell or prematurely hatch something we cannot fully comprehend, even dare not gaze upon. The pursuit of chaos does not equate to the pursuit of meaningless self-destruction, the warlock concluded, his tone reverting to its usual coldness. Let Darkseid confront this variable. Regardless of the outcome, it will serve as a beneficial observation for us. Our current task is to ensure this observation proceeds smoothly. Cersei pondered in silence. Her assessment of Qin Kailan elevated to a new, perilous level filled with unknown dangers. On the lunar battlefield, the situation grew increasingly dire. An outer shield generator of one base was destroyed by a suicide attack from the enemy, resulting in a significant breach, allowing a multitude of Apocalypse soldiers to flood into the perimeter corridors. The breach. Block it. Hal panted as he constructed green barricades, clearly overwhelmed. Clark and Diana found themselves ensnared by more enemy ships, unable to provide assistance. Just at that critical moment, a golden lightning bolt abruptly appeared at the breach. Not one, but hundreds. The figure of Barry Allen, the Flash, darted through the breach at a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye, crafting an energy barrier composed of the speed force that sent all the invading apocalyptian soldiers hurtling away with astonishing swiftness. Hey, it seems I've arrived just in time for the lively part of the party. Barry's voice resonated with the exuberance characteristic of high-speed movement, though his expression remained grave. Barry, how did you get here? Clark exclaimed, both astonished and elated. Bats gave me a one-time use teleportation beacon, a little gadget from Kryptonian technology. Barry explained while continuing his rapid movement. It's only powered for a single trip, and it pinpointed to your base entrance. He mentioned that the evacuation on the ground was nearly complete and suggested I come up to see if I could lend a hand with some speed. With the Flash's entrance, the local skirmish was instantly transformed. His velocity was sufficient to combat the onslaught of landing soldiers, significantly alleviating the defensive strain on the base. However, before anyone could exhale in relief, Starfire, who had been monitoring deep space signals, suddenly changed her expression, her voice laced with terror. No. The flagship's main cannon. The energy readings are spiking dramatically, targeting Earth. Everyone gazed in horror as they beheld the flagship, vast as a mountain, its prow illuminated by a colossal, soul-chilling Omega symbol, gathering ominous energy, aimed directly at the distant blue planet. They intend to annihilate Earth directly? Diana gasped in disbelief. Stop it, Clark declared without hesitation, preparing to charge toward the flagship. But it was too late. A massive, dark red energy beam, imbued with the essence of ultimate destruction, erupted from the flagship's main cannon, traversing hundreds of thousands of kilometers, hurtling towards Earth. Its energy intensity far exceeded all previous attacks. The fate of the Earth seemed irrevocably sealed in that very moment. In this hour of despair, no one noticed that within the medical chamber of the lunar base, the slumbering Qin Kailan suddenly opened his eyes. There was no confusion of awakening in his gaze, only a profound and chilling clarity, as if the chaos of the cosmos had just begun to unfold. The phantom of the cauldron upon his chest no longer flickered dimly. Instead, it materialized steadily and distinctly, emanating an indescribable ancient aura, as if it could stabilize the very fabric of existence itself. Chapter 93. Forged in Omega, I create my Azura armor, the Omega obliteration beam. Launched from the flagship of Apocalypse, spread like deathly tendrils extending from a cosmic malignancy, causing the very fabric of space to groan under the weight of its destructive intent, as though the rules of reality were unraveling beneath its annihilating will. Its objective was clear and merciless, the complete and utter destruction of that bothersome blue planet. On the lunar base, Clark, Diana, Hal, and Barry all beheld the path of devastation reflected in their eyes, despair gripping their hearts like the frigid void of space. The distance was too great, the speed too swift, the energy level too high. They were powerless, forced to witness death descend upon their homeland. No! Diana cried out in a heart-wrenching scream. Clark's gaze was wild with fury, his heat vision burning with intensity, yet he could not bridge the insurmountable distance. Har struggled valiantly to construct a colossal green barrier in an attempt to intercept, yet that shield evaporated instantaneously before the Omega beam, akin to mere parchment. The backlash forced him to spew forth a mouthful of blood, leaving him half kneeling on ground. Barry's rapid force field fluctuated violently. He yearned to act, yet found his speed remarkably insignificant in the face of such cosmic-scale assault. In that moment of utter annihilation, when hope seemed utterly extinguished, within the lunar base's medical chamber, Qin Kailan, suspended in restorative liquid, felt his chest swell with the stable manifestation of an ethereal cauldron. Suddenly, its brilliance surged forth, not from active invocation, but as an instinctive response akin to encountering a superlative tonic. The Omega energy, traversing the void, bore within its essence the utmost destructive qualities, penetrating deep into Qin Kailan's profound consciousness like the sharpest key, forcibly prying open the door to awakening that had been sealed by a deficit of willpower. With a gasp, Qin Kailan's eyes shot open. There was no confusion of initial awakening, nor flames of anger, only an ancient calmness, reminiscent of a boundless glacier, coupled with an intense focus akin to discovering exquisite materials. The despair of comrades, the crisis of Earth, and the terror of the Omega beam were instantaneously reflected within his awareness through the cauldron's resonance. The Omega effect's ultimate destructive power is indeed remarkable. This thought flashed through his mind like a current. There was no time for hesitation, no time for contemplation. Almost at the moment of awakening, his will forged the deepest connection with the cauldron, surpassing any prior experience. The voice of the cauldron resonated from Qin Kailan, deep and hoarse, yet imbued with an undeniable authority, piercing the isolation of the medical chamber. Reveal your power. With a hum, the ethereal image of the cauldron at his chest no longer flickered, but solidified, expanding instantaneously to a height of several meters, resembling a miniature cosmic singularity suspended in the center of the chamber. Upon its surface, the previously vague trajectories of life and death became distinctly clear, exuding an ancient aura that transcended all. The mouth of the cauldron was directed towards the oncoming Omega beam. There was neither cataclysmic suction nor dazzling energy clash. The terrifying beam, capable of extinguishing galaxies upon nearing the cauldron's edge, was surprisingly tamed, gently guided, and continuously absorbed within. It was not a confrontation, nor a negation, but an acceptance. It was as if this annihilative Omega energy, before the cauldron, was merely a material to be processed. This spectacle astonished all present. "Is that Kailan?" Selena exclaimed first, gazing at the ancient cauldron manifesting in the direction of the medical chamber, her beautiful eyes brimming with disbelief. "He has awakened, and he is absorbing that beam." Starfire covered her mouth in astonishment. "Hast du dumbfundet?" exclaiming. "What in the world is he?" That is the Omega effect. He had come to understand the terrifying nature of this ultimate power belonging to Darkseid through the knowledge repository of the stars prior to his arrival. Diana and Clark exchanged a glance, each perceiving in the other's eyes a profound shock intertwined with a glimmer of hope amidst despair. They sensed that, at this moment, the aura emanating from Qin Kailan was fundamentally different from before his slumber, deeper and more unfathomable. The Omega beams were being continuously absorbed into the cauldron. The cataclysmic energy not only failed to obliterate it, but instead made the cauldron's brilliance even more resplendent, as if it were being rejuvenated. The beam's energy was rapidly decomposed, refined, and purified into the most primal fragments of destructive rules. Standing beside the cauldron, Qin Kailan closed his eyes and fully guided this process. Though his complexion remained somewhat pallid, his mental fortitude rapidly revitalized and proliferated under the cauldron's response and the stimulation of the Omega energy. Within the cauldron, he beheld the chaotic and twisted essence of the materials previously collected, the frenzied concept of the god of wine, the ancient magic and curse embedded in Circe's blood, the residual terror of the parallax creature, the possibilities derived from Kryptonian life codices, and even the profound understanding of reality's stability achieved during the complete refinement of the abyssal behemoth and the god of wine's essence. All these seemingly disparate and even conflicting forces began to collide, merge, and reconstruct frantically under the domineering harmony of the Omega effect, forming a grotesque blueprint imbued with the aesthetics of destruction within his consciousness. With the materials prepared and the blueprint complete, Qin Kailan suddenly opened his eyes, a chaotic radiance swirling within them, and intoned, "With this Omega as fuel and myriad malice as flame, I forge my Azura armor." Boom! The cauldron trembled violently as the chaotic essence surged within, centered around the refined Omega essence. The madness of the god of wine served as veins, the curse of Circe's blood as patterns, the fear of the parallax creature as embellishments, the possibilities of Krypton as the framework, and the understanding of reality as balance. All materials instantaneously melded into one. A dark red beam shot skyward from the cauldron, piercing through the lunar base's uppermost layer and illuminating the cold surface of the moon. Within the beam, countless distorted wails, frantic murmurs, and a chilling will of destruction interwove and spiraled, emanating a terrifying aura that left the entire battlefield momentarily breathless. As the light dissipated, a brand new armor enveloped Qin Kailan entirely. This armor, a mesmerizing interplay of dark red and pitch black, boasted sinuous yet menacing lines, as if forged from solidified blood and shattered shadows. Sharp, horn-like spikes jutted from the joints, while the shoulder guards took the form of a roaring skull. At the center of the chest armor, a dark red vortex rotated slowly, continuously absorbing surrounding light, resembling a miniature black hole, symbolizing the manifestation of Omega power. The armor's patterns resembled flowing curse runes, occasionally revealing the grinning visage of a jester or flashing with the brilliance of Circe's magic. It radiated an exquisite beauty intertwined with an aura of extreme peril, as if it were the very embodiment of destruction itself. Azura armor, a forbidden armor born of destruction and twisted concepts. Qin Kailan felt the overwhelming power coursing through the armor, a terrifying authority capable of invoking destruction and distorting rules with but a thought. He gently clenched his fist, and the surrounding space rippled subtly, as though it could scarcely bear the weight of his newfound might. He lifted his gaze, piercing through the barriers of the base, coldly locking onto the enormous flagship of the Apocalypse star in the distance. The flagship's main cannon appeared to be in a state of overload, disrupted by a sudden cessation of energy. Awakening to such a grand gift, Qin Kailan's voice resonated through his armor, imbued with a hint of frost. In the spirit of reciprocity, I shall return the favor. He raised his right hand, the runes on the arm of the Shuro armor, igniting. The Omega vortex on his chest abruptly accelerating. The portion of Omega energy he had absorbed, but not yet fully refined, mingled with the destructive nature of the armor itself, coalescing in his palm into a pulsating, dark red energy sphere known as the Shuro Destruction Wave. Without any buildup or forewarning, he casually waved his hand. The dark red energy sphere vanished in an instant, only to reappear directly before the muzzle of the flagship's main cannon. A thunderous explosion ensued. It was not merely a collision of energy, but a bizarre and twisted annihilation. The flagship's main cannon, along with a significant portion of the bow, seemed to be forcibly erased by an invisible hand, structures collapsing, energy spiraling out of control, triggering a series of catastrophic chain reactions. The colossal vessel trembled violently, billowing thick smoke, temporarily incapacitated in its offensive capabilities. The power of a single strike was utterly devastating. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Both the soldiers of the Apocalypse Star and the personnel of the lunar base were rendered speechless by this sudden and overwhelming counterattack. Qin Kailan slowly ascended from the shattered dome of the base, the Shuro armor, reflecting a ghostly sheen under the pale sunlight of the moon, resembling a descending deity. He gazed down upon the chaotic fleet of the Apocalypse Star and the damaged flagship in the distance, his cold voice reverberating across the battlefield. Now is time for my feast. Chapter 94. The arrival of Shuro, the feast commences. Qin Kailan's icy proclamation resonated like the tolling of a death knell within the perception of every soldier of the Apocalypse Star. Suspended above the lunar base, the Shuro armor shimmered with dark red and black hues, the Omega vortex on his chest slowly rotating, emanating an aura that devoured all light and hope. Without a roar or a charge, he merely raised his hand, grasping at the densely packed troops and smaller warships of the Apocalypse Star below, as if clutching at locusts. Shuro authority, collapse of all things, an invisible force field, embodying the ultimate concept of annihilation, suddenly expanded outward from his center. Wherever the force field passed, horrific scenes unfolded. The heavily armored soldiers of the Apocalypse Star disintegrated silently, akin to weathered sandcastles, their energy weapons dissolving into nothingness. Even the lunar soil beneath their feet instantaneously lost its structure, collapsing into the most fundamental particles, without a sound, as if consumed by the void. Hundreds, even thousands of units from the Apocalypse Star evaporated under this seemingly trivial gesture, leaving not a trace of dust, as if they had never existed at all. A vast swath of the battlefield was instantly cleared, leaving behind a surface as smooth as a mirror. Within the lunar base, silence reigned supreme. The Flash, Barry Allen, gaped in astonishment, nearly forgetting to breathe. Wow, this is simply more outrageous than the quantum annihilator of Central City. Hal Jordan, witnessing an enemy he had to exert every ounce of his strength to defend against being effortlessly obliterated, felt his throat go dry. By Green Lantern, what power! Diana and Clark exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock mirrored in the other's eyes. They were acutely aware of the formidable nature of the Apocalyptian soldiers. Yet before the newly forged armor of Qin Kailan, they appeared as fragile as mere insects. This was not merely a disparity in strength, but rather a crushing superiority at a fundamental level. Starfire and Selina gazed on in awe, particularly Selina, whose feline tail involuntarily arched as she muttered under her breath. This guy is terrifying every time he wakes up. Rachel sensed the destructive aura emanating from the field, akin to her own dark essence, but far more absolute, causing the shadows beneath her hood to quiver slightly. The Apocalyptian fleet was evidently shaken by this sudden and terrifying blow, their offensive momentarily faltering. Yet, as Darkseid's war machine, they felt no fear, only the chilling resolve to execute orders. The remaining warships swiftly reformed their ranks, unleashing a torrential downpour of more ferocious energy beams and missiles. attempting to overwhelm this enigmatic foe with sheer firepower. In the face of this saturation attack capable of plowing through the lunar surface, Qin Kailan merely emitted a derisive snort. The flowing curse runes on the surface of his Shura armor ignited with brilliance, intertwining the frenzied whispers of the god of wine with Circe's ancient curses to form an invisible barrier. Upon contact, the incoming energy beams seemed to sink into a quagmire. Their structures rapidly distorted and decomposed, ultimately transformed into streams of pure energy, greedily consumed by the Omega Vortex at the armor's chest. The physical missiles, meanwhile, had been rendered null long before approaching, disintegrated by the universal disintegration force field. Not only was he unscathed, but he also treated these attacks as sustenance. "Is this all you have?" Qin Kailan's voice resonated through the armor, tinged with dissatisfaction. "Then let it end." With a swift movement, a pair of massive wings, formed from shadow energy and the rules of destruction, unfurled behind him. With a powerful flap, he transformed into a crimson streak, tearing through space as he charged toward the colossal Apocalyptian fleet. No longer was it a broad erasure. It was a precise and efficient harvest. Like a wraith, he navigated through the armada, and wherever he passed, whether it was an indomitable battleship or a nimble escort vessel, any craft touched by his hand began to swiftly disintegrate from the point of contact, vanishing within mere seconds like ignited paper, leaving only refined energy and rare metal materials to be absorbed by the following shadow of universal forging. At times, he would unleash a powerful punch, causing a warship to explode from within with a brilliant yet fleeting display. At others, he would press his palms together, invoking Omega energy to create localized spatial distortions, compressing several ships into metallic spheres, effortlessly absorbing them thereafter. This is no longer a battle. It has devolved into a one-sided massacre, a lavish feast orchestrated by Qin Kailan against the apocalyptic star fleet. The myriad forces within him hum vibrantly, swiftly replenishing the energy depleted from the prior refining of the god of wine's essence and his forced awakening, even hinting at a subtle enhancement. In the depths of the Batcave, Bruce Wayne silently observed this astonishing conflict through images relayed from the lunar base. His fingers danced rapidly across the control panel, analyzing each capability exhibited by the Azura armor. Energy absorption, matter disintegration, rule distortion, and spatial interference. These phenomena transcended the bounds of conventional physics and energy. Bruce's voice was low and devoid of emotion, yet the tightness of his lips betrayed his inner turbulence. "Alfred, record all data. This power is exceedingly perilous." "Indeed, sir," Alfred replied, his tone laced with concern. "Mr. Qin's display of destructive force is more than sufficient to obliterate an interstellar fleet. However, it appears he is selectively eliminating the invaders. For this reason, it is imperative to comprehend the essence and controllability of his powers." Bruce switched the display to the global monitoring network, noting that while the primary fleet of Apocalypse had sustained damage, Darkseid's objectives had been partially fulfilled. He had successfully tested Earth's defensive capabilities, particularly the threat level posed by Qin Kailan. "I suspect that this invasion may well be a trial." He retrieved the data remnants from the previously intercepted micro-motherbox fragment, his brow furrowed. The coordinates of the anti-life equation, the emergence of Omega energy, and Qin Kailan's peculiar mastery and utilization of this energy. There must be some profound connection between these elements. In the dimensional rift within a hidden sanctum, the crystal ball reflected the scene of Qin Kailan wielding the Azura armor, slaughtering the apocalyptic star fleet as if a demon had descended upon the realm. The calm composure that once graced Circe's face had vanished, replaced by profound horror and a tinge of regret. She finally comprehended why the shaman vehemently opposed taking action against the slumbering Qin Kailan. This power had entirely surpassed the realm of magic she could fathom. How could he so effortlessly command and even consume Omega energy? Circe's voice trembled in disbelief. That is Darkseid's primal force. The shaman, concealed in the shadows, remained silent for an extended period. His gaze pierced through the crystal ball, seemingly resting directly upon Qin Kailan and the Azura armor. His presence felt heavier than ever before. "Do you see this, Circe?" The shaman's voice was hoarse and grave, imbued with the weight of witnessing history. "This is the variable I warned you about. This is the egg that should not be lightly struck. Not only did he not perish under the Omega energy, but he transformed it into sustenance, forging this armor imbued with a sense of destructive and twisted beauty. The shaman spoke slowly. Darkseid has, perhaps unwittingly, awakened an unimaginable monstrosity. He paused momentarily, his tone imbued with a barely perceptible trepidation, even a hint of reverence for the unknown. Such a pure mastery of destruction is exceedingly rare, even in my long existence. This spectacle is becoming increasingly intriguing. Inform Luthor, it is time to advance to the next phase. The true chaos is only just beginning. The battle near the lunar orbit is nearing its conclusion. The colossal apocalyptic invasion fleet has suffered losses exceeding 80% against the unparalleled might of the Jura armor. The few remaining vessels are in a desperate flight, attempting to escape the solar system, but whether they can successfully elude Qin Kailan remains uncertain. The damaged flagship, after several futile counterattacks, finally activated some form of spatial jump device, dragging its battered hull and vanishing into the distorted ripples of space, barely preserving its core. Suspended in the void, Qin Kailan was enveloped in the refined energy radiating from the fleet he had vanquished. The brilliance of the Azura armor, growing ever more profound and restrained. He savored the overwhelming power surging within him and the satisfaction of transmuting all things. His gaze sweeping over the debris-strewn lunar orbit, now devoid of immediate peril, and the distant azure planet. Earth was, for the moment, safe. He descended slowly towards the lunar base, his armor flowing back into him like a living entity, revealing his true visage. Though his complexion remained somewhat pale, his eyes glimmered with a sharpness akin to a blade, his presence unfathomably deep. Diana, Clark, and others rushed forward, their faces illuminated with the joy of survival and an unmistakable shock. "Kailan, are you all right?" Diana inquired with concern. "Do not worry, I am fine," Qin Kailan replied, nodding. His gaze then drifted past them, peering into the profound depths of the cosmos, brow furrowed. The matter was far from resolved. Darkseid would not simply acquiesce. Moreover, he sensed that during the absorption of Omega energy, something deeper had been stirred. His intuition warned him that this victory might merely herald the onset of a greater tempest. Chapter 95. Aftermath of war and the underlying currents of the lunar base, its damaged dome, temporarily shrouded by an emergency energy membrane, was brightly lit within. Yet an eerie silence hung in the air, reminiscent of a narrow escape from calamity. The atmosphere still bore the chilling breath of Omega energy and the peculiar scent left by the annihilation of metal. Qin Kailan stood at the center, having retracted the Azura armor and donned a standard combat uniform of the base. The pallor of exhaustion had yet to fully dissipate from his face, but his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, akin to stars forged in fire. He inhaled deeply, feeling a surge of power within him that far surpassed his previous capabilities. An indescribable exhilaration and sense of control blossoming within. What a thrill! This is how the transmutation of all things should feel. Omega energy is truly a tremendous boon. He silently reveled in this realization, nearly bursting forth in triumphant exultation. But as he lifted his gaze, he met a circle of profoundly complex expressions surrounding him. Superman Clark's eyes reflected pure relief, mingled with a subtle shock as he stepped forward and clapped Qin Kailan's shoulder with a firm grip. "Well done, Kailan. Had it not been for your timely awakening, the Earth would have been deprived of the words that followed," though the implication was unmistakable. A sincere sense of gratitude warmed Qin Kailan's heart. Wonder Woman Diana gazed at him with piercing eyes, filled with the admiration and curiosity of a warrior. "The power contained within your new armor is both ancient and formidable. How does it feel?" "Feel?" Qin Kailan grinned, revealing a set of pearly whites, pride emanating from him like a child who has just acquired a new toy. "It feels as if I've been fighting with a wooden stick all along, and now I've finally wielded a 40-meter-long broadsword, which, mind you, is infinitely durable." This crude, yet vivid metaphor momentarily stunned Diana, before she broke into a laugh and shook her head, clearly accustomed to his manner of speaking. Catwoman Selina darted over like a gust of wind, playfully thumping his chest. Her feline eyes shimmered with a mix of fear and pride. "You scared me half to death. You were so deeply asleep, but you looked quite magnificent just now." Her candidness made Qin Kailan bashfully touch his nose. Starfire Corey, on the other hand, was more direct, enveloping Qin Kailan in a grand embrace. Her sparkling eyes, brimming with admiration and fervor, met his gaze. He had no doubt that had the surroundings been more private, she would have been even bolder. Yet, he could not remain indifferent to such an ardent gaze, and he reciprocated her embrace, which left her thoroughly satisfied as she stepped aside. Green Lantern Hal Jordan hovered nearby, his expression a tapestry of astonishment, envy, and a hint of the small indignation that comes with being a lantern. He finally exclaimed, "Buddy, your gear is utterly outrageous. I doubt even the central battery of the stars possesses such dominance." Batman Bruce Wayne's holographic image had remained silent in observation until now, finally speaking with his customary calmness, tinged with a hint of severity. "Qin, how stable is your new ability? Have you sensed any unusual emotional influences or signs of energy instability?" His inquiries were always piercing, laced with scrutiny. Qin Kailan felt a twinge of irritation at Bruce's skepticism, but patiently assessed the situation before responding affirmatively. "It's remarkably stable. Don't worry, old friend. The essence of this power lies in absolute control. What you witnessed was merely its standard manifestation, devoid of side effects." Raven Rachel stood at a distance, the shadows beneath her hood subtly shifting as she spoke softly. A powerful, dark energy, yet remarkably pure, untainted. Her perception delved deeper into the essence of things. As he looked at his gathered companions, feeling their gratitude, admiration, concern, and scrutiny, the fleeting sense of elation born from newfound power settled into a peculiar sense of grounding. This feeling of being needed and acknowledged was surprisingly pleasant. "Celebration can wait." Bruce's holographic image interrupted the brief moment of levity. "Though we have repelled this attack, the crisis is far from over." He summoned a data analysis chart. "Firstly, the flagship and the remaining fleet that escaped will relay information about you, particularly regarding your new armor, back to Darkseid. The next invasion will undoubtedly be more intricate and targeted. Moreover, it is of greater significance." Bruce's tone intensified as he continued. "While analyzing the signal remnants of the self-destructed miniature motherbox fragment, I discovered that its encryption method harbored a remarkably ancient grammatical structure, subtly distinct from the known apocalyptic technology tree, and more akin to some primordial code, coupled with the fact that it transmitted coordinates for an anti-life equation. I suspect that the fragment utilized by Luthor and Circe may have undergone special treatment or inherently carried a portion of the original information regarding the equation." "Original information?" Diana furrowed her brow, pondering how a mother box, a creation of apocalyptic technology, could possess such attributes. The apocalyptic technology is ever-evolving. Perhaps the earliest prototypes of the mother box, designed to seek the equation, are intricately intertwined with the foundational logic of the equation itself. Bruce continued, "More importantly, Qin, when you absorbed the Omega energy, did you perceive any information beyond mere destruction? For instance, a whisper? An echo of coordinates?" Qin Kailan reflected carefully before shaking his head. "No, it was purely destructive energy, a substantial infusion. If I had to articulate it, at the very core of that energy, there seemed to be an exceedingly faint, chilling remnant of will, but it was instantaneously refined away, leaving nothing behind." Bruce fell silent for a moment. A remnant of will is crucial. Darkseid may be capable of remotely sensing or even exerting influence through the Omega effect. You must remain vigilant. Additionally, Victor Stone's condition is temporarily stable, but the fusion with the motherbox fragment is irreversible. We need to swiftly decide how to proceed. At that moment, Qin Kailan suddenly felt a slight flutter in his heart. It was not pain, but a peculiar sensation of resonance, as if some distant entity was eliciting an extremely faint response from the recently calmed force within him. This feeling was fleeting yet remarkably clear. What is happening? Is the force stirring? No, something outside is drawing it. He instinctively clasped his chest, his expression shifting. This anomaly was immediately noticed by the others. "Kailan, what is wrong?" Diana inquired with concern. "It's nothing." Qin Kailan frowned, focusing intently. The flutter had vanished, yet he was certain it was not a mere illusion. It seemed he had sensed something distant and vague, related to the anti-life equation. He glanced uncertainly at Bruce. Bruce's gaze sharpened instantaneously. "Specific sensation? I can't quite articulate it. It felt as though something illuminated briefly in my heart before extinguishing again." Qin Kailan endeavored to convey that elusive feeling. Bruce fell into contemplation. This may be a pivotal clue. Perhaps the equation is not entirely passive. It may react to specific energies or entities. By refining the omega energy, you might have inadvertently triggered a connection. A connection? Does that mean I'm linked to that equation? Qin Kailan mused, feeling not fear, but rather an exhilarating anticipation. It sounds like another remarkable material. Uncertain of what marvelous treasures could emerge from the cauldron of transformation, his mind began to race with possibilities. If omega energy was this potent, what level of artifact could the anti-life equation be? If he could obtain it? Observing the involuntary expression of curiosity and greed on Qin Kailan's face, both Kilianda and Selina, familiar with his character, couldn't help but sigh. This fellow, having just survived a life-and-death battle, was already fixated on new materials. Despite the looming threats, the immediate conflict had reached a temporary respite. The lunar base required repairs, and the warriors needed to recuperate. Clark had to return to Earth to reassure the populace and attend to the two imprisoned Kryptonian criminals. Hell needed to report back and replenish the Lantern's energy. Bruce was to delve deeper into the mysteries of the Mother Box and the equation while coordinating global defenses. Diana, Selina, Starfire, and Rachel remained at the lunar base for the time being. That night, Qin Kailan stood alone on the observation platform, gazing at the distant Earth. The stars shimmered brilliantly against the vast cosmos. The initial exhilaration of acquiring immense power gradually subsided, replaced by a heavy sense of responsibility and contemplation of the future. Darkseid would undoubtedly not relent. The anti-life equation and the lurking wretches hiding in the shadows posed significant troubles. He placed a hand on his chest, sensing the dormant cauldron within him. However, with you by my side, there seems little to fear. A confident smile curved his lips. Bring it on. Whatever malevolent entities come my way, they shall serve as mere resources. Just as he was swept up in his fervor, a subtle tremor, linked to the anti-life equation and emanating from the depths of the universe, brushed against his consciousness, now slightly clearer than before. It felt as though something in the dark void was watching him, drawing nearer. Chapter 96. A moment of warmth amidst renewed crisis. The repair work at the lunar base was proceeding in a tense yet orderly fashion. Automated engineering robots busily mended the dome's damages and the scars on the exterior. Although the atmosphere remained grave, the victory against the apocalypse invasion infused the base with a sense of relief from disaster. Qin Kailan was currently in his quarters, having just completed a physical examination, a request insisted upon by Bruce to ensure he had no hidden injuries after donning the new armor. The results were exceedingly favorable. In fact, his physical condition had improved due to the refining effects of omega energy. As the hatch slid open, two graceful figures simultaneously entered. Hey, great hero. How did the checkup go? Selina Kyle inquired first, having changed out of her quantum phantom suit into a form-fitting black training outfit that accentuated her exquisite figure. She naturally approached Qin Kailan, lightly elbowing him, her feline eyes sparkling with mischievous delight. You weren't damaged by that omega energy, were you? Her tone was casual and affectionate, imbued with the characteristic nonchalance of a Gotham girl that belied genuine concern. Before Qin Kailan could respond, Starfire Kilianda also cast a worried glance his way. She remained clad in her iconic purple battle attire, her fiery orange hair cascading like flames. Her manner of expression was refreshingly candid, imbued with the sincerity of a Tamaran princess. Lon, your life energy fluctuations are remarkably stable, even more vigorous than before. But is that destructive power truly manageable? Her golden eyes brimmed with concern as she gently grasped Qin Kailan's wrist, seemingly wishing to feel his pulse firsthand. Surrounded by two girlfriends, each distinctive in style, yet equally caring, Qin Kailan felt the tension that had gripped him from battle dissipate entirely. He chuckled, clasping Starfire's hand with one of his own while wrapping the other around Selina's waist, drawing them both closer. Rest assured, my body has been tempered through countless trials. His tone carried a hint of pride. Omega energy may sound intimidating, but to my forge, it's merely a potent supplement. I'm perfectly fine. Feels like I could dismantle that flagship with my bare hands. His words were half jest, half truth, prompting Selina to give him a playful eye roll. Keep boasting, she retorted, though her body pressed in closer. Next time, don't sleep so soundly. Do you know how worried we were? A tremor of anxiety tinged her voice. Starfire nodded vigorously, her expression earnest. Yes, Lon. Seeing you unconscious while we felt powerless was truly dreadful. Her emotional expressions were always so direct and intense. Feeling the genuine concern of his two girlfriends, Qin Kailan set aside his playful demeanor, his tone softening to one of warmth and resolve. I understand. This was an accident. I will be more cautious in the future, and I won't allow you to worry again. He paused, a familiar, somewhat greedy smile resurfacing on his face. That said, the gains this time were truly substantial. The Shura armor is astonishingly powerful, and I sense a deeper mastery over my forge. Once I fully assimilate the energy and materials I've absorbed, who knows what new wonders I might create. Seeing him so quickly distracted by new possibilities, Selena and Starfire exchanged amused glances, unable to suppress their laughter. They had long since grown accustomed to his obsession with materials and power, which had become an integral part of his unique charm. The warm atmosphere in the small rest pod temporarily dispelled the shadows of war. The three nestled together, relishing a moment of tranquility until a light cough interrupted them. Turning to look, they found Diana regarding them with an ambiguous gaze. Am I interrupting something? Knowing that, shouldn't you have quietly departed? Qin Kailan responded, somewhat speechless. Yet he recognized that Diana was not one to misread the room. Her approach meant there was a matter at hand. What has happened? At his inquiry, Diana's teasing smile faded, her expression turning serious. Bruce just sent word. Victor's condition has worsened. Qin Kailan nodded, addressing the three women. I will visit Earth to check on that fellow named Victor. Zatanna's magic can temporarily stabilize him. But the root of the issue remains unresolved. Perhaps my forge can be of assistance. Selena languidly leaned against his shoulder and said, waking up only to don the mantle of a savior? Shall I accompany you? Her tone carried a hint of playful affection and concern. Starfire, more direct, grasped his hand, her golden eyes brimming with trust. Lon, your powers are filled with miracles. You will surely aid that unfortunate soul. Diana nodded in agreement. Victor is an innocent victim. Resolving the potential dangers of the mother box is crucial for all of us. Do you require my presence? No need. It's a trivial matter. I shall return shortly. Qin Kailan replied with a smile, warmed by the concern of his girlfriends. With a mere thought, the Silent Star armor enveloped him entirely. Compared to the Azura's ferocity, this suit was more suited for swift traversal and precise maneuvers. Stay in touch. In a flash of light, he activated the base's short-range teleportation device and appeared above Earth, racing towards the Gotham Star Laboratory. In the isolation zone of the Star Laboratory, Zatanna wore a weary expression, yet her gaze remained focused as she maintained the magical barrier enveloping Victor. Bruce stood nearby, monitoring the data. Victor's half-mechanical form trembled slightly, the fusion of metal and flesh flickering with unstable energy, his face marred by pain. At that moment, a streak of light pierced through layers of protection, revealing Qin Kailan's figure. What is the situation? He inquired directly, his gaze fixed on Victor. Highly unstable, Bruce replied gravely. The mother box fragment is attempting to completely consume his human consciousness. Zatanna's magic acts like a dam in a rushing current, merely delaying the inevitable rather than eradicating it. Qin Kailan approached the edge of the force field, his eyes gently closing as he quietly extended his perception, scanning Victor's condition. He observed the active, aggressive energy of the mother box fragment, alongside Victor's resilient yet waning human consciousness and the rough, unstable connection between the two. Indeed, troublesome. However, this fusion is in essence a form of forging, albeit a crude process with poorly handled materials. He opened his eyes, resolute. I have a solution. Not to sever the connection, for that could cost him his life. Instead, I shall aid him in achieving a perfect fusion, allowing him to truly master this power. Both Zatanna and Bruce turned their attention to him. How do we proceed? Zatanna inquired. Simply trust me. Qin Kailan responded without elaboration. He gestured for Zatanna to gradually withdraw the magical barrier while placing his hand above Victor. The ethereal image of forging manifested in his palm, enveloping Victor with a gentle yet profound power. This force did not aggressively attack the mother box fragment. Rather, it acted like the most delicate of nanoscopic surgical instruments, beginning to intervene in the chaotic fusion process. Under the influence of this power, the ferocious, invasion-driven consciousness of the mother box fragment was gradually extracted and refined, leaving only the purest energy and technological template. Simultaneously, Victor's damaged human nerves and bodily tissues were nourished and repaired, engaging in an unprecedented, harmonious reconstruction with the purified energy of the mother box. This process demands an extraordinary level of control. Qin Kailan is entirely focused. He observes as Victor's mechanical components become increasingly streamlined, imbued with a sense of biological elegance, while the fleshy parts radiate a vibrant metallic sheen. Most critically, the unstable energy conflict gradually subsides, replaced by an aura of harmonious unity. After a considerable time, Qin Kailan withdraws his hand and exhales deeply. It's done. On the sickbed, Victor Stone slowly opens his eyes. His gaze is no longer filled with pain and confusion, but rather with astonishment and incredulity. He raises his hand, and with a mere thought, the mechanical arm instantly transforms into liquid metal, then swiftly reconstitutes into a normal human hand, moving freely. I have control. He gazes at his hand in disbelief, his voice trembling yet suffused with the joy of rebirth. I feel whole. Bruce rapidly scans the data, a rare expression of astonishment on his face. Incredible. Vital signs are completely stable. The mother box energy has been perfectly integrated, and there are no longer any rejection responses. He can even shift effortlessly between organic and mechanical forms. Zatanna breathes a sigh of relief, her gaze towards Qin Kailan filled with awe. You have once again created a miracle, Qin. Qin Kailan chuckles softly, a hint of pride in his demeanor. Basic skills. Nothing too complicated. From now on, he will truly be steel, a formidable force on our side. He senses that assisting Victor in this intricate forging has deepened his own understanding of strength. Meanwhile, in Lex Luthor's hideout, Luthor watches the magical recordings sent by Cersei, his expression dark enough to drench in water. The surge in Qin Kailan's power far exceeds his expectations, instilling within him an unprecedented sense of threat and jealousy. Conventional methods, even the invasion of Apocalypse, seem inadequate to restrain him. Luthor murmurs to himself. He calls up an encrypted communication list, fixing his gaze on a singular name, Dr. Savannah, a mystic specializing in ancient magic and runes, reportedly in search of the so-called Eternal Stone and the Council of Sorcerers. Luthor dials the communication, a cunning smile spreading across his face. Dr. Savannah, this is Lex Luthor. I believe we need to discuss how to address certain unnatural threats currently plaguing Earth. I have scientific dilemmas that cannot be fully explained, and perhaps your knowledge of magic could provide a fresh perspective. Naturally, I also possess information regarding ancient energy sources that may pique your interest. There's a moment of silence on the other end of the call, followed by a calm, yet inquisitive voice. Mr. Luthor, it is a pleasure to finally speak with you. I am quite intrigued by what you mentioned. At the moon base, as Qin Kailan returns, he has yet to discuss the situation regarding steel with Selena and Starfire when piercing alarms once again resonate throughout the entire facility. Warning: high-intensity magical energy bursts detected at multiple global locations. Locations confirmed: Fawcett City, Tyndall War Battlefield Ruins, Kandak Border. Energy feature analysis: highly consistent with known motherbox fluctuations, yet wilder and more ancient. The spatial barrier is being forcibly torn asunder. On the holographic star map, several points on Earth ignited with a blinding crimson glow. A pulse of ominous energy, infused with the essence of dark magic and interstellar technology, began to rapidly spread through these ruptured points. Diana's expression shifted dramatically. She recognized this sensation as the complete activation of the mother box. Yet, it was not in the manner of Apocalypse. It resembled a savage summoning. Clark's superhuman hearing detected the chaotic cacophony emanating from Earth. Anguished cries and some inhuman roars filled the air. Qin Kailan's gaze sharpened, the Azura armor resonating with the palpable darkness that was descending. This aura was more ferocious and primal than the soldiers of Apocalypse he had faced before. Clearly, Luthor had not been idle. He had sought new allies and conjured something far more troublesome. He cracked his neck, a surge of battle fervor igniting within him. This was a perfect opportunity to stretch his limbs after aiding others in their training. What manner of creatures had arrived this time? Starfire and Selena immediately flanked him, their expressions resolute. They knew that the brief respite had come to an end. A far greater storm was upon them. Chapter 97. The wailing of the mother box and the arrival of the wasteland wolves, the alarm at the lunar base echoed like the death knell, shattering the momentary tranquility. The holographic star map lit up with crimson signals from various corners of Earth, resembling festering wounds on the planet's surface, exuding a foul stench of maleficence interwoven with technological dread. Energy readings soared alarmingly. The spatial structure was collapsing. Starfire's voice carried an unprecedented urgency as high-intensity magical energy eruptions were reported at multiple global locations, with confirmed sites including the Tyndall battle site, Fawcett City, and the Kandok border. The energy signatures corresponded closely with the mother box's fluctuations, yet they were wilder and more ancient. Diana tightened her grip on the sword of Hephaestus, her gaze sharp. This brutal method of activation was laced with traces of dark magic. Far from the orthodox technologies of Apocalypse, there was undoubtedly someone well-versed in ancient sorcery behind this. Clark's heightened senses were in full operation, his expression darkening with each passing moment. I can hear countless screams of despair and a deep, inhuman growl. There are so many of them. They are pouring forth from those spatial rifts. Qin Kailan felt the tremors from the Azura armor, a natural attraction to pure darkness and chaotic energy. He grinned, feeling not fear but exhilaration. Regardless of the fiends that had emerged, this was a perfect opportunity to bless his new armor. Old Bruce, which rift is the most active? Bruce's voice crackled through the comms, calm yet rapid. The energy levels at all eruption points are continuously rising. However, the most concentrated energy and the most unstable point is the Tyndall battle site. The ancient death energy lingering there is reacting violently with the dark energy of the mother box. Tyndall? That ancient battlefield? Diana's expression faltered. It was a resting place for countless souls. If it were to be corrupted by dark energy, Qin Kailan wasted no time. I will seal off that largest rift. Clark, Diana, you are the swiftest. Handle the other points and try to contain the spread of those ghastly entities. Selena and Cole, you remain at the base to monitor the situation and provide support at any time. Understood. Clark and Diana wasted no time, transforming into two radiant streaks of red and blue light, swiftly plunging into the already open portal, racing toward the other eruption points on Earth. Although Selena wished to accompany them, she understood the gravity of the situation and nodded. Be careful. Don't overexert yourselves. Starfire resolutely stated, we will handle the base. Stay in contact. Without further ado, Qin Kailan was enveloped in the Shura armor, the dark crimson and obsidian armor emanating a heart-stopping aura of destruction. Utilizing his teleportation ability, he transported himself above the ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield of Tinder, the gates of hell flung wide open. Once a site of valor, it had now devolved into utter chaos. The earth was rent asunder, and black energy surged forth like a fountain from the fissures, twisting into a massive, unstable spatial vortex in the sky. At the vortex's center, amidst thunder and lightning, a metallic box adorned with eerie patterns floated, having been forcefully activated. The mother box, countless shrieking, grotesque creatures, a nightmarish amalgamation of bats and insects, surged forth from the vortex like an overwhelming tide. Their skin was pallid, their eyes hollow, driven solely by an insatiable desire for destruction. These were the biological weapons of Apocalypse. Amidst these creatures, one towering, imposing figure stood out dramatically, clad in heavy dark gray armor. His helmet bore a fearsome horn design, and in his grasp was an enormous battle axe, the blade of the wolf, radiating a sinister crimson energy. Merely standing there, the terrifying pressure he exuded warped the space around him. The vanguard of Apocalypse, the desolate wolf. He sensed the call of the mother box and had crossed the starry seas solely for conquest and annihilation. For Darkseid, the desolate wolf unleashed a thunderous roar, swinging his colossal axe, sending a crimson energy wave that obliterated a distant hillock. This world shall kneel beneath the feet of Apocalypse. More of the grotesque creatures poured forth from the rifts behind him, like a black plague, beginning to spread in all directions. Just as the desolate wolf reveled in his triumph, preparing to command the monstrous horde, the sky suddenly darkened. A dark crimson streak of light, akin to a spear of judgment, plummeted at supersonic speed, crashing precisely between the spatial vortex and the monstrous army. Boom! A terrifying shockwave, imbued with destructive energy, radiated outward, instantly vaporizing hundreds, if not thousands, of the grotesque beings. The earth was struck, creating a massive crater, shrouded in smoke and dust. The desolate wolf's pupils constricted, his axe raised defensively against the shockwave, his expression turning grave. From the swirling dust, he sensed a presence that rivaled his own, even more perilous in certain aspects. As the smoke began to dissipate, Qin Kailan, clad in the Shura armor, slowly rose from the depths of the crater. He cracked his neck, producing a sound akin to a snap, his dark crimson compound eyes scanning the seemingly endless horde of grotesque beings, finally locking onto the desolate wolf. "Ah," he scoffed, "I expected someone of great significance. Yet it turns out to be merely a hulking figure clad in heavy iron, wielding a mere firewood stick. Has the Dawnstar truly run out of competent warriors, resorting to send such a wretch to face death?" The Wasteland Wolf had never endured such humiliation, and rage instantly eclipsed reason. "Insect, how dare you desecrate the glory of the Dawnstar? I shall dismantle your bones, one by one," he roared, his massive frame displaying an astonishing speed that belied his size, as he swung the wolf's great axe, imbued with the power to rend all, down upon Qin Kailan's head. Even before the axe reached its target, the crimson energy emanating from it sent a shrill scream through the air. "Glory? With such a pitiful axe?" Qin Kailan scoffed, standing his ground without flinching, merely lifting his right arm, shrouded in the Azura armor. Clang! The deafening clash of metal reverberated across the battlefield. The Wasteland Wolf's colossal axe, capable of cleaving mountains, was unexpectedly seized by Qin Kailan's bare hands. The furious crimson energy that struck against the armor left not even a trace, instead being rapidly absorbed and annihilated by the runes etched upon its surface. The wicked grin on the Wasteland Wolf's face instantly froze, morphing into a visage of incredulous horror. "Not bad," Qin Kailan remarked, as if appraising a tool, but alas, the axe is simply substandard. No sooner had he spoken than he exerted force with the arm gripping the axe's blade. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as that axe, which had accompanied the Wasteland Wolf through countless battles, began to shatter inch by inch from the point he grasped. Like fragile glass, it fragmented into countless shards. What? The Wasteland Wolf was utterly astonished. This was beyond his comprehension. "Useless trash." Qin Kailan's tone turned frigid, as his other hand shot forth like lightning, pressing directly against the Wasteland Wolf's heavy breastplate. Azura's authority, disintegration of all. In silence, the formidable armor that had once shielded the Wasteland Wolf began to dissolve into the most fundamental particles from the point of contact with Qin Kailan's palm. The flesh beneath the armor followed suit, disintegrating in tandem. "No!" The Wasteland Wolf let out a desperate and terrified scream, struggling fiercely, only to discover that all his strength and energy were rendered utterly meaningless before this bizarre force of disintegration. In a mere 2 to 3 seconds, the once mighty vanguard of the Dawnstar, his massive form, was completely reduced to nothingness beneath Qin Kailan's hand, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. With their leader vanquished, the remaining semblances of demons seemed to lose their direction, descending into chaos. Qin Kailan flicked his wrist, as if merely swatting away an annoying fly. He then gazed upwards at the swirling spatial vortex and the floating fragments of the maternal box, a glimmer of intrigue dancing in his eyes. This energy response is rather peculiar. It appears to be connected to a considerable military encampment, he sensed, for beyond the vortex lay a vast space teeming with the essence of demons. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Earth, within a mysterious underground cavern in Fawcett City, Dr. Savannah peered into a crystal ball, witnessing the events unfold in Tyndallum. His complexion was ashen, and his body trembled, not from fear, but from overwhelming exhilaration. "Did you see it, Luther? Did you see?" He shouted into the communicator with fervor. That power, it effortlessly disassembled the Wasteland Wolf. This is no ordinary divine force or magic. This is the very essence of primal rule. We must obtain it. Once we thoroughly study this power, what will the Wizarding Council or the might of Shazam amount to? Mere trifles. On the other end, Luther's voice echoed with a restrained fervor. "Calm down, Doctor. The greater his power, the more it affirms that we are on the right path. The death of the Wasteland Wolf is fortuitous. It was merely a brute. Now, let's proceed as planned. Let them roam for a while." It is time for this world to witness true ancient terror. Dr. Savannah inhaled deeply, a mad glimmer igniting in his eyes as he advanced towards the depths of the cave, where an ancient stone platform, inscribed with peculiar runes, awaited him. Upon this platform lay several twisted statues, seemingly sculpted from shadows. Come forth, my dear minions. Return with that supreme power for your master. Chapter 98. The appearance of the gargoyles in Shazam for Qin Kailan, clad in the Azura armor. The task of clearing the battlefield in Tindalum was less a battle and more an efficient refuse disposal operation. Dark crimson waves of destruction radiated from him, erasing the aberrations like pencil sketches erased by an eraser, silently vanishing into nothingness. While spatial rifts continued to spew forth aberrations, their pace could not match Qin Kailan's remarkable efficiency in eliminating them. However, just as he was about to clear the battlefield of aberrations and attend to the incessantly operating mother box and spatial rifts, an anomaly arose. The sky abruptly darkened, not from clouds obstructing the sun, but rather from a profound magical shadow imbued with the scent of sulfur enveloping the battlefield. 3 distorted figures, seemingly composed of shadow and stone, quietly materialized in midair at the edge of the battlefield. They bore a resemblance to gargoyles, yet were far more grotesque, with their eye sockets ablaze with an eerie green malevolence, emanating a pure and ancient aura of malevolent magic, starkly different from the aberrations. Qin Kailan paused, intrigued by these unwelcome guests. Magical constructs? Their energy signature is quite distinct, unlike the mass-produced wares below. He could sense that the dark magic contained within these gargoyles was exceptionally refined, strongly linked to some distant source. Meanwhile, deep within the mysterious cave of Fawcett City, Dr. Savannah fervently whispered through the crystal ball, "Go forth, my minions. Tear him apart. Bring back the core of that power." These gargoyles, created through ancient sorcery, were intrinsically connected to his own magical essence, serving as his instruments to probe and ensnare Qin Kailan. The 3 gargoyles emitted a piercing shriek, their rocky wings vibrating as they transformed into 3 shadowy figures, hurtling towards Qin Kailan with astonishing speed from different directions. Their claws were entwined with corrosive shadows, and they exhaled green, fell flames. Flashy, Qin Kailan remarked, neither dodging nor retreating. He refrained from deploying the wide-range annihilation capabilities of the Azura armor, opting instead to gauge the true quality of these magical creatures. In a swift motion, he appeared before a gargoyle, his armored fist crashing down with force. Bang! The magical shield enveloping the gargoyle shattered like parchment, its body obliterated by a single punch. Yet, in the moment of its disintegration, a pure essence of dark magic and an almost imperceptible primordial connection were automatically captured, absorbed, and analyzed by the Azura armor. Oh, such a bonus. A flicker of intrigue sparked within Qin Kailan as the All Things Forge began to analyze this magical essence and the connection. The other 2 gargoyles had already launched their attacks. The fell flames and shadowy claws raked against his back and shoulder armor, leaving not a scratch. As the energy was absorbed by the armor, too weak, Qin Kailan lost interest, his thoughts shifting as the All Things disintegration field unfolded once more. The remaining 2 gargoyles could not even utter a cry before they met the same fate as the first, reduced to pure magical materials and a clearer primordial connection. Absorbed by the forge. Found it. A glint of determination shone in Qin Kailan's eyes. Through the analysis of that primordial connection, he instantly pinpointed a distant location in Fawcett City. Quite the hidden little mouse, aren't you? Just as he prepared to teleport and unearth the mastermind, a somewhat anxious yet feigned calm voice called out from the horizon. "Hey, stop. In the name of the sage Solomon, armored one over there, did you conjure these creatures?" A dazzling bolt of lightning struck down, and amidst the smoke, a robust figure clad in a red skin-tight suit, draped in a white cloak, adorned with a golden lightning emblem on his chest, emerged. He struck a somewhat rigid heroic pose, his expression a mix of tension, curiosity, and an earnest attempt at seriousness. It was Billy Batson, recently bestowed with the powers of Shazam. He had been dealing with the Fawcett City when he sensed a more potent and malevolent magical disturbance emanating from Tyndall. Rushing over, he arrived to witness Qin Kailan dispatching the last 2 gargoyles in a ground strewn with the remnants of, which were dissipating. Qin Kailan regarded the suddenly shifting figure of the robust man, particularly noting the pure and powerful divine energy radiating from him, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a grin. Shazam, your entrance is quite unique. Monsters? You mean these? He gestured to the surroundings, where most were from Apocalypse, while the three stone aviants had been summoned by a practitioner of dark magic. Shazam, Billy, blinked in confusion. Apocalypse? Dark magic? Who are you? He sensed the presence of this figure clad in menacing dark red armor as exceedingly complex, both dangerous yet seemingly not entirely malevolent. Me? Just passing through to clean up the trash. Qin Kailan had no intention of elaborating further. He had matters of importance to attend to. It is nearly complete here. Only the troublesome door remains to be addressed later. I am pressed for time to capture that mouse of the Stonebur man. If you find a moment, please check if there are any lingering entities nearby. Without waiting for Shazam's response, he activated the teleportation, his figure vanishing amidst the radiance, heading directly towards the hideout of Dr. Savannah. Hey, wait. Shazam gazed at the empty space, scratching his head, feeling somewhat disoriented. This individual is quite formidable. However, did he mention a mouse? Fawcett City? Remembering the purpose of his arrival, he resolved to inspect Tyndallum first, then hasten back to Fawcett City. Meanwhile, within the lunar base, Bruce observed through global surveillance as Qin Kailan effortlessly dispatched the gargoyle and briefly interacted with Shazam, also detecting Qin Kailan's sudden teleportation. He must have tracked down the summoner's location. Bruce calmly deduced, this is advantageous, eliminating the root of the problem. Diana, Clark, how is the cleanup on your end? Diana's voice resonated through the communication, slightly breathless yet steady. The entities and mummies at the Kandak border have been largely eradicated. The spatial rift is becoming unstable, seemingly showing signs of closure. Clark's voice followed. There are numerous entities in Fawcett City, still spreading, but at a decelerated pace. I just spotted a flamboyantly dressed strongman assisting in the cleanup. That is Shazam, a powerful being endowed with the might of 6 ancient gods, Satana interjected, who was on Earth seeking traces of the Sorcerer's Apprentice. Shazam? Bruce noted this information. It appears that ancient magical forces have begun to intervene. Presently, although the sporadic Motherbox eruption points have caused chaos, they are manageable. The true threat lies in the scattered, dormant fragments of Motherboxes around the world. As long as they exist, they will always serve as beacons for Darkseid or other ambitious individuals coveting Earth. Cyborg Victor's image joined the conversation, his voice imbued with an electronic synthetic quality, yet his logic was clear. Mr. Wayne is correct. Although the fragment within me has stabilized, I can vaguely sense the presence of other fragments on Earth. Their signals are quite faint and affected by various energy fields. Bruce turned to Cyborg. Victor, if we use the fragment within you as a source and filter, combined with the cutting-edge detection technology from Star Labs and Wayne Enterprises, can we create a powerful sensor to accurately locate all remaining Motherbox fragments on Earth? Cyborg's eyes flickered with data streams, and after a moment, he confidently replied, theoretically feasible. My existence itself serves as a unique signal receiver. As long as we design a sufficiently sensitive and precise amplification and filtering system, we have a high probability of pinpointing the locations of the other fragments. Excellent, Bruce decisively declared, immediately commencing the design and manufacture. Clark, Diana, complete the extermination task swiftly and return to the base. We must eliminate the threat of the Motherbox fragments before the next Wasteland Wolf or something worse is summoned. A global search and recovery operation for the Motherbox fragments is about to begin. As for Qin Kailan, he had already set forth alone, charging toward the lair of Dr. Zawana. In Chapter 99, titled Overwhelming Pressure and Covert Maneuvers, the entrance to the cave, concealed by ancient magic on the outskirts of Fawcett City, revealed itself under Qin Kailan's precise spatial coordinates, melting away like ice under sunlight. Without the slightest hesitation, he donned his Azura armor, resembling a dark red specter of death, and stepped inside. The interior of the cave was far more profound and expansive than it appeared from the outside. The walls were inscribed with twisted runes, and the air was saturated with the scent of sulfur and aged parchment. Dr. Zawana stood before the altar at the center, upon which grotesque, shadowy statues were arranged, seemingly preparing for a formidable spell. Meanwhile, Lex Luthor stood behind a makeshift console, composed of intricate circuitry and transparent containers, within which the vibrant green energy of kryptonite surged violently. He has arrived. Dr. Zawana sensed the unmistakable aura of terror drawing near, his voice trembling with a mixture of fear and anticipation. Luther's gaze was icy as he pressed a button on the console. Initiate the Godslayer protocol. Activate the energy suppression field. Let him witness the pinnacle of human ingenuity. Before he could finish his proclamation, a dark red figure had already materialized at the cave entrance like a wraith. Both Luther and Zawana's pupils constricted simultaneously. Their meticulously arranged magical traps and technological detectors at the entrance had failed to provide any warning whatsoever. Qin Kailan scanned the scene, his gaze sweeping past Zawana's grotesque statues, ultimately resting on the conspicuous kryptonite energy at Luther's console, and sneered. Is this the extent of your preparations based on kryptonite's energy suppression? It appears you are utterly ignorant of my power. He disregarded the so-called energy suppression field entirely. His Azura armor could absorb and convert even Omega energy, rendering such interference trivial. Stepping further into the cave, the dark red Azura armor gleamed ominously under the dim magical illumination. Activate the comprehensive strike protocol. Luther's roar echoed, devoid of surprise, only manic desperation illuminating his expression. He was determined to showcase the pinnacle of human invention. In an instant, concealed weapon platforms throughout the cave sprung to life. High-frequency sonic wave generators emitted invisible shockwaves capable of shattering reinforced concrete, creating visible ripples in the air. A strong electromagnetic binding net, crackling with blue arcs of electricity, descended upon Qin Kailan like a web of doom. Multiple high-energy laser cannons fired searing beams, precisely targeting vital areas such as Qin Kailan's head and chest. Additionally, a torrent of armor-piercing rounds cascaded forth like a metallic tempest. Luther's preparations were nothing short of thorough. This assemblage of advanced technological weaponry was designed to counter various extraordinary abilities in a short span of time. Any ordinary superpowered individual would likely succumb or be severely injured under such a multifaceted and saturated assault. Yet, Qin Kailan merely issued a derisive snort. Is this all you've got? He stood there, devoid of any defensive or evasive maneuvers, allowing all assaults to rain upon the Azura armor. The outcome was disheartening. The deadly sonic waves crashed against the armor's surface without eliciting even the slightest ripple, as if a cow had plunged into the sea. The moment the high-voltage electromagnetic net made contact with the armor, the violent arcs of electricity were absorbed entirely, like docile serpents, while the binding net itself silently disintegrated into nothingness. High-energy laser beams struck the armor, leaving no mark, as the energy was devoured directly by the Omega vortex at the chest. The relentless barrage of armor-piercing projectiles was laughable. Upon impact with the armor, they vaporized instantly, akin to droplets colliding with a hot iron, failing even to hinder Qin Kailan's advance. All the attacks, all the preparations, became a complete farce before the absolute power of the Azura armor to decompose and absorb. The cave was left with the acrid scent of overloaded weaponry and Luther's heavy, terrified breaths. Qin Kailan approached Luther, whose face had turned ashen, his tone flat yet suffused with an oppressive weight. Have you finished playing with your toys? If this is all you have, then this farce should come to an end. He gestured towards Luther's expensive equipment. Azura's authority, total disintegration, and silence, the intricate control panel. The containers brimming with concentrated kryptonite energy, and all connected circuits were reduced to the most fundamental particles, vanishing without a trace. Not a single explosion or energy leak occurred. Luther's arrogance froze in an instant, transforming into sheer horror. His greatest reliance, the ultimate weapon he believed could counter superhumans, had simply ceased to exist, vanished as if it had never been. Impossible. Luther staggered back, his mind a blank slate. Witnessing this, Dr. Savannah screamed in terror, frantically waving his arms as the shadowy statue on the altar trembled violently, powerful dark magic coalescing into a massive, hellfire-infused claw, reaching out for Qin Kailan. Ancient evil? A perfect opportunity to test the compatibility of the new armor. Qin Kailan did not flinch or retreat. Instead, he advanced, the Omega vortex on the chest of the Azura armor subtly rotating. As the demonic claw made contact with the armor, it dissolved like a droplet merging with the ocean. All dark magic instantaneously consumed and decomposed, instead replenishing the armor's energy. The flavor was somewhat mixed, but acceptable, Qin Kailan remarked, taking a step closer to Savannah. Dr. Savannah, confronted with the menacing armor mere inches away, felt the abyssal aura of destruction and completely unraveled. No, you cannot kill me. I possess ancient knowledge. I can serve you. I'm sorry, but I have no interest in madmen, Qin Kailan replied flatly, pressing his palm against Savannah's forehead. Decomposed, the pleas of Dr. Savannah were abruptly silenced. As his body, his gathered magic, his stolen knowledge concerning the Eternal Rock and the Wizard Council, all was utterly erased in an instant. In this world, there exists no longer a Dr. Savannah. Having effortlessly dealt with one, Qin Kailan turned his gaze towards the ashen-faced Luther. It is your turn now, Baldy. Let us see where you can escape this time. Luther, backed against the cold rock wall, felt cold sweat saturate his expensive suit. He watched as Qin Kailan approached, his gaze akin to that of a natural disaster, unfathomable and insurmountable. All of Luther's schemes, all his technology, all his reliance crumbled into mere jest before this man. Just as Qin Kailan's hand was about to touch Luther, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The shadows in the corner of the cave began to twist unnaturally, emanating a spatial fluctuation that was distinctly different from Savannah's dark magic, more obscure and ancient. A narrow, unstable rift in space forcefully opened, revealing countless frenzied, swirling eyes and a nightmarish landscape beyond. The figure of the shaman flickered behind the rift, seemingly having paid a considerable price, his breath disordered. A claw, composed purely of shadow, shot forth from the rift, reaching for Luther. Still seeking to save him? Qin Kailan reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful punch toward the shadowy claw. Boom! The fist and claw collided, causing the shadowy appendage to twist violently, nearly dissipating, yet ultimately managing to block the attack, while pulling the terrified Luther toward the rift. Once again, Qin Kailan recognized that obscure aura, a flash of cold light igniting in his eyes. The Shura destruction wave instantly coalesced in his palm, ready to strike the closing rift. However, the rift closed with astonishing speed. Just as half of Luther's body was dragged in, it vanished entirely, leaving behind the faint echo of the shaman's cold, mocking snicker reverberating through the cave. Qin Kailan's Shura destruction wave struck emptiness, creating a deep crater in the rock wall. TCH, he fled rather swiftly. He pouted in displeasure. He could sense that the shaman had undoubtedly paid a price for this rescue. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to open and maintain a temporary dimensional passage so effortlessly before him. It seems this old monster possesses some understanding of my power, knowing not to confront me head-on. After surveying the now desolate cave, confirming there were no other valuable items or clues, he activated the teleportation device and returned to the lunar base. With Savannah dead and Luther rescued, it was likely that Luther would remain subdued for a while. As for the shaman, he would inevitably come to settle the score. In the dimensional rift, in a hidden sanctuary, Luther tumbled onto the cold ground, breathless and shaken. The figure of Circe materialized beside him, observing his disheveled state, unable to suppress a derisive chuckle. Oh my, is this not our great Lex Luthor? How utterly disheveled you appear. What those high-tech toys you boasted could slay gods? They crumbled before them like a child's building blocks. Luther's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, yet he found himself unable to retort. Each of Circe's words pierced through his pride like daggers. The figure of the shaman coalesced not far away, appearing even more ethereal than before, evidently drained from the tremendous effort to rescue someone from Qin Kailan's grasp. His voice bore a trace of weariness and a chill. Luther, you underestimate the dread of variables. I warned you not to recklessly provoke that slumbering dragon. Savannah's foolish actions nearly exposed us to its gaze. Luther raised his head, his eyes filled with bloodshot fervor and a near-mad obsession. That power is unlike any known science or magic. What is it? We must possess it. Only by mastering that power can we. The shaman interrupted him, his tone laced with undisguised scorn. Can we be rescued like a stray dog today? Cast aside your ridiculous ambitions, Luther. Any rash move before truly comprehending the essence and limits of that power is tantamount to suicide. Cersei added with a sharp retort. It seems your theory of human supremacy pales in comparison to absolute power. Luther fell silent. Yet the mockery from Cersei and the shaman did not shatter him. Rather, it seeped into his soul like venom, breeding deeper fear and a more twisted, frenzied resolve. He must acquire that power at any cost. Observing Luther's current state, the shaman concealed in the shadows smirked with satisfaction. Yes, Luther, feel fear, hatred, jealousy, and then harness it all for my purpose. He had long been aware of Luther's clandestine actions behind his back, but he cared little. For he understood that individuals like Luther would not turn back until they hit a wall, and once they did, their madness only intensified. In this state, Luther became truly useful to him. While Qin Kailan captivated and overwhelmed all attention from Luther and Shyvana, Bruce and Steelbone at the lunar base were making remarkable progress. Utilizing the stable mother box fragment within Steelbone as a core sensor, in conjunction with Bruce's global high-precision energy scanning network and the supercomputing support from the Star Lab, a formidable mother box fragment tracking system was constructed at an astonishing pace. Without any significant interference or hindrance, the system swiftly pinpointed the remaining unactivated mother box fragment signals on Earth. They were hidden in the depths of oceanic trenches, beneath the polar ice caps, and within the ruins of ancient temples in a tropical rainforest. Clark, Diana, and the recently returned Shazam, who had temporarily joined the mission under Bruce's communication and Diana's assurance, set forth for these locations. With the primary threat and attention diverted by Qin Kailan, their recovery operation proceeded unexpectedly smoothly. Those fragments were either dormant or guarded by only a few weak sentinels, which were quickly located and safely retrieved. Upon Qin Kailan's return to the lunar base, he beheld the sight of everyone gathered around, observing several mother box fragments ensnared within a special force field, no longer emitting any energy fluctuations. Ah, swift actions indeed, Qin Kailan remarked with slight surprise. Bruce gazed at him and nodded, expressing gratitude for drawing the primary fire. Now, all known mother box fragments on Earth had been recovered, temporarily alleviating the greatest threat of Darkseid's direct transmission to the planet. A sense of relief washed over the base. However, both Bruce and Qin Kailan understood that this was merely a fleeting victory. Darkseid would never relent, and the specters of the Sorcerer and Luther still lurked in the shadows, while the ominous presence of the anti-life equation continued to loom in the depths of the cosmos. Qin Kailan observed the inactive fragments, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Though these objects are of no use, their material seems rather promising. Could it be? Before he could finish his thought, he was met with simultaneous glares from Coriander and Selena, prompting him to swallow back his words and offer an awkward smile. Chapter 100. Star Ring Defense and Legion Invasion on the far side of the moon, within the main control hall of the Star Barrier. Outside the massive arched observation window lay the eternal silence of deep space, adorned with twinkling stars, and the home planet Earth suspended with intertwining blue and white patterns. Inside the base, soft light sources simulated natural illumination, complementing the sleek, Kryptonian technology of the control console, showcasing the dual nature of this place as both a sanctuary and a fortress. Qin Kailan stood before the main console, his gaze sweeping over the holographic star map, where a marked coordinate pulsated ominously, corresponding to the previously received signals linked to the anti-life equation. This pinpointed location was unmistakably within a specific area on Earth. He had just completed an in-depth resonance test of the Azura armor. The power infused with the essence of the Omega effect flowed through him seamlessly. Yet, what captured his attention more was the subtle tremor emanating from within his universal crucible, not directed at the distant coordinates, but rather a vague premonition of an impending colossal material. The energy shield generator synchronization rate had reached 987, and the star-based weapon array, the Spear of Judgment, completed its final calibration. Diana Prince's voice resonated steadily. Clad in Amazonian light armor, she stood poised at the tactical deployment station, exuding confidence. The base's defense levels had been elevated to the maximum, prepared for large-scale orbital impacts. The space radar array detected no anomalous jump signals, yet the background gravitational wave readings exhibited slight disturbances, characteristic of the Apocalypse fleet. Clark Kent hovered near the data streams, his super senses extending beyond the lunar orbit. A frown creased his brow. The scale of the impending threat was significantly larger than the last. and the energy signatures were more chaotic, seemingly intermingled with vessels from various factions. Selina Kyle languidly reclined on a nearby bench in the lounge, her fingertips gliding across the holographic interface, bringing up live surveillance footage of Gotham City. Her tone dripped with her usual sarcasm. It seems our last endeavor of refining General Zod remains along with the Apocalypse Vanguard has led some to believe that dispatching a few more packages is the least they can do to show respect. Her gaze swept over Qin Kailan, infused with unabashed admiration and a sense of belonging. The figure of Starfire, enveloped in a warm aura of energy, engaged in an intricate exchange with the life support systems of the base. She articulated, "The war records from Tamarin reveal that Darkseid has never been a mere brute. After witnessing the power of Kailan, he is undoubtedly lurking in the shadows. These fleets may serve as probes or expendable resources aimed at discerning our strengths and weaknesses, particularly Kailan's limitations." Raven Rachel sat quietly in the shadows of the corner, shadow energy swirling around her like a docile pet. She lifted her violet gaze, her voice ethereal. "I sense a rising malice in the depths of space, akin to a swelling tide. Darkseid's will is cold and avaricious. Yet he is not the sole observer." At that moment, the main control room doors slid open, revealing a tall figure clad in a striking red uniform and a white cape. His imposing stature and resolute features commanded attention, and when he spoke, his deep, resonant voice echoed through the chamber. "Batman has relayed new intelligence. Space monitoring stations across Earth have detected anomalous mass concentrations beyond the Kuiper Belt. Their arrival at the Earth-Moon orbit is anticipated within 48 standard hours." The newcomer was Shazam. His presence altered the atmosphere in the hall. Due to his composed tone and mature appearance, aside from Kailan, who had assimilated the cosmic script through the Manhattan Project, and Zatanna, who gleaned insights through magic, the others regarded him merely as a formidable new ally imbued with ancient powers, unaware that within this vessel resided the soul of a boy named Billy Batson. Kailan regarded Shazam with a nod, intrigued by the nature of his powers, those derived from ancient deities, a type of energy he had yet to encounter in his endeavors with the forge of all creation. However, this thought was fleeting. He would not infringe upon his companion's privacy without consent. "What is the scale of the threat?" Kailan inquired directly. "It surpasses the previous fleet size by more than threefold." Shazam replied succinctly, his tone grave, resonating with a warrior's seriousness. Energy readings indicated a mix of magical factory ships, heavy siege vessels, and even signals from several iconic apocalyptic doomsday breeding ships. Doomsday? Clark's expression darkened. Darkseid had resorted to such a forbidden weapon. It is not the complete doomsday, but rather units designed to carry genetic samples, intended for the rapid creation of biological weapons on the battlefield. The holographic communication screen illuminated, revealing the figure of Bruce Wayne against the backdrop of the Batcave supercomputer. Luthor and the Sorcerer remained missing, yet global energy anomalies were on the rise, particularly at nodes associated with dark and chaotic magic. I suspect they are also exploiting the impending chaos to execute their own schemes. Zatanna's image also joined the communication, her expression serious. "I have confirmed that the magical barriers on Earth are being persistently eroded by some force, targeting the coordinates of that equation. Darkseid's fleet represents the overt assault, but there are likely hidden hands at work beyond just one." Qin Kailan, having absorbed all the information, approached the vast observation window, gazing intently at the distant azure planet. His fingers rhythmically tapped against the window frame, producing a soft, measured sound. Darkseid was a cunning individual, unwilling to engage personally. He dispatched a multitude of expendable minions and troublemakers. With a derisive snort, he expressed a hint of disdain, yet his gaze remained piercing. This was fortuitous, as he had recently completed the creation of the Azura armor, which required a significant trial by fire. These ships, along with those inferior remnants of Doomsday, appeared remarkably durable. Turning to face his comrades, Diana, Clark, Selina, Starfire, Rachel, and the newly joined Shazam, Qin Kailan's voice resonated with clarity and conviction. If Darkseid sought to prolong the engagement, then they would oblige him. However, the battlefield must be situated far from Earth. The starry barrier would serve as their most formidable shield and the spearhead of their proactive assault. He gestured toward the holographic star map, highlighting the encroaching crimson threat zone. Their task was not to adopt a passive defense on the moon, but to take the initiative and intercept them before they could infiltrate the Earth-Moon orbit, to vanquish and refine them. A unique glimmer of absolute confidence surged in his eyes, reminiscent of all things forged, the essence of deconstruction and reconstruction. Shazam, he instructed, your divine powers possess a particular efficacy against dark entities. You will be responsible for eliminating any potential magical clusters that may infiltrate our ranks. Diana and Clark, you shall join me as the primary offensive spearhead, tearing through their formation. Selina, Corey, Rachel, coordinate with Bruce and Zatanna to ensure the safety of our base and the stability of our rear flank, particularly by keeping a vigilant watch on that formula coordinate to prevent any opportunistic incursions. Upon assigning the tasks, Qin Kailan turned to Shazam and added, your strength is formidable, but the battlefield is not a place for solitary valor. Pay heed to the coordination and follow the battlefield commands of Diana and Clark. Shazam nodded with a steady demeanor, his deep voice affirming, understood. I will hold my line. His comportment reflected that of a seasoned warrior, devoid of any trace of naivety. Chapter 101. The solitary armor in the Sea of Stars. Undercurrents from all sides within the main control room of the Starry Barrier. The atmosphere abruptly solidified its Steele's urgent report. The high-dimensional warp point had been verified, located beneath the ruins of Thebes, the ancient city of the dead in Egypt. To the east of the Sahara Desert, the energy spectrum matched closely with the chaotic magic of the witch boy, Circe, yet its magnitude far exceeded any previous encounters. The virtual imagery data stream from Steele flickered rapidly, displaying real-time energy monitoring from Earth, revealing a colossal source of energy akin to a black sun, expanding deep within the desert. Through the holographic communication, Zatanna's voice, laced with evident magical exhaustion, broke through. It's no good. The magical barrier has been violently torn open. The witch boy has invoked some ancient Hellgate ritual, uniting the powers of at least 3 Hell Lords. He is forcibly extracting Earth's magical essence. His aim extends beyond the formula coordinate. He seeks to drag the entire North African region into an eternal twilight of the underworld. Bruce Wayne's calm, yet hastening voice followed. Across the globe, vast supernatural phenomena have erupted. Gotham's Blackgate prison has been breached by demonic entities. A reality distortion zone has emerged in Metropolis, and the Tower Bridge in London is now encircled by a ghostly fleet. This is a meticulously orchestrated, full-scale entrapment. The Warlock is aware that our main force is on the moon. He is compelling us to return to Earth. Diana immediately turned to Qin Kailan, her gaze sharp and resolute. The Earth must not fall. Billions of innocents. Clark's expression mirrored her concern, his superhuman hearing evidently capturing the chaos and wails emanating from the planet. Shazam clenched his fists, divine energy surging around him. We must return at once. Qin Kailan's eyes swiftly scanned the holographic projection of Earth and the approaching apocalyptic fleet outside the window. The Warlock's maneuver was indeed ruthless and precise, striking directly at their vulnerable core. He made a decisive resolution. Plans are changing. His voice was firm, imbued with undeniable authority. Diana, Clark, Shazam. You 3 must return to Earth via the portal immediately. Prioritize suppressing the most severe supernatural incidents and assist Batman and Zatanna in stabilizing the situation. Selina, Corey, Rachel. You will remain at the base, activating all defense systems to guard against potential ambushes and provide support for the battlefield on Earth. Kailan, you will stay here alone? Starfire Corianda looked over with evident concern in her eyes. Selina furrowed her brow, silent, yet her worry was palpable. She understood this was the best course of action. Rachel's shadows stirred restlessly around her. A smirk, blending confidence with sarcasm, crept upon Qin Kailan's lips as he patted his chest. Fear not. Those scraps outside aren't enough to fill my gaps. Move swiftly on Earth. Once you've resolved the Warlock's troubles, you might even make it back to witness my cleanup of the battlefield. Off you go. There was no time for hesitation. Diana, Clark, and Shazam exchanged solemn glances with Qin Kailan, nodding gravely before turning to dash towards the activated portal. The control room fell silent, save for the faint hum of the instruments. Selina inhaled deeply and took her seat at the deputy command post, while Starfire and Raven assumed their positions. The base's defense systems were fully activated, and the energy shield's brilliance illuminated the lunar surface, resembling a cold star. Qin Kailan nodded, no longer speaking, and strode purposefully toward the outer deck of the base. His consciousness delved into the all things forge, which seemed to encapsulate the mysteries of the universe's creation and destruction. Let the infinite evolution of the sword immortal and the absolute slaughter of the Azura merge as one, he silently proclaimed. Within the forge, brilliance soared skyward, intertwining the technological radiance of the silent star, the myriad sword intents of the sword immortal armor, the dark red patterns of slaughter from the Azura armor, and the recently absorbed essence of the Omega effect in a frenzied amalgamation. Meanwhile, the colossal mixed fleet of the Apocalypse was nearing visual range, its obsidian hulls obscuring the starlight, surging towards the moon like a tide of death. The class of demonic transport vessels swept through like a swarm of locusts, as the cannons of the heavy siege ships began to concentrate a devastating radiance. The few doomsday-breeding vessels writhed like living creatures, exuding a suffocating malice. For Darkseid, the communication channels were filled with frenzied roars. The first wave of saturating energy bombardment surged forth like an interstellar tsunami, its brilliance blinding enough to plow the lunar surface clean in an instant. Just before this cataclysmic torrent was about to collide with the energy shield of the star barrier, an indescribable resplendence erupted from the outer deck of the lunar base. As the brilliance receded, the figure of Qin Kailan emerged. Clad in a brand new armor known as Chaos Slaying Immortal, its streamlined, dark golden base seemed to bear the weight of the cosmos, flowing with dark red Azura patterns that resembled molten lava coursing through a golden earth's veins. The shoulder pieces were sharp and fierce, reminiscent of a dragon's head slightly raised, while the gauntlets merged Kryptonian technology's precision with the runic imprints of Eastern cultivation. Most striking were the 4 tangible sword wings suspended behind him, not mere illusions, but constructed from countless minute lightsabers layered like scales. Each scale sword flickered with a lethal aura and the essence of martial might, the edges of the sword wings distorting space itself. In the face of artillery capable of annihilating stars, Qin Kailan calmly raised his right hand, fingers spread apart. Control, he uttered softly, yet it resonated like a decree of the laws. One of the sword wings behind him disintegrated in an instant, transforming into billions of imperceptible sword light particles, forming an invisible domain of absolute swordsmanship. The surging energy bombardment crashed into this sword domain, as if a clay bull had plunged into the sea, being sliced, decomposed, and absorbed by countless tiny beams of sword light at astonishing speed, not merely negating the attack, but transmuting it into pure energy that nourished the sword domain itself, making the myriad beams of light even more solid and resplendent. The onslaught of the Apocalypse fleet faltered momentarily. Qin Kailan moved. With a single step, the void beneath him solidified into substantial steps. His figure transformed into a streak of light, tearing through space as he deliberately plunged into the densest part of the fleet. All swords returned to their origin. With a thought, the remaining 3 sword wings and the one that had just reformed from absorbed energy erupted simultaneously. No longer 4, they instantly multiplied and differentiated. 10, 100, 1,000 sword wings surged forth like a living metallic tide, akin to a cascade of stars, sweeping towards the surrounding Apocalypse warships. Each sword wing moved with the grace of a swimming dragon, employing varied assault techniques. Some slashed like massive blades, severing ships in half. Others turned into drilling storms, piercing through thick armor in an instant. And still others attached themselves to the energy shields of the ships, akin to greedy parasites, voraciously devouring shield energy until overload caused a collapse, subsequently tearing the ship itself apart. The more they fought, the more sword wings emerged. The energy and debris generated by the destruction of the warships, as soon as they entered a certain radius around Qin Kailan, were immediately ensnared by the refining field inherent to the Chaos Slaying Immortal armor and the proliferating sword light, breaking down, absorbing, and transforming into the nourishment for forging new sword wings. The battle not only failed to deplete his strength, but instead intensified his assault, causing it to surge like a snowball, growing ever more ferocious. A doomsday cultivation ship endeavored to unleash the monsters within its hold. However, as the hatch barely cracked open, Qin Kailan's figure materialized outside the bridge like a phantom. With fingers poised like a sword, he gently gestured. The celestial execution sword finger. A thread-thin, dark golden sword aura, honed to perfection, shot forth silently, piercing through layers of armor and biological barriers, precisely shattering the doomsday embryo cultivation chamber at the ship's core. Almost immediately, the sword aura erupted, transforming into countless minute sword energies that obliterated and refined the entire colossal vessel, along with its sources of contamination, ultimately leaving behind a pure essence of life energy absorbed by the armor. It was a crushing victory, a one-sided, efficient, and aesthetically devastating massacre. The vast apocalypse fleet vanished at a visible pace, not as mere wreckage, but completely disintegrating into cosmic dust, nourishing the chaotic celestial execution armor. Qin Kailan hovered at the center of the void, surrounded by myriad sword wings swirling around him, as if commanding the birth and demise of stars. The dark golden armor radiated a cold, yet sacred brilliance, illuminated by the explosive light. On the far side of deep space, at the dark throne of Apocalypse Star, Darkseid sat upon his throne, his crimson eyes fixated on the rapidly extinguishing points of light in the holographic projection before him, symbolizing the signals of his dispatched fleet. His rock-like visage betrayed no emotion, yet the subtle cracks formed in the armrest of his throne, unconsciously shaped by his grip, hinted at the turmoil within. After a prolonged silence, his voice rumbled like distant thunder, interesting little insects. The essence of his power transcended the new gods, even brushing against the source itself. Beside him, the kindly figure of Granny bent down. "Master, shall we initiate the final plan? Or will you prefer to know?" Darkseid interrupted, his gaze profound. "The anti-life equation remains the ultimate objective. This armor's existence may help us eliminate certain obstacles in our pursuit of the equation, such as those ancient beings lurking in the shadows. Continue monitoring and gathering data. Next time, present him with a more suitable gift." His gaze shifted towards a forbidden place deep within Apocalypse Star, heavily sealed. On Earth, in the Batcave, Bruce Wayne observed the final image transmitted by the satellite, depicting the collective disappearance of fleet signals near the lunar orbit. Even with his composure, his pupils contracted slightly. He called up the analysis report of the energy readings during Qin Kailan's battle. The peak curve had surpassed the limits of what the instruments could measure. His growth rate exceeded all predictive models. Bruce muttered to himself, fingers rapidly tapping the keyboard to access encrypted files on universal forging and the anti-life equation, his expression grave. If this power were to spiral out of control, he did not finish the thought, but plans to enhance global surveillance and prepare countermeasures rapidly formed in his mind. In the depths of the Thebes ruins in the Sahara Desert, the shaman stood at the center of a colossal magic circle seething with dark energy. While Circe assisted in maintaining the ritual, they naturally beheld all that transpired in the lunar orbit through the magical water mirror. The youthful visage of the sorcerer revealed a twisted smile, imbued with an incongruous blend of greed and trepidation. "Do you see it, Circe? How exquisite, how formidable the power. Even Darkseid's fleet appears as mere playthings before it. This is the key that can liberate us from the shackles of the old gods, enabling us to truly seize our fate." Circe's complexion paled. The exertion of maintaining the grand ritual drained her significantly. Gasping, she uttered, "But, sorcerer, he is too powerful. What do we fear?" The sorcerer cackled, his voice shrill. "The greater the power, the more one requires a key to master it. The anti-life equation is the finest key, and the chaos on Earth has only just begun. Let him and Darkseid clash, when they both suffer, or when we harness the power of the equation. That forger of armor and his wondrous cauldron will ultimately serve as our stepping stones to ascendancy. Accelerate the ritual. I wish to see the gates of the underworld flung open by the next new moon." The brilliance of the magic circle intensified abruptly, while a spine-chilling tearing sound emanated from the depths below, as if the very tectonic plates of the continent were lamenting. In the lunar orbit, Qin Kailan floated amidst the air, his chaotic slayer, armor gradually retracting its radiance, as countless sword wings melded into the four primary wings upon his back like returning home. He felt the potent energy within him swell, enriched by the essence of the entire fleet, yet his gaze turned towards Earth. The energy tempest summoned by the sorcerer resonated even here. "The troubles on Earth seem considerable," he murmured, preparing to return to the base for further insight. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, and he abruptly turned to the direction of the Oort cloud on the outskirts of the solar system. The core of all things forged in the cauldron transmitted an exceedingly faint yet distinctly different resonance. It was neither the darkness of apocalypse nor the chaos of the sorcerer, but rather an ancient, frigid essence, reminiscent of the order and conclusion that stemmed from the very dawn of the universe. Is there more? Qin Kailan's gaze sharpened, and the sword wings behind him seemed to sense a new threat, emitting a subtle, eager hum for confrontation. This water, indeed, grew increasingly murky. Chapter 102. The cauldron stabilizes the universe. The undercurrent temporarily calms Earth had already descended into a purgatory woven by supernatural warfare. The global synchronized assault, meticulously orchestrated by the sorcerer Morgus, was not merely an act of destruction, but a sinister strategy aimed at maximizing the constraint of all Earth's defensive forces, particularly those members of the lunar base who might come to aid. In Gotham City, Blackgate Prison had become a gateway to the abyss. A viscous mist of negative energy enveloped the prison's towering walls, while countless low-tier demons howled. The fiery, thorn-wielding soul judges surged forth, and inferior fiends poured out like a relentless tide from several stable spatial rifts. The bullets from the Gotham Police Department proved ineffective against their thick leather or bone armor, forcing them to rely on heavy artillery to barely construct a defensive line. Suffering severe casualties. Just as the line was on the verge of collapse, several searing beams of light descended from the heavens, precisely detonating a few of the foremost soul judges. It is the Batwing of Batman, accompanied by a multitude of unmanned combat units surging forth from the various exits of the Batcaves scattered throughout Gotham. Bruce Wayne's calm voice resonates through encrypted channels, commanding the overarching strategy. Prioritize the assault on the spatial rift stabilizers, which are typically guarded by formidable demons. Alfred, mark all energy anomalies. However, the sheer number of demons is overwhelming, with several powerful Balrogs in the rear summoning a meteor shower that suppresses Batman's offensive. The situation hangs by a thread. Shazam! Like a thunderbolt tearing through the darkness, a golden lightning strikes the heart of the battlefield. Shazam's robust form descends with the force of a tempest, the shockwave instantaneously clearing a vast expanse of demons. His deep baritone resonates with authority. In the name of the ancient gods, evil be gone. As he unleashes his fists and feet, divine power surges forth, causing demons to disintegrate upon contact. Yet, the demons seem endless, new rifts slowly materializing. And although Shazam is valiant, he finds himself ensnared in a war of attrition. In Metropolis, within the Kansas district, the very fabric of reality is grotesquely distorted. Skyscrapers melt and bend like wax candles, while faceless pursuers, manifestations of collective nightmares, roam the streets, grotesque shadows that perpetually resurrect. Ordinary citizens are ensnared in extreme panic, trampling one another as traffic comes to a complete standstill. A red figure darts through the twisted streets at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Superman, Clark Kent. He rescues citizens trapped in deformed vehicles, vaporizing phantoms that charge toward the crowd with his heat vision. Yet, there is no trace of relief on his face. Heat vision and freeze breath can only temporarily disperse these incorporeal monsters, which will soon coalesce anew from the distorted reality. Lois, report on the evacuation status. I need to know where the crowd is densest. He urgently communicates, while keenly sensing the core point of greatest energy disturbance in this area, which must be the source of the distortion. However, should he leave, the populace would immediately suffer, leaving him in a state of utter helplessness. In London, by the banks of the Thames, a ghastly fleet of ghost ships looms over the river, with rotting sailboats manned by translucent spectral sailors, unleashing soul-corroding cannon fire. The weapons of modern armies prove ineffective against them, and near the Tower Bridge, a frozen Hell's Cape prevails. Gods, grant me strength. Diana Prince, akin to a golden war goddess, wields her lasso of truth, creating a halo of light that causes the specters to melt like ice in sunlight. The divine shockwaves generated by her protective bracelets repeatedly clear the approaching ghost ships. Yet, the ghost fleet is intertwined with the millennia of historical grievances of London, seemingly immortal. For every ship shattered, another coalesces from the thick fog. Diana senses her divine power waning, and such a strategy cannot sustain for long. In North Africa, Deep within the Sahara Desert lies the ruins of Thebes. This is the eye of the storm. A colossal, swirling vortex of darkness is forming above the ruins, exuding the eerie stillness of the underworld. The sky is stained a foreboding crimson, the earth is cracked, and the once vibrant sands have lost their hue, as if the very essence of life is being siphoned away. The Amazonian tribe and the principal forces of Atlantis converge here, while nations around the globe hastily dispatch a united army in hopes of obliterating the source. However, they're fiercely obstructed by countless demons led by Tickler, the feline companion of the shaman. The shaman hovers above a small altar at the vortex's center, with a fervent expression adorning the child's face. Circe chants ancient incantations nearby, channeling the immense infernal power granted by 3 lords of hell into the heart of the ritual. Zatanna Zatara stands not far off, her tall hat askew and a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. The protective barrier formed by her reversed incantations teeters precariously under the onslaught of the underworld's energy. Shaman, you are tearing apart reality. You will ruin everything, she cries with great effort. Destruction is but a precursor to rebirth, Zatanna. The shaman cackles with manic delight. As the realms of the underworld and the living converge, the boundaries between life and death will blur, and the anti-life equation will be fully realized. This power shall elevate me beyond all ancient deities. You cannot thwart me. Just as Zatanna approaches the brink of exhaustion, a golden portal ignites beside her. A tall figure clad in a blue robe, wearing a helmet that obscures his entire face and is inscribed with mysterious symbols, steps forth. Suspended in his hand is a massive tome, the Book of Destiny, radiating a formidable aura of order magic. Shaman, your madness must cease here. A deep, magnetic voice emanates from beneath the helmet. Dr. Fate, the shaman's pupils contract, followed by a cold smirk. A puppet of Naboo, do you truly believe you can hinder me, empowered by the 3 lords of hell? Dr. Fate utters no further words. He raises his hands, and the Book of Destiny opens of its own accord. A golden order sigil unfurls instantaneously, colliding fiercely with the dark energies of the vortex, momentarily stabilizing the chaos and granting Zatanna a brief respite. Yet, it is evident that even Dr. Fate finds it exceedingly challenging to reverse the formidable ritual that has already taken form. Both sides are locked in a stalemate of magical forces. In other corners of the globe, Starfire, Coriandar, hovers above the Pacific, assisting the Atlanteans in intercepting a horde of abyssal sea creatures seeking to taint the ocean's life source. She shines like a golden sun, unleashing searing starfire energy that evaporates the sea monsters and purifies the polluted waters. Meanwhile, Raven's silhouette appears at an ancient Mayan temple site in South America, where the shaman's followers have opened a rift to the chaotic dimension, allowing twisted tentacled beasts to surge forth. Raven expands her soul realm, channeling shadow energy into countless blades, while she attempts to forcibly close this exceedingly unstable rift, a perilous endeavor fraught with danger. Though Selena Kyle lacks the direct ability to combat the supernatural army, she deftly navigates the shadows of Gotham, utilizing the equipment crafted by Qin Kailan and her own agility to precisely dismantle the small auxiliary magical nodes established by the witch's followers. In doing so, she assists Batman's intelligence network in pinpointing critical targets. The battle is fierce, with heroes extinguishing fires in every direction. However, even as Dr. Fate intervenes, the core of the witch's ritual continues to expand, albeit at a slowed pace, steadily consuming reality. The witch can even peer through the magical water mirror to witness the fleeting and splendid pyrotechnic display marking the demise of the apocalyptic Starfleet near the lunar orbit. A calculating smirk curves his lips. See, Circe, that armorer is indeed formidable, yet he requires time to clear away the debris. By the time he returns from outer space, the ritual will have long concluded. Just as his words hang in the air, his expression suddenly stiffens, not because Qin Kailan has returned, but due to the astonishing speed of his return. Almost instantaneously after the fleet's signal vanished, an indescribable cascade of colors pierced through the atmosphere, bearing an overwhelming pressure that made the entire magical realm tremble, precisely descending upon the desert's ritual center. What? How is this possible? The witch's astonishment does not stem from Qin Kailan's return, but from the velocity of that return, transcending the conventional bounds of spatial movement, resembling a displacement of a higher order. It is the subsequent scene that truly instills a profound terror from the depths of his soul. Qin Kailan's figure materializes, adorned in the resplendent chaos, slaying immortal armor. He pays no heed to the vigilant Dr. Fate or the weakened Zatanna, his gaze unwaveringly fixated on the colossal whirlpool of dark energy, amalgamating the powers of three hellish lords, infused with the essence of the underworld and the spiritual veins of earth. In the face of this terrifying confluence of energy, capable of driving any mage to madness or annihilation, Qin Kailan merely raises his hand with calm resolve, devouring all laws and returning to the source. The ancient, vast silhouette of a cauldron reappears. The moment it manifests, the magical energies across the battlefield, be it the witch's chaotic magic, the malevolent aura of the hellish lords, the deathly force of the underworld, or the orderly golden light of Dr. Fate and Zatanna's enchanting spells, are all seized by a paralyzing dread, as if they were subjects before a sovereign. Then, the devouring begins. The immense whirlpool of the underworld, the intricate magical formations, the pervasive chaotic magic, the channels of hellish power, and every trace of magical energy wafting through the air are all transformed into a torrential, colorful deluge, uncontrollably drawn in, lamenting and struggling as they surge into the cauldron's shadow, an entity seemingly capable of containing the entirety of the cosmos. No, this is impossible. The witch lets out a heart-wrenching scream, now truly gripped by fear. He senses the colossal magical power he arduously gathered, even resorting to the forces of hell, is vanishing at a terrifying speed. It is not merely being dispersed or destroyed. It is being consumed by a power beyond his comprehension, a power of a higher order. This power, disregarding the inherent contradictions of energy and the established rules of magic, manifests an absolute dominion over energy itself. What manner of strength is this? Even a might of the Lord of Hell can be consumed? Circe, unable to utter even a scream, was rendered unconscious by the backlash of her own magic. The gaze beneath Dr. Fate's helmet was filled with astonishment. He sensed the divine power of Nabu wavering slightly under that immense pull, compelling him to exert all his strength to contain his own order magic to avoid being affected. Zatanna stood agape, witnessing this extraordinary event, as her lifetime of accumulated magical knowledge was utterly upended. In mere moments, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The dark red sky enveloping North Africa seemed to be swept away by an invisible hand, revealing the azure expanse once more. The cracked earth ceased its deterioration. The terrifying vortex of the underworld and the magical array vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. All that remained was the barren altar, the limp figure of the powerless shaman, the unconscious Circe in a desolate desert. Supernatural phenomena across the globe abruptly ceased. The demons of Gotham dissipated into thin air. The distortions of Metropolis returned to normalcy. The ghost fleet of London shattered like a bubble, and the sea monsters faced by Starfire, along with the tentacled creatures contended with by Raven, vanished in an instant. All heroes breathed a sigh of relief, their hearts brimming with both awe and curiosity towards the terrifying power that had descended upon the desert. Qin Kailan resolved the magical array and turned his gaze toward a hidden coordinate deep within the desert. With a single step, space seemed to compress beneath his feet, and he arrived instantaneously. It was time to conclude this surveillance. He formed hand seals, and the chaotic extermination of immortals. Armor radiated a brilliant light, while the sword wings unfurled behind him. Infinite sword intent merged with profound strength, transforming into the most fundamental concepts of sealing and isolation. The sword locked the heavens. The overwhelming sealing force cascaded like the Milky Way from the ninth sky, intertwining countless dark golden runes imbued with the essence of refinement and intricate sword energies, constructing an exceedingly complex, multi-layered ultimate sealing matrix that completely enveloped, locked down, and concealed the coordinates of the anti-life equation from all perception. In that moment, all powerful wills within the universe that sensed the existence of the equation, dark side of apocalypse, hidden ancient entities, and even observers from higher dimensions, clearly perceived that the coordinate, once as distinct as a beacon, had instantaneously become obscured dimmed, and ultimately vanished entirely from their awareness. It was as if it had been temporarily erased from the cosmic repository of fundamental information. Upon completing the seal, Qin Kailan's complexion paled slightly. Having expended considerable energy in utilizing his core strength, he gracefully descended, his armor dissolving into radiant light and merging with his being. The crisis on Earth was momentarily resolved. Days later, at the lunar base of the star barrier, the atmosphere was relaxed, imbued with a sense of relief following the ordeal. The group gathered in the control room, with Dr. Fate attending via magical projection. Bruce Wayne initiated the debriefing. The shaman and Cersei are now securely detained, sealed by the combined efforts of the Tower of Fate and the Amazons. Global supernatural events have subsided, and social order is on the path to restoration. Qin, your seal is currently as solid as a fortress. Qin Kailan savored the apple pie crafted by Alfred. Unless one possesses overwhelming power that can transcend the essence of the all things forging cauldron, no one could hope to locate or forcibly breach it. For the time being, Darkseid had lost his target, granting a brief respite. This moment was indeed a narrow escape. Diana, still haunted by the near calamity, reflected on how dire the consequences would have been had you not returned in time and resolved the crisis in such an unfathomable manner. Her gaze towards Qin Kailan deepened with admiration and trust. Clark nodded, acknowledging, "We were all ensnared in a fierce struggle, and your strength has once again surpassed our comprehension." Referring to the astonishing scene of devouring magical energy, Shazam remarked in his steady voice, "Your method of dealing with that energy is unprecedented." Even the ancient deities made no mention of it. The helmet of Dr. Fate turned towards Qin Kailan, with the voice of Nabu conveying a caution. "Forge Master, the power you wield pertains to one of the fundamental laws of the universe. Exercise caution, for balance is paramount." Qin Kailan nodded in acknowledgement, affirming his understanding of the gravity of the situation. Zatanna regarded him with a complex expression, a blend of gratitude and profound curiosity. "How did you manage it? Those hellish energies are perilous to even touch." Starfire approached, her eyes shimmering with starlight. "Kailan, what was that light when you returned?" "It was far swifter than my flight." Selina smiled as she handed him a drink. "It seems that in dealing with magical foes, simply tossing you into the fray would suffice, far more effective than any exorcism." Even Rachel edged closer, whispering, that sensation of consumption was extraordinary. It appeared that Qin Kailan's power resonated peculiarly with the demonic blood coursing through her veins. In response to the inquiries and concerns of his companions, Qin Kailan chuckled, finishing the last bite of pie. "The underlying principle is quite intricate. To simplify, my cauldron is rather selective, yet possesses a hearty appetite. As for the speed, I merely distorted the spatial rules a tad." He rose to stretch his limbs. The crisis has been temporarily averted, yet watchful eyes linger in the shadows. Particularly, his gaze seemed to pierce the depths of the void, where an ancient relic, having observed the spectacle from the Oort cloud, would likely no longer remain idle. His words slightly tempered the relaxed atmosphere. Nevertheless, Qin Kailan maintained a light-hearted demeanor, declaring, "Even if the sky were to fall, one must first enjoy a meal. Alfred, another slice of pie, please. Everyone, let us relish this rare holiday." A fleeting peace descended upon the lunar base, granting the heroes an opportunity to unwind and share their post-battle reflections. Yet, both Qin Kailan and the core members, including Bruce and Diana, understood that this tranquility was but a lull before the impending storm, with greater challenges perhaps already on the horizon. Chapter 103. A hasty 3 years. Qin Kailan's act of devouring magical energy with absolute power and sealing the coordinate formula was akin to a bucket of icy water poured over all those lurking in the shadows. In the subsequent period, the unreasonable erasure effect of all things forged continued to ferment. Regardless of how Darkseid activated the Omega effect or what ancient beings in the universe employed their esoteric methods, the coordinate point pertaining to the anti-life equation seemed to have been utterly deleted from the cosmic repository, leaving no trace whatsoever. Upon confirming the lack of viable solutions in the short term and recognizing that the power level exhibited by the armor far surpassed expectations, the majority of scrutinizing gazes, filled with reluctance and apprehension, temporarily receded. The universe fell into an unprecedented calm before the storm. This precious respite afforded the superhumans of Earth an opportunity for integration and growth. In the control room of the Starry Barrier, a historically significant meeting was convened. Bruce Wayne, Batman, maintained his characteristic composure. The global threat level has temporarily diminished, yet the potential crisis remains unresolved. We require a more formal and efficient cooperative framework to address future crises that may transcend the confines of individual cities. Clark Kent, Superman, concurred. Decentralized forces are easily dismantled one by one. We should unite for a greater justice. Diana Prince, Wonder Woman, nodded. The Amazons are well aware of the strength of alliances. I agree. Shazam, in his mature and composed heroic demeanor, stated solemnly, the ancient deities have imparted to us the significance of unity. Victor Stone, Cyborg, interjected with a flickering data stream. Establishing a global monitoring and rapid response network is the optimal solution. Zatanna and Dr. Fate, through magical projection, also expressed their support. Barry Allen, The Flash, and Hal Jordan, Green Lantern, though not officially present, conveyed their willingness to assist at any moment, emphasizing the urgency. Qin Kailan, munching on an apple pie, succinctly remarked, I have no objections. Having a reliable list of teammates during battles is always beneficial. However, do not expect me to be on duty every day. Following a series of discussions, a framework drafted by Bruce was unanimously approved, and the Justice League was officially declared established. The initial core members included Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Cyborg, Shazam, and Qin Kailan as a special strategic force and technical support. The Flash, Green Lantern, Zatanna, and Dr. Fate were included as peripheral or specially invited advisory members. The headquarters was temporarily situated in the fully functional lunar base of the Starry Barrier, with secure houses and teleportation points established at various clandestine locations on Earth. After the formation of the League, the world seemingly entered a relatively peaceful era. The heroes found themselves with more time to tend to their personal lives. In National City, a modern villa by the lakeside became Qin Kailan's home on Earth. With the aid of Bruce Wayne's legal channels and persuasive skills, he successfully acquired the property. The following 3 years, in his own words, were characterized by a corrupt, decadent, and unabashedly blissful existence. Starfire Coriandar and Catwoman Selina Kyle naturally moved in. Corey is filled with an insatiable curiosity for all things earthly, particularly enthusiastic about experiencing the daily interactions of various terrestrial companions. Her fervor and audacity often leave Qin Kailan exclaiming in exasperation, necessitating the presence of a soundproof magical array meticulously arranged by Zatanna as an essential feature of their villa. Selina, on the other hand, maintains her feline elegance and cunning, occasionally engaging in playful rivalry with Corey, primarily for amusement, while at other times, they conspire to tease Qin Kailan, ensuring the villa's affairs are managed with impeccable order. Notably, Raven Rachel has also taken residence. She claims that the potent force emanating from Qin Kailan, which can utterly suppress and even refine the demon blood coursing through her veins, instills an unprecedented sense of tranquility and closeness within her. Thus, the villa has gained a quiet, violet-haired girl who reads and occasionally employs her shadow energy to serve drinks. Rachel continues her education at the nation's finest junior high, leading a life as an ordinary girl that she once deemed unimaginable. Diana and Zatanna pay occasional visits. Diana typically discusses league matters or exchanges combat techniques, sometimes casting meaningful glances at Qin Kailan's indulgent lifestyle. Meanwhile, Zatanna exhibits an academic curiosity towards Qin Kailan's principles of strength, often provoking Selina's subtle yet possessive vigilance. Given that this sorceress poses a considerable threat with her beauty, demeanor, and shared language of power with Qin Kailan. In Smallville, Kansas, Supergirl Kara Zor-El has finally awakened and fully adapted to the earthly environment. With the arrangements made by Superman and Lois Lane, she resides at the Kent farm, under the attentive care of the Kents. Having resolved her identity issues, Kara, at Clark's suggestion, chooses to enroll at Midvale University, conveniently located near National City, ensuring her safety. The rationale for this choice is straightforward: proximity to Qin Kailan's residence. After all, in the past 3 years, National City has enjoyed remarkable safety, thanks to an anonymous hero codenamed Dragon King, Qin Kailan's alias, whose activities have elicited astonished exclamations from Americans regarding its improbability. Gun-related crimes have drastically diminished, reaching single digits this year. The Dragon King employs decisive methods against criminals, particularly those involved in drug trafficking and human trafficking, inflicting severe disabilities and lasting psychological scars on the less fortunate, or rendering some completely untraceable. Over time, even the most ruthless criminals have recognized National City as an absolute no-go zone, resulting in a significant plunge in crime rates and a revitalized atmosphere, rendering it a veritable paradise within America. Kara's schooling here brings immense reassurance to Clark and Martha. In Metropolis, the bond between Clark Kent and Lois Lane has rapidly intensified over the past 3 years. They have developed a seamless partnership at work, supporting each other in life. An unexpected surprise leads to Lois's pregnancy, prompting Clark, amidst overwhelming joy and anxiety, to propose. They marry in a simple yet heartwarming ceremony. Attended by key members of the League, Bruce sent a monetary gift but did not attend, presenting a premium baby safety gear as his gift. As Lois approaches her due date, Clark's face consistently radiates the joy of impending fatherhood. In Gotham City, Bruce Wayne remains undeterred in his endeavors. He recruited several young assistants, clad in uniforms of various colors reminiscent of Robin, who aided Batman in combating crime under the cover of night. The first Robin, Dick Grayson, was agile and athletic, yet he had temporarily departed due to ideological differences. The current Robin, Jason Todd, exhibited a more aggressive approach, often clashing with Bruce's unwavering no-kill principle, resulting in a tense atmosphere within the team. Bruce was acutely aware of the underlying issues, yet his inability to articulate and communicate left him with no choice but to impose stricter training and discipline, which yielded little effect. In Central City, the Flash, Barry Allen, continued his life as a forensic officer, occasionally employing his super speed to resolve crises, leading a relatively tranquil existence. Aquaman, Arthur Curry, spent most of his time in Atlantis, attending to the affairs of the underwater kingdom. Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, persisted in his duties as a Sector 2814 patrolman, occasionally returning to Earth for visits. 3 years passed, seemingly flowing by in tranquility. The Justice League managed various small to medium-scale global incidents, growing increasingly cohesive in their collaboration. Yet, the core members understood that this tranquility was but a fade. One day, in a suburban villa in National City, Qin Kailan had just finished instructing Rachel on how to refine her control over shadow energy, when Selina and Corey engaged in a debate over whether to have hot pot or barbecue for dinner. At that moment, Zatanna arrived, bearing Batman's latest communique. Bruce had discovered some anomalies. Zatanna succinctly conveyed that across the globe, several ancient and highly secretive relics, or energy nodes, had exhibited faint, synchronous energy fluctuations. The fluctuation patterns were indecipherable, yet they seemed to correlate with the anomalies sensed 3 years prior in the direction of the Oort cloud. Qin Kailan narrowed his eyes, placing down his drink. The 3 years of peaceful living had not dulled his vigilance. Rather, it had sharpened his sensitivity to energy. He could indeed feel a subtle yet unmistakable order and chilling resonance quietly infiltrating the solar system. It appeared that the audience who had watched for 3 years could no longer resist the urge to take the stage themselves. A flicker of intrigue graced Qin Kailan's lips as he informed Bruce to continue monitoring. It seemed that the days of tranquility were nearing their end. Outside, the sunset over National City remained serene and beautiful, yet within the confines of the room, everyone sensed the impending storm. A new tempest was brewing at the distant fringes of the cosmos. Chapter 104. The Sole Adult in a Forgotten World in the Dark Side of the Universe. Within a twisted space where starlight struggled to penetrate, a peculiar alliance was coming into formation. The sorcerer, Mogos, stood upon a platform constructed of pure shadow, facing the superbrain, Brainiac, suspended within a container. The bridge between them was formed by a dark energy entity representing the fragments of the Oblivion. The ritual was prepared. The sorcerer's voice trembled with excitement as he declared that using the fragment of the life-weaving law bestowed by Lord Oblivion, in conjunction with Earth's ley lines, he would execute the epic severance. All corporeal and spiritual beings reaching the legal age of adulthood, 18 years, would be forcibly stripped and banished into the stasis field created by Brainiac. The Earth is destined to transform into a pristine garden, one that solely belongs to the unseasoned, a garden awaiting harvest. Brainiac coldly replied, calculation confirmed. Objective, complete eradication of adult individuals on Earth, eliminating resistance forces. The stasis field is prepared for subsequent analytical collection. The realm of miners will facilitate data acquisition and urban downsizing operations. The dark essence of the eclipse surged, conveying the intent. Eradicate the mature impurities of light and darkness, leaving behind the pure soil of souls, conducive for sowing my darkness. The sorcerer's face displayed a triumphant grin. Most importantly, based on our prior energy scan of the armorer Qin Kailan, although formidable, his life form still adheres to the fundamental age characteristics of carbon-based beings. He will be unerringly identified as an adult and forcibly transported away. Once he and other troublesome heroes are banished to the stasis field, the remaining children will be at our mercy. A flock without a leader is utterly defenseless. Brainiac stated, the logical chain is complete. The threat level of the armorer will diminish to its lowest post-severance. Execution countdown initiated. That force descended silently, yet akin to an eraser. It swept across the entire Earth. In the national city, at Qin Kailan's lakeside villa, the afternoon sun remained warm. Zatanna had just picked up her high-top hat to bid farewell when her expression abruptly shifted, a distortion at the level of rules. She attempted to warn of a threat to the essence of life-age, but it was too late. Before Qin Kailan and Rachel, Raven, Zatanna was engaged in a debate over the dinner menu with Selina, Catwoman, and Starfire Corey, their bodily silhouettes instantaneously blurred, as if they had transformed into transparent phantoms. Selina, Corey, Qin Kailan's pupils constricted, and he reached out desperately to grasp Selina, who was closest to him, yet his hand passed directly through her swiftly dissipating apparition. In that final moment, Selina seemed to sense something, turning to look at Qin Kailan with eyes full of astonishment, her lips moving, yet producing no sound. In the next instant, the figures of the three women scattered like sand blown by the wind, vanishing entirely into the air, leaving no trace. No unconscious bodies, merely a complete physical severance. No! Rachel screamed in terror, her demonic lineage surging violently within her. The force of the rules attempted to exert itself upon her. But due to her half-demonic nature and juvenile age, it encountered fierce rejection and interference, resulting in a mere sensation of excruciating pain without actual transference. Qin Kailan stood frozen, his hands suspended in midair, his expression dark and dreadful. The Omni-Crafting Cauldron within him activated autonomously at the moment the force descended, emitting an unprecedented resonance and resistance. The rule attempting to classify him as an adult and initiate physical severance encountered an incomprehensible, undefinable error code upon touching his body, or rather, a higher rule that superseded it. The essence of the Omni-Crafting Cauldron is a miracle, an existence transcending conventional cosmic laws. Thus, this age-based severance rule could not possibly affect its host. He immediately endeavored to perceive the external world. The connection to the lunar base has been utterly severed. The presences of Clark, Diana, and Bruce, all familiar adult heroes, have vanished entirely. Across the globe, the once brilliant points of adult life in his perception network extinguished almost instantly, leaving behind countless faint yet dense flickers of juvenile light, panicking and trembling. And he himself became the solitary, exceptionally luminous adult star amidst this sea of youth. What is happening? Rachel pressed her hand against her chest, her complexion pale as she leaned against the wall, her voice trembling. Everyone has disappeared? Is the world left with only children? She gazed out the window, witnessing chaos engulfing the streets, where only teenagers and children ran and cried, all vehicles immobilized, as if the world had been muted, leaving behind a helpless cacophony. At that moment, the odious projection of the wizard child Mogaz resonated again, infused with the glee of a plan accomplished. Ha 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 ha, it has succeeded. The epical severance is perfectly in effect. The adult impurities of Earth have been eradicated. Brainiac, prepare to receive your collection. Lord Eclipse, a pure world awaits your sanctification. And that accursed armorer, Qin Kailan, must be raging helplessly in the stasis field right now. This is what it means to oppose us. His maniacal laughter abruptly ceased, for his projection had witnessed the scene within the villa. Qin Kailan stood intact, his gaze icy and fixed upon him. Beside him were the shaken Rachel and the empty living room. Contrary to expectations of being teleported away, Qin Kailan remained firmly in place. How can you still be here? The wizard's projection exclaimed with incredulous horror and distortion. The rules should have identified you as an adult. You should have been exiled. This is impossible. Blaniac, check the stasis field. Is there an error? Blaniac's cold voice, tinged with rare confusion, emerged from the data stream. The stasis field confirms receipt of all rule-compliant adult life forms. The target armor was not found within the field. An unknown error has occurred in rule identification. His existence cannot be defined by the epical severance law. The dark energy of Eclipse also surged with intense fluctuations, filled with surprise and caution. The rules are ineffective against him. This situation is even more extraordinary than anticipated. The wizard's projection began to flicker erratically due to the profound shock and energy turmoil of its entity, pointing at Qin Kailan and screaming, "What on earth are you?" Qin Kailan slowly lifted his head, fixing his gaze upon the wizard's panicked projection, a chilling smile curving at the corners of his mouth, sending a bone-chilling shiver through the wizard. "It seems you have miscalculated." Qin Kailan's voice was calm, yet brimmed with an ocean of fury. "You have lost all my companions. This debt must be settled." He stepped forward, and the very air within the villa seemed to solidify. Now, his eyes swept over the chaotic world of children outside, finally resting on the wizard's projection. "Since this world is left with only me and the children, from this moment on, I shall be the sole headmaster and guardian of this kindergarten. Are you despicable beings, intent on imposing your will upon the innocent minds of children, prepared to bear the wrath of a guardian?" As Qin Kailan's words echoed, the ethereal silhouette of the chaos extermination armor flickered around him, a formidable aura of malevolence honing in on the source of the witch child's energy projection. The villain's meticulously devised scheme, disrupted by an unforeseen circumstance beyond their comprehension, revealed a colossal, fatal flaw. At this very moment, that flaw transformed into the most wrathful of guardians. Chapter 105. Two Earths and the underage Principal Qin Kailan's cold gaze, imbued with the murderous intent of chaos extermination, pierced through the energy-constructed projection of the witch child, Mogus, like a tangible blade. "No, how could you?" The witch child's terrified scream abruptly ceased as the projection shattered like fragile glass, disintegrating into scintillating motes that dissipated into the air, leaving only a faint trace of energy pointing towards a hidden corner of Earth. This remnant could have served as a clue for pursuit. However, just as Qin Kailan locked onto that trace, preparing to teleport and trace its origin, he was abruptly interrupted by the heart-wrenching cries of children outside. "Mom, Dad, where are you? Brother, sister, don't leave me." A tide of chaos, fear, and helplessness surged from the villa, sweeping through the entire nation and, indeed, the world as perceived by Qin Kailan. It was not merely the sound of weeping. There were also the explosive crashes of out-of-control vehicles, the shattering of glass, and the clamor of unruly youths wreaking havoc in the absence of restraint. In that instant where the world lost all its adult guardians, it teetered on the brink of utter disarray. Qin Kailan's steps came to an abrupt halt. He cast a glance at Rachel, who stood beside him, pale and clutching her clothes tightly, equally youthful and vulnerable, while listening to the fearful wails of countless minor souls across the globe. While pursuing the witch child and rescuing his companions was undeniably crucial, if he departed now, this world, stripped of all its pillars, would soon collapse under the weight of chaos, hunger, disease, and potential supernatural threats. Countless children would perish in this man-made catastrophe. "Damn it," Qin Kailan muttered under his breath, a flicker of internal struggle crossing his eyes, swiftly replaced by resolute determination. He could not stand idly by as billions of children fell into despair. There was no other choice. He took a deep breath, his consciousness sinking into the vast expanse of the universal cauldron. Cauldrons might manifest and differentiate. Myriad armors traversed the realm. With hands forming intricate seals, he radiated an overwhelming brilliance. This was not a summoning of combat armor, but rather a synthesis of colossal power and a fragment of protective intent, engendering a large-scale, low-consumption differentiation and forging. Countless tiny glimmers, like dandelion seeds, burst forth from his being, piercing through the rooftop and soaring across the globe. Each glimmer that touched the ground rapidly morphed into a simple yet elegant guardian armor avatar, standing approximately 1.5 meters tall, exuding a soft white luminescence. Though these avatars are not particularly tall, Each possesses combat prowess that rivals steel. Their cores have been infused by Qin Kailan with directives to maintain order, soothe emotions, provide fundamental survival guidance, and defend against general threats, all while sharing Qin Kailan's macro-perceptual network. In an instant, thousands of white-armored avatars materialized across cities, towns, and even remote villages worldwide. The chaotic scenes across the globe transformed dramatically. Teenagers looting stores were swiftly subdued by energy nets. Groups attempting arson were dispersed by shockwaves. And diminutive monsters born from rule aberrations were effortlessly vanquished by purifying light blades. These armored avatars displayed remarkable efficiency, employing absolute strength and precision to rapidly restore order from the brink of chaos. They silently assisted fallen children, guided terrified crowds to relatively safe, open spaces, generated pure water and compressed food from simple light energy, quelled minor riots, and erected temporary barriers against beasts or supernatural disturbances. While they could not replace genuine parents or an adult society, these tireless, reassuring white sentinels acted as stabilizing anchors, swiftly restoring the crumbling world order for miners. Outside the nation's urban villas, several such armored avatars emerged, beginning to restore order in the surrounding neighborhoods. Rachel observed this scene. Her violet eyes filled with shock and a hint of relief. Kailan, this is merely an emergency response, Qin Kailan mused, acknowledging that he could now easily wield such power. Although he forfeited the prime opportunity to pursue the witch boy to care for the world's children, he had stabilized a world plunged into chaos after the disappearance of adults. Just then, a few figures stumbled towards the villa's perimeter, guided by the armored avatars. Leading them was a young girl clad in casual attire. Her face still displaying signs of shock, Kara Danvers, Supergirl, accompanied by several youths in Bat Family uniforms, Tim Drake, the third Robin, and Cassandra Cain, the second Batgirl. They had evidently been directed by the avatars from Gotham and had arrived swiftly through some means. Even the young Flash, Wally West, appeared in a flash. Mr. Dragon King? Wally exclaimed upon seeing Qin Kailan, his voice filled with excitement, quickly overshadowed by confusion. What is happening? Why are all the adults in the world missing? These white armors are... Kara interjected urgently. I woke up to find Aunt Martha and Cousin Clark gone. Only this white armor directed me here. Tim Drake, relatively composed, yet grave, added, Batman is missing. Communications are completely severed. We were brought here by these armors. It seems you're the only remaining adult. Qin Kailan regarded the gathering young heroes, his heart settling slightly. They would undoubtedly be vital forces in restoring order and confronting the impending crisis. The situation was intricate, but to put it simply, we have been ensnared. All adults have been transported to another dimension, yet I, for some peculiar reasons, have remained. Now, this world is left solely with us. He succinctly elucidated the current situation before casting his gaze across the group. Kara, your abilities are a tremendous asset. Tim, Cassandra, your training and experience will prove invaluable. Wally, your speed is crucial for intelligence and rescue operations. He organized this cadre of youthful heroes, establishing the villa as a temporary command center, and began assigning tasks, stabilizing order in the national city and its surrounding areas, gathering intelligence, and attempting to identify loopholes in the rules or methods of counterattack. Moreover, Qin Kailan, as if suddenly recalling something, spoke to them with an unusual gravity. Do not call me Dragon King. As an individual who once resided in China in 2025, the title Dragon King felt exceedingly burdensome to him. How should we address you then? Wally and the others inquired cautiously, taken aback by Qin Kailan's serious demeanor. In response, Qin Kailan reminisced fondly about a comic he once adored, his voice tinged with nostalgia. Call me Qin Xia. On the adult Earth. This realm also experienced a brief period of chaos. However, the societal organizational abilities of adults and the presence of superheroes facilitated a swift restoration of order. Core members of the Justice League, including Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Cyborg, Shazam, in his adult Captain Marvel form, The Flash, Barry Allen, alongside Catwoman Selina, Starfire Corey, and Zatanna, quickly convened in the Hall of Justice aboard the Starry Barrier. Bruce Wayne, utilizing satellite data and Cyborg's capabilities, swiftly analyzed the situation. We have been forcibly separated. There exists a parallel Earth for minors, with separation rules strictly based on physiological age, delineated at 18. The group fell silent, their expressions grave. as they worried for the children in the other world. Suddenly, Cyborg Victor raised his head, his tone laden with incredulity. Wait. I have cross-referenced the population data of both worlds and scanned for life signals. The adult world is missing one person. What? Everyone was taken aback. Who is it? Which adult has not been transported? Diana inquired urgently. Cyborg paused, seemingly verifying the data, before reporting in an extremely peculiar tone. The life signal characteristics matched those of Qin Kailan. Instantly, the hall was engulfed in a profound silence. This is impossible. Clark was the first to protest. Kailan is undoubtedly an adult. His age, Zatanna furrowed her brow, stating, based on life, energy, and soul maturity. He is undoubtedly a mature individual. At that moment, Selina Kyle, Catwoman, leapt up, her face a canvas of emotions ranging from shock to confusion, culminating in an exhilarating realization. Pointing to her own head, her voice pitchy with excitement, she exclaimed, wait, I understand. The only explanation is that little rascal, Qin Kailan. He isn't even 18 yet. He has been pretending to be older this whole time. My heavens, I've actually been involved with a minor. If this gets out, my illustrious reputation as Catwoman will be in ruins. Her unique thought process astutely captured this essential point, instantly transforming the solemn atmosphere into something rather ludicrous. As an accomplice, Starfire widened her eyes. The Tamarinian method of calculating age differed, yet she possessed a clear understanding of human concepts of age. She murmured, so, Kailan is actually a youth? How unexpected. Even beneath Bruce's mask, his lips appeared to twitch slightly. He cleared his throat, redirecting the conversation. The crux of the matter is not this. The focal point is that Qin Kailan, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to the essence of his powers disrupting the rules, might indeed be under 18, remaining in the realm of minors. He is the sole mature guardian of that world. Shazam, with his mature voice, expressed his astonishment. In the name of Shazam, this is indeed an unforeseen development. Nevertheless, with him present, the safety of the children should be significantly assured. That said, the explosive revelation that Qin Kailan might be a minor had evidently struck a thunderous chord among the adult heroes, particularly Selina, who was still rambling in disarray. A minor. Oh dear. Does teasing him all day count as attempted crime? No. The real issue is that he deceived me for so long. That little trickster, Diana, exasperated, placed a hand on her forehead, deciding to disregard Catwoman's frenzy, and said to Bruce, the urgent task is to find a way to connect the two worlds. We cannot remain in separation indefinitely. Bruce nodded in agreement. Indeed. Cyborg, concentrate all resources on analyzing the mechanism of world separation and seek possibilities for breaking through the barrier. Simultaneously, attempt to establish communication with the minor's Earth, even if it is merely to convey brief messages. The adult heroes commenced their intense efforts to break the deadlock. Yet a peculiar atmosphere lingered in the air, stemming from the unexpected revelation of a certain age secret. However, they believed that the young boy, whom they had misunderstood for so long, still bore the weighty responsibility of safeguarding a world. Chapter 106. Searching the heavens and earth for the light of hope on the earth of minors. Qin Kailan, Qin Xia, hovered above a National City villa, his consciousness densely interconnected with thousands of guardian armors, avatars. His perception scanned every inch of the planet, every piece of land, every ocean, even delving into the depths of the earth and ice caps, with unprecedented breadth and precision. Energy readings, spatial fluctuations, and any discordant mass points could not evade his scrutiny. Beneath the Antarctic ice cap, at the site of the original world line's shamanic magic circle, he confirmed no active magical formations. In the ruins of the Sahara Desert, energy responses fell into silence. In the Mariana Trench, there were no abnormal spatial folds. At major global ley line nodes, no signs of large-scale external energy extraction were detected. Streams of information relayed back through the armor avatars. Qin Kailan furrowed his brow. Comparing the energy fluctuations he sensed during the world's separation with the memories obtained from Dr. Manhattan, he discerned that the masterminds behind this incident, besides the shaman, included Brainiac and Darkseid. They now seemed to have evaporated completely, leaving no discernible traces for tracking. The core of the magical array used to segment the world has evidently been concealed or relocated through remarkably sophisticated means. It is hidden quite well. Qin Kailan scoffed softly. With his current strength, Once he identifies the target, he could easily crush it. However, without a target, his power remains unexploited. Intelligence has become the most significant shortcoming at present. He cannot afford to leave for an extensive cosmic search for long, as this fragile world requires his presence. Fortunately, many young heroes have since reached out to him through their battle armors, and their current lineup is not insignificant. He descended back to the villa's command center. Tim Drake and several technologically adept young heroes were diligently analyzing global data streams, attempting to uncover clues regarding the data theft by Brainiac. The mobile team led by Cassandra Cain has been dispatched to Gotham for investigation, but no groundbreaking news has yet been reported. Qin Kailan, Tim looked up to report. The signal from Brainiac is ghostly elusive. It utilizes different encryption methods and jump nodes each time it appears, causing our tracking efforts to be repeatedly interrupted. He is exceedingly cautious. Qin Kailan nodded, acknowledging the situation. In the face of his super-intelligent artificial intelligence with a 12th level intellect that is determined to remain hidden, the existing technological means indeed fall short. Continue monitoring, with a focus on safeguarding critical genetic and technological databases. The more frequently he acts, the more likely he is to reveal a flaw. He approached the window, gazing at the city outside, which had largely regained its order under the maintenance of the Guardian armor, lost in thought. The enemy must be plotting something in the shadows, and it is undoubtedly related to this purified world of miners. Is it aimed at the children, or is there some characteristic of this world that is pivotal to their plan? In the temporary Hall of Justice for Adults on Earth, the atmosphere remained tense. Yet a new endeavor was unfolding. The rules are based on physiological age, Bruce Wayne analyzed, but Shazam's transformation involves a magical identity switch. Billy Batson is a minor. Yet the Captain Marvel form is classified as an adult, and thus remains with us. Are you suggesting Diana glanced at the somewhat reserved Shazam in his Captain Marvel form? Zatanna's eyes brightened. Perhaps we can exploit this characteristic. Have Shazam attempt to navigate the edge of his transformation, using his magical essence as a bridge to see if he can penetrate the barrier between the two worlds and establish an extremely fleeting connection. Dr. Fate concurred. Magical rules can sometimes be more flexible than physical laws. Shazam's divine power stems from an ancient covenant, granting him a high status. It is worth a try. Shazam took a deep breath and stepped into the center of the hall. What should I do? Concentrate your thoughts, Zatanna instructed. Recall the state of Billy Batson and attempt to partially relinquish your transformation, but do not revert entirely. Find the critical point between Shazam and Billy, extending your consciousness as far as possible toward Billy, while maintaining the perception of Shazam's divine power. Shazam closed his eyes, and his body began to flicker with unstable golden lightning. His mature features flickered between clarity and obscurity, as if two identities were fiercely alternating within him. The hall fell into a hushed anticipation. Suddenly, Shazam's body convulsed violently, his face contorted in an expression of great effort. Yet, he spoke with an unusual resonance, blending his matured voice with a hint of youthful timbre. I seem to sense chaos over there, but there's a strong, warm light stabilizing everything. Is it Qin Kailan? The message was fragmented and exceedingly vague, yet key phrases emerged. Qin Kailan. It was indeed Qin Kailan. He was there. He was maintaining order. Clark exclaimed with excitement. Inform him of our situation. Ask him how things are over there. Diana urged urgently. Shazam strained to sustain this extreme state, sweat trickling down his forehead. It's difficult to convey information, as if shouting against a waterfall. I'll try to find the focal point of safety. He nearly forced out these words before he could no longer endure, the electric aura around him stabilizing as he reverted entirely to Captain Marvel. Gasping for breath. I can't do it. The barrier is too strong. I can only send this little bit. Though the information was scant, it marked a pivotal breakthrough. A tenuous connection had been established between the two worlds. Safety, find a focal point, Bruce pondered rapidly. Qin Kailan was indicating that the situation on his side was temporarily secure and hinting that the key to breaking the stalemate lay in locating the core focal point of the magical barrier separating the worlds. Selina Kyle sighed in relief, but then smirked. Well, at least this kid has some conscience, aware of the need to report in. However, the nickname Qin Kailan is still more palatable than Dragon King. With newfound direction, the adult heroes felt invigorated and began to focus their efforts on how to locate and dismantle the concealed focal point. In the realm of miners, Qin Kailan felt a stirring within him, as if he heard a distant, hazy call traversing the endless void. He instantly recognized it as a potential attempt by his adult counterparts to connect. He promptly transmitted their reassuring message, ensuring them of their safety, while also mentioning his official hero codename, emphasizing the need to locate the focal point of the magical barrier. He repeated this message over and over until the distant call faded from his perception. Then, he heightened his awareness to its utmost limits. But this time he focused intently on searching for any special energy veins or anomalous spatial anchor points related to the rules of the world, age boundaries, and dimensional separations. This search was more mentally taxing, yet was directed and thus more efficient. Simultaneously, he issued new orders to the global avatars of the Guardian Armor. Intensify surveillance on historical sites, ancient temples, and energy anomalies that might conceal magical barrier regions, paying attention to any symbols or energy reactions related to age, time, or separation concepts. The message had been sent forth, and as Qin Kailan gazed into the distance, his eyes sharp with determination, he vowed, "Even if I have to turn the entire Earth upside down, I will unearth the focal point on my side." The dawn of hope had begun to pierce through the barriers of the two worlds, faint yet enough to illuminate the path ahead. A fierce battle for the core nexus is about to unfold simultaneously across the realms of minors and adults. Chapter 107: The Twin Nexus and the Trial of Combat. On the juvenile Earth, significant breakthroughs in the search have been achieved. Qin Kailan's consciousness, akin to a precise probe, continuously scans the globe. He has adjusted his search strategy, shifting from merely seeking energy anomalies to focusing on perceiving nodes that have been grafted or distorted within the foundational rules of the world. This exploration at the level of rules is far more taxing than merely locating energy sources, yet it is also fundamentally more profound. After hours of deep perception, a startling revelation surfaced. It was not the intensity of energy at a specific location that mattered, but rather the existence of several ancient energy convergence points across the globe, such as the depths of the Amazon rainforest, Stonehenge, and certain areas of the Alps, where he sensed an exceedingly subtle mirror symmetry. These points possess a tranquil energy, yet their existence seems to resonate with another identical point in the underlying code of the world, transcending spatial boundaries. Thus, realization dawned upon Qin Kailan. The nexus is not singular, but rather a collective. They serve as anchor points, firmly affixed at identical coordinates in two parallel worlds, collaboratively forming and upholding a set of dividing rules. To dismantle this construct, simultaneous strikes on the corresponding anchor points in both worlds are essential. This discovery elucidates many issues. Attempting to destroy a nexus in isolation would prove futile and could potentially trigger a backlash of the rules. This also implies that he and his companions in the adult world must engage in an unprecedentedly precise, collaborative effort. He immediately transmitted this crucial intelligence through the tenuous link of telepathic resonance with Shazam, striving to relay the information. Although the message remained vague and intermittent, the core concept of twin nexuses and synchronized destruction should be grasped. Concurrently, he pinpointed several of the clearest rule anchor coordinates on the juvenile Earth. He resolved to assign the purification tasks near these anchor points to the young heroes, serving both as practical training and as a means to clear obstacles for the eventual synchronized destruction. He himself would remain at the center, ready to assist at any moment. On the adult Earth, within the temporary Hall of Justice, Shazam, in his Captain Marvel form, suddenly opened his eyes, his expression a mixture of exhaustion and excitement. "I receive it," he exclaimed. Qin Xia has transmitted more detailed information. The nexus is twin, requiring synchronized destruction at identical locations in both worlds. This news invigorated everyone. They had finally discovered the key direction to break the stalemate. "Immediately locate the corresponding coordinates in our world," commanded Bruce Wayne. Steelbone Victor quickly utilized the vague coordinates provided by Qin Xia and the data from the adult Earth to identify several suspected points, deep within the Amazon rainforest. An ancient altar atop the Alps, an underground altar in an ancient Scottish castle, and a location beneath the Antarctic ice cap, all perfectly corresponding to the anomalies discovered by Qin Kailan in the juvenile world. However, pinpointing these locations was merely the first step. As the heroes attempted to approach these sites, the true challenges began to emerge. In a secluded, ancient temple within the Amazon rainforest, a formidable magical barrier envelopes the structure. Its energy properties originating from the dark forces of the sorcerer and the eclipse, rendering it nearly impenetrable. Zatanna and Dr. Fate endeavor to unravel its mysteries, though their progress remains sluggish. Meanwhile, atop the majestic Alps, the sorcerer has woven an intricate net of traps, with Circe vigilantly overseeing, patiently awaiting the arrival of the superheroes. In contrast, a Scottish castle lies ensnared by Brainiac's technological force field, where countless drones and automated defense systems guard it against intruders, presenting a formidable challenge to Steel and Batman's electronic warfare. At the South Pole, an overwhelming and disquieting primordial darkness, emanating from the eclipse's power, envelopes the area. Merely approaching it sends shivers through one's soul. Superman attempts a forceful breach, but is repelled by an unseen force of regulation. Locating the focal point is merely the beginning. The true challenge for the adult heroes lies in overcoming the layers of defenses set by their adversaries and synchronously launching an assault with Qin Kailan and his companions from another realm at the precise moment. From the outset, the battle escalates into a fervent intensity. In the juvenile realm of Earth, amidst the battleground of the Amazon rainforest, Qin Kailan conceals his presence. Suspended in the air as he observes the skirmish between Cassandra's team and the Guardians below. This time, his role transcends mere prevention of mishaps. He meticulously studies each individual's combat style and latent potential. Once the skirmish momentarily subsides, he reveals himself to the fatigued yet resolute youths, offering affirmation and highlighting several areas for improved coordination. Upon returning to the villa in National City, Qin Kailan sets about enhancing the collective strength of the team. He first directs his attention to remote support and intelligence gathering. Young heroes have been dispatched to various nodes around the globe, yet, truth be told, confronting such formidable foes poses a significant risk to them. Although the sorcerer's focus does not lie within this world, caution remains paramount. Qin Kailan recognizes the necessity of maintaining a central command, ready to assist wherever needed. After a brief contemplation, he channels his thoughts, dispatching segments of armor from around the world to the respective locations of the young heroes. Upon locating them, the armors, under Qin Kailan's command, dissolve into fragments that attach themselves to each individual, subsequently adjusting to their unique combat habits and energy signatures. Initially startled, the young heroes mistake the sudden arrival for an enemy assault, only to realize it is Qin Kailan's armor. With their fears allayed, they revel in the surge of power that envelopes them once the armor fully integrates with their bodies. Just as Qin Kailan completes these preparations, a flicker of movement emanates from the strand of his consciousness he left beneath the Antarctic ice. This time, it is not a mental assault, but an exceedingly subtle sensation, akin to a key fitting into a lock, signaling a loosening of rules. Simultaneously, a faint magical sigil, barely perceptible and originating from the sorcerer, flickers momentarily like a triggered fuse before vanishing entirely. The triggering of this mark occurred far away in an unknown dimension, where the shaman Mokos was engrossed in manipulating the defenses of the adult world. Suddenly, he was inexplicably struck by a fleeting sensation of palpitations, as if he had forgotten some inconsequential detail, yet the specifics eluded him, quickly drowned out by the ongoing battle before him. Qin Kailan keenly sensed this ephemeral anomaly. A backup plan? A sardonic smile tugged at his lips. It seemed that, in addition to the overt defenses surrounding the core, there were clandestine tricks at play. However, in the face of absolute power, such machinations were futile. He became increasingly convinced that the South Pole was indeed one of the critical twin focal points. Now, it remained to be seen whether his companions in the adult world could timely overcome the obstacles and join him in sounding the bell that would herald the end of this division. Chapter 108, The Dual Realms Battle and the Million-Year Killing Game. Qin Kailan's strategy was both clear and efficient. Upon determining that the twin focal points must be destroyed simultaneously, he resolved to eliminate the secondary nodes first, clearing the path for the final confrontation while honing the skills of the young heroes. He harnessed the power of the All Things Forged to tailor or upgrade equipment for each member. In the Amazon rainforest, within a time warp zone, Cassandra donned the Shadow Dancer, light armor crafted by Qin Kailan for her. This sleek, obsidian battlesuit not only allowed her to meld seamlessly into the shadows, but also granted her the ability to traverse short distances through darkness, rendering her movements increasingly silent. Akin to a true specter, she darted like a bolt of black lightning between the frenzied, ancient mummies and colossal poisonous insects, each appearance precisely shattering an energy node. The Beast Boy, Garrus Logan, clad in the power of beasts, talisman, could now transform into various beast forms with enhanced ability and speed. At that moment, he took the form of a thunderous rhinoceros, crashing through the enemy lines with unrelenting force. The Blue Beetle, Jamie Reyes, had his sacred scarab armor further augmented by Qin Kailan, enhancing both energy output efficiency and defensive capabilities. The insectoid projectiles struck with the precision of a surgeon's scalpel, eliminating distant threats. The three of them, aided by their fortified equipment, coordinated seamlessly to quickly locate the anchor point of this space. Only after Qin Kailan received a message from the adult world notifying them did they collectively unleash their power to destroy the anchor point, restoring normalcy to the area. In the Alps, an ancient altar, Supergirl Kara Danvers, despite her formidable power, was gifted by Qin Kailan with a pair of Kryptonian inscription gauntlets. These not only provided a slight enhancement to her biofield, but also helped stabilize her occasionally erratic powers due to her youth. She engaged in fierce combat with a rock giant corrupted by darkness, alternating between heat vision and freezing breath to control the battlefield. Tim Drake's Robin uniform was upgraded to the Nightwing prototype suit, enhancing his cushioning, stealth, and data processing capabilities as he adeptly navigated the ancient magical traps surrounding the altar. Wally West, Kid Flash, incorporated Speed Force conduit fibers into his uniform, allowing for greater stability and reduced energy expenditure. He transformed into a crimson whirlwind, rescuing trapped youth and disrupting the enemy. In the end, after Kara subdued the giant spirit, the miniature explosive runes set by Tim synchronized with the adult world to obliterate the altar. The Scottish Castle, a subterranean labyrinth, became the stronghold of the Bleeniac Mechanical Legion, a torrent of steel. Here, the assembly of young heroes reached its zenith. With the aid of the equipment provided by Qin Kailan, their abilities were greatly enhanced. They carved a bloody path through the robotic army, jointly annihilating the core energy with the adult world. Under the support of Qin Kailan's fortified gear and the protection of his intangible power, the clearance operation at the nodes of the minor world was executed with remarkable efficiency, granting the young heroes invaluable combat experience and elevating their morale. Conversely, the battle on the adult world unfolded in a starkly different manner. The primary antagonists congregated, their defenses formidable. In the Amazon rainforest, a dark barrier loomed like an inverted colossal bowl. Zatanna and Dr. Fate stood before the barrier, incantations surging forth like a tide, clashing violently with the malevolent runes adorning the barrier. The shockwaves generated by their energy collision stirred a tempest of sand. Queen Hippolyta of the Amazons, leading her army amidst the storm, engaged in a fierce battle against the relentless onslaught of abyssal demons. The divine powers bestowed upon her by Gaia infused her sword, allowing each swing to vanquish a legion of demons. Shazam, the Captain Marvel, radiated divine energy like golden lightning, crashing against the barrier with resounding booms. After hours of relentless combat, a fissure finally tore through the barrier, severing the anchor point upon establishing contact with the juvenile realm, allowing Shazam to serve as a liaison between both sides. In the Alps, Superman and Wonder Woman confronted a protective magical array, battling countless demons led by Tickle. Circe occasionally dealt treacherous blows from behind. Starfire unleashed her full might from the skies, clad in the meticulously crafted Heart of the Sun, armor designed by Qin Kailan, unleashing the firepower equivalent to a small spacecraft. The sunlight raining down was swiftly absorbed and transformed by her, as she single-handedly subdued over half of the demons. Selena, having undergone significant enhancement in physique after multiple encounters with Qin Kailan over the past 3 years, donned a newly forged Shadow Lynx armor. Like an intangible shadow, she weaved through the throngs of demons, causing them to fall in droves. Thanks to the armor's phasing ability, the demons could not touch her. After an intense skirmish, they finally breached the core position and destroyed the anchor point. The Scottish castle had transformed into a hellscape of steel. The Bleeniac drones blotted out the sky, while automated turrets unleashed deadly firepower. Steelbone Victor and Batman Bruce Wayne engaged in a heated confrontation with Bleeniac within the data space, where viruses clashed with firewalls. Green Lantern Hal Jordan's green constructs were repeatedly shattered and reformed, while Aquaman Arthur Curry summoned towering waves that crashed against the fortress's base. The Flash, Barry Allen, became a streak of red lightning, darting through a hail of gunfire to effect rescues. He dismantled critical nodes at breakneck speed, creating opportunities on the front line. His body smeared with grease and dust, yet his gaze grew ever more piercing. Every inch of progress was accompanied by scars and sweat, and at last, seizing the opportune moment, they charged into the core area alongside Hal, successfully shattering the nucleus from both sides. The final confrontation lay at the Antarctic stronghold, where heroes from various regions hastened to their aid after dismantling their designated anchor points. Yet, the dark power of the Eclipsed was akin to a quagmire, severely suppressing the forces of light. Superman struggled under its weight, and Shazam's divine radiance dimmed. Starfire Koriandar, clad in the heart of the day, harnessed her armor's ability to efficiently convert and amplify her stellar energy, transforming herself into a humanoid sun, valiantly dispersing the darkness, albeit at a tremendous cost. The battle was fiercely brutal, with each hero sustaining injuries. It was only through their harmonious collaboration and unwavering resolve that they managed to gradually weaken the dark force field. Now it was the moment. Bruce shouted hoarsely over the comms, Zatanna, Diana, and Selina have drawn the majority of the fire. The path to the Antarctic core is momentarily clear. You must charge forward. Zatanna and Diana exchanged a glance and nodded. The two transformed into a stream of magical light and a bolt of golden lightning, braving the remnants of the dark encroachment, straining every sinew as they raced towards the ominous, pulsating cavern beneath the Antarctic ice cap. Just as Zatanna and Diana were about to breach the cave, Qin Kailan on the minor Earth felt a stirring in his heart. The time had come. He stepped forward and materialized at the base of a deep, glacier-covered chasm at the corresponding coordinates of the Antarctic on his world. Here too lay an entrance to a cavern emanating an eerie glow. At nearly the same instant, he, alongside Diana and Zatanna from the adult world, entered the core of their respective realms. The interior of the core was not the labyrinth of complex machinery or magical circles one might expect, but rather a vast, slowly rotating whirlpool of chaotic energy. At its center floated a fragment of an ancient rune, incomplete yet brimming with terrifying power of laws. The runes from the two worlds resonated across dimensions, forming a complete law of separation. That it. Destroy it. Diana raised the sword of the fire god, synchronized the attack. Zatanna summoned her most potent order magic. Qin Kailan, too, raised his hand, the essence of chaos extermination, coalescing at his fingertips. Though separated by the barrier of worlds, the three seemed to share a profound connection, launching their most formidable strikes simultaneously. The golden light of the sword of the fire god, the white radiance of order magic, and Qin Kailan as chaos-infused sword intent surged forth towards their respective halves of the rune. Boom! A terrifying explosion resonated across both worlds. The energy whirlpool convulsed violently, and the fragment of the rune instantly became riddled with cracks. Had they succeeded? A flicker of joy surged through the heroes' hearts. Yet, just as the rune was on the verge of shattering completely, an unforeseen transformation occurred. Instead of collapsing, the rune erupted with blinding brilliance, far exceeding its previous intensity. A more intricate, ancient, and colossal magical array phantom unfurled, centered around the rune, instantly engulfing Qin Kailan, Diana, and Zatanna. The complexity of this magical array surpasses all imagination. Its intricate patterns harboring ancient mysteries that even Zatanna and Dr. Fate cannot comprehend. The energy emanating from it instills a profound sense of dread in Brainiac, who is observing from outside the cave, alongside the newly arrived Warlock and the incarnation of Eclipsed. What is this? Brainiac's logical core nearly falters. The sophistication and energy levels of this magical formation far exceed the records of current cosmic civilization. It is impossible for such a construct to be arranged in a short span of time. The dark energy of Eclipsed begins to fluctuate violently, ancient, profoundly ancient, imbued with a trace of causal power that sends a shiver through me. Warlock Mogus gazes at the unfolding, awe-inspiring array, initially struck with extreme astonishment. only to be subsequently overwhelmed by a tide of memories sealed away by his own forgetfulness spell. His complexion pales instantly, a mixture of fear and a morbid fervor washing over him. I remember now. It was I who arranged this, his voice trembling with shock and recollection. What? You arranged this? When? Brainiac's cold tone carries disbelief. Warlock takes a deep breath, his eyes reflecting a complex interplay of dread and pride. Not now. But 1,000,000 years ago. 1,000,000 years ago. All who heard this revelation, including the heroes and villains outside the cave, were left astounded. Indeed, Warlock seems lost in distant memories, his voice ethereal. Back then, I was merely an apprentice, just beginning to glimpse the river of fate. During a deep meditation, an overwhelming force swept over me, a power I cannot even comprehend now, instilling in me a profound terror, as if my life was at the mercy of its whim. Afterward, I desperately sought the source of that power, and by a stroke of fortune, I bore witness to it. His voice trembles with trepidation. I saw the master of that force, Qin Kailan. I cannot discern which time I beheld him, but I witnessed his unmatched prowess in the face of the future, rendering all the strength I pursued laughably insignificant. A colossal fear engulfed me. So, you spent a millennium crafting this trap? Brainiac appears to grasp something. It was a precaution. Warlock shrieks, an ultimate safeguard against that ultimate power. I exhausted all that I had, even borrowing strength from certain nameless ancient entities, to finally anchor this node in the timeline, establishing this twin inverse annihilation matrix. One half inscribed in the Antarctic of that time, the other concealed behind the fabric of reality to ensure that this secret would not be divulged by my future self or for any other reason. I imposed upon myself the most thorough forgetfulness spell, such that my memory would only resurface when the array was triggered to its final stage. He gestures towards the array, ensnaring the three of them, laughing maniacally. Once activated, if only one half is destroyed, the other will detonate, releasing enough energy to obliterate two parallel Earths entirely. But if both halves are simultaneously touched by the power of the cauldron, it will initiate the final mode, not annihilation, but banishment. It will cast them into an absolute void, a realm untouched by time or causality. That was a cage from which even the all things forged could not escape in a short span of time. Now, the shaman gazed upon the three individuals completely engulfed by the radiant array, a twisted smile etched upon his face, as fear ultimately triumphed over power. Qin Kailan, you have lost. You succumbed to the terror of eons past. As the brilliance gradually faded at the core of the Antarctic cave, the swirling vortex of energy and runes had vanished, leaving only a bottomless void exuding an aura of absolute emptiness. The presence of Qin Kailan, Diana, and Zatanna had entirely dissipated from both realms. Although the rift between worlds had been mended, the trio was ensnared by a lethal trap set by a fear originating from millions of years ago, plunging them into an unknown and desperate predicament. Chapter 109. The coordinates of millions of years ago original world time. 7 days after the crisis of world disintegration was resolved, the process of reuniting the two Earths was not without turbulence. The violent fluctuations in spatial structure triggered unusual weather patterns and minor geological activities across the globe. Yet for the survivors, this was a miraculous cause for celebration. At the lunar base of the star barrier, in the main control center, Batman, Bruce Wayne, stood before a vast star map. His silhouette remained as stoic as ever, yet the tightly pressed corners of his mouth betrayed an inner turmoil. Steelbone Victor was reporting the latest developments. Global energy readings had stabilized, and all spatial rifts caused by the disintegration spell had completely sealed. According to feedback from the Watchtower and the monitoring networks of all global allies, no life signals or energy signatures from Qin Kailan, Diana Prince, or Zatanna Zatara had been detected. His mechanical voice carried a barely perceptible weight. Superman, Clark Kent, hovered nearby, his superhuman hearing and vision scanning every corner of the Earth, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. No, Bruce. I cannot find them. It is as if they have vanished entirely. Bruce remained silent for a moment, his voice hoarse. The shaman, Brainiac, and the fragments of the eclipse have also gone missing since the fusion was completed. We have won this war, but at a tremendous cost. In National City, within Qin Kailan's villa, the atmosphere was even more somber. Kara sat by the window, hugging her knees, gazing at the bustling city below, devoid of any sparkle in her eyes. She murmured to herself, "He promised he would return." Starfire attempted to uplift everyone's spirits with her characteristic optimism. Qin is the embodiment of miracles. He will surely find his way back. Yet this time, her tone lacked the absolute confidence of yesteryears. Cassandra meticulously polished her shadow dancer armor, her actions precise, as if performing some sacred ritual. Rachel closed her eyes, striving to sense. The connection remains very, very distant, yet it feels different now. It is as though separated by countless layers of veils, the veil of time. Observing the despondent group, Selena forced a smile, offering comfort. "Don't worry, that stubborn fool is quite resilient. Perhaps one day he will suddenly reappear." Though expressed in words, the depth of her inner turmoil is known only to herself. In this realm of absolute nothingness, the passage of time remains an enigma, while subjective experience stretches interminably. Here, there are neither the cycles of day and night nor the rise and fall of celestial bodies. Only an eternal, boundless void exists. Yet, amidst this desolate expanse governed by immutable laws, a small anomaly persists. Qin Kailan sits cross-legged within the abyss, this merely a manifestation of his will. His form remains unscathed. The witch boy's formation lacks the potency to dismantle that which is safeguarded by the power of the all-embracing cauldron. Diana and Zatanna rest at his sides, their appearances unchanged, yet their gazes are imbued with a depth and serenity forged through the passage of time. Under Qin Kailan's mental guidance, cards, shimmering with faint light and composed of the most fundamental energies, dance between the three. To take or not to take. If I do, my strait will be complete. He quips, raising an eyebrow with pride. Humph, I can't accept that. Diana, arms crossed, struggles with her pride as an Amazon princess, reluctant to admit her subpar card skills, though the slight puff of her cheeks betrays her feelings. In this protracted moment shared solely among themselves, she has cast aside more of the armor of a warrior and princess, revealing a more authentic self. Zatanna, with a mischievous smile, elegantly lays down a set of cards, a bomb for twos. Apologies, Qin, but it appears I am the victor. Her inverted incantation loses its magical effect here, yet her habitual manner of speaking occasionally persists. Well played. Qin Kailan feigns despair, eliciting laughter from the two women. This game, alongside various simple amusements birthed from Qin Kailan's alchemical manipulation of the void through the all-embracing cauldron, has become their sole means of combating the eternal solitude. As their exchanges and companionship continue, the initial anxiety and panic have long since dulled, replaced by a profound reliance and affection that flourishes in desolation. They reminisce about the past, share their dreams and fears, and discuss the faint hopes for the future. Qin Kailan's banter remains, now softened with tenderness. Diana's strength is interwoven with newfound gentleness, and beneath Zatanna's mysterious elegance lies a childlike innocence and dependence. The fermentation of their emotions, catalyzed by time, deepens into something rich and inevitable. Finally, following a moment of romance carefully crafted by Qin Kailan, everything falls into place. In the absolute void, they become each other's only reality, the sole source of light and warmth. The merging of bodies and the union of souls occur seamlessly. At the moment of Qin Kailan and Diana's union, the all-embracing cauldron resonates with unparalleled intensity. The ancient and potent bloodline power within Diana, derived from the Olympian gods, flows like a surging golden river, keenly captured, analyzed, and gently drawn upon by the cauldron, embracing a trace of its primal essence. A sample of high divinity bloodline has been detected, the blood of Olympus, direct descendant of Zeus. The analysis reveals a divine connection and an ancient covenant mark. The infusion of this bloodline illuminates a vividly clear coordinate on an entirely blank map, intricately linked to the cosmic origin. In an instant, Qin Kailan comprehends. He has found the beacon for his return. He has discovered it. He abruptly rises, a brilliant divine light igniting in his eyes, and the all things forging cauldron, which was merely siphoning the breath of the void at a slow pace, now roars into full operation. Diana and Zatanna, sensing his tumultuous emotions and the surging power within him, immediately grasp the significance of the moment. Without a moment's hesitation, they place their hands on his shoulders, pouring their Amazonian divine strength and mystical energy into him unreservedly. "Take us home, Qin." Diana's voice is resolute and brimming with trust. "Reverse causality. Define the coordinates." "Open the passage." Zatanna intones solemnly. "Though spells may falter in this realm, her intentions remain pure. Hold on tight." Qin Kailan laughs heartily, channeling all his strength. Combined with the newly acquired divine connection coordinates and all the void breath he had refined during this time, into the all things forging cauldron. "Open for me." The cauldron vibrates, radiating blinding light. In this absolute void, it tears open a rift shimmering with chaotic colors and countless temporal eddies. A powerful suction immediately ensues. The three embrace tightly, unhesitatingly plunging into the breach. After a jarring sensation of spatial transition, they crash heavily onto solid ground. The long-missed sensation of gravity, the sound of flowing air, the essence of flora, all perceptions return in an instant. "We are back," Zatanna exclaims joyfully, feeling the vibrant magical elements surrounding them. Though they seem ancient and primal, Diana quickly rises, scanning her surroundings with vigilance. They find themselves in a dense, untamed primordial forest, where the oxygen content in the air appears significantly higher than in modern times, and the forms of plants and insects seem extraordinarily large and peculiar. Above them hangs two immense moons, or perhaps one moon and a companion star reflecting brilliant light. Something is amiss here, Diana frowns, sensing a slight resonance from the divine blood within her, detecting the presence of an exceedingly ancient and powerful divine essence pervading this land, more primal than anything she had encountered on Paradise Island. Qin Kailan also stands, assessing his connection to the all things forging cauldron and the newly acquired divine coordinates tightly linked to the essence of this world. His expression grows somewhat peculiar. The coordinates are accurate. We have indeed returned to the original Earth. However, as he inhales the air rich with primordial energy, his expression turns complex as he gazes at his companions. This presence seems a tad too present. Based on the cauldron's analysis of the world's rules and divine markings, it appears we might have traversed back 1,000,000 years. Silence. Diana and Zatanna stand frozen, gazing at the entirely unfamiliar, prehistoric world before them, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. 1,000,000 years ago, at that time, human civilization was still in its nascent stage. The Olympian gods may have only recently begun to stir, and Atlantis had not yet sunk beneath the waves. The Dark Lord of Apocalypse, Darkseid, might still have been a youth. Qin Kailan rubbed his temples and suddenly broke into a grin, his eyes sparkling with a familiar, mischievous light. "Very well. If we are here, we shall make the best of it." Viewed from another perspective, this was indeed a unique repository for gathering materials. He extended his hand, gently clasping the hands of Diana and Zatanna. Their bond, having endured the trials of the void, was now unbreakable. "We also need a tranquil and stable place to forge armor that transcends time." A new adventure unfurled on ancient Earth 1,000,000 years ago, in a manner that no one could have anticipated. Meanwhile, their companions in the real world were still engulfed in sorrow over their recent disappearance. Chapter 110. Fragments of Time and Echoes of Fear. Ancient Earth. Unknown mountains. Qin Kailan's declaration rippled through Diana and Zatanna's hearts like a stone cast into a placid lake. Return to the modern era. This objective instantly dispelled some of the disorientation stemming from their unfamiliar surroundings in ancient times, providing a clear direction. Forging armor that transcends time? A sharp light flickered in Diana's eyes. The instincts of an Amazon warrior compelled her to grasp the crux of the matter. What was required? The unique materials of this era? She scanned her surroundings, her gaze sweeping over the crystals imbued with primal energy and the strange metals. Zatanna, her playful demeanor momentarily subdued, furrowed her brow. As a master of magic, she understood the dangers and complexities associated with the realm of time. Time travel is one of the most profound taboos, Qin. Forcing a distortion in the timeline can lead to unforeseen consequences, potentially triggering time paradoxes that could destabilize our very existence. You need materials that can anchor you while penetrating the barriers of time. This is no simple task. Qin Kailan nodded, his expression marked by an unprecedented focus. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the ancient vessel known as the Forge of All Things. The vessel trembled slightly, emanating invisible waves of perception that extended beyond the ancient earth beneath his feet, reaching toward a grander, more ethereal plane, a realm surpassing conventional cosmic space, often referred to as the void or beyond. Ordinary materials, no matter how potent in energy, would struggle to withstand the torrent of time. Qin Kailan's voice resonated with an unusual harmony, as if conversing with a greater existence. What we require is something more fundamental. It is the remnants of the very fabric of the world, forgotten and forsaken by time itself. His thoughts illuminated the stark, desolate void, where absolute nothingness did not prevail. Countless fragments floated there, broken and dim, akin to dust. They were the ashes of failed cosmic models, the remnants of severed timelines. The shards left behind after unobserved possibilities had collapsed. They bore the weight of shattered rules, bygone moments, and histories that had existed yet were denied. They are the most inconspicuous fragments of a desolate world, lying in the graveyard of the multiverse. Yet they are the closest to the essence of time and existence. Scanning the target, remnants of a withering world, shards of temporal paradoxes, specks of possibility revealing a composition imbued with temporal inertia, existential anchoring, and foundational rules aligning with the requirements of forging. A cold yet precise prompt flickered through Qin Kailan's consciousness. Found it. He abruptly opened his eyes, a gleam akin to discovering a rare treasure illuminating them. The finest materials are those orphaned, fragmented world shards drifting in the endless void. Without hesitation, he summoned all his might to activate the Omniforge. An immense and profound force of attraction, far surpassing any previous material refinement, surged forth from within the cauldron. This force did not act upon matter, but directly impacted concepts, drawing in those fragments residing in the void. In an instant, within the perceptions of Diana and Zatanna, an unending torrent of dust, twinkling with faint and sorrowful luminescence, seemed to be forcefully extracted from an unknowable, invisible dimension, transcending the boundaries of time and space, and frantically surged into Qin Kailan's being, flooding into the mysterious cauldron. These world fragments contained an unimaginable torrent of information and echoes of rules for an ordinary existence. Even a mere touch could shatter the mind under the weight of its inherent finality and void essence. Yet the essence of the Omniforge is a miracle, an absolute refining and dominion. It operates like the most intricate and ruthless furnace, mercilessly deconstructing and purifying these fragments, which bear the sorrowful past, stripping away to reveal the quintessence of temporal dust and the foundational bedrock of existence. The forging commenced. The radiance within the cauldron was subdued, yet it emanated a wave that subtly distorted the surrounding space-time. The essence of countless world fragments was rewoven, combined, and infused with Qin Kailan's intense will to return, along with the analysis of the time coordinates embedded within Diana's divine blood. A phantom silhouette of armor began to take shape within the cauldron. It was not a solid entity, but manifested as a translucent, flowing form, seemingly composed of countless minute grains, temporal dust, its surface shimmering like a shattered galaxy, while within, a stable structure akin to the bedrock of the earth, existential bedrock, provided support. An ancient, vast essence, imbued with a sense that transcended the passage of time, emanated from this phantom. Meanwhile, in a hidden dark temple on ancient earth, a structure built of black monoliths loomed, its style rugged and malevolent, permeated by the foul scent of primal sorcery. Deep within the temple, a diminutive, humanoid figure, skin adorned with bizarre runes, eyes flickering with a cruel and cunning light, was none other than the witch boy, young yet already revealing his wicked nature, who suddenly awoke from his throne constructed of bones and dark crystals. He clasped his head, which felt as if it might split open, and emitted a cry of agony and terror. In his perception, an incomprehensible and indescribable wave of scanning and absorption, seemingly emanating from a higher realm, slithered through the very essence of his magical existence like a cold, venomous serpent. This wave was not directed at him. Its target lay far beyond his grasp in the depths of the void. Yet, the significance embedded within this wave sent shivers through the core of his being. It embodied a power that transcended all known magic and rules. A force capable of effortlessly dismantling and devouring the world he understood and the meaning of his existence, reducing them to mere fragments. What was this entity? The voice of the sorcerer echoed with unprecedented terror. His cunning and cruelty which had earned him renown, appeared laughable in the face of this unknown and colossal power. He frantically summoned his sorcery, striving to trace the origin of the wave, yet all he perceived was an expanse of nothingness. A world's remnants being violently torn apart and consumed within that void. This sense of helplessness, this terror before an unknown absolute force, embedded itself deep within him like a venomous seed. He remained ignorant of the specific source of this wave, but he indelibly remembered the sensation, the primal fear of being observed and stripped by a higher existence. This fear, over the course of 1,000,000 years, not only persisted, but intertwined with his greed and apprehension toward formidable powers, continuously fermenting and distorting, ultimately morphing into an extreme vigilance and preemptive malice against any potential threat, any existence that might possess unknown powers. This, perhaps, was the deepest source of his instinctual fear that drove him to expend tremendous effort to establish that peculiar magical array targeting Qin Kailan in the future. In the ancient mountains, Qin Kailan remained oblivious to the psychological shadow he had unwittingly cast upon his future adversary through his quest for materials to return home. His entire focus was consumed by the forging of this unprecedented time armor. Time passed unmeasured, and gradually, the light within the cauldron subsided. As the shimmering silhouette of the armor solidified completely, it exhibited a dark silver hue, its surface seemingly adorned with countless minuscule, continuously flowing grains of temporal sand that refracted an enchanting luster. The armor's lines were sleek and imbued with a sense of futurism, with the joints featuring a delicate hourglass-like structure, while the core of the chest plate housed a peculiar symbol, composed of the very essence of existence, that rotated slowly as if anchoring itself to any point in time. A stable, profound aura, imbued with the rhythm of time's passage, emanated from the armor. The forging was complete. It was named Chrono-Reversion. Qin Kailan exhaled deeply, his complexion somewhat pale from the immense expenditure of mental energy. Yet, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He extended his hand, and the armor known as Chrono-Reversion transformed into a stream of dark silver light, enveloping his Silent Star armor, merging flawlessly to enhance it with a layer of mysterious and potent temporal attributes. "Is it a success?" Diana inquired with concern, sensing the extraordinary power contained within the new armor. Zatanna, too, sensed the unique temporal fluctuations, her eyes wide with astonishment. This armor seemed to exist independently of time, merely a preliminary success. Qin Kailan caressed the cold surface of Time Rewind, feeling the essence of time and the power of existence embedded within it. It could only be regarded as a mere embryo at this stage, necessitating the continuous collection of scattered fragments from various worlds to ultimately take shape. Even once formed, it could merely protect us from becoming lost in the tumultuous currents of time, anchoring our existence at various temporal junctures, rendering our presence coherent and devoid of paradoxes. Yet, he raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the dense primordial jungle, directed towards an unknown destination. To accurately pinpoint our current temporal location for an extended leap through time, a sufficiently precise beacon was required. He paused, a glint of sharpness flickering in his eyes. I sensed that this ancient world appeared to conceal such a beacon. Perhaps we must conduct an archaeological excavation here first. A new objective had indeed emerged. On this land from 1,000,000 years ago, what could possibly serve as a beacon to guide them home? Chapter 111. Ancient Habitation and the Marks of Time. In this wild expanse, seemed to flow with an unusual slowness and depth. As day turned to night and stars danced in the sky, Qin Kailan, Diana, and Zatanna embarked on their unforeseen prehistoric settlement on Earth, 1,000,000 years in the past. Their foremost task was to establish a secure base. With Diana's vast knowledge of wilderness survival and Amazonian strength, combined with Qin Kailan's adept use of universal forge to source materials on site, they swiftly constructed a solid and concealed stone and wood shelter at the forest's edge, near a water source and backed by a steep cliff. Amusingly, Qin Kailan etched a rudimentary cartoon cat's head on the inner side of the stone door using refined luminescent mineral powder, whimsically dubbing it the temporary safe house sign, which elicited a light laugh from Zatanna and a resigned eye roll from Diana. Life was not always filled with the joys of discovery. It was also fraught with the perils of the ancient world. The roar of a giant short-faced bear once approached their camp at night, only to be repelled by Diana. Utilizing her divine gauntlet and exceptional combat skills, terrifying avian monstrosities, with wingspans exceeding 3 meters, attempted to dive-bomb them, thwarted by Zatanna's basic magic that disrupted their flight paths, followed by Qin Kailan's expertly crafted stone spear that dispersed them with precision. On another occasion, they encountered a colossal ferns-like symbiote capable of ejecting corrosive slime, ultimately neutralized by Qin Kailan's experimental energy shield, enhanced with properties derived from a newly collected acidic slime core. It seems this creature's acidic resistance is quite commendable. I shall incorporate it into your armor as well, Qin Kailan remarked, nudging the now motionless remains of the symbiote. In this land rife with danger, his pragmatism and penchant for material collection found ample opportunity for expression. The daily interactions, away from the clamor of modern civilization, became increasingly pure and intimate. Diana has shed much of the burden associated with her roles as a princess and a hero. Alongside Zatanna, she weaves containers from large leaves, attempts to identify which ancient fruits are edible, and even learns simple meditation techniques from Zatanna that do not rely on a magical web, but aid in achieving focus and tranquility. Zatanna, in turn, reveals another facet of herself beyond her magical prowess. Utilizing her sensitivity to the flow of energy, she discovers several veins rich in pure elemental crystals, providing Qin Kailan with ample materials for snacks. She also crafts a wild, beautiful headband for Diana from supple vines, exquisite feathers, and shells, and makes small trinkets for herself and Qin Kailan. By night, gathered around the campfire created by Qin Kailan using the stable energy core, she enchants them with her melodious voice, which remains captivating even devoid of magical effects, humming ancient, nameless ballads. Qin Kailan, aside from his usual role as the voice of sarcasm and material scanner, increasingly demonstrates his attentiveness. He remembers Diana's preference for sweet wild fruits and notices Zatanna's occasional despondency when she is unable to use complex magic for extended periods, cheering her up with his newly invented light tricks composed of energy that change colors. Their bond deepens during this secluded journey, akin to a fine wine aged through the passage of time, becoming richer and more profound. Yet, Qin Kailan never loses sight of his core mission, perfecting the Time Weaver armor and discovering a way back home. The forging of Time Weaver remains incomplete. It resembles a nascent, ravenous temporal beast, requiring a continuous intake of fragments from the deserted world to grow and stabilize its structure. Each day, he dedicates time to focus and channel his energy into the forge of all things, extending his perception into the sorrowful void to capture and absorb the drifting remnants of worlds. This process is slower and more mentally taxing than one might imagine. Each absorption feels akin to listening to the mournful cries of countless worlds at their end, bearing the weight of the annihilation of innumerable beings. Were it not for the transcendent nature of the forge of all things, forcibly refining the negative emotions within, Qin Kailan's spirit would likely have been eroded long ago. However, the rewards are significant. As more shards of time and foundational existence are melted into Time Weaver, the originally dark silver surface begins to reveal a denser, more dynamic radiance, as if countless miniature galaxies are being born and extinguished within. Its temporal fluctuations grow increasingly stable and subdued, and its ability to subtly interfere with the surrounding space-time is gradually enhancing. Qin Kailan has experimented and can now accelerate or decelerate the flow of time in an extremely limited area, approximately a half-meter radius, with minimal effect and considerable cost. Or allow a single leaf to experience the transformation from tender green to withered yellow in the span of a second. It is growing, he explains to the two women, who are closely monitoring its progress. Like a puzzle, the fragments we are currently gathering are gradually completing the understanding of the rules necessary for Time Weaver to traverse the river of time. Once it is satiated and the comprehension is complete, we will be able to activate it. And then we can officially embark on the quest for a suitable beacon to facilitate time jumping. How many fragments are still needed? Diana inquired, sensing the subtle fatigue that enveloped Qin Kailan after each act of devouring. It's hard to say, Qin Kailan replied, shaking his head. It feels akin to filling an endless abyss with sand, Though it seems much has been added, the completion remains a distant prospect. However, I perceive that the allure and absorption rate of time retrace for the fragments is gradually increasing. This is an accelerating process, although the initial pace is sluggish. There is no need to fret about the duration. Once time retrace is fully forged, we shall traverse time at will, provided the markers are appropriate. At that time, should you wish to witness Queen Hippolyta in the fervor of World War II, it shall be entirely feasible. Diana felt a flicker of anticipation at this. She was quite curious to see what her typically stern mother had been like during those impassioned times. On this day, like many before, Qin Kailan commenced the process of absorption once more in the clearing beside the camp. The shadow of the tripod flickered behind him, an invisible force reaching out into the void. Numerous fragments of worlds, as if summoned, traversed dimensions to merge into the tripod, subsequently refined into the time retrace armor adorning him. Yet, just as this absorption neared its conclusion, an anomaly occurred. Perhaps the accumulated power of time retrace had reached a critical threshold, or perhaps this batch of fragments harbored a peculiar temporal imprint. In the very instant of completion, the strange symbol at the core of the time retrace armor flared to life. A subtle, nearly imperceptible ripple of time emanated from Qin Kailan, expanding silently like ripples on water, sweeping across a radius of hundreds of meters. This ripple was neither an attack nor a deliberate manipulation, but rather akin to an unconscious probing or resonance. After the ripple passed, everything appeared to return to normal. The wind rustled through the treetops, and distant howls of beasts echoed. However, Zatanna suddenly clutched her chest, her expression shifting. Wait, the magical elements surrounding us. No, something deeper has stirred. Diana, too, tightened her fists in vigilance, her divine intuition sensing an unusual presence, a feeling of being observed, ancient and elusive. Qin Kailan furrowed his brow, sharing the same sensation. It was not the gaze of a creature, but rather a lingering imprint etched into the very structure of space-time, momentarily activated by the temporal ripples inadvertently emitted by time retrace. Following that faint sense, he cast his gaze towards a distant, peculiar solitary peak shrouded in mist. The source of that feeling of being watched seemed to originate from there. It appears we are not the only anomalies in this era. Qin Kailan's eyes sharpened. Perhaps something lies hidden there, an ancient seal, a dormant entity, or a clue related to our return. This new discovery shattered the gradually established patterns of their primitive existence. What secrets lay concealed within that solitary peak? Opportunities or unknown dangers? Chapter 112. The shadow of the lone peak and the whisper of time, the solitary peak. Shrouded in mist, resembled a verdant finger pointing towards the heavens, exuding an aura of silence and mystery that starkly contrasted with the surrounding primordial jungle. The temporal ripples inadvertently awakened by the time rewind. Armor were akin to pebbles cast into an ancient well. Though imperceptible, they indeed stirred something deeply buried within. A peculiar sensation enveloped Zatanna as she gazed at the distant mountain, her slender fingers gently resting upon her chin. The sorceress's keen perception allowed her to detect the unusual vibrations lingering in the air, neither the essence of life nor the mere architecture of magic, but rather a crystallized intention or the residual echoes of some ancient decree. Diana nodded, her Amazonian instincts resonating with the divine blood coursing within her, instilling a sense of vigilance. Ancient, exceedingly ancient, perhaps predating even the era of the Olympian gods. This mountain harbored secrets that were anything but simple. Qin Kailan sensed the faint tremors still pulsing from the core of the time rewind armor, coupled with an elusive pull emanating from the direction of the lone peak. A smile of intrigue tugged at the corners of his mouth. Regardless of what it might be, it would be a slight to ignore it since our new toy had stirred it. Perhaps hidden within lay a delivery number that could facilitate our swift return home. The allure of home and the potential for high-quality materials compelled him to embark on an expedition to the mountain. The trio wasted no time. After a brief preparation, they departed from their makeshift camp, which they had maintained for several days, and set forth towards the solitary peak. Traversing the dense prehistoric jungle was no easy feat, as enormous ferns and entangled vines formed a natural barrier, with venomous insects and ferocious beasts lurking within. However, for these three, such obstacles were nearly negligible. Diana wielded the sword of the god of fire, effortlessly cleaving through the obstructing thorns and gigantic leaves with elegance and efficiency, as if strolling through her own backyard. Zatanna, utilizing her perception of energy flow, adeptly avoided areas of potential danger caused by energy disturbances, occasionally employing subtle magic to disperse overly enthusiastic primal creatures. Qin Kailan, taking a more direct approach, enhanced his perception of the surrounding environment to an unprecedented level beneath the cover of the Time Rewind armor. He could discern the subtle energy veins within the space and even vaguely perceive slight variances in the flow of time across certain regions. He occasionally paused to refine a few minerals or plant samples imbued with unique energy reactions, justifying his actions with a light-hearted quip about not letting the journey be in vain, prompting Zatanna to retort, "Qin, we are adventuring, not conducting a geological survey. What if there's a catalyst here that could accelerate the formation of the Time Rewind?" Qin Kailan confidently countered, "Let us not forget. It's still a work in progress, growing and in need of nourishment." After a half-day's trek, they finally reached the foot of the lone peak. Upon closer inspection, the mountain appeared even more extraordinary. Its surface exhibited an unnatural shade of dark green, the rocks polished to an almost glass-like smoothness, with scarcely any vegetation to be seen, forming a stark contrast with the vibrant life of the surrounding jungle. A faint, disquieting pressure emanated from within the mountain, enveloping them in its unsettling presence. "It seems we have indeed found the right place." Diana tightened her grip on the sword and shield, her gaze sharp and determined. Climbing unassisted was not an option. It would prove far too inefficient. Qin Kailan commanded time reversal, merging it with Silent Star's flight capabilities, gradually ascending with Diana and Zatanna, searching along the steep mountain face. The higher they flew, the more palpable the invisible pressure became, as if the air itself had thickened. Eventually, they discovered a vast entrance, obscured by clouds and mist, carved with unmistakable human intervention halfway up the mountain. The entrance was irregularly circular, its edges smooth, leading into an abyss of darkness that seemed capable of swallowing all light. A peculiar sense of intent and a disturbance in the fabric of time and space emanated from the depths of this cavern. "Shall we proceed?" Zatanna inquired, glancing at Qin Kailan. Though her question was tentative, her eyes sparkled with eager curiosity. "We have come this far," Qin Kailan replied with a smile, confidently activating his armor, shooting into the cavern like a dark silver meteor, with Diana and Zatanna closely following. Inside, the cavern was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside. The passage sloped downward, its walls smooth as mirrors, etched with incomprehensible, distorted hieroglyphs and patterns that seemed to flow gently, exuding a faint, ghostly luminescence. A peculiar scent of dust mingled with ancient energy pervaded the air. These murals narrated a certain history. Diana scrutinized the walls, drawing upon her divine lineage's faint resonance with ancient knowledge, managing to decipher fragments, celestial bodies falling, the earth tearing apart, and a peculiar seal. Meanwhile, Zatanna sensed the flow of energy. It converged deeper into the cavern, where a core of formidable energy lay, its state peculiar, resembling both slumber and restraint. Qin Kailan remained silent, his focus largely on the time reversal armor. Upon entering the cavern, the armor's response intensified significantly. The core symbol spun faster, seemingly ravenous for the nutrients diffusing throughout the cave. He felt that the temporal and spatial structure here was exceptionally stable, yet at certain nodes, subtle wrinkles appeared, as if battered and distorted by immense forces. As they ventured deeper along the passage, the surroundings shifted dramatically, revealing a vast underground expanse. At the center of this space, contrary to their expectations of an altar or sarcophagus, hovered a colossal cocoon woven from countless silver beams of light. These beams undulated like living creatures, forming an extraordinarily intricate three-dimensional array that encased the cocoon securely. The array radiated a gentle yet powerful glow, illuminating the entire cavern while emanating a chilling force of temporal confinement. Beneath the cocoon, in a hollowed area of the ground, lay several immense skeletons in quiet repose. These remains were of various forms. Some resembled gargantuan reptiles magnified 1,000-fold, while others bore distinct features of extraterrestrial beings. Their bones gleamed like jade, and even after countless ages of death, they still exuded an oppressive residual power. Were they dragons? Or perhaps some ancient titans? Diana gazed in shock at the skeletal remains. Sensing the terrifying power these beings once possessed, Zatanna fixed her eyes intently on the silvery cocoon, her voice trembling slightly. That formation is the highest level of temporal confinement spell. I encountered similar accounts in the grimoire of Cagliostro. It is designed to seal entities capable of disrupting the timeline. Qin Kailan's gaze traversed the bones and the formation, landing upon the silvery cocoon itself. In his perception, the yearning emanating from the temporal reversion armor had reached its zenith. It was not merely a thirst for the pure temporal energy permeating the surroundings, but a profound longing for the existence within the cocoon. A cold notification resonated in Qin Kailan's mind. Detection of high-concentration temporal singularity characteristics highly compatible with fragments of a desolate world. Suspected time beacon carrier or fragment. At that moment, as if sensing the presence of temporal reversion, the once placid silvery cocoon trembled violently. The formation enveloping it blazed with light, emitting a deep hum, as if straining to suppress something. Simultaneously, a faint, intermittent thought, seemingly transcending eons, like a thread, was directly transmitted into the minds of the three. Liberate me. Key to my temporal disarray. The thought abruptly ceased, as if expending all its power or being forcefully repressed by the formation once more. Within the cavern, only the gentle pulsation of the silvery cocoon remained, alongside the silent testimony of the ancient Titan skeletal remains, eloquently narrating their tragic past. Qin Kailan observed the cocoon, which had returned to stillness after its violent struggle, his gaze flickering uncertainly. It appeared that what they had discovered was not a benign beacon, but a sealed predicament. He stroked his chin, contemplating that it seemed eager to negotiate a deal with them. Should they dare to engage with this sealed temporal singularity and possibly obtain a key beacon, or should they exercise caution and withdraw immediately to avoid unleashing an unknown terror? The choice lay before the trio. Chapter 113. The Feast of Gluttony and the Guardian Colossus in the Subterranean Realm. Time seemed to stand still. The faint pulsation of the silvery cocoon, the foreboding skeletal remains of ancient beasts, and the constraining power radiating from the intricate temporal formation collectively painted a bizarre and awe-inspiring tableau. The intermittent thought, transmitted across the ages, cast a mysterious and perilous veil over all. Liberate me, key to my temporal disarray. Was it a plea for salvation? Zatanna furrowed her brow, her cautious nature as a sorceress instilling in her an inherent wariness towards such sealed entities. To be confined by such a formidable temporal formation undoubtedly indicated a substantial threat. Temporal disarray was certainly not a benign term. Diana gripped the sword of the god of fire, her divine intuition alerting her to the tremendous power contained within the cocoon, which, though suppressed, still surged with an overwhelming force that bore an unsettling neutrality. It claimed to be a key. Key to what? Perhaps it was a trap. Qin Kailan refrained from responding immediately, entirely captivated by the intense reaction of the temporal reversion armor. Since entering this realm, Time Rewind has greedily absorbed the pure temporal energy that permeates the air, akin to a parched land encountering a much-needed rainfall. This energy does not emanate from the light cocoon itself, but rather from the residual power that has dissipated from the binding array over countless years, along with the faint essence leaking unconsciously from the light cocoon. He could distinctly sense that the growth rate of Time Rewind had surged several-fold in this space. The internal structure of the armor was becoming increasingly intricate and stable, while its control over temporal fluctuations appeared to be more refined. More importantly, the chilling notification resonated once again in his mind. Continuous absorption of high-concentration temporal energy has resulted in a 400 increase in fusion efficiency. A target temporal singularity containing certain absolute marker characteristics has been detected and is being analyzed. The absolute marker. Qin Kailan's eyes flickered. This was precisely what they urgently needed to return to the modern era, a means to disregard the tumult of time and accurately pinpoint the coordinates of their rightful temporal point. Risk and opportunity coexisted. He stepped forward, gazing intently at the slightly quivering light cocoon, attempting to respond with his mental will. Who are you? Why are you sealed here? What does the key signify? After a brief silence, that faint thought returned intermittently, as if each exchange demanded immense effort and contended against the seal. I am the observer, recording the scars of time. Not maliciously. The erroneous fusion of my very existence has triggered a temporal paradox, resulting in my sealing by an ancient accord. The key is a fragment of my core, containing the marker for your return to your era. Release my fragment to you. The information remained fragmented, yet it conveyed content that left the three of them in a state of profound agitation. The observer, recording the scars of time, Zatanna pondered, recalling then the early formation of the multiverse. Some neutral entities born of rules did exist. They did not intervene in reality, but merely recorded it. If what it says is true, the ancient accord, Diana seized upon another keyword. Was it the gods? Or perhaps even older entities? Could it indeed incite a temporal paradox? Qin Kailan's mind raced. A neutral observer, sealed due to the potential issues arising from its own existence. Its core fragment contained a marker for return. This sounded like an irresistible proposition. But could they trust it? How could it prove its words? Would releasing it trigger uncontrollable consequences? Qin Kailan posed the most critical question directly. The pulsation of the light cocoon intensified. The thought imbued with a sense of urgency and helplessness. The only path to complete assurance is through trust. Release me, and the observer will detach from this timeline, returning to the void without disturbing your world. The sealing energy is nearing depletion. Even if you do not come, I shall inevitably break free. At that time, the consequences of uncontrolled power will be even more unpredictable. Its words were part persuasion and part a statement of fact. This formidable temporal binding array, after enduring countless millennia, indeed shone less brilliantly than at its inception, with certain energy nodes exhibiting faint signs of dimming. Qin Kailan turned to Diana and Zatanna, seeking their counsel with a glance. This was a gamble, betting on the veracity of the observer's claims, wagering that the process of release is manageable, and trusting that it will indeed depart as promised. Diana inhaled deeply, her gaze resolute. I trust my instincts. It does not emanate pure malice. Furthermore, should the seal truly be on the verge of collapse, resolving it preemptively would be far preferable to an unforeseen eruption in the future. Zatanna, after much deliberation, nodded in agreement. Although the risks are immense, this is the most definitive lead we have encountered thus far. Moreover, a neutral observer theoretically has no reason to deceive us. I can attempt to impose an additional layer of constraint using magic during the release process, albeit the effect may be limited. Consensus was reached. Excellent. Qin Kailan, no longer hesitant, fixed his sharp gaze upon the silvery cocoon, asking how to proceed, simultaneously attacking the 7 energy nodes of the array. A stream of information detailing the precise locations and energy characteristics of these 7 nodes surged into Qin Kailan's mind. However, gazing upon the grand array, infused with colossal space-time energy, new ideas began to form in Master Qin's thoughts. His eyes, akin to the most sophisticated scanners, fervently scanned the vast space-time array composed of countless silver rays enveloping the cocoon. In his perception, the all things forge emitted an unprecedented, ravenous hum. This was not directed at the cocoon, but rather at the array itself, detecting an ultra-high density, orderly space-time confinement energy structure, stable and rich with properties such as temporal stasis, spatial locking, and rule sealing. The analysis value was exceedingly high. It could serve as a core enhancement material for time reversal, significantly boosting temporal resistance and stability. A cold notification echoed in Qin Kailan's mind, imbued with an almost seductive quality. Waste. Such a notion was non-existent. In Qin Kailan's lexicon, the high-energy object before him was merely a resource awaiting reclamation and repurposing. His eyes instantly gleamed like a dragon that had discovered a rare treasure, shimmering with an emerald glow, if one could see it, rather than destroy the nodes. I have a more efficient and economical method. He licked his somewhat parched lips, his tone brimming with the exhilaration of newfound discovery. Let me savor this feast and whet my appetite. Diana and Zatanna were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the source of his sudden enthusiasm. They watched as Qin Kailan disregarded the mental communication from the cocoon. Instead, he abruptly spread his arms wide, channeling the full power of all things forge. This time, the target was not the fragmented world amidst the void, but the palpable, energy-laden space-time array before him. Buzz. A force far more domineering and predatory than before erupted from Qin Kailan's being. The shadow of all things forged solidified behind him, the mouth of the cauldron seemingly transforming into an invisible black hole, directly aimed at the flowing silver array. Devour. In that instant, a miracle unfolded. The once stable and functioning space-time array, which encased the cocoon of light, began to resemble a cake devoured by an invisible beast. The silver rays at its edges twisted violently, dimmed, and then transformed into the pure stream of space-time energy, akin to rivers converging into the sea. Forcibly torn apart and frantically surging into Qin Kailan's body, pouring into that greedy cauldron. "Qin, what are you doing?" Zatanna exclaimed, acutely aware of the vast energy of the array rapidly dissipating. This action was utterly reckless, far beyond her expectations. Diana's eyes widened in astonishment. Yet her trust in Qin Kailan prevented her from intervening immediately. Instead, she tightened her grip on her sword and shield, remaining on high alert for potential anomalies. "Fear not. I have it well in hand." Qin Kailan's voice resonated with a sense of exhilarating delight. "Such a bountiful array, why not dismantle and repurpose it? Shall we keep it for the new year? This is prime material for space-time architecture. Chrono Rewind desperately requires this to reinforce its framework." As the vast and highly organized space-time confinement energy was devoured and refined by all things Forging Cauldron, infusing the Chrono Rewind armor, the armor itself underwent visibly remarkable changes. The dark silver surface revealed increasingly intricate and stable silver patterns, as though the very runes of the array had merged into it. The temporal fluctuations emanating from the armor transformed from mere flow to an unshakable solidity, as if it could anchor itself within the fabric of time. The growth rate of Chrono Rewind surged at an astonishing pace. However, Qin Kailan's act of dismantling clearly triggered some ultimate defense mechanism. Crack! Crack! The ancient giant skeletal remains, which had lain quietly on the ground, suddenly ignited with an unprecedented, almost blinding azure flame in their eye sockets. The colossal skeletons emitted a deafening roar as they instantly assembled and stood upright. Their activation surpassed the tentative interactions from before, as if Qin Kailan's consumption of the array had breached their core protective threshold. The three skeletal figures radiated an overwhelming aura of malevolence, resembling mountains of bone. Propelled by a will to annihilate all, charging towards the gluttonous Qin Kailan. Their singular aim was to halt this greedy predator from further dismantling the ceiling structure. They were fully activated. "Be careful," Diana shouted, her truth-binding lasso shooting forth like a golden dragon, ensnaring the skeletal winged dragon first. "Disrupt them." Zatanna immediately followed suit, conjuring more potent energy arrows aimed at the joints of the multi-limbed crawling skeletons. Qin Kailan, in the midst of consuming energy, found himself unable to divert his attention. Yet, his face bore no trace of panic. Instead, a knowing smile emerged. "I knew that where there are treasures, there will be guardians." He bellowed. "Diana, Zatanna, hold them off for 10 seconds. Just 10 seconds." His voice thundered as the devouring speed of all things Forging Cauldron accelerated once more. The entire space-time array dimmed and thinned at a visible rate, as though it could collapse at any moment. Diana and the skeletal winged dragon clashed fiercely, divine power meeting the lifeless claws of bone, a tempest of energy swirling around them. Zatanna deftly maneuvered through the fray, employing her magic to disrupt the movements of the crawling skeletons, thus buying precious time for Qin Kailan. The most formidable upright lizard skeleton, however, disregarded the other two, its hollow eye sockets fixated with a ghostly blue flame on Qin Kailan, as its immense bony claws descended with a force capable of rending the very fabric of space. The might of this strike surpassed all that had come before. In this critical moment, Qin Kailan's eyes blazed with determination as he roared, "Siphon it dry. Open for me." A thunderous boom echoed as the entire temporal array emitted a mournful cry under the strain, the final strand of silver light snapping and dissipating. Consumed entirely as pure energy by the all things Forging Cauldron, the binding power vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, the guardian colossus, now bereft of its energy source, faltered abruptly, the ghostly blue flames in its sockets dimming noticeably. Now was the time. Qin Kailan pivoted sharply to face the descending colossal claws, standing resolute and unyielding. Having just absorbed a vast reservoir of temporal energy, his chronoresurgence, armor erupted in a brilliant silver luminescence. Time lock. He emulated the characteristics of the array he had just devoured, unleashing a formidable force of temporal stasis upon the skeletal claws. Though it paled in comparison to the original array's potency, it sufficed against the now weakened guardian colossus lacking energy replenishment. The skeletal claws halted abruptly, mere inches from Qin Kailan's head, as if ensnared in an invisible quagmire, their movements rendered agonizingly slow and rigid. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Kailan retreated, widening the distance between himself and the colossus. Behind him, the silver cocoon, stripped of all binding, became riddled with cracks that spread across its surface. A vast, ancient aura, reminiscent of countless fragments of time, surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Crack! Boom! The cocoon shattered completely. Billions of silver rays erupted, illuminating the subterranean space as if it were day. A vague, indescribable figure, composed of pure light and flowing temporal currents, began to materialize at the heart of the shattered cocoon. Chapter 114. The Donor of Observation and the Ripples of Time as the silver cocoon disintegrated. Countless beams of light danced wildly throughout the subterranean expanse, eventually converging inward to coalesce into a vague, humanoid silhouette formed of pure light and flowing temporal markings. It bore no distinct features, no gender, appearing as a composite of innumerable fleeting clock images, emanating an overwhelming, ancient, and utterly neutral presence. This was the Observer. With its emergence complete, the three activated Guardian Colossus skeletons, deprived of their final directives and energy support, saw the ghostly blue flames in their eye sockets extinguished in an instant. Their massive frames clattered, collapsing in a cacophony, reverting to lifeless heaps of bone scattered across the ground. Within the subterranean chamber, only Qin Kailan, Diana, Zatanna, and this newly manifested ancient entity remained in a tense standoff. Diana and Zatanna remained on high alert, gripping their weapons and channeling magical energy, their watchful gazes fixed upon the Observer. Despite its claims of neutrality, the overwhelming power it exuded left no room for them to act recklessly. Meanwhile, Qin Kailan felt a surge of energy coursing through him, complemented by an unprecedented sense of stability from the chronoflow armor. Having absorbed the energy of the entire temporal confinement array, the chronoflow seemed to have undergone a vital evolution. He could now perceive the flow of time with greater clarity and harbored a vague intuition that allowed him to briefly define the temporal rules surrounding him. Albeit at a significant cost, it was no longer an unattainable feat, thank you. Later life forms, a serene thought resonated in the minds of the three, devoid of sorrow or joy, as if composed of the echoes of countless eras, now clear and steady. Especially you, bearer of miracles. Your actions have accelerated the process I foresaw. The Observer's gaze appeared to settle upon Qin Kailan. Do not be wary. I am the chronicler of time, a mere spectator to the rise and fall of all things. It is neither my duty nor my desire to intervene in reality or in sight variables. Its thoughts carried an undeniable purity, causing Diana and Zatanna's tense nerves to ease slightly. You previously mentioned a transaction. Qin Kailan interjected straightforwardly, prioritizing tangible benefits, the core fragments, and the beacon for their return. Promises must be fulfilled. The Observer raised an arm composed of light and temporal engravings, gently tapping its chest. A brilliant point, resembling a condensed silver particle of starlight, slowly separated from its being. As this particle emerged, the surrounding space-time rippled subtly, as if bowing before it. This is a temporal beacon, a record of my core, documenting an absolute temporal coordinate, specifically the time node you recognize as modernity. With it, combined with the temporal creation growing within you, you shall be able to lock onto your path home. The silver particle drifted gracefully towards Qin Kailan. He refrained from immediately grasping it, instead channeling the Forge of all things to conduct a thorough scan. Detection confirmed. The absolute temporal beacon's energy structure is stable, with a uniquely directed informational signature and no hidden protocols or traps. Analysis complete, safe for reception. Once assured of its authenticity, Qin Kailan extended his hand, allowing the silver particle to settle into his palm. The particle felt warm and alive, pulsing gently, before seamlessly merging with the chronoflow armor within him. In that instant, Qin Kailan sensed his consciousness elevate infinitely, as a murky yet intricate river of time unfurled before his eyes. Among the myriad of points within, one stood out with clarity and familiarity. It was the direction of home. The symbol at the core of the chronoflow, armor stabilized, vividly reflecting that very coordinate. The key to their return was finally in hand. "Thank you," Qin Kailan expressed sincerely. Although the process bore a hint of coercion, the outcome aligned with expectations. It is merely a transaction. The observer's intent remained serene. My very existence, due to previous errors in fusion, has become an unstable element within this timeline. I shall immediately depart, returning to the void of records that rightfully belongs to me. May your journey home be smooth." Upon concluding these words, the ethereal figure composed of light and time began to gradually fade, becoming transparent as if to merge with the surrounding fabric of space and time. Yet, just as it was on the verge of complete disappearance, the observer's movement paused slightly, as if recalling something. An additional thought flowed into Qin Kailan's mind, carrying a subtle, almost imperceptible hint of a reminder. The bearer of miracles must understand that the corrective power of time is immensely formidable. Your presence here, especially your act of devouring the seal and engaging with me, has already left ripples in this ancient history. These ripples will spread, attracting the attention of some ancient gazes that may have been roused from slumber in this epoch. Though the route home is indicated, the journey may not necessarily be tranquil. The voice lingered in the air as the observer's figure vanished entirely, as though it had never existed. In the subterranean space, only the shattered cocoon, the scattered remains of colossal beasts, and the contemplative expressions of the three remained. Ancient gazes? Zatanna's countenance shifted slightly. What could it refer to? The Olympian gods? The old ones? Or perhaps even older entities? Diana, sensing the lingering, transcendent essence of the observer in the air, spoke solemnly. To be termed ancient, and specifically mentioned by the observer, is anything but ordinary. We may have indeed disturbed something that ought not to be disturbed. Qin Kailan absorbed the observer's final reminder. Yet his gaze grew sharper, revealing not worry but a hint of excitement. What of the disturbance? He lightly patted his resplendent, yet profoundly deep, time reversal armor. With the beacon in hand, the path home was already open. As for the sights along the way, they were merely snacks to enhance time reversal. His confidence infected Diana and Zatanna. Indeed, with the furnace of all things, Qin Kailan was the greatest variable. Let the soldiers come to block, and the waters rise to bury. So, when shall we set forth? Diana inquired, her eyes ignited with the yearning for home. Qin Kailan once again attuned himself to the beacon integrated with time reversal and assessed the state of his armor. Time reversal had just consumed the energy of the formation. It required some time to fully digest and stabilize, achieving perfect integration with the beacon. He estimated it would take a few days. Let us first return to the temporary camp and make preparations. Then we shall activate time reversal and head home. With their objectives set, the trio no longer lingered and swiftly departed from the now desolate subterranean space. However, unbeknownst to them, at the very moment the observer vanished and Qin Kailan absorbed the energy of the formation, several consciousnesses, having slumbered for countless ages and spread across Earth and even beyond the stars, were indeed stirred by that unusual temporal ripple. Slightly opening a sliver of their eyes from the deepest slumber, a passage emerges from the profound depths of the ocean, a realm where light itself cannot penetrate, a realm of eternal darkness. Another stems from the searing core of the earth, where primal flames and the very essence of the land intertwine. Yet another lies hidden among the stars, cold and mechanical, imbued with an air of scrutiny and calculation. The observer's warnings are not without foundation. The unforeseen journey embarked upon by Qin Kailan and his companions 1,000,000 years ago is destined to culminate not in tranquility. On their return, the lurking perils and ancient watchfulness have quietly approached. Chapter 115. The journey home begins in the interception within the temporary encampment. The atmosphere, compared to the past, is tinged with a suppressed excitement and a solemnity befitting the impending departure. Qin Kailan sits cross-legged at the center of the camp, his eyes gently closed. his entire being immersed within, channeling the energies of the all things forged to finalize the stabilization and harmonization of the chronotrace armor. Having absorbed the immense energies of the temporal array, the chronotrace has undergone a profound transformation. The dark silver armor glimmers with flowing sands of time, more subdued, yet seemingly imbued with a weighty power to anchor a realm of time and space. The symbols at the core of the armor meld seamlessly with the absolute temporal marker bestowed by the observer, shining like the brightest Polaris in the night, clearly guiding the way home. Diana and Zatanna stand vigil beside him, quietly arranging their meager belongings, which hardly require organization. It is more a ritualistic act to calm their tumultuous spirits. Their gazes occasionally drift towards Qin Kailan, filled with trust and a barely perceptible tension. The leap across 1,000,000 years is no trivial matter. Even for them, it is an unprecedented experience. Days pass in silent anticipation. When Qin Kailan finally opens his eyes, a sharp silver glint flashes from their depths, and an aura of harmony and stability emanates from him, as if he perfectly synchronizes with the flow of time surrounding him. Prepared, he rises, and the chronotrace armor envelopes him soundlessly, its streamlined form reflecting the light of the heavens, radiating a reassuring, formidable power. Never has he felt more prepared. The chronotrace is perfectly aligned with the temporal marker, brimming with energy. Diana and Zatanna exchange glances and approach his side. "What shall we do?" Diana inquires, her tone steady, the instincts of an Amazonian warrior compelling her to seek clarity before any action. Qin Kailan extends his hands, grasping each of theirs. "I will envelop us three in the power of the chronotrace, forming a temporary temporal bubble. Then, I will lock on the marker and initiate the leap." He explains, "The process may be somewhat turbulent. Temporal turbulence is not a gentle stream. Steady your minds, and under no circumstances should you let go of my hands." The two women nod resolutely, tightening their grips. The trio's energies subtly intertwine through this simple contact. Then, Qin Kailan takes a deep breath, his gaze sharpening with unwavering focus, and commands, "Chronotrace, activate. Temporal bubble, manifest." With a hum, a brilliant silver radiance erupts from the chronotrace armor, centering around him. The radiance was not blinding. Rather, it exuded a mercury-like quality, swiftly expanding outward to form a translucent silver orb with a diameter of approximately 3 meters, enveloping the three individuals within. The surface of the orb was adorned with countless minute temporal etchings that flowed rapidly like circuitry, isolating them from all external influences. Within this temporal bubble, Diana and Zatanna immediately experienced a peculiar sensation of weightlessness and detachment, as if the space they occupied were being momentarily severed from reality. The external campsite, jungle, and sky began to blur and distort, resembling a scene viewed through a rippling sheet of water. The coordinates were locked in, confirming Qin Kailan's consciousness was intricately linked to the core of time reversal, guiding the absolute temporal marker to emit a powerful gravitational pull. With energy output maximized, the temporal leap commenced. A thunderous roar erupted, not transmitted through the air, but directly impacting the soul and the fabric of time itself. The entire silver temporal bubble quaked violently before transforming into a silver dart that rent through the dimensional veil, plunging into the boundless, kaleidoscopic currents of time. The chaotic maelstrom of time revealed a realm beyond the familiar material world, presenting an indescribable tableau of confusion. Countless fragmented, shimmering, and dim temporal snippets whirled past like a tempest, featuring silhouettes of ancient dinosaurs, the neon glimmers of futuristic cities, moments frozen in the rise and fall of civilizations, and the majestic spectacle of stars being born and extinguished. This was a temporal wasteland, a perilous territory for all-time travelers. The temporal bubble rocked violently like a frail boat in a furious sea, spinning amidst the tumultuous chaos. Countless disordered temporal laws sought to erode and assimilate this anomaly. The air was filled with excruciating sounds of compression and tearing. Diana and Zatanna gritted their teeth, striving to maintain their composure and mental fortitude. They sensed that, without the protection of this temporal bubble, their bodies and souls would likely be shredded to pieces by the furious currents upon entry or swept into the unknown recesses of time. Qin Kailan bore the brunt of the pressure. He was compelled to continuously output energy to sustain the stability of the temporal bubble while meticulously adhering to the marker's guidance, navigating through countless forks and vortices to find a singular correct path. The armor of time reversal roared, its formidable stabilization properties, acquired through the absorption of arcane formations, playing a crucial role in resisting the onslaught of the temporal maelstrom, magnifying the gravitational pull of the absolute marker to its utmost potential. Hold on. We are nearing our destination. Qin Kailan's voice resonated within the temporal bubble, tinged with a barely perceptible weariness, yet imbued with unwavering determination. In a profound cosmos, within a realm transcending conventional dimensions, lay a cold void composed of pure geometric structures and streams of data. An immense mechanical consciousness, constructed from metal, crystal, and energy, processed information from the farthest reaches of the universe at speeds billions of times faster than light. Suddenly, an extremely subtle yet exceptionally textured temporal disturbance traversed its perceptual network. This disturbance, unlike conventional superluminal travel or natural wormholes, embodies an almost brazen characteristic that forcibly defines its own temporal coordinates, resonating with a miraculous echo that evokes both profound familiarity and intense revulsion. An analysis of the unconventional space-time leap signal source reveals a striking correspondence with the energy characteristics of Archive 7374, the crucible of all things. The target time anchor is set at 1,000,000 Earth years, relative reference point. A cold, emotionless electronic synthetic voice reverberates in a void. The threat level is reassessed, confirming the target's possession of miraculous attributes, along with high-dimensional growth potential and unpredictability. The pre-established protocol, Omega Subitem, is executed to track the space-time signal and calculate the optimal interception point. The complete return of the miracle to its native timeline must be prevented, as it would result in variables exceeding manageable limits. The vast mechanical consciousness of Bleeniac, in its earlier, purer form, begins mobilizing its resources scattered across the cosmos. Within its frigid logical core lies a singular objective: to thwart this potential variable that could disrupt its flawless calculations and collection plans. As they approach the target through the temporal turbulence, Qin Kailan suddenly exclaims, at the end of countless fleeting fragments of space-time, a stable, warm point of light, exuding a familiar aura, is rapidly enlarging. That is the destination indicated by the beacon. They're present. The speed of the space-time bubble surges once more, unhesitatingly racing towards that radiance. However, just as they are about to escape the temporal turbulence and return to the realm of reality, an aberration arises. A powerful, cold, and malevolent thought strikes like a venomous serpent that had lain in ambush, suddenly launching an assault from some concealed corner of the temporal chaos. This thought does not directly attack the space-time bubble, but manifests as countless subtle data streams, attempting to interfere with and distort the absolute beacon at the core of temporal reversal. It is Bleeniac. It can somehow infiltrate the temporal turbulence with its power and conduct an interdimensional interception. I knew it when TV's so smooth. Qin Kailan's gaze sharpens. The crucible of all things operates at full capacity. The silver light on the temporal reversal armor intensifies, and the runes stabilizing space-time suddenly illuminate, forcibly anchoring itself and resisting the onslaught of the data streams. How dare a mere program wreak havoc along the timeline? Qin Kailan bellows, unleashing the recently comprehended power of temporal confinement derived from the devouring array, blending it with the absolute disintegration properties of the crucible of all things, and retaliating fiercely against the source of that malevolent thought. Sizzle, like a scorching iron plunging into icy water, the frigid data stream is instantly shattered, emitting a soundless wail as it rapidly dissipates. Yet, this disruption still produces subtle effects. At the moment the space-time bubble bursts forth from the temporal turbulence and returns to reality, an exceedingly minute, nearly imperceptible shift in coordinates occurs. Buzz. A blinding white light engulfs all perception. When the brilliance fades and the solid ground and familiar essence of a modern city greet them, a wave of relief washes over the hearts of the three. They have returned. However, Qin Kailan furrowed his brow slightly. He surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, It was a national city, the designated landing site he had set. The sky bore a familiar hue, and the distant buildings appeared largely as he remembered. Yet, something felt amiss regarding the passage of time. He sensed the feedback from the chrono return, armor, and the pervasive, indescribable tension in the air. We had departed, without a doubt, no more than 3 days ago. Yet now, the navigation indicator suggested that our return had occurred at least 4 months later than our departure. Upon hearing this, both Diana and Zatanna's expressions changed dramatically. Just then, in the far-off sky, several dark figures were rapidly approaching their position. The familiar energy signatures belonged to Victor, Cyborg, along with the Batwing and Green Lantern. However, their approach was marked by a palpable sense of vigilance and hostility. Chapter 116. Iron Fist's proof and the dark undercurrent grounded in the familiar atmosphere of the city. The scent filled Qin Kailan's nostrils. But the displeasure stemming from the time discrepancy transformed into a frigid anger upon witnessing the rapidly advancing figures and their demeanor. Hovering in midair was Green Lantern Hal Jordan. Enveloped in a radiant green energy, a massive fist constructed from willpower already formed, his gaze sharp, brimming with scrutiny and unmasked hostility. Cyborg Victor landed nearby, his mechanical arm fully deployed with sonic cannons and energy weapons, locking onto the trio, his electronic eye flashing frantically as it scanned. Energy signatures incongruent. High-intensity, unknown temporal energy contamination detected. Warning: immediately cease resistance and submit to control. The most oppressive presence was the silent Batwing, akin to a predator poised to strike. The deep hum of its weapon systems charging resonated clearly. This was no welcome. It was blatant hostility and intent to capture. Diana stepped forward, fury igniting in her eyes. Hal, Victor, Bruce, have you lost your minds? Pointing weapons at us. Hal Jordan's voice, amplified by willpower, rang out with undeniable authority. Prove your identities. Explain this anomalous temporal energy and your whereabouts for the past 4 months. Otherwise, you'll be treated as invaders. For months? Zatanna exclaimed, taken aback. We felt as though only a few days had passed. The Watchtower's records are unequivocal. 117 days. Victor's synthesized voice was cold. The last recorded contact was with the energy of an evil formation. You now return with high-intensity, unknown temporal energy. Risk level, extremely high. Qin Kailan laughed, a laugh tinged with incredulity. He pushed past Diana, who still wished to argue, and stepped forward, confronting the imminent assault. The voice beneath the chrono return armor carried a hint of mockery and icy derision. Prove? Control? Treat us as invaders? Huh. After all the hardship I endured, nearly lost forever in the currents of time, finally bringing them back with me. And before I can even settle in, I am met with this grand welcome ceremony. His gaze suddenly sharpened like a blade, sweeping over Hal's green energy, Victor's weaponry, and finally landing on the Batwing. Bruce Wayne, spare me your delusions of persecution. As Qin Kailan's mocking words fell, the assault commenced. Surprisingly, it was not Hal who made the first move, but Batman. The belly of the Batwing suddenly opened, not releasing missiles, but rather projecting dozens of fist-sized black metallic spheres, flickering with unstable arcs of electricity. These spheres did not travel in straight lines. Instead, they followed a bizarre, unpredictable trajectory, as if animated, encircling Qin Kailan from all directions, emitting a high-frequency vibration that disrupted the stability of the surrounding space. Phase interference bombs? How intriguing. Qin Kailan's eyes flickered as he recognized this as an invention designed by Batman specifically for those with spatial abilities. However, he did not flinch or evade. The chronoflux armor shimmered slightly, and an invisible temporal field unfurled around him. As those rapidly approaching phase bombs entered the temporal field, their intricate timers and energy cores seemed to undergo countless cycles of activation and deactivation, leading to an instantaneous overload and chaos. Boom, boom, boom. A series of muffled explosions erupted, yet the flames and shockwaves appear to be slowed down, gradually expanding and distorting within the temporal field, ultimately snuffed out as if by an invisible hand, failing to touch Qin Kailan even slightly. Only a few stray arcs of electricity sputtered out, futilely scorching the ground. Almost simultaneously with the ineffectiveness of the phase bombs, Hal Jordan's colossal green energy fist was already upon him. This punch was not merely brute force. Its surface was enveloped in a continuously rotating, drill-like structure simulated by willpower energy, evidently an enhancement based on analysis of Qin Kailan's past combat data. Targeting his defensive characteristics. A mere parlor trick, Qin Kailan scoffed, and this time he did not even throw a punch. He merely raised his right hand, finger splayed, and grasped the incoming green drill fist in midair. Temporal separation. The chrono flux, armor glimmered, and a strange force of law acted upon the will-powered fist. Instead of a direct collision, it was a more fundamental interference. The once solid green drill appeared to undergo an accelerated decay process, starting from the tip, visibly thinning and becoming transparent, its structure collapsing. It resembled an oil painting subjected to a powerful bleaching agent, its colors and forms dissolving at an alarming rate. Hal Jordan's expression shifted dramatically. He felt the connection between himself and that portion of will energy being forcibly severed and erased in a manner he could not comprehend. He frantically exerted his willpower in an attempt to maintain the connection, but it was as futile as trying to stop quicksand with his hands. In merely half a second, the will drill, capable of penetrating the armor of interstellar battleships, was silently and completely annihilated before Qin Kailan's palm, leaving not even a ripple of energy. At this moment, Victor Stone's assault also arrived at its zenith. His shoulder-mounted sonic cannon unleashed a low-frequency shockwave powerful enough to shatter reinforced concrete, while simultaneously, his eyes emitted highly concentrated beams of red energy. These beams were not mere thermal energy. Their frequency oscillated wildly in nanoseconds, aimed at disrupting and even destroying the stability of energy structures. Faced with the dual onslaught of physical and energetic forces, Qin Kailan finally sprang into action. He stepped forward with his left foot, slightly angled his body, and retracted his right fist to his waist. There was no dazzling radiance emanating from his fist. Instead, the sands of time flowing over his temporal armor accelerated abruptly, as if drawing in the surrounding light. The silence of the void resonated. A punch was unleashed, soundless yet profound. From the point of impact, the space ahead appeared to shatter like glass struck by a heavy hammer, revealing observable, web-like distortions. The sound waves emitted by Victor, upon colliding with this warped space, were absorbed, redirected, and annihilated, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Meanwhile, two high-frequency energy beams were forcibly refracted and dispersed within this spatial fold, transforming into a harmless cascade of vibrant light, scattering like confetti. The terrifying pressure of the punch did not relent. It penetrated the distorted space, crashing towards Victor like an invisible tsunami. Victor barely had time to cross his arms defensively. The armor on his mechanical body emitted a cringe-inducing groan as he was driven backward, plowing dozens of meters into the ground, leaving deep ruts behind, while alarms blared throughout his internal systems. From Batman launching the phase bomb, to Hal's will disintegrating, and finally to Victor being repelled by a single punch. The entire sequence transpired in a mere 2 seconds. Inside the Batwing, Bruce's pupils constricted. He had anticipated Qin Kailan's formidable power and had devised numerous targeted strategies based on his known traits of disassembly and energy absorption. Yet, he could never have imagined that Qin's return would exhibit such bizarre and unreasonable control over time and space. This exceeded the response capabilities of his tactical database. Just as Bruce prepared to activate his backup plan, releasing the antimatter force field he had secretly researched, capable of temporarily creating a vacuum of laws, Qin Kailan's figure vanished like a specter, reappearing before Hal Jordan, who had just shaken off the effects of temporal dislocation and was still in shock, his hand gripping Hal's throat. The speed was such that Hal's will energy field could not initiate defense in time. Hal struggled laboriously, the green energy flickering wildly across his surface. Yet he could not budge the hand that seemed to embody the weight of the entire space-time continuum. Listen, Green Lantern, Qin Kailan's voice was icy, imbued with an absolute sense of oppression, and to the Bat hiding in his shell and that half-mechanical kid. His gaze swept over the alarmed Victor and the silent Batwing. If I harbored malicious intent, that punch just now could have erased the three of you, along with half a city, from the timeline. But I did not. I couldn't even be bothered to explain where I had been for the past 4 months. This serves as the clearest proof. Is that clear enough? He discarded Hal Jordan onto the ground as one would toss aside a piece of refuse. Hal coughed violently, his gaze towards Qin Kailan filled with shock and trepidation. For the first time in his life, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness in the face of such an absolute disparity in power. The canopy of the Batmobile slowly opened, and Bruce Wayne stood at the threshold, his expression grave beneath the mask, yet he remained vigilant. Shortly after your disappearance, Bruce's voice emerged hoarse and low. Apocalypse launched a new wave of invasion, far exceeding previous scales. Although ultimately repelled, Earth paid a heavy price. Qin Kailan raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. After repelling Apocalypse, supervillains across the globe appeared to have received a unified directive and enhancement, becoming increasingly active, with a surge in organization and destructiveness. Bruce's tone bore an unprecedented weight, indicating that Lex Luthor, Captain Cold, Mirror Master, and Gorilla Grodd seemed to have formed some sort of alliance, their actions coordinated. Their goals clear, each bearing a badge inscribed with the insignia of eternal evil. Thus we refer to it as the Eternal Evil Incident. The world found itself in a state of heightened tension. Any anomaly, particularly those imbued with unknown potent energies, warranted the utmost seriousness. Bruce regarded Qin Kailan, remarking, "Your return, both in timing and manner, is too coincidental." Upon hearing this, the fury on Qin Kailan's face softened, replaced by a hint of amusement. "So, you were frightened into thinking everyone is a traitor?" He scoffed. "Apocalypse? Avina Alliance? Is that all?" He dusted off his immaculate, Chrono Ward armor. "Listen, I have no interest in your nonsensical affairs. However, should anyone dare to set their sights on me or my people..." His eyes turned icy, a chilling temporal disturbance radiating from him, causing the surrounding light to warp momentarily. "I wouldn't hesitate to allow those scoundrels, along with their masters, to experience what true eternity feels like." With that, he disregarded the grim expressions of the others, gesturing to Diana and Zatanna before turning to leave. "Wait," Bruce called out. "Where are you going?" Without looking back, Qin Kailan waved his hand dismissively. "Home, to bathe, to sleep. As for your so-called eternal evil, let them come when they tire of life." With a few flickers, the three figures vanished into the city streets, leaving Bruce, Hal, and Victor exchanging glances, the air thick with feelings of defeat, shock, and a poignant sense of powerlessness born from the stark disparity in strength. Chapter 117. A return to comfort and the magic box. Having departed from the tension-laden confrontation, Qin Kailan, with Diana and Zatanna, swiftly returned to his top-floor safe house in National City. In stark contrast to the hostility and anxiety of the outside world, this place felt like a forgotten sanctuary of tranquility. However, this peace was shattered the moment the door swung open. Two figures, akin to leopards that had long awaited their prey, lunged forward with a rush of wind. A figure darted gracefully, exuding a familiar, delicate fragrance mingled with a hint of perilous wildness. Another resembled a blazing meteor, radiating intense energy and unabashed joy. It was none other than Selina Kyle, the Catwoman, and Starfire. Yet their approaches were not genuine assaults. Catwoman's nimble fingers targeted the clasp of Qin Kailan's mask, while Starfire leapt directly to encircle his neck, her orange locks dancing like flames. With a resounding thud, Qin Kailan opened his arms wide, effortlessly catching both women. Catwoman's deft fingers had skillfully dislodged his mask, revealing a face marked by a blend of resignation and a hint of amusement. Starfire clung to him like a koala, inhaling the scent at his neck, her eyes narrowing in contentment. "I knew you wouldn't die." Catwoman's voice carried an almost imperceptible quiver, yet predominantly radiated a proud, teasing tone as she poked Qin Kailan's chest. "But 4 months gone without a word? Have you been itching for trouble?" Starfire lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling with pure delight. "Qin, your essence has grown stronger and deeper, as if it now encompasses an entire starry sky." As a Tamaranian, she possessed a keen sensitivity to energy, allowing her to perceive the fundamental transformation within Qin Kailan. Their ability to effortlessly recognize him stemmed not merely from his appearance or voice, but from the unique, harmonious essence that enveloped him. Akin to a lone lighthouse in the dark, familiar and intimate, rendering any misidentification impossible. Qin Kailan smiled, embracing them tightly, savoring the warmth and concern that he had sorely missed. "I apologize for worrying you. I venture to a place where time flows differently." and it took quite a while to find my way back. At that moment, Catwoman and Starfire noticed two other striking women standing behind Qin Kailan, Diana Prince and Zatanna Zatara. Catwoman's feline-like eyes narrowed slightly as she appraised Diana and Zatanna, pausing to observe the subtle, extraordinary rapport they shared with Qin Kailan, far surpassing that of mere comrades. A knowing, playful smirk graced her lips as she spoke with a hint of jealousy and understanding. "Oh, I was wondering why you returned. It seems you picked up new cat-eared companions while away, or perhaps two distinctly styled big cats." She emphasized cat-eared, clearly recalling Qin Kailan's earlier jest. Diana raised an eyebrow at her words, the pride of an Amazonian princess radiating an unassailable aura, yet she remained composed, meeting Catwoman's gaze with calmness. Zatanna gracefully performed a slightly teasing bow, smiling as she remarked, "It's been a while, agile Miss Kitty. However, we possess no cat ears." Starfire's reaction was markedly different. She curiously glanced between Diana and Zatanna, then back at Qin Kailan, before nodding in sudden realization, her tone matter-of-factly declaring, "That makes perfect sense. Qin, with his formidable strength and captivating charm, inevitably attracts a multitude of exceptional female companions, as is the universal law of the cosmos. Diana and Zatanna are both powerful warriors and allies, and we extend a warm welcome to them as they join our family." Her candid remarks, tinged with an almost naive, or perhaps Tamaranian, logic, instantly diffused the subtle tension evoked by Catwoman's slight jealousy, even provoking a suppressed smile from both Diana and Zatanna. Qin Kailan gently rubbed his brow and explained to Catwoman, "It's a long story. We were trapped together and endured numerous trials, sharing life and death." He briefly alluded to their adventures in the Absolute Void and Ancient Earth, emphasizing the perils they faced together and the bond that ultimately solidified among them. Catwoman merely pursed her lips and scoffed, choosing not to elaborate further. Having lived in the chaotic world of Gotham, she perceives many things with clarity. A man like Qin Kailan is destined to be extraordinary, and it is almost inevitable that he would attract remarkable women. She simply needed reassurance that her place in his heart remained unshaken. Qin Kailan's unhesitating acceptance of her embrace and his current openness had already spoken volumes. "Come on, don't linger in the doorway." Starfire cheerfully urged Diana and Zatanna into the house. "You must be tired. I'll prepare some Tamaranian energy drinks and food. Though they may not compare to Earth's delicacies, they are quite effective for rejuvenation." The warm bustle temporarily dispelled the shadows cast by the eternal evil lurking outside. After a long separation, there was an abundance of words to share and unexpressed longing to convey, especially after confirming their mutual feelings and deepening their relationships. The bond among Qin Kailan, Diana, and Zatanna was imbued with an unspoken intimacy and understanding. This tacit connection did not go unnoticed by Catwoman and Starfire, each harboring their own thoughts. That night, the safe house was alive with the spirit of spring. The joy of reunion surpassed that of a newlywed couple, especially after experiencing the pangs of life and death. The passion between Qin Kailan and Catwoman blazed like fire, while Starfire's fervor radiated with unrestrained vitality, each expressing the worries and yearnings accumulated over months. With the addition of Diana and Zatanna, this long-awaited reunion took on an air of novelty and a profound spiritual resonance. The resilience of the Olympian goddess and the alluring grace of the mysterious sorceress, in deep communion with the bearer of the all things forged, seemed to evoke some wondrous harmony, with the flow of energy becoming increasingly seamless and harmonious. Yet, beneath this warmth and enchantment, an undercurrent of turmoil persisted. Just as Qin Kailan reveled in this gentle haven, an extremely faint yet distinctly different wave of resonance emanated from the all things forged within him. It was neither a fragment of time and space nor energy contamination, but rather a chaotic temptation, a strange wave that appeared to coalesce the myriad sources of earthly sins and desires, activated forcibly from a distant place. This wave carried an unsettling familiarity, reminiscent of a certain legend regarding a box embedded in his memory. Detection of high-dimensional conceptual pollution source initiation fluctuation characteristic. The nature of the Pandora's box energy, extreme chaos, amplified desire, reality distortion. A chilling alert tone resonated with a rare sense of warning. Qin Kailan abruptly opened his eyes, the confusion within them swiftly replaced by sharp clarity. Pandora's box? Does such a thing truly exist? And has it been activated at this critical juncture? He gently shifted the arm of the starfire resting upon him, rising quietly to approach the vast floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze directed towards the source of the chaotic fluctuations emanating from the southeast, seemingly from the coastal city. He recalled Bruce's mention of the eternal evil, those suddenly active and organized villains. Luther, that bald scientist, relished manipulating these perilous forces he scarcely comprehended. The activation of Pandora's box, was it an accident or part of Luther's alliance scheme? This power that amplifies desire and distorts reality, in the hands of already deranged supervillains. To toy with forces one cannot control. A cold smile curled at the corners of Qin Kailan's lips, his eyes glimmering with a dangerous light. It appears someone is eager to court their demise. Chapter 118. The ripples of the box and the arrival of Azura in the national city, within Qin Kailan's villa. A week had passed since he sensed the disturbances towards the coastal city, and during this time, Qin Kailan had basked in unadulterated joy. Apart from relishing life with his 4 girlfriends, he also found delight in guiding Rachel, appreciating her expressions of both pain and pleasure. Rachel's magical aptitude was remarkable, allowing her to grasp profound magical knowledge with greater speed than others, though the process of learning was invariably arduous. He was not averse to addressing the troubles brewing over there. However, having recently clashed with the Alliance, it was prudent to avoid provoking them further. After all, his rapport with Superman's family remained amiable, and both Diana and Zatanna were members of the Justice League. Standing before the expansive window, his fingertips unconsciously tapped against the nanoalloy frame. Outside, the city skyline was bathed in the golden-red hue of the setting sun, a serene scene contrasting sharply with the bizarre fluctuations still echoing in his mind from the coastal city. That fluctuation emanated a pure, unvarnished chaos of hope and despair intermingled, as if someone had ignited both a holy candle and hellfire in a room filled with gunpowder. He smacked his lips, glancing back towards the 4 companions lounging in the living room. We just returned from a time travel escapade, and before we've even settled in, someone is already eager to stir the pot of this already chaotic world. Does Luther believe the pressure on villains is too great and feels the need for an annual sprint? On the soft leather sofa, Diana elegantly crossed her long legs. Setting aside the ancient Greek manuscript she had been translating, her brow furrowed in concern. According to legend, Pandora's box contains powers capable of distorting reality. Should it fall into Luther's hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. Distorting reality? Qin Kailan mused. That sounds akin to some subpar dimensional expansion technology. Starfire sat cross-legged on the carpet, her fingertips dancing with a flicker of orange energy sparks, radiating a fierce determination. Kailan, do we need to deal with it? She inquired, reminiscent of how they had tackled previous troubles. Her notion of dealing typically involved the consumption of the Omni-Forging Cauldron and yet another expansion of Qin Kailan's armor repository. Zatanna emerged from the kitchen, carrying a platter of freshly baked cookies. Upon hearing Starfire's words, she shook her head with a hint of resignation, her dark hair swaying gently beneath her top hat. Darling, this is no ordinary trouble. The Pandora's box pertains to forces of conceptual magnitude. A crude approach could incite unpredictable repercussions. She placed the cookies on the coffee table, casting a glance at Qin Kailan's back. We require more prudent intelligence. Catwoman Selina lounged on a single sofa like a true feline, her fingers toying with a string of gemstones evidently pilfered from some unfortunate millionaire's vault. She chuckled lightly. Prudent? Spare me, little Zatanna. When has our dear friend ever had a penchant for caution? Her emerald eyes shifted toward Qin Kailan, a glint of mischief apparent. His expression unmistakably revealed his eagerness for the rare materials beckoning him. Turning to face them, Qin Kailan wore no mask of embarrassment, instead exuding confidence. Who knows me better than you, Selina? That pure essence of hope and despair is an impeccable catalyst for forging the emotion series of armors, far more invigorating than the chaotic energy cores we've consumed before. He stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. And besides, if Luther stirs the pot, we crash the party and pick up some spoils. What could be more justified? At that moment, a makeshift communicator, forged from the energy of the Omni-Forging Cauldron, subtly vibrated on his wrist, projecting a miniature hologram. The visage of Cyborg Victor appeared, his semi-mechanical face set against the backdrop of the Justice League's makeshift command center. Qin, we have detected an unusually high energy response in Coastal City, with energy spectra closely matching the mythic Pandora's box. Luthor and his cohorts have also shown signals in the area. The League is organizing a response, yet given our recent encounter, manpower is scarce, and there is concern over whether this is yet another scheme from Luthor or myself. Victor's electronic voice carried a trace of gravity, perhaps even a hint of awkwardness from their prior encounter. Qin Kailan interjected, a tone of mild disdain evident. How'd it take you this long to think of calling me? Victor paused, tacitly acknowledging the sentiment. We need to ascertain your stance, Qin, and if you are willing to assist, what are your terms? Terms? Qin retorted, feigning indignation. What do you take me for? I am a paragon of justice, self-proclaimed, of course. His tone shifted, a sly edge emerging. Naturally, all remnants of enemy equipment, dissipated energy, and any fragments of that box should be mine to handle post-battle. Consider it spoils recovery, environmentally conscious. Victor seemed to inhale deeply, despite the absence of a need for breath. Agreed. However, if possible, the League wishes to seal the box itself. We'll see, Qin Kailan replied, non-committally. Send over the coordinates and known intelligence. Indeed, a gentle reminder to Bruce. He must keep his villains in check and not take advantage of our main force's absence in Seaside City to stir trouble in Gotham. Although I have dealt with a wave of them, the refuse is never fully eradicated. Concluding the communication, Qin Kailan turned to his 4 enchanting companions, each a vision of beauty in their own right, and grinned. Ladies, it's time for action. Our vacation has come to an end, and it is time to stretch our limbs. Diana rose to her feet, the lasso of truth instinctively coiling around her waist, exuding an aura of a fierce warrior to avert a greater catastrophe. Zatanna adjusted her gloves, the glimmer of magic swirling at her fingertips to restore the disrupted balance of nature. Starfire leaped up with excitement, her energy radiating powerfully for the thrill of battle. Catwoman yawned, stretching gracefully to reveal her alluring curves, then nimbly landed. Well, to see if there are any souvenirs along the way. With a thought, Qin Kailan felt the omniversal forge within him resonate slightly. First, it was time to deliver a minor technological shock to our allies while clearing away the pests along the way. He raised his hand, pressing downwards, and an invisible wave emanated from the safe house. In the next moment, somewhere on the outskirts of National City, a surveillance team composed of Luthor Industries stealth aircraft, along with their fighter jets, was instantaneously disassembled into the most basic particles, leaving no trace of metal debris behind, as if they had never existed. Omniversal Forge, remote point disintegration, such is the simplicity of dealing with minions. He then looked at Diana and Zatanna. Seaside City currently resembles a vortex. Flying directly would be too conspicuous and susceptible to ambush. We shall take a shortcut. The core of his temporal armor glimmered softly, silver blue time energy rippling like water, enveloping the 5 present. Coordinates locked, Seaside City port area. Time leap, with a deviation of no more than 3 seconds. In a flash of silver light, the living room was empty, save for a plate of cookies still emanating an enticing aroma. Meanwhile, at the Seaside City port, in the abandoned warehouse district, Luthor hovered in his iconic green armor before a floating, ancient box, Pandora's box, distorting the surrounding light and radiating an ominous aura. Below him, a throng of villainous minions and several superhumans, either bewitched or controlled, gathered. Do you feel it? Luthor proclaimed, arms outstretched, his voice booming through the loudspeakers across the area. This is the power of transformation. This marks the dawn of a new order. Those so-called heroes and their notion of justice are merely shackles maintaining the decayed order of the old world. Today, we shall shatter it. The box's glow flickered erratically, waves of reality distorting power rippling outward. Some minions' gazes turned frenzied, while others writhed in agony, their hopes and despair being siphoned and amplified by the box. Just as Luthor prepared to further harness the box's power, the space before him rippled like the surface of water. In a fleeting flash of silver blue light, 5 figures materialized out of thin air. Qin Kailan stood at the forefront, clad in the ominous crimson armor of the Azura armor, a magnificent fusion of the Omega effect's destructive power and the immortal essence of the god of wine, glimmering with a cold sheen beneath the setting sun. The fierce horns on his pauldrons seemed capable of piercing the very heavens. Merely by his presence, an invisible force field enveloped him, thickening and weighing down the air around, rendering the minions influenced by the magic box as helpless as ducks with their necks grasped, instantly silenced, their fervor overshadowed by fear. Diana, wielding the sword of the god of fire and a divine shield, radiated a striking elegance. Zatanna, with a flick of her wand, conjured incantations that swirled around her. Starfire's fists blazed with stellar energy, while Catwoman blended seamlessly into the shadows, a silent predator in the darkness. Qin Kailan lifted his gaze to the sky, where Luthor's grim visage loomed, and with a slight motion of his neck, the joints of the Azura armor emitted a disconcerting metallic grind. "Ah, bald-headed strongman," he drawled lazily, his voice resonating through the mask with a metallic echo that reached every ear. "I hear you've been hosting an illegal gathering here and littering magical refuse? Quite unenvironmental of you." He raised a hand, gesturing toward Luthor and the Pandora magic box before him, his tone abruptly turning icy. "Now, you have two choices. 1. Come over here yourself, dismantle the box and your armor for me as materials, and I might consider granting you a swift end. 2. I come to you, dismantle you and your motley crew, and take the box and armor for myself. Choose." The scarlet lenses of the Azura armor ignited, akin to the baleful eye of a demon awakened from the abyss. A pure aura of destruction surged forth like a tsunami, instantly dispersing the chaotic emanations radiating from the Pandora magic box. In that fleeting moment, the entire port area fell into an eerie silence. Only the faint hum of Luthor's armor and his labored breaths could be discerned. Chapter 119. The masterful villain and the hot potato of the box. The profound stillness of the port was shattered by the sudden escalation of the humming from Luthor's armor's power core. His typically composed and arrogant countenance betrayed a slight twitch, revealing not only trepidation but also a hint of irritation at his disrupted plans. Yet, he was Lex Luthor, one of the most astute minds on Earth. "Qin, your voice echoes through the amplifier, striving to maintain composure, yet it betrays a subtle tremor of repression. You remain as crude and short-sighted as ever. Do you truly believe that power is everything?" He attempted to buy time with his words, simultaneously dispatching covert commands to the villains scattered around. "Power is not everything." Qin Kailan's voice resonated through the Azura armor, laced with unmasked derision. "But without power, you lack even the qualification to speak before me. Enough with the prattle. Have you made your choice?" He granted Luthor no opportunity to continue his rhetoric. The crimson lenses of the Azura armor blazed intensely, amplifying the suffocating pressure of destruction to a new zenith, as the air flickered with fragmented black lightning. As if space itself were lamenting, some mentally fragile minions fell to the ground, eyes rolling back, frothing at the mouth. For Mr. Lex, a heavily brainwashed, enhanced individual roared, his muscles bulging like a ferocious bull as he charged towards Qin Kailan. Without even a glance in his direction, Qin Kailan casually raised his right hand and made a vague grasp towards the oncoming threat. In an instant, as if crushed by an invisible giant, the enhanced man, along with his technologically advanced armor, was compressed and disintegrated, transforming into a mere cloud of fundamental energy particles and metallic dust, silently absorbed by the universal forge. Not even a single cry of despair was left behind. A crushing defeat, an absolute obliteration. This scene utterly shattered the remaining minions' will to fight. It was unclear who first cried out, but the crowd immediately scattered, fleeing in panic towards the periphery of the warehouse district. "Useless," Luthor muttered under his breath, yet a glimmer of cunning satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Chaos was precisely what he desired. "Stop him," Luthor bellowed into the communicator. "Execute the plan." In an instant, several figures sprang forth from the shadows or descended from above. Their targets not Qin Kailan, but rather Diana and the others behind him. Captain Snight wielded his freezing gun, unleashing a torrent of absolute zero temperature in an attempt to hinder Zatanna's spell casting. Heatwave generated a roaring firewall with his thermal gun, obstructing Starfire's approach. The Mirror Master created countless illusory duplicates to disrupt Catwoman's stealth, while Copperhead and Cheetah, relying on their superhuman speed and strength, lunged at Diana. This was a meticulously orchestrated ambush, appearing as a desperate onslaught, aimed at sowing confusion and temporarily placing the responsibility of protecting their teammates squarely on Qin Kailan's shoulders. TSK. I knew they would resort to such tactics. Qin Kailan scoffed, not even activating the time abilities of his chrono armor. Selena. The three phantoms on the left are illusions. The second one on the right is real. Starfire. Incinerate that firewall. The temperature is insufficient. Diana. You handle that leopard and the eel. Little Zatanna. Do you require assistance in turning that ice wielder into a frozen sculpture? His words flowed swiftly, akin to a battlefield commander, precisely identifying each enemy's movements and vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, a thought flickered through his mind, and the energy behind his Azura armor surged forth, forming dark red energy wings, transforming him into a streak of crimson lightning that tore through space, not charging at Luther, but rather directly colliding with Copperhead, who was attempting to ambush Zatanna from the side. What? Copperhead barely caught a glimpse of the red shadow before an irresistible force slammed into his chest. Crack! The sickening sound of shattering bones echoed as Copperhead was struck as if by the main cannon of an interstellar battleship, his body contorting into a shrimp-like position as he was propelled away at supersonic speed, crashing through 7 or 8 walls of abandoned warehouses, ultimately embedding himself within a large container, his fate unknown. Seeing this, Cheetah's eyes widened with fear, momentarily stalling her movements. Diana seized the opportunity, her sword of the god of fire sweeping across with immense divine power, forcing Cheetah to awkwardly flip back, leaving several scorched marks across her body. On the other side, Xingho followed the command, channeling a sphere of stellar energy far more pure and intense than the flames of the heat wave, effortlessly consuming the firewall and sending the heat wave crashing to the ground, engulfed in smoke. The Catwoman appeared like a specter at the side of the true form of the Mirror Master, silently ensnaring his neck with a whip charged with high-voltage electricity, causing him to convulse and collapse instantly. Zatanna elegantly waved her wand, uttering a counterspell. The barrel of the Freeze captain's gun instantly froze, immobilizing half of his arm as well. In the blink of an eye, Luther's elite ambush team was completely annihilated. Throughout the entire ordeal, Qin Kailan's primary focus remained locked on Luther, hovering in the air and the continuously distorting Pandora's box. Luther's face turned ashen, although the outcome somewhat aligned with his expectations, showcasing the formidable strength of Qin Kailan's side. The swiftness and severity of the defeat left him feeling a profound sense of humiliation and a chill of dread. It seems your subordinates are rather fragile. Qin Kailan floated opposite Luther, the energy fluctuations of Ashura armor pressing upon Luther's gravity control system, causing his armor to emit distress signals of overwhelming strain. Now, it is your turn, Bald One. Will you take action yourself, or shall I assist you in shedding your garments? Luther took a deep breath, knowing the climax was upon him. A look of extreme reluctance and helplessness crossed his face, his voice laced with indignation. Qin Xia, you have triumphed, but do not revel in your victory. The power of this box far exceeds your imagination. It will drag you, along with your laughable Justice League, into the abyss. With that, he forcefully shoved the Pandora's box towards Qin Kailan. Simultaneously, all the thrusters on his armor ignited, propelling him in the opposite direction in a frantic escape, even resorting to activating the short-range space jump mechanism, leaving behind a ripple in the fabric of space. The moment the Pandora's box was released from Luther's control, its brilliance became exceedingly unstable. The forces of hope and despair contained within surged like wild stallions, and countless tormented and ecstatic distorted faces manifested on its surface. A wave of chaotic, reality-warping power rapidly expanded, directly targeting Qin Kailan. Be careful, Diana and the others cried out. Yet, Qin Kailan merely scoffed. Attempting to ambush me on your way out? Unfortunately, this trinket is but a mere snack to me. He did not flinch or evade. At the core of his Shura armor, a miniature, seemingly all-consuming cauldron flickered into existence. The expanding waves of distorted reality, upon contact with the destructive force field emanating from the Shura armor, melted away like snow meeting the blazing sun, dissolving and collapsing before being greedily absorbed and devoured by the insatiable cauldron. All-encompassing energy absorption. The Pandora's box seemed to sense the looming threat, trembling violently as it attempted to close, but it was too late. Qin Kailan extended his hand, his palm encased in dark red armor, directly grasping the ancient box that continued to struggle. Silence. He whispered softly, his palm exuding annihilative energy while simultaneously channeling the refining force of the cauldron. The radiance on the surface of the magical box dimmed at an observable rate as the distorted faces within emitted silent wails, ultimately vanishing entirely. Although the box remained intact, most of the chaotic energy it once harbored had been forcibly seized and refined by the All Things Forge Cauldron during their recent confrontation, leaving behind a relatively stable yet still perilous shell. Qin Kailan weighed the now considerably subdued magical box in his hands, sensing the peculiar and immense blend of hope and despair within the cauldron, and nodded in satisfaction. The quality is commendable. It should suffice for forging something new. He casually tossed the temporarily stabilized box to Diana, who was approaching. Here, take this sealing artifact your alliance requested. I drank the juice inside, but the box is still sturdy and should remain usable. Diana received the magical box, feeling its calm yet profound power, casting a complex glance at Qin Kailan. She understood that his seemingly brutal actions had, in fact, defused the most perilous moment before the box could erupt, bearing the brunt of the risk. Yet, his claim of having consumed the juice was truly a source of amusement. Luther had fled. Zatanna gazed in the direction of Luther's disappearance, her brows furrowing. It appeared his intentions were not solely to utilize the magical box. Of course not, Qin Kailan remarked as he removed his mask, revealing a face adorned with a sardonic smile. This bald antagonist was quite cunning. He orchestrated such a grand spectacle, laboriously activating this box, only to relinquish it to us out of necessity. Did he truly think me a fool incapable of discerning the truth? He turned to Diana. This object is nothing but a hot potato. It may still harbor some tracking device, mental contamination, or even more insidious backdoors. Luther would relish the chaos within your alliance over how to handle it, perhaps even inciting conflict. This is what one calls an open conspiracy. Diana tightened her grip on a magical box, her voice resolute. I will take this back to the Alliance and explain the situation. Bruce and Victor will have methods to detect and safely contain it. Suit yourselves, Qin Kailan shrugged indifferently, for he had already secured his own benefits. After a moment's pause, as if suddenly recalling something, he added, by the way, it's been days. Why haven't I seen that guy in the blue spandex? How could he possibly miss such an occasion? Surely, he isn't too embarrassed to face me? At the mention of Superman, the expressions of Diana, Zatanna, and even Starfire and Catwoman grew grave. Diana sighed, her tone laden with weight. Clark cannot come. While we were exiled to ancient Earth, Luther exploited the data and technology he pilfered from the Phantom Zone project to forcibly breach the special confinement area of the Blackgate prison, releasing 2 Kryptonians held captive there. He employed an unknown technique that merged Kryptonian technology with genetic corruption, transforming them into monstrosities akin to Doomsday. Qin Kailan raised an eyebrow. Doomsday? That name sounds familiar. Moreover, Zatanna continued, her tone laced with sorrow. Luther also absconded with the clone he created using Clark's genes, a boy known as Superboy, and transformed him into a similar abomination. Although Clark is equipped with the Kryptonian Punisher armor crafted for him, facing 3 near-immortal entities endowed with the capacity for infinite evolution known as Doomsdays is a formidable challenge. Catwoman interjected, momentarily setting aside her usual sarcasm. We only learned of the news upon our return. That battle nearly obliterated a significant portion of the Arctic ice fields, which once housed the Fortress of Solitude. Ultimately, with the support of Batman, Green Lantern, Shazam, and others, 2 Doomsdays, transformed from adult Kryptonians, were guided into the sun's core to be annihilated. However, Clark himself sustained grave injuries, and the Kryptonian Punisher armor was severely compromised. Presently, he is receiving treatment deep within the Star Fortress base, relying on Kryptonian technology and Amazonian elixirs to sustain his life. Starfire added, a flicker of fury shining in her eyes. The Doomsday, transformed from Superboy due to its unique nature and Clark's insistence, was not killed, but instead imprisoned in the deepest confinement area of the Star Fortress by the League through every means possible. Nonetheless, its condition is exceedingly unstable, with genetic contamination and the Doomsday virus continuously ravaging it. After listening, Qin Kailan fell silent for a moment, his usual irreverence slightly tempered. Luther has certainly escalated his game. He mused, stroking his chin, a glimmer of cold light in his eyes. Transforming living beings into monsters that know only devastation, especially targeting children. It seems my previous oversight allowed him to escape. He turned to Diana. So, while the League is preoccupied with the mess surrounding the Mother Box, with its pillar, Superman, incapacitated and Batman engulfed in suspicion, there may be internal rifts arising from the Mother Box's machinations. Luther's scheme has succeeded at least partially, even if we see through it. He cast his gaze in the direction Luther had fled, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his lips. However, he may have forgotten the price of underestimating me. Then, shifting his focus back to Diana, he requested, "Take me to see that Superboy." Diana hesitated. "What do you intend to do?" "The Doomsday virus is exceedingly perilous. Even for Clark." Qin Kailan interrupted her, his tone imbued with an air of assured confidence. "The Doomsday virus? It sounds like a troublesome substance. Yet, before my Allforge, nothing is beyond decomposition and refinement. As for the damage wrought by time and genetic contamination." He raised his hand, a strand of silver-blue temporal energy swirling around his fingertips as if alive. "Fortunately, my newly mastered time reversal armor possesses a modicum of knowledge regarding restoration and repair." Chapter 120. Temporal Reversal and the Inevitable Conflict on the Far Side of the Moon, within the Star Fortress base. The once cold technological ambience of the Fortress of Solitude has now integrated a more eclectic design style, featuring classical Amazonian reliefs, the shimmering runes of Zatanna's magical workshop, and even the vibrant Tamaranian decorations enthusiastically added by Starfire. This transformation has diminished the solitude typically associated with Superman, infusing the space with a warmth reminiscent of home. Nevertheless, the most critical areas still uphold the highest levels of security and solemnity. Under Diana's guidance, Qin Kailan traversed through layers of energy barriers, reaching the innermost medical zone of the base. The pungent aroma of medicinal solutions mingled with the faint humming of the Kryptonian healing chamber, enveloping the atmosphere in a stifling sensation. Within the transparent, reinforced crystal chamber, Kal-El, the Superman who usually radiated like the sun, lay quietly at this moment. His complexion was ashen, and a gruesome wound, nearly penetrating his torso, remained shockingly visible despite being immersed in the healing liquid. His once robust physique appeared somewhat emaciated. In one corner of the chamber, the remnants of the Kryptonian Punisher armor forged by Qin Kailan lay scattered, its damaged sections flickering with unstable energy sparks, clearly having sustained severe damage. A small boy with red hair, approximately 4 or 5 years old, stood on tiptoe, his tiny hands pressed against the exterior of the healing chamber, speaking in a soft, childish voice. "Daddy, you need to get better soon. Johnny learned to build a new Lego today. It's the Batmobile." Beside the boy, Louise Lane, dressed in simple home attire, yet unable to hide her intellectual grace, gently wrapped her arm around her son's shoulders. Her eyes were slightly red, but her gaze remained resolute. Upon seeing Diana and Qin Kailan enter, she forced a smile. "Diana." "Mr. Qin, you are here." "Diana, little Joe," Qin Kailan greeted as he approached the healing chamber, gently tapping on the crystal exterior. "Hey, I say, you really need to be more careful. If you can't win, why not retreat? Must you confront 3 formidable foes head-on?" His tone retained its characteristic teasing sarcasm, yet his eyes reflected a depth of seriousness, a concern for the worry etched on the faces of his wife and child. As a father and a husband, "You're failing." Inside the healing chamber, Superman seemed to have heard the voices from outside, his eyelids fluttering slightly, yet he ultimately remained unconscious. However, Louise, touched by Qin Kailan's seemingly reproachful but genuinely caring words, felt her eyes redden further as she whispered, "He wouldn't tee back down. He said someone had to stop those 3 monsters, that they mustn't reach the densely populated areas." "Stubborn fool." Qin Kailan shook his head and turned to Louise, reassuringly saying, "Don't worry, Louise. This guy's as tough as a Kryptonian stone. He won't die. Once he wakes up, I'll make sure he treats me to 10 of the finest meals in Metropolis to make up for this." He then squatted down and made a silly face at little Jonathan. "Kid, when your dad wakes up, let us go fly kites together. We can use his heat vision as the string. I guarantee it'll soar higher than the Batplane. What do you say?" Little Jonathan, now cheered up, nodded vigorously, "Yeah." After calming both mother and son, Qin Kailan directed his attention to Clark in the recovery chamber, channeling a surge of temporal energy to accelerate his healing. Then, with a serious expression, he turned to Diana. "Take me to see that little rascal." In the basement of the base, the confinement zone presented an even more somber atmosphere than the medical area. Layers of energy fields, physical barriers, and the magical seals set by Zatanna ensnared a central figure, constantly twisting and roaring in agony. He was a youthful figure, faintly reminiscent of a superhero, yet entirely shrouded in bony protrusions and distorted muscles. His skin bore an unhealthy ashen hue, and his eyes glowed a fierce crimson, reflecting pure savagery and a yearning for destruction. He furiously battered against the confinement field, emitting a primal roar, each impact causing the surrounding energy readings to fluctuate wildly. This was the result of Luther's alterations. The Superboy, Kent, Kara, Supergirl, hovered outside the confinement zone, clad in her Kryptonian battle attire, her fists clenched, her face etched with anguish and fury. Spotting Qin Kailan and Diana, she soared toward them, her voice choked with emotion. "Kailan, Diana, he should not be like this. He is still just a child." Qin Kailan's gaze turned icy as he observed the thrashing monstrosity within. That bald-headed Luther is truly beyond redemption. He stepped directly toward the confinement field. "Kailan, be careful. Could I claim it?" Diana instinctively tightened her grip on the God-Killer sword. Yet, Kailan waved his hand dismissively, signaling that all was well. He stood at the edge of the field, closely examining the chaotic destruction and genetic contamination energies rampant within the Superboy. In his perception, it was a dark force filled with chaos, destruction, and the compulsion of forced evolution, akin to maggots gnawing at the essence of the boy's life, distorting his timeline toward a destined annihilation. Intriguing, Kailan mused, stroking his chin. This forcibly catalyzed evolution was at its core a brutal collapse of countless chaotic possibilities into the worst conceivable outcome. Though the energy structure was troublesome, it was not insurmountable. He turned back to the worried Kara and Diana, offering a confident smile. "Have faith. Leave it to me. It's the perfect opportunity to test the feel of my new armor." As his words resonated, a thought sparked within him. The dark red Azura armor cascaded away like a tide, replaced by a set of sleek, silver-blue armor, more elongated and graceful, imbued with a mysterious aura of time. Chronoflow. At the core of the armor, a miniature hourglass illusion rotated slowly, surrounded by a multitude of minute-time runes. Kailan's presence transformed from one of overwhelming destruction to an ethereal and profound essence, as if he stood above the currents of time. "First, I must remove this tortoiseshell." He extended his hand, now clad in chronoflow, and gently pressed against the layers of the confinement field. A hum resonated as silver-blue time energy spilled forth like quicksilver, instantly enveloping the entire field. In the next moment, to Kara and Diana's astonished eyes, the powerful confinement, crafted from the pinnacle of Alliance technology and magic, seemed to be rewound, its energy structure rapidly disassembling and dissipating as if it had never existed. Chronoflow, localized time reversal. Freed from his restraints, the Superboy unleashed a deafening roar, fueled by a frenzy to annihilate everything, charging ferociously toward the nearest Qin Kailan. "Quiet down, little one." Kailan stood his ground, unflinching, merely raising his other hand. In the palm of his hand, the power representing space flickered and vanished. Time and space have always been inseparable, and an invisible, formidable force field exerting pressure on the surrounding space began to spread. The momentum of Superboy abruptly halted, as if a mountain were pressing down upon him, pinning him firmly to the ground. The energy from the doomsday virus within him writhed violently, as though encountering its nemesis, lamenting in anguish. Then came the time for cleanup. Qin Kailan's gaze sharpened, and the brilliance of the time reversal armor surged. He extended his hands toward Superboy, enveloping him completely in a silver-blue torrent of time, akin to a gentle veil. In the name of all things forged, he declared, dissolve the anomaly, purify the pollution, with the power of time reversal. He locked onto the coordinates and reversed the flow of time. He recited softly, like a judge presiding over the fabric of time and space. Under the watchful eyes of Kara and Diana, the menacing bone spikes on Superboy began to soften at a visibly rapid pace, retracting into his body. His ashen skin gradually regained a healthy hue. The frenzied crimson of his eyes slowly faded, revealing a clear blue filled with confusion and pain, belonging to a mere youth. Within him, the dark energies signifying the doomsday virus and genetic corruption were forcibly stripped away, decomposed, and refined into the purest source of energy, akin to snow cast into a furnace, under the absolute power of all things forged. Qin Kailan absorbed this energy without hesitation. To avoid the emergence of peculiar timelines, Qin Kailan precisely directed the power of the time reversal armor onto Superboy's distorted timeline, meticulously erasing and repairing the moment of forced evolution and corruption, allowing his life state to flow back to the instant before his transformation. This was an intricate and labor-intensive process, far more complex than mere destruction. Qin Kailan's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat, and the radiance of the time reversal armor flickered slightly, clearly indicating immense strain. As seconds ticked by, when the last vestige of dark energy was refined and the final distortion of time smoothed out, the silver-blue torrent of time gradually dissipated. In its place stood a black-haired youth clad in tattered garments, pale of face yet possessing a striking countenance, his eyes tightly shut as if in deep slumber, breathing steadily and deeply. No trace of the doomsday presence remained. Only the pure life energy of a Kryptonian flowed gently within him. Qin Kailan exhaled deeply, releasing the time reversal armor. Although his complexion had paled, his eyes sparkled with clarity. He sealed away the dark source energy imbued with traits of forced evolution. Muttering to himself, "This is somewhat sinister. It might come in handy for future schemes." Kara was the first to rush forward, cautiously supporting the faltering Superboy. As she felt his steady pulse and pure essence, tears of joy finally streamed down her face. "This is wonderful. This is wonderful." Diana also stepped closer, gazing at the slumbering youth with a heart full of relief. Though she did not know him, it did not diminish her joy for Superman's family. Overcome with emotion, Kara gazed earnestly at Qin Kailan and expressed her gratitude. "Kailan, thank you." With a dismissive wave of his hand, Qin Kailan feigned nonchalance. Yet the slight tremor in his fingers betrayed his exhaustion. "Let us send this lad to join his father. A good night's sleep should suffice. TSK. Now Superman owes me a considerable favor. I must ensure he compensates me, perhaps with materials." At that moment, the communicator on his wrist buzzed urgently. Steelbone was on the line. "Qinxia." Victor S.'s voice was tinged with unprecedented urgency. "Pandora's box is exhibiting anomalies. It is absorbing the negative emotions of nearby League members." Hal, Green Lantern, and Shazam nearly came to blows. Bruce is attempting to analyze it, but he seems affected as well. "We must act immediately." Qin Kailan furrowed his brow deeply, cursing under his breath. "Damn it. That bastard Luthor has indeed left a trap within a box. I knew it wouldn't be this simple." He glanced at the recently stabilized Superboy, then thought of the unconscious Superman and the perilous League outside, his gaze sharpening. "Tell Batboy not to touch that damn box. Wait for my arrival." He turned quickly to Diana and Kara, instructing, "I leave this to you. I shall investigate what those rascals have conjured up." The silvery blue energy enveloped him once more, hoping he was not too late, praying they would not bring about their own demise. Chapter 121. The emotional plague and purification. The silvery blue ripples of time cascaded outside the emergency council chamber of the Starry Barrier, as Qin Kailan's figure materialized out of thin air. Before he even stepped into the chamber, a chaotic, tumultuous energy field, rife with negativity, surged towards him like an impenetrable wall, causing his brow to furrow instantly. The scene within was nothing short of pandemonium, once a symbol of hope and strength. Shazam, Billy Batson, now radiated not pure lightning, but a foreboding blend of black and crimson sparks. His eyes blazing red, he shouted at the floating Green Lantern Hal Jordan. "Stop posturing as a leader, Jordan. Who do you think you are? Just a fortunate fool relying on a ring. Without that ring, you are nothing." Hal was equally troubled. The green light of his ring no longer manifested as steadfast creations, but twisted, sharp weapons. His face was ashen as he retorted fiercely, "Shut your mouth, kid. Only a mentally immature rookie like you could be easily swayed by a mere box. True willpower? You are not worthy to speak of it." Bruce Wayne, the Batman, though not participating in the quarrel, stood in the shadows, his body taut like a drawn bow. The intensity of his gaze, concealed beneath the mask, bore down on the Pandora's box situated at the center of the chamber, which now emanated an eerie lavender glow. Distorted symbols of greed, jealousy, anger, and suspicion writhed across its surface like living entities, continuously releasing an invisible wave of mental contamination. Batman's cape fluttered without wind, clearly resisting the overwhelming influence. Steel-boned Victor stood between the two, his semi-mechanized form continuously adjusting its energy output in an attempt to maintain a more stable force field of isolation. However, the flickering red light in his electronic eyes betrayed an underlying instability, his voice urgent. Enough. Both of you calm down. The box is amplifying our negative emotions. Calm? Look at yourselves. Qin Kailan strode into the conference hall, his voice dripping with unabashed sarcasm, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Ignoring the disconcerting aura of negativity, he approached the energy isolation pillar, scrutinizing the source of their turmoil. A mere box has reduced you, so-called greatest heroes of Earth, to squabbling market vendors? He scoffed, his gaze sweeping over Hal and Shazam, then landing on you, Bruce. Don't think hiding in the shadows and pretending to be profound will absolve you. I can smell your overwhelming desire for control and your paranoia from 8 blocks away. Qin. Batman's voice was low and gravelly, laced with warning. This thing is dangerous. It directly affects our subconscious. Of course I know it's dangerous, Qin Kailan interjected, reaching through the force field maintained by Steelbone. To the astonishment of the onlookers, he sees the box emanating an eerie glow. Isn't it common sense that dangerous objects should be handled by professionals? The moment he touched the box, its radiance surged dramatically, as if enraged, unleashing a torrent of amplified negative emotions that rushed into his consciousness like a dam burst. Greed, a voracious desire to consume everything. Anger, a murderous intent towards Luthor and all who obstructed him. Arrogance, an unwavering confidence in his absolute control over power. The cacophony of distorted emotions clamored to create a storm within his mind, attempting to taint his will. Yet, Qin Kailan merely raised an eyebrow, his expression betraying not a hint of disturbance. Is this it? He scoffed at the box, his tone laden with disappointment. I expected something formidable. It pales in comparison to the whispers of the 3 palaces, lacking even the impact of when it absorbed Manhattan's Dr. S knowledge. This paltry spiritual pollution isn't even enough to serve as a mere dental floss for the cauldron of all things. Within him, the shadowy silhouette of a cauldron capable of refining everything trembled slightly, emanating an aura of balance and tranquility, yet exuding an overwhelming presence. All the negative emotions flooding into his consciousness were instantly dismantled and refined by the cauldron's might, transformed into pure spiritual energy that replenished the mental strength he had expended while restoring Superboy. The cauldron of all things, impervious to all laws. Its essence dictated its influence over such forms of energy, possessing absolute resistance and even dominion. This spectacle left Hal and Shazam, who had been embroiled in argument, momentarily speechless. And even Batman's tense form relaxed slightly, a flicker of disbelief crossing his eyes. Qin Kailan weighed the box, still futilely emitting its tainted glow. As if contemplating a hot potato, Luthor, that bald-headed fool, surely buried an emotional bomb within. This entity has now become a source of pestilence. Misfortune befalls anyone who encounters it, unless one possesses an extraordinary gift, such as myself. He glanced at the faces of those around him, still bearing signs of distress. And after a moment's contemplation, he declared, "Very well, let us see this through to the end. One must escort the Buddha to the west." He did not wait for their response, and, gripping the magical box tightly, shouted, "Manifest the cauldron, refine the myriad evils." With a resonant hum, an ancient cauldron's ethereal visage emerged behind him, clearer and more substantial than before. Although its height was but that of a single person, it exuded a weighty aura as if it bore the essence of the cosmos's inception, melding all things into one, instantly filling the entire conference hall. The cauldron began to rotate slowly, emanating an imperceptible force of attraction. Within the hall, the unseen negative emotional energy permeating the air was drawn in like moths to a flame, frantically pulled into the cauldron, along with the dark, negative emotions clinging to Hal. Shazam, Batman, Cyborg, and others forcibly extracted. Ugh! Shazam groaned as the ominous electric aura surrounding him dissipated, his eyes regaining the clarity of youth, tinged with a hint of trepidation. Hal gasped for breath, observing the gentle green light of his Green Lantern ring stabilizing in his grasp. His expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Batman inhaled deeply, his previously taut shoulders relaxing slightly as he regarded Qin Kailan with a gaze that held less wariness and more scrutiny. The crimson glow in Cyborg's eyes extinguished entirely, his electronic voice tinged with relief. The negative emotional energy field is rapidly diminishing and stabilizing. In mere moments, the suffocating atmosphere within the hall evaporated, restoring its former solemnity. The only remnant was the Pandora's box, now held in Qin Kailan's hand, its radiance significantly dimmed, as if it had endured a great injustice. The cauldron's ethereal visage behind Qin Kailan gradually faded, and he nodded in satisfaction. It's done. This box has been disinfected, and I've eradicated 99% of the emotional plague within. However, he shifted his tone, his gaze sharp as he turned to Batman. Bruce, Luthor's machinations are far more than a mere inconvenience for us. What is his true objective? To divide the League? To deplete our energies? Or to lure us away? Batman approached the control console, swiftly accessing global surveillance data, his voice regaining its customary calm. During your handling of the box, there has been a 430% increase in abnormal energy fluctuations and supervillain activity worldwide. Luthor and Black Adam appear to be simultaneously targeting multiple critical facilities, including the Star Labs, the International Port, and the LexCorp headquarters in Metropolis. Attacking his own home? Hal furrowed his brow, perplexed by this unfolding drama. No, this is not right. Qin Kailan squinted, attuning himself to the subtle analysis of the negative emotional energy he had just refined. Although these energies were tainted, their core essence seemed to point toward a distant collective consciousness filled with resentment and hunger. Luthor was not merely sowing chaos. He was performing a sacrifice, or perhaps collecting a certain emotional fuel. He suddenly lifted his head, gazing at Batman, retrieved the energy readings graphs from all attack sites, focused particularly on the moments when the populace experienced panic and despair. Cyborg promptly complied, and a colossal holographic screen displayed a rapid stream of data and energy graphs. Within seconds, a startling pattern emerged. At every location of the attacks, during the peak of public panic, an exceedingly faint yet identical energy was siphoned away, converging in two directions, one towards the sky, even into outer space, and the other into a concealed area beneath the Earth's atmosphere, specifically somewhere within LexCorp. He is harvesting global negative emotions. Batman's voice resonated with a chilling undertone, using fear and catastrophe as catalysts. The Pandora's box was merely a beginning, a fuse to ignite discord within the League, generating more high-quality negative fuel. Qin Kailan interjected, his gaze frosty. What a cunning scheme. You nearly succeeded, Lex. Just then, Cyborg received an urgent communication from Earth, originating from the Flash, Barry Allen, who is currently responding to the assault in Metropolis. Batman. Qin, you wouldn't believe what we've discovered beneath LexCorp's headquarters. Barry's voice was slightly distorted due to his speed, but the shock was unmistakable. That bastard Luthor has constructed a massive collection device. The energy readings are terrifying. Just moments ago, something was launched through a recently dissipated portal here, and the panel indicates its trajectory is aimed at Apocalypse. It seems he intends to send the collected energy to Darkseid. An immediate silence fell over the assembly hall. Luthor, in league with Darkseid? Or did he have ulterior motives? Qin Kailan stroked his chin, his eyes devoid of fear, replaced instead by a fierce resolve and intrigue. Darkseid, the so-called formidable stone man? He licked his lips, revealing a smile that sent shivers down the spines of Hal and Shazam. It seems he must possess many exquisite materials within his domain, does he not? Chapter 122. The conclusion of the box and the grand scheme to silence in the assembly hall was shattered by Qin Kailan's insatiable curiosity. Darkseid, the anti-life equation, materials? The combination of these terms caused a stir among the recently liberated League elders, their hearts racing. He paid no heed to their reactions, redirecting his gaze to the now dim Pandora's box in his hand. Speaking of which, leaving this thing here is ultimately a calamity. Luthor could exploit it again. And who knows if it might ferment something else on its own one day. He weighed the box in his hands, his tone resolute. Therefore, the best course of action is to ensure its complete disappearance. He turned to Batman and laid his cards on the table. Allow me to absorb it, once and for all. The essence of hope and despair within, along with the box's very structure, would serve as excellent sustenance for me. Absolutely not. Batman opposed almost immediately, stepping forward as a shadowy cape seemed to unfurl. The Pandora's box, an ancient artifact, encapsulates our understanding of the potential of unknown forces. It ought to be sealed and studied, rather than devoured. We must not obliterate the potential for knowledge out of fear. Knowledge? Qin Kailan scoffed. Bruce, your greatest strength is also your greatest flaw. You seek to control and study everything. Yet some things are akin to a ticking time bomb. By the time you delve into them, they might obliterate you along with all that you hold dear. Lex Luthor is the perfect example. His pursuit of Kryptonian technology birthed Doomsday, and his exploration of the mystical side led to this cursed box. Do you wish to follow in his footsteps? He pointed to his own head, then to his chest. True knowledge and power reside here, in the heart and mind. They are acquired through relentless assimilation, refinement, and transcendence, not through hesitant contemplation of a hazardous entity. This is barbaric destruction. Batman remained resolute. This is an efficient resolution. Qin Kailan stood his ground. The atmosphere between them grew palpably tense, the clash of ideologies unmistakably evident. Enough. Diana's voice resonated, revealing her presence in the council hall, having evidently overheard the previous debate. She positioned herself between the two, her gaze first settling on the box, then shifting to Batman and Qin Kailan. Bruce, I comprehend your caution regarding knowledge and the unknown. However, Qin Kailan make a valid point. The box has demonstrated its peril, and its presence within the League indeed presents an uncertain risk. She paused, directing her attention to Qin Kailan. Kailan, you must also understand Bruce's concerns. His hesitations are rooted in a desire for long-term safety. Taking a deep breath, she made her decision. I propose a compromise. Let Qin Kailan handle the core of the box and its unstable energies, but attempt to preserve its essence. The fundamental runes or structural information pertaining to the concepts of hope and despair, to be securely stored and studied by the League's highest authority. This way, we mitigate most of the risks while retaining a glimmer of future potential. This suggestion rendered Batman silent for a moment. He glanced at Diana, then at Qin Kailan, finally nodding slowly. Agreed. However, it must be conducted under my vigilant oversight, and the retained information must undergo the strictest confidentiality. Qin Kailan shrugged nonchalantly. Suit yourself. I will certainly absorb the core essence. The remaining scraps are yours to study as you please. Without further ado, he grasped the Pandora's box in his right hand, exerting a slight pressure. No cataclysmique phénomène adaptif. Only a faint glimmer of chaotic light coursed beneath his skin, a subtle manifestation of the power of the forge of all things. The box trembled gently in his grip, its ancient patterns blurring at a visible rate, losing their luster. The pure, polar energy was silently extracted, merging seamlessly into Qin Kailan's being. Simultaneously, the box's physical structure and conceptual existence were swiftly decomposed, refined, and transformed into the most fundamental energy particles, absorbed into him. The entire process was quiet and swift, lasting but a few fleeting seconds. When Qin Kailan once again unfolded his hand, it lay devoid of any substance, as if Pandora's box had never existed. Only two minuscule runes, smaller than a fingernail and emanating faint glimmers of white, hope, and gray, despair, hovered delicately at his fingertips. Here, the conceptual backup you requested. He flicked the two runes towards Batman, leaving merely the most fundamental structure of information. How to handle it was now their prerogative. Batman carefully secured the runes in a specially designed container, casting a deep, silent gaze upon Qin Kailan. His taut jawline revealed that the turmoil within him had yet to subside. Well then, the old troubles have been resolved. Qin Kailan flexed his wrist, his attention drawn to the holographic screen where an alert continued to flicker, indicating a special missile carrying a vast reservoir of negative emotional energy. This missile, recently dispatched to the outer atmosphere, was now journeying into the depths of space. It would teleport after traversing certain distances. Although the intervals were not short, the trajectory was clear. It was time to deal with that littering scoundrel. In an instant, He comprehended Luther's scheme. Luther was acutely aware that he could not ignore such a perilous entity, and also recognized the potential conflict arising from the anti-life equation between him and Darkseid. This was a deliberate ploy, manipulating his character and Darkseid's insatiable desire to unlock the equation, luring him into an inevitable confrontation near Apocalypse. That stone behemoth, Darkseid, has been fixated on the seal of the equation in my possession, hasn't he? A glimmer of understanding and battle fervor ignited in Qin Kailan's eyes. Perfect. He hadn't had the chance for a proper discussion with Darkseid after their last encounter on the moon's far side. This time, he would pay a visit to his home and see if any fitting gifts awaited. Silver-blue temporal energy began to coalesce around him, and the chronotrace armor swiftly enveloped his form. I shall intercept that tainted missile and pay a visit to an old acquaintance on Apocalypse, he announced to Diana and Batman. As for the mess left on Earth, you are more than capable of handling it. Don't wait for my return to find our home overturned by Luther. Qin. Diana could not suppress her concern. Apocalypse is Darkseid's domain, fraught with peril. His domain? Qin Kailan turned back, a confident, nearly arrogant smile gracing his lips. To me, every place is a repository of resources. Rest assured, once I dismantle Darkseid's throne, I shall bring back a fitting memento for you. Before his words had fully dissipated, a flash of silver light signaled his disappearance from the council chamber, directly tracing the missile's trajectory through the vastness of space. Watching Qin Kailan vanish, Hal Jordan sighed. Sometimes I truly wonder whether he is our greatest safeguard or our most substantial source of instability. Batman had already turned back, facing the control console, his voice regaining an absolute calmness and efficiency. Luther has not hesitated to expose his emotional collection plan and has meticulously designed a means to draw Qin Kailan to Apocalypse. His true objective must undoubtedly lie on Earth. Victor, reallocate the League's resources, prioritizing the protection of critical facilities and densely populated areas. Diana, Shazam. We must act immediately to counter Luther's impending offensive. His gaze swept across the entire hall. We must shatter his plans when he believes we have lost our strongest combat power and has let down his guard. Meanwhile, within a highly secretive base on Earth, where technology and magic intertwine, Lex Luthor observed the energy signal representing Qin Kailan abruptly departing Earth's confines, heading towards a desolate star region in the depths of the universe. A cold smile of triumph spread across his face. Arrogance, he mused, is eternally the greatest weakness of the strong. Indeed, he has gone to pursue the bait I meticulously prepared for him. To an entity cloaked in profound shadows, exuding the aura of ancient magic, the warlock, he stated. Qin Kailan has left Earth. Darkseid will entertain him well. Our eternal purity plan faces no more obstacles. He turned to face the other gathered conspirators within the base, including Black Adam and several superpowered individuals who had been seduced or bribed. The stage was set, and the greatest variable had been diverted. Luther's voice resonated with a commanding arrogance. Now is time for this world, spoiled by heroes, to accept true purification. Execute the first phase, allowing the dawn of order to descend upon this chaotic land. Chapter 123. Pursuit across the Star Realm and traps. Having dealt with Pandora's box, Qin Kailan did not linger. He keenly sensed the missile, carrying an immense amount of negative emotional energy, rapidly departing Earth's orbit towards the vast universe. The chaotic thoughts emanating from it, akin to the energy he had just absorbed from the box, but far more vast and intricate, acted as a beacon in the darkness, guiding his path. It runs quite fast, Qin Kailan remarked, pursing his lips as silver-blue temporal energy surged around him. Unfortunately, with such a foul burden, remaining inconspicuous was a challenge. The time rewind armor enveloped him in an instant, and the next moment, he transformed into a silver dart that tore through the fabric of space, departing from a star barrier towards the nauseating energy trail. In the vacuum of space, sound could not traverse. Only the endless starlight and meteor belts swiftly retreated from his view. At first, the pursuit went smoothly. Qin Kailan, relying on the subtle perception of the timeline afforded by the time rewind armor and his fixation on the energy trail, closely followed the rhythmically jumping missile. However, after covering a considerable distance, the clear energy trail ahead abruptly became indistinct, and in the next moment, it vanished entirely in an open star field. Qin Qin Kailan halted, his brow furrowing slightly. His formidable perception, akin to invisible tendrils, swept across the void, swiftly detecting a faint, rapidly dissipating spatial fluctuation. This did not pose a challenge for him. The absolute perception of energy's essence granted by universal refinement, combined with the acute insight into the space-time structure provided by the time rewind armor, allowed him to quickly capture a unique fold of negative emotional energy belonging to the missile, lingering in a higher dimension amidst the chaotic cosmic background radiation. I have found you, he initiated once more, and with a flash of silver light, he traversed the lengthy physical distance, appearing in another unfamiliar star domain. Indeed, the missile surged ahead with increasing velocity. However, this pursuit was fraught with challenges. The missile was evidently equipped with a complex navigation system, initiating erratic spatial jumps upon detecting any tracking attempts. It would sometimes appear amidst dense asteroid fields and then skim past the fringes of dying stars, its trajectory unpredictable. Seemingly designed to evade potential pursuit, Qin Kailan found himself repeatedly halting to recalibrate his position, traversing one spatial node after another. During this process, he astutely discerned that the missile's overall course was directed towards a star region emanating a formidable gravitational pull and an aura of darkness. According to the knowledge he had gleaned from Dr. Manhattan's repository, it was indeed the apocalypse, the domain of Darkseid. Was Luthor intent on delivering this formidable gift to Darkseid? As he relentlessly pursued, Qin Kailan pondered whether Luthor had truly allied himself with that stone behemoth. Was this a ploy to orchestrate treachery? This notion heightened his vigilance. Regardless of Luthor's intentions, that missile must not fall into Darkseid's hands. Heaven only knows what havoc that Dark Lord could unleash with such a torrent of negative energy. Just as he traversed another spatial node, drawing near the periphery of that dark star region, an unforeseen change ensued. The void ahead rippled violently, as though stones had been cast into a placid lake. Dozens of portals ablaze with hellfire suddenly erupted. A deep and oppressive horn sounded, seemingly penetrating the vacuum and resonating directly within his consciousness. In the next moment, like a swarm of locusts, a horde of demonic entities surged forth from the portals. They roared, flapping their tattered wings, their eyes ablaze with irrational ferocity, instantly filling the space before Qin Kailan, creating an endless wall of flesh and blood. Behind this demonic army, even larger figures began to materialize. The seemingly benevolent visage of Granny Goodness wore a mask of feigned kindness tinged with cruelty. Flanked by members of the Furies, such as Lashina, Giganta, and Mad Harriet, exuding an overwhelming presence, their icy gazes locking onto Qin Kailan. Intruder, Granny Goodness' voice echoed through mental waves. This path is forbidden. Kneel and accept the judgment of Apocalypse. Qin Kailan halted, casting a glance at the overwhelming adversaries before him, then at the missile that had once again leapt away into obscurity, his mind rife with suspicion. The timing of Apocalypse forces appeared too fortuitous, as if they were providing cover for that missile. When had Darkseid taken up the mantle of a courier's bodyguard? He mused with a hint of derision. Or perhaps you two have become pawns in Luthor's game. Arrogance. Lashina roared, transforming into a blur as she struck. Qin Kailan's expression hardened. He had no time to squander with them. He casually raised his hand, invoking temporal stasis. Lashina was instantaneously frozen in place. With a flick of his fingers, he unleashed temporal reversal. In the blink of an eye, she completed her life's journey, dissolving into cosmic dust. This terrifying spectacle instilled dread among all the adversaries. Altogether, Granny Goodness screeched. The demonic army surged forth, accompanied by the vengeful goddess squad, a reckless charge towards annihilation. Qin Kailan's hands came together in a subtle gesture as he unleashed the temporal rift, enveloping the battlefield in a silvery blue domain. He traversed the near-static continuum with a leisurely stride, his fingertips deftly striking, reducing the demons to mere ashes. While Gelatina and Madharit rapidly aged and crumbled under the relentless passage of time. Within mere breaths, the defense line collapsed, ignoring the remnants of his foes. Qin Kailan relocked onto the missile's trajectory, breaking through obstacles to pursue it into the dark star domain of Apocalypse. Yet, as he navigated through a dense field of meteors and re-established his pursuit of the missile, it unexpectedly activated another spatial jump. This time, the fluctuation of the jump was alarmingly intense and bizarre. A hum resonated as a blinding light flashed. The missile did not descend upon the nearby apocalypse, but vanished into thin air, leaving behind a rapidly collapsing spatial singularity. Qin Kailan abruptly halted, his formidable perception extending to trace the final remnants of the jump. His expression shifted slightly as he discerned that the trajectory's ultimate coordinates did not point to apocalypse, but to a more distant, unfathomable realm, suffused with an indescribable essence of greed, hunger, and absolute chaos. The aura emanating from that unknown space even piqued a faint interest in the crucible of all things. Apocalypse was merely a stepping stone, a ruse to mislead him and delay time for Darkseid's forces. Trouble brewed. Qin Kailan gazed down at the war-torn dark planet and the exponentially more terrifying dark while rising from its surface, instantly grasping the entirety of the situation. Originally, he had intended to confront two troubles once they coalesced into one, but now he realized that the missile's true target was not Apocalypse at all. Luthor's genuine goal was never Darkseid. It had always been to lure him to Apocalypse, while the missile had a different recipient in mind. However, Darkseid and his legions were already barreling towards him, evidently intent on capturing him to lift the anti-life equation seal upon Earth. At this moment on Earth, with his unpredictable influence removed, Luthor's Eternal Eden plan had likely unfurled in full. Chapter 124. The Extermination of Celestial Beings. Crisis emerges above Apocalypse. Qin Kailan floated beneath the burning celestial canopy, his demeanor icy. He had been deceived. Luthor's true aim was not Darkseid. Apocalypse was merely a colossal trap designed to delay and exhaust him. Below, the Dark Palace exuded an unmistakable, calm, and lethal intent. Darkseid. Qin Kailan's voice resonated through his armor, imbued with the chilling clarity of omniscience. It seems you and that bald-headed figure have struck a deal, using that missile as bait for me, each with your own objectives. From deep within the Dark Palace, a sound akin to grinding rock emerged. Devoid of any irritation from being exposed, only emanating an absolute sense of control and indifference. It is merely a transaction, temporal thief. He obtains the chaos he desires, while I reclaim the power that rightfully belongs to me. Your struggles merely add a touch of amusement to this hunt. As the words lingered in the air, a far more concentrated beam of omega radiation, seemingly infused with the will to conclude the universe, pierced through the void. This sanguine light transcended mere energy impact. It distorted causality, locked onto fate, and bore the indomitable power of inevitability, manifesting instantaneously before Qin Kailan. Simultaneously, the earth below split open, and countless colossal shadows rose, remnants of the vengeful goddess's war squad, monstrous war machines of grotesque design, and even a few interstellar behemoths bound in chains. Exuding an ancient and malevolent aura, the war machines of the Apocalypse Star activated in full force at that moment, all for the sake of eliminating a single individual. Amusement? Qin Kailan's gaze sharpened. Let us see who the true prey is. His mind raced, and the radiance enveloping him shifted in an instant. The silver blue, chrono-backtracking, armor faded away, replaced by a new suit of battle gear seemingly forged from the very essence of chaotic energies. The armor bore a somber black-gray hue, its surface shimmering with an otherworldly sheen that devoured all light, revealing countless intricate, twisting, and ever-shifting primordial patterns. The shoulder plates resembled the ferocious heads of dragons. The arm guards evoked the image of Pangu carving the cosmos, and upon the chest plate, a miniature vortex embodying the chaos of the nascent universe, spun languidly. Chaotic slaughtering armor. This armor had begun its reconstruction after absorbing the powers of the void, and though not yet complete, it was sufficient for the present challenge. Faced with the lethal omega radiation, Qin Kailan neither flinched nor retreated. His right fist, clad in chaotic armor, struck forth with simple yet profound force. There was no explosion, no ripple. The omega radiation, capable of altering reality itself, disintegrated into the primordial void upon contact with the chaotic fist, effortlessly being absorbed and transformed into the most fundamental essence of nothingness. Not even a trace of its law-defying energy remained. In the Dark Palace, Darkseid emitted a low, astonished murmur. Yet Qin Kailan did not pause. With a fluid motion, he became a streak of chaotic lightning, tearing through the overwhelming forces of the apocalypse star, chaotic slaughtering transformation into the abyss. Wherever he passed, chaotic energies surged forth, be it the formidable, vengeful goddess, the grotesque war machines, or the ferocious interstellar beasts. Upon contact with the murky energies, their very existence began to unravel from its foundational structure. Energy devoured, matter disassembled, consciousness obliterated, as if they had never graced this world. He wielded no ornate techniques, only the purest form of violence and annihilation. Fists, palms, fingers, knees, every part of his body transformed into the most fearsome instruments of extermination. The chaotic energies extended like his will, encompassing all within their reach, returning everything to the void. For a fleeting moment, it seemed as though the sky rained ashes and fundamental particles. The once dreaded legions of the apocalypse star, before the chaotic slaughtering armor, appeared as fragile as paper. "Stop him!" The gentle grandmother screamed, brandishing her battle staff and charging forth, only to be effortlessly swatted aside by Qin Kailan, her form dissolving into a wisp of chaotic energy. A vengeful goddess, situated near Qin Kailan, erupted with a ferocious energy, attempting to self-detonate in her struggle against the enemy. Yet, in the fleeting moment before her energy core ignited, she was struck by a chaotic finger of light, causing her to disintegrate like a sand sculpture eroded by the wind. It was an overwhelming display of dominance. Qin Kailan emerged as a god of destruction birthed from chaos, maneuvering effortlessly through the ranks of the apocalyptic star's army, leaving a path of ruin in his wake. He even divided a portion of his consciousness to manipulate the chaotic currents, directing them downward to the earth, erasing war factories and energy towers from the planet's surface as if wiping away stains. The tremors of the Dark Palace intensified, as Darkseid's will surged like boiling magma. He could no longer remain comfortably seated upon his throne. With a resounding explosion, the palace's apex shattered, and a colossal shadow, reminiscent of a mountain, began to rise. Darkseid had entered the fray personally. His eyes blazed with the ultimate crimson light of the Omega effect, and his mere presence caused the surrounding space to fracture and reconstitute. "You are worthy of my personal obliteration," he declared, raising his hand as boundless Omega energy coalesced in his palm, transforming into a blood-red axe capable of severing galaxies. "Come forth," Qin Kailan roared, the brilliance of the chaos slaying armor surging as he advanced toward the Dark Sovereign. The two supreme entities collided in the skies above. The chaotic currents and Omega effects intertwined furiously, leading to their mutual annihilation. Each clash reverberated through the apocalyptic star, echoing the burdened cries of space itself. Darkseid, with his infinite strength and enigmatic Omega laws, faced Qin Kailan, whose chaos-slaying power was tyrannical and annihilative. For a moment, they matched each other blow for blow. But as time progressed, Qin Kailan began to gain a subtle advantage due to the superiority of his armor and the ineffectiveness of Darkseid's most potent weapon, the Omega Beam. Against him, however, just as the battle reached a critical point, an unexpected twist unfolded. On the horizon of the apocalyptic star, a vast and chaotic rift suddenly tore open in the void, originating from an unknown space filled with greed and tumultuous consciousness that had been targeted by missile energy. From this rift surged an endless darkness, not the darkness of the cosmos, but rather an entity that epitomized the ultimate devouring of light. Soon after, a gargantuan figure, composed entirely of pure shadows and negative emotions, began to flow forth from the rift. It lacked a fixed form, resembling a conglomerate of all despair and hunger, enveloped by a power of negative emotions that was 1,000-fold stronger than that of the missile. It was this entity that absorbed the missile's energy and was irresistibly drawn to the fierce, destructive battle occurring here. Eclipse's intangible gaze swiftly locked on a Qin Kailan, who was engaged in a fierce struggle with Darkseid. It sensed the pure and potent energy within Qin Kailan, along with the essence of the forge of all things, which seemed capable of melting everything. This awakened its primal desire to consume. Without any form of communication, Eclipse's shadowy body suddenly expanded, transforming into a colossal maw that enveloped the heavens and the earth as an endless tide of darkness and despair surged toward Qin Kailan. Simultaneously, countless tendrils, born from a maelstrom of negative emotions, surged forth, entwining around the chaotic extermination armor. A flash of red light flickered in Darkseid's eyes as he seized this opportune moment. Rather than thwarting the Eclipsed One, he intensified his assault, the Omega Axe descending with cataclysmic force, perfectly flanking the dark tide of the Eclipsed One. Boom! The chaotic currents, the Omega effect, and the ultimate darkness erupted simultaneously, unleashing three apocalyptic forces. The fabric of space shattered completely, forming a transient black hole singularity. Despite the protection of the chaotic extermination armor, Qin Kailan felt an unprecedented pressure as he faced the full frontal assault of two equally formidable entities. The chaotic currents trembled violently, for the first time exhibiting signs of suppression and erosion. He was violently hurled backward by the terrifying torrent of energy, crashing through the mountains below and plunging into a sea of lava. Humph! Darkseid hovered in the air, subtly confronting the encroaching darkness of the Eclipsed One. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the site of Qin Kailan's descent. Meanwhile, in another corner of the universe, beyond Earth, Luther stood aboard a concealed interstellar warship, observing the screen displaying the spatial ripples that traversed multiple dimensions, a consequence of the terrifying clash between Qin Kailan, Darkseid, and the Eclipsed One. A fervent yet icy smile spread across his face. The energy levels were sufficient to stabilize the coordinates for a passageway. As he pressed the final command, a spatial corridor, unstable yet resilient, spanning tens of thousands of kilometers, was forcefully torn open between Earth and a mirror dimension steeped in distortion and darkness. Through the swirling vortex of energy, the other side of the passage became faintly visible, revealing countless twisted, grotesque figures emitting bloodthirsty roars. Welcome to the era of eternal malevolence. Chapter 125. Forging Stars into Armor. The Black Lantern emerges. The magma of apocalypse surged across the surface like an enraged bloodstream. Qin Kailan slowly ascended from the searing sea of lava. The dark, chaotic currents enveloping the chaotic extermination armor, swirling violently, obliterating the magma and negative energy clinging to it. The surface of the armor, where the innate Tao patterns had once flickered, now shimmered erratically, with tendrils of chaotic energy uncontrollably dissipating outward, causing the surrounding space to undergo subtle collapses and reconstructions, rendering it in a state of extreme instability. Simultaneously, even with the prowess of the extermination armor, he felt immense pressure from the combined assault of Darkseid and the Eclipsed One. More critically, this ultimate armor, reconstituted with the breath of the void, the quantum essence of Manhattan, and the cores of countless premier materials, was still a step away from achieving perfect form. This flaw resulted in a powerful yet disjointed energy flow, manifesting signs of leakage. The onslaught from the realm of rules, coupled with the erosion of pure negative emotions, only sharpened the gaze beneath Qin Kailan's helmet. Rather than succumbing to despair, his battle spirit ignited with fervor. Indeed, the previous accumulation alone was insufficient for the extermination armor to attain total perfection. His gaze swept across the land beneath him, a realm engulfed in eternal flames of war, strewn with steel and death, traversed the sky where a legion of monstrous entities loomed like ominous clouds, and fell upon the imposing figure of Darkseid and the ever-writhing darkness of the apocalypse. Yet, was the final material not right before his eyes? An unprecedented surge of colossal intent erupted from within him, as if it sought to meld the very essence of the planet itself. Darkseid, I am grateful for this generous offering. This apocalypse shall be accepted with mirth, as the sacrificial tribute for my divine armor's culmination. Qin Kailan's arms flung wide. The chaos vortex upon his chest spun with a frenetic velocity never before witnessed. No longer merely consuming attacks, it generated an irresistible force that enveloped the entirety of Apocalypse. The crucible of all things. Boom! The very core of Apocalypse trembled violently at that moment. The Earth's plates groaned under the unbearable strain, mountains shattered, and seas of magma surged back. Countless monstrous entities, war machines, and even colossal interstellar beasts were instantaneously drawn, disassembled by an unseen force, transmuting into the purest essence of dark energy and the primordial source of war, all flowing towards the chaos vortex upon Qin Kailan's chest like rivers converging into the sea. Not only living beings and creations, but even the very conceptual essence of apocalypse. War, enslavement, destruction, darkness, core rules and energies defining its existence began to be forcibly stripped away and refined. Outrageous. Darkseid's countenance changed, sensing the severance of his connection to the primordial essence of apocalypse. Omega energy erupted wildly, attempting to stabilize the celestial body and thwart this frenzied transmutation. The apocalypse emitted a silent shriek as the utmost darkness and despair surged towards Qin Kailan, striving to contaminate and interrupt this process. Yet in this moment, Qin Kailan appeared to merge temporarily with the essence of the crucible of all things, embodying the executor of cosmic law. The chaos-punishing armor enveloped him, the furnace's essence resonating within, waging an internal and external battle in unison. The dissipating chaotic energy converged at a visible speed, solidifying. The innate patterns upon the armor's surface rapidly became vivid and coherent, as if alive, flowing and intertwining, ultimately forming a grand tapestry that encapsulated the profound truths of chaos and existence. The chaos vortex at his chest stabilized, a singular point of resplendent light igniting at its center, resembling a miniature, nascent universe. Chaos unified. The punishment of immortals reached fruition, accompanied by a resounding exclamation from Qin Kailan, echoing as if from the primordial depths of antiquity. The last vestige of uncontrolled chaotic energy was fully reined in. The brand-new, chaos-punishing armor finally took shape. The armor's hue deepened and became more subdued, its luminescence concealed, perfectly conforming to Qin Kailan's form. Each inch imbued with the terrifying power to shatter galaxies and redefine the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. The unstable fluctuations vanished entirely, supplanted by an immaculate completeness. An ultimate authority that transcended all. Now it is my turn. Qin Kailan lifted his gaze, calmly regarding Darkseid and the apocalypse. He simply raised his right hand, reaching out toward the surging Omega energy and the tide of darkness, grasping the air as if to command it with effortless ease. In the realm of chaotic extermination of immortals, there were no earth-shattering explosions. The power capable of annihilating galaxies dissipated silently upon nearing him, as if cast into an absolute void, returning to nothingness. Even the very fabric of space was erased, leaving behind a realm of pure emptiness. Darkseid's pupils constricted sharply. An intangible form of the apocalypse trembled violently. Qin Kailan moved. With a single step, he transcended the distance of space, appearing directly before Darkseid. His fist, clad in the flawless armor of extermination, surged with a force that made the very planet of apocalypse tremble, striking directly against the chest of the Dark Lord. In fury, Darkseid roared, summoning Omega energy that coalesced into numerous layers of defensive shields. Yet beneath the onslaught of the extermination fist, those defenses, imbued with the fundamental laws of the universe, shattered like fragile glass. A thunderous sound erupted as Darkseid's massive form was sent hurtling back, his robust, dark armor cracking visibly, dimming even the Omega radiance. Without hesitation, Qin Kailan unleashed a palm strike towards the enveloping darkness. The chaotic energy in his palm transformed into a colossal vortex, erupting with a terrifying force that began to violently tear and consume the embodiment of negative emotions that was the apocalypse. A wretched scream echoed from the soul of apocalypse as the dark tide retaliated fiercely, yet could not disrupt the chaotic vortex, which continued to shrink the entity itself. It was an overwhelming domination, the refined essence of apocalypse, now embodied in the fully formed chaotic extermination armor, wielded power that transcended the level of a singular cosmic deity. In the face of Qin Kailan, the combined forces of Darkseid and Apocalypse appeared utterly powerless. Qin Kailan's assault surged like a tide. Every punch, palm strike, finger jab, and kick bore the profound, chaotic essence of the void, forcing Darkseid into retreat, his armor shattering, while the cries of Apocalypse echoed in despair as its form disintegrated. The legions of Apocalypse were obliterated in the aftermath of their battle, and the entire planet visibly decayed into desolation, its very foundation being thoroughly refined and absorbed. Just as it seemed that Qin Kailan was on the verge of completely annihilating Darkseid and Apocalypse, an unexpected transformation occurred. Amidst the unstable spatial backdrop torn apart by battle, minuscule black fissures exuding an aura of absolute death and void emerged silently. Subsequently, several figures emerged from these cracks, clad in uniform. Pitch-black armor of an ancient and peculiar design, their visors flickering with a chilling, eerie white light. They exuded no trace of life, only an overwhelming silence and a loathing for all living energy. Their movements were somewhat rigid, yet each step cast a pall of decay over the surrounding space. They were black lanterns, draped in enigmatic black armor. The foremost black lantern raised its glowing white eyes, locking on Qin Kailan, who was engaged in fierce combat. He raised his hand, revealing a black ring that emanated a heart-stopping aura. No words, no emotions. In the next instant, a dozen Black Lantern corpses launched their assault simultaneously. They did not directly attack Qin Kailan. Instead, they unleashed countless pitch-black energy chains, resembling tendrils. These chains disregarded spatial distance and instantaneously coiled around the Chaos Extermination armor. A chilling force, cold enough to freeze the very soul and erode all, surged through the chains towards Qin Kailan. This power was exceptionally sinister, not a direct energy impact, but rather a negation and annihilation targeting existence itself. Qin Kailan frowned. The chaotic energy of the extermination armor clashed violently with this deathly force, producing a hissing sound of erosion. Although it could not temporarily breach the armor's defenses, the essence of this power was exceedingly troublesome, somewhat hindering his movements and disrupting his control over his abilities. Black Lantern? A flicker of surprise and coldness crossed Qin Kailan's eyes. William Handsbones had turned to ash. So how had this entity emerged anew, clad in a new guise? He recalled vividly that while sifting through the vast memories of Dr. Manhattan, he had encountered news of the Blackest Night. Thus, when William Hand first caused chaos, Qin Kailan had apprehended him on the spot and incinerated him to ashes, much to Hal's complaints about his overreach. The emergence of these Black Lantern corpses had evidently surpassed his expectations. Seizing the moment when Qin Kailan was temporarily ensnared by the sudden black chains imbued with formidable deathly laws, the severely wounded Darkseid and the nearly disintegrated Eclipso unleashed their final remnants of strength without hesitation. Darkseid shattered the already frail space beside him with a punch, forcibly opening a passage to an unknown dimension. Eclipso then transformed into an embodiment of profound darkness, vanishing into the rift in an instant. Qin Kailan, we shall meet again. Darkseid's cold voice echoed through the shattered star realm as his figure disappeared into the portal. The Black Lantern corpses, once Darkseid and Eclipso had fled, released their chains and melded back into the black spatial rifts, vanishing as if they had never existed. In the blink of an eye, formidable adversaries had escaped, leaving behind a ravaged Apocalypse, its essence severely diminished, and Qin Kailan, slightly hindered by the eerie Black Lantern power. He stood still, the chaotic energy of the Chaos Extermination armor gradually settling, obliterating the residual deathly aura. He gazed towards the direction the Black Lanterns had vanished, sensing the immense portal that had just been forcefully opened, connecting to another dimension reeking of malevolence, his eyes icy. The Black Lantern incursion into Luthor's domain has indeed caused a cascade of troubles. He did not linger. Although he had not entirely captured Darkseid and Eclipso, the refining of a portion of Apocalypse ensured that the Chaos Extermination armor had fully materialized, making this endeavor worthwhile. The crisis on Earth evidently demanded his attention more urgently. The silver-blue temporal energy enveloped him once more as the time reversal armor supplanted the Chaos Extermination armor. It was time to return, behold that bald figure, and witness the transformation wrought upon his homeland. In Chapter 126, the Justice League confronts the Syndicate of Crime. As Qin Kailan is lured away from Earth by Luthor's insidious machinations, the harrowing nightmare for Earth begins in earnest. The immense spatial conduit spanning low Earth orbit does not connect to an alternate dimension, but rather to a sinister reflection of Earth, where the roles of heroes and villains are utterly reversed. As the first wave of invaders traverses the portal, the members of the Justice League, steadfast at their defensive line, behold figures that send tremors through their very souls. Leading them is a being clad in dark gray Kryptonian battle armor, his chest adorned not with the emblem of hope, but a grotesque black inverted triangle, his eyes ablaze with a crimson hue, emanating an aura of brutality and annihilation. This world's counterpart to Superman. Beside him stands a figure draped in high-tech armor of deep violet, cold and calculating, embodying the essence of the Night Owl, the alternate world's Batman. Following closely is the Super Queen, her gaze haughty, wielding a lasso of submission, a beguiling smile gracing her lips. She represents the antithesis of Wonder Woman, wielding powers akin to those of the Green Lantern, yet perverting this power for nefarious purposes as the Ring Bearer, a counterpart to Green Lantern and to the Flash. The malevolent reflection of Johnny Quick. Observe them. Super Brawler hovers before the ranks, his voice laced with cruel amusement, surveying his prey, a reflection of our goodness and frailty. It is time to restore order to its rightful course. Varahopts in an instant. Super Brawler, akin to a black meteor, collides directly with the heart of the Justice League's defenses. The green willpower barrier constructed by Hal Jordan shatters under the initial impact, cracking under the strain. Shazam roars, summoning thunderbolts, only to be effortlessly repelled by a single punch from Super Brawler, who retaliates with a blow that sends Shazam reeling, bloodied and gasping. His strength surpasses even that of Clark at his zenith. Diana blocks the Super Queen's onslaught with her corrupted lightsaber, sensing the blasphemy and madness infused within her adversary's might. Anxiously glancing toward the main battlefield, Night Owl moves like a specter, his tactics insidiously cunning, exploiting the League's vulnerabilities. Advanced weaponry and various countermeasures emerge in relentless succession, forcing Batman, Bruce Wayne, to rely solely on his experience and willpower to endure. Their conflict resembles an ultimate duel of silent intellect and lethal skill. Cyborg Victor attempts to infiltrate the enemy's network to sow discord, but encounters unprecedented resistance. Thanks to Qin Kailan's earlier assistance in perfectly merging flesh and machinery with the power of the Allforge, his mechanical components are no longer mere appendages, but integrated as if they were vital organs, thus evading the risk of being corrupted or controlled by the alien mesh. He successfully withstands assaults on the data level, countering by disrupting a portion of the enemy's automated forces, yet in the face of the overall disadvantage in the conflict. His efforts are but a drop in the ocean. Martian Hunter Ron, in his endeavor to disrupt the enemy through telepathic means, is met with a backlash from a presence within the opposing ranks, radiating chaotic mental waves, leaving him racked with agony. The Alliance's defensive line faltered under the relentless assault of the malevolent Justice League's crime syndicate, suffering losses as despair cast its shadow over the entire Earth. Within the depths of the Starry Sky Barrier's medical bay, Clark Kent lay with his eyes tightly shut in a Kryptonian healing chamber. With a horrific wound on his chest gradually healed under the influence of Kryptonian technology and Amazonian remedies, Lois grasped her unconscious husband's hand tightly, while young Jonathan nestled fearfully beside her. Suddenly, a barely perceptible silver-blue ripple of temporal energy emanated from beside the healing chamber. This was a precautionary measure laid by Qin Kailan, a preemptive, time-reversal energy. At this moment, sensing the dire crisis facing Earth, this preset energy was triggered. A time acceleration field enveloped the healing chamber instantaneously. To the outside world, it appeared as just a fleeting moment. However, within the chamber, Superman seemed to undergo a recovery process spanning weeks, even months. His pallid complexion regained its rosy hue at a visible pace. His chest wound healed rapidly. His emaciated form strengthened anew, and the damaged Kryptonian Punisher armor was restored to its former glory under the power of time. With a suppressed groan of pain, Superman abruptly opened his eyes. In those blue depths, confusion flickered briefly, only to be supplanted by resolve and fury. He acutely sensed the terrifying energy clashes emanating from orbit, alongside the presence of a sinister counterpart sharing his origins. He cast a glance at his worried wife and son, his voice hoarse yet filled with strength. "I am fine. Earth needs me." As the chamber lid slid open, Superman surged forth like an arrow released from its bow. The restored Kryptonian Punisher, armor leaving a trail of blue luminescence in the base's corridor. In low Earth orbit, the battlefield was in disarray. Hal's Green Lantern energy was nearly depleted. Diana bore numerous new wounds from her battle with Superwoman, and Shazam lay defeated beneath Superboy's foot, golden lightning dimmed to obscurity. The confrontation between Bruce and Night Owl reached a critical juncture as a kryptonite spear shot forth from Night Owl's hand, aimed directly at Bruce's heart. In that moment of peril, a blue figure burst forth like a dawn piercing the darkness, entering the heart of the battlefield with unparalleled speed. "Get away from me!" A thunderous roar, imbued with boundless fury and strength, reverberated through the air. Superboy was struck before he could react, sent hurtling away like a cannonball, crashing through several of the evil Earth's assault ships. Superman Clark Kent hovered between Night Owl and Bruce, exuding an imposing aura. His repaired, Kryptonian Punisher, armor gleaming with a ghostly blue light, his icy gaze sweeping over the entire crime syndicate. "Clark!" Diana exclaimed, her voice a mix of surprise and joy. "You're finally awake." Hal's spirit lifted at the sight. Night Owl, witnessing Superman, unscathed and more formidable than before, finally revealed a look of gravity and disbelief beneath his mask. "Impossible. Your wounds. Apparently, your moment of surprise ends here." Superman clenched his fists, heat vision brewing in his eyes. "Now it is time for us to send you home." Hope rekindles with the return of the superhero. However, the members of the crime syndicate, after a brief moment of astonishment, reveal no signs of fear. The Overlord emerges from the ruins, wiping away non-existent traces of blood from the corner of his mouth, and sneers. "Interesting. Now this resembles something." Night Owl, proceed with the contingency plan. Night Owl huffs softly and activates a device on his arm. Simultaneously, at the far end of the corridor, in the direction of the malevolent Earth, a deeper and more colossal dark energy begins to coalesce slowly. Clearly, the crime syndicate is not their only foe. The true trial is only just beginning.